Traversing the world of Harry Potter, Lucien awakens a lone magic system. With a mere flick of his wrist, he anticipates rewards in advance. Of course, debts must be repaid. Thus, the students of Hogwarts witness a new student who is not only more talented than them, but also more intense in his pursuits. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Loki's Faceless. Please repay the loan. Mastery of Transfiguration. Dumbledore, with both talent and diligence in abundance, could it be that Lucien is the future of the wizarding world, as prophesied? Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Compendium of Dark Arts. Please repay the loan. The head of Voldemort. Voldemort? What do you mean you owe a debt? Hence you require my disembodied head? Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Resurrection Potion formula. Please repay the loan. The creation of 50 new potions. Snape, Lucien has developed the formula for the Resurrection Potion. Lily, inform Dumbledore I intend to resign as Potions Master. Go seek Lucien. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lucien remarks, I never aimed to be so remarkable, I merely borrowed too many loans. Chapter 1. The Hogwarts Admission Letter. Aunt Penelope, I truly enjoyed the financial tutor, and I've grasped a portion of the related knowledge. Might you find me a teacher in philosophy as well? Little Lucien, it brings me joy to see your enthusiasm for learning, especially since you will eventually take over the Grafton estate. However, you are still a child, and must remember to take appropriate rest and recreation to ensure your healthy growth. Aunt, the world is but a colossal washing machine. It's either you roll others up, or they roll you. In a tastefully decorated villa, a stately and beautiful woman reclines on the sofa, gazing with a hint of exasperation at the striking youth before her. With dark golden hair, neatly styled, and deep black eyes revealing a maturity beyond his years. Lucien Grafton, heir to the British business empire, the sole inheritor of Grafton. His parents met with misfortune during a journey, and he was subsequently raised by his Aunt Penelope. Penelope, unmarried and childless, regards Lucien as her own, the only remnant of her brother's lineage. From a young age, Lucien exhibited remarkable intelligence and a keen desire for knowledge, markedly different from the typical mischievousness of his peers. Yet, at times, Penelope feels that Lucien's zeal for learning borders on excessive. He not only swiftly masters the various subjects taught by his tutors, but also actively requests an abundance of exercises and assignments. Rubbing her temples, Penelope chuckles softly. I understand the concept of a washing machine, but what does rolling mean? You always seem to invent new words. Nevertheless, young Lucien, have you truly considered attending that Hogwarts? Having traversed into this world for a decade, Lucien discovers he has been reborn into a wealthy family. He was destined to inherit the family fortune, to dominate the business realm, and to tread the financial sector, ultimately becoming the illustrious Lord Lucien. This morning, a plump, snow-white bird fluttered through the window, leaving behind an envelope before gracefully departing. The seal on the envelope bore a grand H, encircled by a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. We are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. In light of your circumstances, we will send a professor to assist you with any queries, who will arrive no later than 8 p.m. tonight. Hogwarts? Magic? Lucien struggled to accept the reality that he had crossed into the world of Harry Potter, striving to recall relevant memories. This realm brimmed with wondrous magic, a self-contained wizarding society, and a plethora of magical creatures. Young wizards like Lucien, hailing from purely Muggle backgrounds, would receive an esteemed professor's visit to enlighten them about the fundamentals of wizardry and magic. I wonder which professor will come, old Dumbledore, or perhaps the elderly cat lady, Professor McGonagall. It cannot be that unkempt, severe Snape, that in response to Penelope's inquiry, Lucien nodded. Yes, Aunt, at Hogwarts, encountering magic is a realm of knowledge entirely foreign to me. Noticing Lucien's eagerness to absorb new knowledge, Penelope waved her hands dismissively. All right, if you wish to go, do so. After all, who would refuse such extraordinary powers? As the current ruler of Grafton, Penelope had heard whispers of the existence of the magical world, but she never anticipated that her nephew would truly awaken the powers of a wizard. After exchanging a few words with his aunt, Lucien retreated to his room. System, as I'm about to embark on my journey to learn magic, could you perhaps waive this month's loan? Congratulations, host. On stepping into a new world, I am applying for a magical loan on your behalf. Hearing the emotionless voice of the system, Lucien could only shake his head in resignation. This system, a standard feature for travelers, awakened when he was 6 years old, and its full name was the Loan Reward System. Lucien could directly prepay rewards, subsequently fulfilling the loan tasks assigned by the system. For instance, Lucien had recently taken out a loan for mastery of financial knowledge. The moment he signed the loan contract, Lucien was granted an abundance of financial knowledge. He would then need to read 50 financial-related books and complete 500 related problems to repay the loan. Of course, thanks to the pre-obtained rewards, Lucien found these tasks significantly more manageable. To celebrate the host's forthcoming embrace of the wonders of magic, a Loki's faceless annual loan has been applied for you. Upon encountering the term annual loan, Lucien's eyelids flickered unexpectedly. The loan system is categorized into daily, weekly, monthly, and the most prestigious annual loans. The repayment durations for these loans are sequentially 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, and 1 year. While the rewards escalate progressively, so too does the complexity of the loan tasks. Loan project: Loki's faceless annual loan. Repayment deadline: 365 days. Loan content: acquire the magical talents of Loki, the god of trickery and transformation. White magic: S. Black magic: SS. Defensive arts: S. Transmutation: SSS. Potions: A. Alchemy: A. Magical power: SS. Loan tasks: master white magic proficiently, attain perfection in transmutation, achieve mastery in black magic, and nurture extraordinary offspring. As Lucien scrutinized the detailed description of a Loki's faceless loan, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. He was well aware of Loki, the god of trickery from Norse mythology, renowned for his prowess in transformation and magic. However, such lavish rewards also signify the infernal difficulty of the loan tasks. Merely the sheer number of these tasks left Lucien feeling dizzy. Could Loki's talents enable one to master such arcane knowledge within a single year? And what on earth did it mean to nurture extraordinary offspring? Was it not said in legends that Loki had sired peculiar descendants, such as a giant wolf, a serpentine beast, and an 8-legged steed? Could a mere human truly give birth to such creatures? Lucien shook his head. Master, surely there must be some discount for a first-time magical loan? Chapter 2. Loki's Facelessness. Given that this is the host's inaugural encounter with magical loans, the interest will be kept to a minimum. Task modification: loan task: master Transfiguration perfectly. Upon seeing the new task details, Lucien exhaled in relief, as this appeared to be a challenge he could realistically accomplish. System: what constitutes perfect mastery? Learning to master existing knowledge of Transfiguration, applying it proficiently, and innovating new directions in the art. As Lucien absorbed the system's explanation, he fell into contemplation. To grasp all related knowledge and apply it with finesse was one thing, but the crux lay in pioneering new paths. Was it not a demand for me to innovate? Transfiguration itself is a vital component of magic. To truly master it would undoubtedly require vast amounts of time and effort, at least a year. Lucien's eyes flickered with determination, for he believed that this lone task was not insurmountable. After all, Loki's greatest magical talent resided in Transfiguration. The system categorized magical aptitude into various levels, with the intermediate level signifying a genius that transcends the mundane, sufficient to carve a remarkable legacy in the corresponding field throughout history. And the next level? According to the system's evaluation, it belonged to the realm of the divine. By preemptively claiming the reward, upon acquiring such a talent, Lucien would become unparalleled in his studies of Transfiguration. Do you accept Loki's faceless loan? Without hesitation, Lucien replied in the affirmative. After all, a failed loan task would merely result in the retrieval of the reward. He intended to study various forms of magic, and possessing Loki's magical aptitude would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Suddenly, a half-real, half-ethereal mask materialized before Lucien. It was predominantly a black-green hue, with the hollows of the eyes and mouth continuously shifting position. The shape of the mask transformed incessantly, at times conforming to human features, and at others morphing into a beastly visage. Evaluation: a constant form is a limitation of mortals. For Loki, change is reality. Just as Lucien lifted his gaze, Loki's facelessness had already enveloped his handsome countenance. The mask liquefied into a pool of black-green fluid, covering Lucien's nose and mouth, eventually spreading to his hair, ultimately encasing his entire head. Yet, Lucien did not experience a sensation of asphyxiation. Waves of intangible energy emanated from within him, resonating throughout the bedroom. After several minutes of silence, a low hum began to fill the air. The furniture, the bed, chairs, and tea set, began to tremble, while some wooden items exhibited signs of ironization or petrification, with the surfaces of existing objects revealing biological traits such as feathers and scales. In the parlor downstairs, Mrs. Penelope savored her exquisite afternoon tea, occasionally turning the pages of her book. Truly influenced by young Lucien, she felt uneasy without a daily dose of reading. A tabby cat approached her with graceful strides. Mistaking it for a wild cat that had wandered into her home, Penelope was about to summon a servant to chase it away, when she noticed the tabby cat shimmer and shift, She had transformed into a lady clad in a deep green robe, adorned with square spectacles. "Greetings, I am Minerva McGonagall, a professor at Hogwarts. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of Lucien Gryffindor?" Penelope's lips parted slightly, her hand, which held a pastry, suspended in midair. Had she just witnessed a cat metamorphose into a woman? However, upon hearing the name Hogwarts, Penelope swiftly composed herself. "Good day, Professor McGonagall. I am Penelope Gryffindor. Lucien's aunt. The boy is upstairs." Before she could finish her sentence, Professor McGonagall's expression sharpened. She sensed a palpable disturbance emanating from above. "I apologize," McGonagall interjected, offering no further explanation as she ascended the staircase. Observing the urgency of her actions, Penelope's thoughts turned to Lucien upstairs, and she rose to follow suit. Without the need for guidance, Professor McGonagall arrived at the source of the magical anomaly, Lucien's room. The original wooden door was now obscured by large patches of iron-black metal, while the remaining sections exhibited a gray-white rock texture interspersed with yellowish sand. She twisted the doorknob, only to find the door unyielding. "Transfiguration spell?" McGonagall murmured to herself, drawing her wand and aiming it at the door. "Reversion charm." The metallic and rocky hues swiftly faded away, unveiling the original wooden door. As she opened the door, the scene within unfolded before the eyes of Professor McGonagall and Penelope, the latter's face betraying an unmistakable shock. The formerly tidy and elegant room had undergone a dramatic transformation. Soft bedding had morphed into a heap of grass and flowers, while the legs of tables and chairs sprouted tufts of fur, frolicking around the room, and books flitted about, opening and closing in midair. Moreover, creatures resembling wolves and snakes lounged in the corners, their forms disturbingly unstable, shifting between different species, rendering their original shapes unrecognizable. Upon sensing the door's opening, these creatures turned their gaze toward the two ladies at the threshold. In response, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the reversion charm accurately struck each target. Whether inanimate or animate, even those peculiar half-alive entities reverted to their original forms under the spell's influence. The scattered furniture lay strewn across the floor, as if the preceding anomaly had merely been an illusion. Lucien floated in the center of the room, his eyes tightly shut. The black-green mask upon his face long vanished. Seeing the boy unharmed, McGonagall exhaled in relief. Ordinarily, a young wizard receiving a magical letter from Hogwarts would have already experienced a surge of magical energy. This event marks the first awakening of a young wizard's powers, providing insight into their magical affinity and inherent talents. Yet, Lucien before her was an enigma. McGonagall struggled to comprehend why he had experienced such a violent magical upheaval. But one thing was certain: the boy's prodigious talent in Transfiguration. Having taught at Hogwarts for decades and being a master in the field of Transfiguration, Minerva McGonagall keenly recognized Lucien's extraordinary abilities. He had, in a state of unawareness, successfully transformed objects into living beings and shifted between different species. Many young wizards at Hogwarts, after years of diligent study in Transfiguration, still find themselves unable to master the subject. Professor McGonagall's gaze towards Lucien brightened, akin to discovering an unpolished gem that already radiates a hidden luster. Such innate talent. Under the watchful eyes of Professor McGonagall and Madame Penelope, Lucien gently descended to the ground. His dark golden hair appeared slightly tousled, and as he opened his eyes, the deep black of his irises was now tinged with a hint of green, giving them an overall emerald hue. Lucien turned his gaze towards the doorway, where an older Catwoman regarded him with a look of kindness and anticipation. "Hello, Lucien." Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Lifting her teacup, Professor McGonagall took a sip of her Earl Grey. "Do either of you have any questions regarding magic and wizards?" Lucien and his aunt exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Both accepted the existence of magic with resolute simplicity. As a time traveler, Lucien had known from the moment he received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. As for Penelope, having witnessed Professor McGonagall transform from a cat into a human, as well as the peculiarities in Lucien's room and the professor's means of restoring them, she was thoroughly convinced of magic's reality. While his aunt conversed with Professor McGonagall, Lucien took a moment to examine his current status panel: white magic, dark magic, defense, transfiguration, potions, alchemy, magic power, to be unlocked. Lucien's gaze shifted to the bottom of the panel, where he noted the to be unlocked status of his magic power. He began to engage in a mental dialogue with the system. Why has only my magical affinity not yet been unlocked? The current host's physical strength is insufficient to support such an increase in magical power. Please find a compatible item to facilitate the release of magic. A compatible item? The release of magic? If he were to search within this magical realm, Lucien suddenly recalled an object. It was something every wizard would encounter. Undoubtedly the most compatible with oneself and capable of channeling magic. System, what about a wand? The wands of this world, do they meet the criteria? A wand must be highly compatible with the host, and the strength of its materials must also be considered. Upon hearing the system's response, Lucien felt a measure of relief. Diagon Alley housed a wand shop named Ollivander's, which surely contained countless wands. It was improbable that he could not find one suitable for himself. Professor McGonagall, may I inquire when we shall procure the necessary magical items? Furthermore, regarding the transfiguration you mentioned earlier, I am quite intrigued. Might I have the opportunity to study relevant knowledge in advance? Lucien asked earnestly. He understood that the venerable Professor McGonagall, his current Catwoman mentor, was a master in the field of transfiguration, responsible for teaching the subject at Hogwarts, making her the ideal person to approach for such inquiries. Lucien needed to master transfiguration flawlessly within a year to repay Loki's faceless loan. Yet, he was entirely ignorant of even the basic concepts of transfiguration. Thus, he felt an urgent need to seize the moment. Upon hearing Lucien's question, a smile graced Professor McGonagall's lips. Her vivid depiction of the wonders and peculiarities of transfiguration had indeed piqued the child's interest. Moreover, the eagerness to commence his studies ahead of schedule truly marked him as a passionate learner. Setting down her teacup, Professor McGonagall spoke steadily. I am delighted by your enthusiasm for transfiguration, as I happen to teach this very subject at Hogwarts. We shall proceed to Diagon Alley now to procure the necessary items, where you can find everything you require. The three rose simultaneously. Penelope gave a brief command, and a servant standing outside swiftly entered to present Lucien with a suitcase. During their previous conversation, Professor McGonagall had reminded Lucien to prepare some Muggle currency to exchange for the Wizarding World's galleons. She placed a hand gently on his shoulder, whispering, "It may be somewhat uncomfortable, but it will be over soon." With that, they performed the disapparition. From Mrs. Penelope's perspective, Lucien and McGonagall swirled like water in a toilet bowl, abruptly vanishing. In a fleeting blur of light, Lucien and Professor McGonagall materialized in a narrow alley. A glance at Lucien revealed his demeanor unchanged, which caused Professor McGonagall to feel a hint of surprise. Typically, first-time practitioners of apparition experience dizziness or even nausea. You seem to have adapted quite swiftly. Lucien rubbed his temples, his dark green eyes narrowing slightly. This must be the result of the physical transformation brought about by Loki's mask. I had just absorbed its essence when Professor McGonagall arrived, leaving little time to explore this new state. Oh, why do I feel this strange impulse to transform that passerby into a baboon? Surely, this cannot be an indication of a talent for transfiguration. Could Loki's mask have influenced my character in some way? I recall that Loki is known as the god of mischief. Unaware of Lucien's contemplations, McGonagall assumed he was grappling with the aftereffects of apparition and patiently awaited his recovery. My apologies, Professor, I momentarily lost my train of thought, Lucien confessed, reining in his wandering mind. It's quite all right, McGonagall replied, leading him toward a seemingly dilapidated pub, the Leaky Cauldron. Navigating through the noisy patrons, the pair made their way to a secluded nook encased by three walls. A solitary trash bin stood forlornly on the ground. Professor McGonagall produced her wand and pointed at a slightly recessed brick. Remember, count 3 bricks up from the trash bin and 2 bricks across, then. As she spoke, her wand tapped the brick twice. A remarkable scene unfolded. Starting from that brick, the surrounding bricks began to indent, bulge, twist, and shift, ultimately transforming into a stone door. Through this portal lay a bustling street, lined with shops offering a plethora of goods. Lucien turned to observe bubbling potion cauldrons, owls flapping their wings, and garments in the windows that waved at passers-by. Despite his prior preparation, stepping into the magical realm filled Lucien with surprise and excitement. Noticing Lucien's reaction, Professor McGonagall smiled warmly. First, we shall proceed to exchange for galleons, allowing you to leisurely explore the shops at your convenience. Professor McGonagall led Lucien to Gringotts, where they converted Muggle currency into galleons. Suddenly, Lucien pondered a thought and inquired of Professor McGonagall, "Professor, was that rubbish bin earlier subjected to an immobility charm? If a well-meaning individual or a drunken reveler were to shift it, how would those behind locate that specific brick? Would they have to try each one individually?" A subtle smile graced the corners of Professor McGonagall's lips. "You observe with great acuity. That rubbish bin is not only immovable, but also impervious to transfiguration and other magical influences. Indeed, there have been mischievous young wizards and inebriated souls who attempted to disturb that bin, but all have met with failure." As they approached Gringotts, Lucien surveyed the bank's grand decor, finding its style incongruous with the other establishments in Diagon Alley. Truly, it was deserving of its status as the sole bank of the Wizarding World, exuding an unmistakable aura of wealth. Within Gringotts, a multitude of goblins moved about, their pointed ears and diminutive stature attesting to their clever yet avaricious nature. Reflecting on the fact that these goblins controlled the monetary flow of the magical realm, Lucien couldn't help but harbor some skepticism. Wizards entrust their fortunes to goblins, believing that those who are not of their kind must have differing intentions. Do they not fear being ensnared economically? But of course, goblins are forbidden from wielding wands, rendering them inherently subordinate to human wizards. Indeed, it seems that strength is the ultimate currency. Soon, a goblin approached to attend to Lucien and Professor McGonagall. "May I assist you, young wizard, with exchanging for galleons?" The goblin's high-pitched voice elucidated the currency exchange regulations. The exchange rate for pounds to galleons is 5:1. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, which in turn equals 493 nuts. Faced with such an absurd currency conversion, Lucien could only sigh. Having lived in Britain for over a decade, he had grown accustomed to it. The annual limit for exchanging pounds for galleons is set at 100 galleons. However, exchanging gold incurs no restrictions whatsoever. Gold is universally recognized as hard currency in both the Muggle and magical worlds. Having completed his explanation, the goblin regarded Lucien with a gaze filled with anticipation, tinged with a hint of greed. In his decades of service at Gringotts, he had encountered countless patrons and could easily discern the affluent from the impoverished. The striking young human before him exuded an air of privilege. The scent of wealth was unmistakable. Lucien, disinterested in further discourse, handed his suitcase to the goblin. His only desire was to procure a wand swiftly and acquire additional tomes of magical knowledge. The suitcase's heavy weight delighted the goblin, who adeptly opened it. Ah, indeed. It was the fabled gold. Chapter 4, The Discerning Wand. The goblin employee bid farewell to Lucien and Professor McGonagall with utmost courtesy. His demeanor towards Lucien was particularly warm and obsequious, for the quantity of galleons exchanged for gold had enabled this goblin to fulfill his annual work quota in a single transaction. The goblin's smile radiated brilliantly, its creases blooming like a resplendent chrysanthemum. Moreover, this transaction was merely the first. He firmly believed that larger orders would undoubtedly follow. Lucien waved his hand dismissively as he accepted the pouch held by the goblin, which contained a mere 300 galleons. The remaining galleons were deposited into Gringotts' vault. Professor McGonagall guided Lucien to Ollivander's wand shop, intrigued as it was her first encounter with a young wizard exchanging such a substantial amount of galleons. "You seemed quite knowledgeable about currency exchange when conversing with the goblin. Do you possess a keen understanding of finance?" Lucien nodded in affirmation. "It's satisfactory, Professor. Knowledge transcends disciplines, and I believe the more one acquires, the better." "Quite a wise perspective, Lucien. You exhibit a maturity beyond your years." Professor McGonagall, known for her stringent teaching methods, appreciated students who approached knowledge with seriousness and a passion for learning. Before long, a dilapidated shop came into view before Lucien. He gazed up at the sign, laden with dust and the marks of time, Ollivander, established in 382 B.C. for wand making. Truly an antique, over 2 millennia old. Upon entering the shop, Lucien felt a cascade of dust descend upon him. From the exterior, the store appeared worn, but upon stepping inside, it seemed even more decrepit. "Oh, it appears Ollivander's wands indeed uphold a reputation for quality. Otherwise, it would have closed its doors long ago. Surely, they cannot be the sole wand makers in the entire wizarding community of Britain," Lucien reassured himself internally. "Oh, Minerva, we meet again." An elderly man with disheveled white hair and striking silver eyes emerged from behind the counter. He greeted Professor McGonagall warmly, precisely articulating the characteristics of her wand. As an elder, Ollivander's retention of wand-related knowledge was astonishing. He could recall every wand he had sold. Lucien observed the tousled-haired old man, who was now scrutinizing him in turn. Garrick Ollivander had long since grown accustomed to such encounters. Each year, Hogwarts professors brought newly enrolled young wizards to select their suitable wands. "A young wizard in need of a wand. What is your name?" "Lucien Grafton." "And which hand do you favor?" "The right." Ollivander produced a measuring tape from his pocket, which magically flew to Lucien's side, beginning to measure the length of his arms. Once the tape returned, Ollivander glanced at the measurements and proceeded directly to a row of cabinets. Gently extracting a box, he brushed off the dust that had accumulated atop it. "Hawthorn, 12 inches, unicorn hair." Ollivander extended it towards Lucien. As Lucien accepted the wand, he felt a surge of magic awakening within him. Instinctively, he guided this energy towards the wand in his hand, releasing it effortlessly. A soft white light emanated from the tip of the wand, enveloping the three present in warmth and comfort. However, Lucien sensed a blockage in the release of his magic. It was not as fluid as he had hoped, as if the wand were unable to fully accommodate his magical prowess. A glance at the panel confirmed his suspicion. The magical aptitude section remained in a locked state. Without Lucien needing to voice his concern, Ollivander had already discerned the issue. He retrieved the wand, murmuring, "Do not mind. It is the wand that chooses the wizard. I am certain I possess one that is suitable for you. Let me search for one that possesses a more exuberant magic than your peers." He rummaged through his collection once more, unveiling a wand of ebony, measuring 14 inches. With a dragon's heartstring core, resilient and powerful, he encouraged, "Give it a try." Lucien accepted it and unleashed his magic anew. Boom! A torrent of deep green flames erupted. soaring towards the ceiling. However, Lucien, already prepared, swiftly contained the magic within him. The emerald fire serpent immediately constricted, adjusting its trajectory, and spiraled away into the air. Ollivander, unfazed by the near incineration of his shop, instead marveled, what splendid control. Perhaps this wand is too impetuous, ill-suited for a young wizard of your temperament. The cycle continued as Ollivander searched for wands, with Lucien testing each one, exchanging those that did not fit. Dogwood. No, too lively. Spruce. No, too rigid. Thunderbird feather. A bit too volatile. After numerous attempts, Ollivander had yet to find a wand that suited Lucien, yet he remained patient, even enjoying the challenge. For the more elusive the wand, the more distinct the wizard's traits. Such wizards often shine brightly in one or several domains, and Ollivander relished the task of discovering the perfect wand for them. What is a genius but an extraordinary individual, bestowing the most fitting wand upon each budding wizard? Marking their first step into the magical realm was a source of profound satisfaction for Ollivander. Professor McGonagall patiently awaited nearby, intrigued by the wand that would complement Lucien's remarkable talent. Just as Ollivander was rummaging and diligently searching in the furthest recesses of the shop, within a dusty, dilapidated cabinet, a cloud of dust suddenly swirled up. An ancient, yellowed box was flung open, and a shadow darted forth, hurtling towards Lucien. Quick to react, Professor McGonagall raised her wand, poised to cast a spell to intercept it, only to witness the object come to a halt, hovering steadily before Lucien's chest. It was a wand of a deep, silvery black hue. Though it appeared solid, it gave an impression of constant motion and transformation. Startled, Ollivander, nearly tumbling from his ladder, brushed off the dust and hurried over. His eyes fixated on the wand before Lucien. After scrutinizing it for several moments, the remarkable Ollivander exhibited a look of bewilderment, murmuring uncertainly, a wand of twisted branch. 12.5 inches, with a sphinx feather core. Lucien, too, observed this wand that had seemingly chosen him. The surface of the wand occasionally shimmered with semi-ethereal symbols, some of which coalesced into intricate glyphs before swiftly retreating into the wand's depths. At that moment, Lucien, being in closest proximity, discerned a faint, intermittent sound, laughter. It hinted at mockery, an air of superiority. The Sphinx, also known as the creature with a lion's body and a human face, was a being from Egyptian mythology. He recalled, I have a penchant for catching people off guard with riddles. Are there indeed such magical creatures in the world of Harry Potter? However, what exactly is a Loki's you? Mr. Ollivander, may I inquire about the nature of this peculiar branch? The next moment, the words that tumbled from Ollivander's lips left Lucien both familiar and astounded. Loki's you. Chapter 5. Unlocking Magic, a New Direction in Transfiguration? Loki's you? Both Lucien and Professor McGonagall inquired in unison. Professor McGonagall, a wizard of considerable experience, had heard whispers of such trees, but never imagined she would witness this long-lost material with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Lucien felt a twinge of apprehension as he suddenly realized, this is the magical realm. Could the gods and mythical beings of various legends truly exist? Perhaps they were the creations of powerful wizards or some extraordinary creature clans. It was entirely plausible that ancient humans regarded wizards who wielded magic as deities. Ollivander began to reminisce, explaining, Loki's yew, also known as WIRD branch or shape-shifting tree, is said to have originated when Loki was bound in the chasm, his blood and enchantments dripping onto a yew, transforming it into a magical tree with the power of transformation. A wand crafted from this would symbolize his infinite change. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and asked, but I have heard that such trees are long extinct. Their very existence borders on myth. Her implication was clear. Was this wand truly made from Loki's yew? Or had Ollivander merely misremembered in his old age? Ollivander chuckled wryly. Not only is Loki's yew exceedingly rare, but even the Sphinx, that marvelous creature, is on the brink of extinction worldwide. The Sphinx, rooted in Egyptian mythology, embodies wisdom and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. The creator of this wand was my great-great-grandfather. Noticing the increasingly peculiar expressions on Lucien and Professor McGonagall's faces, Ollivander cleared his throat, halting his genealogical recitation. After all, it had been many generations, over 1,000 years, since this wand first came into existence. Naturally, the quality of the wand is indisputable. Ollivander would never deceive regarding his wands. With a surge of pride, Ollivander stood tall. For this was a testament to his family's legacy. Glancing at the hovering silver-black wand, Lucien was reminded of the faceless Loki he had fused with. The very essence of Loki's yew, even if merely a legend, was intrinsically linked to Loki himself. It was only natural that, now possessing Loki's magical prowess, he would feel an affinity towards a wand crafted from such wood. And as for the Sphinx's feathers, the pursuit of knowledge is hardly a vice. Over a millennium has passed. This wand is indeed an antique. For so long, it has remained unsold. Perhaps it has yet to find its rightful owner? In response to Lucien's inquiry, Ollivander's gaze sharpened, as if he had glimpsed a rare treasure. Perhaps it has already found its match. Child, oh no, Mr. Lucien. Please do try this wand. Perhaps having waited for too long, the silver-black wand trembled slightly, its ethereal runes growing increasingly vibrant, accompanied by faint yet discernible chuckles. Extending his right hand, Lucien grasped the wand's handle. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented harmony. The magical energy within him surged towards the wand. Yet it did not manifest as chaotic. The entire process was gentle and serene. Lucien sensed that the wand was rejoicing, exulting in delight. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of nascent magical energy erupting within him. This energy did not rampage but rather converged towards the wand in his hand. As the power accumulated, Lucien instinctively pointed the wand at a candle resting on the counter. A dark green light burst forth. The candle quivered slightly and instantaneously transformed into a hammer. The hammer remained still for less than a second, its surface rippling as it sprouted bony armor, and in the blink of an eye, it morphed into a black turtle. The turtle extended its head, its tiny eyes poised to gaze at Lucien. Suddenly, those eyes widened, their pupils elongating. The turtle's shell softened and became slick, transforming seamlessly into a frog. With a resounding croak, the frog leaped a few times on the counter. Its plump body elongated swiftly, its smooth skin sprouting scales, evolving into the elongated form of a snake. Feathery wings sprouted along its sides, and its head resembled that of a heron. Simultaneously, as if adapting to the dimensions of its surroundings, this peculiar creature's body continued to expand, growing 5 or 6 times larger in an instant. With a resounding bang, the enlarging creature suddenly burst apart, releasing a cloud of smoke, reverting to its original candle form. Observing this transformation, which took less than a minute, Ollivander marveled. Transfiguration. I have never witnessed such a talent for transfiguration. I seem to foresee a master of transfiguration emerging in the future of the magical realm. Minerva. Congratulations on discovering a genius student. Ollivander beamed at Professor McGonagall, only to find her gaze oscillating between the candle and Lucien, seemingly oblivious to his commendation. The final transformation was a bird snake. McGonagall had long anticipated Lucien's aptitude for transfiguration, and witnessing him cast spells with the wand only solidified her conviction. Though it was merely instinctual magic, unstable and unsustainable, it underscored Lucien's potential. Moving forward, Lucien needed only to methodically study and train, continually absorbing knowledge of transfiguration spells. Whether it involved the transformation between objects, the metamorphosis of objects into living beings, or the transition among different species, even mastering the highest difficulty of Animagus. Professor McGonagall believed Lucien would ultimately master them all. Yet, why did it conclude as a bird snake? If it were merely a matter of appearance, it could be overlooked. But the ability to freely scale its body in accordance with the size of its surroundings undoubtedly indicated it was a bird snake. How could it be a magical creature? How could it possess such magical properties? The transfiguration performed by wizards can only yield ordinary animals and cannot transform into magical beings. Perhaps this was due to the innate magical energy dynamics of these magical creatures, fundamentally conflicting with that of wizards. For decades, Professor McGonagall had studied transfiguration, yet she had never witnessed anyone transform into a magical creature, not even exhibiting partial traits. Was this an unexplored avenue of transfiguration? But how could a mere child, new to the realm of magic, achieve such a feat? I should inquire with Dumbledore upon my return, McGonagall mused softly. Dumbledore, one of the foremost masters of transfiguration in the contemporary world, might possess insights into the implications of such a transformation. Calming her thoughts, Professor McGonagall smiled at Lucien. Lucien, you truly possess remarkable talent. I eagerly anticipate your performance at Hogwarts. Lucien tucked away his wand. I too look forward to your guidance. He glanced down at the panel. Magical power. Magical power serves as a significant measure of a wizard's strength. Why do certain pure-blood wizards discriminate against those of Muggle descent? Beyond the accumulation of family resources and the inherited knowledge of magic, pure-blood wizards often possess a more abundant reservoir of magical energy. In scenarios where both parties exhibit comparable magical prowess, the ability to cast more spells and endure longer naturally confers an advantage. However, I have now unlocked my magical potential, liberating myself from previous constraints. In both the rate of magical growth and the total volume of magic I will possess in the future, I shall undoubtedly outshine my contemporaries. Bidding farewell to Ollivander, I proceeded to the next shop. Observing Lucien's retreating figure, Ollivander silently mused. A legendary wand must surely have a legendary master. Today, entrusting the wand to that young boy marks a moment worth commemorating. I purchased a cauldron for potions class, a telescope for astronomy, and selected wizard robes at Madame Malkin's. Lucien then arrived at the magical pet shop, the magical menagerie. Upon entering, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. Ribbit, meow, are you looking to choose a magical pet? The shopkeeper, a woman with thick black-framed glasses, gently inquired of Lucien. He nodded, surveying the animals within the store. This one is too ugly. This one has quite a strong odor. Is that a cat? A Persian cat with long, ginger fur and an extravagant tail lounged in its cage, lazily glancing at Lucien. Its face was remarkably flat, as though it had been pressed against a wall. Lucien shook his head, wondering who might find such an oddly featured pet appealing. These pets all seem rather ordinary, lacking anything particularly special. Ding. Detecting host's need, applying for a loan. Congratulations. Host. Loan application successful. Loan, Chelan. Chapter 6. Loaning a pet, serendipitous encounter with Granger. Loan, Chelan, annual loan. Repayment period, 365 days. Loan content, acquire 1 Chelan. Loan task, use Philosopher's Stone to concoct a potion. Evaluation, Chelan, a symbol of auspiciousness in Eastern legend, wards off evil, breathes fire, traverses clouds, and defies the laws of space. Note, in the current world, those chosen by the Chelan are regarded as natural leaders. The Chelan, a creature of divine status. To possess such a pet is undoubtedly preferable to any round-faced, plump chicken or the likes of a hapless buffoon. The task at hand is to concoct a potion using the Philosopher's Stone, though the specific elixir remains unspecified. During the inaugural year at Hogwarts, one is afforded the opportunity to encounter the Philosopher's Stone. As long as I keep a watchful eye on that young Harry Potter, finding the stone should pose no challenge. I recall that Dumbledore has a penchant for prophecy. He must have orchestrated matters for Harry to acquire the stone. Is there a way to procure it beforehand? After all, utilizing the Philosopher's Stone for potion making necessitates research. May I inquire if there is a loan? Yes. Lucien promptly opted for acceptance. Given that it is also a student loan, he felt this task was significantly simpler than mastering Transfiguration flawlessly. Firstly, his knowledge of how to obtain the Philosopher's Stone already alleviated the task's greatest difficulty. Secondly, the task does not stipulate which specific potion must be brewed. This implies that concocting a remedy for the common cold with the stone is entirely feasible. However, such an approach would be somewhat wasteful. Perhaps I should first prepare a basic potion as a safeguard, and then repay the loan. Should conditions permit, I may then endeavor to brew more advanced potions. The Philosopher's Stone is reputed to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality. I wonder if it can be used to create related potions? Noticing that Lucien had yet to select a pet, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Do you not have a preference?" Lucien nodded. Indeed, there was no pet here that caught his fancy. Especially now that he had the divine creature, the Chelan. It seems prudent to delay the purchase, as not every young wizard possesses a pet in their first year. Now, let us proceed to the final destination you have long anticipated, Flourish and Blots. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Lucien's eyes sparkled with excitement. Flourish and Blots is renowned in the magical community for its vast array of spellbinding tomes. Very well, Professor. Within the confines of Flourish and Blots, Lucien meandered through the rows of bookshelves, frequently extracting volumes to tuck into his robes. Fundamentals of Transfiguration, an essential acquisition. First steps in potion identification, certainly useful. Purchase. A beginner's guide to spellcasting, a necessary addition. Buy it. He resolved to procure them all. As the stack of books in Lucien's arms grew ever higher, Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to remind him that a novice wizard typically does not require such a multitude of texts. Firstly, the volume of foundational magical knowledge is considerable enough to sustain a young wizard's studies for a year or even 2. Secondly, children of that age often possess a playful nature. To maintain concentration for 10 pages is a testament to their resolve, and the books would likely gather dust. Yet, contemplating Lucien's extraordinary talent, McGonagall surmised that he would indeed absorb these texts with remarkable speed. Lucien appeared to be a diligent student, sure to engage earnestly with his studies. Professor McGonagall cast another glance at Lucien's bulging coin pouch. After all, he was not lacking in funds. As the pile of books reached precarious heights, Lucien was compelled to tilt his head to view the shelf. A guide to the care of magical creatures? Just what I need. For I have a Chelan to tend to. I must acquire this knowledge. There remains but 1 volume. Purchase. Lucien extended his hand and grasped the book, only for a small hand to grasp the other side simultaneously. Ahem, this book was first in my possession. Could you kindly release your grip? A youthful yet somewhat imperious voice resounded beside Lucien. How delightful, a touch of courtesy, albeit just a hint. I am curious to see who dares to seize Lord Lucien's book. Lucien turned to gaze in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a pale-skinned little girl with a cascade of thick brown hair and a pair of brown eyes. However, what stood out most were her prominent front teeth, reminiscent of a small rabbit. She, too, clutched a stack of books, albeit not as tall as the one in Lucien's hands. Good day, young lady. May I inquire your name? Lucien offered a polite smile, a reflection of his upbringing. Nevertheless, his grip on the book did not waver. Captivated by Lucien's handsome visage, with deep, emerald green eyes that seemed to draw one's soul into their depths, the little girl felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Yet, She lifted her chin, her tone softening slightly. Hermione Granger. Who? Lucien was momentarily taken aback. He was certainly familiar with the name Hermione, the prominent figure among the trio of protagonists. How fortuitous to encounter a member of the main cast so swiftly. However, I recall Hermione being a delicate porcelain doll of a girl. Who was this one with the rabbit-like teeth? Could it be that this world is not bound by the cinematic portrayal, but rather rooted in the original novel? Or perhaps there exists a delightful blend of both. Noticing Lucien's silence as he stared at her, Hermione suddenly pressed her lips together and lowered her head, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, I apologize. You remind me of a friend, as you both have beautiful brown hair. I am Lucien Grafton. Upon hearing Lucien's words, Hermione quietly exhaled in relief. It appeared he was not fixating on her front teeth. He had merely complimented her hair. Hermione's grip on the book slackened momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lucien attempted to pull away the book, Fantastic Beasts, a Guide to Magical Creatures. Sensing the movement of the book, Hermione instinctively tightened her hold once more, and they found themselves in a standoff. Miss Granger, have you found a book that piques your interest? A short woman wearing a heavily patched hat approached Hermione from behind. Ah, Professor Sprout, I am still searching. Sprout, Lucien inquired, turning to regard the woman, who possessed flowing gray hair and was now looking kindly at the two young witches. Pomona? Professor McGonagall, having overheard, approached and recognized her colleague, Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House and herbology professor. What a coincidence, Minerva. Is this the young wizard you are guiding? Sprout nodded toward Lucien. Indeed, this is Lucien Grafton, a remarkably gifted young wizard. Sprout was taken aback by McGonagall's introduction. She had known her colleague for many years, noted for her strict teaching style, rarely offering such direct praise to an unregistered young wizard. Sprout looked back at Lucien, her eyes sparkling with warmth. It's evident you are a delightful child with a passion for reading. Seeing Lucien cradling an abundance of books, Sprout kindly reminded him. First-year wizards really need not purchase so many. One should also save some pocket money for themselves. Upon hearing this, Lucien displayed little reaction, for his purse was indeed heavy. However, Hermione stiffened, her grip on the magical creature's care guide loosening, having already spent a significant portion of her galleons. Her family was not extravagant enough to exchange gold for additional galleons. Observing her discomfort, Lucien promptly snatched the book from her hands and added it to his own collection. In the realm of knowledge, what was the merit of modesty? After all, does a maiden not find knowledge delectable? Chapter 7. The Chelan. At the checkout counter of the Leaky Cauldron bookstore, a long line of young witches and wizards awaited, primarily there to procure their textbooks for the new semester. As Lucien's turn approached, Hermione, standing behind him, bit her lip and inquired, Lucien, do you really think you can read all those books? Lucien turned his head slightly and shrugged. I suppose so. After all, once I finish these, school will commence. I can always head to the Hogwarts library. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. She was contemplating whether Lucien intended to read all those books within a year. Was he planning to finish them all before the term began, with only a month remaining? Gazing at Lucien's handsome profile, she sensed the earnestness in his expression, which did not seem like mere bravado. Just as Hermione was about to articulate her thoughts, it was time for Lucien to pay. He produced a handful of golden galleons and handed them to the clerk. As he scanned the pile of books, his gaze landed on the magical creature's care guide, and he added, if you wish to read it, I can lend it to you once school starts. Ah, thank you. Hermione nodded vigorously. As long as she could have access to books, she was content. The clerk swiftly counted the change, and Lucien, having gathered his books, departed. He did not linger for Hermione to complete her transaction or engage in idle chatter. Lucien was eager to return home and immerse himself in the knowledge contained within the pages. Moreover, he was excited to welcome his pet, the mythical Chelan. At the Grafton residence, Lucien gazed at an egg resting on his bed, lost in contemplation. The egg stood about half a meter tall, perfectly encircled by his arms. System. What is this? Where's my Chelan? Host, this is a Chelan egg. Lucien's lips twitched. System, are you certain that Chelans are eggborn? This method is more convenient, 00. Ignoring the system's playful tone, Lucien leaned in closer to examine the Chelan egg. How long would it take to hatch? After a few seconds of silence from the system, Lucien felt exasperated and reluctant to engage with its quips. 3, 2, 1. Crack, crack, crack. A fissure appeared on the surface of the eggshell, swiftly followed by numerous cracks spreading across it, accompanied by a rustling sound. The upper half of the eggshell shattered, revealing a small head peeking out. A pair of golden-red eyes gazed at Lucien, sparkling with clarity and brightness, as if looking upon a cherished companion. The young Chelan is adorned with a delicate layer of pale golden scales, its short horns yet to fully form. I am hungry. A tender voice echoed directly within Lucien's mind. Surprised, Lucien gazed at the young Chelan. A telepathic exchange? Is this a manifestation of the Chelan's innate abilities or a result of the system? I am hungry. The voice resounded again in Lucien's mind. coinciding with the slight movement of the Cheelan's mouth. Lucien promptly inquired of the system, "What does a Cheelan consume?" "Pure dew, the essence of flora." Dew is quite literal. Yet as night has fallen, Lucien finds it unattainable. What does the essence of flora encompass? Common vegetables and fruits? Herbal plants? All are included. The older the plant, the higher the quality, and the more potent the essence it contains. Without hesitation, Lucien exited his chamber and instructed a maid, Roxia, "Prepare some fruits and vegetables to be sent to my room. Also, bring some of the stored herbs." After issuing his commands, Lucien returned to his room and gently addressed the young Cheelan, "Just wait a moment longer." To Lucien's astonishment, the young Cheelan nodded, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like response. "Can you understand me?" he asked. "A little." The tender voice reverberated once more in his mind. Engaging in conversation for a while, Lucien discerned that the young Cheelan possessed an intellect akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, capable of expressing simple needs, yet lacking knowledge of the world due to its recent birth. In less than 10 minutes, the maid Roxia knocked on Lucien's door. Lucien stepped out and accepted 2 trays from her hands. One held an assortment of common vegetables and fruits, such as tomatoes, radishes, and apples. The other contained several herbs. Presenting the offerings before the young Cheelan, it leaned forward, sniffing each item in turn. With a deep inhalation, wisps of verdant essence emerged from the fruits and herbs, gradually entering the Cheelan's mouth and nostrils. Observing the Cheelan's peculiar method of feeding, Lucien inquired of the system, "What abilities do Cheelans possess?" "Manipulation of flames, cloud writing, telepathic communication, perception of other beings' benevolence and malice, remarkable resistance to magic, with only a few spells capable of harming a Cheelan. Cheelan blood possesses healing and longevity properties, making it an exceptional ingredient for potions. Innately capable of using phantasmal displacement, while simultaneously binding a certain area of space, rendering phantasmal displacement ineffective within that range." Lucien stroked his chin, marveling at the revelations. Truly, the Cheelan is a divine beast. Its abilities are not only diverse, but also immensely powerful. With the capacity to sense malice and a formidable resistance to magic, the Cheelan is inherently equipped to evade numerous calamities. Its ability to perform phantasmal displacement offers exceptional convenience for escape. Should it be employed for delivering messages, it would undoubtedly surpass the speed of common creatures. Moreover, as a divine beast, once matured, its combat prowess is certain to be formidable. Coupled with its ability to bind space in future confrontations, it could effectively sever the escape routes of adversaries. As for the blood of the Cheelan, which is said to possess the power to heal and prolong life, it caused Lucien to ponder deeply. According to the system's description, his Cheelan was markedly different from the native Cheelans of this world. He was uncertain whether the local wizards believed that the blood of their Cheelans bore similar miraculous properties. If the Cheelans of this world indeed held such capabilities, it would be prudent to conceal its existence until his own strength grew or until the young Cheelan matured, to avoid inciting unwelcome covetousness. The pursuit of knowledge through reading remained imperative. Lucien rubbed his forehead, casting a sideways glance at the stack of books on his desk. He lifted his wand and pointed it at the volume titled Guide to Magical Creature Care, which promptly soared into his grasp. Chapter 8. Dumbledore's Consideration. The Transfiguration of Magical Beasts. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall sat at the table, animatedly recounting details about Lucien. Opposite her sat a silver-haired elder, adorned with half-moon spectacles, his bright blue eyes glinting with interest, Albus Dumbledore. "Perhaps he is the most gifted child in Transfiguration I have ever encountered," he mused. "He is also quite studious, unlike many of his peers who tend to be mischievous." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's description, Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Minerva, if what you say is true, young Lucien indeed possesses remarkable talent, particularly in the realm of Transfiguration. It appears Hogwarts is about to welcome yet another exceptionally gifted student." Initially, Dumbledore felt a twinge of surprise. It was uncommon for McGonagall to speak so extensively about a student, especially one yet to enroll. However, having lived for over a century and taught at Hogwarts for many years, he had encountered a plethora of so-called prodigies. Some shone brilliantly in their respective fields, while others faded into obscurity. Thus, Dumbledore did not place excessive importance on this boy named Lucien. Moreover, with Harry set to enroll this year as the prophesied savior, Dumbledore's focus was primarily directed towards him. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a plate of cockroaches and 2 cups of honey water. Feeling parched from her lengthy discourse, McGonagall picked up the honey water and took a delicate sip. However, she grimaced and set it down after just one taste. "It's far too sweet. Furthermore, Albus, I observed Lucien employing transfiguration. In addition to the standard transformations, he astonishingly transformed into a magical creature, a bird snake." Leaning forward, McGonagall inquired of Dumbledore, "Have you ever witnessed such a transfiguration?" Upon hearing McGonagall's question, Dumbledore withdrew his hand from the plate of cockroaches and adjusted his spectacles. his expression growing serious. As a master of transfiguration, he understood the implications of her inquiry. The ability to transfigure into magical creatures was unprecedented. Dumbledore had never encountered such a phenomenon. Those who could swiftly master existing knowledge and innovate thereafter could be deemed geniuses. But what of those who displayed unknown talents from the outset that might transcend the very definition of genius? Dumbledore's expectations for Lucien have shifted, necessitating a re-evaluation. Minerva, I implore you to pay closer attention to Lucien in the future. Such a remarkably gifted student requires proper guidance. As a certain former student came to his mind, Dumbledore let out a gentle sigh. Very well, please write to Lucien and instruct him to refrain from delving into the transfiguration of magical creatures, as this is perilous. McGonagall nodded solemnly. A child of such exceptional talent must not be allowed to venture into reckless experimentation. She even contemplated whether she should make another visit to personally clarify matters with Lucien. At the Grafton residence, Lucien stood in his bedroom, wand raised in his right hand, while his left cradled a volume titled Encyclopedia of Beginner Spells. The wand pointed at a heap of ceramic shards on the floor, his wrist flicking delicately. With a whisper, the fragments reassembled into a complete teapot, the cracks gradually vanishing as if in reverse. Rather simple. Next, Lucien turned the pages of his book, absorbing new incantations. After merging with Loki's faceless essence, his proficiency in white magic had reached remarkable heights. Learning such elementary spells was undoubtedly effortless for him. The teapot would hover momentarily, then be cleansed of any surface blemishes before being summoned into his hand. A series of knocks drew Lucien's attention. He turned to the source of the sound. Outside the window perched a pure white owl, clutching a letter in its beak. Lucien refrained from approaching the window, opting instead to use his wand with a flick. Alohomora. The window opened with a soft creak, and the owl flapped its wings, soaring inside. Lucien glanced at his wand and chuckled softly. Magic is truly convenient. A single wand can accomplish so much. He accepted the letter delivered by the owl and opened it. Upon seeing the signature, Lucien raised an eyebrow. Professor McGonagall? Lucien Grafton, I have discussed your exceptional talents with Headmaster Dumbledore, particularly in the realm of transfiguration, having acquired numerous books. I trust you are embarking on the preliminary study of magical knowledge. You have likely dabbled in transfiguration. However, I must emphasize the utmost caution regarding the transfiguration of magical creatures. This practice is exceedingly dangerous and lacks clear precedent in the wizarding world. Should you wish to explore further knowledge of transfiguration, do not hesitate to seek me out upon your arrival at Hogwarts. I had intended to visit you personally to elaborate on these matters, but the preparations for new students are quite demanding. Nevertheless, I firmly believe you are not an impulsive child, prone to recklessly engaging in perilous activities. The letter was succinct, and Lucien quickly finished reading. In essence, it conveyed the danger of magical creature transfiguration and advised against any indiscriminate attempts. No clear precedent? A new direction for transfiguration? Lucien furrowed his brow. He certainly had not forgotten his obligation to repay the faceless Loki's loan. Mastering transfiguration flawlessly within a year would require not only the study of existing knowledge, but also the exploration of new realms within the art of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall mentioned that she and Dumbledore had conversed, indicating that Dumbledore, too, had not witnessed the transformation of magical creatures. This suggests that this realm of transfiguration remains largely unexplored. Should one delve into it, it could fulfill the requirements for the loan. However, the transformation that occurred, resulting in a creature resembling a hybrid of a bird and a serpent, was merely a manifestation of my instinctual magic, raising questions about its profundity. Lucien had already perused the guide to magical creatures, gaining a foundational understanding of these beings. He assessed that the creature he conjured in Ollivander's wand shop bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics and morphology of a bird serpent. Coupled with Professor McGonagall's recent admonitions, Lucien felt increasingly confident in his hypothesis. Raising his wand, he attuned his senses to the faint whispers of laughter emanating from within it. Loki, at present, I possess Loki's magical prowess, particularly in transfiguration, which has reached its zenith. Thus, it is highly probable that the magical creature I transformed into was influenced by Loki's inherent abilities. Magical creatures. Lucien pondered the bizarre offspring of Loki from mythological tales, the great wolf Fenrir, the world serpent Jormungandr, and the eight-legged horse Sleipnir. Could it be that these progeny were, in fact, conjured by Loki's transfiguration? Chapter 9, The Hogwarts Express. Lucien tucked away Professor McGonagall's letter. He had begun to glimpse the potential for pioneering a new direction in transfiguration, allowing him to see a path forward regarding the loan. Turning his head, he noticed the owl still present, meticulously preening its feathers. Sitting down at his desk, Lucien commenced his reply to Professor McGonagall. Professor, I am grateful for your guidance, and will heed your warnings without attempting otherwise. Given that Professor McGonagall had earnestly emphasized the perils of transforming magical creatures, Lucien was not foolish enough to rush into experimentation. One must eat their meals bite by bite and traverse their paths step by step. Lucien recognized that he must first master the foundational knowledge. With a robust understanding, he could then aspire to undertake genuinely innovative transformations. As long as he could develop a stable method for transforming magical creatures within a year, he would satisfy the conditions of the loan. The quill scratched across the parchment. Soon, he completed the letter, sealing it within an envelope, poised to deliver it to the owl perched at the window. Suddenly, a faint golden figure flitted through the window, diving straight toward the plump, white owl. Who? Startled, the owl began to hoot frantically, flapping its wings and darting about the room. Lucien, witnessing the commotion, could only wave his hand in resignation. Lu Guang, do not frighten it. The golden figure came to a halt, its golden red eyes blinking curiously at Lucien. Lucien beamed at the little Qilin, a smile gracing his lips. Lu Guang was the name he had bestowed upon the creature, signifying golden light, aptly reflecting its delicate golden scales. A cloud of auspicious mist swirled around its feet as Lu Guang gracefully floated to Lucien's side, affectionately nudging his cheek with its still-developing horn. Please, go calm that owl. I still require its assistance to deliver my message. Understanding the master's intent, Lu Guang turned toward the owl fluttering chaotically in the room. The little Qilin showed no signs of agitation, allowing the startled owl to gradually decelerate its flight before finally perching on the windowsill. Hooting softly, the owl tilted its head. Lu Guang gazed up at Lucien, seemingly awaiting praise. This was a manifestation of the Qilin's telepathic communication, capable of conveying intentions directly to other beings. Lu Guang extended goodwill and reassurance to the owl. And being a symbol of auspiciousness, Qilins are inherently benevolent towards other creatures. Thus, the owl soon regained its composure, gently ruffling Lu Guang's small head. Lucien remarked with a smile, "Well done." He casually handed the envelope to the owl by the window. Upon receiving the letter, the owl flapped its wings and soared away. On the morning of September 1st at 10 o'clock, Lucien arrived at King's Cross Station. This bustling hub of transportation in London was teeming with people. Navigating through the crowd, he made his way to the renowned Platform 9. Slowing his pace, he observed a figure who collided directly with the third pillar. Following suit, Lucien naturally bumped into the barrier, his entire being seamlessly passed through, transporting him to a new realm. The Hogwarts Express, a vintage steam train, awaited him silently, its whistle yet to sound as it stood still, for departure time had not yet arrived. Lucien was in no rush to board. He strolled along the platform, examining the magical locomotive. With its red engine and black carriages, it bore a striking resemblance to a mundane steam train. However, Lucien was acutely aware that it was an authentic alchemical creation, the Hogwarts Express perhaps being the most interacted magical product between wizards and the Muggle world. Surveying the platform, he noticed a throng of young witches and wizards bidding farewell to their parents. The older students appeared relatively at ease, having visited Hogwarts multiple times. In contrast, the first-year students, merely 11 years of age, wore expressions of worry and tearful eyes, as many were experiencing separation from their parents for the first time. About to enter an unfamiliar school and meet new classmates and teachers. Stepping onto the train, Lucien's lips curled into a smile. Hogwarts, here I come. He navigated through the compartments, selecting an unoccupied one to stow away his belongings. In truth, his luggage consisted only of a single suitcase. Yet, this was no ordinary suitcase. It was one he had procured from Diagon Alley, enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Its internal space was ample enough to accommodate all of Lucien's essentials and books. Of course, it could not compare to Newt Scamander's suitcase from Fantastic Beasts, which contained an entire miniature world housing countless magical creatures. He pondered the possibility of studying the undetectable extension charm further, contemplating whether he could modify his suitcase to expand its capacity. If he could summon a multitude of magical creatures during a battle, it would surely leave his opponents astounded. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lucien opened the suitcase and retrieved several books. With ample time ahead of him, he leaned against the window, leisurely immersing himself in his reading. Platform 9 3/4. Is it really meant to collide with a pillar? Hermione, burdened with a multitude of luggage, trudged through the carriage, breathless. Although she had arrived early at King's Cross Station, she spent a considerable amount of time searching for the platform. Had it not been for catching sight of a family colliding with a pillar between platforms 9 and 10, and then mysteriously vanishing, she would likely have wandered for much longer. In her haste, beads of sweat glistened on her brow, and her already tousled brown hair became even more disheveled. Passing by the compartments that were already filled to capacity, Hermione approached a firmly closed door. Taking a moment to steady her slightly labored breathing, she raised her hand and gently knocked. "Hello, is there any space available inside?" "Yes, please come in." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but Hermione paid it little mind. She merely wished to stow her luggage and sit down for a well-deserved rest. With a swift motion, she opened the door and peered inside. A young man reclined by the window, cradling a book in his hands. Sunlight streamed through the carriage window, illuminating his dark golden hair and casting a soft golden glow. Upon hearing the door open, his striking green eyes lifted from the pages to meet Hermione's gaze. "Oh, Miss Granger, what a coincidence." The handsome face bore a gentle smile, momentarily leaving Hermione speechless. The compartment fell into a tranquil silence for nearly a minute. "Ah, yes, Lucien. Quite the coincidence," Hermione finally managed to respond, her cheeks flushing slightly, though her fatigue rendered it less noticeable. She turned her head slightly and murmured, "May I sit inside?" Lucien raised his hand nonchalantly. Of course. Clearing his throat lightly, Hermione was about to pivot and manage her luggage when he uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." At the sound of the incantation, Hermione watched in astonishment as her baggage floated gracefully upward, making its way to the overhead rack with remarkable ease. "You have already mastered this spell." The young witch gazed in delight at Lucien, who held his wand aloft. True to her diligent nature, Hermione had spent her summer poring over numerous introductory tomes on magic, attempting to learn some very basic spells. However, the levitation charm he had just executed was not one she had anticipated mastering until her time at Hogwarts. To her surprise, Lucien had already acquired this skill. And judging by the seamless way her belongings glided through the air, his proficiency with the levitation spell must be quite advanced. Was he perhaps a so-called pure-blood wizard, with relatives imparting magical knowledge at home? Observing Lucien's demeanor, he appeared to possess an aristocratic air, as if he belonged to one of those esteemed pure-blood families mentioned in the books, though Grafton did not seem to be among them. "Oh, thank you for assisting me with my luggage," Hermione said, belatedly expressing her gratitude to Lucien. "It was merely an opportunity to practice a spell, no need for thanks." Lucien replied with a polite smile before he returned to his book. Seeing that Lucien had resumed his reading, Hermione settled quietly into the seat opposite him, refraining from intruding upon his concentration. Yet, only a few minutes passed before she found herself unable to endure the silence any longer. Hermione wished to emulate Lucien by retrieving her own book, but doing so would necessitate fetching her suitcase, which would undoubtedly create a commotion and disturb him. She was reluctant to trouble Lucien with the levitation spell once more. The books on the table are available for anyone to take. Lucien, without raising his head, continued to peruse the book in his hands. Hermione, still a child at heart, exhibited a somewhat amusing shyness, prompting Lucien to encourage her to take a book for herself. Upon hearing Lucien's permission, Hermione softly expressed her gratitude and reached for the first book atop the pile. Coincidentally, it was the one titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Chapter 10, The Trio Assembles. Knock, knock. Is there room inside? Upon hearing the knock and the inquiry, both Lucien and Hermione looked up from their reading. Before they could respond, the door swung open with a flourish. Two young boys stood at the threshold, one with tousled black hair, round glasses perched on his nose with a distinct crack, peering curiously at Lucien and Hermione with his bright green eyes. The other boy sported a mop of red hair, a prominent nose, and blue eyes, his freckled face matching his slender frame. The two boys exchanged glances, and it was the redhead who broke the silence. "Ahem, pardon the interruption, but all the other compartments are full. Would it be possible for us to join you here?" His expression was awkward, and his tone quite timid. At this question, Hermione refrained from speaking immediately. She felt content with just Lucien's company, finding their quietude rather pleasant and not wishing for it to be disrupted. Glancing at the two standing in the doorway, the bespectacled boy seemed relatively calm, yet the redhead gave off a rather boisterous vibe. Despite it being their first encounter, Hermione sensed a certain discord with the red-haired boy. Nevertheless, she turned to Lucien, seeking his opinion. However, Lucien was engrossed in observing the two boys at the door, a bemused smile gracing his lips, oblivious to Hermione's silent query. The boy with black hair and round glasses, paired with the green eyes, and the other with red hair and freckles. Ah, how serendipitous. Was this not the savior and his companion? The trio had indeed come together. It was an opportune moment for Lucien to assess them further, as he needed to keep a close watch on Harry, who would eventually lead him to the Philosopher's Stone for potion making. To repay his loan to the unicorn, Lucien intended to concoct a potion using the stone. The simplest way to locate it was to follow Harry's journey closely. Lucien was confident that old Dumbledore had everything arranged for Harry to secure the stone. Perhaps he could even motivate Harry to seek it sooner, allowing Lucien to commence his potion making and repay his debts in a timely manner. Just as Harry began to feel uneasy under Lucien's scrutiny, Lucien averted his gaze, his smile becoming more pronounced but still within the bounds of politeness. "Please, come in." At Lucien's invitation, Harry and Ron breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Hermione also rose to occupy a seat beside Lucien. Harry and Ron quickly stowed their belongings. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley," Ron introduced himself, ruffling his disheveled red hair. Lucien and Hermione greeted him in return, introducing themselves as well. The gazes of the last three individuals turned toward Harry, the seemingly frail and introverted boy, who was the only one yet to speak, feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. Harry had often experienced alienation and discrimination from his aunt's family and those around him. This was the first time he encountered so many kindred spirits, individuals like himself who possessed that peculiar ability known as magic. Adjusting his glasses, he mustered his courage. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Upon hearing Harry's name, Lucien merely nodded, having anticipated this moment. However, the reactions of Hermione and Ron were far more pronounced, particularly Ron's. You are Harry Potter. You are the boy who lived? Hermione, coming from a Muggle family, had only read a few books about the Wizarding World during the summer and was aware of Harry's significance. In contrast, Ron, bearing the surname Weasley, belonged to one of the esteemed pureblood families, and Harry's fame resonated profoundly with him. Do you really have that scar? Ron's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Harry. Harry nodded, lifting his fringe to reveal the slender lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. This revelation sent Ron into a frenzy of excitement as he began to recount various tales about Harry, many of which left Harry himself bewildered, entirely unaware of such stories. As Ron rambled on, Hermione rolled her eyes. She had initially found his enthusiasm amusing, but as the tales grew increasingly absurd, she yearned for the tranquility of a good book. This redhead is certainly quite loud. Just as Hermione contemplated interrupting Ron, a vendor approached the box's entrance. Would you children care for some snacks? Ron's eyes widened at the sight of the vendor's cart brimming with an array of treats, and he gulped. However, he turned away, rummaging through his pocket to produce an indistinct piece of food. He mumbled softly, "No, thank you, I brought my own." The Weasley family, though a venerable pure-blood lineage, was indeed struggling financially. With 5 older brothers, 3 of whom were still in school, and a younger sister, Ron's pocket money was quite limited. "I'll take some," Lucien interjected, producing several galleons and sickles to hand to the vendor. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. The amount Lucien casually offered exceeded his entire annual allowance. "Then, I'll have some too," Harry chimed in, pulling out a few galleons, which left Ron utterly flabbergasted. How can you not have even a single sickle or canute? Does he truly comprehend the value of galleons? Is the Potter family truly that affluent? Does selling shampoo yield such profit? In fact, Ron was not entirely mistaken. Selling shampoo was indeed lucrative, particularly given the exceptional quality of the Potter family's product, which effectively monopolized the wizarding market. With such a monopoly, how could they not profit? The primary reason, however, was that Harry was the sole heir of the Potter wealth, with the entire family's fortune concentrated in this one young lad's hands. Lucien and Harry effectively commandeered an entire cart of snacks. Gazing at the towering pile of treats on the table, Ron swallowed hard again. He truly desired to indulge, but he felt too embarrassed to ask for any. He resolved to enjoy the snacks he had brought himself. As Lucien spoke, he gracefully waved his wand, sending snacks flying towards Harry and his companions. After all, children are easily swayed. A little food and some fun can lead them astray. Establishing a good rapport with the trio would ensure that when they discovered clues related to the Philosopher's Stone, they would think of consulting him. Additionally, any progress they made could be monitored closely. To Ron's ears, Lucien's voice was almost celestial, especially with his generous distribution of treats, combined with his handsome features. He appeared as an angel, so much so that Ron instinctively overlooked the fact that Lucien had cast a spell with his wand, forgetting how rare it was for a novice wizard to master the levitation charm so skillfully. Harry also shared his snacks with Lucien and the others, but lacking magical prowess, he could only hand them out manually. Ron accepted the treats from Harry with thanks, yet he remained less moved than by Lucien's earlier generosity. Lucien opened a box of chocolate frogs. The moment the lid was lifted, the frog leaped up, eager for freedom. However, it was swiftly captured and devoured. Chewing on the delectable chocolate frog, Lucien flipped over the accompanying card. Each chocolate frog came with a card depicting various wizards and detailing their deeds and contributions. Glancing at the image on the card, he noted, "Ah, the old bat." Severus Snape's cold, profound eyes met Lucien's from beneath his greasy, straight black hair. TSK. Perhaps a shampoo is in order. Lucien smirked, pondering whether he could gift Snape a bottle of shampoo in the future. Turning the card over, he read about Snape's accomplishments, systematic improvements to the Veritaserum and enhancements in the extraction of dragon dung. Just then, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. A round-faced, stocky boy stood nervously at the door. "Have you seen my toad? His name is Trevor." Chapter 11, The Search for the Lost. Lucien and the others turned to the suddenly appearing boy, exchanging glances. "Is that your pet? Did it go missing on the train?" Hermione inquired. Although Miss Granger often spoke with an air of confident arrogance, she was nonetheless eager to help. However, upon hearing Hermione's question, the chubby boy hesitated, seemingly taken aback. It took him a few moments to respond, his voice slow and unsure. I'm Neville Longbottom. Trevor is my pet toad. I remember. Neville anxiously tugged at his blonde hair, his round face contorted with worry. "I'm sorry, I can't recall very well." I think I saw Trevor when we boarded. As he spoke, Neville's voice dwindled, and eventually, he lowered his head. His poor memory often led him to forget things. And now he couldn't even keep track of his own pet. Hearing Neville's words, Hermione felt a sense of helplessness. She wanted to assist, but Neville's clumsiness was overwhelming. He couldn't even remember when he lost his pet. Ron, sitting opposite, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his inability to help. Harry was willing to assist Neville in locating the toad, yet he hesitated to voice his intention, first glancing at others to gauge their decisions. He observed Lucien, who had already drawn a sleek, silver-black wand. His gaze lowered in contemplation. Lucien gently twirled the wand, his mind racing with thoughts. Neville, the future swordmaster of Gryffindor. His memory indeed faltered. The loss of the toad was not a significant matter, as it would eventually return on its own. What methods could be employed for the search? When faced with a problem, regardless of its complexity, Lucien instinctively pondered potential solutions. Maintaining an active mind was fundamental to acquiring knowledge. His first thought was the summoning charm. It was exceedingly convenient for finding lost items, particularly one's own belongings. Given the strong connection between the owner and the object, if the spell was cast successfully, one could almost wait for the item to return on its own. However, Lucien cast a sidelong glance at Neville, doubting that the boy had mastered the summoning charm. If I were to cast it, I would need to be acutely aware of the toad's physical characteristics to enhance the success rate. Would Neville's memory truly suffice to describe what Leaf looked like? With a mindset of attempting without any risk, Lucien still inquired. Ahem, Neville, could you describe Leaf's appearance? Upon hearing Lucien's question, Neville's eyes lit up, believing that this classmate was indeed going to help him find the toad. Leaf has very large, round eyes, yellow-brown skin, and a back covered in warts. Lucien chuckled, a smile of relief spreading across his face. While the description was not without merit, it was akin to saying that all toads in the world looked like that. It was quite possible that a single summoning charm could inadvertently summon other classmates' pet toads, leading to an awkward situation. Well, since the appearance was insufficient, he could emphasize during the casting that it was Neville's toad. The magic in this world is rather idealistic. It is fundamentally about belief. As long as a wizard's conviction is strong and their emotions are fervent, many spells can be significantly amplified. Why not give it a try? After all, it was an opportunity to practice magic. With thoughts validated and the ability to put them into practice, Lucien was naturally inclined to attempt it. Practice leads to true understanding. Without practice, one cannot claim to have genuinely mastered knowledge. With a shift in thought, Lucien's wand was already dancing in accordance with his intent. Leaf, come forth. As Lucien's voice resonated, fragmented exclamations floated in from outside the carriage. Merlin's beard, there's a flying toad. Ah, a flying toad. Is it a magical creature? Ribbit. Accompanied by a resounding croak, a yellow-brown toad soared directly into the carriage, ultimately landing before Lucien's wand. Taking a glance at the toad that spun gently in the air, Lucien turned to Neville. Look, is this your Leaf? Neville eagerly stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against the toad's belly. Leaf, Ribbit, Leaf, Leaf, Ribbit, Ribbit. With an expression of excitement, Neville cradled the toad in his hands. Yes, yes, this is Leaf. Witnessing the interaction between Neville and Lucien was indeed an enlightening experience for Harry and his companions. Lucien silently mused to himself, wondering why it had to include a voice-activated unlocking mechanism. Holding Neville in his hands, the gratitude in Neville's gaze was unmistakable as he looked at Lucien. Thank you. Thank you for helping me find Neville. May I ask your name? Lucien sheathed his wand. No need for thanks. Consider it a mere practice of the summoning charm. My name is Lucien Grafton. Neville nodded fervently, his excitement palpable. Oh, Lucien, thank you. I shall certainly remember you. He could hardly fathom the consequences had Lucien not aided him in locating Neville. His grandmother would have surely scolded him fiercely for losing a pet. By the way, your summoning charm was remarkable. My grandmother mentioned that summoning one's own belongings is quite straightforward, but conjuring unfamiliar items is significantly more challenging. Neville scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. My grandmother taught me the summoning charm, but I have yet to master it, and I would appreciate your assistance, Lucien. Lucien waved his hand dismissively, halting Neville's continued expressions of gratitude. Do not dwell on it. Simply practice the spell more frequently. After a bit more chatter, Neville even bowed deeply to Lucien before departing. Once Neville had left, Hermione and the others suddenly regarded Lucien with keen interest. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hermione finally inquired, Lucien, how did you perform that summoning charm just now? And did you learn such spells by studying on your own? However, before Lucien could respond, Ron interrupted Hermione's questioning. Ahem. Granger, it is quite difficult to learn spells solely through reading, and self-study cannot achieve the level of proficiency Lucien demonstrated. He confidently asserted that Lucien must have had exceptional wizarding elders to guide him. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare, her chin lifted slightly. Who says that learning spells from books is difficult? With that, Hermione drew her wand and aimed it at Harry, who was merely a bystander. With a gentle flick, She uttered the incantation. Instantly, Harry found himself astonished as he witnessed Hermione performing magic on him. As he instinctively recoiled, he realized that the crack in his glasses had vanished. Bewildered, Harry removed his glasses and examined them closely, confirming that they had indeed been repaired. Lucien observed Hermione's display with a subtle nod of approval. Truly, she was the epitome of a know-it-all, solidifying her reputation as a top student. Coming from a purely Muggle background, Hermione had mastered spells through self-study, and her innate talent and dedication were indeed commendable. The restoration spell proved to be incredibly useful. Anything damaged could be swiftly mended with a mere wave of a wand, instantly revitalizing it. One couldn't help but wonder if items in wizarding households were routinely repaired in such a manner, creating a cycle of sustainability where objects remained intact, thus eliminating the need for new purchases and stifling economic activity within the wizarding world. Chapter 12. Can we experiment on Crookshanks? The trio's astonishment. It must be the poor condition of my wand that caused the spell to fail. Is that so, Mr. Weasley? Then perhaps you should seek a refund from Ollivander. In the face of Hermione's taunts, Ron's face and ears flushed as red as his hair. He had just intended to showcase a spell, claiming he could transform his pet rat Scabbers into a yellow creature. Naturally, it was a dismal failure. The charm was merely a jest taught to him by his brother Fred. Scabbers was a rat, rather unkempt and missing a toe, currently burying its head in a snack wrapper, indulging in a feast. Oblivious to the fact that someone was observing it with keen interest, Lucien squinted his dark green eyes, leaning down to scrutinize the hairless rodent. This rat was, in truth, an animagus, Peter Pettigrew. He had been hiding at the Weasley residence for over a decade and had once been the pet of Ron's other brother, Percy. How curious that the Weasleys did not ponder how a mere rat could survive for so long. Lucien's thoughts drifted in another direction. Animagus, the pinnacle of transfiguration. Wizards could transform themselves into a particular animal while retaining their magical abilities. I must acquire knowledge in this area and successfully practice within a year. If I had a subject to observe, it would undoubtedly expedite my progress. Animagi are still far too few in number, at least. Very few are registered at the Ministry of Magic. As for Peter Pettigrew and the group associated with Harry's father, they were all unregistered illegal animagi. Professor McGonagall indeed possessed remarkable skills as an animagus. Lucien could seek her guidance for practice, but it would not allow for casual observation to dissect this form of transfiguration. However, Peter Pettigrew, or Scabbers, was different. He was not only an illegal animagus, but also the one who betrayed Sirius Black and sold out Harry's parents. Even if I were to conduct some observational experiments with him, who would I dare to seek assistance from? Who could I turn to for help? With this thought, Lucien involuntarily smiled, manipulating a piece of pumpkin pie to float before Scabbers. The rat glanced at the pie, then looked up at Lucien. For reasons unbeknownst to it, the seemingly benign smile sent a chill through Scabbers. Reluctantly, he began nibbling on the pumpkin pie, feeling that as a rat, refusing food would seem peculiar. Meanwhile, Harry, observing the quarrel between Hermione and Ron, caught sight of Lucien's spellcasting to feed the rat, and a flicker of envy surfaced in his eyes. Although referred to as the boy who lived, Harry had never formally engaged with magic. He could not even perform the simplest of spells. Having grown up in the household of Aunt Petunia, surrounded by muggles, who despised wizards and feared magic, no one had ever taught him the ways of sorcery. As for self-study through books, the mere sight of those magical tomes made Harry dizzy. The books Hagrid had purchased for him at Flourish and Blotts remained pristine, stuffed away in his suitcase. Thus, Harry felt a pang of envy towards Lucien and his friends. Envy towards Hermione's ability to learn magic through reading, and envy towards Ron, who had been raised in a wizarding family, with access to magic from a young age. Harry envied Lucien, admiring his remarkable proficiency in the use of magic. Although Harry himself lacked magical knowledge, he could discern Lucien's exceptional skills from Neville and the others' awestruck reactions. Despite their similar ages, Lucien effortlessly wielded magic with remarkable finesse. Lucien? Harry adjusted his glasses and leaned in to inquire softly. You seem exceptionally adept at casting spells. Did a wizarding relative teach you? Lucien, contemplating how to borrow Fong from Ron, casually responded, Oh, no, I come from a muggle family. I learned all that magic from reading books. Lucien's nonchalant admission left Harry momentarily speechless, and it caused Hermione and Ron, who were still in a heated debate, to pause as well. You come from a muggle background too? Hermione exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Lucien's effortless spellcasting had led Hermione to assume he hailed from a pure-blood lineage, or at the very least, had a knowledgeable wizarding ancestor to guide him. However, his revelation that he was also from a muggle family and had self-taught through literature was striking. This indicated a similarity to her own situation. Yet despite both practicing spells from books, the disparity in their abilities was stark. When Hermione used the restoration charm to fix Harry's glasses, she lacked complete confidence. Yet spurred on by Ron's taunts, her inherent pride compelled her to attempt it. Nonetheless, amidst her shock, Hermione felt an unexpected kinship with Lucien. After all, among the 4 young wizards present, Ron was a pure-blood descendant of the Sacred 28, and Harry's parents were both wizards. Hermione had previously thought she was the only one of Muggle descent. Through her readings on Wizarding Society, she had encountered the disdain some pure-bloods held for Muggle-born wizards. However, her proud disposition prevented her from feeling inferior, and she had diligently practiced spells from her books, managing to grasp the restoration charm, albeit with difficulty. Now, discovering that Lucien shared her Muggle heritage and had self-taught his magic through reading, Hermione's gaze toward him brightened, her friendliness and warmth becoming more apparent. Ron, on the other hand, was left in a state of disbelief, staring at Lucien in astonishment. You taught yourself magic? To achieve such proficiency entirely on your own? Ron, a Weasley with both parents being pure-blood wizards and 5 older brothers, had grown up in an environment steeped in magic. Thus, he understood the level of skill required to perform the summoning charm successfully, especially with unfamiliar or distant objects. If Lucien had received guidance from a wizarding elder, Ron could have comprehended it, but to claim he learned solely from books was bewildering. Among Ron's brothers were a dragon tamer, a goblin bank employee, and a head boy at Hogwarts, so he knew what true talent looked like. Lucien's situation, however, was perplexing. In contrast to Ron's complex expression, Harry's admiration for Lucien was straightforward, his gaze filled with awe. After all, Harry was unfamiliar with wizards and the intricacies of magic, yet he found Lucien's self-taught mastery of magic quite remarkable. He even felt a fleeting impulse to request Lucien to instruct him in the arcane arts. However, the thought that they had only just met a few hours prior, and that he would soon embark on his formal studies at Hogwarts, quelled this desire for the time being. Observing the reactions of the trio, Lucien felt a sense of satisfaction. It was not only essential to cultivate a good rapport with them, but also to establish a trustworthy persona in their eyes. Thus, when the trio eventually learned of the Philosopher's Stone and sought assistance in its pursuit, they would naturally think of him. Planning for early engagement with the Philosopher's Stone was one aspect. Ensuring he could ultimately locate the stone and utilize it for potion making was equally crucial. With a sharp, resonant steam whistle piercing the air, a voice called out, "Children, please don your wizarding robes promptly. You have arrived at Hogwarts." Chapter 13. The sorting ceremony. As Lucien disembarked from the train, he spotted a remarkably tall figure with a thick beard holding a lantern, bellowing in a booming voice, "First years. This way. Come along, don't be shy." Upon seeing this individual, Harry stepped forward and greeted him. "Hi, Hagrid." Hagrid lowered his head and smiled at Harry. "Hello, Harry. Are these children your new friends?" he inquired, surveying Lucien and the others standing beside Harry. Harry shyly nodded and replied softly, "We just met on the train." Hagrid beamed at the young wizards. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Now, children, follow me." Before long, Hagrid led the group of first-year wizards to a dark expanse known as the Black Lake. Across the lake, Lucien could already see the magnificent Hogwarts castle, a towering Gothic edifice, illuminated by twinkling lights against the night sky. This ancient structure, over 1,000 years old, radiated the mystery and enigma of magic. Lucien felt a surge of excitement. "Hogwarts, here I come. Children, 4 of you shall share a boat," Hagrid announced, before choosing a small boat for himself and guiding the young wizards forward. Lucien naturally led Harry and the others into a boat, trailing behind Hagrid. From the rear, Hagrid appeared as a small mountain, his boat's waterline dipping deeper than the combined weight of the 4 young wizards. The path they traversed was said to be the same route taken by Hogwarts' 4 founders upon their arrival. Each year, new students walked this path as part of a cherished tradition. "Hey, which house do you all want to join?" Ron whispered to Lucien and the others. Knowing that the others might not be familiar with Hogwarts' house system, Ron took the initiative to explain. Hogwarts has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Every wizard is sorted into one of the houses upon admission, each possessing its own unique characteristics. Upon finishing his words, Ron shook his head and spread his hands. "I don't know which house you all will be sorted into, but I am essentially a Gryffindor. All the Weasleys with red hair belong to Gryffindor, without exception." Harry refrained from voicing his thoughts. After listening to Ron's description, he felt a slight aversion towards Slytherin, yet found the other 3 houses acceptable. Feeling indifferent about which one he would join, Hermione, while smoothing her frizzy brown hair that had puffed up in the cold wind, remarked, "I believe Gryffindor is the best. After all, Dumbledore came from Gryffindor. Then perhaps Ravenclaw, as it seems to be a suitable place for learning," she added. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron scoffed slightly. "My brother says Ravenclaw is filled with a bunch of bookworms. It sounds rather dull." Hermione smirked, her lips curling in a hint of disdain. "Is that so? Perhaps someone lacks even the qualities needed for Ravenclaw." Ignoring Ron, whose face was quickly reddening, Hermione turned to Lucien and asked, "Lucien, which house do you wish to join?" "I don't have a particular preference. I can learn magic anywhere," he replied. Soon, the small boat reached the shore, and a group of young wizards followed Hagrid, gathering before a massive oak door. With a creak, The door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall, clad in a flowing emerald robe. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here. Hagrid indicated behind him. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take it from here. Children, follow me, she instructed. Professor McGonagall led the way through the doorway, and the young wizards followed in a single file. Inside the castle, in stark contrast to the darkness and chill outside, flaming torches lined the walls, and countless candles floated in midair, filling the space with brightness and warmth. Glancing up at the ceiling, they were astonished to see a dreamlike starry sky. Faced with this enchanting castle scene, many young wizards could not help but gasp in awe, their eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed around. The hall was adorned with several long tables arranged vertically, already filled with older students on either side. At the far end, a raised platform held another long table, where several professors sat, most of them regarding the new students with kind expressions. As they reached the steps, Professor McGonagall looked at the young wizards, her face serious as she spoke. I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Head of Gryffindor House. The young wizards fell silent. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, we will conduct the sorting ceremony, during which you will be assigned to different houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time at this school, this will be your home. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will receive the house cup. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished her speech, a hat beside her suddenly split open, and a raspy voice emerged. It's my turn, it's my turn. You may think I am not particularly attractive, but do not judge by appearances. You might belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within. You may belong to Hufflepuff, a house known for its integrity and loyalty. Listen. A tattered and patched gray-brown hat was singing with great enthusiasm, captivating the attention of many young witches and wizards. They were all curious as to why a hat would sing, yet no one truly paid attention to the lyrics, which were rather mundane. Once the sorting hat concluded its performance, it contentedly fell silent. Professor McGonagall lifted it up and retrieved a list of students. Those whose names were called stepped forward. Hannah Abbott. Lucien watched as this little girl, nicknamed the Iron Hat Queen, with her rosy complexion and 2 golden braids, was the first to approach the stage. Oh, how fitting, a transient sorting hat for a steadfast Hannah. McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop Hannah's head, and without much hesitation, it proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted in applause and cheers. The first student of the year was from their house, a promising omen indeed. Time for a celebratory feast. Hermione Granger. After taking a few deep breaths, Hermione ascended to the stage. When the hat was placed on her head, it deliberated for noticeably longer this time, though it fell silent in under 5 minutes. Gryffindor. Upon hearing this result, Ron leaned towards Harry and whispered, She mocked me for lacking Ravenclaw traits. Yet she herself did not get sorted into Ravenclaw. In truth, Ron's parents and brothers had informed him that the sorting hat classified students based on their most apparent and genuine traits. The longer the hat hesitated, the more attributes of various houses a student possessed. Thus, Ron understood that Hermione must have traits befitting Ravenclaw, but he merely wished to voice his annoyance. Harry did not respond to Ron, as Lucien was about to be called, and he too was eager to discover which house Lucien would join. Lucien Grafton. As Lucien stepped onto the stage, Professor McGonagall displayed an unusual smile. The sorting hat was placed upon Lucien's head, its mouth like slit tightly pursed, resembling 2 hollowed eye sockets that alternated in size. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes elapsed. As time went on, McGonagall's expression grew increasingly peculiar. During her own sorting, she had made the hat deliberate for a full 5 minutes, which was already considered lengthy, earning her the title of the Sorting Hat's Conundrum Student. However, Lucien's duration was rather excessive. The professors seated at the staff table exchanged astonished glances, for this was the longest they had ever witnessed a student take with the sorting hat. Dumbledore, seated at the center, clasped his hands together, and the glint in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses revealed a heightened interest in Lucien. The young witches and wizards, who had never waited so long, began to murmur anxiously. Could it be that the old hat is broken? Surely not. Can magical objects malfunction? It certainly appears so. Don't you think this hat looks absurdly worn? Harry, who had been intently observing Lucien, felt his eyes growing dry. He adjusted his glasses and blinked. Suddenly, those beautiful emerald-green almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Professor, the sorting hat is smoking. Chapter 14. The overloaded sorting hat. Which house will it choose? Indeed, the hat was emitting wisps of white smoke. Oh, by Merlin's beard, has the sorting hat finally malfunctioned? This is unfair. Why should future freshmen be spared from wearing this old, tattered hat? The older students reveled in the moment, occasionally voicing their unjust lamentations. Who was that first year to cause the sorting hat to crash? Alas, he appeared to be a rather handsome young lad. One wondered which house he would be sorted into. The freshmen awaiting their sorting were left bewildered. If the hat truly were broken, Which house would they be assigned to? Suddenly, a stout little wizard with a buzz cut turned pale, stammering, "Malfoy, does this mean we won't be sorted and will get expelled?" Beside him, a slender youth with light golden hair cast a derisive glance, retorting, "Crab, how could you ask such a foolish question? Have you forgotten who my father is? Draco Malfoy. His father Lucius being the current head of the Malfoy family and a board member at Hogwarts. Would the child of a board member not be permitted to attend this school?" Malfoy gazed at Lucius, who stood on the platform, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He had initially thought that only Harry Potter, the legendary boy, would catch his eye and qualify as a friend worthy of Draco Malfoy. Now, however, another remarkable figure had emerged. Lucien Grafton. Perhaps it was an opportunity to make his acquaintance. Yet Grafton? Was there such a pure-blood family? Professor McGonagall, having taught at Hogwarts for decades, was witnessing the Sorting Hat's unusual behavior for the first time. She turned to Dumbledore, seeking guidance on how to proceed. However, Dumbledore merely stroked his beard, smiling as he observed Lucien. Having lived for more than a century and spent most of his life at this school, he had encountered countless students, yet never had he met a young wizard who could leave the Sorting Hat perplexed for over 10 minutes without a resolution. The hat appeared to be nearing its limits, indeed a taxing ordeal for this ancient artifact. Initially, informed by McGonagall in advance, Dumbledore had already gained insight into Lucien's magical aptitude and was eager to meet this prodigy. However, before they could truly engage in conversation, Dumbledore had already noticed Lucien's uniqueness. The Sorting Hat was an ancient magical item previously used by Godric Gryffindor, imbued with the thoughts and wisdom of the four founders. It could directly perceive a young wizard's talents and qualities, identifying the most evident and pure aspects to discern the characteristics suitable for each house, thus determining the wizard's fate. Yet, the duration and complexity of Lucien's sorting left Dumbledore both astonished and delighted. This illustrates the remarkable richness of Lucien's qualities and his extraordinary talents. So much so that even the Sorting Hat hesitates to make a decision. Only those wizards with distinct characteristics and outstanding natural abilities can ascend higher and venture further. Dumbledore pondered whether he should inquire of the Sorting Hat about the exceptional talents and qualities that rendered Lucien so perplexing. Upon noticing McGonagall's questioning gaze, Dumbledore merely shook his head, signaling her not to worry. The focal point of all these glances was Lucien, who was in the realm of his mind, comforting the Sorting Hat. "Hat, do not be troubled. This is not a reflection of your inadequacy. Perhaps you are simply not in your best form today?" A somewhat ethereal Sorting Hat floated aimlessly in Lucien's mental landscape. "No, I shall never place a young wizard in the wrong house. Absolutely not." Lucien felt somewhat exasperated, wishing to jest about the Sorting Hat's supposed infallibility. For instance, how could a traitor, a coward, a filthy rat like Peter Pettigrew have been sorted into Gryffindor? However, Lucien restrained himself from provoking the Sorting Hat further, fearing it might entirely impair its ability to think. "Though of Muggle origin, your talents are unprecedented in my experience. Accompanied by ambition, the ambition to wield power." Slytherin. "No, that is incorrect. Your ambition is more accurately described as a thirst for knowledge, a pursuit of understanding. For in the realm of magic, knowledge is power." Ravenclaw. No. You possess an unwavering courage to explore the unknown. This steadfast quality is quintessentially Gryffindor. Lucien had ceased to engage with the Sorting Hat's ramblings, for there remained an issue. Your relentless pursuit of learning, your remarkable patience and diligence. Hufflepuff. Indeed. The Sorting Hat promptly negated its previous assertion. Lucien mused that if the Sorting Hat could conjure several duplicates, they would likely engage in a fierce dispute. Time is passing, and I have yet to finish today's reading. There are still spells left unpracticed. I cannot continue to dawdle with this hat. Ahem, let it be Ravenclaw. After listening to the Sorting Hat's lengthy discourse, coupled with Lucien's recollections of the original text, he comprehended the distinctive traits of the four houses. Gryffindor is the domain of brave lions, yet it also harbors a congregation of reckless individuals, and who knows how much trouble they might attract. Slytherin, with its cold, serpentine demeanor, is filled with cunning self-serving individuals, though it is not devoid of pure-blooded elitists who espouse bloodline superiority. Lucien could teach them that bloodlines are merely ornate embellishments in the face of true power. However, akin to Gryffindor, Lucien wished to avoid trouble as much as possible. He required time to learn and delve into magic, particularly Transfiguration, which he must master within a year. Thus, the remaining suitable choices were limited to two, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, both relatively understated, leaving the stage to the Lion and the Serpent. Hufflepuff, the most populous house, is represented by the unassuming and gentle Badger. Its students are generally kind-hearted, fostering a serene daily environment. However, Lucien finds himself more inclined towards Ravenclaw. This house, home to a flock of astute and wise eagles, has long since established a competitive nest. Lucien revels in this spirit of competition, striving not only to surpass others, but also to challenge himself. The pioneers ahead, the companions alongside, and the pursuers behind all contribute to a delightful tapestry of rivalry that pleases Lucien. The Sorting Hat fell silent for a moment, and after a brief pause, it finally proclaimed in a resounding voice, Ravenclaw. Chapter 15, Ravenclaw, the Feast. Ravenclaw. This time, it was the students of the Eagle House who erupted into applause and cheers for a newcomer. A previously unheard-of student who had caused the Sorting Hat considerable deliberation for over 10 minutes, now belonging to their esteemed house. Even some students from other houses joined in the celebration, as they too were witnesses to this momentous occasion. Many professors at the staff table turned their attention to Lucien, evidently intrigued by this young wizard. Even Dumbledore, rather than merely offering polite applause, clapped his hands enthusiastically, his crescent-shaped glasses revealing a glimmer of surprise and relaxation. To be candid, upon learning of Lucien's extraordinary magical talents, Dumbledore had harbored concerns about him being sorted into Slytherin. The Serpent House places great emphasis on talent and ambition. While not all Slytherins become malevolent, it cannot be denied that many dark wizards, including Death Eaters, hail from that house. Yet, Lucien's placement in Ravenclaw signifies his preference for learning and a focus on the mastery of knowledge. Returning the Sorting Hat to Professor McGonagall, Lucien made his way to the Ravenclaw table. As he approached, the cheers from the Eagles grew even more pronounced. Ravenclaw is characterized by a predominance of females, boasting the highest female-to-male ratio among the 4 houses. Many upperclassmen from Ravenclaw greeted him with radiant smiles. I just said this junior looks quite handsome, and up close, he is even more striking. One exclaimed, Come on, don't laugh so oddly. You might frighten him. In the face of such warm welcome from his fellow Ravenclaws, Lucien offered a polite smile and gently nodded. His dark golden hair shimmered like molten gold under the light, and his deep, pool-like emerald eyes sparkled with mirth. His smile was pure and dazzling, illuminating his handsome visage without reservation. Upon witnessing Lucien's smile, some girls momentarily froze, seemingly at a loss for how to react, while others quickly looked down to adjust their collars and tousle their hair before returning his gaze with bright smiles. A girl with golden hair and silver-rimmed glasses nudged her friend beside her. Hey, Sally, why don't you scoot over a bit and make some space? Her friend shot her a glance. You're graduating next year. What more do you want? As Lucien passed by, he feigned ignorance to their conversation and quickened his pace slightly. Lucien casually selected an empty seat and settled down. To his left sat a boy with short yellow hair, while to his right was an exceptionally beautiful Asian girl. Upon noticing Lucien's arrival, the girl merely offered him a gentle, albeit shy smile, refraining from initiating conversation. In contrast, the short-haired boy was quite amiable and immediately struck up a conversation with Lucien. Hi, Lucien. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Terry Boot, also a first-year student. Hello. Terry, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lucien replied. Terry grinned widely, his enthusiasm palpable. Haha, your performance was truly astonishing. I overheard the upperclassmen discussing how no student in Hogwarts history has ever left the Sorting Hat so perplexed. As Lucien and Terry engaged in light conversation, they both paid attention to the Sorting Hat, knowing that it would soon be Harry and Ron's turn. Perhaps my myriad of traits caused the Sorting Hat to struggle with its decision, Lucien mused. Struggle with its decision? Terry scratched his head, having never encountered such a term before, yet finding it rather fitting. Regardless of your other traits, Lucien, your most prominent quality is undoubtedly your intelligence. Terry puffed out his chest, seemingly proud to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat was now perched upon Harry's head, and the hall fell into a hush. All eyes fixed on him. Apart from Lucien, everyone was curious about which house the boy who lived would be placed in. After a moment of silence, the hat declared, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in jubilant cheers, the little lions celebrating fervently. The Weasley twins nearly leaped onto the table, exclaiming, We have Harry. Harry Potter. Harry received a warm welcome from Gryffindor, being swiftly ushered to a seat by a few boys. When it came to Ron's turn, as soon as the hat touched his fiery red hair, it proclaimed, Oh, another Weasley. I know just where to place you. Gryffindor. Ron completed the sorting ceremony almost perfunctorily. As he made his way to the Gryffindor table, his brothers, the Weasley twins, waved at him half-heartedly, lacking the enthusiasm they had shown for Harry. With a downer mouth, Ron sauntered over to sit beside Harry. Once all the new students had been sorted, Professor McGonagall lightly tapped her glass, the sound resonating throughout the hall. As silence enveloped the room, Dumbledore rose to his feet. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before we commence the feast, I shall share a few words. At this, some first years displayed expressions of dismay. Having arrived late and traversed the dark, chilly Black Lake, the young witches and wizards were already ravenous. Dumbledore's voice boomed as he began his speech. Fools, crybabies, scum, twist. He then promptly took his seat, and simultaneously, an abundance of food appeared on the long tables. Many first years were left bewildered, perplexed by the headmaster's earlier remarks and dazzled by the array of delectable dishes that had materialized before them. Beside them, the older students were accustomed to the scene, indulging heartily in their favorite dishes. Among all the first-year young wizards, it was indeed the Hufflepuff Badgers who reacted first. Almost as soon as they received their food, their cheeks puffed out with delight. Their innocent gazes seemed to convey a message. Why are you still sitting there? Eat. Terry had already stuffed his mouth with chicken nuggets, mashed potatoes, and fried fish, mumbling indistinctly. Rochelle, what did the headmaster's words mean? Lucien, methodically slicing his steak, responded casually. Who knows? Regardless, that was the most succinct and agreeable speech I've ever heard from a leader. Before my journey here, I must have endured countless speeches that were as tedious as an old lady's foot-binding cloth. I remember one time, we students stood on the playground, drenched in the rain, while the headmaster rambled on underneath the awning. Terry, choked and momentarily silenced, vigorously nodded in agreement with Lucien's point of view. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione poked listlessly at her food with a fork. She glanced over at Ron, who was devouring a large chicken leg, and Harry, who was deeply engrossed in his meal, and let out a resigned sigh. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Ron queried, oblivious, as he took another bite of chicken, seeing Ron's demeanor. Hermione raised her hand to cover her face and sighed heavily again. It's nothing, just envious of your appetites. Oh, Ron replied, resuming his battle with the chicken leg. Hermione occasionally glanced towards the Ravenclaw table, searching for Lucien's figure. Simultaneously, she noticed several Ravenclaw girls stealing glances at him. Some were unabashedly admiring Lucien's handsomeness. Sigh. It seems Ravenclaw is actually quite splendid. The atmosphere for studying is so much better there, and the dormitory offers a direct view of the starry sky. Chapter 16. Autumn arrives, the riddle of Ravenclaw. The young wizards were relishing their feast, engaging in cheerful conversations. The faculty members, too, exchanged a few words during their meal, fostering camaraderie among colleagues. Of course, this did not apply to a certain greasy-haired man. Snape took small bites of food, spending most of his time fixated on the Gryffindor table, specifically on Harry. Minerva, congratulations, that boy has joined your Gryffindor, Sprout remarked cheerfully to McGonagall. McGonagall gently set down her knife and fork. That child, it seems the Sorting Hat wanted to place him in Slytherin, she stated, shaking her head as if casually. But I heard Harry mumbling, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Upon hearing McGonagall's whispered words, Snape's face twitched violently, and he slowly spoke, his tone slightly frigid. He is not suited for Slytherin either. Immediately, Snape's gaze on Harry intensified, yet Harry never once looked towards the staff table. So Snape never caught sight of those emerald green eyes. While Snape remained withdrawn, McGonagall had already raised her glass to clink with Professor Flitwick. Phileas, I must also congratulate you. Ravenclaw has gained a fine student. Phileas Flitwick, the esteemed head of Ravenclaw and a master of charms. Oh, Minerva. Are you referring to that boy named Lucien? McGonagall nodded, taking a sip of her red wine. Indeed, I believe you will find this student quite remarkable. His talents are, shall we say, rather exceptional. At this point, McGonagall felt a pang of regret that Lucien had not been sorted into Gryffindor. Had he been placed in Gryffindor, perhaps decades later, the wizarding world would have been graced by another great wizard, an alumnus of that house. Flitwick was taken aback by McGonagall as commendation. He knew well the nature of his longtime colleague. Minerva would commend a student's diligence and appreciate their efforts, but rarely did she so openly praise a student's innate gifts. This indicated that Professor McGonagall not only acknowledged Lucien's academic approach, but also held a profound appreciation for his magical aptitude, piquing Flitwick's curiosity even further. Thank you, Minerva. I shall keep a closer eye on that boy. At that moment, Sprout turned her head and inquired, I just remembered. Isn't Lucien the student who bought a whole stack of books at the Leaky Cauldron that day? Yes, Pomona, McGonagall replied with a chuckle. A love for reading is indeed commendable. He is truly a Ravenclaw at heart. At the Ravenclaw table, Lucien had finished his meal and sipped his juice. He looked up to see Hermione glancing his way, and he raised his cup in a silent toast. Caught off guard, Hermione quickly lowered her head, raising her own juice in return. She then took a sip, concealing her rosy cheeks. Although at this distance, Lucien could not see her expression. To Lucien's right, an Asian girl was suddenly nudged by her roommate, who whispered in her ear, Hey, Cho, he is done eating. If you don't speak to him now, I will. The girl named Cho pushed her roommate away, her cheeks tinged with a blush. I know, stop rushing me. Rolling her eyes at her roommate, Cho turned to Lucien. Hello, Lucien, let me introduce myself. I'm Cho Chong, a year ahead of you. At Cho's introduction, a flicker of surprise crossed Lucien's eyes. This was Cho. She differed quite a bit from her cinematic portrayal. The Cho before him was a beautiful girl embodying typical Eastern charm, her cascading black hair accentuating her fair skin. A few freckles adorned her nose, adding a touch of playful cuteness rather than detracting from her beauty. Hello, Cho. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucien replied, offering a faultless, polite smile. Cho smiled back gently, revealing her pearly teeth. Since you just started, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Thank you, Lucien replied. Suddenly, Cho's roommate leapt onto her back, resting her chin on Cho's shoulder. Hey, younger student, are you interested in Quidditch? Let me tell you. Cho is not just a stunning beauty. She is also our house's seeker. Want to try joining the team? We're short on players. A faint blush crept across Cho's cheeks. Marietta, you can't just recruit someone the moment you meet them. Why don't you join the team yourself? Marietta pressed her cheek against the autumn breeze, nonchalantly inquiring, are you unaware of my grades in flying class? Besides, it is rather evident that boys excel in sports. Wouldn't you agree, Junior? With a playful wink directed at Lucien, she continued, Quidditch is indeed fascinating, though I have never had the opportunity to engage with it before. Lucien skillfully sidestepped Marietta's probing question, yet she appeared resolute in her pursuit. Interest is a wonderful thing. Quidditch is such an exhilarating game. If you wish to learn, you can always ask Cho to teach you. Marietta nudged Cho forward, bringing her closer to Lucien. In contrast, Lucien leaned back slightly, maintaining a courteous distance. Perhaps if the opportunity arises. Suddenly, the remnants of the banquet vanished in an instant, leaving the table pristine. Dumbledore's resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Children, the feast is nearing its conclusion, and I have a few announcements to make. First, the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to students. Second, as the young witches and wizards listened patiently to old Dumbledore's customary discourse, they were met with the usual platitudes. Now, to conclude the feast, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore raised his wand like a conductor's baton, and ethereal notes danced in the air, weaving through the assembly of students and faculty. Upon the conclusion of the chorus, Dumbledore even dabbed at the corner of his eye, a tear glistening there. Such scenes never fail to move me. Watching this unfold, Lucien couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He has lived for a century, yet his emotions remain so vibrant. But it makes sense. In this world, much of magic is profoundly tied to the wizard's emotions. Dumbledore himself professes that the most potent magic in existence is love. As the most formidable wizard of our time, it seems entirely fitting for old Dumbledore to possess such fervent feelings. Dumbledore declared the feast officially over, entrusting the first years to the respective heads of their houses, who would escort them back to the common room. The head of Ravenclaw, a tall young man named Robert Sherreed, with golden, curly locks and heavy black-rimmed glasses, exuded a cheerful demeanor rather than that of a typical bookworm. Welcome to Ravenclaw. Our house emblem is an eagle, soaring high in the sky. I do not exaggerate when I say that our house boasts the most intelligent witches and wizards. As Robert enthusiastically elaborated, the first years arrived at the western tower of Hogwarts. Ascending the spiral staircase to the very top, they were met by a bronze door knocker shaped like an eagle. As if sensing their approach, a mysterious, hollow voice suddenly emanated from the knocker. If 5 exceptionally clever wizards were to receive 100 galleons, how should they propose a distribution? The first wizard presents the allocation plan, and then the 5 vote. A majority is required for the proposal to pass, or else the proposer shall be cast into the dragon's lair. As the first wizard, how would you allocate the galleons to secure the maximum for yourself? Robert stepped forward and gently rapped on the knocker. Friends, behind this door lies our Ravenclaw common room. However, to gain entry, one must answer the questions posed. So, who among you wishes to give it a try? A group of young wizards began to whisper among themselves. Is it truly so troublesome to enter the Ravenclaw common room? If one cannot answer, would they not be forced to sleep outside? This dilemma, no matter the proposals presented by the first individual, would ultimately be dismissed by others, leaving them to face the dragon's flames, wouldn't it? Merlin socks, is it still possible for me to change houses? A timid young wizard spoke up. I wouldn't ask for a single galleon. I would give it all to others. If I could. The hollow voice from the door knocker echoed. Incorrect answer. The young wizard's face flushed with embarrassment as he stepped back. Another young wizard, sporting a buzz cut, stepped forward with a disdainful expression. This is simple. Just 4 bones to dust, and all galleons would belong to me, right? Silence fell over the crowd for a few moments. A voice emanated once more from the door knocker. Azkaban. Instantly, a circle of space cleared around the buzz-cut wizard. Lucien scrutinized this young lad from head to toe. He appeared to be a product of Gryffindor and Slytherin. How did he end up here? The Sorting Hat is truly unreliable. Robert shook his head with a chuckle, attempting to ease the tension. Haha, sometimes brute force is indeed the most straightforward solution. In the wizarding world, knowledge and power are often intertwined. Robert sensed that the question posed by the door knocker was rather challenging, certainly beyond the capabilities of these mere 11-year-olds. Thus, he turned to prepare a response, determined to lead his younger peers back. Just as Robert was about to speak, a male voice rang out from behind him. Grant the 5th wizard 2 galleons, and the 3rd wizard 1 galleon. The remaining 97 galleons are all mine. Upon hearing this answer, Robert was taken aback, eager to turn and see which junior had spoken. The door to the common room began to slowly open. The hollow voice from the knocker declared, May your wisdom shine like the stars. Chapter 17, The Dormitory. Robert stood before the ajar door, adjusting his black-framed glasses as he surveyed the young wizards, calmly inquiring, May I ask who answered just now? It was Lucien, Terry exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand as if he were the one who had answered correctly. This outburst redirected everyone's attention to Lucien. Under the curious and astonished gazes of the crowd, Lucien maintained his composure, exuding calmness. Robert adjusted his glasses and suddenly gave Lucien a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. That question, I suspect even some third and fourth years would struggle to answer, yet here you are. The Sorting Hat made the right choice assigning you to Ravenclaw. What did I just say? The Eagle House boasts the most brilliant wizards. With that, Robert proudly lifted his chin, causing his golden wool curls to tremble. Now, let us proceed into the Ravenclaw common room, which will be your home for the next 7 years. Following Robert into the common room, Lucien was greeted by a scene of brilliance and enchantment. The surrounding windows glimmered with starlight, while the ceiling displayed a constantly shifting celestial map. Even the carpet was adorned with twinkling stars. This spacious circular chamber was draped in the Ravenclaw house colors of blue and bronze silk. Older students gathered in corners and on sofas, engrossed in discussions about their coursework or practicing spells. Lucien approached an arched window, discovering a breathtaking view that overlooked the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the greenhouses, and the Quidditch pitch. Truly befitting of the House of Eagles. The common room was perched atop the tower, offering an expansive and serene vista, ideal for study. Indeed, choosing Ravenclaw was a wise decision. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this statue. Robert raised his arm, directing the young witches and wizards' attention to the grand white marble figure at the center of the common room. It depicted a beautiful, yet somewhat stern lady. Although merely a statue, Lucien felt as though her eyes held a certain vitality, as if she were scrutinizing and encouraging the students before her. This is our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw. As everyone admired the statue and listened to Robert's account of her life, Terry leaned closer to Lucien and whispered, "Hey, Lucien, how did you solve that problem earlier?" Lucien turned his head slightly towards Terry and quietly suggested, "The premise is that all 5 wizards are exceedingly intelligent. You might try working backwards, starting from the 5th wizard." Upon hearing Lucien's hint, Terry lowered his head in contemplation. Those sorted into Ravenclaw are all ardent learners, eager for knowledge, and Terry was no exception, determined to apply Lucien's advice to unravel the puzzle. Today's introduction concludes here. This is your room number. Please take note of it. If you have any questions, feel free to visit me in room 108. Robert waved his wand, and dozens of notes floated from his pocket, drifting towards each young wizard. Observing Robert's effortless silent spellcasting, Lucien raised an eyebrow. Indeed, those who attain the position of Ravenclaw prefect possess remarkable skill. Lucien, which dormitory are you in? I'm in 226, Terry replied, presenting his own note to Lucien. How coincidental. I'm also in 226. That's splendid. What a coincidence. They both laughed heartily. Ascending a flight of stairs, they arrived at their dormitory, finding their luggage already placed beside their respective beds. Tucked within the tower, the Ravenclaw common room was the smallest among the 4 houses and the only one featuring bunk beds. Each bed was adorned with deep blue curtains, allowing for a personal space when drawn closed. Terry curiously wandered around the dormitory. Hey Lucien, our room is a double, though it is a bit snug. Lucien nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the double room was relatively compact, the fewer occupants ensured a tranquil atmosphere. Lucien, you choose first, top bunk or bottom bunk. I'll take the top bunk. Certainly, I have no objections. I happen to prefer the lower bunk for its convenience. With that, Terry leaped onto the bottom bunk, relishing the softness of the mattress. Resting his head back, he gazed up at the wooden planks above. It seems our school has an abundance of girls and very few boys, which is why we've been assigned to such a small dormitory. Sigh. Having so many girls around feels rather bothersome. I can't relate to them at all. What will I do in the coming years? Hearing Terry's quintessential boyish lament, Lucien cast a sidelong glance at him. Who knows, in a few years, you might find yourself kissing the Sorting Hat in gratitude for placing you in a house teeming with girls. He mused that it would be amusing if some magical artifact could capture that moment and replay it for him in the future. Alas, it appeared that Hogwarts was under the influence of ancient magic, rendering Muggle electronic devices useless here. Lucien surveyed the bunk beds, acknowledging that they were far inferior to the spacious bed at home, yet he was accustomed to such arrangements. After all, prior to his journey here, he had lived in dormitories with 6 or 8 beds, complete with bunk beds. This was a magical realm. A mere bed was a trivial matter. Later, he could learn the silencing charm to expand his sleeping space. Perhaps he could consult Professor Flitwick, one of the foremost charm masters and also his head of house. He would surely oblige. Once they had organized their belongings and refreshed themselves, Terry donned his pajamas and flopped onto his bed. Lucien, aren't you going to sleep? We have classes tomorrow morning, it seems. Lucien, seated by the window and illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp and starlight, was engrossed in a tome entitled A Compendium of Common Potions. Just a bit more reading before I retire. Observing Lucien's focused demeanor, Terry whispered, You're working too hard. To be honest, The thought of learning magic tomorrow has me so exhilarated that I can scarcely sleep, let alone read. Lucien shook his head. It's quite all right. Reading has become a habit for me, and it helps me unwind. Oh, by the way, Lucien, I'm still puzzled by the galleon problem. Could you help me understand it? Lucien continued to peruse his book and began to elucidate. Consider the fifth wizard, regardless of the proposal presented by the fourth. He would reject it, hoarding the galleons for himself. Thus, we proceed from the fourth to the third wizard. Chapter 18, Growth Loans. This is essentially a problem of game theory. If you're interested, you might explore some relevant Muggle literature. However, no response came from Terry. Only the gentle rhythm of his breathing. He had already succumbed to slumber, as children of his age often did after a long day of adventures. Lucien closed his book and turned to the window, which offered a view of the Forbidden Forest. The forest, adjacent to Hogwarts, was home to a plethora of magical creatures. There were thestrals, visible only to those who had witnessed death, enormous acromantulas, unicorns, known for their healing properties, and centaurs, skilled in divination. In my future studies, I intend to delve into the field of transfiguration concerning magical creatures, and I will undoubtedly need to observe these wondrous beings. The Forbidden Forest seems an excellent place for such endeavors. However, it is imperative to prioritize one's own safety first. The curse is one aspect. And the corresponding potions also require preparation, especially for the travels between the castle and the Forbidden Forest. Turning to glance at Terry, who lay soundly asleep on the bed, Lucien resumed his gaze towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Lu Guang, a pale golden figure materialized directly before Lucien. The little Qilin joyfully leaped in the air. Having been cooped up all day, Lucien had kept it in the system's pet space, which, according to the system, contained mountains and rivers. Yet with only the little Qilin as a living creature, it was undoubtedly prone to boredom and impatience. Gently stroking Lu Guang's head, Lucien began to ponder. Qilins are innately capable of using apparition, making them an essential means of transportation for quick escapes. However, he couldn't quite recall whether the use of such magic was prohibited within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. With this thought in mind, Lucien directly conveyed a thought to the little Qilin. Let us see if you can still use apparition. The innate ability for mental communication enabled Lu Guang to grasp his master's intent effortlessly. In an instant, the little Qilin's form vanished before Lucien's eyes. Before he could even blink, it reappeared. Master, I did it. A childlike voice resonated in Lucien's mind. A smile spread across Lucien's face, his eyes gleaming with delight. Excellent. By the way, where did you just go? Once again, a youthful voice echoed in his mind. Home. Lucien nodded, rubbing the little Qilin's head in approval. Indeed. There are likely restrictions within the castle. Otherwise, a school nurturing the future of British wizards would allow nefarious individuals to enter and exit freely using apparition. Lucien trusted that the four founders of the school, those legendary wizards of their time, would have surely considered such safety concerns. It seemed that the Qilin's innate magic fundamentally differed from that of wizards. After all, the magical world is replete with wondrous creatures, each possessing their unique racial gifts. And wizards have yet to fully decipher their magical capabilities. Moreover, Lu Guang was not the local breed of Qilin, but rather belonged to the esteemed class of true divine beasts. It was reasonable that it would not be constrained by Hogwarts regulations. Reflecting on the little Qilin's use of apparition, Lucien noted that its disappearance was entirely unlike the toilet flush-like vanishing of wizards. The little Qilin seemed to merge seamlessly into the space around it. The entire process natural and swift. Indeed, wizards and magical creatures wield magic quite differently. Looking down at the little Qilin, he noticed its golden red eyes fixated on him. And its forehead was yet to sprout the short horns, merely exhibiting two slight bulges. Lu Guang was still too young, even as a divine beast. Its self-protection capabilities in its juvenile stage were somewhat lacking. Lucien felt uneasy allowing it to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. With this in mind, Lucien communicated with the system through thought. System, is there a way to enhance the little Qilin's strength? Yes, host, there are indeed methods. I possess 9 different approaches. How should I express it? It seems that after coming into contact with the magical realm, this system has become remarkably more vibrant. Oh, let me mention the most useful option. Very well, the system recommends Pet Growth Loan. This loan comes in 2 forms, enabling pets to swiftly reach their growth phase, monthly loan, or to rapidly attain maturity, annual loan. Note, pets in their growth phase have begun to awaken the innate talents of their respective species. Those in maturity have fully mastered their abilities and will awaken unique talents that are exclusive to the individual. Lucien stroked his chin and glanced at the little Qilin. What level of brilliance does a pet in its growth phase possess? Does this rapid maturation carry any adverse effects for the pet? What are the tasks associated with the monthly and annual loans? In response to Lucien's trio of inquiries, the system swiftly provided answers. A Qilin in its early growth phase is comparable to an exceptional auror among wizards, yet it far surpasses peers in the realm of innate magical abilities. There are no adverse effects. only that the pet needs to rest in the space for a week. After all, this is a product of our system. Monthly loan. Observe and document the abilities, characteristics, and habits of 5 magical creatures over a period of 30 days. Annual loan. Observe and document the abilities, characteristics, and habits of all magical creatures, including both known and unknown species, over a span of 365 days. Ignoring the system's playful interjections, Lucien furrowed his brow and asked, "Is a divine beast in its early growth phase merely equivalent to an exceptional aura?" Although the system indicated that it surpassed the mundane in the domain of innate magic, Lucien still felt it fell short of his expectations. The growth phase is the most pronounced and swift period of transformation for divine beasts, with a substantial difference between the initial and final stages. A divine beast approaching maturity is already infinitely close to the level of legendary human wizards. Hearing the system's clarification, Lucien gradually relaxed his brow and nodded. That seemed somewhat reasonable. A Qilin in its growth phase would possess the ability for self-preservation. As long as it did not recklessly confront the perilous creatures of the Forbidden Forest, safeguarding itself should pose no problem. Recording the abilities of 5 magical creatures within a month was manageable, especially since there were no specific species requirements. He could prioritize seeking out those in the Forbidden Forest that posed minimal danger and were easier to approach. As for the annual loan that could propel Liuguang directly into maturity, Lucien cast a glance and dismissed it from consideration. The annual loan required documentation of all magical creatures' information, a feat that was entirely beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, unlike mastering Transfiguration perfectly or concocting potions using magical stones, tasks he could manage while at Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest did not harbor every magical creature. And with the inclusion of both known and unknown species specified, repaying such a loan would necessitate a global expedition. Enrolling in Hogwarts to become a magical creature expert? The little Qilin would also need to sleep for a week. During this time, he should diligently practice practical spells and prepare additional potions as a safeguard. System. I wish to apply for the Pet Growth Monthly Loan. I hope the host enjoys repaying this loan. Loan. Rapid Pet Growth. Monthly Loan. Repayment period. 30 days. Loan content. To enable the pet to preliminarily reach its growth phase. Loan task. Observe and record the abilities, characteristics, and habits of 5 magical creatures. Evaluation. Keep going. This is your first step towards surpassing Newt Scamander. Upon seeing the system's evaluation, Lucien smiled gently. How did it come to reference that introverted magical creature expert? He glanced at the starlit sky outside, realizing it was time to rest. Lucien patted the little Qilin on its head. Good night. In the dead of night. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore approached the shelf where the sorting hat was placed. Old friend, would you care to converse with me about that young lad, Lucien? Chapter 19, Dumbledore's Inquiry, the Portrait of the Headmaster. Old friend, would you care to converse with me about that young lad, Lucien? Dumbledore inquired cheerfully of the sorting hat. The sorting hat shifted its eye sockets, glancing at the bearded old man, and with a crooked smile, responded, not interested. This abrupt refusal caused Dumbledore's smile to falter. After a moment, the elderly man awkwardly shook his head. I simply wish to understand what characteristics Lucien possesses that leave you so conflicted. In response to Dumbledore's question, the sorting hat wobbled its pointed tip. Young man, how long have you been the headmaster of Hogwarts? Faced with this unrelated question from the sorting hat, Dumbledore remained unperturbed and began to reminisce. I took office in 56, which means this year marks 35 years. Oh. The sorting hat merely acknowledged with a brief sound and fell silent again. Dumbledore found it perplexing why the hat seemed in such a peculiar mood today. Could it truly be influenced by Lucien's sorting dilemma? In these 35 years, why had it never once cleaned itself for him? The sorting hat's sudden accusation left Dumbledore somewhat bewildered. What? Sensing the old man's confusion, the sorting hat appeared even more irate, chattering on. Oh, Merlin's hat. I can hardly recall the last time I was properly cleaned. Each one of you headmasters and professors only remembers me during the annual new student enrollment, then tosses me back on the shelf. I can always sense the disdain of the little wizards towards me. I am undoubtedly the wisest hat in this world. How can I be treated in such a manner? The more Dumbledore listened to the hat's grievances, the more perplexed he became. Previously, the sorting hat had remained silent in its corner, occasionally humming a tune for the upcoming ceremony. Why was it that after this year's sorting, the hat seemed so much more animated? What was different this year? Perhaps it was Lucien's historic sorting that lasted over 10 minutes. Dumbledore couldn't help but stroke his beard, his gaze toward the sorting hat growing increasingly peculiar. Could it truly be malfunctioning? Young man, what are you staring at? You wish to inquire about Lucien? First, give me a thorough cleaning. Several minutes later, Dumbledore sat at his desk, holding a small brush and meticulously cleaning the sorting hat. Yes, indeed, right there. Apply a bit more pressure. Use some warm water. Stains are not removed in such a manner. Can you believe it? A person over 100 years old, unable to brush a hat properly? The sorting hat, while relishing the meticulous care of the greatest wizard of the century, could not help but critique his technique. Surprisingly, Dumbledore remained unfazed, even smiling. The Sorting Hat insisted that magic should not be employed in its cleaning, demanding a hand-brushed approach. However, to Dumbledore, it was merely a novel experience worth trying. Now, my old friend, can we discuss Lucien? The Sorting Hat, squinting in enjoyment of the cleansing, nonchalantly replied, certainly. He is well suited for Ravenclaw. It is evident. Is there more? He also fits in Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore couldn't suppress a sigh. Yet another with exceptional talent. Coupled with hidden ambitions? Oh, he is also suitable for Hufflepuff? Dumbledore nearly let out a sigh of resignation, but managed to hold it back. Are you certain? The Sorting Hat tilted its point. Of course, how could I possibly make a mistake? Furthermore, he would do just fine in Gryffindor as well. Dumbledore paused with his brush, beginning to doubt the hat's reliability, suspecting it might be malfunctioning due to age. Why the pause? Well, to be honest, this is the first time I have encountered a young wizard possessing such a plethora of qualities that fit all four houses. Dumbledore resumed his cleaning motion, continuing, so why? In the end, Ravenclaw? The Sorting Hat shrugged its brim and replied cheerfully, because he believes, oh no, I believe that the pursuit of wisdom and a thirst for knowledge define Lucien's essence. In the magical realm, knowledge is tantamount to power. And throughout his quest for understanding, he has exhibited diligence, effort, courage, and unwavering resolve, all of which are glaringly apparent. Dumbledore nodded, applying a bit more pressure with his brush, though feeling considerably more at ease. Thank you. It seems Lucien will be a fine student. By the way, did you assess in which areas Lucien particularly excels? However, before the Sorting Hat could respond, a portrait in the headmaster's office interrupted with a sharp voice. Listening to your chatter has kept me awake for ages. Since he was not sorted into Slytherin, I reckon Lucien's talents are rather mediocre. This voice, piercing and arrogant, was quite irksome. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, reluctant to engage with the exceedingly elitist former headmaster. Yet, someone else was already responding. Another portrait, depicting a formidable figure, came to life, its robust voice booming. Phineas, I long to silence your vexatious tongue. Slytherin, have some dignity. Huh, Morgan, I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. You reckless lion. Phineas stroked his small mustache, speaking disdainfully. During my tenure as headmaster, I had little fondness for those Ravenclaw students, perpetually pursuing their own knowledge and always believing themselves to be in the right. Phineas, are you eager to weigh the value of knowledge once more? A portrait of a beautiful and graceful lady has also come to life, her demeanor serene behind a pair of silver-framed glasses. Yet, in her hands, she clutches a hefty tome, capable of rendering one unconscious if struck upon the back of the head. Dumbledore listened to the portraits of former headmasters disputing animatedly, helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose. Phineas Black, the unfortunate holder of the title of Hogwarts' least popular headmaster. Enough of your shouting, Black Scion, he interjected. Compared to Lucien, your talent resembles that of a troll's brain, best viewed through a magnifying glass. The Sorting Hat's mocking remark abruptly silenced the quarrel among the portraits. Chuckles erupted, a troll's brain. How astute the Sorting Hat is. Why didn't I notice this back in my day? Phineas, do chime in if you've heard. The headmaster portraits laughed, particularly the Gryffindor alumni who found the jest most amusing. Even the portraits from Slytherin joined in the mirth, as they too perceived Phineas's absurdity. His indifference to the education of students was glaring, and it was unclear what he truly valued. Dumbledore, though quiet, concealed a smile behind his ample white beard. The Sorting Hat, noticing Dumbledore's brush had once again paused, exclaimed, "What are you chuckling about? Lucien's gifts surpass yours by far." Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's candid assertion that Lucien's innate abilities even exceeded Dumbledore's, the laughter among the portraits ceased, replaced by solemnity. Every wizard who ascended to the position of Hogwarts headmaster was a remarkable figure of their time, distinguished by notable achievements in various fields. Hence, they were acutely aware of Dumbledore's formidable prowess, a seemingly affable old man with a grand beard. Yet now, the Sorting Hat had unequivocally declared that Lucien's talents eclipsed even his. What did this signify? Even Phineas quelled his haughty demeanor, staring at the Sorting Hat in silence. It was Dumbledore who ultimately shattered the silence, inquiring with a friendly smile, "What specific talents are you referring to? Curious, are you? You must prepare a glass display case for me, prominently placed in the room," the Sorting Hat replied. Dumbledore did not hesitate to acquiesce. "No problem." The Sorting Hat, satisfied, flicked its tip. "In Transfiguration, he far surpasses you." Dumbledore nodded knowingly, having already gleaned this information from McGonagall. The revelation that Lucien's aptitude in Transfiguration exceeded his own was no surprise. With the Sorting Hat's needs met, its mood appeared buoyant. Providing further insights, at least in the realm of Transfiguration, Lucien's potential is the finest I have ever encountered, bar none. Silence enveloped the entire headmaster's office, an absolute stillness. Dumbledore, too, restrained his smile, contemplating the implications of the Sorting Hat's evaluation. Despite being ignored, the Sorting Hat continued its narration. You see, I have existed for over a millennium, having encountered countless wizards. It is my first time meeting someone like Lucien. Ah, Albus, remember to nurture him well. Hogwarts shall rise to greatness once more. Why so silent? Surely you do not believe that Lucien's sole talent lies in Transfiguration? His aptitude for white magic is comparable to yours, Albus, perhaps even slightly superior, though still limited. Having regained his composure, Dumbledore casually inquired, and what of dark magic? Oh, he surpasses you by a significant margin. Dumbledore's gaze instantly darkened. The world reveres him as the mightiest wizard of this century, even bestowing upon him the more venerable title of the White Lord. Yet, Dumbledore possesses remarkable talent in the realm of dark magic as well. Without an extraordinary understanding of dark magic, how could he have defeated the first Dark Lord and instilled fear in the second? Dark magic. Dumbledore sighed deeply. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance rise within him. Yet perhaps it was this very vigilance that had deprived the world of a student named Tom, while giving rise to a dark wizard known as Voldemort. He could not allow the potential for dark magic to cause him to regard a mere child with suspicion. Moreover, Lucien had ultimately chosen Ravenclaw. His nature was driven not by ambition, but by something more profound. With a newfound sense of clarity, Dumbledore rose and approached the window, gazing at the dimming starlight. Genius requires guidance, not suppression. A conversation with Lucien is in order. The soft morning light filtered into the dormitory. Lucien was already awake, tending to his morning routine while accessing the system panel. White magic, dark magic, defense, transfiguration, potions, alchemy, magical power, outstanding loans. Loki's faceless, 335 days. Chelan, 335 days. Pet growth, 29 days. Tasks, perfect mastery of transfiguration. Concoct a potion using the Philosopher's Stone. Document 5 magical creatures. As Lucien brushed his teeth, he contemplated his recent objectives. Mastery of transfiguration requires continuous effort. The school's curriculum alone would surely be insufficient. He decided to visit the library to seek advanced texts and consult with Professor McGonagall. The Philosopher's Stone would not be within reach in the short term, but he could practice potion making in advance. Yes, when I venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek magical creatures, I will likely need potions to assist me, such as bait to attract specific creatures, calming drafts, and potions to mask my scent. When I visit the library today, in addition to books on transfiguration and potions, I will also look for records detailing the conditions and species distributions within the Forbidden Forest. Having organized his tasks, Lucien completed his morning routine. Noticing that Terry was still deep in slumber and realizing it was still early, Lucien refrained from waking him immediately. Grabbing the textbooks required for Charms class, Lucien prepared to head to the dining hall for breakfast, casually placing the school-issued magical alarm clock on Terry's bedside table. He glanced back at Terry's serene sleeping figure. Lucien drew his wand and pointed it at the alarm clock, casting a simple amplification charm. Done. Now the alarm clock would certainly rouse him. As he stepped out of his dormitory and into the common room, a melodious voice called out to him. Lucien, you're up so early? Turning around, he saw Chio, who had also risen at dawn. She held a broomstick in her hand, and her originally loose black hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Good morning, Chio. What brings you here? Lucien inquired, glancing at the broomstick. This, Chio replied, waving the broomstick. I have no classes today, so I'm off to participate in the Quidditch practice for the school team. At that moment, the seemingly demure girl radiated the vitality of youth and sport. I'm heading to the dining hall. Would you like to join me? Lucien nodded. As it was indeed on their way, Chio lifted her broom and hurried to Lucien's side. Together, they exited the common room and made their way down the staircase, leaving the tower behind. Catching a glimpse of the book Lucien was holding, Chio asked, Lucien, do you have a charms class this morning? Indeed. How wonderful. The first class of the term is with our head of house, Professor Flitwick. He is incredibly knowledgeable and exceptionally kind. They chatted as they approached a staircase that shifted intermittently. By the way, Lucien, Chio kindly reminded him. You must have noticed yesterday that some staircases in the castle change positions. It can be quite perplexing for newcomers, but you can always ask the portraits nearby. They are always willing to assist. As she spoke, Chio waved at a nearby portrait, which responded with enthusiasm. Lucien marveled at the moving staircases and the interactive portraits, reflecting on the enchantment of Hogwarts. What intriguing secrets lie within this ancient castle, steeped in 1,000 years of history? Even the visible wonders are enough for young wizards to explore for ages, not to mention the numerous hidden chambers and secret passages. It is likely that even the most seasoned headmasters could not claim to fully comprehend this castle. Thank you for the reminder, Chio. Her heart warmed at Lucien's gratitude. No need for thanks. If you ever have questions, feel free to ask me. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall. After finishing their breakfast, they parted ways. Guided by the portraits and ghosts along the way, Lucien successfully located the charms classroom. At this hour, the room was empty, and Lucien chose a seat in the middle, nearer to the outer side, and quietly took out a book titled Common Charms, a guide. He patiently awaited the commencement of his first class at Hogwarts. Chapter 21. Charms Class. Fit for a Teacher? Inside the Charms classroom, as the time for class approached, more and more students entered. Nevertheless, Ravenclaw, being the most studious house, saw most of its members quietly waiting, with some already previewing the textbook content. Occasionally, whispers could be heard, but the atmosphere remained subdued. Joining them for this lesson were the Hufflepuffs, who, upon noticing the others maintaining silence, also behaved themselves, sitting quietly with expressions of anticipation for the Charms class. At Hogwarts, courses are typically conducted in conjunction with 2 different houses. The 4 houses are randomly paired, and students discover their class partners either the day before or on the day itself. According to the official stance of the school, this arrangement is intended to foster connections among the houses and encourage student interaction. However, Lucien finds himself unable to agree with this notion. Each house possesses its own unique characteristics, and certain houses are prone to conflict. Indeed, I refer to the Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. Their interactions often manifest as verbal confrontations or physical altercations, with the most civilized form being the drawing of wands for a spirited duel. On the other hand, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are much more harmonious. One cherishes knowledge while the other values peace, creating an atmosphere of stability and amicable relations with the other houses. With a slight huff, Terry plopped down beside Lucien. Casting a glance at the clock, Lucien noted that only 10 minutes remained until class commenced. Without needing to be prompted, Terry lowered his voice and began to speak. Lucien, the staircases at school are utterly bizarre. Some move at timed intervals, while others require one to jump 3 times to activate them. And what about the sound of the school bells? They are deafening. I practically sit up straight when they ring. Hearing Terry's complaints, Lucien turned away. Perhaps the school was merely concerned about students arriving late to class. Terry scratched his head and remarked, "Is that so? The school seems quite attentive to the students, then." Ding, ding, ding. The class bell chimed. Professor Flitwick arrived punctually at the classroom. This diminutive professor had to stand atop a pile of books to reach the lectern. He retrieved the attendance roll and began calling names in a high-pitched voice. Once attendance was taken, Flitwick proceeded with his introduction. "You may already know me. I am Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House and the instructor for the first-year Charms class. Charms represent the foundational aspect of magic. Our course primarily focuses on teaching practical and commonly used spells, such as the levitation charm." As he spoke, Flitwick flicked his wand, causing the entire lectern to levitate into the air, remaining stable enough that the items atop it did not sway. "Or the simple color change charm," he continued, as the lectern transformed from a polished wooden hue to a brilliant golden color, instantly capturing the attention of the young witches and wizards. "All right, everyone, please take out your wands. Today, we will be learning the Lumos charm, which is quite simple. The incantation is Lumos." Lucien softly uttered the spell, Lumos. A gentle, steady orb of light materialized at the tip of his wand. This was one of the most elementary charms, one Lucien had mastered long ago, presenting no challenge whatsoever. With a flick of his mind, he slightly adjusted the flow of his magic. The color of the orb shifted from white to blue, and then, astonishingly, the orb detached from the tip of his wand and circled around his head. "Mr. Grafton, excellent work," Professor Flitwick exclaimed as he hurried over. "This is a variant application of the Lumos charm. Ravenclaw earns 3 points." Witnessing Lucien's success, many young witches and wizards were inspired to exert themselves further. Beside him, Terry incessantly waved his wand, reciting incantations with fervor. Lucien observed the bright white light emanating from the tip of Terry's wand, fleeting yet radiant. The illumination charm, though fundamentally simple, could yield diverse effects with proper control over one's magical output. For instance, amplifying brightness instantaneously could dazzle an opponent's vision. If one could render the emitted light more enduring and luminous, while increasing its quantity, it would serve to obscure the adversary's sight, providing an opportunity to cast spells, a strategy worth exploring. Lucien habitually engaged in expansive thought. To him, the rudimentary held immense potential for development. Noticing that Terry's light spheres were bright, yet lacking stability, Lucien gently suggested, "Imagine a flickering candle flame. Maintaining your wand's movement at a distance of a palm and a half, applying force as though delicately cradling an egg. Speak the incantation at a moderate pace, without haste." Following Lucien's advice, Terry meticulously attempted the spell once more. Success. Terry's light sphere ceased its flickering, proving even more luminous and stable than those of his peers who had successfully cast the spell. "Thank you, Lucien. Your guidance was impeccable," Terry exclaimed, beaming with joy as he waved his wand until he awkwardly recalled it upon nearing Professor Flitwick. Witnessing Terry's successful execution of the illumination charm, the surrounding young wizards emulated Lucien's method, each conjuring their own spheres of light. Instantly, the area became the brightest in the classroom. Professor Flitwick, standing nearby, looked on with satisfaction. His prior conversation with Professor McGonagall had piqued his interest in Lucien, this remarkably gifted young wizard. Flitwick had anticipated Lucien's adeptness when he employed a variant of the illumination charm. However, hearing Lucien provide detailed guidance to his classmates brought genuine astonishment to Flitwick's eyes. A reliable indicator of one's grasp of knowledge lies in the ability to elucidate it to others. Lucien clearly excelled in this regard, articulating his insights with remarkable clarity. Flitwick had encountered numerous students deemed prodigies, yet most shared a common flaw. They could swiftly master a spell but struggled to articulate the process behind their success. For many wizards, the mere ability to cast a spell sufficed. However, as an educator and a master in the art of charms, Flitwick firmly believed that every spell, whether simple or complex, possesses replicable nuances. The capacity to deconstruct a skill into its fundamental components and impart that knowledge to students is the hallmark of a competent teacher. Lucien not only mastered magic himself, but also adeptly analyzed and patiently instructed his peers. In Flitwick's eyes, this exemplified true talent. He mused, perhaps Lucien is quite suited to the role of a teacher as well? Ultimately, the first charms lesson concluded successfully. Naturally, Professor Flitwick did not overlook the opportunity to award Ravenclaw an additional 2 points, attributing it to Lucien's assistance to his classmates. As the other young wizards exited the classroom, Lucien approached the podium. Professor Flitwick, I have some inquiries regarding spells. May I seek your guidance? Professor Flitwick smiled. Oh, of course. Is your schedule free? No, Professor. Lucien replied. Flitwick leaped down from the stack of books and beckoned Lucien. Then let us converse in my office. Chapter 22. The Subtle Art of Expansion, A Modest Beginning. Professor Flitwick's office stood adjacent to the charms classroom. Indeed, many classrooms and offices at Hogwarts are similarly situated, facilitating swift access for teachers without the need to navigate the ever-shifting staircases. After a few steps, Lucien and Professor Flitwick arrived at the office and took their seats on either side of the desk. A teapot rose gracefully into the air, pouring fragrant red tea into their cups. Lucien lifted his cup, allowing the steam to dissipate before savoring a sip. Authentic fennel mason red tea. The taste is truly exquisite. With a wave of his hand, Professor Flitwick's desk drawer opened on its own, and dainty pocket cakes emerged from a tin, bouncing as they settled onto a serving tray. Witnessing this display, Lucien recalled Autumn's assessment. Professor Flitwick is exceptionally kind. He had heard from a senior student that if a young wizard were to seek this headmaster during a moment of melancholy, he would even make the cakes dance a jig to cheer them up. No wonder Professor Flitwick garnered such admiration among the students. A knowledgeable, skilled teacher who genuinely cares for their pupils. Who could possibly dislike that? Mr. Grafton, what question do you wish to ask? Lucien, with an earnest glimmer in his eyes, earnestly inquired. Professor, please feel free to call me Lucien. My question pertains to the concealment charm. I find myself perplexed and seek your clarification. Flitwick raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lucien had chosen to inquire about such an advanced spell right from the start. Nevertheless, he responded gently, you are interested in this magic and wish to learn? To which Lucien shook his head, not quite, Professor. I have already acquired a preliminary understanding of the concealment charm. I wish to know how to apply additional spells to objects that have been enchanted with it, such as the warming charm, the fireproof charm, or the dusting charm, those practical household spells. Also, how might one enable a concealed container to accommodate living beings? To avoid wasting time, and to assure Professor Flitwick of his competence with the concealment charm, Lucien explained while retrieving an empty teacup. He took out his wand, and with a flick of his wrist uttered, concealment charm. Instantly, intricate patterns appeared along the inner walls of the cup, intertwining and then swiftly dissipating. Lucien set down the cup and used the levitation charm to control the teapot, pouring water into the cup. Professor Flitwick watched intently as the tea flowed from the pot, yet the cup remained perfectly unspilled. It was only when the last drop of tea fell from the pot, causing a ripple in the cup, that Flitwick finally reacted, gazing at Lucien in astonishment. The silent stretching charm is a spell that only advanced students preparing for exams typically encounter, and even among them, most ultimately fail to master it. However, now a first-year wizard, having attended merely one class, has successfully cast the silent stretching charm. Whom did he learn from? Indeed, in Flitwick's eyes, Lucien's execution of the spell was not yet perfectly refined and left room for improvement. Yet, he had truly performed it, right in front of his charms professor, with commendable success. Noticing that Professor Flitwick remained silent for a considerable time, Lucien tentatively inquired, Professor, is my concept unattainable? Or does such an approach contravene regulations? If it poses any discomfort for you, we may forego this question. Lucien's words jolted Flitwick back to reality. He lifted his cup of red tea in an attempt to steady his shaken composure. Nevertheless, his hand trembled slightly as he did so. Oh no. Your concept is entirely feasible. It is not a violation. No, there is nothing inappropriate about learning magic at school. Flitwick quickly drained his cup, moistening his parched throat. Just as he contemplated pouring another cup, he realized the pot was empty. Embarrassed, he waved his hand, and fresh tea leaves and hot water flew into the vessel. Ahem. Lucien, your ideas are splendid, and your talent is remarkable. Flitwick wished to commend Lucien, yet he felt that his praises were rather insufficient to encapsulate the boy's abilities. Ultimately settling on a simple, let us first discuss the addition of other spells to the silent stretching charm. With a flourish of his wand, Flitwick cast the silent stretching charm on another empty cup. Unlike the layering of other spells, the silent stretching charm involved spatial expansion. During the incantation, one must adjust the points and levels at which the spell takes effect. While listening attentively to Professor Flitwick's meticulous guidance, Lucien practiced diligently. The more Flitwick taught, the more astonished he became. Lucien's progress was astonishingly rapid. He seemed to have already mastered several standard spells. As for spells he had yet to learn, Lucien required only a brief glance, and even without extensive explanations, he could successfully cast them after a practice or two. With each casting, his proficiency in these spells soared. From Lucien's perspective, the system panel continuously updated. Loan. Proficiency in the Waterfire Protection spell, Daily Loan. Task. Cast the Waterfire Protection spell 5 times. Loan completed. Loan. Proficiency in the Dusting Charm, Daily Loan. Task. Cast the Dusting Charm 5 times. Loan completed. The Daily Loan offered the lowest interest in magical loans with moderate rewards, merely aiding Lucien in swiftly grasping certain spells. However, the requested tasks were quite simple, requiring only repetitive practice. Crucially, Lucien could actively customize the Daily Loan projects, specifying which spell skills he sought to develop, in contrast to the weekly, monthly, and yearly loans, which aimed to align with his needs but did not always fully satisfy them. Having swiftly completed the foundational preparations, Professor Flitwick began to elucidate the techniques and considerations pertinent to the application of supplementary spells. At this juncture, Lucien gradually slowed his pace. During the process, he inquired of the system whether there were any weekly or monthly loans available for relevant knowledge. However, upon inspection, he found that those options were either too broad and vague or only tangentially related to the subject. Well, the system is not infallible. Relying solely on one's own reading and practical experience to acquire knowledge remains imperative. Lucien reaffirmed his intention to visit the library that very day to borrow advanced texts. Through this instructive exchange between teacher and student, Lucien ultimately succeeded in executing the simple supplementary spell. On the teacup used for demonstration, he successfully imbued it with the temperature regulation charm, heating charm, and the fire-resistant charm. What was once an ordinary teacup now possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously adjust the temperature of the tea, maintaining it at a pleasantly warm yet palatable degree, while also insulating the cup from external temperatures, thus preventing any discomfort to the hand. In truth, for Lucien, such functionality would have been easily found in a technological product from his previous era. Yet, the unique capabilities of this teacup were solely his own creation, akin to a person from that time relying entirely on their own efforts to accumulate knowledge from scratch. This was an experience that could only be brought forth by magic, a manifestation of the adage that knowledge is power. A mere teacup is just the beginning. In this magical realm, I shall learn more, master more, and create more. Chapter 23, containing magical creatures? The two old men reconcile accounts. At the desk in Professor Flitwick's office, the warm aroma of black tea mingled with the sweetness of pastries. Observing that Lucien had independently completed the charm of the undetectable extension, Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Lucien. Lucien withdrew his gaze from the tea and sincerely replied, Professor, I am grateful for your patient guidance. Professor Flitwick, beaming, gestured towards the pastry stand. Have a bite to eat. Take a moment to relax. Picking up a small pink cake, Lucien elegantly took a dainty bite. Lucien, the professor inquired, what conditions do you believe must be met to contain living creatures within an object enhanced by the undetectable extension? Upon hearing the professor's question, Lucien swallowed the last morsel of cake and pondered for a few seconds before responding. First and foremost, one must ensure the survival environment, including climate, food, and water. Secondly, the stability of space is crucial. There must not be sudden spatial contractions or collapses. However, beyond that, I cannot think of much at the moment. Nodding at Lucien's response, Professor Flitwick remarked, your considerations are quite comprehensive. However, there is another issue to contemplate. If one were to contain different species with significantly varying environmental needs, it would necessitate the establishment of distinct spaces, which involves deeper complexities of spatial folding. Enlightened by Professor Flitwick's insights, Lucien reflected. Indeed, compared to augmenting objects with supplementary spells, creating items capable of housing living beings presents a substantially elevated challenge. The necessary knowledge and magical skills are, at present, unattainable. Professor Flitwick lamented, I am truly sorry, but I cannot assist you regarding the seamless extension for housing living beings. This technique is akin to intricate magical matrices. In this domain, only the Scamander family has conducted profound research. The mention of the Scamander family immediately prompted Lucien to lift his head. Scamander? Are you referring to the family of Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Indeed, that very author of this globally acclaimed bestseller. Lucien instantly recalled, from a film he had watched in a previous life, the image of Newt's suitcase, which contained layers of miniature worlds, each comprising diverse environments that housed a multitude of magical creatures. It was akin to a pocket dimension, he mused. Regrettably, had it been a few years prior, I might have attempted to reach out to Mr. Scamander, but he has since retired into seclusion, and few know where he resides or how to contact him. Flitwick shrugged, expressing his disappointment. By the way, Lucien, what prompted you to consider using the seamless extension charm to accommodate living beings? Faced with Professor Flitwick's curiosity, Lucien scratched his head. Well, to be honest, I found the bed in my dormitory a bit cramped and thought to enlarge it. Upon hearing that Lucien merely wished to expand his bed, Flitwick was taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. You are indeed an amusing and proactive young wizard. Of course, Lucien harbored an additional thought that he could not share with the professor, the ambition to house some magical creatures for observation, thereby preparing himself for future studies in transfiguration of magical beings. If only I could possess a suitcase like Newt's. It would significantly reduce my frequency of ventures into the Forbidden Forest and make things far more convenient. Lucien continued to discuss with Professor Flitwick various applications of commonly used spells and advanced techniques, peppering the conversation with inquiries about spells such as the disillusionment charm and the tracking spell, which he might need when searching for magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. As their conversation progressed, Lucien became aware of the time. It was approaching noon. Therefore, he rose to take his leave. Professor, I shall not impose any longer. Thank you for your enlightening insights. Flitwick waved his hand, his expression radiating satisfaction. No need for thanks. I am delighted to witness a student so passionate about learning. Suddenly, Flitwick recalled his conversation with McGonagall during the opening ceremony. Ah, indeed, Ravenclaw has gained yet another commendable student. Oh, Lucien, wait a moment. Professor Flitwick gestured, and a piece of parchment along with a quill floated over to him. The quill swiftly inscribed several lines, concluding with Flitwick's signature at the bottom. He handed the parchment to Lucien, who accepted it with both hands. These are advanced texts on spellcasting. If you are interested, you may take this to Madame Pants at the school library, and she will assist you in locating them. A noticeable brightness appeared on Lucien's face. Thank you, Professor. He intended to visit the library that very evening to borrow the recommended books, as the list provided by Professor Flitwick was most timely. Lucien departed the office, clutching the list of books. After a few minutes, Flitwick once again scrutinized the seamlessly extended teacup. Although he perceived areas for enhancement, the fact that it emanated from a novice's hands was already astonishing. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated through Flitwick's office. Phileas, are you there? I have a matter to discuss with you. Flitwick looked up to find the tall figure of Dumbledore seated directly across from him. Oh, have you just brewed some black tea? Still warm, I see. Your treasured black tea, Phileas, is indeed the finest in the entire school. Upon seeing the teapot, Dumbledore reached for a cup, opened the sugar bowl, and added several cubes of sugar to his tea. Flitwick's eyelids twitched at the sight. Dumbledore took a sip but found it lacking in sweetness, despite having previously added a similar amount of sugar. A closer glance revealed the subtle discrepancy. Ha, Phileas. What led you to enchant the teacup with seamless extension and incorporate so many little domestic charms? The effect is quite intriguing. Dumbledore recognized that the combination of spells was not yet perfectly refined, but he regarded it merely as a whimsical endeavor from Flitwick. Phileas, I am here to discuss the child Lucien Grafton with you. I wonder if he has attended your class yet? Flitwick, with a slightly peculiar expression, nodded. That simplifies matters. What is your impression of Lucien's aptitude? I mean, purely in terms of spell work. Upon hearing Dumbledore's query, Flitwick's expression grew even more peculiar. Were it not for Dumbledore's serious demeanor, he might have suspected his old friend was making a jest and had been eavesdropping outside for some time. Pointing at the teacup in Dumbledore's hand, Flitwick strove to maintain a calm tone. Lucien's talent in spell work. The enchantments on that cup were all cast by him. Observing Dumbledore's evident surprise, Flitwick confirmed that he had not been overheard. From Lucien's initial inquiries to the completion of the enchantment, Flitwick recounted the entire exchange to Dumbledore. As Flitwick narrated, Dumbledore became increasingly convinced of the Sorting Hat's accurate assessment of Lucien's abilities, a talent seldom seen in a millennium. What a pity. The child had hoped to experiment with seamless extension to accommodate living beings, but I informed him that Newt Scamander, the master of that technique, has retired to seclusion. Newt? Upon hearing this name, Dumbledore was inclined to express his familiarity. An old friend. It has indeed been a while since we last communicated. Perhaps I should write to inquire about him. And while I am at it, I could ask about this matter on Lucien's behalf. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued, Phileas, thank you for your insights. I merely wish to convey that Lucien's talents are remarkably outstanding. However, he hails from a Muggle family. and his understanding of magic is still insufficient. He may inadvertently attempt some perilous spells. Such a prodigy requires proper guidance. As the head of Ravenclaw, I hope you will pay closer attention to Lucien. Flevy nodded repeatedly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Dumbledore's perspective. For students endowed with exceptional talent and rapid advancement, it is imperative for educators to provide proper guidance to prevent them from straying onto misguided paths. However, Flevy soon latched onto a particular word. Wait, Albus, are you implying that Lucien hails from a Muggle family, devoid of any wizarding ancestors? Indeed. Then, where did he acquire the magical skills he has already mastered? The two elderly gentlemen exchanged a glance, both reflecting a shared bewilderment. How did this oversight lead to such a significant dilemma? Meanwhile, Lucien was making his way to the dining hall for lunch, fortuitously passing by the potions classroom. The crisp sound of the dismissal bell rang out. Bang! The classroom door swung open with force, and a shadowy old bat emerged. Professor Snape, good day. In response to the polite greeting from the student, Snape merely grunted and swiftly passed by Lucien. Oh, who has annoyed him this time? Oh no, Snape always seems to be in a foul mood. Observing Snape's sullen countenance beneath his greasy black hair, Lucien suddenly had an inkling. He turned to glance at the open classroom door. Indeed, among the stream of young wizards exiting, he spotted Harry's dejected and indignant face. Chapter 24. One must keep an eye on him, even while weeping. In the Hogwarts dining hall, a few long tables were scattered with young wizards partaking in their lunch. The air was thick with the aromas of fried fish, French fries, and steak. Lucien sliced his fried fish, once more lamenting the culinary desolation of the dining experience. He longed for Chinese cuisine, the flavors of his homeland. At home, he could have a chef prepare Chinese dishes, but at Hogwarts, the house elves should surely be able to learn Chinese cooking, right? Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to inquire with them, thereby enhancing the overall dining experience for everyone. Creak, creak. Lucien raised his gaze towards the source of the noise. Seated across from him, Harry was still wearing a furrowed brow, vigorously cutting into his steak as if it were his sworn enemy. Snape is targeting me, Harry exclaimed indignantly. I explicitly stated that I didn't know the answer, and Hermione was also raising her hand to respond. Yet Snape fixated solely on me. What have I done to provoke him? As Lucien watched Harry burying himself in his meal, a thought suddenly struck him. Harry, when Snape is reprimanding you, do you also keep your head down? Upon hearing Lucien's inquiry, Harry lifted his head, chewed a few bites of beef, and swallowed hard. Indeed, Lucien, you didn't see. Harry abruptly set down his knife and fork, removed his glasses, and glared with his vivid green eyes, adopting a serious expression. Oh, Potter, tell me. What would happen if one were to add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Can you not answer? And if one sought bezoar, from where should one begin? Puff cough. Cough, cough. Ron, who was sipping mushroom soup, nearly spewed it out upon hearing Harry's spot-on imitation of Snape's tone. However, upon noticing Lucien and Hermione seated across from him, Ron hurriedly covered his mouth, choking as he struggled to regain his composure. Upon witnessing Harry's imitation, Lucien could not suppress a smile that crept upon his lips. This lad possesses quite the sense of humor. Harry, resigned, shrugged and placed his glasses back on. Lucien, Snape was practically looming over me. If I hadn't bowed my head, I would have been drenched in his spittle. Moreover, he even sat directly opposite me, staring intently. I could almost smell the oil in his hair. I truly wished to gift him a bottle of shampoo. Lucien regarded Harry with mild surprise. He had not anticipated that this boy possessed such a sharp tongue, unwilling to concede in wit or bravado. Ron, who had just settled down, cast a glance at Harry and muttered, "You could always gift Potter brand shampoo, the one from your family. That way, when Snape inevitably obliterates you, it might be a swifter demise." As it appeared these two jesters were about to launch into a comedic routine, Lucien interjected at the opportune moment, posing an unrelated query to Harry. Harry, you wear those glasses due to nearsightedness, correct? Harry nodded. Lucien continued, have you ever considered removing your glasses during class? Especially in potions? This query not only baffled Harry, but also left Hermione and Ron equally perplexed, wondering what Lucien was implying. However, I truly cannot discern the words on the blackboard without my glasses. Wouldn't he, Snape, then focus even more on me? Upon hearing Harry's concern, Lucien silently scoffed. Oh, it is your incessant wearing of those glasses, reminiscent of your father, that invites Snape's scrutiny. Lucien snapped his fingers. It is quite simple. There exists a potion known as the eye-enhancing elixir, which can restore sight for 2 to 3 hours. This falls within the curriculum for first-year potions and should not be overly difficult to brew. In response to Lucien's suggestion, Harry scratched his head. I'm afraid I'm not particularly adept at potion making. Lucien fixed him with a penetrating gaze. How long have you been studying potions? Why dismiss your capabilities so readily? Furthermore, there is no need to disdain the knowledge simply because you dislike the instructor. Knowledge itself is devoid of inherent value. Harry, somewhat bewildered, nodded, unable to fully grasp Lucien's meaning, yet sensing an underlying truth. Moreover, once you remove your glasses, should Snape continue to interrogate or chastise you? Fix your gaze upon his eyes. Even if you are berated to the point of tears, maintain your stare. This left Harry in greater confusion. While Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, contemplating whether Lucien harbored any grievances against Harry to propose such a strategy, Ron, stepping up for his friend, voiced the lingering uncertainty. Lucien, will this truly be effective? Lucien waved a hand dismissively, responding with conviction. When you have not yet mastered the knowledge imparted by your teacher, it becomes even more crucial to exhibit your determination to learn. Remember, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Through your gaze, you must convey to Snape your earnest resolve to study diligently, despite any current struggles. Lucien's theory left the trio in a state of astonished contemplation. There was an unsettling sense in the air, yet it was elusive, difficult to pinpoint. As Lucien observed that they had nearly finished their meal, he picked up a book. Preparing to rise. Do you all have Defense Against the Dark Arts as your first class this afternoon? The trio nodded eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. Unlike the practical enchantments taught in charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts was a discipline focused specifically on combat magic. Harry, in particular, appeared most animated. The morning potions class had stifled him, and he was yearning to engage with true magic. Noting the trio's enthusiasm for the subject, Lucien regarded them with a hint of pity and shook his head. Let us proceed to class. In the afternoon, within the confines of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the bell rang, heralding the arrival of the much-anticipated Professor, Quirinus Quirrell, who entered with a long cloth wrapped around his head. However, as Quirrell stepped into the room, a pungent odor wafted in, prompting some young wizards to instinctively cover their noses. Lucien discreetly tapped his wand, casting a freshening charm to filter out the overwhelming scent of garlic. YUG greetings. I am Quirinus Quirrell, your instructor for Defense Against the Dark Arts, he stammered. The students exchanged bewildered glances, and a murmur of whispers erupted in the classroom. Silence, please. Quirrell implored, his voice trembling. Ron leaned toward Lucien and whispered, is this really the professor for our defense class? Can someone who stutters even teach? Surely he is a substitute. Hermione, sounding uncertain, chimed in, perhaps this teacher possesses excellent theoretical knowledge and formidable skills? Even she seemed to doubt her own words. All right, let us commence with Chapter 1, Quirrell announced. Thus, Lucien listened as Quirrell meandered from the significance of Defense Against the Dark Arts to its current state and prospects for the future. Lucien narrowed his eyes, as if caught in a reverie. Was this not the balding professor from his university days, who, despite possessing commendable academic prowess, was utterly inept at teaching? What was he doing here? Was this truly Hogwarts? Chapter 25, A Scheme to Benefit, an Invitation. After an excruciating hour, the bell finally rang to signal the end of class. The young wizards sighed in relief, and even Quirrell exhaled deeply. He hastily gathered his belongings and exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in a flurry, as though he were eager to fulfill some urgent task for a master. Observing Quirrell's behavior, Lucien felt exasperated. This charade was excessive. Surely, a professor at Hogwarts could not be a complete fool. While it was possible to study some aspects of Defense Against the Dark Arts through self-education, having a teacher's guidance would undeniably facilitate swifter progress. Who would fill the gaps in my education? Lucien glanced down at the textbook on defense, which predominantly contained theoretical content. In genuine combat confrontations, the outcome is determined in the blink of an eye. The requisite decisiveness and adaptive skills cannot be fully comprehended through mere rote learning. The thought of spending an entire year under Quirrell's dubious tutelage made Lucien inwardly scoff. Were it not for Dumbledore's suspicions regarding Quirrell and his vigilance against Voldemort's potential return to Hogwarts, he would likely have dismissed such a lackluster professor long ago. Wait a moment. Dismissal of a professor? Suddenly, Lucien's mind sparked with an idea. Since he is already my teacher, he ought to impart some knowledge. Should I attempt to glean something from Quirrell's expertise? Perhaps I could even extract some insight from Tom. Bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Lucien picked up his book and briskly exited the classroom. His lessons for the day were complete. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. Off to the library. Upon entering the library, an air of tranquility enveloped the space. This was not merely due to the young witches and wizards behaving themselves, but rather because an elderly, gaunt woman wielding a feather duster roamed the aisles like a lion surveying its territory. Should any young wizard make a ruckus or damage a book, she would wield her duster and promptly escort them out. Lucien scanned the room and quickly identified her. Madame Pants. Upon Lucien's soft inquiry, the woman nodded. He then produced Professor Flitwick's reading list and handed it to Madame Pants. As she glanced over the list, her brow furrowed. She scrutinized Lucien from head to toe and suddenly inquired, "What year are you in?" "First year," Lucien replied, prompting Madame Pants's frown to deepen. The books listed included titles such as Achievement in Charms, the Development of Silent Spells, and Applications of Combination Charms. These were volumes typically reserved for upper-year students preparing for examinations, who would only borrow one or two at a time for study. With the list comprising no fewer than 10 titles, Madame Pants harbored doubts about whether this first-year wizard was concocting some sort of prank. However, the list bore Professor Flitwick's signature and an unmistakable magical seal. After a brief pause, Madame Pants replied coolly, "Please wait a moment." She then turned and approached the shelves, moving with such fluidity that it seemed she effortlessly recalled the precise location of each book. Observing Madame Pants as she diligently searched for each title rather than employing the summoning charm, Lucien concluded that she must possess a deep reverence for the books, opting to handle them herself rather than summoning them carelessly. The notion that Madame Pants was a non-magical individual seemed implausible to Lucien. After all, the restricted section housed a plethora of precious tomes. Surely, they would not assign a non-magician to oversee such valuable resources, as that would invite chaos among the students. Before long, Madame Pants had gathered the requested books and handed them to Lucien. One must not damage the books. Violators will be penalized. The borrowing period is 1 month. Should you wish to renew, please return to me for registration. Lucien nodded in gratitude. Subsequently, he selected a few additional volumes on Transfiguration and the Field of Potions. And after registering them with Madame Pants, he prepared to exit the library. Just as he stepped outside and rounded a corner, Lucien's view was obscured by a towering stack of books, causing him to overlook the person emerging from the opposite direction. Ouch! A startled exclamation rang out as Lucien stumbled, nearly dropping the books scattered about him. Wingardium Leviosa. Responding swiftly, Lucien drew his wand and cast a levitation charm, ensuring the fallen tomes floated gently back into alignment. "I apologize, are you all right?" Lucien extended his hand to assist the other person. "You are Lucien," as he beheld the pale-haired girl seated on the ground, rubbing her wrist. Lucien realized he did not know her, yet she had already grasped his hand and stood up with ease. "I am Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family." Upon hearing Daphne's self-introduction, Lucien raised an eyebrow, yet he remained courteous in his reply. "Greetings, I am Lucien Gryffindor. Yes, I am aware of your name. You were quite prominent during the opening ceremony. We attended History of Magic class together this afternoon, did we not?" Casting a glance at the Slytherin crest adorning Daphne's robes, he noted that she continued to massage her wrist, seemingly having strained it during her fall. Recognizing his own fault in the collision, Lucien lifted his wand. Episky. A thread of white light encircled Daphne's wrist, instantly alleviating her discomfort. "A healing charm? Thank you." Daphne expressed her gratitude elegantly. She felt her judgment confirmed. Being able to wield magic so effortlessly at the start of the term, Lucien was indeed an extraordinary individual worth befriending. "Not at all," Lucien replied with a slight nod. Preparing to depart, he intended to procure a meal from the dining hall and then retreat to his dormitory to commence his studies. The prospect of engaging with advanced magical knowledge thrilled him. He would no longer be confined to the commonplace volumes available for purchase outside. The study of silent spells and attempts at potion brewing promised a fulfilling evening ahead. "Lucien, would you care to join me for dinner?" Daphne, noticing Lucien's intention to leave, hastily extended her invitation. As she spoke, a graceful and poised smile graced her lips, her chin slightly elevated, revealing her slender, fair neck. It seemed as though receiving her invitation was a privilege in itself. Lucien observed the young lady's demeanor, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How could she articulate the simple act of dining at the school cafeteria with such elegance? The Greengrass family. One of the Sacred 28, a pure-blood lineage. No wonder she appeared reminiscent. Those noble young ladies he conversed with at the gala hosted by Aunt Penelope bore a similar air. Indeed, a pure-blood heiress from Slytherin. How fascinating. Lucien suddenly had an inkling that this girl might be rather troublesome. With so many volumes to peruse and knowledge awaiting him, he found little time to engage with her. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid I have some matters to attend to today," he said, and with that, Lucien stepped away, deliberately circumventing Daphne. The latter's smile faltered, caught off guard, as she sensed that she had been, quite unexpectedly, rejected. Chapter 26. The Practice of the Silencing Charm and the Soothing Potion. Ravenclaw Dormitory. Lucien perused the development of the silencing charm, his right hand gripping his wand, occasionally gesturing with it. The silencing charm enables one to conjure the desired spell effect in their mind, releasing magic without uttering an incantation, merely by waving the wand. Traditionally, the incantation served as a focal anchor for wizards, guiding the flow of magical energy. Lucien pondered the key aspects of the silencing charm. Firstly, one must construct the desired spell effect, which necessitates a deep familiarity with the incantations involved. Secondly, the demand for focus is heightened, requiring more refined control over magical energy. At present, it all relies on thought. The thought must be exceedingly clear, intense, and devoid of any distractions. He decided to commence his practice with the simplest of spells. Pointing his wand at a book, Lucien gently tapped it. In his mind, a singular thought emerged: levitate. Concurrently, he sensed the surge of magic, allowing it to flow from the wand, delicately lifting the text. The book swayed gently, rising from the table and floating mid-air. Well, it's not so difficult after all. In fact, the silencing charm is a skill taught in the 6th year. The text also noted that a strict requirement for the charm is that the wizard must possess a certain amount of magical power. The magical energy within young wizards increases with age, particularly experiencing a rapid growth spurt during adolescence. Lucien's magical aptitude was remarkably high. Both the total amount of his magic and the rate of its growth far exceeded the ordinary. I can now rather effortlessly employ the silencing charm. It seems that, at least in terms of magical capacity, I am already on par with wizards nearing adulthood. He continued to flip through the tome while experimenting with the silent casting of various spells. At times, he summoned a pillow from his bed. At others, he shrank a vase. With a whoosh, crimson flames shot from the tip of his wand, which Lucien then shaped into a ring of fire, feeling the intense heat radiating from it. Indeed, when silently releasing basic spells, the power remains largely unchanged, exhibiting strong stability. However, for slightly more complex incantations, the potency of the silencing charm diminishes and control becomes less intuitive. According to the book, certain spells must be accompanied by an incantation for successful casting. Nevertheless, this is of no concern. The real advantage of the silencing charm lies in its stealth, primarily designed for ambush. As long as one can catch their opponent off guard and disrupt their rhythm, success is assured. After concluding his practice with the silencing charm and noting that time was still on his side, Lucien opened potent potions. Upon reaching the section on sedative and calming potions, he recalled his earlier plan. The little Chelan would require 6 more days of slumber before awakening, and he seized this opportunity to prepare some potions. System: do you offer loans for potion-related endeavors? Refined potion formula. Loan: acquire the method for concocting a refined potion, which surpasses the effects of the original formula while reducing material consumption. Task: successfully brew 5 distinct potions. Elementary potion. Daily loan: obtain a basic potion within the curriculum of Hogwarts for the first 3 years. Task: successfully brew 1 potion of the same type. For the daily loan, I can specify the contents of the loan, essentially customizing the type of potion. The curriculum for the first 3 years is sufficient. As for the refined formula, could it be that I first borrow the formula through a loan, mastering it, and then subsequently borrow the finished potion to directly customize this particular potion? System: does the loan for finished potions include refined potions? If I first learn that refined formula, need to successfully brew a refined potion first. Congratulations, host, for discovering a hidden usage of loans. Observing the system's reaction, Lucien realized he had stumbled upon a loophole. A loophole is a loophole. There's no need to label it as a hidden usage while attempting to slip through unnoticed. System: please display the available refined formulas for me. Quickly scanning the information provided by the system, Lucien directly pinpointed the potion that met his requirements. Sleep-inducing aroma. Refined version: a calming, sleep-inducing potion suitable for wizards and magical creatures, enabling wizards to fall asleep in 5 seconds, while magical creatures' sleep duration varies from 10 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on their size. The effect is quite remarkable. The time required to fall asleep is more than half compared to the original version, not to mention the reduction in material usage. Every bit saved on potion ingredients counts, especially since the materials I purchased from Diagon Alley and brought to school are limited. It's rather inconvenient for a first-year wizard to buy extra supplies. At that point, pairing it with a spell, I could approach a magical creature and then use the sleep-inducing aroma to subdue it directly, whether the creature is docile or fierce. A sleeping creature is a manageable one. Lucien decided to first borrow the formula loan. There's still time. He would attempt to brew it tonight. Lucien retrieved his suitcase, extracting a cauldron, scales, and other tools, along with the raw materials required for the sleep-inducing aroma. However, before formally brewing the sleep-inducing aroma, Lucien selected several herbs known for their invigorating effects, grinding them into powder or extracting their juices, finally stuffing them into a gauze mask. Upon donning the mask, Lucien inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing sensation permeate his lungs. This was a simple potion included with the sleep-inducing aroma formula, specifically designed to maintain alertness. Without this, one might fall asleep even before the potion is finished brewing. Following the formula etched in his mind, Lucien meticulously sliced, ground, and extracted the materials step by step. Adhering to the instructions, he brewed, soaked, and ultimately ignited the cauldron to commence the cooking process. Throughout this endeavor, he skillfully manipulated the flame with his wand while adding the requisite processing materials. Lucien's technique was somewhat unrefined at first, as it was his inaugural attempt at brewing this potion. Nevertheless, he had practiced some basic potions at home prior to arriving at Hogwarts, and thus possessed a foundational skill set. Moreover, Lucien's talent in potion making is also coming into play. Although his proficiency in this area may not seem particularly high among the vast array of skills, it is nonetheless at the pinnacle of talent. With persistent effort and prolonged practice, he can master the existing knowledge and techniques of potion making. However, he lacks that elusive spark of genius, the inspiration that allows true innovators to explore uncharted territories. Lucien is not in a hurry regarding potions and alchemy. He can afford to delve deeper into these subjects gradually. For now, his primary focus remains on mastering magic and enhancing his abilities. His current level is sufficient, with potion making serving as a supplementary pursuit. During the brewing process, Lucien has become increasingly adept at controlling the heat and timing the addition of materials. As the bubbles in the cauldron diminish, the liquid thickens gradually. Lucien compares it to the description in the recipe. It is nearly ready. Once it cools, it will transform into a paste-like consistency. Time passes slowly, and the potion begins to solidify, taking on a light blue hue. Simultaneously, a delicate scent of orchids permeates the room. Even through his mask, Lucien can detect this fragrance. Yet the coolness of the mask dispels any drowsiness. Finally, Lucien carefully pours the potion into a small tin and inserts a candle wick for ignition. "Phew, done," he exclaims. Just then, the dormitory door swings open, and Terry enters, instinctively wrinkling his nose. "Lucien, are you brewing potions? Preparing for tomorrow's class?" However, before he can finish his sentence, Terry rolls his eyes back and collapses. Lucien quickly points his wand, casting a silent levitation charm that prevents Terry from meeting the floor with his head. Lucien opens the window to let the lingering scent escape. Observing his dazed yet serene roommate and glancing at the small tin in his hand, he cannot help but acknowledge the potion's impressive efficacy. Chapter 27. Potion class. "Hey, Terry. Wake up. Time for class." Terry feels someone calling his name and groggily opens his eyes to see Lucien's handsome face. "Ah, is this the dormitory? I remember returning last night and catching a whiff of something delightful." Lucien's lips twitch as he turns away. How can he still recall that? The improved sleep-inducing potion had rendered Terry unconscious for the entire night. Had Lucien not come to rouse him, he would likely still be asleep. Clearly, the potion's effects are quite lasting. "You must have been exhausted from yesterday's classes. You fell asleep as soon as you got back. Come on, get up and get ready. The first class this morning is potions, taught by Professor Snape." Upon hearing Lucien's reminder, Terry bolts upright. The upperclassmen had warned them that the most formidable professor in the entire school is none other than Snape. "All right, I'm up. I absolutely cannot be late for his class." In less than 5 minutes, Terry completes his entire morning routine of getting out of bed, changing clothes, and washing up. Lucien cannot help but marvel at the formidable reputation of Snape. "I'm ready. Let us hurry." They make their way to the potions classroom. As the class bell rang, the classroom door swung open with a resounding thud. A tall, slender man with a prominent, hooked nose entered, his swift strides causing his black cloak to billow behind him like that of a great bat. Simultaneously, a voice, cold and cutting, emanated from his lips. "In my class, wand-waving and incantations are strictly prohibited. Frankly, I have little expectation that most of you will comprehend the intricacies of potion making. However, for the select few who possess the requisite aptitude." As he spoke, Severus Snape surveyed the classroom, his gaze momentarily lingering on Lucien, a student of some note. Having made history at the sorting ceremony, which Minerva had specifically mentioned, "I can teach you how to beguile the mind, ensnare the senses. I can instruct you in the preservation of reputation, the brewing of glory, and even the art of staving off death." Many of the young eagles and badgers were cowed by Snape's imposing presence. Some had straightened their spines, seemingly beginning to yearn for such glorious prospects. Yet Lucien remained calm, listening intently to Snape's discourse. Indeed, quite compelling, he mused, but rather than glory or fame, it seems Snape is more inclined towards concocting a resurrection potion or a potion of regret that could alter reality. With a swift motion of his hand, Snape summoned words to appear on the blackboard. "Today, we shall study the preparation of the sleep potion." At the mention of this name, Lucien's eyelids fluttered. What a coincidence! Upon consumption, wizards fall into slumber within 10 seconds, while magical creatures, depending on their size, may take anywhere from 30 seconds to 6 minutes. As Snape elaborated, Lucien subtly nodded. He knew that his improved version of the sleep potion was indeed far more effective than the original, especially for magical creatures, as the time required for his version to take effect was significantly reduced. By first burning the potion to induce sleep, he could conveniently observe and record their behaviors. After detailing the efficacy and utility of the sleep potion, Snape began to explain the brewing techniques, which instantly piqued Lucien's interest. He understood that despite Snape's harsh demeanor, he was, after all, the youngest master of potions of his time. Such instruction was a privilege bestowed upon students of Hogwarts. The sleeping beans must be squeezed for their juice using the side of a silver knife. Slicing is forbidden, and they must be stirred counterclockwise until they reach a clear consistency. A minor detail regarding the handling of materials mentioned by Snape ignited a spark of realization in Lucien. Indeed, the old bat imparts valuable knowledge. though he had already mastered his enhanced version of the sleep potion. He had to concede that some techniques Snape imparted were indeed quite useful. As he swiftly took notes, he compared Snape's teachings with his improved formula, deepening his understanding of potion making. Now, let us commence the brewing of potions. The young witches and wizards immediately sprang into action. As Lucien prepared to handle the materials, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to inquire of the system. In order to repay the loan for the formula, I must brew 5 potions. Would my improved version of the sleep potion and the original be counted as 2 distinct potions? Lucien found himself at a loss, as the original dreaming essence was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to concoct an improved version himself, with a loan for another finished potion. He could utilize 1 material, yet yield 2 potions in return. Once the little Chelan awoke, Lucien intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek out 5 magical creatures and meticulously document their information. To be on the safe side, he decided to prepare additional dreaming essence as a supplementary tool. I wish to borrow a primary finished potion, day loan, specifically for the improved dreaming essence. Loan approved. Items have been stored in the system space. Please check at your convenience. Meanwhile, Snape descended from the podium, surveying the students' techniques. Bones, why aren't you wearing a mask? Are you planning to wash your face in the cauldron? Abbott, oh, do not cry. Tears from little girls are not required in the making of dreaming essence. For the first time, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs experienced the terror that Snape instilled. As Lucien carefully measured the nightshade, preparing to grind it, a chilling voice resonated behind him. Tell me, Grafton, did I forget to mention that nightshade requires 8 grams? Why have you only measured 5? Unperturbed by Snape's inquiry, Lucien continued his task, placing the nightshade into the mortar and grinding it with precision. Yes, Professor. You did specify 8 grams. However, 5 grams will suffice once ground into powder. Yet Snape pressed on, his tone growing icier. But I requested slices. Powdered nightshade will rapidly lose its efficacy once added to the cauldron. Lucien remained undaunted by Snape's demeanor, responding as he continued to grind. Therefore, when adding it, the flame must be reduced to 150 degrees, allowing the powdered nightshade to dissolve more gradually. Lucien was confident that by elucidating his rationale, Snape would recognize the validity of his method. With no flaw in his approach, he felt no need to falter in light of the professor's questions. This time, Snape fell silent. With his knowledge and experience, he quickly grasped that Lucien's proposed method was indeed viable and aligned with the properties of nightshade. It would not adversely affect the potion's brewing, and it even slightly minimized the quantity of nightshade needed. Grafton, mere opportunism does not apply in the field of potion making. With that, Snape turned away, leaving Lucien's execution unassessed. Beside him, Terry whispered, though he questioned you, I couldn't help but tremble. Weren't you afraid? Why should I be? Did I err in my technique? But Professor Snape, just, if I were mistaken, wouldn't he have reprimanded me until I corrected it? Terry scratched his head, unable to refute Lucien's logic. Casting a glance sideways, Lucien kindly cautioned, if you don't stir, your pot will burn. And so, Lucien continued the preparation of his improved dreaming essence, with Snape occasionally hovering behind him, relentlessly scrutinizing his every move. Lucien not only responded with remarkable fluency, but his movements were as steady as a seasoned master. Ultimately, Lucien was the first to successfully concoct the potion. He handed the sleeping draft in his hand to Snape, who stood nearby. Professor, would you like to verify its quality? Upon merely glancing at Lucien's sleeping draft, Snape nodded. No need, this potion is flawless. As a master of potions who had closely observed Lucien's brewing process, Snape was confident in its quality, which surpassed classroom standards. Lucien Grafton, for disregarding your instructor's guidance. Ravenclaw loses 3 points. However, for being the first to complete the potion with skillful technique and precision, Ravenclaw gains 8 points. Hearing Snape deduct 3 points only to add 8, Lucien couldn't help but roll his eyes in silent protest. Why not just add 5 points directly, instead of being so convoluted? If only Snape could be more straightforward, perhaps we wouldn't still be entangled in past grievances. Class dismissed. Please tidy your equipment. Nothing should be left behind in the classroom. Just as Snape was about to exit, he suddenly called out, Grafton, come to my office. Lucien was puzzled as to why Snape summoned him. Did he offend him earlier? Yet, he had also awarded him points. Do I need to ask you again, Grafton? Snape's impatience was palpable. Lucien gathered his tools, letting them float behind him as he followed Snape to his office. An eerie, shadowy atmosphere enveloped him upon entering. 2 rows of shelves lined the room, brimming with an assortment of bottles and jars. Lucien surveyed the office with curiosity. It was a perfect embodiment of his fantasy of a traditional wizard's den, filled with bat wings, dried frogs, and aromatic herbs. What is that? Lucien spotted a jar containing an intact unicorn horn. Nearby was what appeared to be a dragon's heart. And could that be a phoenix's tail feather? Soon, Lucien noticed an entire shelf filled with rare and precious magical materials. Truly, as a master of potions, Snape was affluent, boasting such an extensive collection. Have a seat, Snape said coolly. Lucien sat across from him. Who taught you the method for brewing the sleeping draught? Snape's direct inquiry caused Lucien to furrow his brow slightly. Why did Snape wish to know this? His recipe was obtained from the system. Surely it bore no historical complications that would reveal any semblance of a legacy? In a flash of thought, Lucien replied, I learned the original recipe from a book. While practicing potion making, I attempted a few modifications, and fortunately, the potion's efficacy remained intact. However, Lucien's response did not satisfy Snape, who bluntly remarked, to be frank, your method is commendable. It not only reduces the consumption of ingredients, but also enhances the potion's effects, likely by 2 to 3 times. This is a fundamental potion. And if it is indeed your own enhancement, I would like to incorporate your method into future textbooks. Naturally, you will receive adequate compensation in return. I would not stoop to pilfering a student's work. If you learned from family or elders, you could convey this notion, and the reward would be substantial. Snape's declaration left Lucien momentarily speechless. To include his modified formula in the curriculum and receive payment? This formula was borrowed from the system. And now there was a chance to sell it to Snape? Wait a moment. He had not yet repaid the loan, which required the brewing of 5 potions. He had only succeeded in enhancing the dreamless sleep potion. If he were to provide the formula to Snape, but ultimately failed to repay the loan, what would become of the formula in Snape's possession? Furthermore, he had at least already received compensation from Snape. This was akin to borrowing money, using it to conduct business and generate profit, only for the lender to reclaim the principal, yet he would still gain from the venture. System, what if I? Upon hearing Lucien's thoughts, the system responded, exclamation point. A kind and upright host should not exploit such loopholes. Well, I shall not jest any longer. The debt will be repaid. Lucien was eager to acquire new knowledge, and learning to brew several potions posed no difficulty for him. In truth, repaying the loan would enable him to both master the modified formula and brew new potions, all while securing a reward from Snape. It was a splendid opportunity. A trifecta of benefits. Professor, this formula is indeed my own enhancement. I hail from a Muggle family, not the sort that you claim learned from family or elders. Upon hearing Lucien's response, Snape was about to nod in acknowledgement, but froze instead. You truly come from a Muggle family? Indeed. Are you suggesting that a first-year wizard has modified a potion formula? Yes, that is correct. However, Snape's expression turned cold. He suspected Lucien was lying. A desperate child eager to prove his talent by claiming the results as his own. Oh, then tell me, how did you refine the formula step by step? Lucien remained unperturbed, fortunate that he had practiced the dreamless sleep potion the previous night. Today, in class, he had further deepened his understanding through the old Bat's explanations. After organizing his thoughts, Lucien began to elucidate the critical aspects of the formula's enhancement. As he spoke methodically, Snape's demeanor shifted from derision to seriousness. To be honest, my potion-making talent is rather average. I was merely fortunate, and since the dreamless sleep potion is a basic elixir, I managed to succeed by chance. Lucien believed his words held truth. Compared to his talents in Transfiguration, Dark Arts, and magical prowess, his potion-making skills could indeed be deemed ordinary. However, Snape's lips twitched at Lucien's admission. To modify a potion formula without undergoing systematic instruction was quite remarkable, possessing such inspiration and intuition, which eludes the grasp of mere mortals throughout their lives. Lucien surprisingly regarded his talents as mediocre, attributing them to luck. This humility of Lucien's, however, evoked in Snape a recollection of the students from Slytherin who, possessing even a modicum of talent, would elevate their noses skyward. As the headmaster, Snape felt an unexpected surge of irritation, his countenance darkening slightly. Observing the abrupt change in Snape's demeanor, Lucien was taken aback. Had he inadvertently offended him? Clearing his throat, he reassured, there is no need for undue modesty. Your aptitude for potions is quite commendable. Lucien exhaled quietly in relief, realizing that the old Bat was not truly angry. Yet, his expression fluctuated between grim and pale. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Inspiration or luck is merely a fleeting spark. I shall continue my studies diligently, Lucien replied politely, already contemplating what rewards he might exchange for the potion formula. The potion ingredients might not be applicable, and the ready-made potions may not possess what he required. In the near term, he would likely need auxiliary potions to assist him in approaching and observing magical creatures, such as those that mask odors or that can lure them in. He resolved to inquire with Snape later about the availability of such potions. As Lucien pondered the potential rewards, he failed to notice that upon hearing his final words, Snape appeared momentarily entranced. Inspiration or luck is merely a fleeting spark. Lost in thought, Snape recalled a girl with fiery red hair, who would gaze at him with her emerald green eyes. Thank you for your encouragement, Severus. But inspiration or luck is merely a fleeting spark. Hard work is what endures, is it not? She, too, hailed from a Muggle background, possessing extraordinary talent in potions, and exhibited humility in the face of praise. Professor, I am quite willing to exchange formulas. Lucien lifted his gaze to Snape, only to find his expression caught between a smile and tears, his eyes appearing vacant. Chapter 29. Exchange of Formulas, Loan of Titles. Professor Snape? Lucien ventured tentatively. Snape swiftly regained his composure, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. This swift transformation left Lucien inwardly remarking on the old bat's remarkable speed in changing his expressions. Since you are willing to exchange, consider what you would like in return, Snape stated in a neutral tone, as if the earlier emotional fluctuations had never occurred. He summoned a piece of parchment and a quill, placing them before Lucien, indicating for him to write down the improved formula for the sleep potion. As Lucien wrote, he reflected on what he should request in return. Essentially, he required a potion formula that could mask one's scent or sound, an ideal exchange of formulas, which Snape would likely acquiesce to. Lucien had no doubt that Snape possessed such formulas. As the youngest potions master with a promising future, he surely held an abundance of them. As for the bait-type potions that could attract magical creatures, he decided against that. It would be unwise for a mere freshman to request such items, as it would undeniably raise suspicion. Wouldn't he that blatantly reveal his desire to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Professor, may I exchange for a potion formula that can mask scent or sound? Upon hearing Lucien's request, Snape nodded without hesitation, extending his hand to summon another sheet of parchment, upon which a series of words began to materialize. Snape assumed that Lucien, still possessing a childlike spirit, was merely seeking to concoct a prank potion or simply wished to learn a new potion recipe. Lucien cast a glance at the recipe, which detailed disillusionment oil to be applied to the wrists, effectively masking one's scent and muffling sounds during movement, lasting for an hour. A remarkable find indeed, fulfilling the dual requirements of concealing scent and sound. True to Snape's reputation, it was a masterpiece. The exchange for this recipe was certainly worthwhile. After completing the transaction, Lucien departed from Snape's office. The potions class spanned 2 periods, and it was now midday. Lucien made his way to the dining hall, noting that, after conversing with Snape for a while, the dining area was relatively uncrowded. He hastily consumed a simple lunch before heading to the herbology classroom. This particular herbology lesson was shared with Gryffindor. As Lucien entered the herbology classroom, he heard someone calling out to him. "Lucien, over here." Hermione waved gently at him, while Harry and Ron turned their gazes in his direction. "Good afternoon, Lucien. What classes did you have this morning?" Lucien nodded to the 3 of them. Responding to Hermione's inquiry, "Potions." Harry gasped audibly, seemingly recalling the previous potions class's ordeal. Hermione inquired with concern, "Professor Snape didn't give you a hard time, did he? After all, you are quite exceptional and diligent in your studies." Lucien pondered briefly. "Well, Snape did award me some points and provided me with a new potion recipe." "No. He was rather pleasant," he replied. Harry looked at Lucien in astonishment, unable to comprehend how anyone could find Snape agreeable. At that moment, Harry recalled Lucien's suggestion to remove his glasses during Snape's class, but he was uncertain about potion brewing. Lucien began to fiddle with the herbology tools as he awaited the bell to signal the start of class. His fingers brushed against a small trowel when a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a loan. Loan name, Diligent Gardener. Title, monthly loan. Loan content. Upon donning this title, the host will gain an affinity for magical plants, resulting in increased yield and a shortened growth cycle. Loan task. Cultivate 10 Chinese chomping cabbages until they reach maturity. Would you like to accept the loan?" Lucien was taken aback that merely touching the trowel could trigger a loan. The last instance of such a passive trigger occurred in Diagon Alley while visiting a pet shop, where he obtained a loan for a unicorn. Reviewing the loan details, Lucien realized this was his first encounter with a title-based loan. Judging by the description, it seems to bestow a permanent enhancement. An affinity for magical plants sounds intriguing. System, what level of plant affinity does this entail? Unless the magical plants are manipulated or controlled by another, they shall not proactively attack the host. That is quite delightful. Many magical plants possess aggressive traits, yet at times, they must be utilized as potion ingredients or alchemical materials. Should one develop a rapport with these plants, it would prove immensely beneficial. Moreover, the yield of such flora would double, and their growth cycles would be considerably shortened, rendering them exceedingly practical. However, this task caused Lucien to furrow his brow. While merely cultivating the Chinese biting cabbage would not pose a problem, he recalled from his studies in herbology that the time from sowing to maturity for the biting cabbage requires at least 2 months. Yet, this loan is a monthly one, necessitating repayment within 30 days. But the effects of the title inherently shorten the growth cycle of plants. Furthermore, while perusing powerful potions, Lucien had come across fertilizers and potions capable of hastening plant maturation. If he were to attempt this, it might indeed be possible to reduce the maturation time to less than a month. Wouldn't that be fortuitous? He was already obligated to repay the improved formula loan weekly, and now, accounting for the dream scent and cloaking essential oil, he also needed to brew 3 kinds of potions. Besides fertilizers, He could concoct simple potions such as insecticides and herbicides. This way, he could conveniently repay the formula loan as well. Additionally, the Chinese biting cabbage is notorious for its ability to easily snap human bones. Once cultivated, it might even serve as a concealed weapon. Simply casting it outward could result in it pursuing and biting enemies. Sometimes, such physical attacks can be more unexpected and perhaps even more effective than spells. Lucien pondered that he would need to find a suitable place for planting. After class, he could inquire with Professor Sprout about borrowing the adjacent greenhouse. System. I wish to apply for the Diligent Gardener loan. Ding, Diligent Gardener, monthly loan, has been successfully applied for. Evaluation. Have you felt your farming spirit awakening? Lucien noticed that his name on the system panel now bore the title Diligent Gardener. He picked up a small trowel in one hand and a small hoe in the other. Why does it feel like he truly desires to cultivate something? Chapter 30. Herbology Class, Harry's Enthusiasm. In the herbology classroom, Professor Sprout stood at the center, speaking in a gentle tone. Welcome, everyone, to the class of herbology. Today, we shall learn about the division and transplantation of the white ash. Lucien quickly recalled the white ash from his memory. It is a commonly used herb, utilized by both wizards and muggles for medicinal purposes. The prevalent application of white ash is in conjunction with horklump juice to prepare a basic healing potion. After introducing the characteristics of white ash, Professor Sprout commenced her explanation of the transplantation techniques and precautions. Lucien listened with rapt attention. Perhaps it was the influence of the recently acquired Diligent Gardener title, but he found himself grasping the herbological knowledge and cultivation techniques with remarkable ease, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to dig and plant. The cultivation of white ash is relatively simple. One must only ensure that the soil remains loose and that the roots are buried at the bottom of the pot. There is no need for concern over making mistakes, as herbology is a discipline that involves interaction with life, inherently requiring patience and continuous experimentation. Professor Sprout's encouragement alleviated the anxiety of several young wizards. Children, you may begin. Lucien grasped a small trowel and began to turn the soil in the pot. When the earth became sufficiently loose, he instinctively paused. He then took the nearby fertilizing potion and evenly poured it into the pot. Rhythmically, he stirred the soil with the trowel, ensuring the potion was thoroughly mixed. Despite this being his first attempt, Lucien found the process oddly familiar, as though he had practiced it countless times before. It seemed that the industrious little gardener possessed an innate proficiency in herb cultivation, allowing him to quickly acclimate. The scent began to resemble what he expected. Once he properly prepared the white radish plant and planted it in the soil, the potion would reach its optimal efficacy. Lucien delicately pinched the white radish, carefully observing the entangled roots. He then commenced the separation. His movements were gentle, his fingers steady, not a trace of tremor present. He was steady but not slow. Under Lucien's careful handling, the intertwined roots were swiftly untangled. Even the tiniest, most delicate roots remained unscathed. He planted the divided white radish into the pot, gently covering it with soil and compressing it appropriately. Phew, Lucien exhaled softly, raising his forearm to wipe the fine sheen of sweat from his forehead. Truth be told, gardening was quite enjoyable. Well done, Grafton, came Professor Sprout's gentle voice from behind Lucien, who had been observing the young wizardess performance, patiently waiting until he completed the transplant before offering her praise. Thank you for your compliment, Professor. Your technique is quite adept, and it is evident that you are a meticulous young wizard. Have you studied horticulture before? Professor Sprout recalled their previous encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, led by Professor McGonagall, leading her to assume he hailed from a muggle family, hence her curiosity about his possible prior studies in gardening. However, Lucien shook his head. No, Professor. This is my first experience with plant cultivation. Lucien's words illuminated Professor Sprout's face. That is quite impressive, to achieve such results on your initial attempt. The roots are undamaged. The soil is appropriately firm, and the potion's evaporation is just right. Grafton, you may have a natural talent for herbology. Lucien humbly replied. I have read some herbology books and have developed a certain intuition during cultivation. I find immense joy in being able to apply that knowledge in herbology class. Professor Sprout gently applauded, her smile warm, diligent, and grounded. You would be a splendid fit for Hufflepuff. Grafton is the first to complete the white radish transplant. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. After her announcement, Professor Sprout added to Lucien, I wonder if you might be willing to assist your friends? With that, she gestured towards Harry and Ron. Harry was doing all right, albeit slowly separating the white radish, but Ron was becoming increasingly tangled, and judging by the force he was exerting, he risked breaking it entirely. Lucien nodded. Of course, I would be delighted to help my friends. Once Professor Sprout had walked away, Hermione was suddenly filled with disheartenment and lamented, Lucien, apart from your impressive prowess and charms, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge in herbology as well? Hermione had always been an exemplary student, one who loathed to appear inferior to others. Upon her foray into the magical realm, she dedicated herself fervently to her studies. diligently poring over tomes of magic, practicing spells, and previewing herbological knowledge. Yet, she always found herself lagging significantly behind Lucien. Hermione felt she could barely glimpse the shadow of Lucien's progress. Indeed, Lucien, how did you manage to handle the white ash so adeptly? Is it possible that our varieties differ? Ron inquired, setting aside the white ash while scratching his head. In his distraction, he forgot the mud on his hands, leaving dark smudges upon his red hair. His question elicited an exasperated eye roll from Hermione. Weasley, refrain from asking such foolish questions. Also, you can certainly wash your hair when we return. Harry shook his head, appreciating his friend's spirited humor, yet feeling a sense of helplessness at the occasional bursts of silliness. It seemed that Lucien's talents extended beyond charms and herbology, if he held Snape in high regard. He must also excel in potions. The moment Harry uttered this thought, he paused, as if struck by a realization, his movements of separating the white ash slowing. Lucien shrugged. I never intended to be exceptional. I've merely borrowed too many loans. His words left the trio perplexed. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Lucien understood. Oh, this joy is not to be shared with outsiders. However, Harry suddenly became animated. What? You borrowed money? Do you need my help? I still have plenty of galleons and Gringotts. Harry's enthusiasm left Lucien somewhat bewildered. He couldn't comprehend why Harry was so excited. Was this truly a trait of Gryffindor? In Lucien's view, if Hufflepuff represented benevolent loyalty, then Gryffindor embodied unwavering loyalty. Because you are my dear friend, I shall wholeheartedly support you. Yet, Lucien felt a twinge of confusion. Had they spent so little time together for him to hold such significance in Harry's eyes? Surely, this lad wasn't simply a fool with a wealth of gold, eager to play the benefactor, spending the inheritance of a grandfather and father he had never met. Brushing aside this topic, Lucien began to instruct the trio on transplanting the white ash. His guidance was meticulous and logical, and even Ron managed to complete the cultivation by the end of the class, with time to spare. This only deepened the trio's admiration for Lucien. Not only did he learn swiftly, but he also taught with remarkable efficiency. What a remarkable classmate he was. Soon, the herbology class concluded successfully. After bidding farewell to the trio, Lucien was shortly pursued by Harry, who called out, Lucien, do you have a moment? Are you in need of funds? The two questions filled Lucien's eyes with skepticism as he scrutinized Harry. What could this lad possibly be up to? Harry's uncertain demeanor prompted a moment's hesitation, but after a few seconds, he seemed to gather his resolve and declared, Coach, oh no, Lucien, I wish to learn potions. Chapter 31. Do you wish to learn potions from me? Loyalty. What? Do you want me to teach you basketball? Lucien's words left Harry momentarily bewildered, before he murmured, no, I meant potions, Lucien. I would like to request your guidance in potion making. Lucien sighed inwardly. Well, it seems no one else is in on the joke. So, you wish to seek my tutoring? To learn potions? Harry eagerly nodded. Setting aside his jest, Lucien began to ponder Harry's request seriously. Why the sudden interest in potions? Oh, it appears he intends to take my suggestion to heart, aiming to brew a potion to enhance his vision, and then remove his glasses during Snape's class. Snape's shadow looms large over Harry, compelling him to take the initiative to learn. Noticing Lucien's silence, Harry quickly added, Rest assured, Lucien, I will pay for the tutoring. How many galleons do you require? Lucien, however, was not particularly concerned about the fee Harry proposed. He was not in need of such trifles. Although the Potter family boasts a long lineage and considerable wealth within the wizarding community, Lucien's own Grafton family possesses a rather different standing in the Muggle world. How many so-called nobles and celebrities rely on Aunt Penelope's patronage? How many of their offspring seek to curry favor with me, the heir of Grafton? Regardless of whether they are Muggles or wizards, families that have endured through the ages, accumulating wealth, connections, knowledge, and experience, are truly invaluable. Wait a moment, knowledge? Lucien suddenly recognized a troubling notion. What had a venerable wizarding family left Harry, save for galleons and the invisibility cloak? No, that cannot be. Even Muggle families pass down their means of survival through generations, whether through government service or commerce. Would a wizarding family not leave behind some arcane tomes, rare spells, or unique potion or alchemical recipes? In that instant, Lucien's gaze towards Harry transformed, now imbued with fervor and admiration for the passion of knowledge and appreciation for family heritage. Yet, Lucien tempered his tone, seemingly heartbroken as he stated, Harry, we are friends. How could you insult me with money? Harry, in a flurry, responded, eager to learn potions and escape Snape's torment in the next class. No, Lucien, I was wrong too. Lucien interrupted his apology. However, you know me. I enjoy reading and acquiring new knowledge. If you are willing to lend me some books, tutoring in potions will be no trouble at all. Harry was taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. Lucien, you only want books? Just to borrow? Lucien shrugged nonchalantly. What else? To read a few times and master the knowledge within. Is not a book simply a vessel for preserving memories? Of course, displaying a well-stocked bookshelf at home to impress others is also a valid use. Harry nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are absolutely right. However, I do not possess any spellbooks. Upon realizing this, Harry anxiously adjusted his glasses. Observing Harry's demeanor, Lucien could not suppress a sigh. It was likely that during his visit to Gringotts, the lad had simply seized a large bag of galleons and fled, oblivious to other treasures. Do not fret, Harry. Do you not think that your lineage, the Potter family, a lineage of wizards that has endured for centuries, might have bequeathed to you some knowledge? Harry scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Well, I didn't really pay attention, but it seems there were a few books tucked behind a pile of galleons in Gringotts. Hearing this, Lucien thought. Of course, he merely grabbed the galleons. Rest assured, Lucien, even if my family did not leave me any spellbooks, I have the means to purchase them. Lucien raised a hand and reiterated, I said borrow. The knowledge left to you by your family is far more precious than visible wealth. Harry nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. You speak with such wisdom, Lucien. Although I may not fully grasp it, it certainly feels profound. You are truly a kind-hearted individual, willing to tutor me in potion making. And all you seek is to borrow books. Truly, a Ravenclaw at heart. No, you ought to be in Hufflepuff. Oh no, a person like you, who aids friends, truly belongs in Gryffindor. Listening to Harry's effusive praises and witnessing his almost self-sacrificial loyalty, Lucien could not help but reflect that the Sorting Hat had indeed made the right choice in placing this boy in Gryffindor. Enough of the flattery. Harry, have you considered where we might conduct our studies in potion making? Without hesitation, Harry replied, Indeed, we could go to Hagrid's. Lucien, do you remember him? The one who guided us across the lake. Lucien nodded, casually responding, Of course, it is hard to forget his presence. Harry's suggestion to visit Hagrid reminded Lucien of his need to cultivate 10 Chinese chomping cabbages. It would be ideal to find a plot of land that is secluded and away from prying eyes. Hagrid resides on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps he could request a small piece of land from him? Being near the forest's edge would facilitate care and maintenance. Lucien was aware of Harry's amicable relationship with Hagrid, and with his assistance in persuading Hagrid, the chances of success would be significantly increased. Yes, the sooner we plant, the better. To shorten the growth cycle of the chomping cabbages from 2 months to 1, we must not squander any time. Let us go. Lucien gestured towards the Forbidden Forest while beckoning Harry to follow. But I have yet to gather my potion-making tools, Harry protested. Lucien pointed to the items floating beside him, his cauldron and other equipment that he had not returned to his dormitory following the morning's potions class. You may use mine. Harry, since you have chosen to learn from me, I must make one point clear. Acquiring knowledge demands urgency. If you do not strive to excel, others will surpass you. In a state of bewilderment, Harry followed Lucien, unaware that he had chosen a teacher who would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Chapter 32, Hagrid's Hut. The Stern Lucien. Lucien and Harry arrived at the hunting grounds on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In the distance, they spotted a modest hut, its construction haphazard and crooked. As they approached, Lucien realized that the dwelling was far from small. The door alone towered at least 4 or 5 meters high. Surveying the surroundings, Lucien noticed a fenced vegetable garden not far from the hut, brimming with an array of vegetables, the most striking of which were the enormous pumpkins. It appeared that Hagrid had cultivated quite a substantial plot of land. Lucien mused that if Hagrid agreed to let him plant some biting cabbage in a corner of the garden, it would greatly simplify matters. Not only would the surrounding plants and fence provide cover, but he would also be spared the worry of magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest devouring his crops. Well, with biting cabbage, it would be uncertain who would be the predator. Harry was about to knock on Hagrid's door when a sudden bark erupted. Following the sound, a massive black dog sprang from the side of the hut, eyeing Lucien and Harry with vigilance. Fong, what is it? Is someone approaching the Forbidden Forest? A deep, booming voice emanated from within the hut, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps as the door swung open. A half-giant with a thick mane of hair, making it nearly impossible to discern his features, poked his head out. Oh, Harry, how delightful to see you. Hagrid beamed, waving a hand to indicate that Fong could cease barking. Who is this? He turned his gaze to Lucien, inquiring about Harry's companion. This is Lucien Grafton, a student from Ravenclaw. He's my good friend. Lucien nodded at Hagrid, somewhat surprised to glimpse Harry's perception of their relationship having elevated to that of good friends. Is that so? Well, hello, Lucien. Ravenclaw, I trust you are a clever little wizard. Hagrid expressed his delight, not only for Harry making a friend so quickly, but also for Harry bringing a companion to visit him. Come in. Don't be afraid of Fong. Rest assured, he's actually a very sweet and timid fellow. Lucien glanced at Fong, the imposing black dog whose shoulder nearly reached his chest. Then he looked up at Hagrid, who towered over 3 meters tall. Well, it seemed that this half-giant found every creature adorable. Upon entering the hut, it was evident that Hagrid was accustomed to living alone, as the interior was rather untidy. Hagrid rummaged around, producing 2 small stools, which he placed for Lucien and Harry to sit upon. "Oh, you arrived just in time. I've just baked some rock cakes." He presented a tray before them, his face brimming with anticipation. The cakes were rough in texture and studded with raisins, still emanating faint wisps of warmth and a pleasant aroma of dried fruits. As Lucien reached out to take a piece, he immediately sensed something amiss. "So hard," he exclaimed, finding it nearly impossible to squeeze. "Do take a taste. I am uncertain whether it suits your palate." Lucien offered a polite smile. "Hee. I cannot ascertain the suitability for my appetite, yet I fear my teeth may not be up to the task." Under the guise of his sleeve, Lucien discreetly aimed his wand at the rock cake and silently cast a softening charm. After attempting a bite, he found it barely manageable. Not bad. The flavor of the dried fruits is quite pronounced." Lucien nibbled on the softened cake. However, Harry, after just one bite, silently set it down, casting a look of astonishment at Lucien, as if to say, "You can actually eat that." Unable to indulge in the treat, Harry directly approached Hagrid with a request. "Hagrid, I wish to study potion brewing with Lucien. May we practice here?" "Of course," Hagrid replied with unreserved enthusiasm, hardly pausing for thought. Rarely did anyone venture to the hunting grounds. It was typically just a dog and a garden of vegetables keeping him company. Hagrid assumed that Lucien and Harry were merely interested in casually experimenting with potions, not genuinely seeking to learn. When Harry expressed his desire to stay and play with Lucien, Hagrid was more than willing. "Just a moment. I need to gather some tools and ingredients for the potions." "Ah, we have what we need." Before Harry could intervene, Hagrid had already rushed into the supply room. After a cacophony of clattering, Hagrid emerged carrying a large assortment of items. "Here is a cauldron, and here is a pestle. This is the essence of fluxweed, and this is the venom of a giant acromantula, along with the feathers of a billywig." When Lucien beheld the enormous cauldron and the thick pestle, he almost facepalmed, but his expression shifted upon seeing the materials: unicorn hair, fire serpent eggs, and acromantula venom. Hagrid possessed such a wealth of materials, many derived from rare or dangerous magical creatures. He must frequently venture into the Forbidden Forest for supplies, Lucien mused. "Oh, how could I forget? Hagrid seems quite fond of magical creatures and possesses considerable knowledge regarding their study. It is no surprise he has amassed such a collection." Suddenly, an idea struck Lucien. Could he enlist Hagrid's assistance? Hagrid would undoubtedly be familiar with the habitats of various magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Gaining such insights would enable him to pinpoint their locations swiftly. Once the little Chelan awoke, he could simply take it to those areas. With the aid of apparition, traveling would become exceedingly convenient. Instead of wandering aimlessly through the Forbidden Forest, Lucien would have ample time to observe and document the magical creatures. Glancing at Harry, who was absent-mindedly rubbing his cheeks, Lucien realized that assisting the lad with his studies was yielding unexpected rewards. Not only was he sharing his books, but he was also expanding his network. It was imperative to teach diligently and uphold rigorous standards, ensuring that this savior lived up to his title. "All right, Harry, now that you've had your fill, let us commence our studies." Harry glanced at the untouched rock cake in his hand and nodded reluctantly. "You need 15 grams of sparkling crystal, but you've measured out 14 grams. And according to the recipe, you require 100 milliliters of fire serpent egg white. You mistakenly added the yolk." "Incorrect. The mandala grass was cut short by a centimeter. Let us start anew." Harry was preparing the ingredients for the eye-opening potion, while Lucien stood closely watching, instantly pointing out any mistakes and insisting on corrections. After several repetitions, Harry began to perspire profusely. In Snape's potions class, although he would often be targeted, Snape had to attend to other students as well, unable to focus solely on Harry. This situation was different. It was a one-on-one tutoring session from an academic prodigy, with Lucien observing Harry's every move. Unlike Snape, who was notoriously acerbic, Lucien maintained a calm demeanor. Yet his corrections were remarkably prompt, addressing even the minutest errors. This made Harry feel as though he was being relentlessly pressured, compelled to start over multiple times. Finally, under Lucien's guidance, Harry completed the preparation of all the materials and began to ignite the cauldron. During this brief respite, Harry contemplated inquiring whether Lucien truly needed to be so stringent, as he believed merely practicing a basic potion would suffice. However, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing that it might displease Lucien. Yet, Lucien initiated the conversation. "Were you wondering why I was so gentle when teaching you about herb transplantation? Yet now I am so strict with you?" Harry intended to deny it, but upon seeing Lucien's earnest expression, he awkwardly nodded in agreement. Among classmates and friends, one can only offer suggestions, with the choice to heed them resting solely with the individual. To preserve camaraderie, one must not be overly forthright. "But now, we are in a tutoring session. You are the student, and I am the teacher. Because of the trust you have placed in me through your payment, I cannot allow myself to impart erroneous or haphazard knowledge." Chapter 33, Harry's Emotion, Repaying the Improved Formula Loan. "Because of the trust you have placed in me, I cannot allow myself to impart erroneous or haphazard knowledge." Lucien's words struck Harry like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before entering the magical world, while residing at his aunt's house, he had always been a child scorned and mocked. Upon discovering magic, he transformed into the boy who lived, with most people regarding him with a mix of curiosity and reverence for a legend. At times, Harry longed to shout, "I am Harry, I am merely Harry." Little did he expect Lucien to value his trust and respect him to such a degree. "Lucien, I will study earnestly. Thank you." Harry struggled to articulate his gratitude and joy, ultimately expressing it as a promise of commitment. Lucien patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Don't overthink it. Continue your studies." Harry nodded emphatically and began to add the materials to the cauldron to simmer, following Lucien's guidance. This time, he acted without hesitation or confusion, diligently brewing the potion. Ultimately, a cauldron of softly glowing, light blue liquid was successfully concocted. After inspecting the color and gently wafting the aroma, Lucien nodded approvingly. "Give it a try. This is your first potion." Harry felt a surge of excitement as he scooped a trembling spoonful of the potion into a small metal vial. This is likely the measure of a single dose. Harry swallowed hard and, with his head down the eye-enhancing potion he had crafted himself. Observing Harry's demeanor, Lucien found it amusing. How could this lad drink the potion with such gusto, as if he had just downed an entire bottle? A faint blue glow flickered in Harry's eyes before vanishing. Removing his glasses, Harry scanned the room, his voice brimming with excitement. "I can see clearly. My potion was a success. Thank you, Lucien, thank you." Perhaps enhanced by the effects of the potion and the absence of his glasses, Harry's emerald green eyes appeared even more luminous. Lucien felt a swell of satisfaction. Aside from Harry, Severus should perhaps be the one expressing gratitude towards him. A potion like the eye-enhancing one was not particularly difficult to brew, and Lucien was confident that Severus could even concoct a potion to permanently cure myopia. So why wouldn't Severus provide Harry with a vial? If he was too proud to do so openly, he could always discreetly mix it into Harry's meals. Could it be that the old bat, while yearning to gaze upon those verdant eyes, hesitated to remove his glasses, fearing the memories of the woman who could no longer see, and the thought of passing on her eyes to Harry? "Very well done, Harry. You truly have an aptitude for potion making." Lucien directly praised and encouraged Harry, fully aware of the significance of positive reinforcement for a child of this age. Sure enough, excitement washed over Harry's face. "Ah, thank you. Lucien, you truly are an excellent teacher." Lucien nodded gently. The boy was indeed teachable. "Now, I will look away. You shall brew the eye-enhancing potion once more on your own." Harry paused, a sound of realization escaping his lips. Seizing the moment while the sensation lingered, he understood that practicing several times would solidify his knowledge. Lucien recognized that children at this age could be easily distracted, thus repetitive practice was vital. Harry, without question, accepted Lucien's words and began to clean the cauldron in preparation for potion making. Lucien himself approached the large cauldron provided by Hagrid. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system in his mind. "I wish to borrow the primary product potion, daily loan, to custom make fertilizer, weed removal potion, bug begone potion, and cloaking oil potion. 5 portions of the first 3, and 1 of the cloaking oil." Lucien reasoned that, given the high demand for fertilizer, weed killer, and pest repellents, it would be wise to brew a larger quantity in one go. Moreover, the size of Hagrid's cauldron made it convenient for a single extensive brew. Items have been allocated to system space, available for retrieval at any time. Task: successfully brew 5 portions each of fertilizer, weed removal potion, and bug begone potion, plus 1 portion of cloaking oil. Lucien began processing the materials. He had already memorized the recipes for these 3 vegetable growing potions, as well as the cloaking oil he had exchanged with Severus. His speed was remarkable, aided by precise control of magic. Lucien swiftly used spells to assist in processing the raw materials, then manipulated them to soar into the large cauldron for brewing. Of course, such actions would not be permitted in Severus's class, but he wouldn't come flapping over in his cloak, would he? Harry had just completed brewing a vision-enhancing potion on his own, while Lucien had already successfully concocted 4 different potions. Ding! The host has successfully brewed 5 potions. The improved potion formula, weekly loan, has been fully repaid. Repaying debts brings such relief. After reviewing Harry's assignments, Lucien pointed out deficiencies and offered correction methods. As the two finally seemed to finish their tasks, Hagrid, who had been observing, rubbed his hands together and could not help but speak up. "You really know how to brew potions?" He felt hesitant to express his thoughts, assuming the 2 young wizards were merely jesting, not realizing they were truly engaged in potion making. Harry looked at Hagrid with a hint of confusion, unable to grasp his meaning. Lucien, however, presented the 3 types of gardening potions he had just prepared to Hagrid. "Hagrid, these potions are fertilizer, herbicide, and pesticide. I noticed you have quite a few vegetables growing in your garden. You should find these useful. Thank you for providing us with the space and materials." Lucien disliked being in debt and preferred to repay whenever possible. Moreover, having borrowed through the system, it felt akin to acquiring additional potions without cost. Thus, he decided to gift these ready-made gardening potions to Hagrid as a token of gratitude for his assistance. Hagrid attempted to return the potions, fearing his strength might inadvertently harm Lucien, and instead waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 Harry is my friend, and you are Harry's friend. I am delighted to assist you both. There is no need for such gifts. Lucien chuckled, recognizing that this half-giant was indeed a straightforward and kind-hearted individual. Well, Hagrid, I am Harry's friend, and since Harry is your friend, that makes you my friend as well. Is there any issue with helping a friend grow larger and tastier vegetables? Chapter 34. The biting cabbage is truly tough. Outside the window, upon hearing Lucien's declaration of friendship, Hagrid was unexpectedly moved to tears. Apart from Harry, Lucien was the first to clearly express that Hagrid was his friend. Oh, you are right, Lucien. I have been rather sentimental. Friends should not refuse the goodwill of friends. Hagrid accepted the potions from Lucien's hands, carefully placing them in a cabinet, securing it with a lock. Wow, Hagrid is truly sincere. Witnessing Hagrid's earnestness towards the gifts he had provided brought Lucien a sense of joy. Hagrid, these potions are quite easy to make. If you find them useful, I can brew more. Hagrid continued to smile, nodding repeatedly. He did not regard the potions as mere trinkets. They were heartfelt gifts from a friend. Hagrid, I'll be straightforward. I actually have a favor to ask of you. Of course, no problem. What is it? Before Lucien could finish his sentence, Hagrid readily agreed, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He had thought it best to communicate directly with someone as straightforward as Hagrid. Yet he had not even stated the request before receiving an affirmative response. Never mind. Interacting with such a friend felt quite comfortable. It's like this. I wish to plant some vegetation. Do you think you could assist? Certainly. I shall assist you in tilling a patch in the garden. Before Lucien could finish his sentence, Hagrid eagerly consented once more, even offering his assistance in the digging. What do you wish to cultivate? Juicy tomatoes, crisp cucumbers, or perhaps large pumpkins? You can entrust these to the house elves in the kitchen. They will help you prepare delightful dishes, such as pumpkin pie. Hagrid rambled on, leaving Lucien feeling as though he could not interject. He had not anticipated that this half-giant would be so loquacious. Was it possible that he rarely engaged with others, and had thus become rather talkative? Lucien had merely intended to mention planting a few biting cabbages. Yet the conversation had spiraled into an extensive discussion on a comprehensive garden recipe book. Ahem, Hagrid, I shall consider your suggestions for the future. I merely wish to plant some Chinese biting cabbages. Would that be convenient? Lucien's inquiry rendered Hagrid momentarily silent as he stroked his bushy beard, pondering. This caused Lucien to feel a twinge of anxiety. Did the half-giant only have an affinity for magical creatures and harbored no interest in magical plants? Alternatively, did he perceive the endeavor of a first-year wizard planting biting cabbages as perilous, thus refraining from assisting? If that were the case, Lucien would need to devise a method to secure a plot of land in the Forbidden Forest. It would be inconvenient to tend to, and he would also have to consider how to fend off any magical creatures intent on pilfering his crops, whether through potions or spells. After all, that particular variety of cabbage was quite tough and not particularly palatable. What? Hagrid's interjection interrupted Lucien's contemplation. No, what did you say was unappetizing, the biting cabbage? He had intended to use it as a weapon or to set traps. Who in their right mind would consume such a thing? Upon reflection, Hagrid was capable of gnawing on rock-hard rock cakes, yet he deemed the biting cabbage too hard. Perhaps it truly was formidable. In light of this, utilizing biting cabbages as weapons seemed feasible. Even if they did not manage to bite, they could certainly deliver a solid blow to an adversary. Lucien clarified to Hagrid that he was merely curious about magical plants and wished to experiment with their cultivation, not with the intention of consuming them. Hagrid assured him that there would be no issue, completely oblivious to the potential dangers of a first-year wizard planting such things, and promised to assist Lucien in caring for the cabbages. Noticing that there was still ample time, Lucien, adhering to the principle of diligence as a teacher, took the opportunity to instruct Harry on the preparation of an improved version of the sleeping draught. After all, he had already traded the recipe to Snape, and it would eventually be incorporated into the curriculum. Others would inevitably learn this foundational potion. Indeed, as Harry immersed himself wholeheartedly in potion making, Lucien discovered that the lad possessed a genuine talent for it, having previously neglected his studies out of disdain for Snape. When using the sleeping draught, you must wear a mask to remain alert. If that fails, hold your breath. The method I taught you yields superior results and requires a spark. Lucien also provided a brief lesson on a simple spark charm, sufficient for igniting the potion. Allowing Harry to practice independently, Lucien resolved to head to the garden to sow the Chinese biting cabbages. Initially, he had intended to trade potions for seeds with Hagrid, who had some left over from previous plantings. However, Hagrid waved his hand generously and simply gifted the seeds to Lucien, stating, "Assisting a friend in growing larger cabbages requires no reward." The familiarity of this sentiment left Lucien with no retort. and he took the seeds and set off to cultivate the land. After Lucien departed, Harry turned to Hagrid and beseeched, "Hagrid, here is the key. Could you assist me with a trip to Gringotts to search for some magical tomes?" The following morning, many first-year Ravenclaws enjoyed a well-deserved lie-in, for they had no classes that day. In contrast, Lucien had risen early and was diligently studying in the library, rubbing his slightly sore shoulders. Lucien found himself at a loss for words. Just the day before, he had intended to use magic to till the ground. But perhaps influenced by his newfound title of diligent gardener, he felt compelled to try his hand at manual labor. To his astonishment, he discovered that wielding the shovel proved far swifter than employing magic. It seemed an inexhaustible strength surged within him as he plowed an additional 2 rows in the vegetable garden. So this was the true essence of the diligent gardener. With such a title, one could indeed prosper through farming. Engrossed in his studies, Lucien remained oblivious to the presence of a girl with soft golden locks sitting not far from him. It was Daphne Greengrass. Upon entering, she spotted Lucien immersed in his work and chose a seat at a respectful distance, perusing her own book while stealing glances in his direction. Yet, each time, his striking deep green eyes remained fixed on the pages, never once drifting towards her. Reminded of how Lucien had dismissed her invitation with indifference, Daphne could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. As the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, she was accustomed to being the center of attention both at home and at school. Why, then, did he not even spare her a glance? "Help! Help me! It's so high!" A terrified cry echoed through the library, causing everyone to lift their heads in search of its source. Just as Lucien turned to see, he caught sight of a figure dangling outside the window, a chubby boy with a round face and golden hair. Neville. Chapter 35. The shock of the silencing charm. Harry has caused trouble. Help! With a tearing sound of fabric, Neville's scream quickly plummeted. Lucien promptly drew his wand, casting a silent levitation charm that struck Neville mid-fall. The boy's plump form hung in the air momentarily before descending steadily to the ground. Approaching the window, Lucien observed Neville sprawled on the floor, slowly rising to brush off his robes. Lucien exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his reflexes had been sharp enough to save Neville in time. Indeed, in moments of dire urgency, a swiftly cast, silent fundamental charm often proves to be the most effective. In the race against time, every second counts. Before long, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, hurried to Neville's side. Trembling and pale, Neville appeared to be still shaken by the ordeal. Although he insisted he felt no pain and seemed uninjured, Madame Hooch remained unconvinced and led him to the infirmary, advising the students to pause their practice until her return. Lucien observed this entire scene unfold from the upper level of the library. Although Madame Hooch was unable to swiftly employ her magic to save Neville, which seemed somewhat beneath the standards of a teacher, it was evident that she cared deeply for her students, choosing to personally escort them to the infirmary. It appears that the plot will unfold as expected. Harry and Malfoy are likely to compete on their brooms for the memory ball that Neville dropped, leading Professor McGonagall to discover Harry's remarkable flying talent. With that, Lucien returned to his seat, picking up his book to resume reading. In the brief chaos that ensued, it was likely that no one noticed Lucien's use of magic, considering it was a swift, concealed, and silent spell. However, there was an exception, an observant blonde girl who had been watching Lucien intently. She witnessed Lucien draw his wand, noted that he did not utter an incantation, and saw the little chubby boy suspended in midair outside the window. Daphne's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she murmured to herself, "A silent spell? That was indeed a silent spell, wasn't it? Lucien didn't seem to recite any incantation, did he? My mother said that silent spells are advanced techniques, only taught in the 6th year at Hogwarts. Isn't Lucien in the same year as I am?" After a moment of self-reflection, Daphne regained her composure, although her mind remained in a state of turmoil. She looked once more at Lucien. Her previous feelings of discontent had dissipated, replaced by disbelief and profound gravity. Born into the esteemed house of Greengrass, one of the sacred 28, Daphne had been exposed to magic from a young age, possessing knowledge far surpassing that of her peers. Yet, she had never heard of anyone at this age being capable of performing a silent spell. Such proficiency would require not only exquisite control over magical power, but also a substantial reservoir of it, something no young wizard should possess at this stage. How could Lucien, who was evidently my age, wield such immense magical strength? Pure blood? No. Grafton, I have never heard of such a pure blood family. Which reclusive lineage could this be? Yet, in this era, few families maintain such traditions. Lucien is indeed extraordinary. Unlike those who merely flatter me, he is worthy of being my friend. Daphne's eyes sparkled with excitement as she prepared to rise and engage Lucien in conversation. Suddenly, a sharp, irate voice rang out from behind her. "Young lady, the library is a place for reading and studying. It is not a venue for idle chatter with oneself. Please take your leave." Upon hearing Madame Pance's reprimand, Daphne's face flushed with embarrassment. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she had forgotten about the librarian's stern demeanor. However, Madame Pants had already raised her feather duster in admonition. Daphne bolted, lacking the courage to argue. Inside the library, Madame Pants cared not for whether one was a pureblood or a member of the Sacred 28. She would not tolerate any degradation of the precious books or the scholarly atmosphere of the library. Daphne dared not glance in Lucien's direction. It was too humiliating. As she fled the library under Madame Pants's scolding, Lucien finally cast a glance her way. But all he saw was the retreating figure of a flustered girl with soft golden hair. With a sigh, another individual has been expelled in the presence of Madame Pants, who ardently safeguards the library's academic atmosphere, is indeed a blessing. However, that silhouette seems somewhat familiar. Just as Lucien was lost in his memories, a resounding crash echoed, akin to someone plummeting from the sky to the ground. This was swiftly followed by anguished wails and the cacophony of children's chatter. Lucien set aside his book and peered out the window. No, why is it so noisy? Did I not just rescue Neville? He pondered. Alas, had he forgotten to consult the calendar this morning regarding the appropriateness of studying in the library? Lucien picked up his book, preparing to depart the library. He had no intention of joining the fray outside. His studies took precedence. Besides, Harry or Ron would undoubtedly seek him out later to discuss the recent events. After all, Gryffindor would seize any opportunity to boast about their triumph over Slytherin, even if it was merely two first years settling a dispute while riding broomsticks. Moments earlier, on the flying lesson grounds. Give me the memory ball, Malfoy. No, I intend to hide it and let Longbottom search for it. With that, Malfoy mounted his broom and soared away. Naturally, Harry, unwilling to be outdone, pursued him. The two engaged in a spirited chase, ultimately pausing high above the ground. Want this, Potter? Malfoy taunted as he tossed the memory ball in a provocative manner. Harry yearned to rush forward but did not wish to be toyed with. Thus, he pondered a strategy, and suddenly, inspiration struck. He slipped his hands into his pockets, retrieving his wand in one hand and a small tin in the other. Unscrewing the lid of the tin revealed a pale blue solid with a wick. Indeed, the soothing potion Lucien had taught him to brew just the day prior. It spread rapidly, capable of inducing slumber in a wizard within 5 seconds, ignited by a spark charm. Recalling Lucien's teachings and reminders, he murmured the incantation. Upon igniting the soothing potion, Harry held his breath and hurled the tin towards Malfoy. In an uncanny synchrony, Malfoy also released the memory ball, casting it far away. If you want it, go fetch it yourself. Harry darted towards the memory ball, yet, inexplicably, Malfoy caught the object Harry had thrown. Huh, Potter, are you a child, tossing things around? Malfoy's taunting words were abruptly cut short as his eyes fluttered shut, loosening his grip on the broom and plummeting towards the ground. Meanwhile, Harry sped towards the memory ball, ultimately seizing it before a window and executing a perfect turn. He reveled in his victory, oblivious to the older cat lady observing him from within the window. A piercing, anguished wail resonated from the grounds, reaching both Harry and Professor McGonagall, the latter instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Harry, pale as a ghost, realized he might have gotten into trouble. Chapter 36, Shearing the Wool from Quirrell and Tom. For that is truly wholesome. In the defense against the Dark Arts classroom, Lucien attended his second lesson of the week, scrutinizing the stammering Professor Quirrell as he pondered his plans for after class. He intended to confront Quirrell immediately, though he recognized the necessity of discretion, as the classroom was crowded with prying eyes. The defense against the Dark Arts lesson remained as uninspiring as ever. The professor inexplicably delved into the origins and definitions of the disarming charm, neglecting its practical application. Lucien could not help but internally lament the lack of genuine instruction from a teacher. Time dragged on as the class meandered under Chilo's lackadaisical approach, leading Lucien to seize his textbook and escape the classroom. He followed closely behind Chilo, who made his way back to the adjacent office, poised to close the door. However, a hand pressed against the door panel, halting his motion. Professor Chilo, I have some inquiries regarding defense against the Dark Arts that I wish to discuss, Lucien stated. Turning to face him, Professor Chilo was met by the gaze of a young man with dark golden hair and striking emerald green eyes. I'm sorry, but the professor is busy with other matters. Perhaps another time? Chilo stammered, attempting to shut the door. Yet, Lucien's next words stopped him in his tracks. Professor, I recently caught wind of some rumors that appear to relate to your tenure at Hogwarts. Chilo's demeanor shifted, his eyes darting nervously. What rumors? With a slight smirk, Lucien replied, it's rather difficult to convey in just a few words. Chilo glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Fine, you may come in, he conceded. Upon entering Chilo's office, Lucien found it rather austere, devoid of any spellbooks or alchemical materials. It made sense. One could surmise that should he acquire the Philosopher's Stone, he would flee without a second thought, leaving no possessions behind. It was akin to how a cluttered desk instills trust in a boss, while a barren one raises suspicions of an employee preparing to jump ship. Now may we proceed? Chilo inquired, his tone slightly anxious. Professor, my surname is Grafton. Lucien announced as he leisurely took a seat opposite the desk. I enjoy a good rapport with my peers and often engage in conversations with many students. You might be curious to know how they perceive you. Lucien's eyes narrowed, a sly smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized Chilo. What do they say? Chilo stuttered. Well, it seems they feel your lectures lean too heavily on theory. Many have mentioned that their elders have claimed defense against the dark arts to be quite fascinating, promising a variety of magical practices. Ah, yes, I have a few friends from Slytherin, including those from the Greengrass and Malfoy families, who have expressed their discontent with the current curriculum. In particular, one Malfoy, who assured me that his father is a school governor, intends to advocate for a professor who can effectively integrate theory with practice. Of course, I'm not suggesting you are inadequate. Rather, Lucien feigned seriousness while weaving an elaborate tale, all the while absorbed in his studies. In truth, he barely knew any Slytherins, perhaps only half a one. A girl named Daphne Greengrass. Noticing Chilo's pallor and the beads of sweat forming beneath his headscarf, Lucien deemed his performance satisfactory. Chilo's timidity was astonishing. One would think that a man who dared to allow Voldemort to possess him would be more composed. Yet, Lucien's mere words had clearly struck a nerve. Was this truly the caliber of a graduate from Ravenclaw? Forget it. Anyone who can be easily swayed by Tom to willingly offer their body cannot be exceptionally intelligent. If you were not to teach the defense against the dark arts, what are your plans after departing from Hogwarts? Lucien suddenly fixed his gaze upon Quirrell, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if seeing through Quirrell to another person entirely. Quirrell appeared dazed for several seconds, his pupils dimming abruptly. He raised a hand to wipe away the sweat, a polite smile adorning his lips. Grafton, you are a Ravenclaw, and undoubtedly a clever young wizard. The subject of dark arts defense involves considerable magical might. Wouldn't it be wiser for first-year students to solidify their theoretical foundations first? Lucien interlocked his fingers and nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Quirrell's smile was just beginning to broaden. Professor, why have you stopped stuttering? Lucien chuckled softly, placing his hand beneath the table to grasp his wand. How intriguing. Tom has directly assumed his identity and seems to have recovered so well. Quirrell tugged at the corners of his stiff mouth. Hee, your powers of observation are quite keen. We are fortunate to have a newcomer like you in Ravenclaw. I tend to get nervous in front of many people, but I speak more fluently when the crowd is smaller. However, practical lessons in dark arts defense. Realizing that Quirrell was merely stalling, Lucien decided against prolonging the encounter and raised his wand. Quirrell's expression sharpened, a faint chill crossing his features. I have a prior engagement with classmates. We plan to have lunch in 10 minutes, so I shall proceed without wasting your time. Professor, I have self-studied some defensive spells, such as this blazing inferno, this shattering curse, and this disintegration charm. Instantly, flames began to swirl within the office, tea sets shattered, and cabinets severed. Throughout the display, Lucien and Quirrell maintained unwavering eye contact, not diverting their gazes. Haha, indeed, before you, these are mere trifles. Lucien waved his wand again, restoring the office to its former state. It was essential to showcase his capabilities and convey that he could create considerable commotion in a short span. Of course, basic politeness remained requisite. I merely wish to inquire about some practical techniques. You are correct. Most first-year students need not engage in practical operations so early, so. Quirrell nodded, smiling, though there was little sincerity in his laughter. How about this? You are a remarkably gifted student and can certainly attempt practical work ahead of schedule. Once or twice a week, you may come to my office for supplementary lessons. I shall personally instruct you in practical techniques. Lucien smiled, yet his own sincerity was lacking. Thank you for your guidance. It is an honor. He had managed to extract some advantage. However, observing Tom's demeanor, if there weren't any underhanded tactics during these supplementary lessons, he would hardly be Voldemort. Yet, one must embrace risk for the sake of prosperity. Valuable knowledge is often similarly elusive. Naturally, precaution is imperative, and he ought to consult old Dumbledore for advice. Lucien rose to take his leave, exiting the office. A few minutes later, Quirrell began to mumble to himself. Master, those pure-blood students. Foolish one, can't you see? That lad is merely attempting to extort you for some gain. The master exclaimed. If that is so, then why continue the instruction? I require the magic stone. The plan must not falter. This is merely a minor interlude. I shall teach you a variant of the soul-binding curse, which, after several applications, will enable you to control the thoughts of the other party. Its strength lies in its subtlety, ensuring that the teachers remain oblivious to any anomalies. But master, what if the child becomes aware of the situation? A timid creature like that? The dark incantation I bestow upon you. Do you truly believe that lad has delved into the depths of dark magic or possesses an extraordinary aptitude for it? Otherwise, what grounds does he have to suspect? Chapter 37. Harry will not betray his friends. At noon, in the dining hall. Oh, you should have seen it. At that moment, Malfoy was suspended in midair, and Harry, in a sudden rush, sent Malfoy soaring. Ron exclaimed, brandishing a large chicken leg as he animatedly recounted Harry's heroic exploits. A throng of students surrounded the long table, predominantly Gryffindors, who relished tales of Slytherin's misfortunes. As Ron spun his yarn, the lions alternated between laughter and cheers. Yet, the protagonist of the tale, Harry, wore a troubled frown. He realized that after seeing Malfoy injured, trouble was surely brewing, and he would certainly face reprimand from the teachers. However, as the morning classes drew to a close, no instructor had sought him out. This agonizing anticipation was the most torturous of all. Harry timidly lifted his gaze to Lucien across the table, only to find Lucien watching him in return, prompting him to quickly lower his eyes once more. Having listened to Ron's embellished tales, Lucien had likely pieced together the events. Essentially, it mirrored the original story, revolving around a conflict over the memory ball, culminating in a broomstick duel. But how exactly did Malfoy fall? Was he truly sent flying by Harry? Ron had claimed that Malfoy had broken both legs, both arms, and was utterly shattered. Lucien found it hard to believe such exaggeration, yet the injuries could not have been trivial, considering the height from which he had fallen. Thankfully, Professor McGonagall arrived promptly, stabilizing Malfoy's condition before swiftly transporting him to the infirmary. Moreover, why did Harry appear so guilty? What mischief had he been up to? Harry, come with me. The headmaster wishes to see you. A commanding voice resonated, silencing the chatter among the young wizards. Professor McGonagall, adorned with square glasses, appeared at the long table and beckoned Harry away. Lucien pondered the significance of this matter, noting that it warranted a discussion with the headmaster. Accompanying Professor McGonagall, Harry nervously entered the headmaster's office. He had no inclination to observe the decor of the office, but could not help but notice a large glass cabinet prominently positioned at the center of the room. It was impossible to ignore, large and gleaming. Inside the cabinet sat a singular item, a patched, grayish-white hat. "Hello, Harry Potter, do I look presentable now?" Harry was astonished to hear the hat speak. "Hey, why are you silent? Did you not just wear me during the sorting ceremony? Have you forgotten already?" Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "You were the sorting hat. Weren't you gray-brown at that time?" "Indeed, I was originally gray-white. It has merely been too long since I last cleaned it." Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the dialogue between Harry and the sorting hat. "Potter, come here and explain how you caused Draco Malfoy's injury." Harry shuddered as he turned to face the source of the voice. Severus Snape and Professor Dumbledore were seated at the table, with the former scrutinizing him with an icy gaze. "Oh, do not be afraid. Just sit down and speak freely," Dumbledore said with a warm smile, gesturing for Snape not to intimidate the student. Harry swallowed hard and took a seat. Clang. Professor McGonagall placed a small tin on the table, producing a sharp sound. Upon seeing the tin, Harry's pupils dilated. It contained a potion known as dreamless sleep, which he had failed to locate on the grounds afterward. "Harry, is this potion yours?" Professor McGonagall asked, her expression serious. She had found it near Malfoy, and although she was the head of Gryffindor, she would not shield her students, especially in a situation where someone might have misused a potion to cause harm. Harry's face turned pale as he nodded dazedly. "Severus, could you identify this potion?" Snape slowly picked up the tin. He had detected a faint scent of orchids emanating from it, which felt oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection of the residual potion, Snape's expression darkened. "This is dreamless sleep, but an improved version." It was Lucien who had exchanged the enhanced formula with him. Currently, it seemed that only Lucien and he could brew this particular potion at the school. How could it be connected to Lucien? Dreamless sleep has a drowsy effect, applicable to wizards and, even magical creatures. Snape briefly explained the potion but refrained from mentioning its modified nature. "Potter, what is this potion intended for?" Harry did not respond immediately. His hands trembled on his lap as he pondered the situation. "The potion is mine. I brewed it myself, and I was the one who used it against Malfoy. I cannot mention Lucien. This matter must not involve him. He has no connection to this." Harry recalled Lucien's words, his teachings, his respect, and his trust. Suddenly, Harry straightened his neck and declared loudly, "This potion is indeed my own creation. I used it against Malfoy." Dumbledore and Snape were startled by Harry's sudden outburst. They observed Harry, partially obscured by his glasses, yet his defiant emerald eyes shone through. Then they beheld his infuriatingly stubborn face. Snape, visibly annoyed, remarked, "I am asking you what this potion is for, not whether you brewed it yourself." Snape's implication was that Harry should admit the potion was intended for magical creatures, rather than to deliberately harm a fellow student. Harry gradually calmed down. "Since my arrival at Hogwarts, I have struggled with sleep, and this was intended as a remedy." While this explanation may seem far-fetched, it is certainly preferable to admitting that it was meant to prank a fellow student. Moreover, Harry had no intention of harming Malfoy. He merely recalled what he believed to be the most effective method in a moment of impulsiveness, failing to contemplate the grave consequences. As a true Gryffindor, this was both unfortunate and understandable. Snape shook his head, declaring that Harry Potter had misused potions, resulting in an accidental injury to a classmate. His punishment would entail copying the school rules 10 times, volunteering for an hour each day at the infirmary for a week, and Gryffindor would lose 50 points. Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, do you find this acceptable? Upon hearing this resolution, both Dumbledore and McGonagall were somewhat taken aback. The punishment appeared quite severe, however. Snape had classified the incident as an accident, thus indirectly protecting Harry. McGonagall was perplexed as to why Snape would so easily let Harry off the hook. It was well known that Lucius Malfoy, as a school board member, would undoubtedly seek an explanation from the Slytherin head for his son's predicament. Dumbledore, privy to certain underlying matters, nonetheless felt that Snape's handling of the situation was relatively lenient. He spoke gravely. I see no issue with this, but there is one condition. Harry, you must apologize to the injured student, an earnest apology. I understand the origins of your conflict, but you two have erred, and Malfoy has borne the consequences as well. You are classmates, not adversaries, and should not harbor animosity towards one another. Harry nodded solemnly. I understand my mistake, and I am willing to accept the punishment. After some further discussion, Harry left the headmaster's office. The moment he stepped through the door, he straightened his posture. Harry Potter would not betray his friends. Harry Potter did not betray his friends. Chapter 38, Transfiguration Class. In the headmaster's office, after Harry departed, McGonagall rose to take her leave, stating that she needed to prepare for the afternoon's Transfiguration class. As Snape prepared to exit as well, Dumbledore called out to him. Severus, do you have any impressions of Lucien Glaffiton? He should have attended your class. Snape stiffened momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, responding nonchalantly. He displays considerable talent in potion making and is quite humble. In the Great Hall, with some time remaining before class, Lucien sat at the long table with a group of peers. Soon, a sharp-eyed student spotted their target. Oh, look, Harry's back. Lucien turned to see Harry striding toward them. Head held high and steps full of vigor, resembling a returning king. Wasn't he called in for a discussion? He looks as if he just received an award. Beaming with pride. Harry, are you all right? What did the teacher say? Someone asked anxiously. Harry recounted the details of his punishment, including the deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor, effectively nullifying their achievements from the past few days. A hush fell over the group, lingering for 2 or 3 seconds. Oh yeah, we won. Gryffindor has triumphed over Slytherin once again. The teachers have imposed a punishment. This is recognition. A group of upperclassmen from Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers, while the bewildered first-year students struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. The more seasoned students from other houses, having grown accustomed to the lion's temperament, merely observed with indifference. Only the Slytherins, eager to witness the spectacle, huffed disdainfully and took their leave. Initially perplexed by the Gryffindors' sudden exuberance, Lucien soon grasped the mindset of the lions. To them, Harry's triumph over Malfoy signified nothing less than Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin. The punishment meted out by the teachers could, in a sense, be viewed as an official endorsement of this rivalry. Lucien couldn't help but shake his head. The animosity between the two houses ran deep, and in their eyes, scores and the house cup paled in comparison to the satisfaction of watching their rivals falter. Indeed, the Weasley twins were already hoisting Harry aloft, as if showcasing a brand new cub. In the afternoon, Lucien arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. Glancing at the podium, he was not surprised to find a tabby cat, its face adorned with markings reminiscent of spectacles. Lucien nodded at Professor McGonagall, who had transformed into the feline form, before finding a seat. Was it Professor McGonagall's fondness for becoming a cat, or merely a customary display of Transfiguration's wonders before the first lesson for the newcomers? Lucien surveyed the classroom. Today, they were sharing the space with Slytherin. As the class approached, none of the young wizards ventured to the podium to pet the cat. This was understandable. Lucien surmised that only the Hufflepuffs, with their affection for animals, or the brave Gryffindors, would dare to engage with the cat before their inaugural Transfiguration lesson. When the bell rang, the tabby cat leaped from the podium and transformed into a witch clad in deep green robes. The sight of a cat morphing into Professor McGonagall elicited gasps of astonishment from many young wizards. Beside Lucien, Terry wore a look of sheer wonder. Lucien, look. What kind of magic is that? It's incredible. Lucien casually explained to Terry about animagi, wizards capable of transforming into animals, representing the pinnacle of transfiguration. He pondered the intricacies of animagi. This branch of human transfiguration allowed one to retain their magical essence even in animal form. However, transforming into magical creatures was strictly prohibited in the wizarding world. Generally, an animagus could only become one specific animal. Transfiguration is a profound discipline, fraught with peril, which you will frequently encounter in your magical journey. Mastery of this subject demands diligence and seriousness. Should anyone misbehave in my classroom, I will promptly escort them out. Professor McGonagall, the esteemed deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor, commanded instant attention from the young wizards. Yet, she assured them that Transfiguration would also bring much joy. With a flick of her wand, the podium morphed into a plump pig, its ears flapping. This spectacle ignited the excitement of many young wizards. offering them a glimpse into the enchanting world of Transfiguration. Observing the performance of the young wizards, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, preparing to commence her lecture. Suddenly, a small wizard entered the classroom, his head wrapped in bandages and his right hand and left leg encased in plaster, leaning on a cane. He was closely followed by two stout boys, anxious to prevent him from falling. "Malfoy, you need not rush into class. It would be wise to rest properly in the infirmary," Professor McGonagall said, her brow slightly furrowed. She recalled that during their meeting in the headmaster's office, Snape had mentioned allowing Malfoy to take a temporary leave for recuperation. However, Malfoy lifted his head and declared, "Professor, Harry Potter was volunteering in the infirmary just now, and he happened to be the one attending to me. Oh yes, he offered me a sincere, humble, heartfelt apology. Professor, I am quite fit to attend class. I feel splendid." Lucien stared in astonishment at Malfoy as he spoke with such confidence, as if the bandages and plaster were non-existent. Was he here to attend class, or merely to flaunt Harry's care and apology? A heartfelt apology, no less. One might think he was engaged in a reading comprehension exercise. Suddenly, Lucien realized, old Dumbledore, you were right. Love is indeed the most potent magic in the world. Professor McGonagall instructed Malfoy and his companions to take their seats and resumed her lecture. After elucidating the fundamental theoretical concepts, she set the young wizards to practical exercises. The task for this lesson was to transform a matchstick into a needle. This represented the most elementary aspect of Transfiguration, the transformation of inanimate objects. Following this, the progression of difficulty was as follows: inanimate to animate, animate to inanimate, and finally, animate to animate. Particularly in the latter stages, wizards must suppress the consciousness of living beings, significantly increasing the challenge. Yet, even this first lesson, the simplest form of transfiguration, proved to be quite a challenge for many. Terry repeatedly jabbed his wand at the matchstick, and eventually, it transformed into a silver color, at least resembling a needle. Malfoy struggled to wield his wand with his non-dominant hand and successfully emitted light and heat from the matchstick, but he could only swap it for another. In truth, they fared relatively well, as their matchsticks had undergone some degree of transformation. However, for the majority of young wizards, the matchsticks remained unchanged, retaining their original form. Lucien raised his wand and pointed it at the matchstick. A flicker of light flashed, and a perfectly proportioned silver needle replaced the matchstick. With another flick of his wand, the surface of the needle gradually became hollow, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a work of art. Yet, Lucien felt it was still insufficient. The foundational transformation from inanimate to inanimate could manifest in two extreme directions. One direction involved achieving a change in essence, such as transforming a stone into a barrel of explosives, capable of genuine detonation. The other direction represented complex mechanical structures, an extreme precision in transfiguration symbolizing meticulous control of magical energy. Following this intuition, Lucien began to construct an image in his mind while allowing his magical energy to flow through his wand, deftly molding the silver needle. Moments later, the needle had morphed into a petite, single-tube telescope. The sound of clicking gears resonated as the telescope autonomously extended and contracted. Lucien was about to reach for the telescope, eager to ascertain its authentic functionality rather than merely its ornamental value. His fingers had scarcely grazed the brass body when a notification chimed, announcing the activation of a loan. Loan name, Mechanical Transformation Pocket Watch. Evaluation. While it cannot tell time, its other functionalities are quite comprehensive. Chapter 39. The Convergence of Transmutation and Alchemy. Loan, Mechanical Transformation Pocket Watch. Monthly loan. Repayment period, 30 days. Loan details. A creation that melds transmutation and alchemy. This pocket watch can record the transmutation techniques mastered by its owner, converting them into semi-permanent solid transformations. Note: this is not a weapon, but rather an educational tool, allowing for a deeper understanding of transmutation and alchemy through the analysis of its structural principles. Loan task: create a controllable mechanical creature or learn to master semi-permanent solid transformation. Either option suffices. Lucien gazed at the loan description that had materialized from the system, astonished that even contact with his magical creation could trigger a loan. The Mechanical Transformation Pocket Watch? The description alone was intriguing. Semi-permanent solid transformation, as he had read in his transmutation texts, represented a pinnacle in the realm of transmutation. Typically, transformations are not enduring. For instance, Professor McGonagall's demonstration of transmuting the podium into a pig would revert back to its original form if magic were not continuously applied. Semi-permanent solid transformation, however, involves a wizard meticulously fine-tuning an object through prolonged preparation and repeated application of transmutation, thereby solidifying the transformation to the maximum extent. It is termed semi-permanent because the wizard must intermittently replenish their magical energy. Nevertheless, the wizard responsible for this replenishment need not possess mastery over such transmutation. Even a newly awakened young wizard could achieve it. Lucien was reminded of another object he sought to acquire within the year, the Philosopher's Stone. The stone's ability to concoct the elixir of life was indeed captivating. Yet, its other function, transmuting base materials into gold, held even greater allure for Lucien at present. The prospect of permanently converting other substances into gold, without the need for magical sustenance, meant that even after centuries, the result would still be gold. This was not merely alchemy or transmutation, it was a harmonious fusion of both disciplines. Inspired by the notification regarding the loan, Lucien conceived a new idea. In addition to utilizing the Philosopher's Stone to brew potions for repaying the Kirin loan, he might also explore transmutation through the lens of the stone. It was no wonder that the description of this pocket watch highlighted its synthesis of alchemy and transmutation. It was not a weapon, but an educational apparatus, offering knowledge through study, a most enticing challenge. As for the task at hand, encountering an option to choose between two paths was a novel experience, likely due to its encompassing both transmutation and alchemy. Given his extraordinary talent for transmutation, mastering the fundamentals of semi-permanent solid transformation within a month posed little difficulty. However, the creation of mechanical creatures is indeed fascinating. Let us give it a try. Lucien mused that given his considerable talent in alchemy, it would be a waste not to acquire additional knowledge. System, I wish to take out this loan. Ding. Loan application successful. Items have been allocated to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. His attention returned to the present. Lucien picked up the pocket-sized telescope he had transformed, carefully observing its unique mechanical aesthetic. He aimed it at the window, making slight adjustments. Just in time. He could see Hagrid's little cottage. Lucien shifted slightly to focus on the vegetable garden. Ah, splendid. It seems the biting cabbage seeds have begun to sprout. And quite quickly too. As Lucien was peering at his little cabbage through the telescope, he failed to notice Professor McGonagall regarding him with a rather complex expression. Lucien, your performance continues to exceed my expectations. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Lucien hastily set down the telescope. I am aware that such fundamental transformations pose no challenge for you. Creating patterns on a silver needle is trivial, I presume. However, McGonagall's gaze fixed on the telescope Lucien held. May I borrow this for a moment? Lucien handed the telescope to Professor McGonagall, who examined it thoroughly. Confirming its functionality rather than being merely decorative, she murmured to herself. Perhaps the pace of the class is not suited for you. Professor, what did you say? Lucien did not quite catch McGonagall's soft words, to which she shook her head. No, it's nothing. Lucien, your performance is commendable. Please visit my office after class. Certainly, Professor. Grafton is the first to complete the transformation. Ravenclaw gains 20 points. How many points? The young wizards, who had been engaged in a struggle with their matches, lifted their heads in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard or if the professor had misspoken. Typically, instructors award students 2 or 3 points for their class performance, or at most 5, do they not? Professor, why is it that completing the transformation from a match to a needle merits 20 points? A puzzled and dissatisfied Slytherin student inquired, glancing at the match in his hand, which was nearly transformed into a needle, just shy of earning the top score and points for his house. Yet, now a Ravenclaw had outpaced him, receiving a full 20 points? Even someone like their head of House Snape, known for favoring his own students, would not award such a sum in a single lesson. Ah, Mr. Flint, allow me to clarify. What Grafton accomplished was not merely the transformation of a match into a needle, but rather this. Professor McGonagall raised the telescope in her hand, ensuring the entire class of young wizards could behold Lucien's creation. They glanced at the objects in their hands, which resembled neither needles nor matches, and then back at the intricately crafted telescope. Doubt began to creep in. Were they truly attending the same introductory transformation class? Professor, may I have a look at that telescope? A curious young wizard raised her hand, genuinely eager to see what a telescope derived from a needle would resemble. The others also turned their gaze toward Professor McGonagall, seemingly conveying the same sentiment. Professor McGonagall curled her lips into a smile. Let us inquire of our dear Lucien. Lucien nodded, gesturing for them to proceed. Soon, several young wizards gathered courage and approached, their exclamations rising in a chorus. Suddenly, someone tugged at Lucien's sleeve. Lucien, could you teach me Transfiguration? Chapter 40. What are you staring at? Do I have words on my face? Lucien felt a gentle pull at his garment and turned to see Daphne, seated diagonally behind him, holding an object that was a needle on one side and a matchstick on the other, a playful smile gracing her face. Wow, while others transform objects symmetrically. How did this girl manage to create such an asymmetrical piece? She seems quite talented. It was worth a try. If he could explain it clearly to others, it would reflect his own mastery of the subject. Allow me to pose a question first. Why transform a matchstick into a needle rather than the reverse? Lucien's inquiry not only prompted Daphne to ponder, but also made Terry contemplate. After several days of lessons, Terry had come to realize that Lucien was exceptionally bright. And associating with him, no, learning from him, was undoubtedly beneficial. Because matchsticks are relatively inexpensive, a box suffices for the entire class? Upon receiving attentive glances from Lucien and Daphne, Terry scratched his head and added, I also wish to learn. My matchsticks can only change color thus far. Of course, that's no problem, Lucien encouraged the two. In Transfiguration, when transforming inanimate objects to animate ones, and vice versa, there's a fascinating point. The wizard need only focus on the characteristics of the desired object rather than the original one. For instance, whether you're transforming a burning matchstick or a writing chalk into a needle, the essence remains unchanged. Lucien's explanation illuminated their understanding, prompting Daphne to ask, Lucien, do you mean to say that during Transfiguration, we should focus on creating a needle rather than on transforming a matchstick into one? Lucien nodded with a smile. Indeed. Guiding inquiries such as this fostered active thinking, leading to a deeper comprehension of knowledge. This approach proves effective. Next time I tutor Harry, I shall employ this method to teach him potion making as well. After all, I will be borrowing books from his family, and I must ensure I teach diligently. He pondered the magical tomes the Potter family might pass down. Given their prowess in concocting a shampoo that monopolized the wizarding world, they likely possessed substantial knowledge in potion herbs. Precisely, Daphne, your thinking is quite astute, Lucien offered a habitual encouragement. This elicited a slight lift of Daphne's chin. Her earlobes tinged with pink. It is your explanation that is commendable, Lucien. Lucien continued nonchalantly. If one constantly fixates on transforming a matchstick into a needle, one's mind will oscillate between the characteristics of both objects. To speak candidly, at our age, our control over magic is still rather imprecise. When our thoughts wander, the transformed objects tend to exhibit a blend of characteristics from two distinct entities. Yet, Daphne felt compelled to inquire, your mastery of magic at this age is not lacking, is it? Lucien's silent incantation in the library that morning had left a profound impression on her. The nature of a needle is relatively singular and pure. It is hard and sharp, composed entirely of one material, metal. In contrast, a match is comprised of a wooden stick and a flammable chemical substance. Let's refer to that as an alchemical material. Lucien inadvertently let slip knowledge from his past life, unaware that this group of magic practitioners could not possibly grasp the allure of physics and chemistry. Transforming a match involves a shift in certain properties, which is certainly not something a novice would typically encounter. Terry listened with a cheerful demeanor, but Daphne pondered more deeply. The art of transfiguration that alters properties is clearly not something first years would engage with, and it seems that complex mechanical transformations are beyond their reach as well. Just moments ago, Daphne had witnessed Lucien transform a match into a needle and then into a telescope, the mechanical marvel of that process still resonating in her mind. Thus, seizing the opportunity while others gathered to marvel at the telescope, she mustered the courage to approach Lucien. Well, having absorbed the theory, let us now put it into practice, Lucien remarked, prompting Terry to eagerly commence his attempts. Meanwhile, Daphne remained entranced, gazing intently at Lucien. Noticing the young girl fixated upon him, Lucien pondered with a suppressed smile. Why is this classmate still staring at me? Is there a spell inscribed upon my face? Quickly, practice with your wand. At his words, Daphne snapped back to reality, hastily lowering her head to grasp her wand. Thankfully, her long golden hair cascaded down, concealing her flushed ears. Observing Daphne engrossed in her practice of transfiguration brought a smile to Lucien's face. Yes, indeed. That is the effect I remember from my previous schooling. How often I heard teachers say, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something written on my face? Use your pen." Use your pen for what? Look at the blackboard. And why look at the blackboard? Listen to my lecture. It was a revelation to him to realize how delightful it was to speak in such a manner. Lucien felt a deep empathy. Oh, dear teachers, I now comprehend your heartfelt intentions. With Lucien's guidance, Daphne and Terry gradually refined their transfiguration skills. Likewise, not far off, Draco Malfoy was making progress. He had initially intended to squeeze closer to view the telescope, yet the cane at his side prompted him to rationally withdraw. Ironically, by not approaching, Malfoy caught snippets of Lucien's explanations. Although he could not hear everything, it nonetheless illuminated his understanding, causing his transfiguration progress to accelerate dramatically. Lucien truly was remarkable. The heir of the Malfoy family ought to befriend such an extraordinary individual. Malfoy tightened his grip on his cane, resolved to engage Lucien in conversation after class concluded. As the bell rang, Lucien exited the transfiguration classroom, intending to wait for Professor McGonagall by her office door. As Lucien rounded a corner, he was suddenly called to a halt. Lucien, are you planning to visit Blacklake this weekend? I've heard from a senior that it's quite delightful there. Turning around, he discovered it was Daphne extending the invitation. The notion of playing felt strangely foreign to him. Besides, by the weekend, his little Chelan would awaken, and he could commence his adventurous exploration of the Forbidden Forest in search of magical creatures. Who would have time for leisurely boating on the lake? Thank you for your invitation. I truly appreciate it, but I have prior commitments this weekend. Lucien's polite decline was met with a clear expression of disappointment in Daphne's eyes as she inquired, haven't we just begun the term? What could possibly be occupying your time? Surely you aren't planning to spend the entire weekend in the library? Lucien pondered over his recent agenda. Potion making, studying charms, delving into the newly acquired Transfiguration time turner, cultivating cabbages, searching for magical creatures, and providing tutoring for Harry. Indeed, how had so many responsibilities accrued in just a few days since the term commenced? It was rather fulfilling. He mused, relishing the pursuit of knowledge while simultaneously being pursued by it. Wait a moment, why did Daphne ask if I would be in the library? Lucien suddenly realized a significant clue. Daphne, were you also in the library this morning? His abrupt inquiry caught Daphne off guard, prompting her to recall the embarrassing incident of being expelled by Madame Pants. Hence, Daphne could not admit to it. Acknowledging it would mean revealing to Lucien that she was the one who had been humiliated. Ahem, no, absolutely not. This morning, I was feeling unwell. So after visiting the infirmary for some medicine, I returned to the Slytherin common room, Daphne declared, deliberately clearing her throat as if to emphasize her continued illness. In truth, she was not entirely misrepresenting the situation. She had indeed been unwell and had visited the infirmary that morning. However, Madame Pomfrey's remarkable skill had her feeling nearly recovered in no time. Yet, Daphne felt it unnecessary to rush back to classes after her roommate had graciously arranged for her to take a sick day, thus having a bit of free time. She had strolled through the library, fortuitously encountering Lucien. After all, when one finally secures a sick day, how could one not indulge in a little relaxation? Lucien, however, regarded Daphne with suspicion. It was not merely a matter of belief. The color flooding her cheeks suggested something amiss. Surely, it could not be a recurrence of an old ailment, for she had seemed quite lively during Transfiguration class just moments ago. At that moment, Draco Malfoy, leaning on his cane, finally caught up to them. Grafton, Malfoy intended to engage Lucien in conversation, but upon noticing the presence of the illustrious Miss Greengrass, he fell silent. Yet, as he recognized who had approached, Daphne's eyes sparkled with delight. The opportunity she had sought had appeared before her. Malfoy, tell me, did I not take a sick day from this morning's flying class? Oh right, your roommate did indeed request a leave for you, Malfoy replied, perplexed by Daphne's sudden line of questioning. Malfoy, as I made my way back to the Slytherin common room, I happened to encounter you. Do you remember? This question left Malfoy utterly perplexed. He felt inclined to respond. Dear sister, I was eagerly heading to flying class this morning. How would I have noticed you? But he merely uttered a negative. Daphne shot him a subtle glare, as if to convey with her eyes, nod your head. For some inexplicable reason, Malfoy suddenly recalled his father's counsel. Do not antagonize those more powerful than oneself. Unlike certain families that must resort to sycophancy to maintain their standing, the Greengrass family is robust, wielding both influence and wealth, exemplified by the Ministry of Magic's Transportation Department, historically overseen by the Greengrass lineage. Passive talent, adaptability activated. Malfoy nodded. Indeed, I saw you when I left. I wish you a swift recovery, Daphne. Lucien found the scene before him rather bizarre. A person with a bandaged head and a leg encased in plaster wishing a rosy-cheeked individual a quick return to health? Slytherins are indeed peculiar. These pureblood aristocrats are truly strange. Would prolonged interaction with them render him odd as well? I have enjoyed our conversation immensely, but Professor McGonagall requires my attention, so I must take my leave. Inside Professor McGonagall's office, Lucien took a moment to observe his surroundings. One wall was lined with shelves brimming with books, predominantly focused on Transfiguration, ranging from advanced spellbooks to scholarly treatises. The opposite wall held an array of trinkets, exquisite metalwork, intricate mechanical devices, and an assortment of colorful minerals. Lucien surmised that these items were likely intended as aids for practicing Transfiguration, designed to expand its applications through the analysis of material properties. Goodness, how many professors' offices had he visited in just a few days since the term began? A true enthusiast of check-ins. So, Lucien, how are you finding Hogwarts thus far? Professor McGonagall inquired, her demeanor considerably softened from the sternness observed in class. Lucien responded with a sincere smile. Thank you for your concern. I find Hogwarts to be magnificent, filled with magic and knowledge I have never encountered before. My classmates are friendly, and the professors are erudite. I feel I am learning something new every day. Upon hearing Lucien's exuberance, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Oh, that is delightful to hear. I had thought you might struggle with the sudden immersion into an unfamiliar magical realm. Do you have any questions regarding Transfiguration lately? Lucien pondered for a moment. There were indeed many inquiries, but the most immediate goal was to prepare for the loan of a Transfiguration pocket watch and to study semi-permanent solid transformation. Well, since I have no classes for a while, I shall find a place to experiment with that pocket watch's effects. Perhaps I shall visit Hagrid and check on my cabbages. Professor, I am quite interested in semi-permanent solid transformation, but I am uncertain where to begin. Professor McGonagall waved her hand, and several books along with a paper flew down from the shelf. Lucien cast a swift glance at the book before him, all of which pertained to Transfiguration. However, the authorship of the paper was particularly intriguing: Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. This revelation astonished Lucien, as it appeared that the esteemed Dumbledore collaborated with the legendary creator of the Philosopher's Stone on this paper. It seemed that the subject matter extended beyond mere transfiguration and likely encompassed alchemy as well. Lucien pondered. Perhaps this paper was a byproduct of the research conducted on the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Nicholas Flamel must be the renowned alchemist who crafted the Philosopher's Stone. Then what of this paper? Indeed, it is that very legend. The paper focuses on the solidification of transfiguration, enhanced by the knowledge and techniques of alchemy. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's explanation, Lucien felt a surge of excitement, as he had been searching for reference materials on alchemy. At Hogwarts, alchemy was a subject reserved for upperclassmen, and the library contained scant resources on the topic. Lucien suspected that some texts might be concealed within the restricted section, which left him both curious and impatient. Very well, Professor, I shall study it diligently. After conversing for a while longer, as Lucien prepared to take his leave, Professor McGonagall suddenly remarked with a knowing smile, Lucien, while diligent study is undoubtedly commendable, it is also important to unwind with your peers from time to time, perhaps a leisurely stroll by the Black Lake. Lucien felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that Professor McGonagall had discerned his secret. In truth, he too enjoyed outings, albeit to the Forbidden Forest for his walks. Lucien, you will reside at Hogwarts for 7 years. Here, you will not only learn, but also grow. I hope every young wizard can glean both knowledge and joy from this institution. Chapter 42. The Mechanical Transfiguration Pocket Watch. A youngster arrives in the duelist realm. Joyous. Oh so joyous. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Lucien swung a metallic grappling hook, his arm flicking deftly as the claw latched onto a sturdy branch. The gears whirred, the hook contracted, and he propelled himself swiftly into the air. In mid-flight, he released the hook, sending it towards another branch, traversing gracefully between the trees as if he were Spider-Man in the Forbidden Forest. Lucien was elated, like a child who had just acquired a new toy. Upon landing, he retracted the grappling hook, a glimmer of light illuminating the transformation. In his hand, the hook morphed back into a brass pocket watch. With a resounding snap, he flipped open the watch's cover and gazed at the face within. The dial was evenly divided into 12 segments, devoid of numbers or markings. Each segment bore distinct engravings: a sword in one, a shield in another, a grappling hook in yet another, while some remained blank. Unlike typical pocket watches which feature hour, minute, and second hands, this watch possessed a solitary pointer, currently poised between 2 segments at the top. This was the Mechanical Transfiguration Pocket Watch. Lucien could inscribe transfigurations upon it, allowing for a total of 12 engravings. Moreover, these transfigurations were not fixed. He could alter them at his discretion whenever he wished. According to the description, these transformations are semi-permanent and can be sustained as long as Lucien intermittently infuses magical energy. With a decisive click, Lucien pressed the button on the side of the pocket watch, channeling his magic while envisioning a specific object inscribed within. Almost instantaneously, the pocket watch morphed into a brass shield adorned with rotating gears, sufficiently large to protect his entire body. The transformation was remarkably swift, requiring merely the infusion of magic coupled with the mental image of the inscribed object. This method proved significantly more convenient than casting transfiguration spells with a wand. Speaking of wands, Lucien held the shield in his left hand while drawing his wand with his right, lightly tapping a nearby stone. A thunderous explosion ensued, scattering debris in all directions and startling the creatures of the Forbidden Forest with its resounding roar. Indeed, using the Transfiguration pocket watch did not impede his ability to wield his wand. Furthermore, an object like the shield could serve to obscure his figure and deflect minor spells that necessitated physical barriers. This was precisely how a wizard ought to engage in combat. Why leave one hand idle? Reflecting upon it, Lucien recalled that Gryffindor had once fought in such a manner. He remembered a book he had read about the 4 founders of Hogwarts, which particularly emphasized Godric Gryffindor as a legendary duelist. Not only was he highly skilled in magic, but his swordsmanship was also unparalleled. Legends say that Gryffindor excelled at wielding a sword in one hand and a wand in the other, using magic to disrupt his opponent before swiftly dispatching them with a lethal strike. Lucien pondered this, recognizing that Gryffindor's heirloom was indeed a magnificent sword, an artifact not meant merely for display. It was used by Harry to slay the basilisk, and Neville had wielded it to behead the serpent Nagini. It appeared that Gryffindor's lineage of swordsmanship was a time-honored tradition. Lucien transformed the shield back into the pocket watch and pressed the button once more, this time transfiguring it into a gleaming metal longsword that shimmered with a sharp, cold light. While the requirement to revert to the pocket watch each time he changed forms was a minor inconvenience, the rapidity of transformation offered a solution. provided he timed his transitions effectively. He effortlessly executed an elegant flourish, the blade slicing through the air. Under the guidance of Aunt Penelope, Lucien had engaged a tutor for swordsmanship, thus he was no stranger to the art. Although he wielded the long sword with ease, a frown crossed his brow. There remained limitations, as close-quarters combat was infrequent among wizards, making distance preferable. When considering this dilemma, pure-blooded wizards might contemplate the use of crossbows. However, coming from a Muggle background and having traversed through time, Lucien had a different perspective. He reverted the long sword back into the pocket watch, flipping open its cover. Pointing his wand at the watch, he envisioned grip, trigger, barrel, chamber. Once the patterns within his mind crystallized into clarity, a smile graced his lips as he pressed the button. The pocket watch vanished, replaced by a brass revolver, its lines sharp and smooth. Lucien waved his wand, transforming a small pebble into a bullet, which he then loaded into the revolver. He aimed at a tree trunk and fired. Bang! After glancing at the scorched bullet hole in the wood, Lucien fell into contemplation. While the firearm possessed standard power, it still fell short of expectations. In the realm of wizardry, who would dare venture into battle without donning layers of protective armor and barriers? To claim oneself a master of magic without such precautions would be utterly presumptuous. Thus, the lethality of a mere bullet was inherently limited. However, Lucien believed he could experiment with crafting specialized ammunition, employing his alchemical knowledge to create bullets imbued with magical properties. Of course, he was acutely aware that the true pinnacle of power lay within the boundless mysteries of magic itself. He did not harbor illusions of defeating a formidable foe like Voldemort with just a small handgun. Yet even a slight distraction during combat could tilt the scales of victory in his favor. Gazing down at his hands, Lucien felt a surge of satisfaction. One hand wielded the wand, while the other grasped the gun. The young duelist had arrived. After stowing away his pocket watch, Lucien returned to Hagrid's cozy abode. He played with the dog for a while before shouldering a small hoe and venturing into the adjacent vegetable garden. Navigating through the bountiful pumpkins and juicy tomatoes cultivated by Hagrid, Lucien arrived at a secluded corner of the garden. 2 rows of vibrant green sprouts swayed gently, as if welcoming his presence. Lucien had planted a total of 30 seeds of the Chinese biting cabbage, although the loan only required the cultivation of 10. This being his inaugural foray into growing magical plants, he decided to err on the side of caution and plant a few extra. Moreover, Lucien was not lacking in potions. Concocting fertilizers and pesticides was a straightforward task, and with the system's daily output of finished potions, his yield was substantial. Besides, while the surplus biting cabbages might not be edible, they could serve as effective concealed weapons. Lucien crouched down to examine the tender shoots. The tips of the sprouts had developed tiny openings, resembling little mouths that had yet to sprout sharp teeth. When he gently scratched one of the sprouts, the small openings seemed to widen, as if it were laughing in response to the tickle. He applied fertilizer and sprayed the plants with herbicides and insecticides. With vigorous strokes of his hoe, he turned over an additional patch of soil, intending to plant other crops or magical flora. Whether it was the awakening of his Eastern spirit or the influence of his title as a diligent gardener, he found himself increasingly enamored with the act of planting. Looking up at the round, luminous moon, Lucien chuckled softly. With the moon as his companion, he returned to his toil. Chapter 43. Newt receives a letter. The unicorn has grown. In the dead of night, in Dorset, a modest wooden cabin stood atop an unassuming hill. Within, a trapdoor in the floor creaked open, and an elderly man with curly hair emerged. After gazing at the moon, he prepared to retire for the night. The old man gently stroked the snuffler cub nestled in his arms, playfully comforting the little creature. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of fire erupted within the cabin. Before the flames could dissipate, a magnificent, resplendent red bird soared forth from the inferno. Fox! The elderly man gasped in astonishment, his face radiating joy. It had been quite some time since he had encountered this rare phoenix. While comforting the startled niffler cub nestled in his arms, he accepted the envelope handed to him by Fox. Dear Newt Scamander, it began. I hope this letter finds you well. Yes, this man, with his curly hair and a niffler in his embrace, was none other than Newt Scamander, the renowned author of fantastic beasts and where to find them, and the most celebrated magical creature expert of his time. Newt, it's rather late. Who could be writing to you? Upon hearing this, Newt hastily tucked away the unfinished letter, turning his body to conceal it behind him. Ah, Tina, what a surprise to see you awake at such an hour. He stammered. It's just a letter from a friend. Tina glanced at the phoenix perched on the window, her tone unremarkable. It's Fox, isn't it? Newt instinctively nodded but quickly realized his mistake and shook his head. The fact that her husband had never mastered the art of deception over the decades left Tina both amused and exasperated. Newt, if Dumbledore merely sought to reminisce, I would be delighted. However, Tina's voice sharpened, her discontent palpable. But how often has he not sent you off on perilous quests? Remember Grindelwald? Newt dared not counter her concern, murmuring softly, I did volunteer, after all. This only fueled Tina's ire further. Volunteer? Yes, you may have volunteered. But every step you take, every decision you make, is orchestrated within Dumbledore's grand design. He once remarked to me, Newt, do you know why I admire you most? Because you care not for fame and choose only to do what you deem right. Please, he is simply manipulating you into working for him without compensation. How about this? I shall read the letter for you. A friend's message of concern will be shared aloud, but should it veer towards any dangerous matters, I shall feign ignorance. Seeing Newt's reluctance, Tina persuaded him gently. Newt, you are of considerable age now. Our grandson will soon be attending Hogwarts. It is time to refrain from engaging in perilous endeavors, don't you agree? After a moment of hesitation, Newt acquiesced and handed the letter to Tina. As she opened it and began to read, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed hard for her to believe this was indeed a letter from Dumbledore to Newt. Yet the phoenix that belonged solely to Dumbledore confirmed its authenticity. Perhaps it is best if you read it yourself, Tina said, returning the letter to Newt. He perused it carefully, noting that aside from the customary pleasantries, Dumbledore was merely inquiring on behalf of a student regarding the use of the undetectable extinction charm for accommodating living creatures. Researching the undetectable extinction charm, it appeared to be a senior student preparing for exams. The specifics of the student, neither their name nor their house, were mentioned by Dumbledore, but they must be quite gifted. Newt was well aware of the complexities involved in mastering the undetectable extinction charm, let alone its application to living beings. As long as it does not pertain to matters of family legacy, I would be more than willing to assist Dumbledore and this young scholar, Newt mused. Glancing up at Fox, Fox was elegantly preening its feathers, seemingly awaiting a response from Newt. On the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, Lucien ventured slightly deeper than the location of the previous trial with the transformed pocket watch. After inquiring with Hagrid, Lucien learned that this area was relatively tranquil, with few magical creatures roaming about. How long until the little Chelan awakens? 1 minute. Lucien began to pace while retrieving an array of vegetables, fruits, and herbs from his bag. These provisions were meant for Liu Guang, as the Chelan fed on the essence of the flora contained within them. From the bottom of the bag, Lucien extracted a large jar of water, collected from the pure dew he gathered each morning and evening. The abundant clouds and moisture in this region facilitated his collection of such a bounty of dew. Phew, this minute feels rather prolonged. Ding, pet growth loan fully activated. Chelan Liu Guang has entered the initial growth phase. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lucien eagerly released the little Chelan. Boom. Fiery golden flames surged skyward, illuminating the entire clearing in brilliant radiance. Lucien noticed that the flames instinctively avoided him, imparting only warmth. However, as he turned to survey his surroundings, he observed the soil and rocks rapidly melting and crumbling, while trees were reduced to ashes. Lucien realized just how terrifying the temperature of these golden flames truly was. A distant, ethereal melody resonated from within the flames. Moments later, the sea of fire parted, revealing a majestic spirit creature enveloped in clouds. It stood tall and regal, its head resembling that of a dragon, adorned with a pair of smooth, jade-like horns. Its body was cloaked in finely detailed scales that shimmered with a faint golden hue. Flowing from its neck and shoulders were fiery golden manes, reminiscent of drifting clouds. Its eyes sparkled with the clarity of the purest crystal. Liu Guang, Lucien inquired tentatively. Master, I missed you so much. In an instant, the dignified Chelan sprang forward, leaping into Lucien's embrace like in its childhood. Witnessing this scene, Lucien turned pale with shock. You rascal. He swiftly sidestepped to evade the little Chelan's affectionate leap. Well, you're no longer small, you've become quite the Chelan. Liu Guang's size surpassed that of a deer, but fell short of that of a horse. Yet, it was certainly not small enough to be cradled in his arms. Observing the rounded horns on Liu Guang's forehead, though smooth and blunted, Lucien had no desire to be poked by them. Master, do you not want me anymore? Liu Guang's big, watery eyes gazed at Lucien, the voice echoing in his mind still maintaining a childish tone. Hearing this, Lucien's heart softened, and he sighed in resignation. He stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around Liu Guang's neck, stroking its forehead affectionately as he did in its youth. Liu Guang, too, reveled in the moment, nuzzling against Lucien. The mane on its shoulders was incredibly soft and warm, bringing comfort to Lucien. He released Liu Guang's neck, yet his hand lingered on its forehead. Liu Guang, you have grown. Chapter 44, The Chelan's New Abilities, The Dance Under the Moonlight. Gently stroking the Kiran's forehead and feeling the warmth of its short horns, Lucien sighed. You have grown. I can no longer hold you in my arms as I once did. Liu Guang understood its master's sentiment and tilted its head. A vast expanse of auspicious clouds enveloped the Kiran, swirling and contracting. In the blink of an eye, a miniature version of the Kiran stood atop the clouds, hovering in the air. Although its appearance remained unchanged, its size had shrunk to that of a juvenile. It then leapt into Lucien's embrace, nuzzling its head against his chest. Can you freely alter your form? Is this a newfound ability that comes with maturity? Indeed, Master, Liu Guang replied. Lucien was pleasantly surprised to discover such a convenient capability. Rubbing the little Kirin's mane, he found the texture delightful, reminiscent of the lion cub he had cared for in his previous life. Liu Guang, what other abilities have you acquired? Liu Guang hopped out of Lucien's arms, returning to its normal size. Primarily, I possess the ability of purifying fire. The temperature of these flames is, well, exceedingly high and can incinerate most common curses or toxins. Oh, and if I do not extinguish the purifying fire voluntarily, it can burn for an extended duration. Hearing Liu Guang's description, Lucien nodded. The high temperature had already been demonstrated. Ordinary earth, stone, and wood would be consumed almost instantaneously. Its sheer power surpassed many sorcerers' fire spells. Moreover, its efficacy against most curses and toxins was likely why it was named Purifying Fire, a force to cleanse the world's impurities and malevolence. And it can burn for a long time if left unattended? Just how long is a long time? Alas, Liu Guang's existence has been brief, and its understanding resembles that of a small child, rendering the concept of time quite nebulous. Should I impart some knowledge to the little Kirin? While it may not grasp the intricacies of sorcery, some basic common sense would surely be beneficial. Contemplating this, Lucien scrutinized Liu Guang. After all, being a divine beast, it must possess innate intelligence, making the acquisition of knowledge a trivial endeavor. Strangely, the little Kirin shivered, releasing a thin veil of flames that danced around it. Yet the inexplicable chill lingered. Observing Liu Guang's reaction, Lucien's heart raced. Wow, such a strong response. Could it be that the Kirin can sense benevolence and malevolence? I merely wish to teach it a bit of knowledge. How could that be construed as malice? Liu Guang, what abilities do you possess beyond the purifying fire? Master, I also have the auspicious clouds. They not only allow me to traverse the air, but also serve to obscure vision and diminish perception. The clouds beneath the little Kirin quickly expanded, forming a semicircular barrier around Lucien. He attentively noted the transformation. Indeed, the obscuring of vision is inevitable. Once enveloped by the clouds, the external sounds quieted considerably, and the sense gradually faded. In addition to this basic sensory alteration, it is imperative to test magical perception, for that is the most relied upon means of understanding for sorcerers. With a simple effort, Lucien casually cast a spell, allowing it to traverse the clouds. What was once a distinctly perceivable spell became exceedingly vague as it delved into the clouds. This is quite remarkable. It can actually diminish a wizard's perception of magical energy. In an environment filled with auspicious clouds, the perceptive abilities of wizards are significantly suppressed. Furthermore, my scales and skin exhibit a certain immunity to various magical effects, while those formidable and perilous spells may encounter some degree of attenuation. Shall we put this to the test, Master? Liu Guang eagerly tilted her head, as if she yearned to frolic with Lucien. Very well, let us proceed. Lucien raised his wand and cast a spell of petrification. However, the incantation struck Liu Guang's body with no effect. As if a cow had plunged into the ocean, she continued to move with grace. Lucien arched an eyebrow, and a flurry of dazzling spells erupted from the tip of his wand. After several minutes of experimentation, Lucien concluded that most basic spells were immune to the little Qilin, while the more potent and lethal advanced spells, infused with greater magical energy, left only faint traces upon her scales. No wonder the system indicated that a newly matured divine beast like the Qilin is equivalent to an outstanding aura. Furthermore, with her innate ability to shift appearance and the peculiar purifying flame, the Qilin far surpasses human wizards. Now he could rest assured. The little Qilin could wander freely in the forbidden forest while ensuring her own safety. After all, with her malicious perception and ability to shift appearance, she could always flee if she encountered danger. Typically, he would utilize the locations provided by Hagrid to allow Liu Guang to pinpoint the activity range of magical creatures, enabling him to observe and document them. Lucien glanced up at the sky, which had darkened considerably. It seemed that tonight was the night of the full moon. Perhaps it was an opportune moment to search for those magical creatures. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow. In a clearing, surrounded by a few clusters of slightly dense bushes, several peculiar creatures with pale gray bodies and round, bulging eyes scurried into the center. They possessed 4 slender legs and flat, broad feet. Gazing up at the radiant moon, these little beings suddenly began to leap. Bathed in moonlight, they performed a complex and unique dance on their hind legs. As they moved rhythmically, a fragrance reminiscent of orchids began to waft through the air. The creatures sniffed the aroma, seemingly enchanted by it, and their dancing grew even more exuberant. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of ethereal emerald green eyes lurked nearby, observing from the shadows of the bushes. An equally ethereal quill silently inscribed on paper, Moonstruck Beast. Smooth skin, predominantly pale gray, emerges from caves on full moon nights. Enjoys dancing under moonlight, exhibiting peculiar yet captivating movements. The purpose of the dance remains unknown and warrants further observation. with a refreshing mask adorning his face. Lucien cast a glance at the quietly burning sleep incense at his feet, then turned his attention back to the increasingly animated moonstruck beasts. Hesitantly, he noted on the paper, "Enjoys the scent of orchids," followed by a question mark. Long before the moonstruck beasts arrived, Lucien had cast an illusion spell upon himself and applied cloaking oil, effectively concealing his presence from sight, smell, and sound. This is the first of the magical creatures I began to observe and document, and I must meticulously record their physical characteristics and data. Oh, if I wait a moment longer, the soothing incense should take effect. Documenting the details of a magical creature requires great thoroughness, encompassing everything from appearance to behavior, unique racial abilities, and the effects of the materials they produce. Before dawn, I must also collect their droppings, which serve as a natural fertilizer, allowing plants to flourish and grow vigorously. I wonder how it compares to the chemical fertilizers I concoct. On a weekend night, while other young wizards slumber, a first-year novice has already ventured into the forbidden forest to admire the enchanting dance of the moonstruck beast. Chapter 45, Stealing Vegetables? Chill in tears. As dawn gently approached, Lucien let out a long yawn and stretched languidly beside a clearing in the forbidden forest. He retrieved a notebook filled with numerous pages and began to review the results of the previous night. The physical attributes and behaviors of the moonstruck beast had been meticulously recorded. Lucien submitted the information to the system, successfully completing the documentation of one magical creature. With 4 more entries, he could repay his pet growth loan. Moreover, he had collected a bag of moonstruck beast droppings to use as fertilizer for his biting cabbages. With a call, a pale golden figure descended from the clouds, landing gracefully beside Lucien. "Have you found good food?" Lucien inquired, gently patting the creature's forehead. "Yes, master. I discovered a plethora of vegetables at the forest's edge. There are yellow ones, red ones, and green ones, each with distinct aromas, some sweet, some sour." The voice of Liu Guang echoed in Lucien's mind, to which he merely nodded. The forbidden forest indeed teemed with resources, evidently abundant with plants favored by the little Qilin. It seemed feasible to allow Liu Guang to forage independently in the future. "Oh, master, I also encountered a rather dark creature. I believe it is called a dog. When it first noticed me, it attempted to bark, but upon meeting my gaze, it began to tremble, appearing quite timid." A small, timid black dog at the forest's edge? Lucien's mind sharpened at this revelation. Could it be that there was a garden belonging to Hagrid nearby? Had Liu Guang pilfered from Hagrid's vegetables? Goodness, if that were the case. An apology would be in order. Wait, what about his own cabbages? Liu Guang, while you absorbed the plant essence, did you happen to disturb any tender sprouts? The kind with little mouths sprouting at the tips? Sensing his master's anxiety, Liu Guang quickly reassured him. "No, those seedlings are far too small, with minimal plant essence. I pay them no mind." Lucien sighed in relief, only to be met with a wry smile. Indeed, having spotted his biting cabbage seedlings, it seemed the little Qilin had indulged in a buffet at Hagrid's garden. "Did I commit a wrong?" Liu Guang asked cautiously, sensing Lucien's unease. Lucien waved his hand, expressing his helplessness. "It is my oversight. I neglected to inform you. Never mind. It is a father's fault if a child is not educated. I shall address this matter." "Master, what does it mean that a father is at fault if a child is not taught?" Observing the untainted innocence of the young Qilin, Lucien reaffirmed his resolve. "Indeed, the urgency of educating the young cannot be overstated. I must hasten to Hagrid's. It is quite a distance to the edge of the forbidden forest, and it will take half an hour to reach. I should move swiftly." Suddenly, Lucien's gaze shifted to the young Qilin, which was slightly smaller than a steed. Moments later, a golden thread shot up into the sky. With shimmering light, the Qilin carried Lucien, soaring into the clouds. His dark golden hair was tousled by the fierce wind, yet Lucien felt an exhilarating joy. Is this not superior to riding a battered broom? What are those contraptions like the Light Wheel 2000 and 3000? Let them trail behind on their clouds. As the sun rose, Lucien basked in its golden rays, standing atop the clouds, riding the Qilin and traversing the sky. Ha ha ha. In this vast expanse, Lucien indulged in a rare, uninhibited laugh. Shaking off the fatigue of the previous night, a line of poetry inexplicably came to his mind, accompanied by the ethereal and transcendent song of the Qilin. A clear and resonant voice echoed through the clouds. The winds rise. In the principal's office, Dumbledore and Snape sat at the table opposite a middle-aged man with pale complexion and light golden hair. His gray eyes suppressed a simmering anger and dissatisfaction. "Dumbledore, Snape, I believe I need an explanation. Why has my son, Draco, sustained multiple fractures during flying class, while the culprit, Harry Potter, is merely deemed an accidental offender?" Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Lucius, I understand your concern for your son and your discontent with the school. It is indeed a failure on our part. Draco received timely medical attention, and Harry faced appropriate consequences. However," Lucius interrupted Dumbledore, "appropriate consequences? A week of community service and rewriting school rules 10 times. And that is considered punishment? Someone who has been reckless with potions since childhood, endangering fellow students, should be expelled from Hogwarts. Snape subtly furrowed his brow. Harry Potter's actions are certainly reprehensible, and I suggested those punishments, but... The three continued to debate fervently, with Lucius insisting on strict punishment for Harry, while Dumbledore and Snape attempted to mediate. Suddenly, an exceptionally distant voice reached the headmaster's office. It seemed so far away that those present could not discern the words. Yet they all felt an extraordinary presence within it. The trio fell silent simultaneously. After a prolonged pause, Lucius spoke again. If this occurs again, I will ensure that Harry Potter is expelled from Hogwarts. With that, Lucius rose to leave. He had already discerned that not only Dumbledore, but even Snape, the head of Slytherin, was protecting that boy. However, Lucius continued to engage in a lengthy dispute, determined to assert his stance and emphasize the inviolability of the Malfoy family. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape, signaling him to offer further reassurance to the board member. As Snape exited the headmaster's office, he encountered Lucius, who appeared to have anticipated his arrival. Lucius, about this matter. Snape began, but Lucius raised his hand to silence him, extracting a small crystal vial from his robe. Inside the vial was a translucent liquid, somewhat viscous, emanating a faint glow. Severus, first take a look at this, Lucius instructed. Snape accepted the vial, uncapped it, and took a gentle whiff. Is this unicorn tears? He inquired, his tone laced with surprise, clearly taken aback by Lucius's offering. The modest vial was likely worth over 500 galleons, a commodity scarce on the market, typically requiring special channels for acquisition. Indeed, it is the secretion from that wondrous creature unique to the East, renowned for its potent healing properties, particularly when crafted into potions. Yet, only a true master of potion-making can handle such ingredients. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? Snape nodded, beginning to grasp Lucius's intent. I can assist you in brewing the potion, but Draco's injuries have largely healed, and you are well aware of the medical capabilities within Hogwarts. Yet, Lucius shook his head. Unicorn tears can mend the body's hidden injuries, ensuring no lingering repercussions. Such a potion befits the scion of the Malfoy lineage. Lucius did not explicitly state that the remaining unicorn tears were a form of remuneration for Snape's assistance. Confident that a man of Snape's intellect would comprehend this unspoken agreement, he also believed that a master potion maker would not decline such a rare material. Observing Lucius's arrogant demeanor, Snape had long grown accustomed to the pretentiousness of purebloods. Wealth, honor, and power merely served to reinforce their sense of superiority. Having concluded this matter, Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose. He retrieved a letter from his drawer, a response from Newt Scamander. Contemplating the contents of the letter, Dumbledore turned to the phoenix perched on the shelf, preening its feathers. Fox, could you assist me in locating a child? His name is Lucien Grafton. Chapter 46, Affinity with Creatures, a Conversation with Dumbledore. Hagrid, this is the general situation, Lucien explained. Upon hearing his account, Hagrid chuckled. No need to apologize to me. My friend, by the way, how are the vegetables I planted? Does your little pet enjoy them? Lucien had gradually grown accustomed to Hagrid's rather unconventional thought processes. His first reaction was to inquire about the taste of the vegetables, and the half-giant's straightforwardness and kindness left Lucien feeling somewhat embarrassed. It thinks they are delightful and enjoys their flavor, he replied. That's splendid. But I haven't seen your pet around, Hagrid remarked. Lucien casually responded to Hagrid's inquiry. The child is still playing in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid nodded, then cautioned, you must ensure it remains vigilant. There are indeed perilous creatures lurking within the Forbidden Forest. Lucien expressed his understanding and gratitude, yet he felt little concern for the little Chelan. Reflecting on the terrifying power of the purifying fire and the unrestrained phantasmagoric transformations, he thought it prudent to worry that Liu Guang might one day breach the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, as the Chelan only required dew and the essence of flora for sustenance, it was herbivorous. Otherwise, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest would unwittingly become its buffet. As Lucien conversed with Hagrid, he absent-mindedly stroked the head of Yaya, the dog. Strangely, Yaya, who had previously maintained a distance, now approached him eagerly seeking affection. Was it due to his increased visits to Hagrid, allowing him to grow familiar with Yaya? Or perhaps there was some change within him over the past few days. Suddenly, a crimson fireball appeared beside Hagrid's hut, from which a magnificent red bird emerged. Fawkes. Hagrid immediately called out the name of the phoenix. Lucien's thoughts were interrupted by Fawkes' entrance, and he gazed in awe at the legendary creature. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the number of such birds is exceedingly rare. It is said that the Dumbledore family shares a profound bond with phoenixes, appearing whenever a family member is in need of assistance. This must be Dumbledore's phoenix. Quite a dramatic entrance indeed. Assuming that Dumbledore had sent Fawkes to find him, Hagrid extended his arm in anticipation of catching the bird. However, Fawkes had no intention of acknowledging Hagrid and flew directly toward Lucien, ultimately hovering before him. Was it here for him? Instinctively, Lucien extended his arm, and Fawkes gracefully perched upon it. Surprisingly light for its size, could it be an illusion of bulk? Merely due to its thick plumage? Once settled, Fawkes affectionately nuzzled Lucien's hair, displaying an endearing familiarity. Hagrid, what is this? Hagrid scratched his unruly hair, speculating that Dumbledore must have summoned Lucien for a reason, hence sending Fawkes. Yet, he admitted he had never witnessed a phoenix exhibiting such affectionate behavior. Oh, of course, Fawkes' method of escorting. Before Hagrid could finish, Fawkes erupted in flames, enveloping both itself and Lucien. In the next instant, Lucien found himself in the headmaster's office. Good morning, Lucien. Lucien beheld an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair, adorned with half-moon spectacles, greeting him. Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. As Lucien returned the greeting, Fawkes remained perched on his arm, even beginning to preen his hair with its beak. Dumbledore, witnessing this tender interaction for the first time, was taken aback. He had never seen Fawkes display such intimacy with anyone else. Ah, it seems Fawkes has taken quite a liking to you. My old friend, why don't you take a rest? I wish to converse with this young wizard for a while. Yet, Fawkes disregarded Dumbledore's request, continuing to attend to Lucien's hair. This left Dumbledore feeling slightly awkward until Lucien gently patted Fawkes, prompting the phoenix to reluctantly take flight. Lucien pondered in confusion why the phoenix would exhibit such closeness to him. The same applied to Yaya, rather than a gradual familiarity. It felt more like an abrupt surge of affection. One or two have exhibited such traits. Perhaps it is a manifestation of certain qualities emerging within oneself. Recently, has the awakening of the shimmering light occurred? Or could it be that, as the master of the Qilin, I have undergone some transformation that these magical creatures have sensed? The previous slumber of the young Qilin within the confines of the system space, or its juvenile stage, might have rendered such changes less apparent. It would be prudent to venture into the Forbidden Forest and seek out other magical beings to validate this notion. Lucien was deep in thought when his gaze was suddenly drawn to an object. In the center of the room stood a square glass cabinet, with candle lamps adorned with shades placed in each corner. Inside the cabinet, a patched, cracked, and dusty white hat lay at rest. The Sorting Hat? How have you turned white? Ah, indeed. At long last, someone has recognized me. Lucien, your placement in Ravenclaw was undoubtedly correct, unlike that last nearsighted lad. You are truly astute, living up to the reputation of the most gifted young wizard I have encountered over the years. The Sorting Hat rambled on, and Lucien turned to Dumbledore, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, seemingly inquiring, is this normal? Dumbledore merely shrugged. Since the last sorting ceremony, the hat had become increasingly animated, insisting on conversing each day. A peculiar expression crossed Dumbledore's face as he recalled that evening's dialogue with the Sorting Hat, which had merely sought to inquire about Lucien's character and abilities, only to end up entangled in a glass cabinet and a monthly maintenance routine. Lucien nodded, concluding that after a millennium of service, even a magical hat could lose its composure. Once Lucien settled into his seat, Dumbledore conjured honeyed water, lemon snow sugar confections, and licorice wands. Gazing at the array of delightful treats on the table, Lucien could not help but internally commend the old headmaster's flair. Lucien, this marks our inaugural conversation. Though I have already heard much about you from several professors, they hold you in high regard, describing you as a talented, diligent, and humble student. Such praise is the result of their generosity. I am profoundly grateful for their guidance and support. It seems that the esteemed headmaster did not come merely to offer commendation, for Hogwarts has no awards for exemplary students. Lucien felt his initial performance had been quite ordinary, aside from his quick learning and the display of some magical talent. There seemed no reason for the headmaster to seek him out. Nonetheless, it provided a fortuitous opportunity to discuss his intention to seek additional tutoring from Quirrell in the defense against the dark arts. A preemptive conversation with Dumbledore would ensure a more secure footing. As Lucien pondered how to broach the subject, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, Lucien, I previously conversed with Professor Flitwick, who mentioned your desire to experiment with the extension charm to accommodate living creatures. Indeed, but the professor also cautioned me that achieving such a feat is quite challenging. Dumbledore nodded, summoning a letter that floated into his hand. In fact, regarding this matter, I consulted an old friend. His name is Newt Scamander. Have you heard of him? Chapter 47. Can you control dark magic? Newt Scamander, the world's most renowned expert on magical creatures and the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, was mentioned to me by Professor Flitwick. He noted that the Scamander family excels in the application of the non-detection charm. Dumbledore chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Yes, indeed. That Newt. I thought you would be quite astonished upon hearing his name. Lucien's calm gaze sparkled with a hint of amusement. The greatest wizard of our time. It is no surprise who he knows or corresponds with. This remark elicited hearty laughter from Dumbledore as he handed the letter to Lucien. Lucien unfolded the letter, finding the beginning blank, likely a greeting concealed by Dumbledore from an old friend, before proceeding to the main text. The non-detection charm for accommodating creatures transcends mere spellcasting. It also encompasses transfiguration and even alchemy. If that junior has dabbled in transfiguration and alchemy, he may find enlightenment in the following fundamental texts. Indeed, the creation of a charm capable of accommodating creatures is exceedingly intricate. I should have no issues with transfiguration. As for alchemy, analyzing the transfigured timepiece could impart some knowledge, albeit not necessarily specialized. I ought to seek out some alchemical tomes in the library. Newt's letter only mentioned constructing a singular space while simultaneously creating diverse environments, an indication of the Scamander family's secret legacy. How generous of old Dumbledore to inquire on behalf of a freshman. TSK, a fitting title for Hogwarts' greatest headmaster. Thank you, headmaster, for going out of your way to assist me with such matters. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, his bright blue eyes crinkling with a smile. No need for thanks. Aiding students in their pursuit of knowledge is a teacher's duty. Are you settling in well at Hogwarts? Lucien nodded, expressing his enjoyment in getting along with his classmates and the assistance he received from the professors. By the way, I have arranged weekly tutoring sessions with Professor Quirrell to learn practical skills in defense against the dark arts. At this, Dumbledore set down his honeyed beverage, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, yet he responded without hesitation. He is also a graduate of Ravenclaw, one of your seniors. Quirrell possesses solid theoretical knowledge, though he may not excel in student interactions. However, that does not detract from his teaching. Tutoring is, of course, entirely acceptable. Upon hearing Dumbledore's response, Lucien's face broke into a relaxed smile, though a sudden unease settled in his heart. Wait, this reaction seems off. Did Dumbledore not perceive the issues surrounding Quirrell? Was he truly so at ease with him, or rather with Tom's character? My mention of this matter was out of concern for safety. Yet old Dumbledore's demeanor was so nonchalant. Lucien, I recall you hail from a Muggle family. You must be quite curious about the magical world, yes? Indeed. That is why I previously visited Flourish and Blotts to purchase numerous magical books, and I have also borrowed several from the library. The two engaged in a pleasant exchange, the atmosphere harmonious. Lucien, have you ever encountered an introduction to a certain type of magic in books? What magic? Dark magic. As he spoke, Dumbledore casually tossed a lemon drop into his mouth, as if he had merely uttered an utterly commonplace term. However, Lucien's mind began to race. Dark magic? Surely. The venerable Dumbledore must have misphrased his words. The esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts inquiring whether a first-year student had heard of dark magic? As someone who was not of pure blood, how could he possibly have come into contact with such knowledge beforehand? No, Dumbledore couldn't possibly think that what he was to learn from Quirrell was dark arts, rather than defense against the dark arts. Could he? That didn't seem right. From an outsider's perspective, even if one were aware of Quirrell's questionable nature, it was quite normal for a student to seek extra help from a professor. It would be unreasonable to associate this with dark magic. Moreover, why was Dumbledore so direct in his questioning? Shouldn't he have observed him discreetly first? What was amiss? Lucien quickly reviewed his dialogue with Dumbledore, even recalling the details of his entrance into the headmaster's office. The phoenix, the sorting hat. The sorting hat. A thought suddenly illuminated Lucien's mind. No wonder you are considered the most gifted young wizard I have encountered over the years. Gifted? Could the sorting hat discern a wizard's talents? His greatest skill was transfiguration, which had even reached an extraordinary level. If Dumbledore had learned of this from the sorting hat, then several things would start to make sense. For instance, writing to an old friend to inquire about a first-year student. A merely outstanding student would hardly warrant such attention. But what if the sorting hat had acknowledged him as the most talented young wizard? If this hypothesis held true, and the sorting hat could perceive his talent in transfiguration, then what of his other abilities? What was his second most significant talent? Dark magic. Of course, Lucien had never displayed any talent for dark magic in front of the Hogwarts faculty and students. In truth, he had not studied a single dark spell. But what if Dumbledore had already gleaned this astonishing talent for dark magic from the sorting hat? Thus, after Lucien expressed his desire to seek extra lessons from Quirrell, Dumbledore's calm demeanor and seemingly nonsensical mention of dark magic began to make sense. Lucien glanced at Dumbledore, who was leisurely sipping his honeyed water. Oh, so he had been waiting for him all along. Newt's letter was likely just a pretext. What Dumbledore truly sought to understand was Lucien's attitude toward dark magic. Was he concerned? Worried about the emergence of another Voldemort, or perhaps another Grindelwald? His straightforward inquiry stemmed from the belief that Lucien was still a child, easily capable of distinguishing between truth and deception. Very well, it was indeed a matter of his attitude toward dark magic, and what followed would be the unvarnished truth. Lucien swiftly settled on his wording. This contemplative process was remarkably brief, allowing Dumbledore only a few moments to blow on the steam rising from his cup. I have come across snippets in books that describe dark magic, fundamentally portraying it as terrifying, powerful, and malevolent. Dumbledore nodded slightly, non-committally stating, What are your thoughts on dark magic? Lucien, with a calm demeanor, replied with a single word, control. This answer took Dumbledore by surprise. He set down his cup and regarded Lucien with keen interest. Control? How does one control it? Lucien met Dumbledore's gaze unwaveringly, without a hint of evasion. You know, I hail from a Muggle background, where knowledge is wielded by individuals. However, upon entering the magical realm, I realized that those rules may not apply. In the world of magic, knowledge equates to power, tangible power. Indeed, dark magic is formidable, yet it is prone to losing control. Furthermore, dark magic can profoundly affect one's disposition. So, who truly governs whom? Is it the individual who controls dark magic, or does dark magic control the individual? Pausing for a moment, Lucien looked deeply into Dumbledore's eyes. Headmaster, as the greatest wizard of our time, can you guarantee complete control over dark magic should you choose to wield it? Upon uttering this question, the office fell into a profound silence. The venerable Dumbledore bowed his head, gazing at the ripples forming in his cup. Indeed, can one truly control it? How many years have passed since that fateful day in Godric's Hollow? 3 furious youths argued until they drew their wands and engaged in a duel. In the ensuing chaos, a curse claimed the life of Dumbledore's sister, Ariana Dumbledore. None present knew who had unleashed that dark magic. Were those 3 youths, and Dumbledore himself at that time, truly in control of dark magic? The pain of those distant years now could only manifest as silence. Chapter 48. A pleasant conversation. Dumbledore sighed. The honeyed water in his cup had long since cooled. How about this, Lucien? I wonder if you might be willing to join me for afternoon tea once a week, just to keep a lonely old man company? As he spoke, Dumbledore winked at Lucien, as though the previous silence had never occurred. Lucien did not hesitate to agree. It would be my honor. Perhaps I could visit you after my tutoring sessions with Professor Quirrell? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore nodded cheerfully. That sounds splendid. We can discuss insights on defensive magic against dark arts. Now that is the right response, Dumbledore suggested, which eased Lucien's mind. Enjoying afternoon tea and idle chatter were secondary. The primary goal was to assess whether he had been influenced by Quirrell's dark magic. If Voldemort, in his current state of mere survival, could orchestrate schemes under Dumbledore's very nose, why had he ever feared the old man? He could have simply challenged him directly for a showdown atop Hogwarts. Oh, by the way, Newt also mentioned that you may write to him directly if you have any inquiries regarding the disillusionment charm. However, please refrain from sharing his contact information with others. Otherwise, my old friend may have to relocate once again. He prefers quieter, less populated places. Lucien assured him that he would not disclose this information. Old Newt is indeed a quintessentially socially anxious individual, likely conversing with magical creatures far more than with humans. Beyond inquiring about the disillusionment charm, one might also glean insights from Newt regarding the vast realm of magical beasts. When it comes to knowledge of these enchanting beings, none can rival his expertise. Should one wish to pioneer the art of transfiguration for magical creatures, it is imperative to first delve into the essence of these beings. And who better to consult than Newt, the living encyclopedia of this domain? Lucien, do you have further inquiries? Without a moment's hesitation, Lucien responded. I possess a keen interest in alchemy, though the subject is not introduced until the upper years. Furthermore, the library offers only popular science texts on the matter, devoid of practical theories and guidance. I have heard Mrs. Pants mention that there are tomes in the restricted section. However, before Lucien could finish, a shrill voice interrupted. This lad dares to seek the restricted section. A first year eager to engage with such perilous knowledge, truly a born villain. Phineas, could you kindly be silent? Perhaps you should ponder your own house's contributions to the ranks of dark wizards. Lucien turned towards the source of the voice, spotting numerous portraits adorning a wall. He quickly recalled the faces from the Hogwarts history he had perused, aligning the speakers with their respective names. Phineas Black, the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, and Morgan Wiggins, a Gryffindor known for his treatise, Dueling as an Art. Each headmaster leaves behind a portrait, allowing for dialogue with their likeness. Indeed, Phineas's unpopularity is well warranted. He had preemptively dismissed Lucien's intentions to explore the restricted section. It is easy to surmise how uncomfortable students must have felt under his leadership, prohibited from pursuing this, barred from engaging in that. Such a headmaster shows little concern for the education or well-being of students, fixating instead on whether they might cause a disturbance. Those who have succumbed to the allure of dark wizardry merely lack the fortitude of spirit. What connection do they have to Slytherin? Albus, as headmaster, must exercise strict oversight over the students. Lucien observed the incessant prattling of the goat-bearded old man, catching a fleeting glimpse of movement in the upper left corner of the frame. Bang! The loathsome Phineas fell, vanishing from the portrait. In his stead appeared a striking woman adorned with silver-framed spectacles. If one were to disregard the hefty tome she wielded, with which she had just rendered Phineas unconscious, Lucien would undoubtedly perceive her as an elegant and refined lady. I am delighted that Ravenclaw has welcomed such a young wizard as you. Lucien stood and greeted her. Good morning, Ms. Wenderian. I too am fortunate to be part of Ravenclaw. Sharon Wenderian, a Ravenclaw alumna and author of Curses and Counter-Curses, expressed her satisfaction with Lucien. Her tone graceful and gentle, The eagles of Ravenclaw ought to pursue wisdom and mastery of knowledge. You are excelling. You were absolutely correct in your earlier statement. Within the realm of magic, knowledge and power are indeed synonymous. Therefore, encountering peril and the unknown while pursuing knowledge is entirely natural. Do not succumb to fear. Nor should you feel compelled to resolve everything independently. Do not hesitate to seek guidance from the esteemed professors at Hogwarts. In response to Headmistress Sharon's earnest counsel, Lucien sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your wisdom. May your insight continue to illuminate Ravenclaw. Observing this exchange, Dumbledore felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He could discern Lucien's sincerity, his respect for his teachers, and his pure thirst for knowledge. Dumbledore summoned a sheet of parchment upon which the titles of books materialized, accompanied by his signature. Take this, Lucien. It contains what you seek. Upon receiving the list, Lucien noted its extensive range of subjects, encompassing spells, alchemy, herbology, and transfiguration. Among these titles, one particularly piqued his interest, Identification of Dark Magic. Why would old Dumbledore approve this book? Is it to keep me wary of Quirrell's machinations? Indeed. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library harbors treasures. That is the true repository of Hogwarts. Headmaster, regarding this book, Identification of Dark Magic? Dumbledore chuckled. Fear not. This volume teaches one to recognize dark magic without detailing specific curses. Merely understanding dark magic, or even mastering its incantations, will not adversely affect one's mind. It is only through prolonged and frequent use of dark magic, or an obsessive study thereof, that irreversible distortions may occur. Lucien nodded, tucking the list away. It has been a delightful conversation. I have gained much. After exiting the headmaster's office, Lucien descended the staircase, intent on first visiting the library to borrow some books. The rest could wait. He would prioritize alchemy for now. Yes, after borrowing the books, he would proceed to Hagrid's hut to begin analyzing the Transfiguration timepiece and attempt to solidify the Transfiguration spell. As he passed a corner of a hall, Lucien spotted Malfoy, whose hands were still bandaged, accompanied by a middle-aged man with light golden hair, strikingly similar to him. Ah, young Malfoy and Senior Malfoy, Lucien mused. Lucius regarded his son with mild concern. Draco, why are you still bandaged? Is the infirmary's standard truly so poor? Father, my arm still aches a bit. It appears it has not fully healed, Draco replied. What Malfoy did not mention was that as long as the bandage remained, any casual conversation could lead to discussions about Harry's care for him in the infirmary and the apologies exchanged. Just as Lucius was about to speak, he noticed a passing student glance in his direction. The emerald green eyes of that student inexplicably caused a flutter in Lucius's heart. Although he could not comprehend the origin of this sensation, the Malfoy family's innate ability to discern character stirred his curiosity. Draco, I have prepared a precious healing potion for you. It will ensure no lingering injuries remain. Malfoy beamed with happiness, ready to thank his father, when Lucius interjected. That student who just passed by, do you know him? Tell me about him. Chapter 49. The divine beast Cheelant's saliva. It appears that I have not taught well. Inside Hagrid's hut, Lucien had not been there long when Hagrid took Fong into the Forbidden Forest to gather materials. Alone, Lucien perused his alchemical tomes. The book in his hands was an introduction to alchemy. Once he mastered the foundational principles, he would be able to analyze the transfigured pocket watch more efficiently. The transformation of matter and the solidification of magic were no small feats. It was no wonder that at Hogwarts, alchemy was offered as an elective only in the 6th year. This discipline intertwined with transfiguration, potion-making, and even the chemistry of the Muggle world, rendering it exceedingly complex and challenging to grasp. Fortunately, he found no difficulty in transfiguration, and he possessed a certain aptitude for potion-making and alchemy. Alchemy also touched upon the solidification of magic, deeply connected to the semi-permanent transfiguration within transfiguration studies, making them mutually beneficial in learning. Thus, the task of mastering solidified transformation for the transfigured pocket watch, or creating an alchemical mechanical creature, could be viewed as a dual endeavor. Mastering solidified transformation would enhance his alchemical skills, while delving into alchemy would provide insights into transfiguration. And the vanishing spell. Lucien recalled Newt's letter, which mentioned that crafting a vanishing spell object capable of containing living creatures required a solid foundation in both transfiguration and alchemy. This was merely the simplest aspect, not involving those that could encompass multiple spaces. Crafting a suitcase akin to the one Newt possessed was beyond his current capabilities, as it resembled a complete miniature world, complete with mountains and rivers, capable of housing numerous magical creatures despite their vastly differing habitats. However, he could certainly create several simpler containers to categorize and store them. In addition to observing those magical beings, he could also construct experimental platforms within to practice potion making and alchemy. This would allow for experimentation at any time and place, greatly enhancing convenience. As he immersed himself in his studies, time flew by, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Lucien set aside his book and rubbed his sore neck. It was time to stretch. He might as well fertilize the biting cabbage, as he still had some mooncalf dung left from last time. Upon comparison, using mooncalf dung as fertilizer was indeed more effective than the chemical fertilizers he had concocted. The growth of those cabbages had surged remarkably. Alas, their quantity was limited, far less than what could be produced through potion making. He would need to specifically seek out those mooncalves, and their yield was entirely dependent on their whims. Once he crafted a vanishing container, he could raise some mooncalves. Hagrid! Hagrid! Just as Lucien was about to fetch a small spade, he was interrupted by a sudden shout. The voice sounded like Ron and Hermione. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door echoed loudly. With a swish of his wand, Lucien opened the door with ease. Standing at the threshold were indeed Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Lucien glanced at Harry, sensing something was amiss with him. At this moment, Harry's complexion was ashen, his lips devoid of color, while he tightly clutched his left hand. Lucien furrowed his brow, questioning why he had ventured here alone on such a late evening, especially in Hagrid's absence. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged anxious glances, their alarm growing palpable, and Harry's expression of agony became increasingly pronounced. What on earth had transpired? Lucien inquired once more. Harry cast a furtive glance at Lucien, a look so familiar that it struck a chord in Lucien's memory. It was reminiscent of the time Harry had fractured Malfoy's bones. Had this boy once again resorted to administering potions to someone? In the past few days, he had only taught him 3 types: burn ointment, beast-repelling powder, and a potion for swiftly alleviating colds. Surely, none of these could have caused such turmoil. Moreover, it appeared that Harry was the one who had suffered, perhaps having been assaulted. What was the purpose of seeking Hagrid's assistance? To enlist the half-giant's aid in a scuffle? Suddenly, a thought struck Lucien. Beasts, beasts. Could it be that today? He raised his wand, and with a flick, Harry's hand was lifted, revealing a sleeve that slid down. A gaping wound extended from Harry's palm to his elbow, torn and grotesque, affixed to his forearm. The injury was deep enough to expose bone, oozing blood that dripped steadily onto the ground. This wound appeared to be inflicted by a dog. Why had he not sought help in the infirmary? When confronted with Lucien's question, the trio stammered in response. Observing their demeanor, Lucien surmised the truth. Likely, in line with the original narrative, they had just finished recounting Harry's father's illustrious history as a Quidditch seeker and, in an attempt to evade Filch's search, had inadvertently encountered the 3-headed dog. They should have been fleeing in terror, but Harry, emboldened by his previous experience with potions, had presumably attempted to replicate the feat by tossing some beast-repelling powder at the creature. However, the essence of this potion relied on strong, irritating scents to drive away beasts. A 3-headed dog was no ordinary creature. It was a magical being. Such an action would only incite its wrath. As for why they had not gone to the infirmary, it mirrored the classic scenario of a child who, having scraped their knee, dared not inform an adult. They were left with no choice but to seek refuge with their friend Hagrid. Lucien was at a loss, having imparted potion knowledge to Harry. It seemed to have only led to greater misfortune. Wait here, he instructed. Lucien swiftly exited the room and made his way to the cover of the vegetable garden. With a call, the shimmering Chelan appeared before him. Lucien produced a small vial, directing it towards the Chelan's mouth and urging it to tilt its head. He had read that the saliva of a Chelan possessed potent healing properties. Although this referred to the native Chelan, it was reasonable to assume that the effects would be even more pronounced given the Chelan's divine nature. The little Chelan had just awakened, and before Lucien could test this newfound knowledge, he had been interrupted by Harry's predicament. After filling a vial with Chelan saliva, Lucien instructed the creature to return to the Forbidden Forest and then proceeded back to the cottage. With his wand, he expertly applied the Chelan saliva evenly across Harry's wound. Almost visibly, new flesh began to grow, and the torn edges of the injury rapidly knitted together. In less than a minute, the once ghastly and fearsome wound had vanished without a trace, leaving no scar behind. Harry, incredulous, touched his forearm, as if the pain he had just experienced had been nothing but an illusion. Hermione and Ron gazed at Harry's arm in astonishment, then glanced at the bottle in Lucien's hand. Lucien, what is contained in that bottle? The effect is truly miraculous. Saliva, he casually replied, seemingly unconcerned by their expressions. Now, let us discuss what exactly transpired. Finally, it was Hermione who recounted the events, which aligned closely with Lucien's speculations. When she mentioned that, Harry had exclaimed, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. Behold my beast-dispersing powder." Lucien chuckled, a mix of amusement and exasperation. It appeared that his educational efforts had not been sufficiently thorough. It was evident that Harry had not fully grasped the knowledge. From tomorrow onward, we shall intensify the training. Chapter 50. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Dodo? What are the applicable subjects for anesthetic spray? Wizards, muggles, magical creatures. Incorrect. Without magical protection, muggles using this potion would be rendered paralyzed. Oh. As Harry and Lucien engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, he hastily jotted down notes. Just as Harry finished writing, Lucien posed another question. What are the prohibitions on the use of deodorizing essence? No, I can't recall. It must not come into contact with open flames, otherwise. Its potency rivals that of a thunderous explosion. The more he taught, the more Lucien recognized the gravity of the issue. While Harry undoubtedly possessed a talent for potion making, this aptitude was primarily evident in practical applications. When it came to purely theoretical examinations, he struggled to retain information, particularly the intricate details of potion usage. It seemed that this lad had merely grasped the general effects previously, intending to apply it haphazardly when needed. This would not do. He could not allow Harry to be released into the world in such a state. Lucien mused that while Harry's magical prowess would not be adversely affected, it could tarnish his own reputation in the educational sphere. Potion crafting should continue with the original hands-on practice, but his theoretical knowledge must be reinforced through memorization, dictation, assignments, and examinations. As Harry fervently scribbled away, he suddenly felt a chill. After finally completing his supplementary studies, he rubbed his wrist, which had stiffened from excessive writing. Lucien, thank you for your help with my treatment yesterday. That transparent liquid must be quite expensive. I will repay you. Harry had initially intended to offer compensation in galleons. Yet Lucien had previously advised against using money to insult him, and he did not appear to be in want of wealth. Well then, I shall retrieve a few more books from Gringotts as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Oh right, Hagrid has already gone to Gringotts for me. He should be able to bring back the books we discussed today. Lucien nodded, accepting the gesture without refusal. It was indeed no challenge to have Liu Guang produce a bit of saliva, yet the intrinsic value of the Qilin's saliva was evident. Furthermore, based on yesterday's performance, it was clear that Liu Guang's Qilin saliva possessed extraordinary effects far superior to those described in texts. It appears that the little Qilin is a veritable treasure trove. One might also investigate the effects of other materials on Liu Guang, such as the shed scales and fur. Speaking of which, could these be used to barter with Snape for some potions? I recall visiting his office, which was replete with valuable items. Lucien, did I err last night? At Harry's unexpected inquiry, Lucien was taken aback. Oh, why do you ask? Harry lowered his head, despondently murmuring, if I had only run away at that moment, perhaps this would not have occurred. Fortunately, it was I who was bitten, not Ron or Hermione, due to my bravado. In response to Harry's self-reproach, Lucien refrained from offering direct comfort and instead posed an unrelated question. What do you believe is the purpose of acquiring knowledge? Harry was puzzled by Lucien's question. Was it to become more intelligent? Lucien initially nodded, then shook his head. The pursuit of knowledge may serve to understand the world, to solve problems, or to fortify the spirit. However, knowledge should never be wielded for ostentation, nor should it place oneself or friends in peril. At first, Harry listened in a daze. But by the end, he bashfully lowered his gaze. Observing the future savior in this state, Lucien chuckled softly. Nonetheless, your desire to protect your companions was entirely commendable. Courage, after all, is humanity's greatest anthem. Harry lifted his head, raptly listening to Lucien's words. Of course, in addition to courage and knowledge, one must also learn the virtue of a prudent retreat. Though he did not fully comprehend, Harry nodded emphatically. Very well, Harry, first commit this knowledge to memory, and upon my return, we shall have a written exercise. After assigning Harry his study task, Lucien departed the cottage. Venturing slightly deeper into the edge of the forbidden forest, Lucien summoned Liu Guang. Come, let us see what extraordinary creatures you have discovered. 10 minutes later, Lucien continued his combination of the disillusionment charm and concealment potion, documenting a group of magical creatures in the distance, puffskeins. With their corpulent bodies, they were incapable of flight and covered in fur. Suddenly, one puffskein that Lucien was observing vanished, only to reappear moments later nearby. How fascinating indeed. He continued to write. It can vanish over a short distance, yet its activation speed is remarkably swift. As he penned this, Lucien recalled an intriguing fact he had encountered in his readings. The puffskein, as a magical creature, is also documented in the Muggle world, albeit under the name Dodo. Yes, the very bird that is regarded as extinct, due to its ability to vanish at will. Muggles erroneously believed they had hunted it to extinction. Ironically, this misconception heightened Muggle awareness of animal conservation, prompting efforts to mitigate excessive hunting and slaughter. Thus, the Wizarding Confederation concluded that keeping the existence of the puffskein from Muggles was not without merit. Observing these jovial little round birds at play, Lucien reflected on the records he had perused prior to his immersion in the magical realm, as well as the skeletons exhibited in museums. Indeed, remaining undiscovered can be quite advantageous. After documenting the characteristics and habits of the second extraordinary creature, it was essential to measure its physical data. Lucien contemplated seizing this opportunity to conduct an experiment. He wondered whether Yaya and Fox's affection towards him was a result of the unique qualities of the Qilin, and if such an effect extended to other animals as well. With a flick of his wand, he dispelled the illusionary enchantment and the cloaking oil that masked his presence. Instantly, Lucien's existence was revealed to the perceiving eyes of the ball-dodging birds. In a swift motion, the birds vanished from sight. Lucien patiently waited for several seconds until one by one, the flock of ball-dodging birds gradually returned to their original position, observing Lucien from a distance of several meters. Watching the little plump birds peering curiously, Lucien came to a realization. His presence indeed elicited a sense of camaraderie in animals. Otherwise, these ball-dodging birds would not have returned after fleeing. They were not fools, after all, to turn back towards a potential threat. It seemed that as wild magical creatures, these ball-dodging birds were inherently more cautious. It would be prudent not to approach them recklessly, lest he truly frighten them away. If this affinity for animals stemmed from the Qilin, then with a shimmer of light, the small Qilin appeared beside Lucien. Upon seeing the Qilin manifest, the group of little plump birds sprang into action. After scrutinizing Lucien once more, one particularly bold ball-dodging bird hopped over to him, followed closely by the others, who fluttered around the Qilin. Most circled around its radiant form, while a few audacious ones brushed against its legs. One young ball-dodging bird stood before Lucien, its innocent eyes gazing up at him with curiosity. Lucien knelt down, cradling this long-extinct dodo bird. "Hello there, little one." As he examined the ball-dodging bird's body, he deftly controlled a feather quill to record the data. The little plump birds, no longer fearful of Lucien, flitted around him. Even when he gently lifted one to inspect it, the creature mistook it for a playful interaction. With this newfound animal affinity, obtaining measurements from a close range became significantly easier. There was no longer a need to use sleeping incense to lull them into a stupor before handling them. Oh, when observing the moon-charmed beast last time, was it not necessary to burn incense, but rather to approach with confidence? Nevertheless, at that moment, the little Qilin had just awakened, and he had not discerned his affinity for animals. In future observations of magical creatures, it would be wise to conceal his form first and document their natural behaviors. Only then should he summon the Qilin to soothe these extraordinary beings. Glancing at the Qilin, he noticed it surrounded by the ball-dodging birds, with one or two younglings occasionally perching on its back. The Qilin made no attempt to shoo them away. Instead, it gently licked the little birds. It was evident that those who had been licked exhibited increased vitality and chirped more joyfully. Truly, a harbinger of good fortune, Lucien could not help but marvel. As the master of the Qilin, if he could possess such a trait of animal affinity, surely the Qilin itself was even more formidable. As the majestic Qilin made its appearance, the evasive ball-dodging birds seemed to cast aside their caution. Had I not been present beside them, they would likely have approached immediately. Yet, something felt amiss. Hadn't Lu Guang mentioned that during a prior visit to Hagrid's garden, Yaya had been frightened by it? Was Lu Guang intimidating Yaya? That seemed improbable. It appeared Hagrid had noted Yaya's timid nature. Could it be that Yaya instinctively fears unfamiliar creatures, even when faced with the auspicious Qilin? Perhaps it would be worthwhile to test this theory. Lucien suppressed his wandering thoughts and continued documenting the characteristics of the ball-dodging birds, concurrently gathering some of their scattered feathers, which were also a common magical ingredient. Once he completed the recording, Lucien patted Lu Guang. "All right, we can return now." Inside Hagrid's cozy abode, Harry fervently recited his notes. The inkweed must have its black liquid thoroughly washed away. The armadillo ball should be filtered thrice through a crystal funnel. Meanwhile, Hagrid stirred a pot over the fire, preparing dinner. Anticipating that Lucien and Harry might stay for a meal, he had taken extra care to prepare an ample portion. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Hagrid rose to answer, while Harry quickened his pace in recitation. "Oh, Lucien, you've returned. Will you join us for dinner?" Lucien nodded, instinctively agreeing. Upon entering the room, he caught sight of a bubbling pot from which emerged a large, unidentified claw. A sudden jolt of dread coursed through Lucien. Oh dear, I had forgotten about Hagrid's peculiar culinary creations. What manner of claw is that? Well, it certainly wouldn't be remedied by a softening charm. However, seeing Hagrid's joyous demeanor, Lucien felt reluctant to make an excuse to leave, considering all the assistance Hagrid had provided. It was merely a meal, if necessary. He could always prepare a few Eastern dishes to accompany it, as cooking with magic is quite swift. "Harry, how is your memorization coming along?" Nearly there, almost ready." Lucien nodded and took a seat across from Harry. "Let us commence with the dictation." Harry's fingers stiffened on the book. Oh yes. The magical items I requested from Hagrid have arrived. You might want to take a look." With that, Harry produced a hefty tome from beside him and slid it across the table towards Lucien. Lucien glanced at the cover, which appeared to be made of dragon hide, emblazoned with gilded lettering. This must be the Potter's grimoire. Isn't it rather substantial? Had Harry not noticed its size when he visited the Gringotts vault? It seems he was indeed dazzled by the glittering galleons. One could only wonder what knowledge lay within its pages. The anticipation was palpable. Just as Lucien was about to open the magical tome, he noticed Harry still gazing at him. "Harry, why do you stare? Start your dictation." "Are you not going to read?" I can wait a bit longer." Lucien flipped through the book. "You write your notes while I peruse mine. Is that not agreeable? You have 20 minutes to transcribe the knowledge I requested you memorize." As he spoke, Lucien produced his Transfiguration pocket watch, which, despite its inability to tell time accurately, popped open with a snap. Well, you now have 19 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Upon hearing these words, Harry hastily seized a pen and began to write. Lucien, putting away his pocket watch, gently shook his head. Was this not reminiscent of a child stalling to avoid completing his homework? He turned his attention to the magical tome of the Potter family. Indeed, it contained knowledge pertinent to alchemy and potions. No wonder this family amassed wealth through their potions. It seems that, aside from Harry's mother, his father's lineage was also adept in the art of potion making it no surprise that Harry inherited such talents. Adhesive ointments, smoothing serums, and nasal decongestants were among the myriad potions, yet Lucien's gaze was drawn to a particularly intriguing concoction. The delayed truth. Its primary ingredients consisted of the explosive essence of a venomous horned beast and the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider, mixed in a ratio of 79-21 with additional components added. This would yield a solid explosive potion, not ignitable by flame but instead detonated upon the initial impact, resulting in a violent explosion upon a second strike. The inventor, Bull Potter, remarked, "Only the most powerful magic and explosions embody truth. The delayed truth is no exception." Lucien regarded this potion with keen interest. Was this akin to a delayed bomb in the magical realm, or merely an explosion triggered by impact? Fascinating indeed. Perhaps it could be utilized in crafting specialized magical bullets? If the structure could be cleverly designed, it might produce a secondary acceleration effect, or simply act as an explosive projectile. As for the raw materials, there were plenty of 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, one of which was a longtime friend of Hagrid's. The explosive essence of the venomous horned beast could either be procured with Hagrid's assistance, or he could inquire with Newt, who likely still kept some of those creatures. How amusing. This Bull Potter, truly a character. As Lucien turned to the next page, the first line leapt out at him in bold crimson. Ensure all safety precautions when brewing the delayed truth. The ancestor bull perished in an explosive mishap. Oh, such a crucial warning ought to have been placed on the preceding page. After perusing several more potions, Lucien closed the book and began to grade Harry's written work. After a flurry of marks and annotations, he concluded, "Not bad. It's evident you've put in considerable effort." Just as Harry was about to exhale in relief, he was met with the reminder that the incorrect points must be transcribed 4 times, to be rewritten the following day. Must I really rewrite them? Harry lamented, feeling disheartened. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. He rummaged through his pocket and produced 2 vials, extending them towards Lucien. "Lucien, could you please check if these potions are effective?" Lucien accepted the vials and uncorked them. "Ah, an eye-enhancing potion. Oh right, we have Snape's potions class tomorrow." With a smile, Lucien gazed at Harry. "This potion is perfectly fine." Chapter 52, Gazing into Those Eyes. Within the potions classroom, Lucien toyed with an uneven spherical object, its surface rhythmically moving in accordance with the whirring gears. With a delicate flick of his wand, he adjusted the intricate components within the spherical core he had crafted last night, a rudimentary version of a puppet core, capable of serving as a power source for either golem puppets or mechanical creations. Due to its simplicity, the energy it could provide was limited, sufficient only to animate a mechanical creature the size of a cat or dog at most. Nevertheless, that was adequate for his purposes. He merely needed to construct an alchemical mechanical animal, with no particular requirements regarding its size or functionality. The core itself was manageable, relying solely on basic alchemical forging and mechanical knowledge. However, advancing to the stages of assembly and mobility would necessitate the involvement of transfiguration, specifically the solidification of transformations. Otherwise, this mechanical entity would be operable only by him, requiring frequent magical interventions to maintain the transformation effect. It became evident that the tasks of creating a mechanical animal and mastering solidified transfiguration were not distinct challenges, but rather 2 facets of the same endeavor. "Lucien, what is that in your hand?" Lucien looked up to find Ron in the front row, gazing at him with curiosity, or more precisely, at the spherical core. "It's just a little toy I made. Are you interested in such things? You made it yourself?" "Lucien, you're quite impressive. My dad has a penchant for Muggle technology, especially intricate mechanical devices, so I have a bit of knowledge about them." Lucien nodded, recalling how Ron's father had modified a flying car, and how this lad had managed to drive Harry to Hogwarts in 2nd grade. Glancing at the seat beside Ron, he wondered where Harry was. Class was about to commence. Ron shrugged. "I called him this morning. He said he'd get up after a little more sleep. Last night, he seemed to be studying something. He hadn't gone to bed before I fell asleep." Lucien felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared that Harry was diligently fulfilling his assigned study tasks. The boy shouldn't be late, especially since today was the day for the joint potions class with Ravenclaw, and they were eagerly anticipating the front row drama. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Lucien turned his gaze toward the entrance. Of course, the first to drift in was the old bat himself. "Put away anything irrelevant to potions. We shall now begin roll call. Harry Potter." Silence enveloped the room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Wesley, where is Potter? As if summoned by a grim reaper, Ron jolted. Professor. Harry, he has got a stomach ache and went to the restroom. Oh, is that so? 5 points from Gryffindor. Lucien could already sense the ire in Snape's tone. He hoped Harry wouldn't forget to take his potion before arriving, or to remove his glasses. Otherwise, he would be in for quite the trouble. This lesson will focus on brewing a stomach-soothing potion. After elaborating for several minutes, Snape explained the effects and brewing techniques of this potion. The pungent aroma of the creeping ivy was overwhelming. For those with sensitive constitutions, it was normal to experience tears and nasal congestion from its irritation, at which point, do not raise a commotion. Having delivered his final admonition, Snape cast a glance at the empty desk beside Ron. A chilling voice emerged from between his lips. Wesley, I trust you will relay the instructions to Potter. He will undoubtedly find this potion quite necessary. Upon hearing this, Ron nodded vigorously, as if affirming with every ounce of his being. Lucien sat at the back, hearing Harry's faint murmurs. Hurry up, Harry, if you don't come soon, I might perish. Lucien shook his head. If this continued, it would result in a tragic double demise. It seemed prudent to reduce the workload a bit. Ensuring children receive adequate sleep was indeed essential. Just as Lucien was preparing to manage the materials, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure stealthily entering the classroom. Ah, the child has finally arrived. Oh, it appears the one in dire need of the digestive tonic has shown up. Despite Harry's careful approach and Snape facing away from the classroom door, the suppressed bitterness in Snape's voice reverberated through the quiet room. Lucien noticed Harry's movements abruptly freeze. Wow, what remarkably bat-like hearing. Snape turned around, his icy gaze fixated on Harry, words tumbling from his lips. You are precisely 18 minutes and 34 seconds late, Potter. Has your sense of time also come crashing in? Suddenly, Snape's words faltered, as if a serpent had been choked by its own venom. Harry, who had been hunched over, suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Snape's indifferent stare. Alas, from this angle, Lucien could not see. Though Snape was now facing Harry, he also turned his back to Lucien. While Lucien remained in the dark, Harry could see clearly. Snape's previously cold, serpent-like gaze became vacant and then bewildered. After a silence lasting several seconds, Snape finally spoke, his tone frosty yet tinged with rigidity. What were you doing just now? Snape's inquiry caught Harry off guard. Was he not simply late? However, Harry's peripheral vision caught Ron, who was enthusiastically gesturing to him, his lips forming exaggerated shapes. Without hesitation, Harry replied with conviction. I was in the restroom, Professor. I suddenly had a terrible stomach ache before class. Lucien could distinctly see Ron in the front row exhale in relief, his tense posture relaxing. Is this the unspoken bond of good brothers? One daring to fabricate a tale while the other boldly supports it? Well, take your seat, Snape instructed. You can inquire about the previous lecture from Weasley or Grafton. Although Harry was somewhat bewildered by Snape's directive, he moved to sit beside Ron. Could it really be effective? Lucien was indeed correct. Hearing Harry's quiet self-muttering, Lucien noticed his bright emerald eyes glimmering, unencumbered by glasses. Ah, a promising student. As Lucien processed the materials, he elucidated the effects and brewing techniques of the digestive tonic to Harry, also mentioning the precautions regarding the tangled stone grass. Harry hurriedly began his preparations. Though he had narrowly escaped reprimand, based on past experiences, Snape would likely seek him out for questioning. Just 2 or 3 minutes passed when Snape, seemingly unable to contain himself, stood before Harry, looking down imperiously. How should armadillo ball be prepared before use? Harry's hands stilled as he handled the tangled stone grass. But recalling the information he had memorized just yesterday, he felt no need for anxiety. He lifted his head and answered directly. It should be filtered 3 times using an ice crystal funnel. How should one gather the bloodwood bark? First, one must employ a freezing spell, and once cooled, use a golden blade for cutting. What can be obtained by mixing the excrement of the silent bird with the roots of mandrake? Faced with such a challenging question, Harry found himself at a loss for words, while the scent of the tangled stone grass began to invade his nostrils. An overwhelming urge to weep compelled Harry to lower his head. However, Lucien's previous words flashed through his mind. Even if you cry, you must maintain your gaze. Harry fought back his tears and defiantly straightened his neck, fixing his gaze upon Snape's eyes. I don't know. This near-shouting response, however, elicited no reaction. Snape merely regarded Harry. Observing those eyes unclouded by lenses, those eyes that bore the most resemblance to Lily, those eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 53. There are still good people in the world. What thoughts occupied Snape's mind as he gazed into those eyes? Was he reminiscing about the pure, bright eyes from their first encounter? Reflecting on the astonished and pained eyes when faced with his harsh words? Or was he contemplating the eyes that would never again open? It is uncertain. No one but Snape would know. Perhaps even he himself was unaware. Aside from the intermittent sounds of chopping and grinding and the bubbling of potions, the classroom was enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, Snape seemed to awaken from a reverie. The mixture of silent bird excrement and mandrake roots yields the silencing powder, rendering the consumer unable to speak for an entire week. Not knowing is simply not knowing. How honest, a point for Gryffindor. Correctly answering 2 questions is commendable. Yet there is no need for pride. The last statement took Snape a few seconds to articulate, as if he were unaccustomed to such remarks. As Snape moved away to inspect the operations of other students, the nearby young wizards, save for Lucien, cast horrified glances at Harry. Were it not for their fear of Snape's terror, they would have surely questioned, is it truly possible to converse with Snape in such a manner? Can one even earn points like this? What was that last remark? Encouragement. Professor Snape encourages students? Only Lucien understood. Snape merely projected his guilt and affection for Lily onto her son, Harry, especially when gazing into those emerald green eyes. Snape likely found it difficult to discern whom he was truly observing. Perhaps the old bat did not wish to distinguish between them at all. By assisting Harry in evading Snape's sharp tongue, he had also cared for the young man's mental well-being. Moreover, Snape was confronted with those eyes, albeit set in James's face. There are indeed many good people in the world. Just in time for class to inquire with Snape about a certain adhesive he had seen in the Potter family spellbook, which might be applicable to mechanical creatures. Lucien did not notice Ron in the front row, staring at him in utter disbelief. It was then that Ron recalled that Harry's recent actions were precisely what Lucien had previously mentioned. Such a method was indeed effective. By following this approach, one could avoid Snape's humiliation. Lucien's words gradually echoed in Ron's mind. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and through them, he wished to convey to Snape that, despite his slow progress, he was resolutely committed to learning. As anticipated, Lucien was the first to complete the potion brewing, and after a swift inspection by Snape, Ravenclaw was awarded an additional 5 points. Earning points from the instructor in each class might accumulate to a hopeful prospect for the House Cup. However, what was the true value of such a trophy? It seemed merely an honor, frequently contested between Gryffindor and Slytherin, while the Hufflepuffs lounged about carelessly, and the Eagles appeared more focused on their individual pursuits than on this seemingly appealing collective honor. Lucien was lost in his reverie when an angry roar jolted him back to reality. Weasley, I ask you a question. Why do you keep staring at the teacher? Are you dissatisfied with me? Disrespecting a professor warrants a deduction of 5 points for Gryffindor. A glance at Ron revealed him trembling uncontrollably. Lucien pondered for a moment and deduced the situation, feeling a wave of exasperation. The redhead truly was brave. As the class bell rang, Snape called out before leaving the classroom, Potter, follow me to my office. Harry was momentarily taken aback, unsure of why he was suddenly summoned. Just as his mind wandered, Lucien had already packed his belongings and approached Harry, patting him on the shoulder. Let us go together. I have questions for the professor too. Lucien's words eased Harry's tension. Thank you for accompanying me, Harry replied, his puzzling response causing Lucien to glance at him with a hint of confusion. What was this child saying? He merely intended to ask a question, yet it felt as if they were bracing themselves for a storm together. Upon entering Snape's office for the first time, Harry surveyed the myriad of jars and bottles, a mix of curiosity and trepidation in his expression. Lucien, scanning the shelves, indeed discovered some remarkable items: thunderbird feathers, niffler eggs, and the digestive fluid of a water beast. Truly, as the youngest master of potions, Snape had access to rare materials of great value. Grafton, do you have a question to ask? Snape's immediate assumption upon seeing Lucien with Harry was that this talented and humble student sought guidance on potion-related matters. Lucien stepped forward and articulated his inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Snape provided an answer. The potion you describe resembles an adhesive, leaning more towards the field of alchemy. He cast another glance at Lucien, curious about his interest in such a potion, but continued, the flaw of this concoction is its brief efficacy. You might consider adding 3-headed dog blood in a specific ratio. He added, the blood of a 3-headed dog is rather costly. Unless absolutely necessary, you may wish to hold off on that. Lucien nodded appreciatively, grateful for Snape's elucidation. Snape's expertise was indeed impressive. He had swiftly clarified the potion's effects and deficiencies while offering a potential remedy. Ah, the 3-headed dog, you say? Isn't there one just upstairs? No need to spend money on that. Lucien, having received a satisfactory answer, bid farewell to Snape. As he turned to leave, passing by Harry, he noticed the boy regarding him with a complex expression. Ah, so this is the pie chart of 4 parts astonishment, 3 parts reluctance, 2 parts unease, and 1 part confusion. Never mind. He had numerous matters to attend to. Lingering here served no purpose. Lucien left Harry with nothing but a stylish silhouette, leaving him to confront Snape alone. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally spoke. Your performance in potions today was commendable. Harry, in a daze, nodded, uncertain of Snape's intent. However, there are still many areas for improvement. You should indeed learn from Lucien. Snape's inquiry stemmed from his recollection of the improved version of the sleep potion. Theoretically, only Lucien and he, having altered the formula, could brew it at school, yet Harry had managed to render Malfoy unconscious with it last time. Thus, he sought to gauge Harry's understanding, believing that children were often more pliable in conversation. However, Harry's response left Snape utterly flabbergasted. "How do you know Lucien is tutoring me?" Snape stared at Harry, whose striking emerald eyes were wide with incredulity, yet marred by that infuriating expression, uttering such a foolish remark. Snape's temper flared, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. Immediately. Get out. Chapter 54. The timid Fong and friends of friends are not my friends. Within Hagrid's hut, Lucien exhaled. The process of permanent transfiguration should be complete. He gazed at the metallic ring before him, a transformation of a discarded cup. After delving into the papers and books provided by Professor McGonagall, he attempted this semi-permanent transfiguration for the first time and was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the process. Indeed, the highest level of transfiguration talent is truly extraordinary. With the reference of prior research, his learning pace accelerated remarkably. Now that the permanent transfiguration was accomplished, he could attempt the crafting and assembly of mechanical animal forms. He needed an adhesive. Perhaps he could borrow some blood from the three-headed dog tomorrow night. He wondered if Harry still remembered the room where the three-headed dog resided. He could also ask Hermione, for that young lady had a remarkable memory and was more reliable than Harry and Ron in the earlier stages. Glancing at the metallic ring, he realized that during the initial permanent transfiguration, he had infused too much magical energy. It should revert to its original form in about 10 minutes. He decided to test it further for any imperfections. "Hagrid, could you do me a favor?" Hagrid, setting Fong down, replied, "Of course, no problem." Lucien handed the metallic ring to Hagrid, requesting, "Could you infuse it with some magical energy? There's no need to cast a spell. Just a simple infusion of magic will suffice." Hagrid nodded, pulling out a pink umbrella from his pocket, aiming it at the metallic ring. Lucien's lips twitched. It seemed Hagrid had cleverly concealed his wand within the umbrella, a rather unique disguise. A half-giant of 3 or 4 meters, wielding a pink umbrella no longer than his forearm, created quite the amusing tableau. Taking the metallic ring that Hagrid returned, Lucien conducted a thorough inspection. Everything appeared stable and without issue. "By the way, Hagrid, could you lend me Yaya for a while? I wish to take her for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest." "Oh, certainly, but do not venture too far. It is quite perilous within, and Yaya is rather timid, prone to darting about." Lucien nodded, and with a light flick of his wand, a metallic ring floated towards Yaya's head, expanding to encircle her neck before contracting to fit snugly. He cast a transformation spell, and the outer edge of the ring sprouted a row of sharp spikes, accompanied by a delicate chain that extended to Lucien's hand. What a splendid piece of magic! "Such a collar suits the adorable Yaya perfectly," Hagrid exclaimed, delighted to see his beloved pet adorned in a new fashion. Lucien glanced at the robust, jet-black Yaya, now adorned with the spiked collar, embodying the image of a fearsome hound. His intention had merely been to protect Yaya's neck from the bites of other wild beasts, but if Hagrid found it charming, then so be it. To the half-giant, every creature was endearing, be it Yaya, a three-headed dog, or even the eight-eyed giant spiders dwelling deep within the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps he would seek out the eight-eyed giant spiders during this excursion, not only to collect venom for the delayed truth potion, but also to document such a marvelous creature. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Lucien led Yaya into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As they ventured further, Yaya began to survey her surroundings. Had it not been for Lucien noticing her tucked tail and slightly trembling hind legs, one might have thought she was diligently observing her environment. "Liu Guang," as Lucien called, the figure of a small Qilin materialized before him. Woof! Gore upon the sudden appearance of the Qilin, Yaya instinctively barked, only to whimper and retreat behind Lucien. He turned to see the quaking Yaya, whose stout form he could hardly shield. Ruffling her fur, he chuckled in exasperation. "I didn't expect you to be this timid. Even a Qilin that attracts animals should not frighten you." After a considerable amount of coaxing, Yaya finally ceased her retreat behind Lucien. Just as he was about to encourage Yaya to interact with Liu Guang, a flash of white darted towards them with astonishing speed. When the white figure came to a halt 30 meters away, Lucien recognized it as a magnificent stallion, its pristine coat adorned with intricate silver patterns, crowned with a spiraled horn upon its forehead. A unicorn. How rare. The creature moved with remarkable swiftness, its horn, mane, and blood imbued with potent magical properties. Moreover, it was a favored source of blood for Voldemort. As Lucien observed the unicorn, contemplating whether to document the sighting, the unicorn approached gracefully, its movements rhythmic and elegant. It halted before Liu Guang, locking eyes for several moments before bowing its head. Witnessing this, Lucien engaged in a mental exchange with the small Qilin. "Liu Guang, what is transpiring?" "Master, this horned horse perceives my presence nearby, deeming me powerful, sacred, serene, beautiful, and kind." "Stop right there. It is called a unicorn. And refrain from misapplying the adjectives I taught you a few days ago." "Oh, but it truly described me in such a manner." Lucien was momentarily speechless. It seemed that the unicorn possessed a rather extraordinary perception, as it had discerned the presence of the little Chelan and had even approached with purpose. As he raised his hand, Lucien instinctively wished to stroke the unicorn, but the creature turned its head away, evading his touch. However, upon glancing at the shimmering light, it twisted its head back towards him. Just as Lucien's hand was about to make contact, the unicorn shifted its head once more. Observing this repetitive and abstract behavior, Lucien's hand lingered in midair. Was this unicorn, perhaps, unwell? Master, it claims to have a preference for witches, Liu Guang's voice echoed in his mind, causing Lucien's lips to twitch in surprise. Indeed, the texts had not erred. Unicorns were known to favor the caresses of witches. He mused. If a male wizard were to use a polymorphic potion to transform into a witch, would that deceive the unicorn? And if discovered, would the enraged creature strike him down on the spot? Since the unicorn refused his touch, Lucien opted not to record its data. And given that there was only one present, he deemed it essential to document both male and female specimens for a complete study. After signaling Liu Guang to have the unicorn depart, he inquired, Liu Guang, have you located the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider based on the coordinates I provided? Receiving an affirmative response, Lucien held Yaya's head in place while being transported nearby by Liu Guang's illusionary form. Next to a massive stone adorned with white webs, Lucien employed a combination of the illusory form spell and stealth oil to observe the eight-eyed giant spiders cavorting in the hollow below. With Liu Guang and Yaya absent, Yaya being too timid, Lucien had sent the little Chelan to take a stroll nearby. The area teemed with spiders, ranging from juvenile to adult forms. Hagrid had indeed released an Aragog, and even founded a mate, resulting in this remarkable proliferation. Truly prolific creatures. As Lucien continued his observations, a raspy, aged voice suddenly broke the silence. It has been ages since I last beheld a young wizard. Lucien turned toward the source of the voice, and from the darkened cave emerged a colossal eight-eyed giant spider. Unlike its counterparts, this one was enormous, resembling an elephant, with a grayish-white hue. Its 8 eyes, too, were not the typical black, but bore the same grayish-white coloring. Aragog, you have managed to detect my presence, Lucien thought, pondering how the loss of sight had perhaps heightened its other senses, be it auditory, olfactory, tactile, or some other mode of perception. It seemed that the illusory form spell and stealth oil had their limitations. Perhaps it was time to explore other magical avenues. Withdrawing his disguise, Lucien was instantly noticed by the multitude of spiders, yet they refrained from attacking, seemingly sensing his benign nature and reluctant to harm him. However, upon a sound emitted by Aragog as it rubbed its jaw, the spiders began to encircle Lucien slowly. There is something uniquely intriguing about your presence that inexplicably dissuades me from causing you harm. The ancient voice resonated once more. Lucien surveyed the surrounding spiders, then calmly fixed his gaze upon Aragog, responding with an air of tranquility. Greetings, Aragog. It seems you are acquainted with my name, perhaps a friend of Hagrid's? Aragog paused briefly before continuing. Friends must not harm one another. Yet, it appears that Hagrid's friend does not equate to my own, despite his blindness. Aragog fixated on Lucien with his pale, gray eyes, as though he were surveying a delectable morsel of flesh. As the swarm of spiders drew nearer, Lucien suddenly smiled, his expression lighthearted. The tip of his wand began to emit arcane sparks, crackling in the surrounding air. In an instant, a shimmering figure appeared beside Lucien, golden flames erupting and radiating searing heat. Thank you. Your words bring me solace, he said. Chapter 55, Aragog's Demise, the Clever Yaya. In that fleeting moment, the fine hairs on Aragog's body bristled, a profound chill enveloping his ancient form. He could not discern whether this dreadful sensation emanated from the peculiar creature ablaze with fire or from the smiling young wizard. Just as Lucien prepared to raise his wand, ready to take a step forward, Aragog interjected. Wait, hold on. I was merely jesting. He hastily rubbed his mandibles, speaking with unprecedented urgency. Lucien maintained his stance, wand raised, the arcs of electricity around it becoming increasingly volatile. Oh, was that merely a jest? I fail to comprehend your mumblings, Aragog thought. Yet the chilling dread upon him only intensified. I promised Hagrid that I would cease taking lives. In a frantic attempt to diminish Lucien's murderous intent, Aragog invoked Hagrid's name. Nevertheless, Lucien's wand remained steadfastly directed at him, the crackling energy coiling tighter, poised to unleash its fury. You promised, Hagrid, but have your progeny also vowed not to kill? In an instant, comprehension dawned upon Aragog as he rubbed his chin in agitation, sparks nearly igniting from the friction. He commanded his offspring to disperse, retreating from Lucien's vicinity. At the behest of their venerable ancestor, the spiders scurried away, each moving with newfound speed, having long since been overwhelmed by the intense heat. Had it not been for Aragog's urging, they would not have surrounded the human in the first place, for he had not initially posed a threat. Rather, they had felt an inexplicable affinity towards him. Yet, at the moment he raised his wand, an instinctual terror surged forth, compelling the spiders to flee. Surveying the now desolate surroundings, Lucien nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Now, it is just the two of us. Upon hearing this, Aragog's body stiffened. Indeed. He now faced these two monstrous beings alone. The strange creature was one thing, but why did this seemingly youthful wizard instill such dread? Truth be told, I come with no malice. I merely wish to observe your species and collect some venom. This revelation eased Aragog somewhat, grateful for the opportunity to converse. Of course, I can sense your intentions are not malevolent. Hagrid's friend would not be a villain. Observing the sudden shift in the demeanor of the ancient spider before him, Lucien was reminded of a saying, from arrogance to humility, it is indeed amusing. Let your descendants, divided by gender, approach me in order from the youngest to the oldest. Aragog hastily agreed, eager to expedite the departure of this esteemed visitor. As the sound of its mandibles resonated, two diminutive eight-eyed giant spiders gradually approached, jostling one another, neither daring to be the first to approach the human. Fear not. Allow me to examine whether your development is normal, Lucien encouraged, levitating the two small spiders to record their data. Glancing at Aragog, who was huddled at the cave's edge, Lucien retrieved a cedar wood barrel, roughly the size of a water bottle, from his pocket, inscribed with the spell for extending without a trace. He sent the barrel floating before Aragog. Aragog, do not remain idle. Observe and fill it with some venom. The venom of the eight-eyed giant spider is best preserved in cedar containers, maximizing its efficacy. Without hesitation, Aragog approached the barrel's edge and began to expel venom. Lucien successfully documented the information of the eight-eyed giant spiders across various age groups. Indeed, thanks to the numerous offspring of Aragog, the data on this extraordinary creature was the most comprehensive. All right, let us see how much venom has been collected. Once we acquire the explosive liquid from the venomous hornet, we can commence the long-awaited concoction of the truth. Lucien summoned the cedar barrel closer and peered inside. My goodness, it is filled to the brim. Had he not instructed Aragog to oversee the filling? Could it be that the venom yield of elderly eight-eyed giant spiders was this substantial? Observing Aragog, whose 8 legs lay feebly sprawled, its already pallid body appeared even more ghostly. It seems to be exhausted. Nevertheless, the potency of the venom increases with age. Moreover, there would be no benefit in having Aragog consume it again, as it had already been expelled. Why does it seem to be fading so rapidly? Lucien pondered. No, I must not exploit it. Sustainability is essential. From his pocket, he produced a small vial, uncapped it, and extracted a single drop of luminous, transparent liquid, guiding this drop of Chelan saliva towards Aragog's mouth. In the next moment, Aragog stood upright in astonishment. The weakness caused by excessive venom expulsion vanished in an instant. To its surprise, a renewed vitality coursed through its aging form, and its once blind gray eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of light. What is this? Lucien stored the Chelan saliva away, assuring, rest easy. I have not taken your gift in vain. I must take my leave now. Until next time. He waved farewell, and with a flourish, both he and the Chelan vanished in an instant. Aragog instinctively waved its forelimb, then hesitated. What did that person just say? They will return again. Liu Guang, where did you leave Yaya? Master, I merely let it stay here. How could it have vanished? Lucien smacked his lips, concerned that Yaya could not afford to encounter any mishap, especially since he had brought it along himself. Liu Guang, let us quickly split up and search. We cannot afford to lose the dog. Furthermore, regarding that unicorn they had previously encountered, he reminded the little Chelan to remain vigilant in the presence of such magical creatures in the future. Observe your surroundings closely, and should you find yourself in peril, use disillusionment charm without hesitation. Lucien earnestly cautioned the little Chelan, worried about its potential encounter with Chilo, who hunted unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. However, that was still several months away. According to the system, Chelan matured rapidly. He wondered what Liu Guang's capabilities would be by then. Listen to your master. Oh right. What exactly are magical creatures? They are beings imbued with magical abilities. Yes, you have reminded me. After teaching you the basics, I shall instruct you on how to identify magical creatures. Lucien searched diligently for Yaya, ultimately relying on Liu Guang's keen sense of smell to locate it. Yaya was huddled in a hollowed tree, trembling, covered in decaying leaves and branches. Wow, you're quite clever, Yaya, managing to mask your scent. I apologize. I shall prepare braised ribs for you later. Chapter 56, History of Magic, A Letter to Newt. In the History of Magic classroom, Lucien gently leafed through the textbook. Suddenly, the course instructor, Professor Binns, drifted through the blackboard and into the classroom. Indeed, this Professor Binns was a ghost. It was said that he had been responsible for teaching the history of magic since the founding of Hogwarts, although at that time, he was still a living man. However, during one class, he forgot to bring along his corporeal form, and from that moment on, he transformed into a specter. Lucien often speculated that Professor Binns' enduring tenure was due in part to his vast knowledge, as he effortlessly recounted ancient historical facts, even becoming a part of history himself. Yet, Could it also be that employing a ghost meant no salary needed to be paid? In my class, I shall speak solely of facts. Binns lectured, his voice devoid of any emotional inflection. This tone, reminiscent of a worn-out vacuum cleaner, caused the young wizards to nod off, akin to being caught in a sleeping spell. Terry, yawning repeatedly, observed Lucien propping his chin on his hand, thoroughly engrossed in the tedious history, and was taken aback. Lucien, don't you find this dreadfully dull? Not particularly. To Lucien, the tedium of history stemmed from the fact that, aside from a few intriguing anecdotes or sensationalized historical accounts, much of it was indeed quite dry. Professor Binns, however, insisted on discussing only the facts, neglecting the relatively fascinating myths and legends. Moreover, the young wizards were accustomed to teachers occasionally displaying wondrous magic during lessons. Yet, the ghost was incapable of performing intricate spells, rendering this purely theoretical instruction as torturous as Chilo's Dark Arts defense class. Noticing Terry beginning to nod off as well, Lucien whispered, as if to him while also pondering aloud, history is indeed a vital source of knowledge, at times, when one struggles to comprehend the present. Perusing historical texts may reveal analogous references. Perhaps magic is advancing, yet what substantial transformations have occurred among wizards? The annals of magical history are, after all, propelled by the wizards themselves. As Professor Binns concluded the lesson on magical history, he glided through the blackboard and departed. Most young witches and wizards remained oblivious to the end of class, lingering in a state of half-consciousness. Lucien picked up his textbook and left the classroom. After a few steps, he called out to the young witch ahead of him. Hermione, are you not waiting for Harry and Ron? Hermione shook her head, her voluminous chestnut locks swaying gently. I just tried to call them, but Harry was mumbling about boiling the essence of crystal skin for 5 minutes before adding it, while Ron kept shouting about fish and chicken meatballs. Neither of them woke up. At this, Lucien smiled. It seems Harry is diligently studying, even in his dreams, reciting his assigned tasks. As for Ron, well, he certainly appears to be in good health. Just yesterday, during a conversation with Harry, he mentioned the three-headed dog, but had already forgotten which room it resided in. Suddenly, Hermione looked at Lucien with alarm. Lucien, that creature is exceedingly dangerous. Even if you possess that miraculous healing potion, you must not approach it recklessly. This young lady is quite astute, truly the stalwart of the trio. Moreover, she considers the unicorn's tears as a form of healing potion. That seems to be a rational response. Just days ago, I witnessed Ron surreptitiously procuring a bottle of water from Yaya. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to suggest he dispose of it. No, I merely think it is entirely normal for you all to forget the route, especially given the panic of the moment. This remark, however, displeased Hermione, who huffed lightly. I did not forget. After exiting the display room, you turn right up the staircase, and wait for the staircase to turn. Listening to Hermione recount the directions to the three-headed dog's chamber, Lucien nodded with a smile. After all, they are children. The information is in hand. I shall seek some blood from the three-headed dog to concoct an adhesive. Then, I can commence the creation and assembly of mechanical creatures. Indeed, the three-headed dog is a magical being, though regrettably, there is only that solitary one upstairs, not a pack. The data recorded from this observation is thus incomplete. I have already documented the mooncalf, the snidget, and the acromantula, yet 2 more creatures are needed to repay my pet growth loan. Fortunately, the affinity for animals bestowed by the little unicorn has greatly facilitated this endeavor. I must expedite the repayment of this loan. Additionally, I could write to Newt and inquire whether I might exchange something for his blast-ended script venom. After concocting the long-overdue truth potion, it would be an opportune moment to explore the development of specialized alchemical bullets. By the way, Lucien, it seems that Harry has been getting along quite well with you lately. Lucien casually nodded. Indeed, he has sought my counsel on various subjects. No wonder. I've noticed him studying while holding small cards at mealtimes. Hermione paused, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. By the way, Lucien, are you planning to visit the library this weekend? At Hermione's invitation, Lucien pondered for a moment. He had intentions to experiment with alchemy in the coming days. Whether it be mechanical creatures or special bullets, practical application was paramount. It seemed unlikely that he would find the time to visit the library. If I have the time, you shall encounter me there. I must take my leave now. Also, your memory is quite remarkable, he remarked sincerely, waving goodbye as he prepared to venture into the forbidden forest to seek out a fortunate magical creature. Though it was a compliment, Hermione felt a strange sensation lingering in the air. In the forbidden forest, Lucien cradled a fluffy orb, weighing it thoughtfully before tossing it into the air. Gooey. A soft sound emanated from the spherical creature. Simultaneously, Lucien manipulated 2 feather quills. One was rapidly recording. Fluffy, spherical body, covered in soft fur. Gentle disposition. Does not resist, even when tossed about. On another sheet, he inscribed, Esteemed Mr. Newt Scamander, I am Lucien Grafton, and I express my gratitude for your guidance in my studies of the disillusionment charm. I have mastered the stabilization of magical energy. Yet I seek further knowledge regarding the expansion of space. Additionally, while crafting an alchemical item recently, I may require the explosive liquid from a venomous tentacula. I wonder if you could assist me with this matter. He sealed the letter, placing it into a small satchel which he hung around the neck of his Qilin. Lu Guang, knowing the address, can you apparate directly there? Lucien inquired. He asked this because wizards often risk bodily harm when attempting to apparate to unfamiliar locations. Although Lu Guang's skills surpassed those of human wizards, Lucien felt it prudent to confirm. Rest assured, Master, it will be no issue. There may be minor discrepancies. I shall make several attempts, or if the distance is short, I can simply fly. Lucien stroked the Qilin's head. Yes, when you deliver the message tonight, prioritize safety. The earlier you depart and return, the better, and remember to be courteous. Lu Guang nodded, jingling the satchel around its neck. Understood, Master has taught me well. Chapter 57. The Qilin Messenger, although Newt was unfamiliar with it. Knock, knock, knock. In Dorset, upon a gentle hillside, a soft knocking resonated. Yes, who is it? Newt rubbed his head as he stepped out of his bedroom. He had just assisted in the delivery of a female nundu, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He was preparing to retire early when the knocking interrupted his thoughts. It struck him as odd. Very few knew his address. Who could this old friend be? As if sensing Newt's approach, the knocking ceased. With a creak, he opened the door. A strikingly majestic creature stood before him, bathed in moonlight that glimmered upon its pale golden scales. Its mane, resembling flames swirling in the wind, danced gracefully, entwined with golden mist. What captivated Newt most were its eyes, akin to the purest crystal, serene and tranquil. Initially believing it to be a visitor at the door, Newt was utterly taken aback. On a tranquil night, an extraordinary creature, never before seen, unexpectedly knocked on the door, leaving anyone bewildered. Excuse me, is this Mr. Newt Scamander? An ethereal and melodious voice resonated directly within Newt's mind. Startled, Newt initially thought someone was speaking to him and peered outside, only to find no one there, save for the creature before him, gazing intently. I have a letter to deliver to Mr. Scamander, the ethereal voice chimed again. Hesitantly, Newt inquired, I am Newt Scamander. Are you the one communicating with me? Indeed. You may call me Liu Guang. I am here to deliver a letter on behalf of my master. A cloud-like formation supported the satchel around Liu Guang's neck, allowing the envelope to float gracefully to Newt's hands. As Newt received the letter, he contemplated retreating indoors to read it, for the chill of this season was rather unkind to the elderly. Liu Guang, would you like to come inside? Newt pondered aloud, articulating the unusual name. Thank you for your invitation. Liu Guang stepped lightly into the house, soundlessly following Newt. The creature had intentionally produced an ethereal sound during their telepathic exchange, a reminder from its master to adopt such a tone when communicating with outsiders, for a more innocent-sounding voice might lead others to underestimate its capabilities. Settling into a chair, Newt began to peruse the letter. It took him a moment to recall which old friend might be the master of this unfamiliar creature. Dear Mr. Newt Scamander, I am Lucien Grafton. I appreciate your guidance regarding the disillusionment charm. Upon reading the opening greeting, Newt suddenly remembered this was the student who, due to Dumbledore's correspondence, had provided insights about the charm. He was surprised by the prompt response, realizing that Lucien possessed commendable knowledge in spell work and alchemy, remarkable even for an upperclassman. Yet, Newt could not suppress his curiosity regarding the nature of this messenger. Mr. Scamander, may I inquire if you have any matters to discuss? Ah, no. The smooth and courteous exchange made Newt feel as though he were conversing with a person. His social anxiety prompted an instinctive shake of his head. This sensation was peculiar. Despite his fascination with magical creatures and enjoyment of their company, this experience felt entirely novel. Continuing to examine the letter, Newt nodded thoughtfully. From the questions posed, he discerned that Lucien's grasp of the disillusionment charm had indeed reached a commendable level, with further pursuits aimed at refining the details. However, upon reading Lucien's inquiry about the venomous tentacula, Newt furrowed his brow slightly. The explosive liquid of the venomous tentacula was perilous. It would be best for a student, even one in upper years, to avoid such contact. At the letter's conclusion, Lucien explicitly requested that Newt keep his pet, a rather unique magical creature, confidential, hoping he would refrain from mentioning it to anyone else. In this regard, Newt was in complete agreement. Having devoted many years to the study of magical creatures, he was acutely aware that certain wizards coveted rare magical beings, often obsessively viewing them as mere subjects for experimentation and sources of materials. Although his tireless efforts over the decades had led many wizards to recognize the importance of protecting these creatures, there remained a faction of extremists. Newt began to compose a letter in response to Lucien's inquiries regarding the disillusionment charm, but he politely declined to discuss the venomous blast-ended scrut, stating that it was best to have a thorough understanding of magical creatures before engaging with such dangerous matters. He added, should Lucien remain genuinely interested, he would be more than willing to converse after his graduation. As Newt penned his letter, Tina yawned and, rubbing her eyes, entered the living room. She noticed Newt once again writing late into the night and wondered if it was a correspondence from Dumbledore. Just as she was about to check for the presence of Fawkes, she caught sight of a shimmering entity. Newt, what is this? Ah, Tina, this is, the pet of that student, Lucien Grafton, who previously inquired about the disillusionment charm. Tina reflected for a moment and recalled the child mentioned in Dumbledore's last letter. I see. Actually, I wanted to ask, what kind of magical creature is this? Newt paused, glancing between Tina and the shimmering being. He found himself at a loss to identify this creature. If he had to make a comparison, he could only think of the Eastern Chelan. However, the creature before him bore little resemblance to the Chelan he had rescued decades prior, in both appearance and distinctive abilities. I don't really know, Tina. However, it claims its name is Liuguang. This revelation surprised Tina. Having been married to Newt for many years, she had become somewhat of a magical creature expert herself, and she had never encountered such a being. The fact that Newt, a renowned magizoologist who had observed and documented countless magical creatures worldwide, could not identify this one indicated it must be exceedingly rare. Wait a moment, did you just say it spoke? It can talk. Tina asked this purely out of curiosity, as she was aware that some magical creatures were indeed capable of human speech. Good evening, beautiful lady. When Liuguang's ethereal voice resonated directly in Tina's mind, her bright, fire lizard-like eyes widened in astonishment. Unlike the socially anxious Newt, who often bowed his head in the presence of others, Tina was warm and engaging. After her initial shock, she continued, Liuguang, did I pronounce that correctly? You pronounced it correctly. That's good. I am quite curious. The aesthetic appreciation of magical creatures must differ from that of humans. Why do you find me beautiful? This question immediately prompted Liuguang to recall its master's teachings, and it responded with the words it had been instructed to convey. I can sense the essence of beings, and your heart is profoundly kind, possessing a beautiful soul. Tina could not help but chuckle at the response, finding it amusing. Is this what your master taught you? No. My master has instilled in me the values of honesty and courtesy. This piqued Tina's interest further, especially regarding the child named Lucien, who would educate his pet in such a manner. Thank you for your compliment. May I convey a message to your master? If he wishes. He is welcome to visit here. I would be delighted. Sensing the lady's joy, Liuguang felt, from the depths of his heart, that his master's teachings were indeed spot on. Although there was an abundance of knowledge imparted, he contemplated suggesting a slight moderation to his master. Tina, that child should be preparing for exams. Perhaps it is best not to disturb him now. Casting a glance at her husband, who was engrossed in writing, Tina chuckled softly. Then let him come when he is on holiday or has graduated. Newt, you simply do not wish to meet strangers, do you? Chapter 58, Night Stroll, Cerberus Lu Wei. Ravenclaw Dormitory. After glancing back at her roommate Terry to confirm he was still sound asleep, Lucien continued to pet the now cat-sized Liuguang while perusing Newt's reply. The expansion of space rested upon the nodes inscribed with the concealment extension charm. Indeed, the varying patterns of arrangement and combination significantly influenced the spatial dynamics. Should he attempt to explore this gradually on his own, it would undoubtedly be a slow accumulation of knowledge. However, with Newt's guidance, many questions were promptly clarified. He could now begin experimenting with crafting concealment extension objects, which would be even more convenient once they could accommodate living beings. Was this the essence of familial legacy? Whether it be the Potter's potion making or the Scamander family's mastery of concealment extension, both possessed remarkably unique knowledge and skills. Lucien caressed the letter, compelled to acknowledge that the historical wizarding families indeed inspired envy with their profound magical foundations. Well, I can still borrow some magical books from Harry. However, it would be even better to acquire family magical texts from a few more classmates. Knowledge, after all, is never too abundant. Upon reading Newt's polite refusal of the request for the venomous tentaculous explosive liquid, Lucien furrowed his brow. He bore no resentment toward Newt, as the reasoning provided was quite sound. A certain understanding of magical creatures was essential, and Newt was acting purely out of goodwill. Lucien retrieved a hefty stack of notes, comprising observations on mooncalves, puffskeins, acromantulas, and Fluffy. Gazing at the substantial pile, which was nearly half his height, he mused that he should possess a fair understanding. If he were to duplicate this information and send a copy to Newt, might it persuade him that he had indeed acquired some knowledge of magical creatures? He could also document additional creatures to bolster his credibility. For instance, although he had only one head of the three-headed dog, the recorded information would suffice for Newt. This way, he could also venture into the Forbidden Forest to see if he could locate a unicorn. Such documentation on this magical creature would undoubtedly be more persuasive. Liuguang, could you share your experiences in communicating with Mr. Newt? The little Chelan recounted in meticulous detail the entire process, from the moment it knocked on the door to the polite farewell and the gentle closing of the door. As Lucien listened, the smile on his face became increasingly pronounced. It was remarkable that Newt managed to refrain from closely observing the little Chelan, which was evidently a rare and perhaps even unknown magical creature. Although Newt was known to be socially anxious, one would expect him to exhibit fervor for magical beasts. Could it be that Liu Guang appeared too wise, engaging in conversation with a human-like demeanor? This was Newt's first encounter, and the unfamiliarity may have intensified his social apprehension. Liu Guang, when you assist me in delivering messages to Mr. Newt next time, perhaps you could engage him in a simple conversation. He would likely find you quite intriguing. Lucien tucked away the letter and gazed at the moonlight. Why not seek out the three-headed dog today, observe and document it, and perhaps procure some blood for potion making? Let us go. I shall show you something entertaining. With Liu Guang safely tucked into his pet space, Lucien stepped out of his dormitory, leaving the Ravenclaw common room behind. Thus began his first nocturnal adventure within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm and enhanced by the invisibility oil, Lucien sauntered through the castle, traversing corridors and ascending staircases. Recalling the route Hermione had shared, Lucien moved unobstructed towards the chamber of the three-headed dog. Meow, a scraggly, dark gray cat, emaciated and frail, appeared at the opposite end of the corridor. It fixated on Lucien with its bulbous yellow eyes, scanning the area as if searching for any wayward young wizards violating the curfew. Trailing behind it was a thin old man with withered yellow hair, carrying an oil lamp and similarly wide-eyed, patrolling the castle's nocturnal expanse. Lucien did not shy away, but rather walked past them with an air of nonchalance. The man and the cat, oblivious to Lucien's presence, brushed past him without acknowledgement. Lucien shook his head, after concealing his form and muffling his sounds and scents. An ordinary house cat would be utterly incapable of detecting him. How amusing it was that the school forbade students from night excursions yet dispatched a non-magical, bumbling individual to catch them. Was this not a tacit encouragement for students to explore the night? Approaching the door of a room, Lucien uttered the incantation, Alohomora. After unlocking the door, he retrieved a canister of sleeping incense from his pocket, igniting it before gently tossing it into the room. He patiently waited 2 or 3 minutes for the incense to reach its full effect. Donning a revitalizing wakefulness mask, Lucien finally entered the room. With a flick of his wand, he cast a soundproofing charm over the entire space, ensuring that no noise would escape. Once inside, Lucien waved his wand again, transforming a dusty lamp stand into a violin. As he advanced, the violin began to play a soft, melodious tune. Amidst the scent of orchids and the lilting strains of the violin, the snoring grew progressively louder. Lucien turned his gaze toward the source of the rumbling snores. A massive, pitch-black hound, adorned with 3 fearsome heads, lay sprawled in the center of the room, thick drool oozing from its 3 mouths. This was Fluffy, the 3-headed dog acquired by Hagrid. Lucien, who relished the beauty of music, observed that the 3-headed dog became increasingly relaxed amidst the melodic sounds. He nodded, aware that the combined effects of the music and the enhanced sleeping incense should lead Ru Wei into a deep slumber. However, he remained vigilant. With a flourish of his wand, Lucien enveloped himself in multiple layers of protective armor and barriers. He then summoned the small Qilin from his spatial pocket. Liu Guang, please keep an eye on things for me. Of course, master. Lucien retrieved a piece of parchment and began documenting the physical characteristics of the 3-headed dog. After a brief recording, he produced an iron vial. He intended to draw a little more blood, anticipating some loss as he had not previously concocted an adhesive. Pointing the tip of his wand at the dog's hind leg, a minuscule incision appeared. Slowly, he coaxed the blood to flow out, guiding it steadily towards the mouth of the vial. At that moment, Ru Wei's nostrils flared, and his previously relaxed form tensed, as if awakened by an unfamiliar intruder's presence. Driven by instinct, the fierce creature lunged, jaws agape, without even opening its eyes. However, the dog's teeth, shrouded in a faint black mist, failed to breach Lucien's protective enchantments. In an instant, a golden flash darted from Lucien's side, colliding forcefully with the 3-headed dog. Lucien stowed the vial and continued to document. 3-headed dog, keenly perceptive. As 3 furious barks erupted, a tempest of blazing golden flames filled the room. Immersed in this sea of flames, Lucien continued to write, unfazed by the scorching heat that did not singe his quill. Hearing the rising sounds of pained whimpers, he set down his pen. Liu Guang, that's enough. Upon Lucien's command, the flames receded instantly. Liu Guang positioned itself beside Lucien, its eyes warily fixed on Ru Wei, who now appeared quite pitiful. The dog's already dark fur was singed to an even deeper shade, and patches of Qilin's purifying fire clung to its form, still flickering and causing it to tremble in agony. Lucien gently patted Liu Guang's neck, signaling it to extinguish the flames. As the fire was snuffed out, the wounds became starkly visible. The purifying fire's temperature had been so intense that some areas of the 3-headed dog's skin were nearly burned through, exposing glimpses of stark white bone. In mere seconds, the once ferocious creature succumbed, whimpering in submission. Ru Wei, with great effort, rolled over to reveal its comparatively soft and vulnerable belly, disregarding the pain. Observing this, Lucien understood that the three-headed dog had capitulated. There was still hope for healing. Even though such magical beings possessed formidable physiques, wounds of this magnitude would be challenging to recover from unaided. After all, this was Hagrid's pet, and ensuring that it would not attack him again was of utmost importance. He would not truly perish from the flames. After a moment of contemplation, Lucien gestured for Liu Guang to administer a simple healing treatment to Ru Wei. Following the master's instructions, Liu Guang approached the three-headed hound. Upon sensing Liu Guang's proximity, Lu Wei trembled uncontrollably, yet dared not move, merely extending his tongue in a submissive grin. The diminutive Qilin looked down upon the three-headed beast from a lofty vantage. Suddenly, a transparent droplet of saliva was expelled from Liu Guang's mouth, landing squarely in the mouth of the center head of the hound. Lucien, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Was it not reminiscent of a llama? The healing properties of Qilin's saliva were indeed potent, yet the manner in which it was delivered struck an oddly whimsical note. Previously, Liu Guang's saliva had been collected in a container to be utilized when necessary. But now, the little Qilin had simply and exuberantly ejected saliva, which flew directly into Lu Wei's mouth. Stunned, Lucien turned to the three-headed dog and was surprised to find it wearing an expression of delight. He observed as the charred fur of Lu Wei swiftly shed, revealing a lustrous new coat beneath. Even the grievous wounds, deep enough to see bone, began to mend, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace due to their severity. Returning to Lucien's side, Liu Guang proudly lifted his head, proclaiming, "Master, I have healed him." Lucien, however, was tempted to suggest that a more dignified method of delivering such healing might be appropriate, considering the Qilin's divine heritage. Yet upon reflection, he realized that regardless of how refined the act might appear, it ultimately amounted to spitting. Shaking his head, Lucien approached a trapdoor, or more accurately, a dark abyss. For the door had been reduced to ashes in the recent inferno. This time, Lu Wei made no attempt to intervene, instead sitting idly and panting, seemingly oblivious to his original duty. After enduring a beating, Lu Wei no longer exhibited the impulsiveness of his earlier awakening. He now sensed the camaraderie radiating from Lucien and the Qilin, resembling an ordinary, well-behaved dog. Gazing into the void below, Lucien noted its emptiness. There was no sign of the devil's net, which was to be expected, as Dumbledore likely had not yet placed the cursed heiress mirror below. Thus, there were no traps or trials laid out. With a sideways glance at the three-headed dog, Lucien mused on what it was currently guarding. Was it merely a door? Oh, the door. With a sigh of resignation, he produced an unnecessary iron can, touched it with his wand, and transfigured it into a makeshift door to seal the opening. After a few more incantations, he applied a semi-permanent solidification charm to it. That would suffice for now. He could return later to replace it with a proper door. Concurrently, he cast a spell to erase the traces of destruction within the room. Next, Lucien retrieved paper and quill, preparing to document the data on this extraordinary creature. The process became significantly easier as Lu Wei was remarkably cooperative, lifting his leg and opening his mouth on command. Observing Lu Wei's teeth, Lucien noted that the once menacing fangs now gleamed with pristine whiteness, free from the dark aura that had previously enveloped them. It seemed that Liu Guang's purifying flames had indeed eradicated the curses and toxins that had plagued the three-headed dog's teeth. However, the keen-eyed Lucien soon noticed wisps of faint black mist curling up from the root of the creature's teeth, swirling almost imperceptibly. Is it capable of regeneration? This black magic inherent to the three-headed dog renders its wounds incapable of self-healing after being bitten, necessitating the aid of potions for recovery. Jotting down this information swiftly, Lucien tucked away his paper and pen. He then retrieved an iron vial, preparing to extract the creature's blood. Ruvi offered no resistance, allowing Lucien to draw his blood. Lucien did not take much, stopping once he had enough for his adhesive concoction. Having accomplished his goal for the evening, Lucien exited the room, leaving behind a sizable bone as a small token of compensation for Ruvi. Just a few minutes after Lucien's departure, two individuals hurried towards the room housing the three-headed dog. "Dumbledore, I told you that creature is exceedingly dangerous. It should not be kept within the castle," Severus exclaimed, recalling how Potter and his companions had previously lost their way to this very spot. "You mentioned someone had just been here. What if something truly dire occurs?" "Severus, do remain calm. As far as I am aware, the situation is not grave," Dumbledore replied, his gaze clouded as he regarded Severus. The portraits and ghosts within the castle serve as the watchful eyes of past headmasters, allowing Dumbledore to uncover most of the castle's secrets. Twice now, a ghost had alerted Dumbledore about intrusions into the three-headed dog's chamber. Severus inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration. "Dumbledore, the matter is indeed serious. After all, there has been a breach, has there not?" Dumbledore nodded. "I understand you are concerned about Harry. He was indeed injured, but he has since recovered." Hearing that Harry had been harmed momentarily stilled Severus's breath, Yet the assurance of recovery allowed him to exhale quietly in relief. Moreover, in the days following, Severus observed Harry appearing perfectly healthy, suggesting the injury was merely minor. Still, Severus snorted in disdain. My inquiry was not regarding Potter. It is perilous to house such a creature within the school. Knowing Severus's temperament, Dumbledore did not take offense. In truth, Dumbledore refrained from mentioning that the ghosts and portraits along the way had informed him that Harry's injuries had been quite severe. Yet the trio of children had somehow managed to flee the castle. Dumbledore speculated they might have sought Hagrid's assistance, prompting him to later inquire with Hagrid. However, Hagrid claimed that when he saw Harry that night, he appeared unscathed and was in high spirits while conversing with Lucien. Dumbledore deduced that Lucien must have treated Harry's injuries, piquing his interest further in the young lad. Upon opening the door, everything appeared perfectly normal, save for the three-headed dog gnawing on a bone. Chapter 60, The Guardian of the Food, the Mechanical Beast. Dumbledore entered the room first, followed closely by Severus. He observed the three-headed dog savoring its bone, raising an eyebrow. Hagrid should not be expected at this hour to feed the creature, should he? Dumbledore chuckled. Perhaps our recent visitor is a dog lover? Severus chose to ignore Dumbledore's jest. The two approached the three-headed dog. Lu Wei, sensing the presence of Dumbledore among the visitors, did not exhibit any signs of defense. Both Dumbledore and Snape observed the various burn marks on the creature's body. Regardless of their severity, these injuries were in the process of self-healing. They both furrowed their brows in unison. The magical resistance of the three-headed dog was formidable, rendering ordinary spells ineffective, and even common flames would scarcely singe its fur. Dumbledore, such a method seems far beyond the capabilities of mere students, Snape remarked pointedly, intending to caution Dumbledore about the peculiarities of Quirrell, especially since the onset of this term. Indeed, the potency of that flame appeared quite substantial. Severus, please assist Lu Wei in assessing its injuries to determine if potion treatment is necessary, Dumbledore suggested. Unbidden thoughts of his old friend crossing his mind. His fearsome fiendfire spell had once nearly engulfed an entire city. Seeing Dumbledore disregard his warning only deepened the gloom on Snape's face. This elderly man possessed an abundance of information, always harboring his own plans, never revealing the complete picture to anyone. As Snape leaned closer to examine the three-headed dog, Lu Wei bared its teeth and emitted a low growl, also shielding its ribs with its paws. This caused Snape's expression to darken. The creature was fiercely protective of its meal. Dumbledore, this foolish beast recognizes only you and Hagrid. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation, attempting to soothe Lu Wei while urging Snape to proceed with the examination. With a scowl, Snape inspected the dog's injuries, and the seriousness and peculiarity in his gaze became increasingly pronounced. The dog had initially sustained grave wounds, likely reaching its bones and vital organs. Yet it was nearly healed now. Snape thought to himself that, based on the speed of the healing, had they arrived a moment later, those wounds would have mended themselves. I recall that while the three-headed dog possesses a robust self-healing ability, it should not be capable of such astonishing rapidity, right? In response to Snape's inquiry, Dumbledore nodded, affirming that it indeed should not be so remarkable, suggesting that their visitor was also quite adept in healing arts. Snape continued, gesturing at Lu Wei's teeth. You must have noticed that the curse embedded in the three-headed dog's teeth has been almost entirely eradicated. Such a method is certainly uncommon. Indeed. Severus, let us first examine our surroundings for any additional clues. With the three-headed dog deemed safe, the two commenced their search of the room. As Dumbledore approached the trapdoor, a glimmer of interest sparkled behind his half-moon spectacles. Solidification Transfiguration? With a wave of his wand, the door was swiftly restored to a small iron canister. Inspecting the canister, Dumbledore expressed his astonishment. Such proficient transfiguration, coupled with healing abilities, this description sounds quite familiar. Dumbledore recalled the information he had previously gathered from the castle's ghost and Hagrid, concluding that Harry was most likely healed by Lucien, whose talent for transfiguration had long been evident. Dumbledore increasingly sensed that the child was exceptional and decided to have a brief conversation with Lucien during this week's afternoon tea. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the iron can back into a door panel, adding a permanent deformation for stability, restoring it to its original form. Dumbledore, I just remembered something. Grafton seems to be tutoring Potter lately, Snape remarked, his sudden casualness prompting a smile from Dumbledore. I am aware, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle, causing Snape to falter momentarily, abandoning his desire to continue the conversation. No matter what he said to Dumbledore, it always felt as though the latter was already privy to the information. Gurgling sounds emanated from the cauldron as Lucien added 7 milliliters of three-headed dog blood. The potion instantly thickened to a dark crimson hue, the bubbling surface falling silent. After completing some final touches and allowing the potion to cool, Lucien awaited the results. Meanwhile, he busied himself with transfiguration, shaping the mechanical parts of an animal. Each small component was imbued with semi-permanent deformation, ensuring that as long as a wizard could replenish its magical energy, the the mechanical animal would retain its full functionality. As for the type of mechanical animal to create, Lucien glanced at Yaya, who was yawning in boredom nearby. I shall craft you a companion to play with. Consider it a compensation for the last time. Although Yaya could not comprehend Lucien's words, she curiously peered into the cauldron. Not detecting the enticing aroma of braised ribs, she lowered her head in disappointment. Once Lucien finished assembling the parts and the adhesive had cooled, he waved his wand according to the book's description and his own design. Various components and alchemical mixtures swirled through the air, assembling in sequence. From the core to the torso, limbs, head, and tail, each part swiftly took shape. In mere moments, a sleek, white mechanical dog materialized in the room, the sounds of whirring gears and fitting slots echoing within. Woof! A bark emanated from the mechanical dog's mouth, startling Yaya, who scrambled to a distance to observe this peculiar counterpart. With a flick of his wand, the mechanical dog performed a series of conventional actions, rolling, jumping, and sitting. After a few somersaults, Lucien finally sheathed his wand contentedly. Indeed, my dog can perform a backflip now. System, does this mechanical animal meet the loan requirements? Congratulations, host. You have created a controllable mechanical animal and mastered semi-permanent deformation. The mechanical transformation pocket watch loan has been repaid. Given your passion for learning and exceeding the loan criteria, you are entitled to a custom loan opportunity, not exceeding the monthly loan level. Oh, such a benefit exists? Lucien mused, pleased by the unexpected surprise. Custom loans were typically available only for daily loans, while those above weekly required system approval. Since the maximum was a monthly loan, he decided to opt for that, acknowledging the higher difficulty, but also the superior rewards associated with it. Lucien had just completed the monthly loan for his transfigured pocket watch, and now he needed to cultivate 10 carnivorous cabbages for the diligent gardener's loan. All he had to do was follow a steady regimen of fertilization and pest control, leaving the rest to the passage of time. He had previously recorded information about the three-headed dog, but unfortunately, he had only one specimen, which did not meet the requirements for the loan. Thus, only one magical creature remained available for the pet growth loan, and a trip to the Forbidden Forest was in order. After some contemplation, Lucien realized he had ample capacity to borrow another monthly loan. As for the content of the loan, he retrieved the transfigured pocket watch, and through its analysis, he made rapid advancements in alchemy and solid transfiguration techniques. One of his primary goals for the year was to master all knowledge related to transfiguration and to explore new avenues of transformation. Therefore, it was prudent to customize a loan related to transfiguration. Chapter 61. The Chimera Manual, The Calm Madman. System, I require a loan in the field of transfiguration, specifically concerning the transformation of inanimate to animate and animate to inanimate. Lucien had already mastered the transformation from inanimate to animate, and the next challenges lay within these two transfiguration directions. The difficulty of transforming inanimate to animate lies in the need for sufficient biological understanding. A wizard cannot transfigure a creature they do not recognize. Conversely, transforming animate beings into inanimate forms requires the wizard to suppress the will of the creature. In this regard, the difficulty increases sequentially from animals to muggles, and finally to wizards. Particularly with wizards, they can consciously wield magical resistance against such transfiguration, even if the transformation succeeds. They will soon break free. Loan customized to meet host requirements. Loan, Chimera Manual, monthly loan. Repayment period, 30 days. Loan content, notes left by a mad ancient wizard, primarily researching the transfiguration of inanimate to animate, animate to inanimate, and animate to animate, containing methods for creating biological chimeras. Loan task, transfigure a creature that incorporates features from at least 5 different species. Upon reading the description of this loan, Lucien's attention was drawn to the term biological chimera. When he had initially begun studying transfiguration, objects would generally retain their original characteristics, whether they were inanimate or animate. However, this retention was relatively random, making it challenging for wizards to control which specific traits would be preserved during the transformation. For instance, transforming a pig into a goat might result in the first attempt retaining a pig's nose while the next could yield a pig's ears instead. Certainly, some wizards had attempted to create formidable hybrid beings through transfiguration, with one of the simplest examples being the transformation of a tiger to possess wings for flight. Experts in transfiguration could indeed perform this type of transformation with relative stability, but the costs often outweighed the benefits. Each object has a limited capacity for multiple transformations. The more variations applied, the more susceptible the object becomes to collapse, and the duration of the transformation diminishes sharply. Even if one painstakingly managed to transfigure a tiger with wings, it might only be able to fly for a minute or two before crashing to the ground. System. How long can a biological chimera transformed using the methods recorded in this manual sustain itself? How many characteristics can it simultaneously encompass? The minimum duration is 5 minutes, and it must encompass at least 3 distinct characteristics. This is the baseline standard, The upper limit is determined by the wizard's proficiency and innate talent in transformation. Hiss. This ancient wizard is indeed a prodigy in the art of metamorphosis. By employing his methods, both the duration and the frequency of transformation exceed that of ordinary practices. Moreover, the upper limit correlates with one's mastery and natural aptitude in transformation. Lucien's own talent in this field is at its zenith, a complete pinnacle. Thus, conjuring a chimera that embodies 5 biological traits is certainly within his capability. It merely necessitates a sufficient understanding of various creatures, which is manageable. In Lucien's perspective, the crux lies in this transformation manual, which not only contains the knowledge he seeks, but also features a section on transforming living beings into other living beings. Undoubtedly worthy of borrowing. System, I would like to take a loan for the Chimera Manual. Ding, loan application successful. Item has been issued to system space and can be retrieved at any time. Evaluation, the line between genius and madness is often razor thin. Success denotes genius, while failure. Lucien retrieved the Chimera Manual. It appeared as a rather slender booklet. The cover was stitched from various animal hides, some adorned with soft fur, others covered in scales, and a few sprouted sharp spines. TSK, it hardly seems like the creation of a mentally stable individual. Upon opening the manual, the first page bore in exquisitely neat handwriting. A wizard cannot transform into an unknown creature. However, I can assemble known beings. As long as the fragments are numerous enough, they can sprout new pieces. Lucien gazed at these orderly and earnest words. A calm madman, perhaps? One who firmly believes in the correctness of his theories and methods and unwaveringly implements them. Such a person is truly formidable, especially given that he wields magic. Who knows what experiments that wizard conducted? Lucien shook his head. Whether the wizard was mad or not, and whatever he had done, had long since become dust in the annals of history, leaving behind only the knowledge that remains. Turning the page, Lucien discovered the paper to be exceedingly thin, almost akin to cicada wings. Although it appeared to be a small manual, it likely contained a multitude of pages. Lucien quickly flipped through the booklet, estimating that it was bound with no fewer than several thousand sheets. Wow, this is truly remarkable. Lucien flipped back to the second page and continued reading. Transforming inanimate matter into living beings is not a daunting task. It merely requires a deeper understanding of biological traits and dissection. Alongside textual descriptions, there were detailed biological diagrams of dissections, so exquisitely rendered that Lucien felt as though he were perusing an exceedingly modern tome on biology or medicine. You all must stay for dinner tonight. I've concocted a few new dishes. Hagrid's booming voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, Lucien tucked away the Chimera Manual. The door swung open, and Hagrid squeezed into the room, followed by Harry and his companions. Lucien, you should join us for dinner, along with Harry and the others. Hagrid had just begun to speak when he noticed Yaya in the room, playing with a white dog. With a playful tone, Hagrid exclaimed, "What friend have you brought back?" He paused, his gaze fixed on the peculiar white dog before him. The creature was entirely encased in white armor, with exposed gears glimmering through the seams. Its eyes, 2 multifaceted crystals, emitted a soft blue glow. Its tail, segmented into numerous joints, moved with remarkable agility, the tips exuding remnants of magical energy that flickered rhythmically like a breath. I noticed that Yaya seemed rather lonely, so I crafted a little companion for it to play with, Lucien remarked casually, as he picked up his wand and ambled toward the kitchen. He had overheard Hagrid's intention to host a meal, and thus felt compelled to demonstrate his own magical prowess. Regardless of what delectable new dish the half-giant might prepare, a growing young wizard must certainly have something nourishing to consume. Hagrid and the 3 young witches and wizards gazed in astonishment at the mechanical dog frolicking with Yaya. Its nimble movements and lifelike demeanor truly remarkable. If it were to be covered in fur, it would be indistinguishable from a real dog, wouldn't it? Oh, thank you, Lucien. You are such a kind young man to show such concern for Yaya, Hagrid exclaimed, simultaneously producing a soiled, rough handkerchief to blow his nose with a sound akin to a trumpet. You must be a gentle little wizard. These adorable creatures surely adore you. Hagrid's praise made Lucien blush with embarrassment. If one disregarded the fright he had subjected Yaya to by taking it deep into the Forbidden Forest, the extraction of Aragog's venom, and his pet's altercation with Louis, then Lucien could perhaps accept Hagrid's commendations. This flattery weighed heavily on his conscience. Yaya had already received its due compensation. Perhaps next time he ventured into the Forbidden Forest to document magical creatures, he could also visit Aragog, bringing along some treats for Louis. Or perhaps even create an alchemical companion for it. Chapter 62. Hermione's Disappointment. May I learn from you? Hermione suddenly inquired of Lucien as they gathered around the dining table to enjoy their evening meal. Is the method you used to create that mechanical dog alchemy? Lucien swallowed his mouth full of beef brisket and replied, I employed certain techniques of alchemy. Hermione nodded. Yet her brow furrowed in confusion. But I recall that one must be in the 6th year to take up alchemy as an elective. In the library. I have only found a few alchemical texts, mostly introductory in nature. Lucien, you wouldn't happen to have any magical books on this subject at home, would you? Hermione was well aware that, like her, Lucien hailed from a Muggle family. Thus her curiosity centered not on his ability to practice alchemy, but rather on where he had acquired such knowledge. Lucien found Hermione's reaction and inquisitiveness perfectly understandable. This girl, often referred to as Miss Know-It-All, was indeed a top-notch student, and her fascination with knowledge was entirely justifiable. His own understanding of alchemy stemmed primarily from the restricted section of the library, the magical tomes of the Potter family, and his analysis of the Transfiguration pocket watch. He pondered which of these sources was appropriate to share with Hermione. Discussing the Transfiguration pocket watch involved complex systems, while the magical books belonged to Harry's family and were not to be disclosed. As for the texts from the restricted section, they had been entrusted to him by old Dumbledore himself. The young lady, Hermione, is quite the diligent learner. However, delving into alchemy as a first-year student may be a tad premature. Establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance. Headmaster Dumbledore recommended several books to me, which include topics related to alchemy. Upon hearing this, Hermione grasped Lucien's implication. Those texts must have received the headmaster's approval and cannot be casually lent to others. Otherwise, Lucien would inquire whether she needed to borrow them. The little witch sighed in resignation, feeling despondent as she speared a piece of potato stew with beef. Lucien, you are indeed impressive, managing to secure book recommendations from the headmaster so soon after starting school. You excel in charms, potions, transfiguration, and even herbology. And your cooking is delectable as well. Lucien set down his chopsticks, preferring them for Chinese cuisine over knives and forks, wiping his mouth. Cooking is, after all, a form of knowledge, is it not? Indeed. Lucien, your culinary creations are truly delightful. Ron exclaimed, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster. One hand giving Lucien a thumbs up, while the other hurriedly forked food into his mouth. Beef stew, fried chicken, and steamed fish. Observing Ron's exaggerated, gluttonous display, Hermione cast him a slightly disdainful glance, though she concurred with his assessment. She too speared a piece of potato, realizing that if she didn't act swiftly, Ron and Harry would snatch it all away. It must be said that in the dish of potato stew with beef, the flavor of the potatoes is notably more pronounced. Hagrid was primarily focused on demolishing his own cooking, occasionally sampling Lucien's fare, although his dishes seemed less favored. Witnessing the joy of the little wizards as they ate brought him happiness. Lucien, your cooking techniques do not appear to be of this region, do they? He inquired. Indeed, they are methods from the East. It seems the flavors are quite agreeable. Observing the trio devouring their meal with fervor, Lucien pondered that perhaps Eastern cuisine could find an audience at Hogwarts. It might be worthwhile to seek out the house elves and discuss the possibility of incorporating these dishes into the cafeteria menu. This would provide him the convenience of enjoying the flavors of home whenever he desired. After the meal, Lucien approached the mechanical dog, beginning to fine-tune its operational mechanisms. He had noticed a few minor flaws earlier. As he disassembled the mechanical dog's components, he utilized his wand for precise adjustments, repeatedly experimenting. Initially, Hagrid and the others gathered around with curiosity. However, their enthusiasm quickly waned upon encountering the intricate mechanical structures. Hagrid went to tidy up the dishes. Harry began reciting potion knowledge, and Hermione found a corner to engross herself in a book. Only Ron remained, squatting beside Lucien, captivated as he watched him dismantle and reassemble the mechanical dog, his eyes glimmering with interest as he fixated on the gears and bearings. Lucien paid him little mind, assuming the boy was simply intrigued by the mechanical assembly. As Lucien continued to refine the mechanical dog, he contemplated his future plans. The transfiguration knowledge contained within the Chimera Transformation Manual would suffice for a considerable time, at least until the stage of transforming living beings into living beings. The subsequent endeavor would be the pinnacle of transfiguration skills, becoming an animagus. At that time, it would be essential to seek guidance from Professor McGonagall, ideally with her assistance in overseeing my endeavors. However, I am confident that Professor McGonagall would acquiesce, provided I demonstrate further prowess in transfiguration and master additional knowledge in this art. A return trip to the Forbidden Forest is necessary to document the final magical creature, which will enable me to repay the loan for the growth of my pet. It would be advantageous to locate a unicorn as well. Even if I cannot acquire all the details, sending what I have to Newt would lend considerable credibility. Next, I must concoct a container capable of housing living beings, utilizing the undetectable extension charm. Newt's last correspondence has nearly filled the gaps in my understanding, allowing me to commence experimentation in this area. Lucien closed the mechanical dog's casing, completing the final adjustments. He then recalled that this week he could meet Chilo for the first tutoring session. I have already read a significant portion of a guide to dark arts, and I aim to finish it before the supplementary lesson, familiarizing myself with sections that pertain to controlling the mind and body or curses involving poison. Once I have caught up, I will directly visit Dumbledore for afternoon tea. providing the esteemed headmaster an opportunity to examine my work and eliminate any potential attachments of dark magic. Lucien set aside his thoughts and reactivated the mechanical dog, sending it off to play with Yaya. Stepping outside the small cabin, he fertilized the biting cabbages, ridding them of certain nuisances such as pixies. He glanced at the nearly empty bag of mooncalf dung. It was opportune to seek out a mooncalf during his next expedition to the Forbidden Forest and gather more. Once I have successfully created a container that can accommodate living creatures, I shall consider raising a few mooncalves, ensuring a more stable source of fertilizer without the need for frequent foraging. Additionally, while writing to Newt, I shall inquire about the care of these magical creatures. Perhaps I could even cultivate some fields within the undetectable extension container, though I am uncertain how to address the necessary sunlight and other factors with magic. It would be prudent to include these inquiries in my letter to Newt. Just as Lucien prepared to embark on his journey to the Forbidden Forest, a voice called out from behind him. Lucien, may I learn from you how to create those mechanical animals? Chapter 63. Ron's desire to learn mechanical crafting, a family legacy. Lucien turned to see a boy with a shock of red hair. Ron, are you interested in alchemy? Ron scratched his head, speaking uncertainly. Alchemy, perhaps. I've seen Fred and George use it to craft various gadgets. Oh, Fred and George are my older brothers, 2 years ahead of us. Lucien nodded, recognizing the Weasley twins, who brought mischief and joy to Hogwarts. They indeed excelled at concocting magical devices, suggesting a notable talent in alchemy. Ron, do you wish to study alchemy, or are you simply interested in learning about mechanical creations? If Ron expressed a desire to pursue alchemy, Lucien would have to decline, just as he had with Hermione. However, if it pertains solely to the realm of mechanical constructs, it primarily involves the application of transfiguration, transforming lifeless objects into other lifeless forms, alongside semi-permanent alterations. Should one aspire to master mechanical creations solely for personal use, even the aspect of permanent transformation may be set aside initially. As for the necessary potions, while Ron may not acquire them himself, he could readily seek assistance from his good friend Harry in concocting them. Lucien, on the other hand, would not mind imparting knowledge to Ron regarding the creation of such alchemical machinery, as he could similarly borrow from his family's magical tomes as compensation, much like Harry. Regardless of the Weasley family's financial constraints, they belonged to the Sacred 28, a lineage of purebloods with a rich and extensive history, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of magical knowledge passed down through generations. Well, it is uncertain whether Ron's parents would permit borrowing, so it would be prudent for Ron to inquire first. Once he has access to the books, he can teach himself. To be honest, I am genuinely intrigued by these mechanical creations. Lucien nodded, affirming that it is indeed reasonable. One should possess some foundational knowledge, as alchemy necessitates a certain grasp of transfiguration and potion making. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression grew somewhat awkward, his ears gradually matching the hue of his hair. I understand that my talents are rather mediocre, and my studies in magic progress slowly, but Ron's demeanor prompted Lucien to shake his head. Indeed, Ron's abilities were not particularly remarkable, especially in comparison to his brothers. Among them were a Gringotts Cursebreaker, a Dragon Researcher, and a Gryffindor Prefect. Furthermore, Ron's character was rather lethargic. He only exhibited courage during critical moments, otherwise opting for a more lackadaisical approach to life. Lucien surmised that aside from his inherent nature, the constant comparison with his elder brothers had likely exacerbated Ron's insecurities, pushing him further down the path of complacency. Never mind. Lucien's brief remark caused Ron's incessant murmuring to falter, his ears turning the same shade as his hair. Just as Ron was about to make a jest to mask his embarrassment, he noticed Lucien produce a small pebble, subsequently drawing his wand to cast a spell. The stones transformed into various components, which then began to swirl and assemble in an orderly fashion. Lucien tossed a cross-shaped lock to Ron. Give it a try, unlock it, then reassemble it. This was Lucien's spontaneous creation of a magical version of a Chinese lock, primarily to assess whether Ron possessed any innate talent for mechanics and if he exhibited sufficient patience. Should Ron express a fleeting interest in learning mechanical constructs and show a lack of patience towards this lock, it would be unnecessary to waste either of their time. A simple excuse could suffice for refusal. Lucien observed as Ron meticulously examined the cross lock, taking a minute or two before commencing his attempts to unlock it. Ron's movements were gentle and deliberate, and upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he methodically retraced his steps, exploring alternative methods. Isn't this indicative of patience? Why hadn't he demonstrated such diligence in herbology and potions classes before? Is it only when confronted with something of genuine interest that he behaves this way? This lad seems to excel at wizard's chess. One would presume that a chess player should inherently possess patience. Ultimately, Ron managed to dismantle the cross lock, and just as he was about to celebrate his accomplishment, he remembered that he still needed to reassemble it. However, this time the speed was noticeably swifter, causing Lucien to raise an eyebrow. Perhaps young Ron truly possessed some innate talent for mechanics. When Ron presented a complete cross-lock, Lucien nodded appreciatively, quite commendable. Lucien's praise made Ron somewhat bashful, as it was rare for someone to commend him on his accomplishments. Oh, by the way, Lucien, regarding potions. Must I brew them myself, or can I seek Harry's assistance? He seems to be making rapid progress in potions lately. Ron's inquiry elicited a smile from Lucien. It appeared that he was quick to adapt when it came to matters of interest. His mind sparked with ideas. Indeed, hearing compliments about one's student's diligence is far more gratifying than mere accolades for one's own knowledge. It seems that teaching has its own unique joys. No problem. But you must learn Transfiguration on your own. Lucien was confident in his ability to teach Transfiguration, the most fundamental transformations from inanimate objects to inanimate forms. Even when it came to more advanced mechanical transformations, Lucien believed he could impart the knowledge. If he failed to teach it, it would reflect his inadequacy in explaining the concepts and a lack of profound understanding. Thus, he must motivate himself to enhance both his knowledge and teaching prowess. Ron nodded vigorously. If it meant mastering the fascinating art of alchemical machinery, he was willing to diligently learn Transfiguration. Ron, I can teach you how to create such machinery. But my instruction will not come without cost. If you possess something of value, perhaps a family heirloom. Before Lucien could finish, Ron quickly responded. He pulled out an old wand from his pocket, its tip revealing a strand of unicorn hair. With a pained expression, Ron said, "This is my family's heirloom wand. But could you wait until I save enough for a new one before taking this one?" "Stop. What would I want with your wand?" Lucien replied, utterly perplexed by Ron's peculiar sense of humor. What use was an extra wand, to be employed as a fire poker? "Ah, I understand now, Lucien. You don't have a pet yet, do you? Then how about this one?" Ron replaced the wand and pulled out a scruffy, shedding mouse. "This is Scabbers. He enjoys pumpkin pie and a sip of red wine, but don't let him overindulge." Lucien hastily raised a hand to interrupt Ron's ramblings. "I do not want your wand, nor your Scabbers. I am merely interested in borrowing your family's spellbook." "The spellbook?" Ron responded with a realization. "Oh, I see. The wand is passed down from my second brother Charlie, and Scabbers is inherited from my third brother Percy. As for the spellbook, I will need to write to my mother to inquire. I am not certain if we possess one." Lucien was momentarily left speechless. After all, Harry, having had no prior exposure to magic, was unaware of familial legacies. However, Ron had grown up immersed in the world of magic. How could he be so oblivious? Pureblood families typically began teaching magic well before enrollment. It seemed this child had learned nothing at all. It appeared that the forthcoming lessons would not be easy. Lucien gazed up at the moon. "I hope the magical knowledge passed down through the Weasley family proves to be sufficiently powerful." Chapter 64. Love grants longevity to Scabbers. The pregnant unicorn. Lucien cast a glance at the Scabbers in Ron's hand, which sparked a question in his mind. "Ron, do you carry that pet rat with you every day?" "Yes, Scabbers is quite old and requires constant care." As he spoke, Ron gently stroked Scabbers' head. Yet the creature remained listless, appearing drowsy. Ron's demeanor and actions only deepened the peculiar expression on Lucien's face. "Quite old. How old is Scabbers?" Ron pondered for a moment before replying. "Well, he has been with us for 12 years. Lucien fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "A pet rat living for so long is rather uncommon, isn't it?" "Indeed, but my mother says it is the magic of love that has granted Scabbers his longevity." This remark nearly caused Lucien to lose his composure. Fortunately, his professional training prevented him from laughing. Magic is truly remarkable. Is it not the presence of magic that allows wizards to readily accept such peculiar phenomena? As he observed Ron offering a biscuit to Scabbers, Lucien subtly shook his head. "I hope you can love him just as much when he transforms into a balding, short man." For the time being, there was no need to reveal the true identity of Scabbers as Peter Pettigrew. When he reached the stage of becoming an animagus himself, he could use it as a reference for study. An animagus who has maintained their transformation for over a decade is quite rare. Moreover, Peter Pettigrew remains an unregistered animagus, entangled in past betrayals, rendering him incapable of seeking assistance. Once he taught Ron about alchemical mechanics, they would become more familiar with each other, and borrowing Scabbers for a few days should pose no issue. Deep within the forbidden forest, Lucien strolled with the Qilin under the moonlight and the shadows of the trees. "Liu Guang, can you sense the unicorn from last time or one of its kin?" Lucien contemplated locating the unicorn to record a portion of data, which he could later send along with a letter to Newt. If Newt believed Lucien possessed considerable knowledge of magical creatures, he could potentially negotiate an exchange for the venomous tentaculous explosive fluid to create the long-awaited truth explosive potion. Of course, should he encounter other magical creatures first, he could record them and repay his debts before proceeding. "Master, I have found them." "Oh, where are they?" However, just as Lucien's words fell, two silvery forms darted through the trees, halting a few meters away from him. Lucien beheld two unicorns standing ahead, their silvery coats shimmering coldly in the moonlight. One appeared to be the unicorn he had encountered previously. The other was relatively smaller, with a more delicate and shorter horn, and its spiral pattern less pronounced. "Oh, It seems this is a female unicorn. They must be mates. The male unicorn approached first, followed closely by its companion. As they neared, both unicorns instinctively lowered their heads towards Liu Guang. Lucien had commenced the task of jotting down information regarding the unicorns with paper and pen. Not long after he began, he noticed that the moonlight on the paper was obscured by a shadow. Upon raising his gaze, he found the large head of a female unicorn leaning in, curiously observing the paper in his hands. Can unicorns comprehend human writing? He pondered aloud. Master, Asterion interjected, they do not understand it, but Celine is pregnant, which has sparked her curiosity about many things. Asterion? Celine? Have you bestowed names upon these two unicorns? Lucien inquired, surprised. Indeed, Master, it makes communication more convenient. And they seem to quite like their names. Lucien gazed at Liu Guang in astonishment, not anticipating that within such a brief period. The little Qilin had already learned the art of naming. Truly, it is fitting to call them divine beasts, as their innate wisdom is remarkably high. It appeared that the lessons he had imparted were well grasped, prompting him to contemplate a new teaching plan. Lucien then turned his attention to the female unicorn, Celine. Has she truly conceived a little one? Does a unicorn's curiosity intensify during pregnancy? He noted this observation on the paper. Liu Guang, could you kindly inquire about their dietary preferences and habitual behaviors? Additionally, could you ask what changes Celine has experienced since her pregnancy? Liu Guang immediately took on the role of translator between humans and magical creatures. Lucien diligently recorded these rare insights. Information that most individuals would find impossible to acquire regarding unicorn behavior, especially the unique changes during pregnancy. Indeed, unicorns possess a commendable level of intelligence. Unlike many magical creatures, without your assistance, Liu Guang, communication would be limited to instinctual responses to simple queries. Once he completed his notes, Lucien casually summoned the system. System, can this documentation of the unicorns be classified as an observation record of magical creatures? Relatively complete, but insufficient sample size. Please document additional individuals from the population. The system's response did not dishearten Lucien, as it was merely an ancillary endeavor. Unicorns are solitary magical beings, only congregating to mate and rear offspring. Even if Asterion and the others were willing to assist him in locating additional kin, it would likely require considerable time. Lucien tucked away his paper and pen and turned toward Celine. He produced a small vial from his pocket and, with a flick of his wand, levitated a drop of Qilin saliva before Celine. The Qilin saliva, imbued with potent healing properties, had previously revitalized Aragog, suggesting it might also possess nourishing effects. He was eager to observe Celine's reaction. However, to Lucien's surprise, Celine consumed the drop of Qilin saliva without hesitation. The silver patterns on her abdomen shimmered momentarily before becoming more intricate. Thank you immensely, he said. Master, this message comes from Asterion and Celine. Celine feels that her unborn child has grown stronger. Lucien nodded, affirming that his suspicions had indeed been validated. Master, should I regurgitate a bit more for them? Not yet. The suggestion from Liu Guang caused Lucien to momentarily lose his composure. The sight of the ethereal and sanctified Qilin and unicorns spitting under the moonlight was a vision too exquisite to imagine. After the pair of unicorns took their leave, Lucien resumed his journey through the forbidden forest, in search of the final magical creature. Master, there are creatures approaching from that direction. Following Liu Guang's indication, Lucien lifted his wand slightly. Lucien Grafton, the unforeseen, master of the Qilin. Centaur Forenza sends his regards. Chapter 65, Centaur Forenza, a glimpse into the extraordinary through divination. A rustling of leaves echoed around him as a centaur appeared before Lucien. His platinum hair shimmered, and he bore a bow and arrows. His upper body was remarkably muscular, while his lower half was that of a horse with a light golden mane. His eyes sparkled with a stunning blue, reminiscent of clear sapphires. Centaur Forenza sends his regards. Forenza then clasped his fists, crossing his forearms against his chest, and bowed slightly toward Lucien. This gesture raised Lucien's brows in surprise. He had seen this formal greeting in books, typically reserved for welcoming esteemed guests or longtime friends. Moreover, centaurs were known for their aloofness towards humans, often harboring disdain and maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, this centaur, Forenza, was meeting him for the first time. Why would he honor him with such a bow? How did he even know Lucien's name? As for the somewhat grandiloquent title Forenza had uttered afterward, Lucien couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Fortunately, the forbidden forest was vast enough to accommodate such a gathering. Lucien pondered whether centaurs, skilled in divination and stargazing, had seen him in a prophecy. How might they describe him in their visions? Lucien Grafton returns your greetings. Lucien's mind whirled with thoughts, yet he maintained the decorum of the moment, placing his unarmed hand on his chest and bowing slightly in return. In response to Lucien's acknowledgement, Forenza nodded slightly to Liu Guang, and to you, the Qilin of another realm. Lucien squinted, intrigued by why this centaur referred to Liu Guang as the Qilin of another realm. Was divination truly so wondrous? Mr. Grafton, are you satisfied with your findings in the Forbidden Forest tonight? Quite so, with a few unexpected delights. Lucien was still in need of observations on one more magical creature to settle his loan. However, he had fortuitously encountered the pair of unicorns and acquired unique information about a pregnant unicorn. If he sent this to Newt, it would likely persuade the magical creature expert. May I have the honor of assisting you in completing your findings? Oh, Lucien found the centaur's speech rather amusing, almost reminiscent of a whimsical oracle. Oh no, a diviner. Isn't that just a charlatan? Lucien chuckled lightly, caressing the wand in his hand. Do you know what I intend to do? Forenza raised his hand, gesturing towards the starry sky above, speaking in a gentle tone. The stars have bestowed upon me their revelations. Lucien found this increasingly amusing. Truly, what a charlatan. One might say, possessing the gift of prophecy and divination, he certainly knows how to present himself, weaving an air of enigma with mere casual remarks. Your sincerity is disarming. So let me be straightforward. I wish to observe a magical creature and document my findings. Would you be willing to guide me in my search? After all, the centaur had suggested it, so why not make a direct request? If he declined, it would matter little. Lucien could pursue the creature based on its known location. However, Forenza shook his head. There is no need for such complications. I can tell you directly. Lucien furrowed his brow. Tell me, what exactly will you divulge? Forenza pointed again, but this time at himself. I can inform you about the habits and characteristics of my kind. To be frank, this statement left Lucien somewhat bewildered. While centaurs are indeed categorized as magical creatures, it is a classification they themselves sought, even if wizards regard them as an intelligent species. Yet, Forenza's willingness to share such information directly left Lucien puzzled. Isn't that a bit too forthcoming? After all, we have never met before. What could this fellow have gleaned from the prophecies? Did the stars truly impart some grand revelation to him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lucien began to converse with the system in his consciousness. System, since centaurs are classified as magical creatures, would obtaining their information satisfy the loan requirements? First-hand information naturally suffices, provided the individual samples are plentiful. Receiving the system's response, Lucien felt reassured but still wished to confirm with the centaur. If you're prepared, shall I begin? Upon hearing Forenza's words, Lucien retrieved paper and quill, indicating his readiness. Centaurs possess the heads and torsos of humans, along with the bodies of horses. Their equine forms exhibit a variety of colors. Centaurs excel in divination, archery, astronomy, and magical healing. The quill transcribed effortlessly, capturing Forenza's narration at an astonishing pace. As Lucien listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar, for Forenza's descriptions were exceedingly detailed. He elaborated on how to nurture a young centaur, the rites of passage into adulthood, and the customs surrounding their funerals. Regarding centaur reproduction. At this point, Lucien quickly interjected, "Stop, that need not be discussed." Previous sources on magical creatures had already covered such topics, which sufficed for the loan requirements. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lucien resumed his dialogue with the system. System, is this information sufficient now? The criteria have been met. Would you like to submit the information now to repay the loan? Hold on. I still have use for it. Lucien intended to make several copies of the data on these magical creatures, one for himself, one to send to Newt, and one to submit to the system for loan repayment. In nearly half an hour, Lucien completed the documentation of an entire clan, marking this as the swiftest endeavor yet. He stowed away his pen and paper, turning his gaze once more towards Felins. My amiable centaur friend, may I inquire as to the reason for your generous assistance? What inspiration did the stars bestow upon you regarding my prophecy? Moreover, why do you refer to me as the Lord of the Chelan? Does this child bear a resemblance to a Chelan? And what of the otherworldly realm? As he spoke, Lucien absent-mindedly stroked the shimmering figure of Liu Guang, who had been observing quietly. It is noteworthy that Liu Guang's appearance diverges significantly from that of local Chelans, to the extent that even Newt, who had encountered a Chelan in the past, failed to recognize it. Yet, Felins had identified it outright, leaving Lucien confounded. In response to Lucien's inquiries, Felins maintained his consistently gentle tone. The stars revealed to me that this is indeed a Chelan, though not of this world. Perhaps it hails from a distant realm. Upon hearing Felins' words, Lucien felt a jolt of excitement. Such proficiency in divination? Could it even foresee the uniqueness of Liu Guang? Then, would it not also be capable of perceiving my own peculiarities? Lucien suddenly fixated on Felins, his deep green eyes devoid of luster, yet his tone remained remarkably calm. Friend, have you discerned anything about me from the celestial alignments? Felins raised his head to gaze upon the resplendent night sky, a hint of bewilderment gracing his handsome countenance. I dare not look. Chapter 66. So many stand here, heralding a new era. Dare not look? Is divination in this world truly so perilous? It does not seem to follow the trope that one would go mad from seeing forbidden prophecies. Lucien was taken aback by Felins' response, clearly unprepared for such an answer. He had anticipated grandiose proclamations from the centaur, perhaps boasting of being a star of the future or a prodigy descended from the heavens. Instead, he received the simple admission of fear. If indeed something within him obstructed Phelan's divination, it could only be the system. The awareness summoned the system. System, have you impeded the divination? It is my duty to safeguard the host on the pursuit of knowledge. Such a direct acknowledgement, without the pretense of riddles. Truly an exemplary system. Lucien then pondered another question. System, your presence obstructed the divination, rather than any inherent peculiarity of mine, correct? The host must endeavor in the pursuit of knowledge, and the system shall provide assistance within its capabilities. Unable to divulge? Or perhaps it is not the right time. Does the host require any new loans? We have recently introduced new offerings. Lucien promptly terminated the dialogue with the system. Since the entity was unwilling to address his questions directly, there was no need to prolong the exchange. Who am I? Where do I originate? To what destination do I aspire? These philosophical inquiries hold little relevance at this juncture. How long have I been acquainted with magic? How much knowledge have I acquired? And how superficial is my grasp? There lies a vast expanse of intriguing knowledge yet to be unearthed. Why concern myself with such ephemeral questions? Ferenz, since you did not witness my divination, why are you so warm and amiable? Lucien's inquiry brought Ferenz back to the present. As he regarded the young human with his calm, moss-green eyes. I cannot divine your fate, but I can perceive those around you and their futures. Your surroundings resemble a vast vortex, absorbing and releasing many things, altering the destinies of those individuals. Lucien was not surprised by this response. Indeed, with one's involvement, many matters can shift, the fates of those individuals, their tragedies, their separations. Yet, the concepts of absorption and release. Absorbing what knowledge? And what would one release in return? Unable to foresee the future, one must instead seek it through personal exploration, which is indeed an intriguing venture into the unknown, altering trajectories, including yours. And those of the Centaur tribe? Lucien continued to inquire. Ferenz nodded gently, affirming this. In truth, I cannot discern the nature of such changes. But the stars tell me that forming friendships is never a negative endeavor, is it? A smile curled at Lucien's lips, his tone becoming more casual. A preemptive kindness. A discreetly priced gift? No, there is no price. I am grateful to the stars for their guidance. Here tonight, one can harvest the precious gift of friendship. This notion made Lucien want to exclaim that Ferenz was a charlatan, yet he restrained himself. After all, this centaur displayed an extraordinary kindness, not only assisting him, but also articulating his words so pleasingly. Ferenz, I relish the acquisition of knowledge. I have learned much from you this evening. Thank you. I am delighted to receive the assistance and friendship of a centaur. A gentle, serene smile graced Ferenz's handsome visage, though the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. It is my honor as well. The atmosphere relaxed considerably, and Lucien seized the opportunity to voice a lingering question. Ferenz, since you did not truly divine my fate, what were those titles you mentioned upon our meeting? Ferenz shrugged, saying, the seer, as the name suggests, the lord of the Chelan, which is quite evident. As for the rest, they are fabrications of my own making. The nonchalant tone caught Lucien off guard. Wait, has this centaur never been reprimanded by fellow centaurs or human wizards, who would openly admit to being a charlatan? Sensing Lucien's bewilderment, Ferenz continued, it seems that humans delight in such a series of titles, much like your greatest wizard, Dumbledore, who is the headmaster of Hogwarts, the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of the Wisingamot, and a first-class member of the Order of Merlin. Are these not all titles for a single individual? How fascinating. Is this the centaur way of thinking? It does not seem unreasonable. Though it appeared that only a few dozen individuals stood in the banquet hall, it could accommodate several hundred, or even 1,000. Lucien opened his mouth to explain but felt a profound inadequacy, ultimately settling on a simple response. This is a manner in which humans display their honors. Oh, I see. I have a keen interest in human culture. However, there are few who engage in conversation with me. Lucien said, resting his forehead in a gesture of resignation. I can lend you some books on the subject, provided you can decipher human script. Of course, you may also inquire directly. Ferenza, have you ever been subjected to attempts of aggression due to your speech? Upon hearing this, Ferenza proudly raised his hooves and proclaimed, I have consistently secured the runner-up position in the centaur racing competitions for many years. They all commend me for my swiftness, akin to the wind. Indeed, he ought to express gratitude for the guidance of the stars, and, even more so, for the length of his legs bestowed by his parents. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lucien bid farewell to Ferenza and departed with the young Chelan. Shortly thereafter, the rhythmic sound of hooves approached. Ferenza, why must I hide so far away? Moreover, how did your conversation with that human fare? Ferenza cast a glance at his approaching companion. A centaur clad in a coat of black fur and adorned with a beard. Is it far, Bane? They have long since noticed you. That Chelan has glanced in your direction several times, and Lucien has never sheathed his wand. Bane could not suppress a stamp of his hoof, exclaiming, humans are indeed cunning. Do you genuinely believe you can forge a friendship with one? The language of the stars assures me that I shall gain a precious friendship tonight." Upon hearing his friend's musings, Bane crossed his arms and shook his head. "The most gifted diviner of our clan, you may say whatever you wish. However, you ought not to divulge our clan's secrets to a human." Firenze pointed in a direction. "Oh, the most perceptive archer in our clan, the champion of the races, Bane. You can pursue and intercept that youth right now." Bane's expression darkened to match his fur. "I still wish to live. Tonight is hardly suitable for entering the celestial temple. Firenze, if you aspire to be a champion, you ought to practice running more diligently, rather than encouraging me to flee. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me with human titles. Centaurs should only predict the tides of the era. What significance does a human hold?" Accustomed to his friend's endless prattling, Firenze gazed toward Lucien's departing figure, murmuring, "Yet, he alone possesses the power to alter the course of history." Chapter 67. The Unmarked Expansion Vessel, Repaying the Growth Loan. In a vast expanse, Lucien exhaled, at last. The imprinting is complete. He surveyed the 3 stacks of documents before him, 2 of which towered to the height of a person, while 1 was slightly shorter. These contained records on various magical creatures, including the moonstruck beast, the sphere-burrowing bird, the 8-eyed giant spider, the unicorn, and the centaur. System. These are the observational records of 5 magical creatures. Lucien tapped the shortest stack of papers. Reviewing: moonstruck beast, sphere-burrowing bird, 8-eyed giant spider, puffball, centaur. All have met the requirements. Pet growth loan has been repaid. Simultaneously, the shortest stack of documents vanished from sight, thus settling another loan. Lucien was 2 months away from fulfilling his current obligations. One was the recently acquired Chimera Handbook, which he needed to study in order to master the art of biological chimerism, creating a creature that encompassed at least 5 distinct biological traits. The other was a loan from the diligent gardener, as the Chinese biting cabbage was thriving splendidly. Just last night, he fortuitously discovered a moon beast cave in the Forbidden Forest, gathering a small amount of moon beast dung, which would suffice for his fertilizer needs in the coming days. Lucien surveyed the open space around him. Once he crafted some compact and portable containers for the untraceable extension charm, he intended to capture a few moon beasts, making future fertilizer collection much more convenient. From his pocket, Lucien retrieved several small stones and, with a flick of his wand, conjured a desk and chair in the clearing. After taking a seat, he began to compose a letter. "Dear Mr. Newt Scamander, I am grateful for your guidance. I have successfully created a container capable of housing living organisms through the untraceable extension charm. I have a query regarding the necessary growth factors for cultivating plants within this container. Enclosed are my observations on magical creatures, which may not be exhaustive. I wonder if you might find them accurate." Folding the letter, he placed it into an envelope and sealed it. Summoning a glimmer from his pet space, Lucien took out the small satchel he had used previously, casting a basic untraceable extension charm upon it, and stabilizing the internal space with his magic. He first directed a stack of documents, nearly as tall as a person, to float into the satchel, followed by the letter. Aside from the moon beasts and the ball snatchers, information on the 8-eyed giant spiders and centaurs was generally challenging to compile. With this comprehensive data, Newt should acknowledge his understanding of magical creatures. The 3-headed dog was also rare, though he only had 1 specimen, a fact which he considered sufficient. Excessive perfection might seem unrealistic. Primarily, he was focused on unicorns, particularly those in gestation, as such information was indeed scarce. He pondered whether Newt had conducted research in this area. Perhaps his records would serve as a worthy conclusion. Lucien glanced at the satchel, then pulled out a small vial made of cedar wood from his pocket. Inside was the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider, specifically that of Aragog, at this age. Such spiders were quite rare, making their venom extraordinarily valuable. It served as both a testament and a small gift. He placed the vial into the satchel as well. "Glint, let us visit Mr. Scamander during the daytime this time, as my previous evening visit may have disturbed his rest," Lucien instructed, hanging the satchel around Glint's neck. "Of course, Master, I will remember to greet Mr. Scamander and Ms. Tina," Glint replied. Lucien nodded, adding, "You may converse with Mr. Scamander about your preferences and habits. He would likely find such matters intriguing and will keep them confidential, provided he is willing to chat." "Understood, Master. I sense that Mr. Scamander is indeed a good person. A truly wonderful individual," Glint responded with enthusiasm. Lucien smiled faintly, aware that Glint could sense the goodwill and malice of living beings. Newt's acquisition of a good-hearted card from the little Chelan comes as no surprise to him. A Hufflepuff, one who has repeatedly aided Dumbledore in thwarting Grindelwald's plans, and one who has dedicated his life to magical creatures, undoubtedly embodies the essence of goodness. "Master, shall I take my leave now? Are you able to depart from here directly?" "Yes, although it feels as though there is an additional barrier, as if a portion of space has been partitioned off. Nevertheless, I am still able to move." The shimmering apparition is indeed distinct. It resembles a seamless integration into space rather than merely traversing through it. If we liken the apparition utilized by wizards to fish swimming rapidly in water, then the little Chelan transforms itself into the water itself, more natural and swifter. Lucien gently stroked the little Chelan's forehead. Impressive. By the way, are you still unable to confine a space to prevent other beings from operating? Not yet, master. That ability is likely something I will master as I approach maturity. It seems that pertains to a deeper application of spatial manipulation. However, there is no urgency for such a restrictive capability at present. Furthermore, the little Chelan is in its growth phase, experiencing the most rapid development and increase in strength. Perhaps in a few months, it will be feasible. After the little Chelan used apparition to depart, Lucien surveyed the expanse of empty land. Let us commence the construction. He produced a small cloth pouch and untied its opening. Under the influence of magic, hefty stones and slender trees flew forth from within. The stones and timber harvested from the forbidden forest would indeed prove useful. With a flick of his wand, the stones were either cleaved into neatly shaped blocks or sculpted into cylindrical forms. The wood morphed into planks and strips, commencing their assembly. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the bricks stacked themselves into a foundation, while wooden beams and columns interlocked with a satisfying crackle. Once the foundation was established, transformation spells were continuously cast. Window frames spiraled into verdant copper adornments, and azure tiles cascaded over the roof like scales. The entire cottage materialized in mere hundreds of heartbeats. Lucien lightly tapped his wand, and a bell sprouted upon the door, ringing with a melodious chime. Gazing at his silver-black wand, Lucien couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of magic. What would take muggles weeks, if not months, to accomplish, he had completed alone in mere minutes. A small house was nearly finished. He would construct some simple laboratories when time permitted. As for the care of magical creatures, the cultivation of magical plants, and more complex and perilous experimental sites, it would be wiser to create separate, seamless extension containers. This would allow for easy portability and swift evacuation, minimizing damage in case of mishaps. After all, this space was merely intended for rest and slumber. Lucien cast a glance at the edge of the vacant land, where two starry blue curtains hung gracefully in midair. Approaching the floating drapes, Lucien pulled them aside, just in time to see Terry tidying up in the dormitory, preparing for class. Good morning. Morning, Lucien, Terry instinctively greeted him. Chapter 68, Eastern Magic, Flight. However, upon seeing Lucien, impeccably dressed and wearing shoes, gracefully emerge from behind the bed curtain, Terry felt a twinge of curiosity. Lucien, what is this? Lucien casually replied as he lowered the curtain. I just cultivated a piece of land and built a house. Ah, Lucien, it appears you possess quite the sense of humor. Terry responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. In truth, sharing a dormitory meant that Terry would eventually notice the peculiarities of Lucien's transformed sleeping quarters. Thus, Lucien had no intention of concealing it. While such endeavors might be somewhat uncommon for a first-year wizard, magic is inherently unpredictable. Having already stated his case, whether Terry believed him or not was an entirely different matter. By the way, would you care to join me for breakfast, Lucien? I happen to have some questions regarding spells. Terry continued. It seems the dining hall has introduced many new dishes since yesterday. Breakfast offerings have notably increased. The flavors are delightful. I've heard they resemble Eastern cuisine, with names like youtiao, douhua, and wontons. Lucien nodded subtly as he listened to Terry recite the menu. The house elves truly excelled in efficiency. He had merely introduced them to Chinese recipes a few days prior, and now they were officially being served in the dining hall. All right, let's go together. The two made their way to the dining hall. Lucien gently blew on the steaming wontons before savoring them with a spoon. To his surprise, the culinary skills of those elves were indeed commendable. The flavors were well represented, with thin skin and generous filling. Lucien, what a coincidence. A black-haired girl sitting across from him caught his attention. Lucien nodded in acknowledgement. Good morning, Chio. Before her lay a bowl of wontons and a cup of steaming soy milk. Who would have thought that upon arriving at Hogwarts, I could enjoy the tastes of home? Lucien remarked. Chio, you must be from the East. How do you find the authenticity of these dishes? Hearing Lucien's inquiry, Chio swallowed a small wonton, pursing her lips. Yes, I moved here from Huaxiao with my parents when I was young. To be honest, these dishes are quite authentic and delicious. I wonder how those house elves came to make Chinese cuisine. Perhaps it was a certain Eastern soul, tormented by Anglo-American fare, who imparted fascinating culinary knowledge to the house elves. She mused. Lucien pondered whether Chio had any understanding of Eastern magic, as it seemed it would be quite intriguing, likely comprising a unique system of knowledge. Chio, what do you know about the magic of your homeland? Well, I was quite young at the time, only hearing tales from my parents, both of whom are wizards. The magic in Huaxia is quite unique. They do not use wands but instead employ talismans, elixirs, flying swords, and dusters. As Chio recounted her experiences, Lucien's eyes brightened. While wielding a wand to cast spells is undoubtedly captivating, the allure of flying swords and talismans was irresistible. Who wouldn't want to pursue the path of immortality? Are those magical artifacts akin to the alchemy practiced here, inscribing magical effects onto instruments for more convenient and expedient use? If only one could acquire the arcane knowledge of magic from the land of Huaxia, it would surely be a splendid experience. Oh, I have heard that in my hometown. They do not use flying brooms. Instead, what is it called? Autumn, slightly troubled, absent-mindedly tugged at the ends of her hair, momentarily forgetting. Oh, flying with a sword? Yes, that's the term. How did you know, Lucien? From novels and television dramas. Who hasn't indulged in tales of Xianjian during their childhood? Lucien stirred the wonton soup, hastening its cooling. I have perused a few books which mention this wondrous mode of flight. Indeed, you are truly a Ravenclaw student. Your extensive reading shows. Speaking of which, you have already attended flying lessons. Haven to you? How was it? Autumn's inquiry prompted Lucien to reminisce. Mastering broom flight was no challenge for him. He took to it with remarkable ease. It was quite delightful, the sensation of free flying. Perhaps the school-s brooms are somewhat antiquated, as their speed and agility felt rather ordinary. Upon hearing Lucien's critique, Autumn chuckled softly. It seems you are quite adept at flying, discovering those brooms' limitations on your very first attempt. Alas, first-year wizards are prohibited from bringing flying brooms to school. Oh, it must be to prevent students from flying about recklessly. I cannot speak for other houses. However, the Ravenclaw dormitory is situated at the top of the tower, allowing one to take off and land directly on a broom. The last time she observed the stars from the rooftop, she witnessed a senior from the Eagle House soar into the sky with a fellow student on his broom. Furthermore, no matter how advanced a broom may be, the experience is likely to be rather mundane compared to riding a Qilin through the clouds. Lucien, since you've mastered broom riding, you should certainly try Quidditch. It is quite exhilarating. After finishing the last wonton, Lucien posed a rather peculiar question. Is it necessary to ride a flying broom to play Quidditch? What? Seeing the girl's puzzled expression, Lucien waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, consider it a jest. His initial response was indeed to envision playing while riding a shimmering light. But upon reflection, that would not only be ostentatious but also excessively showy, not to mention the speed and agility of a Qilin soaring through the clouds. Should one also employ innate apparition, they could simply award the trophy to themselves. Wizards typically rely on brooms for flight, though in other regions, items such as magic carpets may be utilized. Yet, these alternatives come with significant limitations. However, there was a wizard who developed a unique flying magic, Voldemort. He could traverse the skies without dependence on external objects, transforming himself into a wisp of smoke or a gentle breeze. Regardless of his strategies, Tom displayed remarkable talent in magic. If only he had focused solely on the study of magic instead of his ambitions to dominate the world, he might have achieved the immortality he sought. Yet, in his quest for power and chaos, he failed to secure even a single school. I have finished my meal. You all take your time. I shall return to my books, said Terry, swallowing the last of his tofu pudding and waving his fried dough stick. Autumn instinctively waved goodbye, surprised at how quickly Lucien had finished. She murmured, we hardly spoke. He truly loves learning. Ah, senior, what about you? Terry looked up at Autumn, still munching on a golden, crispy fried dough stick. Oh, it's nothing. I was just saying that the wontons are delicious. Oh, then I'll order a bowl to try. As Lucien made his way to the Ravenclaw common room, he recalled the points from the identification of dark magic, particularly those subtle curses that could affect the mind and soul. Unfortunately, today he had to go to Professor Quirrell, for extra lessons in defense against the dark arts. Chapter 69, The Messenger of Newt's Anticipation. Why are there so many acromantulas? Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the somewhat familiar knocking sound, Newt set down his coffee and hurried to the door, filled with anticipation. Could it be that junior named Lucien delivering a message, sent by that marvelous messenger? Ever since the last encounter with the magical creature that called itself Luminous, Newt had felt a tinge of regret. It was the first time he had seen such a creature, entirely unknown to him, something he had never encountered before. However, due to its remarkably human-like manner of communication, Newt had missed the opportunity to engage Luminous in meaningful conversation or to observe its unique characteristics. Instead, it was his wife, Tina, who had conversed extensively with Luminous, leaving Newt feeling somewhat despondent as the days passed in restless anticipation. Upon opening the door, Newt was greeted by the extraordinary sight of Luminous, whose appearance in the morning sunlight radiated a beautiful golden glow, unlike the previous evening. A look of unmistakable surprise crossed Newt's face. Good morning, Mr. Scamander. Oh, good morning. Luminous, please, come in. Luminous adeptly followed Newt into the room. Did Lucien send a message? Luminous nodded and summoned a small satchel, which floated gracefully before Newt. Mr. Scamander, my master instructed me to deliver what is inside the bag. Inside the bag? It seemed there was more than just a letter. Upon inspecting the satchel, Newt discovered it was inscribed with a stretching charm. He drew his wand and maneuvered the contents to fly out one by one. The first item to emerge was a small cedar vial, which Newt instinctively caught. Next came an envelope that landed directly in his hand. Yet, the surprises were not over. Sheets of paper filled with writing began to cascade from the satchel. Newt directed them to his desk, where they piled up to a considerable height. He quickly realized he was bewildered by the sheer volume of correspondence from that junior. The papers continued to flutter down like snowflakes, seemingly endless as they flowed from the small bag. Finally, when no more items emerged, Newt gazed at the towering stack of papers that nearly touched the ceiling. Although they were resting on the desk, he couldn't help but think that the quantity was rather excessive. Newt glanced at the small vial and the envelope in his hands, deciding to read the letter first, placing the vial aside. Luminous, why don't you find a seat while I take a look? Before Newt could finish his thought, he realized he had instinctively regarded the magnificent creature before him as merely a human. Such a grand magical beast, where could it possibly sit? Very well, thank you. In the next moment, Newt beheld the creature, Liguang, shrink down to the size of a domestic cat, gracefully leaping onto a pale yellow mist, elegantly reclining upon it. This spectacle momentarily distracted Newt from the letter he was reading. Transforming in size, akin to the abilities of birds and serpents? Could the mist, capable of supporting physical weight, be utilized for flight? As a messenger, it must possess the ability to soar, right? Indeed, I can fly, came Liguang's ethereal voice, resonating directly within Newt's mind, which made him feel rather awkward. It was akin to a solitary monologue suddenly interrupted by another's response. Newt remained silent. Yet Liguang recalled its master's instructions and felt inclined to engage Mr. Newt in conversation. Mr. Newt, I can indeed change my form. However, are birds and serpents considered magical creatures? My master has yet to enlighten me on such matters. Ah, yes. They are extraordinary beings capable of altering their size according to the dimensions of their surroundings. Will Lucien also teach you about these creatures? Indeed. He has recently begun imparting this knowledge to me, stating it would aid in recognizing them in the future. This revelation left Newt momentarily speechless. A human wizard instructing a magical creature in the identification of other magical beings? He instinctively diverted the topic, returning his focus to the letter in hand. Upon reading that Lucien had crafted a seamless, expandable container capable of accommodating living beings, Newt nodded in appreciation. He was pleasantly surprised by his junior's swift progress. Clearly, Lucien possessed remarkable talent in both charms and alchemy, and had firmly grasped the requisite knowledge. As for the elements necessary for cultivating plants, Newt knew precisely how to address that, and it did not pertain to family legacy, so he felt free to share. He was merely curious whether this young scholar was also a Hufflepuff. The ambition to cultivate within a seamless, expandable container suggested he might indeed be a badger at heart. Newt had forgotten to inquire about Lucien's house in his previous correspondence and remained unaware of which academy he belonged to. Continuing to read, he noted Lucien mentioning he had sent along some materials, consisting of his observations of magical creatures, though he suggested it might not be extensive. Not extensive? Newt glanced at the towering stack of papers on his desk, his expression one of bemusement. He then turned back to the letter, pondering whether there were additional items included. For how could there be such a sizable collection otherwise? However, upon finishing the letter, he found no mention of any other materials included. Reflecting on the implicit request for guidance conveyed in Lucien's letter, Newt felt it imperative not to disappoint a child brimming with enthusiasm and curiosity about magical creatures. He summoned the top few sheets of paper, took a sip of coffee, and began to read. The Moonstruck Beast. Newt's reading pace was swift, not out of indifference. But due to his familiarity with these magical beings, a mere glance sufficed to discern any inaccuracies. He continued to summon more sheets until he had completed his review of the records concerning the Moonstruck Beast. Finding no significant errors, Newt extracted a blank sheet of stationery and noted several corrections regarding the information on the Moonstruck Beast. Next, he found the documentation on the sphere-cloaked bird. However, this reading led Newt to sense a hint of dissonance. In contrast to the previously documented mooncalf, the records of the balloon bird appeared to be more detailed and vivid. It was as if the recorder had closely observed the active balloon bird, capturing nuances that are often elusive from a distance. After swiftly perusing the materials, Newt inscribed a few corrections on the parchment, though this time there were fewer to note. Next came the Puffskein. Looking at the lively and meticulous records, Newt could not help but nod. Like the balloon bird, it was a relatively gentle and approachable magical creature. Lucien must be a child of Hufflepuff, possessing a unique affinity for animals, or perhaps he is simply gifted. After documenting the corrections, Newt summoned additional materials. He lifted his coffee cup, preparing to take a sip, while his gaze inadvertently drifted to the top of the page, the acromantula. Cough, cough, cough. Newt set down his coffee cup, choking slightly. What had that child been observing? Why was there a level 5 acromantula included? Newt waved his wand, summoning all available information regarding the acromantula. As a result, the once towering stack of documents diminished by more than a third. Newt's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. As he flipped through the pages, his reading pace gradually slowed. There was no escaping the fact that the records on the acromantula were extraordinarily detailed. They meticulously covered every life stage, from newborns to juveniles, through their developmental phases to adulthood and even old age. Not only that, but the records were also classified by gender, each group distinctly outlined. Where had Lucien discovered such a plethora of acromantulas? Newt found it hard to fathom how a Hogwarts student could have encountered such a vast population of spiders. Merely encountering them was insufficient. The acromantula was highly dangerous, and surviving long enough to document such information was a feat in itself. How much time and risk had Lucien invested to observe so many intricate details? Chapter 70. Newt's Acknowledgement, Resistance to Dark Magic. Wait, the acromantula cedar. Newt turned his gaze toward the small vial on the table, crafted from cedar wood. Unscrewing the cap, he manipulated a drop of liquid to hover in the air. Indeed, it was the venom of the acromantula, and of notably high quality. Newt reflected on the acromantula venom he had stored, realizing that few vials matched the quality of what Lucien had provided. It appeared that this particular acromantula was quite old, the potency of its venom growing ever stronger. To be candid, acromantulas of such age should be exceedingly rare, which left Newt pondering once more. Where had Lucien found so many acromantulas, including such aged specimens? It must be a significantly populated habitat. Newt's gaze returned to the stack of documents. Stimulated by the acromantula's presence, he now felt an intensified curiosity regarding the other records. A few sheets floated into Newt's hands. Centaurs. Newt's eyes widened slightly. It is well known that centaurs maintain a rather indifferent attitude towards humans, often bordering on disdain, keeping a respectful distance. How could that child possess even the records of centaurs? Glancing at the remaining half of the stack of papers, Newt was curious about how much of it pertained to the centaurs. Just as he was preparing to conjure a spell to summon the information, a concerned voice interrupted him. Newt, I just heard you cough. Are you feeling unwell? The weather here is quite damp and chilly. You should come back to America with me to recuperate. Tina observed her husband as he sifted through a pile of papers and gently suggested, let us have breakfast first. You go ahead, Tina. I'll take a moment to read, Newt replied, still engrossed in his research. A minute later, he obediently settled at the dining table, though he still clutched a stack of documents. Tina glanced at the diminutive creature, Luminous, and after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly adapted to its wondrous abilities. Luminous, what kind of food do you prefer? Upon hearing this, Newt lifted his head, curious to learn about the habits of this extraordinary creature. Thank you, Mrs. Tina. A selection of vegetables and fruits would suffice, Luminous replied. Tina nodded, waving her wand, and a platter of fresh produce flew in from the kitchen. Newt silently noted that Luminous was a herbivore. However, what astonished him was the sight of Luminous gently sniffing at the fruits and vegetables, from which faint wisps of pale green essence emanated, entering the little cheelant's mouth and nostrils. This peculiar method of nourishment was a first for Newt. Tina, beside him, expressed her amazement, admitting she had never witnessed such a unique feeding style. After observing Luminous' meal, Newt resumed his examination of the documents. The more he read, the more confusion and perplexity clouded his gaze. Centaurs' newborns require a continuous 7-day bathing in the essence of windstar grass. Newt pondered how Lucien could record such details, as if he had lived alongside the centaurs for years. Having hastily finished breakfast, Newt returned to his desk to continue his research. After considerable effort, he finally completed the section on centaurs, but this time he found it challenging to provide any corrections. Much like the previous information on the 8-eyed giant spider, the details were extensive and intricate, with some aspects even eluding Newt's own understanding. Thus, Newt continued to peruse the new materials, still grappling with the mystery of Lucien's closeness to the centaurs. Unicorns? This revelation deepened his confusion. Was Lucien not a junior? Wasn't he the nature of unicorns to be quite averse to males? How, then, had he managed to approach them? Did he perhaps enlist the assistance of a female classmate for observation? Surely, he could not have transformed into a girl using a polyjuice potion. Shaking his head, Newt continued to read. There were only a few pages left, with the information on the 8-eyed giant spider and the centaurs dominating the content. The changes in a unicorn after pregnancy. Upon reaching this section, Newt was taken aback and couldn't help but marvel at Lucien's good fortune. He had previously encountered a pregnant unicorn and had the rare opportunity to observe a unicorn giving birth from a distance. However, there has never been anyone quite like Lucien who meticulously documents the changes during a unicorn's gestation period. He would undoubtedly excel in a profession related to magical creatures, though it remains uncertain whether Lucien harbors such aspirations. Newt took out paper and pen, swiftly composing a letter that addressed Lucien's inquiries while also offering encouragement and acknowledgement, casually inquiring about his college. Casting a glance at the extensive documentation on the acromantula and the vial of venom, Newt shook his head, reflecting on how each generation of Hogwarts students grows ever more remarkable. He opened the trapdoor and descended. Within minutes, he emerged holding a small purple barrel, crafted from purple salt crystals, designed to safely contain the explosive fluid of a venomous tentacula. He placed the letter and the small barrel into his satchel and handed it to Liu Guang. Just as Liu Guang was about to take his leave, Newt finally posed a question that had long been on his mind. By the way, Liu Guang, what magical creature are you? Liu Guang's ethereal voice resonated in Newt's mind. Mr. Newt, I am a Qilin. In the secluded confines of a dimensionless chamber, Lucien relished the tranquility of solitude. As he perused the identification of dark arts, focusing on soul-controlling dark magic, excluding the infamous killing curse, he had already grasped numerous characteristics and methods of identification concerning dark magic. Each introduction to a form of dark magic invariably concluded with a cautionary note. The use of dark magic ultimately leads to irreversible distortions and mutations of both soul and body, plunging one into an abyss from which there is no return. A persistent question lingered in Lucien's mind. Do different individuals experience varying effects from the use of dark magic? The most fitting comparison lay between Voldemort and Grindelwald. Voldemort's warped insanity, stemming not only from his study and use of dark magic, may also be attributed to the consequences of creating Horcruxes, which tore his soul asunder. In contrast, Grindelwald seemed far more stable. His physical form exhibited no significant mutations, appearing as a normal human. As for his soul, it was difficult to ascertain, yet he did not exhibit the same madness as Tom. Perhaps his insanity was more composed, enabling him to weave and advance his own schemes rather than relying solely on violence and terror to subjugate adversaries. Grindelwald certainly employed a considerable amount of dark magic, as evidenced by the azure flames capable of incinerating cities. The system indicated that frequent use of dark magic would indeed affect one's soul and body. Is it possible that my innate talent for dark magic could mitigate or evade such effects? Unless the host's dark magic reaches a truly supreme level, unbound by mortal constraints, prolonged or extreme use of malevolent dark magic will ultimately yield consequences. Indeed, there are limitations. However, it appears that a higher affinity for dark magic correlates with greater resistance to its effects, resulting in diminished impact from its use. Voldemort's talent was undoubtedly formidable, yet his eventual transformation into a being neither human nor ghost may have stemmed from his engagement with excessively extreme dark magic, those malevolent resurrection methods. The intricate manipulation of the soul to create Horcruxes? How amusing it would be for Eastern sorcerers to hear that the path to immortality involves transforming oneself into multiple vessel spirits. They would surely burst into laughter. System, with my affinity for dark magic, how frequently must I engage in its practice to induce irreversible effects? Casting 100 Avada Kedavra curses daily for an entire month would yield irreversible consequences. Lucien fell silent. 100 Avada Kedavra curses each day, sustained for a month? Intriguing. The world may indeed require a new prison, specifically designed to contain Lucien Grafton, rivaling the infamy of Azkaban and Numenor. Chapter 71. Quirrell's Confession, The Awkward Little Hands. Within the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell knelt upon the floor, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down. I beseech you, forgive my ignorance and frailty, my esteemed master. Quirrell's voice emerged hoarse and agonized, akin to the buzzing of a gnat. A chilling voice resonated within his mind, accompanied by a surge of pain. That is a spell I personally refined. I had no expectations that a fool like you could grasp it swiftly. I shall grant you another week, lest I decide to imprint this spell directly upon your mind. Quirrell quivered, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, my master. The dark magic imparted by Voldemort was a curse that gradually eroded the soul, enabling the manipulation of another's thoughts. This curse thrived on its subtlety. Unless one conducted a meticulous examination within an hour of being affected, the traces would gradually vanish. Conversely, the duration of its application was protracted, with the maximum interval not exceeding 10 days, perfectly suited for use during weekly tutoring sessions with that audacious little imp. However, this dark magic was exceedingly challenging to master, and the process was excruciating, akin to stirring one's own brain and tearing at one's own throat. Sensing Quirrell's profound terror, Voldemort, dwelling within him, felt both disdain and satisfaction. He currently lacked the surplus power to enact his tiresome threats. Yet, his reputation and terror remained formidable. Voldemort also recognized that his life force continued to wane. In 2 or 3 months, he would need replenishment, along with a restoration of his strength, perhaps from the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Within the small cabin, Lucien closed the book in his hands. To be frank, the system's response amused him, yet he felt a slight sense of relief. At least he understood his high resistance to dark magic. As long as he refrained from excessive usage and avoided extremely perilous spells, the impact on him would be minimal and not irreversible. Dark magic is but a form of knowledge, since it can be studied and mastered. Lucien would not consciously reject it nor cultivate a fear of it. Of course, he must not allow himself to become truly addicted to such dark arts. Knowledge, after all, is ultimately meant to be wielded. Master, I have returned. The small Chelan materialized before Lucien. Within its grasp was Mr. Newt's reply and a small bucket. A bucket? Lucien harbored a hint of speculation as he opened his small satchel, extracting an envelope and a diminutive purple container. This was a vessel for the preservation of the explosive liquid derived from the venomous tentacula. Gently placing the container upon the ground, Lucien turned his attention to Newt's letter. Providing the elements essential for plant growth was not a daunting task. A combination of spells and alchemical processes, supplemented by a few potions, would suffice. As he perused Newt's corrections regarding the information on magical creatures, Lucien read with utmost seriousness. This was knowledge imparted by none other than the greatest magical zoologist of the age, a treasure he could not afford to overlook. Lucien also noted Newt's inquiry about his house affiliation and resolved to mention it in his next correspondence. However, it seemed this esteemed senior was rather keen on the notion of him being a Hufflepuff badger. At the conclusion of the letter, Newt meticulously detailed the characteristics of the venomous tentacula's explosive liquid, including storage particulars and precautions for its use. Lucien committed this information to memory with great diligence. The explosive power of the liquid was formidable, capable of obliterating most materials with ease. The human body was certainly no exception, and Lucien wished to avoid being reduced to mere fragments, only to be revived by a little Chelan slick. Oh, by the way, Master, the little Chelan interjected. When I departed, Mr. Scamander inquired about my species. What did you say, and how did he respond? Liu Guang tilted his head in contemplation. Well, Mr. Scamander seemed quite astonished at first, repeatedly expressing disbelief that a Chelan could be such a variant. Then he earnestly instructed me to convey to you, never to reveal my existence lightly, even if my appearance differs greatly from other Chelans. He also assured me that he would keep this secret and would not disclose my situation. Upon hearing Liu Guang's recounting, Lucien nodded. Newt was indeed a kind-hearted individual, and his caution was entirely justified. If Liu Guang's abilities were truly as meager as those of native Chelans, then the Chelans of this world, at first glance, resembled peculiar deer. Their primary talent lay in discerning loyalty and treachery, possessing the ability to perceive the purity of one's soul, thus selecting the virtuous to lead the magical realm. In contrast, talents such as cloud riding, purifying flames, and shape-shifting, which Liu Guang exhibited, were entirely absent from the native Chelans. In Lucien's estimation, the self-preservation abilities of these native Chelans were quite concerning. With their unique gift of discernment, they became targets for both light and dark wizards, yet lacked the means to safeguard their own well-being. Yes, I shall express my gratitude to Mr. Scamander in my letter, and do remember to thank him on your next visit. Did he have any further instructions? It seems that at the very end, Mr. Scamander quietly suggested, should we seek an opportunity to visit Hogwarts? This remark caused Lucien to raise an eyebrow and a smile to grace his lips. Was he uneasy about the presence of the little Chelan and wished to discuss matters in person? Or had he surmised the existence of a multitude of acromantulas lurking in the forbidden forest surrounding the school? How exhilarating it would be if the students of Hogwarts learned that the renowned Newt Scamander was coming to visit. They would surely be beside themselves with excitement. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is a prescribed textbook at Hogwarts, read by every young wizard. Unlike other academic materials, this book, authored by Newt, vividly showcases the intriguing aspects of various magical creatures, introducing many young sorcerers to a fantastical realm. Both the book and its creator enjoy immense popularity among wizards. However, given Newt's introverted nature, it is unlikely he would readily present himself before a crowd. Lucien retrieved a standard pocket watch, capable of telling time. With a click, he opened it and glanced at the hour, concluding it was time to prepare for his defense against the Dark Arts class. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. Lucien exited the classroom, intending to head to Quirrell's office, mentally reviewing the key points from identification of dark magic. He was also planning to find Professor Dumbledore for afternoon tea, to discuss academic matters and engage in casual conversation, although primarily to seek his guidance in fortifying his defenses against dark curses. Cough, cough, Lucien, may I have a word with you? Upon hearing someone call out to him, Lucien turned to find Malfoy and his two lackeys. They had just shared a class with Slytherin. What is it? Malfoy smirked, displaying a self-satisfied grin. Lucien, despite your muggle origins, you are quite exceptional. I believe you are worthy of the Malfoy family's friendship. With that, Malfoy extended his hand, seemingly awaiting an excited handshake from Lucien. Lucien regarded Malfoy calmly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. What nonsense was this child spouting? Had he been affected by that incident with Harry, causing some sort of mental lapse? Alas, the lack of timely medical attention. Thank you, but no, I decline. Malfoy appeared to have misheard, as he watched Lucien casually turn away, leaving his hand suspended awkwardly in the air. Chapter 72, Disarming Anomaly. What did he just say? Hearing young Malfoy's murmurs, Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bewildered glances. Thank you. No, thank you. After his lackeys reiterated, Malfoy's already pallid face turned even paler before flushing with anger. How dare he? Malfoy was incensed. He had recently discussed Lucien with his father. A few days prior, his father had sent him a letter stating that Lucien hailed from a Muggle family. Yet, his father had also advised him to consider befriending Lucien. For someone with such evident talent might yet earn the Malfoy family's recognition and friendship. Malfoy's expression fluctuated between red and white. He had lowered himself and extended an olive branch to Lucien. He believed he was rejecting the friendship of an esteemed Malfoy. Lucien Grafton was merely a Muggle-born, just a. As Malfoy's fury threatened to erupt in indignation, a voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. Draco, what did you just say about Lucien's background? Turning to look. Malfoy's expression remained quite grim. Daphne, when did you arrive? In the defense against the Dark Arts Professor's office. Gr. Grafton, shall we begin? Today's lecture. Quirrell stammered, recalling his master's orders to teach normally before mastering the dark magic variant of the soul-binding curse, striving to keep the boy calm. Professor, I remember you mentioned last time that you get nervous with a larger audience, but speak fluently when there are fewer people? Lucien's gentle reminder left Quirrell silent for a few seconds. Haha, I'm accustomed to it. You're right, Grafton. Listening to Quirrell's fluent tone, Lucien realized that this time it wasn't Tom taking control. That individual was likely still recuperating and would not waste energy on minor situations. In truth, Quirrell was capable of speaking normally. His stammer was merely an act. The defense against the dark arts is fundamentally about combating dangerous dark wizards. In wizard duels, it is essential to understand the effects of various spells and their countermeasures, while knowledge of transfiguration, potions, and herbology can also be advantageous in battles, no matter the opponent. The key is maintaining rhythm and drawing the adversary into a tempo one excels at. Quirrell's explanations greatly pleased Lucien, even surprising him somewhat. Indeed, a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, still serving as a teacher at Hogwarts. His professional level is quite impressive, with a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge. This lecture is rather commendable, although still theoretical. It is evidently superior to the monotonous recitation in class. He has adeptly supplemented some intricate details. One representative defensive spell, Disarm, can force an opponent's wand or weapon out of their control. The critical point lies in the pronunciation, emphasizing the explosive sound. Oh, the disarming charm, Harry's favorite. Disarming interrupts the opponent's rhythm, achieving suppression. Indeed, this spell's effectiveness is closely linked to magical strength. Technique becomes secondary. Powerful conviction and robust magical energy are the decisive factors. Perhaps this spell suits me well. Lucien's magical aptitude is exceptional, both in the speed of growth and its upper limits. A wizard's magical power naturally increases with age. Even without mastering any techniques, the potency of spells in his hands will amplify over time. As Lucien listened to Quirrell's discourse, his understanding of the incantations deepened. No wonder Harry relied heavily on this disarming charm later on. It was simple yet effective. However, mere theoretical knowledge is insufficient. Lucien rose slowly, retrieving his wand. This action heightened Quirrell's vigilance, as he recalled the boy's reckless display of magic in the office previously. Professor, since this is practical guidance, we cannot merely discuss without practice. How about we try the disarming charm? I have some ideas from your explanations that I would like to put into practice. The proposal seemed quite ordinary, yet it placed Chilo in a quandary. Today posed no challenge. After all, a first-year wizard, regardless of the number of spells mastered, possessed limited magical power. Chilo was not intimidated by the prospect of dueling with a child, but rather concerned about the upcoming week when he needed to concentrate his magic for a variant of the soul-draining curse. Engaging in other forms of magic at that time could easily disrupt his focus. Chilo's hesitation did not escape Lucien's notice, causing his eyes to narrow. Indeed, there was something amiss. Practicing magic with a young wizard should pose no difficulty. So what was Chilo hesitating about? Was there something that required undisturbed concentration? Professor, is there an inconvenience? With a resolute bite of his lip, Chilo decided that today was inconsequential. Starting next week, he would focus solely on theoretical lessons, postponing practical exercises until after each curse had been successfully cast. He smirked inwardly, thinking to impart a lesson today that might leave Lucien with a lingering sense of intimidation, making him aware of the professor's prowess, thus curbing his audacity in the future. No problem. Chilo withdrew his wand, having resolved to exert merely 2 or 3/10 of his power, sufficient to easily disarm Lucien, who was no match for such a force. He waved his wand to clear the desks and chairs, freeing up a substantial area in the already spacious office. With his wand raised before his chest, he spoke in a relaxed tone. Your wrist should flick lightly, but not too slackly. The disarming charm can cause your wand to tremble, leading to deviation. So it is crucial to aim accurately. Listening attentively to Chilo's explanation, Lucien nodded. The professor's confident demeanor suggested he could indeed be an excellent teacher, yet alas. Now, Grafton, do you recall what is most vital in defense against the dark arts? Before Lucien could respond, Chilo continued. It is to deny your opponent the opportunity to strike first. Disarm your weapon. Disarm your weapon. The incantations were uttered almost simultaneously, followed by 2 streaks of crimson lightning shooting forth. The disarming charm, emanating from the tips of their wands, clashed violently in midair. Chilo, on the verge of cursing Lucien for being such a cunning little rascal, was astonished to see the point of collision between the spells moving rapidly in his direction. What madness was this? Could a mere child possess such formidable magical power? With no time for hesitation, Chilo instinctively increased his magical output. The collision point began to decelerate, yet it steadfastly continued toward him. Something was amiss. Chilo realized he had exerted 50% of his power, and yet he could not overpower Lucien's magic. Moreover, Lucien's expression remained calm, as though he were exerting minimal effort. What first-year wizard could possess such immense magical capability? What manner of creature was this? Lucien sensed Chilo intensifying his magical output and contemplated that this was his first duel with a wizard. He had never previously gauged the depth of his own magic. There was no need to reveal his full strength. He had more than enough power at present. As Lucien was about to twist his wand, he noticed a multitude of ethereal runes suddenly manifesting on the surface of his silver-black wand. This unforeseen transformation startled him, yet the faint echoes of a mocking laughter resonated in his mind, leaving him largely unaffected. In stark contrast, Chielo's face paled dramatically, veins visibly protruding on his forehead. A cacophony of mixed laughter, some harsh, some gentle, some boisterous, others somber, some joyous, yet others mocking, exploded in Chielo's mind. Ha ha ha. Chapter 73. An incident in teaching? The wand's characteristics. Chielo could no longer maintain his spell. Struck by Lucien's disarming charm, his wand was sent flying from his grasp. However, Chielo paid no heed to his wand, collapsing to the floor, cradling his head in his hands, and wailing in anguish. As the confrontation of spells concluded, the frenzied laughter in his mind gradually diminished. Yet it lingered, a constant torment. At times, it pricked like needles. At others, it sliced like a knife, torturing Chielo's nerves. Observing Chielo prostrate and silent on the ground, Lucien felt a pang of concern. What is happening? Is this a result of the wand's transformation? The laughter he had heard was reminiscent of what he experienced upon first wielding the wand, albeit clearer this time. But Chielo's reaction was excessively drastic, as if he had been soundly beaten. Why was he motionless and mute? Surely, he couldn't have inadvertently caused the professor's demise. It was merely a disarming spell, not the killing curse. What is this? An incident in teaching? Professor Chielo, are you injured? Shall I escort you to the infirmary, or perhaps summon Professor Snape? He is quite adept with potions. No, perhaps I should call upon Headmaster Dumbledore. He would be even more suitable. Not necessary. Chielo abruptly rose, his pale face marred by persistent veins and beads of sweat, forcing a painful smile. And no, it's nothing. Let us just conclude this session. Once Lucien departed the office, several minutes elapsed. Chielo remained kneeling on the floor. I apologize, Master. I should not have disturbed your rest. What transpired just now? To his surprise, Voldemort did not express anger, but instead inquired gravely about Chielo's ordeal. After Chielo recounted the events, including Lucien's evidently abnormal magical energy and the sudden, terrifying laughter during their confrontation, a silence ensued as Voldemort offered no response. Chielo dared not press further, silently grappling with his mental anguish. Master, I shall master the dark magic you impart as swiftly as possible. The longer I delay, the greater the risks. Yes, my master. After exiting Chielo's office, Lucien made his way directly to the headmaster's office, pondering the earlier events. The moment his wand exhibited an anomaly, Chielo had clearly suffered. This strongly indicated that the wand was indeed the source of the disturbance. The wand. Lucien gazed at the silver-black wand in his hand. Different wands, depending on the materials of their cores and shafts, would yield distinct characteristics. Through the passage of time spent in casting spells, I have gradually discerned the characteristics of this wand. Firstly, concerning the wand's body, perhaps due to the ever-changing nature of the Loki fir wood, the wand exhibits a remarkable receptivity to spells. So far, I have not encountered any obstruction in the flow of magical energy through the wand. It has been utterly smooth. Unlike certain wands that reject vibrant and brilliant magic or shun dark curses, this wand embraces them. Furthermore, I have observed that the more frequently a particular spell is cast, the more fluid the magical output becomes as it travels through the wand. This phenomenon seems to be influenced by the Sphinx feather embedded within it. I have taken special care to note that with each successive incantation, the ethereal silver runes adorning the wand's surface have become increasingly intricate and mesmerizing. However, the source of the immense impact it has on me is intriguing. I recall that when I selected this wand, it seemed to reach out to me, as if it sensed the Loki facelessness within me, creating an almost primordial attraction. Thus, the time spent in harmony with it has perhaps endowed the wand with additional unique qualities. Based on its recent performance, The peculiarities manifested only after a series of magical exchanges. Perhaps I should attempt this once more. But who could I enlist for validation? As I wondered, I found myself before the entrance to the headmaster's office. Guarding the door was a gargoyle with a dripping beak. Password, it intoned in a deep, resonant voice. I paused, realizing that one must provide the correct password before being granted entry. The last time I was escorted directly to the headmaster's office by Fawkes. I had bypassed this procedure entirely. Alas, it seems old Dumbledore has a penchant for using suites as passwords. I cannot possibly try each one in succession. While I pondered this, a burst of crimson flames suddenly materialized beside me, and from within, a magnificent red bird emerged. Fawkes. I extended my arm, and Fawkes alighted gracefully upon it. Have you come to seek me? It appeared to comprehend my inquiry, nodding in an almost human manner while affectionately brushing against my hair. In the next moment, flames engulfed both of us, and as the fire dissipated, we vanished from before the gargoyle. A moment of silence enveloped the air. The gargoyle resumed its monotone. TCH, what a dull job. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat at his desk, which was adorned with several plates of chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters, and ice mice. Good afternoon, Lucien. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore, I replied as I took a seat opposite him. After exchanging pleasantries, we both fell into a comfortable silence. Dumbledore regarded me intently with his bright eyes, occasionally revealing a glint of insight from behind his half-moon spectacles. He was scrutinizing me for any signs of dark magical curses. Once he discerned no issues, he gave a barely perceptible nod. In recent days, have you encountered any intriguing experiences at school? Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Lucien swiftly reminisced. He had been teaching Harry potion making, strolling through the forbidden forest with a dog, engaging in playful antics with a giant spider, and sparring with a three-headed dog, as well as conversing with centaurs. Indeed, he had engaged in quite a variety of activities, all of which were rather entertaining. However, he found little to share. He had studied potion making alongside his classmates and planted some vegetables in Hagrid's garden. Dumbledore, with a smile, stroked his beard, having already learned from Hagrid that Lucien was assisting Harry with his potion studies. Such bonds of friendship and the spirit of altruism filled Dumbledore with contentment, particularly with a gifted child like Lucien, who often found it challenging to integrate into groups, not out of arrogance, but rather due to their exceptional abilities, which made it difficult to empathize with others. Yet, Lucien's willingness to support his classmates' learning indicated that he was not the aloof genius one might expect, but rather someone capable of harmonious interaction. Reflecting on their previous conversation regarding dark magic, Dumbledore felt reassured by Lucien's attitude and understanding in this domain. That sounds quite fulfilling. By the way, you just finished tutoring with Professor Quirrell. How did that go? Lucien pondered for a moment, describing it as a typical session, followed by a bit of sparring. Though the outcome had a minor hiccup, he nonetheless gleaned much from the experience. It was splendid, to be honest. If Professor Quirrell could exhibit that level of skill in front of a larger audience, he might become a rather popular teacher. Chapter 74, The Room of Requirement. An exquisite classroom. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore listened to Lucien's appraisal, nodding gently, his gaze tinged with a hint of unnoticeable regret. Quirrell's theoretical research is exemplary. He was once an outstanding Ravenclaw graduate, your senior. However, his temperament does not seem particularly suited for teaching. Lucien refrained from elaborating further, choosing not to recount the unexpected incident during his dual practice with Quirrell. After all, how could he explain that a young wizard had brought the professor to his knees? Moreover, if it were to be mentioned, it was not truly his doing, but rather that of his wand. By the way, Headmaster, are there any classrooms in the school that are usually free? Currently, when I study potion making with my classmates, I am forced to practice alchemy in Hagrid's hut, which can be quite inconvenient. Lucien considered that teaching only Harry potion making was manageable for now. However, if Ron were to begin studying alchemical mechanics, the numbers would surely increase, potentially allowing for the expansion of Lucien's tutoring sessions. He wondered if Ron's family had replied to his inquiries, and whether he could borrow a spell book to peruse. After all, once the group grew larger, it would be impractical for everyone to flock to Hagrid's. While it might be possible to seek out a discreet corner to create a concealed space for personal use as a dedicated classroom, Lucien had already envisioned a specific location within Hogwarts Castle. A vacant classroom? Indeed, there exists a most extraordinary place within the school. It can flawlessly manifest the arrangements desired by the seeker. Dumbledore looked at Lucien with a knowing smile, understanding the boy's intention to find a secluded place where he could study in peace, not only to tutor Harry, but also to practice magic or alchemy. Listening to Dumbledore's description, Lucien thought to himself, as expected, the room of requirement. It can transform according to the desires of its entrants, catering to numerous needs. For instance, a person in urgent need of a restroom might inadvertently stumble upon a variety of toilets within. Headmaster, may I visit that place? Of course. The school is designed to assist children in their learning. Come, I have some free time. I shall guide you there. With that, the tall elder rose, gesturing for Lucien to follow. Lucien was somewhat astonished that old Dumbledore had the leisure for this. He had expected that either Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick would escort him. Or perhaps a house elf would lead the way instead. As Lucien got up to follow Dumbledore, he had barely reached the center of the room when a voice called out to him. "Hey, good afternoon, Lucien." Lucien turned toward the source of the voice. The sorting hat in the glass display case. "Good afternoon. Would you do me a favor?" "A favor? What could I possibly assist the sorting hat with?" Lucien asked, puzzled, glancing at Dumbledore, who merely shrugged. "I mentioned before, the sorting hat has become increasingly lively, occasionally making peculiar requests." "Hey, Albus, what do you mean by peculiar requests? I have served this school for over 1,000 years. Can't I enjoy myself a little?" Faced with the sorting hat's outburst, Dumbledore could only smile helplessly. He had grown accustomed to it. "Lucien, could you perhaps wear me once more? Ever since you donned me at the start of the term, I feel as though I have become smarter." This statement left Lucien momentarily speechless. Wasn't this hat crafted by the 4 founders of Hogwarts? It was indeed a remarkable alchemical artifact. Although infused with the thoughts of those 4 individuals, allowing it to communicate, could a mere hat truly become smarter? Was it possible that the difficulty of sorting him at the start of the term had somehow enhanced its cognitive abilities? No, wait. How could a magical hat possess cognitive power? Lucien glanced at Dumbledore again, who chuckled softly. "What did I tell you?" Dumbledore waved his hand, causing the glass enclosure to vanish. "Come on, just consider it a favor for future students. Once I become a bit cleverer, I will certainly be better at placing them in their suitable houses, and I will mention your name so they may express their gratitude." Lucien regarded the sorting hat with a peculiar gaze, its demeanor increasingly resembling that of a sentient being rather than a mere hat. "Ah, well, it's probably unnecessary." With that, Lucien placed the sorting hat upon his head. After a few seconds, the hat did not emit smoke. "Though I cannot see clearly, it seems you have learned much. Truly worthy of Ravenclaw. My initial sorting was indeed correct." Despite the sorting hat's self-praise, Lucien felt an urge to retort. Wasn't it he who had decided on Ravenclaw in the first place? He placed the sorting hat back, and it continued to exclaim, "Do come again." Dumbledore and Lucien exited the headmaster's office. As they passed the gargoyle, Lucien suddenly remembered he needed to inquire about the password from old Dumbledore. After all, he could not always rely on Fawkes to fetch him, though the Phoenix did seem quite willing. "Headmaster, the gargoyle," he began. "Oh, I forgot to mention. Please forgive an old man's memory. This week's password is mead, and for next week, let us say lemon sherbet." Wow, as expected of old Dumbledore, he certainly favors those sweet delicacies. "Very well, Headmaster, I shall remember. By the way, would you care for a piece of lemon sherbet?" Dumbledore produced a candy from his pocket and offered it to Lucien. Gazing at the confection and recalling the array of sweets in the office, Lucien couldn't help but think that it was fortunate this world contained magic and potions. Otherwise, this greatest of wizards might have succumbed to diabetes long ago. Accepting the candy with a word of thanks, Lucien unwrapped the sugar-coated yellow lemon sweet and placed it in his mouth. Sweet, but not overwhelmingly so, with a hint of tartness, quite refreshingly normal for a sweet treat. Dumbledore also indulged in a piece of lemon sherbet, the crunch echoing in the air. "Ah, conversing with you young folks is delightful. None refuse my offerings of sweets." Lucien glanced at the tall, slender old wizard, realizing that the children's fondness for sweets was perhaps more about not wanting to offend Dumbledore. Eventually, they arrived at the 8th floor of the castle, standing before a tapestry depicting a giant troll clobbering a hapless man. "Lucien, concentrate on envisioning the space you require," Dumbledore instructed, leading Lucien back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. Lucien turned his gaze back to the wall, where a remarkably smooth door appeared rather suddenly. "So this is the room of requirement," he mused. Pushing the door open, Dumbledore was greeted with a scene that made him exclaim softly, "How quaint." The room was spotless, featuring a large movable blackboard at the front. A black and white clock ticked rhythmically on the wall. Approximately 30 to 40 wooden desks and chairs were neatly arranged, each separated by half a meter. Most intriguing were the banners adorning the walls, proclaiming, "Strive, and you shall be rewarded. Exams await your grasp. Life may offer a second chance, but exams are singular. Only magic and your wand shall never betray you." Lucien gazed upon the familiar yet surreal classroom, reminiscent of his high school days. Well, there are perhaps a few too many desks, but that's all right. They may be filled in the future, and perhaps an expansion will be necessary. What an interesting arrangement. But what do you make of those banners? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Lucien lifted his gaze to the magically infused slogans, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Perhaps such an environment would indeed foster a more conducive atmosphere for learning. Chapter 75, A New Book of Magic, Ron's Brother. Having listened to Lucien, Dumbledore nodded and casually reminded him, if certain details seem inadequate, one may employ Transfiguration to amend them, ensuring that such modifications remain intact for future reference. Lucien then drew forth his wand, commencing the transfiguration of convenient potion brewing and alchemical apparatus. Observing Lucien's adept and comfortable transfiguration, Dumbledore smiled gently, seemingly recalling the clever trapdoor within the three-headed dog's chamber, an equally ingenious piece of transfiguration. The wounds inflicted by the three-headed dog must be rather difficult to treat, given the black magic that lingers upon them. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Lucien did not cease his actions. How amusing it was that he referred to himself as an elder with a poor memory. In truth, Lucien was not surprised that Dumbledore would pose such a question. With the multitude of ghosts and portraits within the castle, it was inevitable that they would have noticed Harry's encounter with the three-headed dog as he fled the castle. These specters and paintings served the headmaster, and thus Dumbledore likely learned of Harry's injury that very evening. As for Harry's subsequent retreat to Hagrid's hut, even without any informants, old Dumbledore could have deduced the situation. A simple inquiry to Hagrid would reveal who attended to Harry's wounds. Lucien paused his transfiguration and put away his wand. Fortunately, a specific combination of potions could dispel the black magic from the dog's fangs, making the treatment of the wounds relatively straightforward. After all, Dumbledore was already aware that Lucien had healed Harry, so there was no need for concealment. Of course, the existence of the little Qilin need not be disclosed at this time, and Dumbledore likely would not pursue the matter further. As anticipated, Dumbledore merely smiled and nodded, stating, "I have heard Severus mention your commendable performance in potion-making." Ah, indeed. While the three-headed dog harbors a fear of fire, it remains a perilous magical creature, best approached with caution. It is true that it fears flames, yet danger is subjective. Lucien contemplated the docile demeanor of his own creature, Loki, who lay belly up. Yes, indeed. It is quite dangerous. I understand, headmaster. With that casual transition of topic, the two conversed for a while longer before departing the room of requirement. Inside Hagrid's hut, Harry was busy brewing potions. Meanwhile, Lucien toyed with a metal gourd, occasionally casting spells with his wand to adjust the space within. This was a newly crafted portable, seamless expansion container, intended for housing various magical creatures. The mooncalves could be prioritized, as their droppings serve as excellent fertilizer to promote the growth of biting cabbage. The little cabbages were thriving and should mature within a month, allowing for the repayment of the diligent gardener's loan. Perhaps another container should be fashioned specifically for cultivating magical plants. Newt had elucidated in his correspondence how to provide the necessary elements for plant growth. Besides the mooncalves, should additional eight-eyed giant spiders be housed? After all, there are far too many of those spiders, disrupting the ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest. Keeping a few on hand would facilitate venom extraction, albeit their yield would not rival that of Aragog. Speaking of the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, I have now obtained the explosive liquid of the toxic unicorn. It is time to commence the long-awaited alchemical process of crafting the elusive truth. However, this cannot take place here, as we must avoid detonating Hagrid's abode. Should I successfully concoct this alchemical elixir, I would be able to experiment with the creation of extraordinary magical bullets. Currently, the revolver transformed from the transfigured pocket watch is merely a hollow shell, while the efficacy of conventional gunpowder bullets is rather limited. Lucien contemplated the situation and decided to create a discreet, specialized container for his alchemical experiments. After adjusting the metallic gourd in his hand, he couldn't help but marvel at its convenience. It is no wonder Newt favored toting a suitcase around the world in his adventures. Lucien, the scar healing ointment is ready. Would you like to inspect it? Lucien put away the gourd and began reviewing Harry's potion assignment. Overall it seems satisfactory. However, reducing the brewing time by an additional minute would enhance it. And do add a bit more of the white skin essence. While listening to Lucien's elucidation, Harry diligently took notes. Once Lucien concluded his explanation, Harry suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Lucien, last time we agreed that I would compensate you for the potion you used to treat me. Hagrid has helped me retrieve a new magical book for you. Just a moment. Harry rummaged through the storage box that Hagrid had informed him about and produced a book, presenting it to Lucien. This tome was considerably thinner, roughly 1/4 to 1/5 the thickness of the previous volume. Lucien glanced at the cover, which still boasted the title embossed in gold letters. Upon flipping through it briefly, he was intrigued. Alchemy utilizing the bodily tissues of magical creatures as a primary focus, magnifying and exploiting their characteristics? How fascinating. Lucien's immediate thought was to employ this alchemical method to create unique bullets. Yet, which magical creature's materials should he use? Perhaps he could inquire with Hagrid, as he possesses numerous items derived from magical beasts that could yield remarkable results. Just as Lucien was about to delve deeper into the book, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be? Ron had taken the dog for a walk, and Hermione mentioned heading to the library. Lucien approached the door to open it, revealing a neatly dressed boy with glasses, who appeared to be a senior student. Noticing the boy's vibrant red hair, Lucien made a guess. Are you looking for Ron? The boy paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, hello, I am Percy Weasley. Ron is my brother, and I believe he is here. I need to speak with him about something. Percy had received 2 letters from home. One was addressed to Ron, while the other was from their mother, informing him that Ron had requested the family's magical book, as he wished to learn how to create alchemical machinery with a classmate and intended to offer the book as collateral. Their mother, Molly, was initially skeptical, as it was hard to believe that a first-year student would be engaged in alchemy, especially since she knew her youngest son Ron far too well. When had he ever shown such initiative towards magic? Thus, let the most steadfast son, Percy, assist Ron in discerning the truth, lest he be deceived by some mischievous child. Percy gazed at the younger student before him, whose dark golden hair framed a pair of profound emerald eyes. "You must be Lucien Glaston, am I correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "My brother Ron is rather naive about certain matters. Percy, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the familiar call, Percy turned to see Ron, who was holding a leash in each hand. The left leash was tethered to a tall, menacing black dog, while the right leash was attached to a pristine white creature, its exposed gears visible between its gleaming surfaces and its crystalline eyes radiating a blue glow. "Wait, Ron, what on earth are you leading?" Chapter 76. Share blessings together. Endure hardships together. "Wait, Ron, what on earth are you leading?" Ron, puzzled by his brother's inquiry, thought the answer was rather evident. He lifted the left leash. "This is Fong, Hagrid's dog." Percy winced slightly, familiar with his brother's thought process, yet feeling a sense of helplessness. "I meant the other one." Percy furrowed his brow, gazing at the mechanical creature that stood beside Ron, entirely white and resembling a canine. Its tail wagged naturally, emanating faint magical embers from its tip. "Oh, you mean this?" "This is White Fang, the name given by Hagrid. It is an alchemical construct created by Lucien, and I aspire to learn about this." Ron pointed at the white mechanical dog. Percy then turned his complex gaze towards Lucien, momentarily at a loss for words. He had come at their mother's request to oversee Ron, yet before he could even begin the conversation, his brother had introduced an alchemical mechanical dog into the mix. "By the way, Lucien, while we were out for a walk, it seemed that White Fang's right front leg was slightly out of alignment. Would you care to take a look?" Lucien nodded and stepped outside, drawing his wand to examine White Fang. The metallic exterior and gear bearings gradually disassembled. Floating into the air, delicate strands of magical energy emerged from the tip of his wand, skillfully maneuvering within the mechanical body. Hearing the commotion, Harry also emerged from the house, greeted Percy, and joined Ron to watch Lucien repair the dog. "Well, it's nothing major. Just a minor adjustment to the components. And a bit of lubricant and adhesive will suffice." As he spoke, Lucien used Transfiguration to refine the details of several small parts. He then retrieved 2 small jars from his pocket, extracting some liquid and directing it to flow into the crevices of the components. Standing quietly at the back, Percy observed the scene without uttering a word, though his mind was tumultuous. Having just entered his 5th year, he was not yet eligible to take alchemy courses. Nonetheless, Percy, ever disciplined and demanding of himself, had long prepared for various subjects and possessed a foundational understanding of alchemy. Thus, witnessing Lucien's adeptness, he was astonished to realize that this first-year student truly possessed knowledge of alchemy. Alchemy is a complex discipline, encompassing a vast array of subjects. This mechanical creation belongs to a specific branch, and this mechanical dog is not even among the most intricate types. Percy recalls having read in a book that the pinnacle of alchemical machinery consists of colossal golem constructs. It is said that ancient alchemists managed to create giants the size of mountains, a feat that verges on the miraculous. Nevertheless, the techniques displayed by Lucien still leave Percy astonished. Moreover, the delicate threads of magical energy remind him of the content from his 5th-grade spellcasting class, in which he is still groping in the dark. Suddenly, Percy realizes a significant matter. It seems that Hogwarts has welcomed an exceptional new student. His brother Ron appears to have befriended someone remarkable as well. "Ron, come here for a moment." Percy gestures for his brother to approach. Ron sets down the dog leash and walks over to Percy, asking, "What is it, Percy?" Percy pulls out 2 items from his pocket, a red envelope and a thin notebook. After a brief hesitation, he hands the notebook to Ron, saying, "This is something Mother asked me to give you regarding some techniques for spellcasting." Percy pauses, then adds, "Mother believes that you are still at an age where you should focus on building a solid foundation. There is no need to fixate on the number of spells. Instead, practice your casting techniques frequently, and learning other spells will come more easily later." Percy genuinely understands their mother's intentions. The family's treasured spellbook would undoubtedly not be lent lightly to others. The magical lineage of a wizarding family encompasses more than just their blood. The accumulated and refined knowledge of magic over generations is the true cornerstone of their existence. Ron, his face alight with joy, accepts the notebook, not thinking too deeply about it, merely feeling that this would enable him to follow Lucien and learn the craft of alchemical mechanics. After all, if Lucien deems this knowledge insufficient to create a mechanical creature like White Fang, he could always start with simpler foundational mechanics. However, before Ron can bask in his excitement, Percy hands him another item. As Ron gazes at the additional red envelope in his hand, his smile falters. This is a howler, right? Is it from Mom? Ron's hand trembles noticeably as he incredulously inquires of his brother. Yet, when he looks up again, he sees that Percy has taken a few steps back, nodding firmly at him. I advise you to open it quickly. The longer you wait, the louder the howler's voice will become. Upon hearing this, Lucien also rises, leading Yaya and the repaired white fan to stand beside Percy. Although Harry does not understand what a howler is, he wisely follows Lucien's lead. Alone and trembling, Ron cautiously opens the howler. A high-pitched female voice reverberates. Little Ron, now that you have made your decision, dedicate yourself to your studies. Learn from your friends. Learn from your brother. Be a man and uphold your promises. I will have Percy check on your progress regularly. Remember to dress warmly and eat properly. But do not indulge excessively, the Hogwarts infirmary. As he listens to his mother's voice, Ron's face and ears rapidly turn as red as his hair. He cast a glance at Lucien and Harry, feeling quite awkward. While maternal concern is undoubtedly a positive thing for a child of his age, being so coddled in front of friends can be somewhat embarrassing. With that, my task was accomplished. Percy bid farewell to Lucien and the others. Making his way back to Hogwarts Castle, Ron had already shaken off his embarrassment and eagerly handed his notebook to Lucien. Lucien, take a look at this. Is it acceptable? Lucien received the notebook and began flipping through its pages. These are all techniques for casting spells. The handwriting varied, suggesting it had been through several generations. Likely notes from the Weasley family of wizards. However, it certainly could not be considered a family legacy. That was quite normal. One wouldn't expect to unveil a precious spell book on the first attempt. Such tomes are the lifeblood of every wizarding family. As for Harry, his situation was purely incidental. It seemed he didn't mind parting with family heirlooms, diving headfirst into the deep end. Nevertheless, one must maintain integrity. The knowledge contained within those spellbooks could easily justify a year or two of Harry's tuition fees. Lucien pondered Harry's recent academic progress. His potion-making talent is quite remarkable. He could certainly handle a more intensive curriculum. Flipping through more pages, Lucien discovered several impressive techniques. For instance, in practical scenarios, the continuous casting of spells can exponentially enhance momentum, especially when combined with other incantations to create a smoother and more fluid output. These insights from predecessors proved invaluable, saving him from unnecessary trial and error. Alright, let's start with the fundamentals, the theoretical mechanics, and the transfiguration required. He added, once you've acquired some knowledge, you can showcase your progress to your brother. Ron's face lit up with joy, nodding vigorously at Lucien's guidance, completely oblivious to Harry's sympathetic gaze directed at him. Lucien's teaching was undeniably effective, though the rigor of it. Oh my. Harry reminisced about his prior experiences. Indeed, a true brother shares both joys and hardships. Chapter 77. The Truth Bullet, Unicorn Horn. In the Forbidden Forest, Liuguang rested on a cloud, supported by another cloud that cradled a golden gourd in front of him. Suddenly, Lucien's figure emerged from the gourd's opening. He held a transparent box in which a grayish-brown solid floated at its center, resembling dry earth at first glance. Phew. The belated truth has finally been refined, and fortunately, there were no mishaps. He used magic to stabilize the solid in the center of the container, ensuring it did not touch any walls to avoid accidental collisions and potential explosions. Let us test its efficacy. Lucien, wielding his wand, detached a fragment the size of a thumbnail from the grayish-brown solid. Based on the book's description, this amount should yield a certain explosive effect. Calculating the distance, Lucien flung the small fragment 20 meters away. The fragment landed lightly on the ground, inconspicuous, like an ordinary clump of dirt. The grayish-brown piece bounced slightly before settling back down. The fragments suddenly expanded, instantaneously transforming into a sphere with a diameter of 2 meters. A resounding roar erupted, reverberating through the forbidden forest, startling various birds and beasts into cacophony. Once the tumult subsided, Lucien approached, accompanied by his luminous companion. Before him lay a deep pit, measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in radius. The effect is quite satisfactory. Lucien observed that the surface of the pit was adorned with a peculiar brownish liquid, steadily corroding the soil beneath. Is this a result of the explosive properties of the venomous hornet's liquid? This explosion resembles dissolution. It does not merely shatter objects but can also directly melt them. Against substantial defensive measures, the rate of penetration should be significantly accelerated. Luminous, please assist me once more. After instructing the little Qilin, Lucien re-entered the golden gourd, a vessel specifically designed for alchemical purposes. This time, the little Qilin did not have to wait long. The primary components had already been prepared. Lucien merely needed to encase the delayed truth in a specialized shell. The more intricate aspects involved preventing accidental activation and determining how to trigger it post-launch, but Lucien had long devised a design concept. Furthermore, magic proved to be exceedingly convenient, allowing him to effortlessly conjure the necessary constructs. When he emerged again, Lucien held a box containing bullets of a grayish-yellow hue. With his other hand, he retrieved a transforming pocket watch. As magical energy surged, the hands halted at a revolver pattern. In an instant, the watch morphed into a brass-colored revolver. Experimentally, he loaded a bullet and aimed at a distant tree. Bang! At the moment the gun fired, a large bulge formed on the tree trunk. Subsequently, a portion of the trunk vanished into thin air. Quite impressive indeed. As the sound of the tree crashing echoed, Lucien gazed at the bullet in his hand. Let us name it the truth bullet. With the bullet and the reverted watch secured, Lucien patted Luminous on the neck. Let us embark once more to the lair of the moonstruck beast. Certainly, Master, I have something to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Luminous suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. It seems I'm due for a scale shedding. Lucien turned to the little Chelan, his expression perplexed. You mean, shedding scales? Simultaneously, Lucien communicated with the system. System, do Chelans also undergo scale shedding? Indeed, especially during their growth phase, Chelans shed scales more frequently, approximately once a month. Each shedding signifies a testament to their physical maturation. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lucien felt reassured. It was merely a normal physiological phenomenon. He wondered what the shed scales of the Chelan would resemble. Chelan scales, the biological material of magical creatures. An idea sparked in Lucien's mind as he swiftly retrieved a relatively thin book from his pocket, embossed with gilded lettering. Drawing from his memory, he quickly flipped to a specific page. Yes, utilizing the biological material of magical creatures as the foundation, magnifying and harnessing its properties. This was an alchemical technique recorded in the Potter family's grimoire. Could the scales shed by the young Chelan be transformed into some extraordinary alchemical artifacts? After all, it would be a waste to leave them unused. Moreover, Chelan scales possess a certain degree of magical resistance, making them quite practical if fashioned into protective gear. Perhaps one could experiment with integrating them into the transfigured pocket watch, thereby bestowing it with new effects? Lucien pondered this when the voice of Liu Guang echoed in his mind. Oh right, Master. It seems I also need to shed a horn. Shed a horn? You mean the Chelan's horn. However, before Lucien could inquire further about the system, a short, bifurcated horn plummeted to the ground. Instinctively, Lucien glanced at the horn, which was smooth and lustrous like jade, with a gently rounded tip. Turning his gaze to Liu Guang, he noticed that only a solitary short horn remained on its forehead. Master, my head feels a bit itchy. This is quite similar to a deer, isn't it? Lucien couldn't help but recall the deer he had seen during their antler-shedding phase, often adorned with a solitary antler. And some deer even struggled with balance due to their oversized horns. Fortunately, the young Chelan's horn was not excessively large, albeit it did appear somewhat peculiar. Oh, so this is what it feels like during an awkward phase. Liu Guang, you've lost one of your horns. Oh. Lucien shook his head in resignation, waving his wand to summon the fallen horn into his hand. With a flick of his wand, he expected the horn to respond, yet it lay motionless on the ground. Is the spell malfunctioning? No, it feels like the magical energy is flowing normally. Could it be that, like the Chelan scales, the horn also possesses magical resistance? Lucien attempted once more, but the Chelan horn remained utterly still. Fascinating. He bent down to pick up the horn, still warm to the touch despite its detachment. Setting it upon a large stone, he waved his wand again, unleashing a torrent of spells, as winds roared and flames danced. As the aftermath settled, the stone was reduced to mere rubble, yet the Chelan horn lay unscathed in the center, its white surface unmarred. It appeared to possess even greater magical resistance than the scales. At least some spells could leave a mark on the Chelan scales. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lucien's mind. He conjured an iron armor spell around himself. A transparent magical shield enveloped him entirely, a common protective incantation that could deflect or dispel objects or spells, safeguarding the caster and their surroundings. With his armored hand, Lucien reached for the Chelan horn. Crack! As the caster, Lucien felt an intangible shattering sound. Chapter 78, Magic Suppression. Capturing the moonlit beast. The winds in the forbidden forest gently brushed past. Sensing the process of the iron armor spell shattering, Lucien picked up the Chelan horn once more, admiring the short horn in his hand, resembling a piece of exquisite white jade. Could it nullify magic? It was truly a remarkable entity in this world. Well, let us conduct another experiment. Lucien casually transformed a small stone on the ground into an elegant cup, summoning it into his grasp. As the Kiran's horn was about to touch the cup suddenly transformed into pebbles. Lucien raised an eyebrow. Even transformation spells could be nullified. The distance, approximately 1 centimeter from the surface of the horn, would trigger such a magical suppression effect. If it could be processed into a weapon, fashioned into a bullet, the results would be remarkable. Ignoring magical defenses, it could penetrate directly into the target's body. If one could incorporate the elusive truth to create an explosive effect, or perhaps infuse it with some form of poison, that would be intriguing. Crafting shields or light armor might also be feasible, though the required quantity would be considerable. System. What is the cycle for a Kirin to shed its horn? A growing Kirin sheds its horn every 6 months. That seemed reasonable, yet the quantity indeed appeared insufficient. Lucien mused that he was hardly a monster, unwilling to deliberately saw off a young Kirin's horn, especially since he might not even be able to do so. If he waited for natural shedding, there would be 4 horns in a year. However, the volume might still be inadequate for armor. What he truly desired was the inherent magical suppression ability of the Kirin's horn. Even a thin layer or powdered form would suffice. A smaller quantity would not pose an issue, if he fashioned it into protective gear or infused it into layers, as long as the outer shell maintained a thickness of no more than 1 centimeter. Yet a small dilemma arose. Lucien glanced at the Kirin's horn and then at his wand. How could he use magic to process it if it nullified magic? Even transformation spells could be undone, rendering any tools created from it unusable. Would he need to acquire some cutting tool from the Muggle world? He was uncertain of the horn's hardness. If it could not be processed, how could it be utilized? The diminutive horn was not sharp enough to even qualify as a small dagger. Moreover, it seemed somewhat peculiar for a wizard to assume the role of a close combat assassin. In that case, it would be more convenient to let the shimmering light flash behind the enemy and strike directly. Lucien couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration, akin to discovering a treasure chest without a key. Forcing it open might prove futile. Just as he instinctively reached to stow the Kirin's horn in his undetectable extension charm pocket, his hand froze. Would this item nullify even the undetectable extension charm? What repercussions would arise? Would items within the space simply vanish, or would they erupt forth? Not only would he be unable to conceal the horn within the pocket, but carrying it at all could pose a problem. What would happen if he accidentally brought the Kirin's horn into the undetectable extension space? System. Can a shed Kirin's horn be stored in the system space? You previously stated that only items produced by the system could be stored. Since the Kirin is your creation, its fallen horn should be permissible, correct? You are correct, host. Instantly, the Kirin's horn in Lucien's hand vanished, securely stored in the system space. Glancing at the solitary short horn atop the shimmering head, Lucien cautioned, next time your head itches, pay attention to whether another horn has fallen off. If it does, remember to collect it. I have use for it. Very well, my master. And what about the scales I have replaced? Lucien responded without hesitation, let them remain. Although the magical suppression effect of the Qilin's horn surpasses that of these scales, their quantity is considerably greater. Observing the little Qilin, which is nearly as large as a horse, I can only imagine how many scales would be shed, even if it is not convenient to process them with magic. Simply stringing them together to form a light armor or embedding them in a shield would suffice. It can certainly provide some protection against most conventional spells. After all, it is certainly preferable to confronting the spells with one's physical body. Now, let's find the moon beasts. Within a dark cave, the tip of Lucien's wand emitted a soft glow. A few pale gray moon beasts, with round eyes perched atop their heads, approached him, dancing around Lucien and Liu Guang. Liu Guang, please inquire if they are willing to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Liu Guang began to communicate with the moon beasts, which took some time due to their lack of high intelligence. My master, they conveyed that they require food, a cave, moonlight, and the ability to dance. Lucien nodded. In essence, they were asking for provisions, accommodation, and entertainment. The moonlight posed no challenge, as Newt had already explained how to create such conditions in his letters. Indeed, on the night of the full moon, we can set them free. To be honest, the moon beast's dances under the moonlight were quite delightful. Once Liu Guang relayed Lucien's promised conditions, the moon beasts danced with even more enthusiasm. Lucien was not at all surprised by the smoothness of the adoption process. With the innate affinity for animals possessed by the little Qilin, combined with the favorable conditions he could provide, it was only natural for the magical creatures to line up to follow him. Taking out a white gourd, Lucien first gathered the moon beasts inside. He then entered the gourd himself, allowing the little Qilin to keep watch. Within the gourd's interior, Lucien waved his wand, gradually forming a cave on the barren land. Following Newt's guidance, he employed alchemical techniques to create a miniature moonlight lamp, enlarging the moon lamp and causing it to hover in the air. Gentle moonlight began to cascade down. The moon beasts immediately poked their heads out of the cave, one by one, scampering into the moonlight. Bathed in this luminous glow, they initially appeared somewhat perplexed. However, once one moon beast took the lead and began to dance, the others quickly followed suit. Watching this scene, Lucien felt a sense of accomplishment and soothing relaxation, akin to establishing a pasture or running a small zoo. These moon beasts were the very first residents. Given that this space is rather singular, it would be best to raise creatures of a similar temperament, gentle magical beings. Lucien exited the gourd space, intending to resolve the food source issue next. Fortunately, the Forbidden Forest was abundant in resources, and he could often have Liu Guang collect some while they were here. Lucien concealed the white gourd and stepped out of the cave. Liu Guang, let us go and pay another visit to Aragog. Chapter 79, The Malevolent Wizard's Experiments. The Forbidden Forest Hollow. A colossal eight-eyed spider, resembling an elephant in size and grayish-white in hue, lay at the cave's entrance. Aragog reveled in the offerings brought by its progeny. Its once blind grayish-white eyes now glimmered faintly, and the world around it was no longer shrouded in darkness. It could discern some indistinct shapes. Aragog surmised that this transformation was due to the miraculous drop of liquid bestowed upon it by that human boy during their last encounter. Not only had it regained its strength, but it also felt a surge of vitality coursing through its weary, aging body. Curiously, Aragog pondered the name of that terrifying human child, who had left without uttering a single word. As Aragog gnawed on the flesh of its prey, it muttered to itself in a series of incoherent sounds. "I am Lucien, Lucien Glafton." With a sharp thud, the severed remains of the prey fell to the ground. Aragog's mandibles began to rub together involuntarily as the scent of the two monstrous beings from last time suddenly filled its senses. Although the ancestral whispers were mere meaningless noise devoid of any command, the myriad eight-eyed spiders scattered in a frenzy the moment Lucien and Lu Guang appeared. Fortunately, being spiders, they scurried away with remarkable speed on their 8 legs. Lucien observed the retreating eight-eyed spiders and chuckled softly. "Heh, how have you been, Aragog?" Though his tone resembled that of a friendly inquiry, Aragog pondered deeply over Lucien's intentions. "Well, I suppose." Upon hearing Aragog's hesitant response, Lucien found it amusing, evidently. The last encounter had frightened Aragog quite a bit. "Good to hear. I wish to discuss a matter with you." "What is it? What is it?" Aragog internally lamented, anticipating yet another demand for venom, inevitably leading to a considerable loss. However, the thought of potentially receiving compensation akin to the previous miraculous liquid sparked a flicker of anticipation within Aragog. The more it aged, the more it yearned for that invigorating sensation. "Ask your offspring if any are willing to accompany me." Upon hearing this, Aragog was momentarily taken aback. It was not a request for venom after all, but soon dread enveloped it. This demon had indeed revealed its fangs, preparing to prey upon the very eight-eyed spiders themselves. If it started with the offspring, would it not come for Aragog next? Aragog recalled how, in its youth, Hagrid had warned it that some wizards conducted experiments on magical creatures, dark and malevolent deeds indeed, and that it must remain hidden to avoid detection by human wizards. Never did it imagine that after a lifetime of evasion, it would still find itself cornered. Noticing Aragog's prolonged silence, Lucien assumed it was reluctant to part with its progeny and sought to reassure it. "It need not be many. I will provide suitable living conditions and occasionally extract some venom from them." No experiments?" "What?" Lucien was momentarily taken aback by Aragog's query. "What experiments?" "Hagrid told me." Listening to Aragog's recollections, Lucien's expression grew peculiar. Hagrid's words, while not entirely unfounded, did indeed acknowledge that some wizards once conducted experiments using magical creatures. However, that was a long time ago, particularly after Newt lobbied for numerous laws aimed at the protection of magical beings, significantly reducing such occurrences. Hagrid likely shared these tales with Aragog to prevent it from roaming Hogwarts and being discovered, much like how adults frighten children with tales of ghosts to discourage them from wandering out at night. After some explanation, Aragog came to trust Lucien's assertions. Well, it had little choice but to believe. It could neither fight nor flee, and Aragog doubted its aged body could venture far. As for lamenting its offspring, apologies. But Aragog had nearly thousands of descendants. It hardly cared for one or two. At Aragog's summons, several acromantula lined up to enter the black gourd Lucien had produced. Once the spiders were gathered, Lucien reclaimed the gourd and prepared to depart. He had already assigned homework to Harry and Ron and needed to return to check their progress. Not collecting venom this time? Upon hearing Aragog call out to him unexpectedly, Lucien looked back in confusion. Why was it inquiring about venom again? Hadn't they nearly costed its life last time with the half-barrel they extracted? Although he had compensated it with a drop of unicorn saliva. Perhaps the unicorn saliva had a profound effect on Aragog, prompting its renewed interest? Lucien had left immediately after providing Aragog with a drop of unicorn saliva, neglecting to observe any subsequent changes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Aragog's body seemed less emaciated than before, and its eyes appeared to shimmer with newfound vitality. "Aragog, how did you feel after consuming that drop of liquid last time?" Lucien inquired. Aragog rubbed its mandibles, and its aged voice emerged. "Remarkable. Not only did the fatigue from the venom dissipate, but I also sense a surge of vitality within me. Even my eyesight seems to have improved slightly." It appeared that the life essence contained within the unicorn saliva not only possessed healing properties, but also served to rejuvenate. Perhaps the potent healing effect was merely a manifestation of restored vitality? The previous unicorn, Celine, had remarked that after ingesting unicorn saliva, her offspring felt stronger within her. This might be due to the life force contained within, enhancing the development of the foal. Lucien realized he had yet to experience the effects of unicorn saliva himself. Well, perhaps I should at least brew it into a potion to experiment. Glancing at Aragog, Lucien suddenly became curious. If this aging acromantula were to consume unicorn saliva consistently, to what extent could it recover? What might be the limits of the life force contained within? Regardless, given the abundance of unicorn saliva, he could regard it as a casual experiment. There was little harm for Aragog. It might even welcome the opportunity. As Lucien pondered, he retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket and extracted a single drop of Chelan essence, directing it towards Aragog. What is this? Aragog hesitated, uncertain of Lucien's intentions. Perhaps it could be considered a reward, a compensation for the experiment. Upon hearing the word experiment, the hairs on Aragog's body bristled with apprehension. Indeed, all wizards were wicked. Yet, after a few moments, Aragog succumbed to temptation. If he consumed it, that invigorating sensation would once again envelop him. Perhaps even the vision in his blinded eyes could be partially restored. Thus, Aragog ingested the drop of Chelan essence. Having lived for 50 years, he had more than repaid his debts. What harm could come from an experiment? The thrill of rejuvenation and the surge of vitality truly captivated Aragog. Very well, what experiment? However, as Aragog voiced his inquiry, he realized that Lucien had already vanished. Wasn't there to be an experiment? In the House of Requests, Harry was busy brewing a potion, occasionally taking moments to review his notes. Meanwhile, Ron leaned over the table, alternating between pencil, ruler, and compass, sketching intricate designs. He scratched his head in frustration. Were it not for his interest in mechanics, he would have long since given up. Harry, could you take a look at this? Harry approached, feigning seriousness as he glanced over, nodding. I can't. Ron stared at Harry in bewilderment. Did you not say you had been learning from Lucien for some time? Harry pointed to the cauldron and replied matter-of-factly, I am learning potions. You are studying alchemical mechanics. As Lucien would say, our specialties differ. Chapter 80, Ron's Insecurity, the Privilege of Learning. Within the House of Requests, Lucien sat behind the lectern, swiftly marking Ron's sketches with a pen. Ron stood beside Lucien with his arms crossed, fidgeting anxiously, his gaze darting between his own drawings and his close friend Harry. At that moment, Harry was hunched over the table, clutching a pen as he intermittently scribbled on a test paper. This was an assessment Lucien had given him upon his arrival, intended to gauge his recent academic progress. The paper comprised fill-in-the-blanks, multiple-choice questions, and short answers. Harry's head felt nearly too heavy to bear, and he frequently adjusted his glasses and raked his fingers through his hair. Ron couldn't help but glance at Harry sympathetically. Having initially believed that Harry's tasks would merely involve preparing materials and heating cauldrons, he had not anticipated this. Do not envy. You will have your turn, Lucien remarked without lifting his gaze. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression stiffened, and he instinctively pointed to himself. Wait, will I have that too? Indeed. You must memorize mechanical principles and create drawings. All of these will be examined. Lucien continued to mark Ron's sketches with a nonchalant tone. In truth, Ron displayed a certain aptitude for mechanics, at least surpassing his performance in magic. As a scion of a wizarding family, Ron was certainly not destined to become a mere mechanical engineer. Had it not been for his own initiative to delve into the study of alchemical mechanics, it might have taken a considerable amount of time before his aptitude in that domain was discovered. The capriciousness of fate. After reviewing the sketches, Lucien elaborated further while observing Ron as he made the necessary corrections. Well done, he affirmed. Let us set aside mechanical theory for now and turn our attention to transfiguration. Alchemy inherently encompasses elements of transfiguration and potion making. Furthermore, in the realm of alchemical mechanics that Ron aspires to study, transfiguration is of utmost importance, particularly the transformation of inanimate objects into other inanimate forms, which must be thoroughly mastered. Upon hearing that they would be engaging in the serious study of magic, Ron's spirits lifted. Although he held an interest in mechanical knowledge, growing up immersed in the world of magic made him far more familiar and connected to it. In fact, not only Ron but even Harry, who was laboring over his assignments, perked up at the mention of magic and turned his attention toward them. Under Lucien's guidance, Harry had genuinely committed himself to the study of potions and had gradually begun to appreciate their allure. However, the dazzling and wondrous nature of magic remained far more captivating than the relatively mundane subject of potion making. Eagerly, Ron brandished his wand and inquired, "What transfiguration are we going to learn?" Lucien retrieved a match from his pocket and transformed it into a silver needle. Hasn't Professor McGonagall taught us this? Ron questioned, somewhat perplexed, as he clearly wished to explore more novel and intriguing forms of transfiguration. In response to Ron's confusion, Lucien merely cast him a sidelong glance. "Oh, so you have mastered the transformation of a match into a silver needle, have you?" Ron awkwardly rubbed his long nose, his tone betraying his uncertainty. "Well, I'm not quite there yet. Almost, but not quite." "Very well, then, give it a try. Turn it into a silver needle," Lucien instructed, placing the match on the desk before Ron. With some trepidation, Ron took a stab at it. He waved his wand, and the worn tip of the wand emitted a glimmer of white light. akin to the magic flowing from a unicorn's hair. Lucien observed intently as the match remained utterly unchanged. Not quite. It seems the red match head has acquired a touch of silvery hue. It appears you have not merely missed the mark. You have only grasped a fragment. My apologies, Lucien. My transfiguration skills are indeed lacking, Ron admitted, his ears reddening with embarrassment. Lucien, maintaining a calm demeanor, reassured him, no worries. When transforming inanimate objects, it is essential to concentrate on the item you wish to transfigure. Lucien patiently elucidated the fundamentals and techniques of this elementary transfiguration. Throughout the process, he paused at appropriate intervals to allow Ron to practice. However, Ron's progress remained sluggish. His attempts at transforming the match were consistently awkward. As Lucien continued to dissect the finer details, Ron's face grew increasingly flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Lucien. Magic is, well, not my strong suit. Upon hearing Ron's words, Lucien shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to hastily dismiss oneself. Whether one walks swiftly or slowly is entirely normal. Casting a glance at the wand in Ron's hand, Lucien appeared to recall something. Did you not mention that this wand belonged to your brother? Ron nodded, responding, yes. This is my second brother Charlie's. I have yet to visit Ollivander's to purchase my own wand. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter. The Weasley family, abundant in numbers, is also a lineage steeped in the traditions of wizardry. However, they are indeed financially constrained, and the items Ron possesses are primarily those that his brothers have outgrown. Lucien's understanding was immediate. Indeed, every wizard has a wand that is most suited to them. Mr. Ollivander has stated that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Lucien recalled his own experience of trying numerous wands for an extended period, none of which proved satisfactory. Ron, inheriting his brother's wand, would likely find it ill-fitting. Moreover, Lucien noticed that the wand's tip revealed the core of unicorn hair. If it could not even be sent to Ollivander for maintenance, one could hardly expect smooth functioning when casting spells. The creation of a wand involves the domain of alchemy. Starting from scratch to forge a wand would undoubtedly be challenging. Yet simple repairs could be feasible. Lucien pondered potential solutions to the problem, even though it was not his own. This process of contemplating the application of knowledge had become almost habitual for him. Seeing Lucien in silence, Ron assumed that he was profoundly disappointed in his own learning abilities, and thus, he despondently remarked, I lack talent. I learn magic at a slow pace, and as for the wand, perhaps I should just give up on learning. The spellcasting techniques could be considered a gift. After all, we are friends. Give up? This statement abruptly jolted Lucien back to reality. How can one abandon the pursuit of knowledge mid-journey? Listening to Ron's lamentations, it became clear that he was merely expressing his feelings of inadequacy regarding his talent and financial limitations. In comparison to his 5 brothers, each with their own strengths, Ron felt his own abilities were utterly lacking, to the point of non-existence. To be born of humble origins is not a disgrace. True character lies in one's capacity to endure and adapt. What? Ron looked at Lucien, perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfamiliar sounds. Lucien shook his head, speaking with calmness. This is a saying from the East, meaning that regardless of one's talent or background, there is no need for self-deprecation or shame. Continuously learning and accumulating knowledge, which may later manifest at pivotal moments, is what defines a hero. Noticing Ron's continued confusion, Lucien gently continued. You may find my words lacking in persuasion, yet the essence of this saying holds no flaws. You believe your magical aptitude is poor, but you still possess magical talent. Compared to the vast majority of individuals in this world, you are naturally capable of wielding magic and have the right to pursue such knowledge. Do not speak of giving up lightly. Do not belittle yourself. The mere ability to learn and acquire knowledge is, in itself, a fortunate gift. Chapter 81. The Sorcerer. The Ultimate Chimera. Within the classroom transformed by the wish-granting house, Ron sat in a daze after hearing Lucien's words. As a member of the Weasley family, all of Ron's kin were wizards, proficient in magic. No one in his family regarded the ability to wield magic as particularly remarkable. Ron's brothers each excelled in their own right. Some were adept at dispelling curses, while others possessed extraordinary talent in Quidditch. The twins were notorious for their mischievous antics and were quite popular among their peers. Among the Weasley sons, Ron alone exhibited the most unremarkable demeanor. He had never considered that the mere ability to perform magic was, in fact, a significant achievement. Was it fortunate to be able to learn? Indeed. Lucien nodded, his gaze earnest. It is entirely normal to learn at varying paces. What truly matters is the act of acquiring knowledge itself. Frankly speaking, you possess a natural aptitude for mechanics, grasping the theory with remarkable speed. As for transfiguration, I am confident I can teach you. Ron found it hard to believe Lucien's assertion. You mean, I have a talent for mechanics? This was the first time he had ever heard someone praise him for possessing a gift in any endeavor. The sheer joy on Ron's face revealed to Lucien the efficacy of encouragement-based education. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Children of this age require not only rational encouragement, but also appropriate motivation. Your studies in mechanics and transfiguration are all steps toward mastering alchemical machinery. This is your passion and your goal, so do not abandon it lightly. I do not wish to hear the phrase, I want to study again. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lucien's suddenly serious tone, Ron jolted upright. Why, yes, I understand. Excellent. Now, let us return to transfiguration. Lucien snapped his fingers. When performing transfiguration, or casting magic in general, one must not hesitate. Do not dwell on the possibility of failure or fret about whether your wand is suitable. Magic is about certainty and belief, believing that you can indeed cast it. Forget your worries, dismiss your anxieties, and immerse yourself fully in the visualization of the spell. As Ron listened to Lucien's guidance, he attempted to execute the transfiguration. Even Harry, who had already completed his test, was attentively observing. This was the core of universal spellcasting, and he simply could not afford to miss it. Watching Ron as he continually attempted the transformation, the matchstick gradually began to exhibit characteristics of silver needles. Lucien nodded gently. To be candid, Ron's innate talent was unchangeable, and it was unlikely that his wand could be replaced in the short term. However, the magic of this world is profoundly idealistic. The sorcerer's own emotions and beliefs have a tremendous impact on the efficacy of magic. A person who is perpetually self-doubting and plagued by insecurities can never become an exceptional wizard. This realm of magic is not akin to the rigid knowledge of Muggle mathematics or physics, where a lack of understanding simply means one cannot grasp it, no matter how fervently one persuades oneself otherwise. However, in the realm of magic, believing in one's capability truly proves effective. Thus, Lucien endeavors to instill a sense of confidence in Ron, utilizing the allure of alchemical machinery as a means to guide him in learning and experimentation. However, the influence of the wand remains significant. The incompatibility between Ron and his wand is, for now, an unalterable fact. Yet, if the damage to the wand can be repaired, its adverse effects may be mitigated. Should Ron swiftly master transfiguration, he would be able to expedite his endeavors in crafting alchemical devices. Once he demonstrates substantial academic achievements to his brother and family, he would gain recognition and approval. With sufficient trust established, he might even have the opportunity to borrow more valuable tomes from the Weasley household, thus expanding his knowledge of magic. Progress is best made step by step, and sustenance is best consumed gradually, in an orderly manner. After imparting knowledge for a while and noting the time, Lucien instructed Harry and Ron to return and rest. Once the room was left in solitude, with only Lucien remaining, he retrieved a small tome adorned with scales, feathers, and quills. It was the Chimera Manual. Flipping to a page containing biological information and anatomical diagrams, Lucien perused it for several minutes. He then took out his wand and aimed it at the podium, rapidly envisioning the characteristics and structure of the creature in his mind. In an instant, the brown podium warped and transformed, accompanied by the soft bleating of a sheep. The original podium vanished, replaced by a fluffy white sheep, its soft fleece quivering as it moved. Indeed, transforming inanimate objects into living beings is not particularly challenging. The crux lies in comprehending the biological information of the target creature. It must be said, the Chimera Manual is exceedingly helpful, containing details so exhaustive that they are almost staggering. To be candid, the drive of a wizard, especially a powerful one, to achieve their goals is remarkably potent, enabling them to easily acquire their desired subjects for experimentation, whether they be lifeless or living. Particularly in ancient times, during the era dominated by swords and cold weapons, Muggles could hardly resist the magic of wizards. In fact, in certain regions, dynasties were established and led by a solitary wizard or a cohort of wizards. It is no wonder that in an age when wizards did not need to conceal their identities, Muggles harbored a blend of fear and reverence for magic. As Lucien perused the records in the Chimera Manual, his thoughts danced alongside his memories. The contents reflect the research findings of an ancient wizard, documenting spells, potions, and alchemical methods employed for observation and dissection. The precision of the effects produced by these techniques rivals that of modern Muggle technology. This epitomizes the essence of wizardry, the convenience of magic, which allows for leaps beyond the bounds of technological advancement, facilitating the development of methods that surpass imagination. After reading through a particular note, Lucien again pointed his wand. The sheep was once more contorted into a large, white pig. This exemplifies the concept of transformation layering, the successive transformation of the same object. With each additional transformation, the difficulty escalates exponentially. However, Lucien effortlessly employed the technique of transfiguration, displaying no signs of exertion. As the pig ambled about in the classroom, Lucien perused the information on the next species. With a flick of his wand, the white pig transformed into a mooing buffalo. After a brief examination of the manual, he cast another transfiguration spell. By the time he achieved 5 successive transformations, the final result was a massive python, coiled quietly in the corner. Indeed, creating a chimera posed significant challenges, notably the complexity of layering transformations. One must conjure a chimera embodying at least 5 distinct biological traits, necessitating a minimum of 5 transformations. Perhaps, directly transfiguring a living creature could eliminate one transformation layer? After all, retaining the traits of the initial creature sufficed, as long as 5 different biological characteristics were present. Lucien twirled his wand, channeling his magical energy in accordance with the manual's instructions. Almost instantaneously, the python underwent a remarkable transformation. Horns sprouted from its head. Its snout morphed into that of a pig, wool grew between the scales, and a pair of bat-like wings emerged from its back. Observing this grotesque amalgamation on the ground, Lucien frowned. While it indeed incorporated several biological features, it was merely superficial. It was insufficient. He could strive for further alterations, enhancing more intricate details, from the skeletal structure to muscle, and from the dermal layers of skin, scales, and fur to the composition of limbs. As Lucien delved into the Chimera manual, he felt there remained untapped knowledge. The limits of a chimera surely extended beyond such simplicity. It was not enough. Chapter 82, The Anti-Magic Bullet. Chilo shall clear the obstacles for his master. Deep within the forbidden forest, Lucien observed the radiant flame hovering before the little Qilin. Murmuring to himself, one cannot manipulate Qilin horns with magic, nor can ordinary tools suffice for their cutting. Yet, it was indeed akin to searching for a candle with a lantern. The pure flame could melt the Qilin horn. Enveloped in that crimson golden fire was a short horn, as pristine as white jade. Meanwhile, the little Qilin's forehead had become entirely bare. In the past few days, both of its horns had been completely replaced. However, Lucien contemplated that one Qilin horn would suffice for now, as he was uncertain whether crafting it into a bullet would be feasible. He decided to reserve the remaining horn for potential future uses. Lucien cast a glance at the round-headed, plump Qilin. Its appearance was certainly more pleasing with horns, and thankfully, it was merely a matter of replacement. New horns would likely sprout in a few days. He shifted his focus back to the pure flame encasing the Qilin horn. Under the intense heat of the compressed crimson golden flame, the surface of the Qilin horn gradually softened. Ultimately, droplets began to separate from the horn, dispersing within the fire while maintaining their molten state. Lucien retrieved a mold, riddled with holes of various sizes. He intended to experiment with the volume or mass of Qilin horn necessary to retain the anti-magic properties. Placing the mold on the ground, he directed the little Qilin to guide the melting droplets sequentially into the holes. Once collected, Lucien instructed the Qilin to continue the melting process while he commenced his own experiments. The method is quite simple. One merely needs to don the iron armor spell and test each item in turn. Ultimately, Lucien picked up a Qilin horn bead. Given its size, it would suffice as a projectile. However, further experimentation was necessary, as the anti-magic effect of the Qilin horn operates within a 1 centimeter radius. If he were to combine it with the delayed truth, he wondered whether the explosive effect would still manifest, or if it would be nullified. The primary ingredients for this alchemical potion were the explosive fluid of the poison-horned beast and the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, both of which contained inherent magical properties. During the expansion and explosion process, the projectile made from the Qilin horn would inevitably come into contact with these materials. Would the original effects still be preserved? Lucien cast the Qilin horn beads into the purifying fire before him and continued to melt them down. Subsequently, he placed them into a specialized golden gourd for alchemical purposes. This time, he spent considerable time designing the bullet's structure and forging its mold. Both the mold and the bullet itself could not be conjured through transformation spells or other magic. Otherwise, they would revert to their original forms the moment they touched the Qilin horn. Lucien found great joy in this challenge. The greater the limitations imposed by the Qilin horn on magic, the more astonishing the eventual effects would likely be. The more spells that the projectiles could negate, the more adversaries he could confront. When Lucien emerged from the gourd, the purifying fire had just finished melting down a piece of the Qilin horn. He placed the new mold on the ground, and the flowing jade-colored liquid gradually filled it. Once everything had cooled, Lucien extracted the newly formed projectile. He had assembled a brand new bullet. While the projectile itself was a lustrous white, the rest of the bullet was a rich copper hue. Through a special design, Lucien had integrated the delayed truth into it. To simplify, he decided to call it an anti-magic bullet. He hoped it would still be effective. If the explosive effect proved inadequate, or even entirely ineffective, he would have to consider alternatives. Alternatively, a straightforward anti-magic bullet could suffice. Those ordinary bullets lacked the power to shatter a wizard's protective measures, but a projectile crafted from the Qilin horn could. Oh, if one were to be struck by even a single shot, a normal person, be they wizard or muggle, would experience excruciating pain, rendering them nearly incapable of maintaining their prior agility. Moreover, embedding the Qilin horn within a wizard's body would likely disrupt their magical flow. He would seize any opportunity to test this. Lucien retrieved his brass transformation pocket watch. infused it with magic, and observed the hands point towards the revolver icon. As he loaded the bullet into the chamber, he reflected on the fortunate application of magic solidification to the transformed object, which allowed it to resist the Kirin Horn's anti-magic effect for a limited time without immediate reversion. Otherwise, he would not have even been able to load the bullet into the revolver, let alone fire it. Lucien had not only experimented with using the Kirin Horn to nullify solidified transformation items, but also attempted to store it within a seamless expansion object. Presumably due to similar principles, the additional magical solidification prevented the seamless expansion spell from being immediately undone by the Kirin Horn. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether the minimal influence of the Kirin Horn on the seamless expansion container was due to the expanded space. Fortunately, this also facilitates the transport of the anti-magic bullets, eliminating the need to specially store them before entering the stealth expansion space. Lucien aimed at a large stone. Bang! As the dust settled, Lucien approached the massive rock to examine it. The explosion radius had diminished significantly. However, it was still sufficient for a human target. The melting effect was not as potent as before. Could it be that the Kirin Horn projectile still exerted an influence on the belated truth? Nevertheless, it remains true that for engaging a person, it suffices. Lucien's fingertips caressed the shell casing. Regular use of truth bullets, with that level of explosive force, would be adequate to handle numerous situations. In the face of a more challenging encounter, he would supplement with anti-magic bullets for an element of surprise. In the office of the Dark Arts Defense Professor, Chilo was simultaneously rehearsing his lecture while channeling magical energy. A soundless yet eerie, hoarse whisper emanated from his throat. Yet it did not impede his normal speech. Master, my foolish self has finally grasped the dark magic you bestowed upon me. It is enough. If I cannot learn it in these few days, then indeed upon hearing Voldemort's icy voice, Chilo felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, which instantly humbled him further. Yes, the dark magic you developed is exceedingly potent. It is an honor for someone like me to learn even a fraction of it. Pausing for a moment, Chilo hesitantly inquired, Master, when I utilize this dark magic, I must maintain stable magical energy. If that little brat Lucien discovers anything amiss and forcibly interrupts me, Voldemort's impatient voice echoed once more, Fool, I have already stated that without a study of dark magic and without extraordinary talent in it, what right does a mere wizard have to perceive anything? Yes, my master, but what if that boy truly possesses such talent? That peculiar laughter from last time, however, Chilo's thoughts remained unspoken. Enough. Talent? Are you implying that his aptitude for dark magic surpasses mine? This is the curse I developed. Voldemort's words were frigid and piercing. His demeanor increasingly warped after enduring the agony of soul fragmentation and the rebounding effects of the killing curse. He oscillated between calmness and madness. Were it not for the necessity of conserving power, were it not for his loss of physical form, were it not for his continued use of Chilo, anyone daring to question him in such a manner would have long since perished. Chilo suddenly felt a pain akin to being pierced by needles, the back of his head alternating between searing heat and icy cold. Tormented in such a manner, he was compelled to collapse onto the floor, his body curling like a boiled shrimp, trembling incessantly. Unable to discern whether seconds or minutes had passed, Chilo groaned in agony. Great, magnificent master, please, forgive my cowardice and ignorance. Tomorrow, during the makeup class, I shall cast the first curse. 2. To clear the obstacles for you. Chapter 83. Professor, do you intend to teach me this magic? The following day, in the classroom for Dark Arts Defense, many young wizards began to drift off while listening to Chilo's stammering lecture. Some whispered to one another, while others doodled in their notebooks. Yet it appeared that they were not taking notes. Lucien pondered the insights gleaned from his reading of the identification of dark magic the previous night. Due to his innate talent for dark magic, he found himself absorbing the related knowledge with remarkable speed. Although the tome primarily detailed the characteristics and identification methods of various dark spells, Lucien felt an inexplicable sensation. The more he learned, the more he seemed to grasp certain fundamental aspects of dark magic. Even in the absence of explicit instructions, an instinct drove him to experiment, guiding the natural flow of his magical energy. This sensation was enchanting, akin to having never cooked before, yet being able to articulate the preparation of a dish after savoring it just once. Reflecting on his performance across various magical domains, Lucien increasingly recognized that as his talents ascended, his capabilities in those realms diverged dramatically. For instance, his aptitude for potions and alchemy allowed him to swiftly master the knowledge and techniques imparted by his teachers or documented in books. However, he found it challenging to transcend the confines of established knowledge. Innovative inspiration seemed to rely solely on the passage of time and serendipity. Once he surpassed certain thresholds, his corresponding gifts catapulted him into a new realm. His exceptional magical aptitude granted Lucien an incomprehensible reservoir of magical energy at such a young age, which continued to expand. As for his talent in Transfiguration, Lucien sensed that once he delved into the profound depths of this discipline, its significance would become increasingly pronounced. Perhaps he would achieve the status of an animagus, or perhaps he would initially manifest brief transformations into magical creatures. Indeed, the ability to transform into a chimera was already considerable, as the fusion of biological traits sufficed to meet the demands of his aspirations. Yet, it was evident that further refinement was possible. Lucien recalled his recent experiments, beginning with the intricate fusion of skeletal and muscular structures, not merely layering external traits, but fundamentally creating entirely new entities that defied existence. He mused that he might even attempt to combine the characteristics of living and inanimate beings, no matter how robust or unique the anatomy of certain creatures. They paled in comparison to many artificial constructs. The more Lucien experimented, the more he became convinced that the author of the Chimera Manual was undoubtedly a genius. Initially, he thought that the ancient sorcerer's meticulous anatomical observations were solely for the purpose of facilitating transformations involving living beings. However, after delving into deeper layers of transformative fusion, he realized just how invaluable those detailed biological insights were. He found himself curious about what that sorcerer ultimately created. Lucien recalled a line from one of the pages of the Chimera Manual. "It is truly beautiful. It is my creation. It does not belong to this world." The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. The young sorcerers hastily gathered their belongings and joyfully departed from the tedious dark magic defense lesson. Unlike before, Chilo did not rush out. Instead, he cast a subtle glance at Lucien. Today, he would begin employing a variant of the soul-snatching curse. Aiming to influence this audacious and peculiar young lad, Chilo had devised a plan. During the tutoring session, he would first deliver a lecture on theoretical foundations, delaying the practical application until the end. If Lucien proposes any magical exercises during the process, find an excuse to refuse without hesitation. Chilo truly could not believe that a mere young wizard would dare to take action against him. Yet, recalling the bizarre and frenzied laughter from their last magical duel practice sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, the assurance made to his master yesterday, coupled with the horrifying punishment that awaited him upon failure, compelled Chilo to adhere to the plan. Upon returning to his office and barely closing the door, he was greeted by a knock. "Here it comes. Come in." To his surprise, the striking youth with dark golden hair and emerald green eyes stepped inside. Chilo donned a facade of insincere cheerfulness. He wished to swiftly complete the task and eliminate this potential threat. "All right, today we shall discuss." Lucien listened intently as Chilo explained the intricacies and applications of the shield charm. This most common protective spell was indispensable in a wizard's combat, where the speed and timing of casting were crucial. A mere fraction of error could lead to dire consequences. However, as Lucien listened, he noticed his brow slightly furrowing. A low, husky voice echoed in his mind. Each syllable was peculiar, yet distinct. Strangely, it did not invoke any sense of alarm within him. "What is this? Magic?" Instinctively, Lucien glanced at Chilo, who continued to lecture as if nothing was amiss. No, that was not correct. The book on the identification of dark magic had mentioned that certain subtle curses could be cast silently, without disrupting one's normal activities. Yet silent? The clarity of that voice in his mind. If it were dark magic or a curse, would it not be too overt? Was Chilo not blatantly revealing his malevolent intentions? Lucien subtly adjusted his posture, retrieving a brass pocket watch from his left pocket while discreetly gripping his wand within the ample sleeve of his robe. Observing Lucien's actions, Chilo paid little mind. After all, it was merely a young boy with a watch. In the end, he is just a naive child, pretending to be studious and eager to learn. Yet, he cannot help but succumb to boredom. As Chilo continued to recite the prepared script, he simultaneously cast a modified version of the soul-sucking curse. Having barely completed one round of the incantation, 5 repetitions in total would suffice for this week's effects. Lucien's mind raced with thoughts. If the strange utterances were indeed a dark magic curse, it was likely one that affected the mind and body, thereby manipulating the individual. Unless Tom was intent on relinquishing the Philosopher's Stone and exposing himself to a direct confrontation with Dumbledore to determine its fate, he would never permit Chilo to inflict harmful dark magic upon him, for that would undoubtedly reveal their irregularities. Even if it were a curse affecting the mind and body, it would not manifest immediately or in a single instance. Such powerful dark magic, while formidable, often bore evident aftereffects. Dumbledore would not need to scrutinize closely. Even professors like McGonagall would perceive the anomaly. Once the trail was followed, Chilo and his associates would inevitably be fully exposed. Lucien gently flicked open the cover of his pocket watch, seemingly poised to reveal its face at any moment. If the traces of the controlling dark magic were relatively subtle, it often required multiple applications to ultimately influence the mind and body of the target. However, he had not heard that peculiar sound during the last supplementary lesson. Was it that Chilo had not had the chance to employ it then, Or was it possible that he had not yet mastered that particular spell? Furthermore, he could distinctly perceive that sound, not merely hear it, but with remarkable clarity. Dark magic. Instantly, Lucien's thoughts drifted to his own innate affinity for the dark arts. This gift not only conferred resistance to dark magic, mitigating the impact of its use, but also heightened his sensitivity to it. No, it was not merely sensitivity. It felt as though someone was personally demonstrating a form of dark magic to Lucien. It was not akin to merely reading texts, where the methods remained elusive. Acting on instinct, Lucien sought to replicate the strange syllables echoing in his mind. His magical energy naturally surged toward his throat, producing a unique resonance. Chilo was nearing the conclusion of his explanation, secretly pleased as he prepared to recite the first curse. Meanwhile, Lucien maintained a remarkably quiet and obedient demeanor, refraining from suggesting they practice the iron armor spell together. Chilo stifled a smile, ready to continue with the next round of curses. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct sound reverberated in his mind. The noise was chaotic and indistinct, prompting Chilo to instinctively strain to discern it. The more he listened, the more familiar it became, until it dawned on him that it resembled the very dark magic curses he had been practicing over the past few days. With a sharp crack, Chilo heard a clear sound that belonged to the tangible world. Turning towards the source of the noise, he saw Lucien flicking open the cover of his pocket watch, seemingly checking the time. However, Lucien's gaze bore an enigmatic smile, his emerald eyes glinting with an eerie chill reminiscent of a shadowy abyss. Lucien did not utter a word, yet the echoing voice in Chilo's mind grew increasingly lucid. Though still faint and barely perceptible, Chilo was almost able to make it out. "Professor, are you intending to teach me this spell?" Chapter 84, Counterspell, Sugar-Coated Bomb. In the professor's office of dark magic defense, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. "Professor, are you intending to teach me this spell?" The moment those words surfaced in Chilo's mind, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this Lucien? Was he employing a variant of the soul-snatching spell? How could Lucien possibly possess knowledge of this dark magic? How had he learned it? Could it truly be that he had mastered it? A multitude of questions erupted within Chilo's mind, the recent events completely outside his plans and expectations. Chilo was utterly bewildered. He had spent over 10 days enduring the torment of dark magic's encroachment, laboriously mastering this incantation. How had Lucien learned it? Was it really sufficient to hear him recite it once? What a preposterous notion. Chilo's gaze became unfocused, struggling to comprehend the recent occurrences. "Professor, or perhaps this spell is not intended for instructional purposes. Then what exactly is this incantation meant for?" The words sent a shiver through Chilo, snapping him back to reality. He noticed the slight protrusion of a wand tip beneath Lucien's right sleeve. The unsettling memory of their last magical duel, accompanied by that bizarre, maniacal laughter, caused a sharp pain in Chilo's head. He forced a strained smile, stammering, "Yes, it's for teaching purposes." Lucien rose, his gaze devoid of mirth, fixated on Chilo. "Oh, then why not teach it directly? Professor, are you not in the midst of a lecture? Moreover, this magic seems rather unusual." A cold sweat broke out on Chilo's brow. He found himself at a loss for words. The fear of exposure and the potential ruin of his master's plans loomed over him. Overwhelmed with uncertainty and dread, he opened his mouth several times, only to find himself speechless. As Chilo observed Lucien's left hand retreating behind his back while his right hand lifted slightly, his expression suddenly shifted. A smile emerged on Chilo's face. "This is a magic of my own creation, with quite satisfactory effects. It requires a high level of innate talent, at the very least. One must be able to sense the fluctuations when using this spell. Unfortunately, I have yet to encounter a student capable of mastering it." Pausing just slightly, Chilo's gaze towards Lucien revealed a hint of surprise and satisfaction. "To my astonishment, Lucien, you possess such talent." Noticing the change in Chilo's demeanor, Lucien, who had already witnessed this once, immediately caught on. "Ah, it's Tom again, is it? I wonder if such frequent possession will hasten his decline." The implications of sensing magical fluctuations suggested a mere test of Lucien's potential to learn this spell, a faade he could easily see through. Chilo's feigned surprise and satisfaction seemed convincing enough to fool a genuinely gifted young wizard into believing he was the favored pupil, a talented prodigy who had passed the professor's examination. However, Lucien, aware of the narrative, knew well what lay behind Chilo's facade. Let me play along for now. Perhaps I shall discuss this with Dumbledore over afternoon tea later. I wonder how he will handle it. Must we really wait for Harry to defeat Voldemort? Is that so? Professor, what exactly is the effect of this magic?" Upon hearing this question, Chilo sensed that Lucien had taken the bait, displaying an interest in the magic. It is a spell designed to enhance one's concentration, allowing one to eliminate extraneous thoughts and focus intently. Lucien initially thought Tom was merely spouting nonsense, but had no intention of exposing him. Could it truly be a dark magic intended to influence the mind and control the body, cleverly disguised as a concentration enhancement spell? However, as the explanation unfolded. Lucien's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be? This actually seemed plausible? No, he was no altruist. How could he genuinely be assessing a student's aptitude? Observing Chilo's confident discourse, Lucien began to form a hypothesis. It cannot be the application of a counter curse. This dark magic should indeed be the creation of Tom. When used correctly, it controls both mind and body. Could it truly enhance one's focus when reversed? As Chilo concluded his explanation, Lucien finally understood the content, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Astonishingly, it was true. This dark magic possessed a counter curse, and the incantation's syllables were identical, merely adjusted in a few subtle details, hardly noticeable. Chilo smiled at Lucien, inquiring whether he found the magic intriguing. Lucien regarded Chilo with seriousness, unable to suppress his admiration for the other's talent. In the realm of magic, particularly in the creativity of dark magic, Tom was indeed remarkable. According to the system's standards, his aptitude for dark magic must be considerable. Was he so confident that Lucien would be drawn to this magic? Would he desire to learn from him? Truly fascinating, Professor. Your mastery of magic is indeed admirable. Upon hearing Lucien's words, Chilo slightly raised his chin, his expression markedly different from his usual demeanor. There was a pride, a confidence, an air of superiority that suggested he considered himself unparalleled. Lucien, your talent is commendable, among the finest I have encountered. Therefore, are you interested in learning from me? To study the very magic we just discussed, to learn the true, powerful, and wondrous magic? As he uttered these words, Chilo's voice took on a suddenly magnetic quality, compelling one to nod in agreement. Yet, Lucien remained unaffected, swiftly contemplating the implications. Indeed, the suggestion to learn from him had been made. To learn this magic. To delve into this dark magic? What follows after? Surely, one must study even more dark magic thereafter. No, at least not overtly. Tom may be mad, but he is not foolish. It seems he plans to gradually introduce snippets of dark magic within the framework of normal magic, incrementally leading one into the abyss of darkness. A sugar-coated bullet, indeed. Sugar can be consumed, but the bullet, however, Professor, I am honored to receive your acknowledgement. It would be my privilege to learn more from you. Lucien exclaimed, adopting an expression of joy intertwined with a hint of shyness, resembling a child basking in the approval of a teacher. Is it not merely a performance? Who cannot act? His dramatic training was not in vain. Observing Lucien's reaction and demeanor, Chilo nodded. Very well, let us continue our lesson. Chapter 85. How could Dumbledore permit students to study dark magic? Once Lucien had taken his leave from the office, Chilo's complexion instantly paled, drenched in cold sweat. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, Master, why teach Lucien dark magic? Will this not expose your plans? In response to Chilo's inquiry, Voldemort surprisingly did not display anger, merely responding in a chilling tone. He truly possesses talent, able to perceive and learn this magic in such a short time, far exceeding your worthlessness. However, did you not notice that he approached the curse without any apparent burden, as if he felt no aversion whatsoever? After you introduced him to the true essence of this magic, observe how readily he consented. What do you believe this signifies? Quirrell lowered his head, cautiously responding. Forgive my ignorance, Master. I truly cannot comprehend. Voldemort snorted dismissively, asserting that not only did he possess talent, but he was also driven by ambition. For any profound knowledge or powerful magic, Lucien was eager to acquire it. Since he wishes to learn, then let us teach him. After a brief pause, Voldemort continued. Incorporating the teaching of dark magic within the curriculum of defense against the dark arts, the more he learns, the better. How could Dumbledore possibly allow a student to engage with dark magic, if there were no need to curse Lucien into silence? Then let us find another means to ensure his compliance. Once Lucien becomes enthralled by the power of dark magic, would he still dare to inform the headmaster or the professors? Voldemort reminisced about his own youth, recalling how Dumbledore had kept a watchful eye on him during his time at Hogwarts, always in opposition to him, despite excelling in his studies, surrounded by friends. And being the most gifted and charismatic wizard, Voldemort felt perpetually suppressed and guarded against by Dumbledore. By steering Lucien onto a similar path, he would inevitably drift further from Dumbledore's influence. Moreover, Voldemort harbored a secret thought, believing that Lucien bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. Of course, he could never match him. His origins were somewhat lesser, merely a wizard from a Muggle family. Yet, Lucien demonstrated remarkable talent, an insatiable thirst for power, and the cunning to disguise his true nature. How amusing it was that, despite being an eagle at heart, he chose to associate with sparrows, pretending to be a companion and friend. These qualities in Lucien stirred within Voldemort the notion of nurturing him into a devoted follower. Confidently, Voldemort mused that once Lucien encountered the depths of dark magic and witnessed its allure, he would come to understand and yield to Voldemort's strength and prestige. In the headmaster's office, Lucien lifted the cup of red tea before him, taking a delicate sip to moisten his slightly parched lips. Headmaster, do you think the magic Professor Quirrell taught me is normal? After listening to Lucien recount the recent tutoring session with Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore could not resist tossing another sugar cube into his teacup. Observing this, Lucien smirked, casting a glance at the syrupy red tea in the old man's cup. If he added more sugar, it would soon transform into syrup. Dumbledore sipped his tea but remained silent, though he offered no words. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls could no longer contain themselves. A cacophony of voices erupted in unison. Albus, the safety of Hogwarts. Do not allow this child to be in danger. What did I say? That is clearly dark magic. What is there to hesitate about? Just eliminate it. Yet, these portraits merely initiated the discourse before Dumbledore waved his hand, swiftly drawing the curtain to obscure them, silencing their voices. Alas, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh, his gaze towards Lucien imbued with a complex array of emotions. According to his original design, Quirrell was meant to maintain a facade of tranquility while secretly unraveling his nefarious schemes. However, Lucien's sudden appearance seemed to have thrown everything into disarray, disrupting not only Dumbledore's rhythm, but also that of Quirrell, or, more accurately, that individual. It was likely that Quirrell or Voldemort had not anticipated that Lucien would promptly come to Dumbledore to report the situation. Yet, what course of action should Dumbledore take? He could, of course, intervene at any moment to thwart Voldemort's plans. However, Dumbledore understood that he could never truly eradicate Voldemort, according to the prophecy. Only Harry Potter, the child who had survived against all odds, could ultimately confront him. Thus, Dumbledore's mission was to nurture Harry, guiding him through perilous adventures, fostering his growth, and preparing him to face Voldemort. Nevertheless, the matters Lucien recounted instilled in Dumbledore a sense of disquiet. Lucien, you possess remarkable talent and excel in numerous areas. You are indeed a clever child. Regarding Professor Quirrell, hearing the rare hesitation in Dumbledore's tone, Lucien quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that the venerable headmaster would not directly address Quirrell's transgressions. He was intent on continuing his plan to cultivate a savior. The prophecies of this world. To truly vanquish Voldemort, one must first shatter the Horcruxes. In truth, there exist various methods to destroy them, such as the venom of a basilisk or the enchanted sword of Gryffindor, imbued with its essence. The sequence was clear: locate the Horcruxes, obliterate them, and ultimately bring about Voldemort's demise. Yet, it seemed this monumental task could only be fulfilled by Harry Potter, the child of prophecy. Prophecy and fate. Lucien recalled the Centaur Firenze's assessment of him, that he would alter the destinies of many. Was his uniqueness the catalyst for changes beyond the prophecy? Headmaster, how do you wish for me to proceed? Lucien inquired directly. For Dumbledore, irrespective of the willingness of others, it was imperative that they adhered to his plans. Even if one sought to diverge from the prescribed path, such intentions would invariably be manipulated by Dumbledore. A prime example was Newt Scamander, who, in his youth, tirelessly roamed for Dumbledore, all the while believing himself to be steering his own course. Upon hearing Lucien's forthright question, Dumbledore sighed once more. You are indeed astute. I hope you will continue your studies under Professor Quirrell. Whatever knowledge and magic Quirrell imparts to you, I would appreciate you sharing your insights with me, as you have today. Lucien found Dumbledore's request rather unremarkable, as he had originally intended to glean knowledge and magical prowess from Quirrell, or Tom, as he was more accurately known. Moreover, Dumbledore's suggestion tacitly permitted him to explore the darker arts. It was clear that Dumbledore perceived himself as sharing in the risk. Perhaps it was not the right moment to broach the subject, but once Harry and his companions became aware of the Philosopher's Stone, he could seize the opportunity to inquire of Dumbledore, aiming to procure the stone in advance. After all, I need to use the Philosopher's Stone to concoct a potion to repay the loan from the Chelan. It would undoubtedly be wiser to commence my attempts sooner rather than later. Waiting until Harry acquires the Philosopher's Stone would be too tardy and cumbersome. Utilizing the Philosopher's Stone for potion making is likely not a trivial endeavor, hence it would be prudent to conduct numerous experiments. With the favor of today, in due time I could approach Professor Dumbledore regarding the Philosopher's Stone. The likelihood of his agreement would be considerably heightened. Lucien smiled at Dumbledore. Very well, Headmaster. I am eager to acquire more knowledge and magic. Chapter 86. A discussion on Transfiguration. Hogwarts shall be great again. A silence enveloped the headmaster's office for a moment. Lucien's response prompted a gentle nod from Dumbledore. Lucien, you are a diligent student with a passion for learning. By the way, have you encountered any academic challenges recently? Lucien pondered for a moment. Well, I have primarily been studying Transfiguration, specifically biological fusion transfiguration. I have successfully mastered the merging of simple biological traits. Yet the more intricate transformations involving skeletal and organ integration are proving to be quite challenging. I find myself lacking in this regard. Initially, he had intended to seek guidance from Professor McGonagall, but given Dumbledore's inquiry, he decided to share. After all, Dumbledore is a renowned master of transfiguration, having once held the position of Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. Headmaster, my recent studies in Transfiguration focus on biological transformations. Dumbledore listened intently to Lucien's question, initially suspecting that he was struggling with the transformation of inanimate to animate objects. He reflected that although the boy displayed remarkable talent in Transfiguration, even being hailed by the Sorting Hat as an unprecedented prodigy, his exposure to magic had only begun upon his arrival at Hogwarts, resulting in limited prior knowledge. Thus, encountering difficulties at certain points was entirely expected. Headmaster, I have already mastered the transformation from inanimate to animate. However, as he spoke, Lucien retrieved a small hoe from his pocket and, with a flick of his wand, transformed it into a green turtle. Dumbledore intended to commend Lucien for the naturalness and fluidity of his spell, but was taken aback as Lucien promptly transformed the turtle into a small white rabbit with another flick of his wand. Now, Dumbledore was genuinely astonished. Transformation stacking? This is no simple transfiguration technique. The difficulty of transforming the same object multiple times increases exponentially with each transformation. Just as Dumbledore assumed Lucien was about to inquire how to stack transformations, Lucien applied Transfiguration to the rabbit once more. Yet, this was not the end. Lucien continued to execute a total of 9 transformations before he finally paused. He then cast one final transformation, which appeared markedly slower and more arduous than the previous ones. A peculiar creature, amalgamated from various biological traits, emerged upon Dumbledore's desk. Upon witnessing this entity, Dumbledore could not help but adjust his half-moon spectacles. Taking a moment before he spoke, "Did you learn this transformation stacking technique from Professor McGonagall?" However, Lucien shook his head. "No, according to the descriptions in the book. I learned it after practicing a few times." "Is that how you learned it from the book?" Lucien cast a puzzled glance at Dumbledore. "Yes, Headmaster. I believe I did not misunderstand. It feels quite smooth. By the way, why did you say again?" "Well," Dumbledore replied as he added a sugar cube to his teacup. "I previously conversed with your head of house, Professor Flitwick. He mentioned that you had mastered some quite sophisticated magic upon your arrival at school, and given your Muggle background, we surmised that you must have self-taught through reading." Upon hearing this, Lucien understood. So that was it. No wonder when he had spoken with Professor Flitwick before. The professor appeared bewildered when he asked how Lucien had learned those spells and was told it was through self-study. Alas, he had forgotten to indulge in the delightful little cakes prepared for him. Professor Flitwick's refreshments were far more delectable than those here with old Dumbledore. Lucien cast a glance at the various sweets on the table, all characterized by their overwhelming sweetness. "Ah, Lucien, you are indeed a remarkably gifted child, and so eager to learn," Dumbledore encouraged. "Please, continue. What would you like to inquire about concerning Transfiguration?" Lucien nodded, pointing at the peculiar creature on the table. "Headmaster, regarding the fusion of different biological characteristics." As he spoke, he transformed the creature on the table with his wand. Initially, Dumbledore maintained a composed expression, but as Lucien delved into the intricate changes of the creature's inner traits, a solemnity crept into Dumbledore's bright blue eyes. In the realm of Transfiguration, through repeated transformations and selective retention of various characteristics, one could achieve a sophisticated amalgamation. However, this technique was not particularly practical. It was often merely a display of skill. A wizard capable of such feats could easily transform multiple objects simultaneously, showcasing greater versatility in combat scenarios. Simply merging creatures was slow and lacked stability. As the saying goes, with such control, one could execute other forms of transfiguration, responding more adeptly to circumstances. "Lucien, your inquiry is excellent. The fusion of creatures." Dumbledore elucidated the limitations and feasibility of this endeavor to Lucien, who had indeed contemplated it beforehand. With the aid of the Chimera Handbook in his possession, which documented numerous relevant experiments and hypotheses, Lucien felt he was not entirely in the dark. He was not starting from scratch. He was advancing upon the shoulders of giants. Indeed, the author of the Chimera Handbook, that ancient wizard, though seemingly mad, possessed undeniable talent and depth of research. His studies had paved a broad path for Lucien. Moreover, perhaps due to his innate talent for transfiguration, Lucien harbored an intuition regarding the deeper, more profound fusion of biological entities. It was feasible. The creation of entirely new life forms may not endow them with the extraordinary magical abilities characteristic of true magical creatures. Yet they certainly possess the potential to transcend the realm of the ordinary. This endeavor represents a profound exploration, a genuine inquiry into the essence of transfiguration, an essential journey that one must undertake to master the art of transformation to perfection. If one does not dare to experiment even when guided by the wisdom of predecessors, how can innovation be fostered, and how can new avenues in transfiguration be discovered? Thank you, Headmaster. I comprehend your insights, and I have some thoughts of my own. Lucien shared his experimental results and ideas with Dumbledore, referencing techniques from the Chimera Handbook to enhance the feasibility of his concepts. Dumbledore remained patient, listening to Lucien's narrative while occasionally posing questions or offering suggestions. The more he conversed with Lucien, the more astounded Dumbledore became. This young individual not only possessed remarkable talent, but also demonstrated a willingness to exert genuine effort. However, what truly touched Dumbledore was Lucien's fervor and determination in the pursuit of knowledge. As their dialogue progressed, Dumbledore transitioned from mere verbal guidance to practical application. After their discussion, he retrieved the unique Elder Wand and began to put those ideas into practice. This afternoon tea extended unusually long, as the two engaged in numerous transfiguration experiments within the headmaster's office. Dumbledore witnessed Lucien's astonishing pace of learning. As time passed, Dumbledore couldn't help but recall the Sorting Hat's words, "Nurture Lucien well, and Hogwarts shall be great once more." Chapter 87. The Mature Chinese Chopping Cabbage, Halloween Pumpkins. In the headmaster's office, Lucien and Dumbledore sipped tea in comfortable silence. They had discussed extensively, and the continuous release of magic had left them somewhat fatigued. Lucien waved his wand, reverting the small spade to its original form, preparing to stow it away in his pocket. Observing this, a hint of amusement sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes. "Lucien, I am curious as to why you carry a small spade with you." "I have a penchant for cultivating plants. Having these tools is quite convenient." Dumbledore stroked his beard and chuckled. "That is indeed a splendid hobby. It is beneficial to relax from time to time. By the way, what plants do you cultivate?" "Well, cabbage." Lucien silently added in his mind, "the kind that may bite." This response surprised Dumbledore. He had expected a young wizard of Lucien's age to prefer growing flowers and ornamental plants. Yet here was an edible cabbage instead. "Haha, Lucien. You would fit in well with Hufflepuff." They exchanged light banter for a while before Lucien bid farewell to Dumbledore. Once Lucien departed, Dumbledore drew back the curtain, revealing the portraits of former headmasters. After their earlier discussion, the portraits seemed to have engaged in their own deliberations and no longer spoke in unison as they had at the outset. "Albus, the safety of Hogwarts is paramount, as is the well-being of each student. Lucien is still but a child. Let us not expose him prematurely to peril, allowing him the peace to focus on his studies." The speaker was Sharon Winterian, a strikingly beautiful woman with silver-framed spectacles, hailing from Ravenclaw and serving as the headmistress. Her tone was solemn, her gaze fixed intently upon Dumbledore. Although Sharon had conversed with Lucien only once, she held a favorable impression of him, believing him to be the epitome of what a young wizard from Ravenclaw should be. Dumbledore, however, shook his head, articulating the discussion he had shared with Lucien and the remarkable talents he had demonstrated. In conclusion, Dumbledore remarked, "That child may not be understood through the lens of conventional reasoning." Time passed swiftly. A fortnight later, Lucien found himself in Hagrid's garden, gazing upon 30 fully matured Chinese chopping cabbages. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Under his attentive care, with ample fertilizer and various supportive potions, all the seedlings had thrived splendidly. Crouching down, Lucien examined the cabbages closely. The yellow and red leaves enveloped the round heads, which bore a large gash in the center, fringed with glistening, serrated teeth. What was Hagrid thinking when he decided to experiment with such a peculiar vegetable? Lucien mused, gently patting a chopping cabbage. Thanks to his diligent efforts as a gardener, he possessed a natural affinity for magical plants. Thus, as long as they were not controlled by others, he remained unharmed by their defenses. The chopping cabbages showed no inclination to sample human flesh in response to his touch. They merely opened and closed as if breathing. System. I wish to repay the loan for the Diligent Gardener title. Ding. The Diligent Gardener title, monthly loan, has been repaid. Wishing the host continued enjoyment in a fulfilling pastoral life. Lucien observed as 10 of the chopping cabbages vanished in an instant, claimed by the system. With 20 remaining, he produced a green gourd, carefully collecting each one. This gourd was specifically designed for cultivating and storing both magical and ordinary plants. Though it had long been prepared, he had refrained from transplanting the cabbages to ensure their growth. Now that the loan was settled, he could gather them. Many magical plants were easily preserved. Once fully matured, they could retain their vitality for an extended period, provided they were kept in a suitable environment. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity to test the true might of the chopping cabbage, he pondered. They say they can effortlessly sever bones, judging by those sharp teeth. It seems quite plausible. Rising to his feet, Lucien waved his wand to clear the dirt from his shoes and clothing. Casting a glance at the garden, he noted that nearly 2/3 of the area was devoted to growing large pumpkins. These pumpkins were a hybrid of magical plants and ordinary varieties, not only growing rapidly and to an impressive size, but also possessing delightful flavor. As for the reason behind cultivating such an abundance, it was certainly not merely because Hagrid had a penchant for large pumpkins. Rather, Halloween was approaching. And what would Halloween be without pumpkins? On Halloween, a series of events will unfold, primarily instigated by Kiro's antics. A gigantic creature will be introduced, yet it poses no significant danger. Rather, it is a thrilling encounter. The trio is more than capable of handling it. Recently, Harry and Ron have made commendable progress in their studies, particularly Ron. who has shown notable improvement in theory and transfiguration. In a few days, a monthly examination will be conducted to assess their knowledge. If successful, they may commence experimenting with the rudimentary fabrication of alchemical machinery. Lucien pondered these matters as he stepped out of the vegetable garden. "Oh, Lucien, how are those biting cabbages faring?" The robust, resonant voice prompted Lucien to look up, revealing Hagrid's familiar smile, obscured as always by his bushy beard. "They are thriving and have reached maturity. I have harvested them. I have already tilled that plot for you and enriched the soil. So feel free to plant whatever you desire." "Ah, I feel quite embarrassed," Lucien replied. Hagrid rubbed his large hands together, his smile widening. "Let us share dinner. Harry and the others will be joining us shortly." Lucien nodded, then recalled something and casually asked, "Hagrid, do you know how to care for newly hatched acromantula?" Among the acromantula he raised, new offspring had emerged, and he sought Hagrid's expertise in nurturing the hatchlings. After all, this half-giant had experience, having raised Aragog from infancy. Without a hint of skepticism regarding why a young wizard might inquire about such matters, Hagrid answered, "It is best to provide some soft food, like breadcrumbs. And always monitor the temperature. Oh, once they outgrow their juvenile stage, it is advisable to include some fish and shrimp in their diet to delay their onset of blindness." Lucien nodded in understanding. Although Hagrid often appeared carefree, he was meticulous when it came to caring for magical creatures, speaking with great enthusiasm. "Thank you, Hagrid. Your insights are invaluable." Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, no need for thanks among friends. These are merely my own discoveries and trials, though I ultimately learned too late. I have an old friend named Aragog, also an acromantula. I lost him too soon due to my lack of proper care. However, I visited him recently, and to my astonishment, he has regained a bit of his sight. Ah, that is truly miraculous. Perhaps it is a reward for his kindness towards others," Lucien mused, his expression turning peculiar, though Hagrid's towering stature obscured it. "A reward for kindness, indeed. Aragog's encounter with me must surely be considered a blessing." Chapter 88. The Relentless Grading Machine, the Eve of Halloween. In the Charms classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, his high-pitched voice detailing the lesson on the levitation charm. "The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick and a swish, be sure to pronounce the spell correctly, or else." Hermione and Ron were paired together, and she seemed somewhat reluctant. However, Hermione was a rule-abiding student by nature. Harry and Ron are quite the characters, consistently flouting the rules, and since the beginning of the school year, they have undoubtedly accrued numerous points deducted from Gryffindor, particularly after Harry received the broomstick from Professor McGonagall. Both Harry and Ron have become increasingly indifferent to the school regulations. Consequently, Hermione has found herself speaking to them less and less. She cannot help but glance towards Lucien, whom she perceives as a diligent student who adheres to the rules, contrasting sharply with the unruly behavior of his peers. "Wingardium Leviosa," Ron exclaimed, brandishing his wand and reciting the incantation with great haste. However, the feather merely fluttered slightly. His wand, no longer in tatters, at least did not reveal the unicorn hair within, thanks to Lucien's recent assistance in mending it. Lucien had also advised him to procure a wand that suited him best, as one's own wand is always more effective than another's. Hearing Ron's repeated attempts and his loud incantations, Hermione's patience began to wane. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. You must pronounce it more clearly. Your pronunciation is too brief and vague." Hermione's somewhat condescending tone irked Ron, yet he endeavored to try once more. This time, the feather lifted a few centimeters off the table, only to plummet back down shortly thereafter. Subsequently, Ron fell silent, continuing his practice without engaging Hermione in conversation. As he practiced, Ron couldn't help but glance towards Lucien, whose rigorous teaching methods and high expectations starkly contrasted with Hermione's more relaxed approach. The thought of Lucien's meticulous lessons, the substantial amount of homework, and the challenging exams made Ron feel a surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. Nonetheless, as Lucien had remarked, diligent study ultimately yields rewards. Ron had already managed to create simple alchemical mechanisms, such as a leaping frog or a swimming turtle. He envisioned showing these mechanical creatures to Percy, eager for him to inform their mother that he had been diligently studying with Lucien and truly learning something from this friend. Seeing Ron's silence, Hermione remained unfazed and resumed her own attempts at the levitation charm. It wasn't long before she succeeded in making the feather float steadily in the air. Yet, this achievement did not elicit praise or points from Professor Flitwick, as Hermione had grown somewhat accustomed, or perhaps numb, to glancing at Lucien. Before him, two feathers danced rhythmically in a tango. Professor Flitwick cheerfully waved his wand, providing a musical accompaniment. In every instance of their classes with Ravenclaw, Lucien invariably completed the teacher's tasks first, contributing points to the house, regardless of the subject. Hermione had grown accustomed to this, tirelessly striving to keep pace, studying diligently in private, yet never quite managing to match Lucien's rapid progress. She consistently monitored the scoreboard of the four houses, Gryffindor oscillated between gaining and losing points, akin to a diving competition, while Slytherin maintained its lead. Hufflepuff remained at the bottom year after year, yet the Badgers seemed unperturbed, taking it all in stride. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw exhibited a steady upward trend in points. Hermione believed that, on one hand, Ravenclaw had the fewest members, most of whom were dedicated to their studies, resulting in fewer opportunities for point deductions. Furthermore, there was Lucien, an unrelenting scoring machine, whose points consistently soared. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the classroom, interrupting Hermione's train of thought. All eyes turned toward the source of the blast, a small boy with a charred face and spiky hair. While the onlookers were filled with trepidation, they struggled to suppress their laughter. Lucien, however, remained remarkably composed. Ah, the explosive genius has arrived. Simon Finnegan possessed a natural talent for explosions. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had considerable experience. Haha, who could lack talent when they could turn a levitation charm into a thunderous explosion? Professor Flitwick, momentarily startled, quickly set aside his book to check if Simon was injured. The class bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. The young wizards gathered in small groups, hurrying to the Great Hall, for tonight was the eve of Halloween. Inside the hall, large pumpkins had been hollowed out and carved with ghastly faces. Each pumpkin held one or more brightly burning candles, casting a soft glow. The floating pumpkins emitted a unique fragrance, gently rising and falling while slowly rotating, as if making faces at each young wizard. Magical clouds drifted through the hall, giving rise to numerous bats of various sizes. Lucien, seated at the long table, cast a glance at the bats. Ah, Transfiguration. It looked much like Professor McGonagall's handiwork. If old Dumbledore were to transform them, they would likely be carrying candy jars, scattering sweets everywhere. Or perhaps they would simply be bats composed entirely of confections. A seemingly ordinary brown owl flew in front of Lucien, delivering a letter. After nuzzling Lucien's hair and receiving a pumpkin pastry as a reward, the owl reluctantly departed. Opening the letter, he discovered it was indeed correspondence from Newt. It contained details about the care of Nifflers. He needed to ensure they did not pilfer belongings from home or others. And the valuable items provided should not consist solely of a single metal. The greater the variety, the better. Lucien had been maintaining correspondence with Newt. When he eventually began researching magical creature transformations, he would require a plethora of extraordinary animals for observation. Newt, being the most capable individual in the world to provide such conditions, had sent the letter via owl, preemptively detailing the care methods for Nifflers and other magical creatures. Lucien could also borrow some magical creatures from him for nurturing and observation in the future. As Lucien perused the letter, he noticed Harry, seated across from him, weary and resting his head on the table, mumbling despondently, 3 nights of Quidditch practice each week, plus so many assignments. Harry did not mention the tasks associated with learning potions from Lucien, practical work, memorization, exercises, and exams. He had never felt so overwhelmed before. Beside him, Ron munched on a piece of fried chicken while fiddling with a green mechanical frog on the table. With a gentle tap of the wand, a surge of magical energy enveloped the air, and the frog began to croak animatedly. Its leaping, however, was quite peculiar, with one side consistently higher than the other. Ron mumbled indistinctly, "If you feel tired, I could trade places with you. I'll go play Quidditch while you assist me with my drawings." Harry shot Ron a baffled glance, exhaling a soft chuckle. Observing these two lively characters, Hermione found herself perplexed. It seemed that over the past month, Harry's prowess in potions and Ron's skills in transfiguration had markedly improved. Now, Ron was tinkering with that little contraption. Hermione didn't quite believe that these two were the type to study diligently on their own. They were certainly not the kind to chase after teachers with questions. Instead, she occasionally spotted them trailing behind Lucien. Each time Hermione encountered Harry and Ron, they were at times exuberant, and at others, morose. She glanced towards Lucien, who was quietly perusing a letter. A sudden spark of curiosity and intrigue flickered within her eyes. Chapter 89. The Inquisitive Weasley Twins and the Grand Adventure of the Little Frog. "Hey, Lucien, is that a letter from your family?" Harry inquired, lifting his gaze towards Lucien with an air of curiosity. Most of their classmates had received letters from home, yet Harry had never once experienced such a correspondence. The few occasions he had were when Hagrid sent an owl to invite him to the hut for a visit. Lucien shook his head. "No, it's from Newt Scamander." An immediate hush fell over the group. The only sounds were the fluttering of bat wings and the crackling of candle flames. "Ah, Lucien, you possess quite the sense of humor." Ron broke the silence first, setting down the mechanical frog with a hearty laugh. "Isn't Newt Scamander that world-renowned expert on magical creatures? You must be referring to the namesake." Hermione, ever the informative one, interjected. "Newt Scamander, author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, was awarded the Second-Class Order of Merlin in 1979. Ron couldn't help but roll his eyes, unable to tolerate Hermione's know-it-all demeanor. In truth, even without Hermione's commentary, everyone was somewhat familiar with Newt. His work had served as an enlightening read for many young witches and wizards, introducing them to a plethora of enchanting magical creatures, a veritable magical version of the animal kingdom. Newt had amassed a considerable following among young wizards, enjoying immense popularity. As they chuckled and bantered, Lucien paid little mind to their light-hearted exchange. Sometimes, speaking the truth outright led to disbelief. Eager to divert the conversation from Hermione's incessant commentary, Ron chuckled, "Lucien, if you're able to correspond with Newt, could you possibly procure a signed copy of Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them for me? Well, if I manage to score a 90 on my next monthly exam." However, before Ron could finish his thought, Harry elbowed him sharply. The matter of extra tutoring had yet to be disclosed, not even to Hermione, who remained oblivious. As the group continued their discussion, Draco Malfoy sauntered by with his loyal henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, passing closely beside them. Upon catching sight of Harry, Malfoy merely scoffed. However, when his gaze fell upon Lucien's retreating figure, Malfoy's expression turned icy. Since Lucien had rebuffed his overtures of friendship, Malfoy had been increasingly agitated, harboring a lingering resentment. How dare someone from a Muggle family reject his kindness? To exacerbate his frustration, he had yet to encounter an opportunity for retaliation, otherwise he would have ensured Lucien paid dearly for his insolence. Malfoy stormed toward the adjacent long table. Noticing Malfoy's passage, Harry furrowed his brow and muttered, "Ugh, what a look. It's truly irritating." Malfoy was indeed more detestable than Dudley. Upon hearing Harry's whispered remark, Ron inquired, perplexed, "Malfoy, with that superior attitude, is indeed unpleasant. But who is Dudley? Is there such a person at our school?" Harry shook his head. "No, Dudley is my aunt's son, a bully whose conscience is far smaller than his appetite." However, before Harry could elaborate, he spotted two nearly identical boys stealthily approaching Ron from behind. "Ronnie, darling, what are you playing? Is that a little toad? Planning to swap Scabbers for a frog?" Startled by this unexpected affectionate greeting, Ron choked on his soup, his face flushing crimson. Once he finally regained his composure, Ron turned to face his uninvited guests. "Fred, George, don't call me that." He hastily redirected his gaze toward Lucien and the others. Harry had buried his face in his arms, and Hermione had turned away. Though their expressions remained concealed, Ron could see their bodies trembling with suppressed laughter. As for Lucien, his demeanor was serious, though the corners of his mouth hinted at amusement. "Ronnie, darling, TSK, the Weasley twins are quite fond of their youngest brother." The reactions of his friends intensified Ron's embarrassment. He glared at his twin brothers, indignation evident in his eyes. "What on earth are you two doing here?" The Weasley twins exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Percy sent us to check on your studies. After all, he is the head boy, quite busy indeed." One of them, either Fred or George, picked up a mechanical frog from the table and grinned. "Not bad at all, at least it looks the part. The little frog is rather charming." The other turned to Lucien, blinking playfully. "Lucien, did Ron truly create this little frog? By the way, how did you teach him? Could you impart some wisdom to me?" Hearing this, Hermione glanced at Lucien, her thoughts racing. Did this imply that it was Lucien who had guided Ron? The fact that Ron could produce this frog, was all thanks to Lucien? Then, could it be that Ron's transfiguration skills were also under Lucien's tutelage? Hermione then looked at Harry, suddenly realizing that he was often seen alongside Ron, frequently appearing behind Lucien. Could it be that Harry's potion-making skills were also? As Lucien pondered how to respond, he mused, "First, one must learn mechanical theory, engineering drawing, assignments, and examinations, followed by transfiguration." However, Ron had already snatched the small contraption from his brother's hands, muttering, "This is not a toad, it is a frog." As he spoke, Ron seemed determined to prove his point, brandishing his wand and pointing it at the diminutive amphibian. "Watch closely." A few moments passed, yet the little frog remained still, leaving Ron feeling quite embarrassed as he cast a pleading glance towards Lucien. Without hesitation, Lucien casually remarked, "Just give it a light tap." Upon hearing this, Ron promptly slapped the frog's back with his palm. Ribbit! The mechanical frog emitted a sound, causing the Weasley twins to look on in astonishment. They had merely come to observe the commotion after overhearing Percy's chatter, never expecting that Ron would actually create a mechanical creature. Though it only made a simple noise, the twins gazed at Ron in amazement, realizing that this seemingly ordinary brother had indeed mastered the art of alchemical mechanics. Simultaneously, they turned their attention to Lucien, suddenly intrigued by him, finding him even more fascinating for having taught Ron. "Ribbit!" Another croak echoed, though this time it was softer. Actually, it had jumped away, making its sound appear faint. Lucien looked in the direction of the sound, noticing that the mechanical frog had leapt onto a long table nearby. With a splash, the little golden frog found itself bathing in a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. "Ribbit!" The frog made another mighty leap, landing on a neatly styled head of light golden hair, where it perched. The soup cascaded down its body, pooling in the individual's locks. Ron, now standing, rushed over to the person, stifling laughter while apologetically saying, No, I'm sorry, Malfoy. As he spoke, Ron reached out to retrieve the mechanical frog. However, Malfoy had already regained his composure, abruptly standing up and seizing the object atop his head. Weasley. Chapter 90. Duel, Troll Invasion. Weasley. Malfoy's furious shout reverberated through the hall, drawing the attention of many students. Malfoy clenched the mechanical frog in his hand, which creaked under pressure. Deep down, Ron recognized his fault. Although he harbored a strong dislike for Malfoy, the latter was indeed an innocent victim in this incident. Glancing at the mushroom slice and creamy soup draped over Malfoy's head, Ron cleared his throat and said, I apologize, my mechanical creature wasn't properly adjusted. Allow me to help you clean it up. With that, Ron drew his wand, intending to use magic to assist Malfoy. Weasley, do not dare use that filthy, worn wand against me. Malfoy's furious outburst halted Ron's actions. As he opened his palm, Malfoy surveyed the slightly deformed mechanical frog in his grasp, sneering repeatedly. When did the Weasley family acquire the funds to purchase new magical items? Surely it was salvaged from some second-hand junk pile, pieced together like a disgrace to wizarding families. With a sharp crack, Malfoy forcefully hurled the little frog to the ground, scattering its mechanical parts in all directions. Ron's face flushed as red as his fiery hair, his chest heaving violently. Facing Malfoy's derision, he trembled as he raised his wand. Yet, a voice quelled Ron's impulsive fury momentarily. I never knew that the Malfoys enjoyed washing their hair with cream of mushroom soup. Harry glanced at Malfoy's hair, a grin unabashedly adorning his face. But it does seem rather unhealthy, Malfoy. Allow me to gift you a bottle of shampoo. The one from my home is quite effective. You filthy Gryffindor. Malfoy immediately redirected his ire, but Harry was unyielding, retaliating with equal fervor. The Weasley twins merely observed, their expressions cold as they watched the exchange unfold. While they often teased Ron in jest, they would not stand idly by while an outsider bullied their beloved little brother. Of course, the twins were not inclined to resort to violence against the loquacious scion of the Malfoy family. However, they shared a knowing glance, acknowledging that a typical prank did not constitute unfair play. As the attention of the crowd was drawn to the verbal skirmish between Harry and Malfoy, Lucien noticed Ron quietly gathering the scattered parts of the mechanical frog, painstakingly collecting them in his hands. With a flick of his wand, Lucien summoned all the scattered pieces to Ron's grasp. Ron looked up at Lucien, his eyes slightly reddened. Thank you, Lucien. Lucien sheathed his wand and offered words of solace. Do not pay heed to their words. Fleeting glory and superficial dignity are mere facades. The true essence lies in the values and knowledge passed down through family heritage. Upon hearing this, Ron pressed his lips tightly together and nodded earnestly. However, it was not only Ron who caught wind of Lucien's words. Grafton. Malfoy abruptly halted his heated exchange with Harry, shifting his darkened gaze toward Lucien, his countenance as stormy as the depths of the sea. What right do you have to comment on noble pureblood families? He sneered. You are but a lowly half-blood. Malfoy's rage surged, having been left in disarray by Ron and mocked by Harry. Now, with Lucien's statement echoing in his mind, he recalled the moment of rejection he had faced from Lucien. A wizard emerging from a muggle family. How dare he refuse the favor of a pureblood? How dare he speak of pureblood honor? Malfoy. Harry suddenly brandished his wand, determined not to allow Malfoy to utter any further insults toward his friend. Malfoy scoffed, lifting his chin defiantly. What have I said that is wrong, half-blood wizard? No matter how hard you strive, you will always look up to the accomplishments of purebloods. His words reverberated through the crowd, inciting scattered murmurs of agreement and support, predominantly from Slytherin, their expressions laced with amusement and derision as they regarded Lucien. The Slytherin house boasted the highest number of pureblood wizards, its hallmark being unrelenting ambition. They took immense pride in their lineage and held a long-standing disdain for both half-bloods and Muggleborns, the latter being regarded as the most contemptible of origins. Lucien gazed calmly at Malfoy, devoid of any hint of anger. How much strength has the glory and bloodline of your family bestowed upon you to speak to me with such audacity? Malfoy, consumed by rage, glared defiantly at Lucien. How dare you question the Malfoy lineage? Lucien shook his head, his tone nonchalant. I do not doubt your family. Your ancestors have perpetuated their legacy in their own manner, passing down the so-called glory to you. Yet, can you truly uphold the family's heritage? Do you possess the right to flaunt the family's honor? This statement ignited Malfoy's fury completely. He drew his wand and shouted, Grafton, I challenge you to a duel. You shall regret belittling the honor of purebloods, and you will apologize for daring to insult me. In the face of Malfoy's frantic demeanor, Lucien wore a bemused expression. How childish, always resorting to dueling. Indeed, when the disparity in strength is so vast, even the most ferocious display appears merely adorable and amusing to the other party. Before Lucien could respond, Harry piped up with a mocking tone. Lucien, there's no need to oblige. Malfoy is nothing but a coward, a fraud. Last time he promised to duel me in the trophy room, yet he didn't have the courage to show up. Recalling the incident where Malfoy had deceived him, leading to an encounter with a three-headed dog, Harry's frustration bubbled over. He exaggeratedly portrayed Malfoy as a promise-breaking coward, too timid to fulfill his duel. Malfoy's pale face flushed crimson, his lips trembling with fury. Tomorrow at noon, right here, I, Draco Malfoy, will duel Lucien Grafton. I swear upon the honor of the Malfoy family that I shall not renege. Malfoy's loud proclamation attracted considerable attention, and more students gathered to witness the spectacle. Even a few professors who had just arrived turned their gaze towards the commotion. Lucien, at the center of attention, remained unruffled. How brazen to declare the time and place for a duel without awaiting my response. Indeed, these pureblood Slytherins are a troublesome lot. Their propensity for discrimination is quite evident. It was wise not to join Slytherin. I can study in peace in Ravenclaw. Well, better to deal with this farce head-on than to endure endless provocations. It merely requires resolving a trivial spectacle, showcasing some impressive magic to deter future troubles and taunts. My purpose at Hogwarts is to acquire knowledge, not to indulge these children in their petty games of bravado. Lucien glanced at Malfoy's slender frame. The magic must be both stunning and powerful, yet it should be tempered. After all, one cannot harm a classmate severely, as that would lead to further complications. A stay in the infirmary for about half a month would suffice, with no impact on the final exams. Alas, I am too merciful, still concerned about a classmate's academic progress. Just then, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall. His purple turban askew, a look of terror etched across his face as he rushed to Dumbledore's side, shouting as he ran. In the underground classroom, the presence of the giant was something I assumed you were already aware of. Upon uttering this, Chilo abruptly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. While the other students were engulfed in confusion and disarray, Lucien observed Chilo's performance in silence. Such an instant fainting deserves an award. Ding! Loan activated. Transforming Flesh Puppet. Would you like to proceed with the loan? Chapter 91. Transforming Flesh Puppet, Preparatory Class. Transforming Flesh Puppet? Lucien swiftly skimmed through the loan information. Loan. Transforming Flesh Puppet, Weekly Loan. Repayment period, 7 days. Loan details. The transforming flesh puppet can morph into any non-magical creature, classified as a sentient being capable of regulating its consciousness, requiring only regular nourishment to survive. Loan task. Defeat a giant directly. To transform into a creature? A sentient being that can modulate the intensity of its awareness? This could serve as an excellent practice for transfiguration, shifting living beings into inanimate objects and back again. Lucien's immediate reaction to the transforming flesh puppet was exactly this. When transfiguration involves altering living entities, the wizard must suppress the inherent consciousness of the original creature. Plants possess almost no consciousness. Animals exhibit relatively active awareness, while humans are even more pronounced, making wizards who can wield magic to resist the most challenging to transform. Well, if regarded solely as a training tool, the description of the transforming flesh puppet seems sufficient. Moreover, it can be sustained with regular nourishment and can morph into any non-magical creature, rendering it highly practical. Having already repaid the loan for the Chimera Manual, Lucien had completely mastered the section on transforming inanimate objects into living beings. With the assistance of the Chimera Manual, which contained extensive information on various creatures, combined with practice using the transforming flesh puppet, he anticipated swiftly achieving proficiency in both transforming living beings into inanimate forms and vice versa. Then, he could attempt a Nimigus transformation. Additionally, regarding the loan task, defeating a giant directly, the timing of the loan activation coincided neatly with Chilo's announcement of the giant's invasion. How fortuitous. Nonetheless, vanquishing a giant is not an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, the reward is quite appealing, potentially saving him considerable time in seeking various creatures for transfiguration practice. Lucien communicated with the system and accepted the loan for the transforming flesh puppet. Ding! Loan application successful. Items have been allocated to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Upon reading the system's description, Lucien's expression darkened. What is this? He anticipated this aspect. The system seemed rather advanced. Silence. Dumbledore amplified his voice with his wand, resonating throughout the hall. Prefects, escort the students from each house back to their dormitories immediately. With the most illustrious wizard of the century serving as their anchor, the students' panic was swiftly quelled, and the prefects organized the students for an orderly evacuation. First-year wizards from all 4 houses were prioritized for departure. Lucien deliberately followed along the side of the group. Exiting the hall, as they traversed a dimly lit corridor, Lucien, now fully enveloped in the shadows, flicked his wand discreetly, casting the disillusionment charm upon himself. Subsequently, he turned and slipped into a side corridor. Little giant, where are you? In pursuit of a loan, one might have to endure a bit of discomfort. The action was executed with such swiftness and naturalness, compounded by the chaos unleashed by the troll invasion. The young wizard accompanying Lucien failed to notice his departure. assuming he had merely fallen behind in the ranks. However, there were those who were still attentive to Lucien's absence. Ron, it seems Lucien has vanished. Harry nudged Ron and whispered urgently. Vanished? Surely you must be mistaken? Ron quickly scanned the Ravenclaw team. Given that the house was the smallest in number, he soon confirmed that Lucien was indeed missing. Where has he gone? There's a troll roaming the campus. We must search for Lucien. Harry and Ron swiftly reached a consensus. They could not abandon their friend to the peril posed by the troll. The two of them lagged behind the group, seeking an opportune moment to slip away. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a hasty voice called out to them. You're headed the wrong way. It's not in that direction. Instinctively, Harry and Ron recoiled slightly and turned to see a small witch with frizzy hair. Hermione, what are you doing here? Oh, never mind that. Lucien went missing in the last corridor. Follow me. Under Hermione's guidance, the trio wove through the corridors. Within moments, another small wizard, his head adorned with mushroom fragments, arrived. Huh, what mischief is Lucien up to? It seems there's no need to wait until tomorrow. Tonight may be the night he's expelled from Hogwarts, Malfoy muttered sulkily, wiping his greasy hair and flicking the remnants of soup and mushrooms from his hands. Upon realizing Lucien was nowhere to be found, he had instinctively followed, contemplating that perhaps he could uncover some incriminating evidence, thereby avoiding a duel with Lucien altogether. Just as Malfoy departed, another figure stealthily trailed behind. Lucien wandered through the castle, contemplating that if he searched towards the girls' restroom, he might find what he was looking for. However, if circumstances changed and he failed to encounter the troll today, he could always venture into the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, an intensely foul odor invaded Lucien's nostrils, reminiscent of a combination of dirty socks and a public restroom, one that had never seen a cleaning. Ugh, Lucien nearly retched. But fortunately, he swiftly cast a filtering charm to shield himself from the stench. Phew, that odor, surely it belongs to the troll. It seems I am close. Little lone. Where are you? I am on my way. A minute or two later, the trio was panting heavily as they ran. Ugh, the sound of retching echoed in unison. Yes, it's the troll, it's nearby. Be cautious. Hermione instantly recognized the repulsive scent as that of the troll described in her readings. It was indeed nauseating. Let us hurry. Harry called out to Ron and Hermione, covering his nose as they continued their search. After turning a few corners, they found themselves in a long corridor. A low, grumbling sound emanated from the other end. The three young wizards halted, breathless, as they beheld the massive figure at the corridor's end. The creature stood approximately 12 feet tall. Its skin, resembling dull granite, was devoid of luster. The creature's legs were thick and short, its large, flat, and rough feet contrasting sharply with its enormous body, while its head appeared pitifully small. A pungent odor emanated from it, seeping through the fingers of the three, invading their nostrils and inducing a wave of nausea. In its grasp was a hefty wooden club, a troll, in stark contrast to the troll's exaggerated physique. The boy near the corridor appeared diminutive. Lucien. Harry and his companions immediately recognized him. The terror of the troll rendered the three children trembling, paralyzed with fear and hesitant to advance. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. It was Ron. He drew his wand, unwilling to stand idly by while his dear friend was in danger. With Ron taking the initiative, Harry and Hermione swiftly followed suit, brandishing their wands and rushing to Lucien's side. True Gryffindors never lack courage. We should run. Lucien heard Ron's frightened words and turned to see him trembling uncontrollably. Despite his cowardly utterance, Ron still held his wand aloft, aiming it at the slowly approaching troll. Lucien's peripheral vision caught sight of Harry and Hermione behind him, as well as two familiar figures stealthily slipping behind a stone column. Ah, tonight is rather lively. There are indeed quite a few people around. Lucien placed a reassuring hand on Ron's trembling shoulder, his tone calm and soothing. It's all right. Consider this a preview lesson for your future. With his other hand, he raised his wand, the silver-black shaft glimmering as his sleeve fell away. The lesson was titled, How Wizards Engage in Battle. Chapter 92, Wizarding Combat Exercises, The True Chimera. Behind a stone pillar, Malfoy was hiding quietly, unnoticed by anyone. He stared intently at the troll and Lucien's group, contemplating mocking their foolishness for not fleeing, and whether he should call for the professors. Not out of a desire to save them, but rather to catch them in the act of breaking the rules. Who would care about the safety of those individuals? They were all insufferable Gryffindors, Potter, Weasley, and one who seemed to be Granger. Hey, Draco, move in a little more. The sudden voice startled Malfoy, and he turned quickly. Daphne, what are you doing here? The cat behind Malfoy was none other than Daphne Greengrass. She shot him a glance. What business is it of yours? Unable to fathom the logic of this young lady, yet not wishing to offend the heir of the Greengrass family, Malfoy made room for her. In the corridor, Lucien relaxed his wrist, slightly raising his wand. In a calm tone, he remarked, in combat, whether facing a wizard or a magical creature, one must first gather as much information as possible about the opponent. Answer me, what are the characteristics of a troll? His classroom-like question prompted Hermione to respond instinctively. Trolls possess immense strength, low intelligence, are relatively slow-moving, have tough skin, and exhibit considerable resistance to magic. Well said, Gryffindor earns a point, Lucien said playfully, alleviating the tension among the trio. As Lucien spoke, he unleashed a series of spells: Frost Freeze, Shatter, and Grand Explosion. To demonstrate effectively, Lucien restrained his power, keeping the spells within a reasonable scope. A thin layer of frost enveloped the giant, followed by several small wounds caused by the explosions, which forced it to stagger back a few steps. Shaking its head, the rough-skinned giant felt only a slight ache and let out an impatient roar as it quickened its pace towards Lucien, stomping heavily. Indeed, through a specific combination of incantations, casting spells in rapid succession allowed for a smoother execution and a gradual build-up of momentum. The spellcasting techniques of the Weasley family were commendable. Observing the giant striding towards him, Lucien remained unfazed. In battle, one must always be vigilant of the enemy while not neglecting the surrounding environment. If direct magical attacks yield little effect, one might consider utilizing or altering the environment instead. With a flick of his wand, the floor before the giant transformed into a slick, polished surface. Crash! The giant fell flat on its back, its head striking the ground with a resounding thud, leaving a small crater, while its wooden mallet flew from its grasp. Lucien deftly flicked his wand, deftly swatting away the incoming mallet, allowing it to land harmlessly aside. As the giant struggled to rise, its fury intensified, but the ground beneath it suddenly morphed into a quagmire. The giant's legs sank in, rendering it momentarily helpless. Casting a glance at the three young ones, who no longer appeared as frightened as at first, Lucien spoke calmly. Fear is a natural response when faced with formidable foes, but do not let it govern you. Instead, harness it. The courage to conquer fear is far more potent than the fear itself. Try to channel this courage into your magic. The trio nodded, somewhat understanding Lucien's wisdom, yet unsure how to proceed. Lucien produced a small green gourd, turning it upside down. In the realm of wizarding combat, spells are the most practical and prevalent means of offense, yet they are not the sole method. Potions, alchemy, and herbs also hold practical applications. Wadavasi, he declared, as several Chinese chopping cabbages tumbled from the gourd, propelled towards the giant under the spell's influence. Crunch, crunch. Soon followed the giant's low, pained growl as the cabbage's sharp teeth embedded deeply into its flesh, refusing to let go. The giant, with its grotesquely elongated arms, scratched at the cabbages, even biting into one in a fit of retaliation against its attackers. However, Lucien noted that the giant promptly spat out the cabbage in disgust, discarding the remaining ones. The Chinese chopping cabbages indeed proved to be quite unpalatable, even for the giant. Nevertheless, their biting force was formidable enough to penetrate the giant's tough hide, though not lethal enough to fell it in a few bites. Yet, for humans, they served as an adequate trap, particularly when mixed amidst a devil's snare. One must remain cautious. A single bite could prove hazardous. As the colossal beast extricated itself from the mire, driven by fury, Lucien set aside his pedagogical intentions. The demonstration could come to an end. Should conventional methods prove ineffective in halting the foe, only two options remained: either execute a righteous retreat or unleash formidable magic to obliterate the adversary. Upon hearing these words, Harry immediately grasped the situation, preparing to drag the bewildered Ron and Hermione away. However, Lucien's subsequent words and actions halted him. Alternatively, one might employ genuinely powerful sorcery to reduce the enemy to mere ashes. Lucien retrieved several small vials from his pocket, each containing potions of varying effects. With a flick of his silver-black wand, a nearby wooden mallet began to tremble violently, contorting and transforming. The mallet's texture twisted and expanded, morphing into the sinuous form of a serpent cloaked in obsidian scales, the edges of which were as sharp as razors. Its head split into a maw lined with vicious, jagged teeth, while four inky black talons emerged from its belly. This creature bore crystalline, compound eyes, devoid of horns atop its head, yet sprouting disheveled, bone-like spines along its back. Its tail resembled a fusion of a scorpion's and a centipede's, the stinger at its end snapping open and shut with a sound reminiscent of scissors. It leapt forth, consuming several vials of potion midair. Instantly, its scaled armor exhaled a noxious, black-green mist, producing a jarring metallic sound with each breath. A cacophony of shrill cries, akin to an eagle's screech or a wolf's howl, erupted from the creature's maw. In the next instant, it collided with the colossal beast. Lucien had already conjured an air barrier, isolating the noxious mist. In the blink of an eye, the creature had seized the giant's neck, its serpentine form coiling tightly around the behemoth, claws and scales rending the giant's flesh into a gruesome state. Amidst the ominous creaking of the giant's bones, Lucien pondered the performance of the newly transformed chimera. Not bad, he mused. Despite its lack of magical prowess, this chimera, born from the fusion of flesh and bone, possessed sheer physical strength that surpassed the limits of ordinary creatures. A chimera capable of rivaling magical beings was likely what that ancient wizard, the author of the Chimera Compendium, envisioned as the true chimera. As for more potent and wondrous transformative beings, one would either have to await the development of magical creature transmutation or blend alchemy to create semi-mechanical beings. With a thunderous crash, the colossal beast collapsed heavily to the ground. The exposed patches of its skin glistened with a black-green hue, indicative of toxin infiltration. Lucien waved his wand to dispel the chimera's emanating poison, dismantled the air barrier, and instructed it to drag the giant closer. Alas, it appeared somewhat lifeless. Observing the giant, now resembling a tattered rag, Lucien lamented the loss. He had initially considered nurturing it to extract materials such as mucus. This was his first encounter with an enemy using a deeply fused and modified chimera, and he had not exercised restraint. Well, he thought, let's collect it for now. If it survives, splendid. If not, it shall serve as a meal for the eight-eyed giant spider. Lucien produced a black gourd, ensnaring the half-lifeless giant within. Just as he was in the process of securing the giant, the chimera's nostrils flared, its compound eyes swiveling to peer behind a certain pillar. The translucent. Peculiar, I met the gaze of a pair of eyes filled with trepidation. Chapter 93. Surprise or shock. Malfoy had spent a sleepless night. In the center of the corridor, a chimera slithered with its serpentine body, attempting to crawl behind a stone pillar. However, with a flick of Lucien's wand, the grotesque creature was instantaneously transformed into a large wooden mallet. Lucien cast a sidelong glance in the direction of the pillar, observing two figures hastily retreating, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Very well, let us return to the dormitory. We have classes to attend tomorrow. Lucien stowed away the mallet and waved his hand, erasing all traces of the monstrous beast. Harry and his companions paused for a moment before hastening to follow Lucien's lead. After a brief silence, Ron, his eyes alight with curiosity, inquired, Lucien, was that transfiguration just now? Indeed, a rather complex form of transfiguration, Lucien affirmed. And the brightness in Ron's eyes intensified. He had initially thought transfiguration was merely a means to assist him in mastering alchemy, but now he realized its potential. To conjure a fantastical creature with a mere flick of the wrist, and to effortlessly dispatch a giant troll, Ron could hardly fathom the admiration he would garner if he could master such a skill. Lucien, do you think I could? Ron's excited expression led Lucien to understand his intentions. You wish to learn? Ron eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Have you completed your homework today? Have you prepared your drawings? This question caused Ron's face to stiffen, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Well, there was an unexpected event today, so I haven't made much progress. Lucien gently shook his head, recognizing the impulsiveness of youth, eager to explore new skills upon encountering something intriguing, yet their foundational knowledge remained insufficient. Indeed, Ron had showcased mechanical creatures alongside the Weasley twins, demonstrating the fruits of his recent studies. The approval from his family would surely increase, and perhaps, in due time, they would send him more valuable tomes and notes. One could only wonder what magical knowledge they might contain. Cough. Lucien, are you tutoring Ron? Hermione finally could not restrain her curiosity any longer. She had long wished to ask this question, and today's events had only intensified her intrigue. Lucien saw no reason to conceal the truth. In fact, he was slightly perplexed as to why Hermione had only now posed the question. Had there been less interaction between Harry and Hermione during this period? It seemed that in the original narrative, the bond between the trio had truly strengthened at a later time. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he had already altered certain events. This was merely a trivial matter that would not bear significant consequences. Yes, Lucien replied candidly, catching Hermione off guard. After a few moments, she glanced at Harry and asked, And Harry, has he also made considerable progress in his potions recently? Lucien nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Hermione bit her lip, torn between thoughts. Just as they were about to part ways to return to their respective common rooms, Hermione finally whispered, May I learn from you? What is it that you wish to study? You seem to possess no shortcomings, do you? I yearn to learn everything. Lucien was not the least bit surprised by this response. Indeed, it perfectly aligned with the persona of the encyclopedic Miss Know-It-All. Although herding 2 sheep is indeed herding, and herding 3 sheep is also herding, one must charge tuition. It is unjust to favor one over the other, as all knowledge is equal. However, with the versatile meat puppet now at hand, the next phase of metamorphosis studies can be placed on the agenda, transforming living beings into inanimate objects, living beings into other living beings, and ultimately, the animagus. The future will only grow busier, and if someone could assist in saving time, it would be most welcome. Lucien glanced at Hermione, a soft smile gracing his lips. Will you be able to grade assignments? Elsewhere in the castle, Snape limped in, observing Dumbledore and the other professors gathered. His tone was cold, yet trembled slightly, as if he were suppressing some form of anguish. Why have we been summoned so suddenly? Aren't we still in pursuit of the invading troll? As he spoke, Snape cast a wary and disdainful glance at Quirrell. Dumbledore stroked his chestnut beard. I appreciate your efforts tonight, but there is no need to continue the search. You may return to rest. Pausing, his tone took on a peculiar quality. The troll has already vacated the castle. Upon hearing this, the professors exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that such a brutish creature would simply depart on its own. Depart? Is that true? Surely it has not been hidden away by someone, Snape remarked ominously, his implication clear. Yet Dumbledore appeared oblivious to Snape's insinuations regarding Quirrell. Merely clearing his throat, I assure you, Mr. Nick informed me that he witnessed the troll leaving. A gray, translucent figure emerged from the wall, none other than nearly headless Nick. He adjusted his nearly detached head, and, upon receiving a nod from Dumbledore, spoke. Indeed, that troll has left Hogwarts and poses no threat to the children. The professors nodded in agreement. The portraits and ghosts within the castle were loyal to the headmaster and would never deceive him, nor had they any reason to, given the safety of the young witches and wizards at stake. After a brief conversation, they bid farewell and retreated to prepare for the lessons of the morrow, leaving only Dumbledore and the ghostly Nick behind. After a moment of hesitation, Nick finally ventured, Headmaster, that young wizard named Lucien, the creature he conjured, is it? Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, a bemused smile playing on his lips. That child. He never fails to deliver surprises, whether delightful or alarming. In the Slytherin dormitory, Malfoy lay on his bed, his eyes vacant. He could not recall how he had returned to the dormitory. It seemed as though Greengrass had dragged him back. A series of vivid images flashed through his mind. Lucien casting spells with elegance, manipulating the troll like a conductor orchestrating a grand performance. With a mere flick of his wand, he transformed a wooden mallet into a monster. What a bizarre and terrifying entity it was. A creature that ought not to exist in this world. A being capable of effortlessly vanquishing a giant, conjured forth by Lucien with but a flick of his wrist. In the end, a pair of translucent eyeballs resurfaced in Malfoy's mind, ultimately settling into focus. He turned away, burying his head deep within his blanket. He had caught a glimpse of the window moments ago. The sky outside was already beginning to brighten. It dawned upon Malfoy that he seemed to have spent the entire night awake. Now, it was already the second day. Today, it appeared he was to duel with Lucien. Chapter 94. Are you prepared? In the Slytherin girls' dormitory, Daphne sat at her desk, 2 sheets of stationery spread before her. She grasped her quill, feeling a conflict within her. She wished to inquire in her letter to her mother, what, truly, is the noble essence of pure blood? As the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, she had been raised with the belief in the superiority and distinction of pure blood. In her indoctrinated mindset, wizards of Muggle descent were merely slightly better than those Muggles who could not wield magic. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they could only gaze up at pure blood wizards. However, Daphne recalled Lucien's inexplicable prowess, his effortless command of various magical disciplines, his mastery of silent spells, and transfiguration techniques she had never encountered before. She had previously learned from Malfoy that Lucien hailed from a Muggle family. Thus, Daphne had been enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions, struggling to comprehend how Lucien could achieve such remarkable feats. Daphne tightened her grip on the quill and began to write on the parchment. Dear Mother, as you wished. I am thriving at Hogwarts. I have recently encountered a perplexity regarding pure blood and the lineage of wizards. The scratch of the quill paused momentarily as Daphne folded the letter, took another sheet, and continued. My dearest sister, Astoria, how is your health of late? Remember to take your medicine and heed Mother's advice. Hogwarts is enchanting, and when you arrive, you shall not be disappointed. There is a wealth of magic to learn, professors of diverse styles, and many classmates, among whom is a Ravenclaw. The Great Hall, at this moment, was bustling as noon approached. Young wizards and witches filled the space, for today was Halloween. The school would grant a half-day holiday starting in the afternoon, and after enduring a morning of lessons, the children were finally liberated into joyous revelry. They seemed to have forgotten the terror of the giantess intrusion the previous night, as the campus radiated an atmosphere of delight. Yet, exceptions always exist. For instance, Malfoy, who huddled in a corner of the Great Hall. He paced restlessly against the wall, wand in hand, gesturing nervously. They had agreed to duel at noon today. However, the image of that monstrous creature, the very one conjured by Lucien, perpetually haunted Malfoy's thoughts. His already pale and frail cheeks turned even more ghostly. He pressed his trembling hand firmly against the wand, striving to quell the quaking. Malfoy, muster your courage and teach that boy a lesson. A mere mudblood wizard, born of humble origins, dares to engage in a duel with a pure blood. It is indeed a farcical notion. A tall and robust young man passed by Malfoy, his voice gruff as he spoke. Malfoy cast a glance at him, recognizing Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, hailing from the illustrious Flint family. One of the Sacred 28. Perhaps it was the resemblance to a troll that struck Malfoy, as he recalled the savage and formidable creature he had witnessed the previous night. easily dispatched by the terrifying beast conjured by Lucien. The already alarming scene, colored by fear, left Malfoy feeling even more distressed. Ugh. Malfoy covered his mouth, stifling a retch. Are you all right? Feeling unwell? Flint's clumsy chatter continued. Poor health will keep you from playing Quidditch, despite your proclamations of passion and prowess in flying. Having little desire to endure Flint's inane prattling, Malfoy excused himself and departed from the corner. Lowering his gaze as he approached the edge of a long table to sit down, he took a cup of juice and gulped down several sips, finally managing to suppress the nausea induced by fear. Setting the cup down, Malfoy raised his head to see a few familiar faces across the table. Ron, his mouth stuffed with a chunk of pumpkin pie, looked at Malfoy with surprise as he chewed. Harry adjusted his glasses. The thought of Lucien's methods from the previous day, coupled with the reactions Malfoy might display during the duel, made the corners of his mouth twitch upward. Hermione, displaying a semblance of normalcy, merely glanced at Malfoy before returning to her meal. As Malfoy's gaze shifted, he noticed a handsome youth offering him a warm smile. Lucien chuckled softly, "Good afternoon." In an instant, Malfoy nearly leaped from his seat, causing the juice on the table to spill. Without hesitation, he raised his leg, turned, and retreated in one fluid motion. This spectacle elicited a gentle shake of Lucien's head. The child was quite frightened last night. Observing Malfoy's dark circles, it was evident he had not slept well. During the duel later, it would be wise to act swiftly, allowing the child a chance for a good night's rest. "Lucien, do you intend to employ that spell from yesterday?" Ron inquired, having swallowed his pumpkin pie. Though he had been unable to persuade Lucien to teach him that Transfiguration spell, he still yearned to witness it once more. However, Lucien shook his head. "Let us try something different, something with more spectacular effects. Ideally, akin to the way old Dumbledore cleared a path, ensuring that no other students would dare to trouble me again. It would be best to enjoy a few years of peaceful study at Hogwarts. After all, what else is the school for?" As Malfoy managed to find a spot farthest from the long table, just as he was about to catch his breath, two stout figures spotted him and exclaimed with delight, "Young Master Malfoy, we finally found you." Crabbe, Goyle? Upon seeing his two lackeys approaching, Malfoy straightened his back and lifted his chin, feigning nonchalance. "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance, recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. Goyle unfurled the strip of cloth he was holding, sharing it with Crabbe. Upon reading the words inscribed on the fabric, Malfoy felt darkness envelop him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Celebrating Malfoy's resounding victory, vowing to defend the glory of pure blood. After steadied himself, Malfoy's lips trembled as he stammered, "Why you? Who ordered you to do this?" Hearing this, Crabbe interpreted it as praise, grinning broadly. "It was Goyle's idea, sir. Are you satisfied? Unfortunately, we lack artistic talent. Otherwise, we would have depicted your family crest." As his companion eagerly seized the moment, Goyle interjected loudly, "Sir, I've already spread the word in Slytherin regarding the duel. After today, your fame and status will undoubtedly soar. Allow me to assist you with this trivial matter." These words pierced Malfoy's heart like a dagger. He clutched his chest and collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, he had sworn upon his family's honor yesterday. With many witnesses present, and even more today, he could not afford to evade the confrontation as he had done with Potter. This time, a duel was imperative. Yet, the haunting image of those peculiar compound eyes resurfaced in his mind, inducing a throbbing headache and nausea. Ding! The clock struck 12, its chime resonating through the hall. The sound jolted Malfoy back to reality, and he discovered, somewhat dazed, that Crabbe had helped him to his feet. Goyle was just returning Malfoy's wand, placing it firmly in his hand. "Do your best, Master Malfoy." After their synchronized encouragement, they escorted him to the center of the hall. The assembled crowd had already parted, creating a clear path. At the other end stood a youth, his dark golden hair glimmering in the sunlight, a polite smile gracing his handsome face, and his emerald eyes fixed on Malfoy. The boy raised his wand to his chest and softly inquired, "Are you ready?" Chapter 95, A Fleeting Duel, Happy Halloween. Inside the hall, "Are you ready?" The soft inquiry reached Malfoy's ears, awakening him from his stupor. "Ready?" He glanced around, noting the presence of students from all houses, with Slytherin and Gryffindor being the most prominent. Slytherin's enthusiasm was a result of Crabbe and Goyle's promotion. Gryffindor, purely drawn to the commotion, particularly that which involved the Serpent House. Malfoy observed Lucien holding his wand aloft, inclining slightly. This was the customary etiquette preceding a wizarding duel. Educated and cultured, Malfoy instinctively mirrored the gesture. However, he soon sensed something amiss. After the formalities, duel, a surge of realization and dread flooded Malfoy's heart. In that instant, all thoughts of family honor and reputation vanished from his mind. It was as if a primal voice, rooted in his very blood, erupted within him. "Surrender to the strong. I concede." Boom. At the very moment when Malfoy uttered his surrender, a surge of golden crimson flames erupted from the tip of Lucien's wand. As Malfoy's voice faded, A vast expanse of flames suddenly spiraled around him, ascending into the air. In an instant, the hall's ceiling, which had previously revealed the sky, was replaced by a roaring sea of fire. Within the scarlet blaze danced flickers of golden light, illuminating the entire hall. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing upwards at the spectacle until a few were moved to tears by the brilliance, prompting them to lower their heads. The effect was quite impressive. Drawing inspiration from the radiant cleansing fire, the enhanced flames roared forth, utilizing techniques from the Weasley family's notes to unleash an instantaneous burst of magical energy. At the very least, it was visually stunning. Lucien observed the reactions of the surrounding students, giving a barely perceptible nod of approval. With a casual flick of his wand, the fiery ocean above the hall vanished, taking with it the floating pumpkins, bats, and clouds. Alas, this abrupt cessation dampened the festive atmosphere. Lucien retrieved a green gourd, spilling forth a bounty of pumpkins, tomatoes, potatoes, and other ordinary vegetables. As he waved his wand, these plants transformed into an array of lanterns, predominantly pumpkin-shaped, of course. After stowing the green gourd away, he produced a pink gourd, tilting it downward to release a heap of candies and snacks. Before they could touch the ground, Lucien transfigured the treats into colorful bats, each adorned with patterns corresponding to the respective food. "All right, please continue," Lucien remarked, casting a glance at Malfoy before turning to leave the hall. To be honest, Malfoy's voluntary surrender did not entirely surprise Lucien. Having witnessed the spectacle of his own defeat of the troll the previous night, Malfoy had not shied away from the duel, but had instead dared to show up. For a first-year wizard, that was quite commendable. Moreover, judging by Malfoy's demeanor, he was clearly apprehensive. Had he dared to confront Lucien head-on, well, it would seem the Sorting Hat should have placed him in Gryffindor rather than Slytherin. To conquer without battle? It sounds impressive, yet the actual outcome fell short of expectations. Without Malfoy's contribution, lying in the infirmary for 10 days or so, something felt lacking. Nevertheless, the speed of this child's surrender was remarkably decisive. Ah, so this is Malfoy, the most pliable and sensitive of fence-sitters. Whoosh! A vivid red fireball appeared beside Lucien. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Lucien was unfazed. The next moment, the Phoenix Fox soared forth from the flames. Lucien extended his arm, allowing Fox to perch upon it. The Phoenix tidied Lucien's slightly disheveled hair with its fiery presence, and together they vanished from the hall. "Wow, what was that magnificent bird? It just carried someone away," gasped the younger wizards, their astonishment palpable. That was Professor Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox, who occasionally served as a messenger to seek out individuals. Indeed, that junior we just spoke of was the one who took the longest during the sorting ceremony. Wasn't he? What was his name again? Ah, Lucien Grafton. As the conversation commenced, the crowd immediately erupted into fervent discussion. Yes, isn't he a new student? What enchantment was that fiery display just now? It must have been an illusion spell. How could a newly admitted wizard conjure such a formidable incantation? My friend, perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey about your eyesight. Did you not notice that the original pumpkin bats were completely incinerated? Wow, these little bats are edible. The speaker was a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids. Hannah, the daughter of the Iron Hat King, held a small white bat in her hand. Its left wing transformed into fluffy clouds of cotton candy. The little girl plucked a piece of cotton candy and popped it into her mouth, her face radiating pure joy. Observing this, Neville also struggled to catch a green bat. It's apple-flavored. The young wizards soon became engrossed in the delightful pursuit of capturing the bats, eager to discover what treats they would transform into. However, some were entirely unable to relish this joy. Malfoy slipped to the edge of the hall, desiring to distance himself from this place. Malfoy, Quidditch requires courage too. A coward who concedes without a fight is unfit for my team. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's shoulders trembled as he glared at Marcus with reddened eyes. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Flint, you simply do not comprehend. Malfoy turned and walked away. Wandering aimlessly within the castle, Malfoy's thoughts were in disarray. Individuals like Flint are fools. Can't they see Lucien's prowess? They fail to understand. They fail to grasp Lucien's might. Malfoy struggled to articulate how terrifying and bizarre the creature Lucien had casually conjured last night truly was. Just moments ago, he had noticed a group of equally foolish individuals, akin to Flint, casting scornful and derisive glances in his direction. This realization struck Malfoy in their eyes. He was merely a coward who surrendered without a fight. In the next moment, his complexion grew even more pallid. The humiliation was one matter, but it seemed he had also brought shame upon his family. He had diminished the honor of the Malfoy lineage. Father will soon learn of this. What shall I do then? Malfoy was uncertain how his father would reprimand him or whether he would face punishment. In the headmaster's office, Lucien found Dumbledore gazing at him with a benevolent smile, while Professor McGonagall sat beside him. Happy Halloween, Lucien. Happy Halloween, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Chapter 96, The Risks of Animagus. Within the headmaster's office, Lucien sat across from Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Ah, Lucien, I summoned you here to inquire if you have encountered any difficulties with Transfiguration lately. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucien immediately began to ponder. Transfiguration? If they wished to discuss this, surely it could wait until the next afternoon tea. It hardly warranted a special summons for Fawkes to fetch him. Nonetheless, the specific mention of Transfiguration. Could it be that old Dumbledore is aware of last night's events? Aware that he vanquished a monstrous creature using Transfiguration? Perhaps that is why he inquired about the subject. Indeed, the castle is replete with ghosts and portraits, serving as magical surveillance for the headmaster. It is highly probable that a ghost, lurking in some shadowy corner, witnessed the events of last night and subsequently informed Dumbledore, leading to today's impromptu discussion. Fortunately, Headmaster, I have recently resolved to begin experimenting with Transfiguration of living beings. This statement raised Professor McGonagall's eyebrows. She had conversed with Dumbledore earlier that morning regarding the events surrounding the giant and Lucien's role in them. Generally, McGonagall would find it hard to believe that a first-year wizard could single-handedly defeat a giant. However, if that wizard happened to be Lucien, she might be inclined to accept such a possibility. Within just 2 months of enrollment, Lucien had already delivered numerous surprises to McGonagall. Oh no, even before the term began. During the home visits, McGonagall had begun to recognize the child's extraordinary nature. Lucien, so you have indeed mastered the art of animating the inanimate? Last night, a ghost informed me that he had witnessed the event. Dumbledore sipped his lemon honey drink and began to recount the insights of nearly headless Nick. As Lucien listened to these details and the full account, he felt a sense of understanding. Indeed, it was the ghost's contribution. It seems that nothing escapes Dumbledore's notice within the school. His assertion that Hogwarts is the safest place must stem from his confidence and prowess in overseeing the entire situation. The castle is teeming with spies, and his own power is unmatched in this era, with the exception of the trials and tribulations he imposes on young Harry. Since old Dumbledore has made it clear and summoned Professor McGonagall, he likely wishes to assess Lucien's transfiguration skills and guide him subtly, lest he become too arrogant and stray from the right path. Headmaster, Professor, is it necessary for me to demonstrate further what the ghost conveyed? Dumbledore nodded gently, for he truly enjoyed conversing with Lucien, who was both intelligent and mature, making their discussions remarkably pleasant. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall displayed a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Having heard Dumbledore's description, her curiosity was piqued. Lucien then drew his wand and performed transfiguration on his teacup. The chimera he conjured this time was rather diminutive and lacked the fierce appearance of the previous one. This was merely a demonstration of skill, not an invitation for battle. Observing the remarkable creature with its myriad features on the table, Dumbledore stroked his beard. He had previously discussed this area of knowledge and application with Lucien, but this was the first time he had witnessed such a complete transformation. Professor McGonagall, standing nearby, appeared considerably more astonished. This must not only be a fusion of appearances, but also an amalgamation of internal structures, is it not? As the Transfiguration professor, McGonagall had devoted her life to this discipline, and she quickly discerned the nuances. Lucien nodded, and with a gentle flick of his wand, performed a small spell from the Chimera manual, revealing the inner structures of the tiny creature on the table as if through a magical perspective. Professor, at that moment, I contemplated the mere fusion of appearances, finding little practicality in it. As Lucien recounted his thoughts, Professor McGonagall was filled with wonder. She felt both delighted by Lucien's patient diligence in exploration and astonished by his remarkable ability to transform imaginative concepts into tangible achievements. Lucien, your progress in magic has truly been rapid, indeed. Regarding transfiguration, you must be the most exceptional student I have ever taught. To reach such a level in such a brief span of time is truly remarkable. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall smiled wryly, momentarily at a loss for words to describe Lucien. This is also a testament to the educator's excellence. Professor, if I wish to attempt the transfiguration of living beings, what should I be mindful of? Upon hearing Lucien's inquiry, McGonagall answered without hesitation. The primary distinction between the transfiguration of inanimate objects and that of living beings lies in consciousness. One must suppress the inherent awareness of the creature. The difficulty increases sequentially. Plants, animals, muggles, and wizards. Wizards are particularly unique. Aside from the consciousness issue, the magical energy within wizards continuously counteracts the effects of transfiguration. Lucien nodded thoughtfully and curiously asked, but is it true that transfiguration cannot affect magical creatures due to the differences in their magical circuits compared to those of wizards? Indeed. That is why wizards cannot transform objects or themselves into magical creatures. The disparity in magical circuits is significant. If one wishes to innovate and create magical beings through transfiguration, should we not first experiment with transfiguration on magical creatures? If we can resolve this initial step, subsequent research will be considerably more manageable. Understood, thank you. Also, Professor, if I wish to attempt becoming an animagus, what preparations would be necessary? Lucien's question prompted an exchange of glances between McGonagall and Dumbledore. Becoming an animagus is one of the highest achievements in Transfiguration. Each animagus must even register with the Ministry of Magic. Failure to do so could result in imprisonment in Azkaban for those discovered to be practicing illegally. To be frank, young witches and wizards with exceptional talent in Transfiguration typically do not possess the capability to attempt this until their 4th or 5th year. Most individuals do not pursue becoming an animagus due to the considerable risks involved. If other witches and wizards posed such questions, Dumbledore and McGonagall would undoubtedly dissuade them, deeming their aspirations overly ambitious. However, in Lucien's case, both simultaneously considered that this child might soon be ready to engage with such matters. Lucien, the risks associated with becoming an animagus are indeed substantial. Listening to Professor McGonagall's explanation, Lucien grasped the primary concern surrounding the animagus transformation. The failure during the preparatory phase would be unfortunate, but manageable. The critical moment arises in the final step, when one must maintain composure after genuinely transforming into an animal, ensuring that one does not lose sight of their human self. Once one reaches this stage, it is too late to reconsider. One must either succeed and navigate freely between human and animal forms or endure a life marked by lingering animal traits. Either the most severe outcome. One might transform into an animal, languishing through the remainder of one's life in a daze. Thus, many students see no necessity in taking such risks. They attend school merely with the hope of securing a respectable job within the magical realm to earn a living. Except for those genuinely passionate about Transfiguration, who would willingly bear such tremendous peril. In this light, it is evident that Harry's father, James Potter, and his companions were truly loyal individuals. For the sake of their friend Lupin, James, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew all became animagi to assist Lupin in enduring the harrowing nights of the full moon, accompanying him on his adventures when he transformed into a werewolf. Perhaps it was youthful audacity that emboldened these students to attempt animagus transformation without the guidance of a professor. They were indeed gifted, yet fortunate as well. Of course, if one is adequately prepared and resolute in the desire to become an animagus, one may seek my assistance or that of Professor McGonagall. We are both willing to offer guidance and support. Lucien, I perceive your attitude towards animagus transformation, Albus spoke gently. After the unforgettable example of Tom, he now comprehended that the more gifted a student, the greater their confidence. If one truly believes in their ability, they will pursue it, regardless of others' warnings, feeling that they are misunderstood. Thus, it is better to guide than to hinder, rather than allowing Lucien to venture alone into danger. It would be wiser to encourage him to seek the protection and guidance of a teacher. By the way, Lucien, I heard that you recently had a duel with a classmate, Draco Malfoy. How did that feel? Chapter 97 In a Place of Learning. There should be no distinction of status. In the headmaster's office, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucien thought to himself, as expected, the network of informants is exceedingly extensive and timely. In the brief span of time since the duel with Malfoy and the completion of his new Halloween assignment, Dumbledore had acquired knowledge of the event with remarkable speed. Perhaps it was due to Malfoy's declaration the previous night that Dumbledore became aware of the situation, as there were numerous witnesses present, including several professors who arrived afterward. Lucien feigned contemplation, pondering for a few moments before responding. This was my first time competing in magic against my peers, and to be honest, the experience felt rather brief. Dumbledore chuckled softly at this, adjusting his half-moon spectacles. It is quite normal for no young wizard at your age to possess your level of skill. It is only natural to concede defeat swiftly. After a brief pause, the mirth in Dumbledore's eyes grew more pronounced. The little bat-shaped sweets you conjured were quite amusing and provided me with some inspiration. For the upcoming Halloween, or rather this year's Christmas, I shall attempt something similar. Lucien, what treats do children your age favor? Lemon drops, cockroach clusters, sugar mice, licorice wands, chocolate frogs. As Dumbledore enumerated the confections with great familiarity, Lucien's lips twitched slightly. Old Dumbledore was merely indulging his own cravings. Magic and potions are indeed too convenient. One need not worry about diabetes, regardless of age. Whether they are elderly or young, as long as one can consume it without feeling overwhelmed, they may indulge freely. After all, there are the diligent figures of Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape to provide support, right? Lucien had also noticed Dumbledore's remarks. Surrender, little bat of snacks. He instantly realized what had transpired in the hall moments ago. Wait, could it be that old Dumbledore was employing some magical means to witness a live broadcast? Who knows what extraordinary spells the greatest wizard has managed to conjure in his spare time? Before Lucien could speak, McGonagall interrupted Dumbledore's incantation, her brow slightly furrowed, admonishing, Dumbledore, let us not allow the children to consume an excess of sweets. Proper meals are essential. However, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's suggestion, Dumbledore could not help but mutter softly, eating candies is far more delightful. This remark elicited a suppressed chuckle from Lucien. The current headmaster and deputy headmistress, with McGonagall appearing to take her responsibilities more seriously. Seemed genuinely concerned about the students' education and well-being. Dumbledore, on the other hand, represented the school's grandeur, a protective figure. It is likely that had it not been for Dumbledore's immense reputation deterring others, he might have been the kind of venerable professor who mingles effortlessly with the students. Lucien, the conflict you encountered stems from the prejudice of pure-blood wizards against. Dumbledore hesitated, yet Lucien comprehended his intended phrase and interjected, the disdain towards muggle-born wizards. Lucien's candid response took Dumbledore by surprise. He had anticipated some resentment or discontent from the boy, but was taken aback by his composed demeanor. Wizards hailing from pure-blood families often achieve greater accomplishments than the majority of muggle-born wizards due to the inheritance of knowledge, accumulation of resources, and the genetic endowment of magical prowess. Consequently, it is not uncommon for them to regard muggle-borns with contempt or disdain. Such forthrightness astonished both Dumbledore and McGonagall, especially Dumbledore, who had intended to console Lucien, encouraging him not to be affected by such matters. He harbored a certain fear that a remarkably gifted youth might find himself ensnared by the malice of others. Lucien sighed softly. In the Muggle world, even though all are equal in humanity, subject to the same mortal conditions, the disparities in power and wealth lead many affluent individuals to harbor genuine disdain for those striving to lead ordinary lives. Particularly those born into privilege often fail to comprehend or empathize, despite their forebears having once experienced the trials of commonality. In the magical realm, aside from power and wealth, a stark contrast exists in the very essence of one's magical abilities, the true extraordinary force, further exacerbating the inequalities and discrimination among wizards. Upon hearing Lucien's words, Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances. This was not the discourse one would expect from an 11 or 12-year-old child. Of course, at Hogwarts, I believe that discrimination is somewhat subdued. After all, this institution serves as a place of learning, and regardless of one's identity or background after leaving these walls, here, we are all merely students, are we not? Lucien's intent in expressing these thoughts was rather straightforward. He aimed to prompt Dumbledore and others to pay closer attention to the attitudes exhibited by the purebloods. Indeed, Dumbledore's deterrence and declarations had instilled a degree of caution in these purebloods, preventing them from acting overtly reckless. However, insincerity still thrived. As a student at Hogwarts, Lucien sought a stable environment for his studies. As for fundamentally altering the arrogance and prejudice of the purebloods, he currently lacked both the capacity and the desire. Nevertheless, he believed that once he matured, the discrimination associated with so-called pureblood families would not be directed towards him. Should he wish to address the widespread disdain the purebloods held for other wizards, he would attempt to implement policies from the roots when he ascended to the position of headmaster of Hogwarts or minister of magic. Dumbledore and McGonagall grasped Lucien's sentiments and aspirations. They acknowledged the validity of his concerns, yet the path to actual implementation was fraught with challenges. Lucien, you are correct. At least within the confines of the school, everyone is a peer, devoid of distinctions of rank or wealth, Dumbledore stated with solemnity. Dumbledore was genuinely taken aback by Lucien's words and thoughts. It was remarkable that one who had been provoked and belittled could approach the matter with such composure and articulately demand what he sought. The more poised Lucien appeared, the more reassured Dumbledore felt. After some further conversation, Lucien took his leave. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, he chose not to return to the dormitory or the library. Instead, he meandered, ultimately arriving at the door of the potions professor's office. Inside the dimly lit office, Snape grimaced as he carefully applied a healing potion to a wound. The gruesome injury, deep enough to expose bone, was mending slowly, yet it was being obstructed and eroded by tendrils of dark energy. This was a result of a bite from a three-headed dog. The mere tearing of flesh was trivial. Snape could remedy that with ease. The real issue lay in the curse associated with the creature's fangs, which significantly delayed the healing process. Regrettably, the last remnants of the cheelant's saliva provided by Lucius had been used up, and the small amount of healing potion that remained could only mitigate a fraction of the three-headed dog's curse. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, causing Snape to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated visitors during the holiday. He covered his legs with his robe, wincing as the wound was disturbed. Come in. Chapter 98. The Professor's Favor, Snape's Surprise. As the door to the potions professor's office swung open, the familiar scent of herbs filled the air. Lucien's nostrils flared slightly as he detected a faint trace of blood amidst the complex aroma of potions. It seemed Snape had indeed been bitten by the beast. He expertly approached the desk and took a seat, glancing at several uncovered vials and jars, further confirming his suspicions. Professor, happy Halloween. Snape seemed somewhat unaccustomed to Lucien's festive greeting, hesitating briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. The brevity of this response prompted an inward chuckle from Lucien. The old bat seldom receives greetings from others during holidays, does he? Severus Snape habitually inquired. It is rare for students to approach him with questions. Yet Lucien is one such exception. Lucien extracted a small vial from his pocket, placing it upon the table and nudging it towards Snape. "Professor, could you kindly take a look at this simple potion I attempted to brew?" Upon hearing this, Snape grasped the vial, uncapped it, and glanced within, discovering it contained a solid potion. Tilting the vial, a perfectly round white pill tumbled into Snape's palm, bringing the pill closer to his nose for a sniff. Snape's brow furrowed slightly. It appears to be a healing potion, composed of saffron, dew, and the egg white of a fire ash snake. However, one ingredient is rather uncommon. This revelation piqued Snape's interest. As one of the foremost potion masters of his time, it was rare for him to encounter ingredients he could not swiftly identify, especially when presented by a young wizard. Lucien, upon hearing Snape's remarks, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Of course, it was uncommon. The shimmering Chelan saliva was truly one of a kind in the world. In truth, his recent studies in potion making had been methodical, as he had yet to engage with the Philosopher's Stone and thus could not attempt potion creation. Naturally, he was unaware of the challenges he might face that would require consultation. This small pill was primarily composed of Chelan saliva, blended with a few other ingredients. Lucien pondered the necessity of using the Philosopher's Stone for his potions, realizing that should he require exceedingly rare materials, those of a scarcity that money could not procure, he would often need special channels to obtain them. Yet, considering channels, the youngest potion master of the age, with an illustrious future ahead, Snape undoubtedly had extensive connections. Perhaps in the future, he might need to procure some rare ingredients from Snape or enlist his assistance in searching for them. Thus, fostering a cordial relationship would be advantageous. Lucien recalled a saying from his previous life, quite amusing: "Cherish the opportunity to engage with your university professors, for the connections you cultivate may be among the most capable and esteemed individuals you encounter in your lifetime." Recognizing Snape's interest in the pill, or rather, the unique ingredient within it, Lucien knew he had successfully taken the first step toward his goal. "Professor, might you analyze it with magic, or perhaps simply taste it? After all, I assure you, I haven't added anything peculiar." Snape glanced at Lucien, having some understanding of this student. He was generally well-mannered, diligent, and humble, entirely unlike certain foolish youths. Snape summoned some apparatus and, retrieving his wand, cast a few minor spells to assist in analyzing the pill's composition. Indeed, it was composed of those conventional ingredients, yet there seemed to be a remarkably potent vitality emanating from it. While observing and studying, Snape conjured a cup of tea and a plate of pastries that floated before Lucien. Lucien raised the teacup to his lips, savoring a sip. Oh, still the familiar medicinal tea. A hint of bitterness, a touch of astringency, and a dash of acidity. Undoubtedly, it was an unpleasant beverage. Glancing at the snack, dried cheese and frog jerky, one could easily infer its flavor profile. Lucien discreetly curled his lip. Why not simply present the cheese? What a peculiar old bat. How did the duel with Draco go? Snape inquired in a conversational tone. After all, he had a decent rapport with Lucius Malfoy and would naturally take an interest in the affairs of his son. Lucien set down his teacup and replied in a casual manner. It was fine, he conceded right at the beginning. Upon hearing this, Snape's lips involuntarily twitched. After all, he was indeed a Malfoy child. What did you say, Professor? Lucien, unable to discern Snape's barely audible voice, caught only a mention of Malfoy. Nothing of consequence. I examined your potion. The brewing technique is rather straightforward, primarily reliant on the materials, with one particularly unique ingredient sustaining it. Snape deftly redirected the conversation. Lucien nodded gently. You are entirely correct. After a brief pause, he smiled and added, So, Professor, would you care to test its effects? After a moment's silence, Snape promptly tossed the pill into his mouth and began to chew. As a master of potions, testing remedies was a routine procedure for him. Taking the pill felt akin to savoring a jelly bean. Initially, Snape's expression remained stoic, finding the flavor agreeable, pleasantly sweet, and not unpleasant to ingest. However, upon swallowing, a wave of warmth emanated from his abdomen, gradually spreading outward. This sensation was typical. Healing potions generally elicit similar responses. Yet, Snape soon realized that the pain in his leg had notably diminished. Without hesitation, he lifted his robe to inspect the area where the three-headed dog had bitten him. And even his usually impassive, profound eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise. The torn flesh was mending rapidly, yet it was not this that truly astounded Snape. What left him in disbelief was the dark aura that had been festering around the wound. The curse born from the creature's teeth was dissipating in wisps. It is crucial to note that for Snape, healing mere physical wounds was a trivial task. However, the residual dark magic posed a far more significant challenge, as conventional spells and potions struggled to counteract it, necessitating time and continuous cleansing to mitigate its effects. Yet, within moments of Snape's astonishment, the dark aura had entirely vanished. The table obstructed Lucien's view, preventing him from witnessing the specifics of the situation. However, he could discern Snape's expression. The effects appear quite promising. When I aided young Harry with his injuries, he healed remarkably swiftly. The shimmering essence of Chelan saliva, rich in vitality, not only expedites healing but also has the capacity to dispel certain curses, such as the residual effects from the three-headed dog's bite. Otherwise, Harry's wound would not have healed so promptly. In this regard, it bore a resemblance to the cleansing fire of the Chelan, though its efficacy was likely somewhat inferior. Professor, what are your thoughts on the potency of this potion? Snape, having regained his composure, returned to his typical expressionless demeanor. The effects are quite extraordinary. Severus Snape was acutely aware that it was not merely the quality of the potion that mattered, but rather the exceptional ingredients, some of which even he could not identify. Indeed, Snape was quite inclined to inquire of Lucien regarding the nature and origin of such materials. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Part of him was constrained by his own disposition, while another part recognized that Lucien was still just a child, and as a professor, he deemed it unnecessary to pry into a student's little secrets. With their interaction unfolding as he had anticipated, Snape did not press further, and Lucien soon took his leave. As Lucien approached the door, he heard Snape call out to him, "You may select any item from the shelf on your left. Also, Happy Halloween." In the sanctuary of the potions master's office, Snape's words elicited a subtle smile from Lucien. It appeared that the old bat was not entirely devoid of sentiment, who claimed that Westerners lacked social grace. That was but a misconception. "Professor, does this count as Halloween candy?" Lucien jested. Perhaps due to the rarity of students daring to joke with him, Snape felt an unfamiliar discomfort. After a brief silence, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, responding in his typically aloof manner, "If you believe it to be so, then it is." Snape could discern that the unique ingredient in the little pill Lucien had given him was quite precious. His pride would never permit him to take advantage of a child. Thus, he suggested that Lucien choose an item as a form of exchange. However, Lucien framed it as a festive interaction, which caught Snape slightly off guard. After all, no one had ever dared to approach him with a playful demand of trick or treat. Snape's response, in turn, prompted Lucien to stifle a laugh. The old bat was still as awkward as ever, reluctant to express his thoughts and emotions freely. Had he been bolder in his youth, perhaps Harry would have borne the name Snape. Yet, who could say for certain? Ultimately, it was Snape's obsession with dark magic and his association with dubious characters that had distanced him from Lily. Dark magic. How it ensnares its practitioners, warping their bodies and distorting their minds, while simultaneously leaving them devoid of companionship. Would it ever be possible to develop a form of dark magic with minimal or no adverse effects? No. If it possessed great power and efficacy without rebounding upon the caster, it could not be classified as dark magic. It would be true white magic. After all, the essence of dark arts lies in the presence of side effects. If one could master it swiftly and gain strength without repercussions, what would that be? It would be the pinnacle of celestial sorcery. Lucien approached a row of cabinets, meticulously selecting his materials. One must admit, it was indeed a testament to his status as the youngest master of potions. The items that Snape had curated were anything but ordinary. Among them were rare and costly ingredients, many of which were scarcely found on the market, yet Snape's modest shelves held a veritable treasure trove. Clearly, fostering a good rapport with Snape was a prudent choice, as it would facilitate future acquisitions of small components. Now, which to choose? Lucien gazed for a considerable time, finally beginning to comprehend why the young ladies took such an eternity to select their jewelry and attire. On one hand, they were enamored with everything and desired it all. On the other, they felt that retaining such treasures could never be a loss, as they would eventually find utility in them. As Lucien was absorbed in his choices, Severus suddenly interjected, "I have heard that you are tutoring Harry, assisting him with his studies?" Taken aback by this remark, Lucien was not surprised that Severus was aware of this matter. After all, Harry had informed him long ago, and it seemed Severus had already known. What astonished him was the fact that so much time had elapsed, yet Severus was only now broaching the subject. Was it that he had previously refrained from displaying concern for Harry in the presence of others? TSK, it was truly perplexing. "Yes. How do you perceive his recent proficiency in potions?" Lucien inquired. "Not bad," Severus replied, "a slight improvement from the beginning of the term." After a brief pause, he added, "Perhaps, in the future, you might consider becoming a teacher." This statement was a veiled compliment from Severus, who was not one to offer praise directly. Nevertheless, Lucien discerned the underlying meaning and politely replied, "Thank you for your recognition." To be candid, Severus was quite pleased with Lucien, both in terms of his academic diligence and his demeanor. He had previously remarked that Harry, that foolish boy, ought to learn a thing or two from Lucien. At the very least, he should cease to wear that insufferable expression reminiscent of his even more detestable father. Sometimes, Severus mused that had Lucien been sorted into Slytherin, the house cup would likely have been more securely theirs. It had become a habit for their group of professors to anticipate Lucien as the first to complete tasks and earn points in class. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Lucien selected a dragon heartstring. Several components on the shelf could be procured from the Forbidden Forest, where resources were indeed abundant. For Lucien, venturing into the Forbidden Forest felt akin to returning home. I shall visit Celine and her companions in a few days. The unicorn's gestation should conclude in 2 or 3 months. This period would be opportune for observation. As for the other rare materials, Lucien chose not to concern himself, for he would undoubtedly have further opportunities to exchange for them. Having secured the dragon heartstring, Lucien bid farewell to Severus. He then proceeded to visit several other professors, extending festive greetings and engaging in casual conversation for a while. Finally, Lucien returned to his dormitory. Upon entering his cozy alcove, he retrieved a shape-shifting gelatinous creature from the system space. The most primitive form of this creature resembled a pink, translucent jelly. Within it lay a sphere riddled with holes, serving as the core, responsible for adjusting its form and the intensity of its consciousness. Taking a handful of candies from his pocket, Lucien tossed them toward the shape-shifting creature. It extended several pink, jelly-like appendages, ensnaring the candies and swiftly decomposing them for absorption. According to the system, any substance that could provide nourishment was fair game for the gelatinous creature, making it remarkably easy to care for. Lucien drew forth his wand, its tip making contact with the surface of the transforming gelatinous creature. As magical energy surged into it, the spherical core began to glow brightly and slowly rotate. He envisioned the creature he desired within his mind. Suddenly, the gelatinous form quivered, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Moments later, the mass of jelly had vanished, replaced by a llama that tilted its head inquisitively at Lucien. In contrast to animals conjured through Transfiguration, this llama exhibited a distinctly more vibrant gaze, appearing indistinguishable from a genuine one. The consciousness level was set to that of an ordinary animal. Lucien had previously experimented with this, finding that plant consciousness was exceedingly feeble and posed no adverse effects during his transformations, leading to swift success. With a gentle flick of his wand, the llama instantly began to contort and reshape. A barrel materialized on the ground, yet the lid retained a complete llama head. It cast a glance at Lucien, puffing its cheeks, seemingly preparing to spit. Lucien gestured with his wand once more, prompting the barrel llama to undergo another transformation. This time, the llama head had vanished, but 4 legs sprouted from the barrel's side, bouncing merrily about. His inaugural attempt to transform a living creature into an inanimate object revealed a certain clumsiness. Lucien allowed the barrel to frolic freely, contemplating the oversights and errors encountered during the transformation. The consciousness of living beings indeed posed a challenge, particularly when beginning with animals, where the intensity was markedly heightened. He observed the barrel with its 4 legs. The transforming gelatinous creature was a remarkable tool, capable of morphing into any being while allowing for the adjustment of consciousness levels, facilitating his practice. He aspired to master the transformation of living creatures before Christmas, eagerly anticipating his venture into becoming an animagus. Chapter 100. The Weasley Family's Magic Book, Malfoy's Family Letters. The Room of Requirement. The Weasley twins curiously surveyed the unique classroom arrangement. They examined their surroundings, and Fred suddenly pointed at the various slogans adorning the walls. Lucien, this classroom you've transformed is truly fascinating, but don't you think these slogans are a tad hasty? George chimed in with a grin, reading aloud one of the slogans. Strive with all your might. Exams are beckoning you, but we still have 2 years before we face that examination. Fred added, chuckling. Indeed. This must be something Percy is fretting over. You wouldn't believe it, but he's not only busy with his studies. He has been secretly reading a book. What's it called again? Fred scratched his head, momentarily stumped. George quickly interjected, How to Acquire Authority as a Prefect. Can you imagine? A mere 16-year-old engrossed in such a dull and daunting book. Upon hearing the Weasley twins' banter, Ron and Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter. To the children, it was utterly incomprehensible to empathize with an overly mature and serious older brother or prefect. Lucien too found it difficult to suppress a smile. His impression of Percy was rather limited. He only recalled him as a very proper and rule-abiding individual. Lucien had always harbored a fondness for ingratiating himself with authoritative figures, yearning for a notable achievement in his career. After some idle chatter, the twins seemed to recall their main purpose. One of them extended a book to Lucien, while the other handed a letter to Ron. This was a missive from their mother, expressing gratitude for Ron's assistance during this period. She was elated to learn of Ron's recent academic progress. Oh, and Lucien, she has invited you to visit our home during the holidays. I assure you, it will be quite delightful. As Lucien accepted the book, he graciously replied, It would be my honor. I shall certainly pay a visit. At last, Ron's tutoring fee had officially arrived. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of magical knowledge the Weasley family's tomes would contain. A visit to their abode, humorously dubbed the Burrow, during the holidays promised to be a fascinating experience. After all, being a pure-blood wizarding family, Their lifestyle would undoubtedly differ vastly from that of ordinary folk. Rather than hastily delving into the book, Lucien turned his attention to Ron, who had already opened the letter. As he read, Ron's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and his nose twitched. "Why are you crying? Let me see what your mother wrote," Lucien inquired. Lost in his thoughts, Ron barely noticed as his brother George snatched the letter from his grasp. Without missing a beat, George began to recite its contents, even altering his voice to mimic a woman's. "Dear Ronnie, your commitment to studying magic fills me with joy. I am even happier that you have made such wonderful friends. Remember to cherish these relationships." After reading a few lines, George, while dodging Ron's attempts to reclaim the letter, chuckled. "See, I told you it was fine to call you Ronnie, darling. Even your mother does." George's teasing left Ron's face flushed, almost rivaling the hue of his hair, as he lunged at his brother like a hound on a chase, targeting the letter in George's hand. Alas, Ron, being 2 years younger, could not catch up. "Haha, Lucien, isn't our family amusing? We are nothing like the Malfoys, the so-called purebloods." Fred chimed in, casting a sidelong glance at Lucien and winking. "Now, let's take a look at this spellbook." To be honest, every time their parents insisted they read such texts, it felt rather tedious, with only Bill and Percy genuinely engrossed. Lucien too opened the Weasley family spellbook. Its cover appeared to be crafted from ordinary parchment, merely enchanted to resist deterioration. The word Weasley was scrawled casually across the front, giving it the semblance of a book lacking a rich lineage. However, as he flipped through several pages, Lucien discerned the essence of a pure-blood family, one that proudly belonged to the Sacred 28, the Weasleys. The material may have been unremarkable, but the knowledge contained within was far from trivial. Spells and magical circuits. This was indeed a legacy of enchantment. As for spells, he recalled that the eldest Weasley, Bill, worked as a curse breaker at Gringotts. Clearly, it was not solely his innate talent for spell breaking, but also the benefit of familial heritage that aided him. The incantations encompass a multitude of knowledge and techniques, including arithmetic, divination, and the study of spells. It even necessitates a foundation in ancient languages such as Sanskrit. However, Lucien's primary interest lies in the magical circuits. These circuits represent the pathways through which magical energy flows within wizards and magical creatures endowed with such powers. There exists a variance in magical circuits across different species. The principal obstacle in transfiguring magical creatures is, in fact, the construction of the corresponding magical circuits. While one could superficially replicate a creature, without the proper magical circuit, one cannot restore the innate abilities of the magical being itself. With great enthusiasm, Lucien perused his spellbook, primarily focusing on the magical circuits of wizards themselves to enhance the speed and potency of his spells. Additionally, he included observations and analyses of the magical circuits in extraordinary creatures for comparative study. The crux lies in the methodology and thought process, providing him with the foundational preparation necessary. He has now mastered the basics of transfiguring living beings. His next endeavor will be to tackle the complexities of becoming an animagus. Thus, it is time to commence preparations for the transfiguration of magical creatures. The magical circuit remains a pivotal challenge to conquer. The spellbook from the Weasley family serves as an excellent reference. Moreover, utilizing it solely to refine his own magical abilities proves to be a rare and invaluable source of knowledge. Once he masters these concepts, he can subsequently impart this knowledge to that rascal Ron. Alchemy is undeniably useful, yet the wizard's inherent magical prowess is fundamental to their identity. Lucien cast a glance at Ron, who had finally retrieved the parchment and held it close. It seems he has made some progress in alchemical mechanics, and there is room for further enhancement. As for the magical circuits, it would be advantageous to possess more potent observational and perceptual methods. Lucien mentally communicated with the system. "System, please assist me in researching loans." "Host, do you long for me again? Here are some loans that may align with your needs." Ignoring the increasingly lively system, Lucien swiftly reviewed the loan information and ultimately honed in on 2 relatively suitable options. Loan, Lens of Insight, weekly loan. Loan details, an intriguing alchemical gadget that allows the wearer to see the magical circuits within a wizard or magical creature, with a maximum usage duration of 3 hours and a cooldown period of 1 hour. Loan task, observe the magical circuits of a specific magical creature. And loan, Eye of the Seer, monthly loan. Loan details, a magical technique that combines potions, alchemy, and transfiguration to modify the structure of the eyeball, enabling direct visualization of magical circuits. Loan task, locate an animagus in animal form, uncovering and documenting its concealed magical circuits. To be frank, the lens option is quite simple. He has both a mooncalf and an acromantula in his possession, either of which could easily fulfill the task. However, the Eye of the Seer is not without its challenges. Typically, finding an animagus is rather rare. At least those registered with the Ministry of Magic are few and far between. Yet, one such individual is conveniently within his reach, Professor McGonagall. Certainly, Transforming an aging catgirl into a tabby cat might be an intriguing endeavor, albeit somewhat peculiar. However, Lucien cast a glance at Ron, or more precisely, at his pocket, which contained a rather unique individual, an animagus. He had intended to take the time to study and observe the intricacies of being an animagus, laying a foundation for his own future attempts at transformation. Moreover, he could expedite this process while repaying his loan, aided by the capabilities bestowed by the Eye of Insight, which would undoubtedly yield greater insights. Directly perceiving the magical circuits would not only enhance his routine studies, but might also prove beneficial in practical applications. In contrast, utilizing a lens for analysis was far more cumbersome, requiring cool-down periods and, in the heat of battle, the inconvenience of retrieving and donning it. In this regard, the innate abilities of the eye itself were undoubtedly superior. However, modifying the eyeball could pose certain risks. System, what are the risks associated with altering the Eye of Insight? Did the host forget? You swore an oath when you accompanied me back in the day. A product of the system is guaranteed to be exceptional. Enough of that, he thought. He had recited that old refrain for years. I wish to apply for a loan using the Eye of Insight. Ding, loan application successful. Loan, Eye of Insight, monthly loan. Repayment period, 30 days. Note, please do not forget to recite the incantation when activating the Eye of Insight. In an instant, Lucien's expression darkened. What a juvenile opening line. Had he wandered into the wrong scene? Oh, but no, this was indeed the magical realm, where incantations were requisite. I just had to play the fool. At that moment, a sense of anticipation welled within Lucien, a hope that, akin to certain Clich D tropes, the system might ultimately manifest as a higher dimensional consciousness, leading him into an intense encounter. Choosing to disregard the system, Lucien severed communication after securing the loan. The Weasley twins departed shortly thereafter, whispering about pranks and lessons learned. Days later, in the Great Hall, Malfoy fiddled with the sticky slime clinging to his nose. Damn it, which imbecile had placed an explosive at the entrance, orchestrating such a tedious prank? Master, allow me to assist you in cleaning up, said Goyle, hastily approaching Malfoy, oblivious to the similar mess on himself, eager to help wipe the substance off Malfoy's head. No need, attend to your own first, Malfoy replied, his tone unexpectedly softened towards Goyle, following his swift concession in the duel with Lucien. A group of ignorant fools in Slytherin had ostracized him, claiming he tarnished the pride and honor of purebloods. It was the first time Malfoy encountered such ridicule and discrimination. He found himself with a faint understanding of the feelings experienced by Muggleborns and half-bloods who faced disdain from certain purebloods. Of course, it was only a fleeting understanding. Malfoy glanced at Goyle and Crabbe, his dim-witted followers, as they busily assisted one another in removing the slime from their clothes. In recent days, they have continued to follow him, exhibiting no discernible change from before. Malfoy contemplated bestowing a gift upon the pair for Christmas, something uncomplicated yet respectable. Suddenly, a flurry of wings interrupted his thoughts. A dark gray owl alighted above Malfoy, dropping a parcel with a soft thud. He lifted a biscuit from the table, intending to offer it to the owl, but the creature merely cast a fleeting glance at him before soaring away. Silly bird. Malfoy tossed the biscuit towards the owl, which effortlessly caught it mid-flight. As he turned his attention to the package, he noticed it was thick and accompanied by a letter. The envelope bore the Malfoy family crest. Instantly, his complexion paled further. His fears had materialized. His father must have learned of the situation. After all, as a school governor, it would be rather simple for him to keep abreast of his son's affairs at school. Wiping his hands nervously on his trousers, Malfoy hesitantly opened the envelope. Dear Draco, my proud son, you have done exceedingly well. Upon reading the first line, Malfoy felt compelled to rub his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had misread. His initial reaction was one of relief. His father was evidently unaware of the incident, the duel in which he had surrendered, bringing shame upon the family name. However, as he continued to read, his mouth fell agape, and his gaze turned vacant. I am already aware of your involvement with Lucien Grafton. I have also taken the liberty of familiarizing myself with the latest developments concerning that student. Draco, your choice is most commendable. Malfoys have always been allies of the strong, and it appears you have begun to grasp the essence of that sentiment. I am truly pleased. Staring at the familiar handwriting of his father, Malfoy found himself in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was his father articulating? Was he not meant to admonish him for his perceived weakness in conceding? Should he not have criticized him for tarnishing their pureblood lineage and family honor? Was he not to face some form of retribution, such as a reduction in his allowance? Malfoy pressed on, reading, I have conversed with your headmaster. His assessment of Lucien is quite favorable. You should understand how rare Professor Snape's commendations are. Furthermore, I have come across some intriguing information, including the manner in which Lucien vanquished a troll on Halloween night. In retrospect, I recognize the potential in Severus. Draco, you are indeed my son. You resemble me. Go forth and apologize to Lucien. Disregarding any concerns of pride, Such sentiments are merely tools to seize greater opportunities when the time is right. Friendship, particularly with the strong and the promising, is the very foundation of the Malfoy family. Contemplate this deeply. Malfoy, holding the letter, momentarily forgot to unravel the parcel. The contents of the letter were utterly unforeseen. He hastily examined the envelope, scrutinizing the crest, and then inspected the intricate patterns of the letter under the light. He confirmed that it was indeed the family's exclusive correspondence, not a concocted jest. Malfoy had been particularly sensitive of late, often finding himself the target of pranks. It would not result in any harm, yet the discomfort is undeniably real. After a while, Malfoy began to unwrap his package, pondering how to approach Lucien. Chapter 101. The Eye of Divination, Magical Energy Circuits. The Room of Requirement Classroom. Ron, raise your wrist another 5 centimeters. Yes, hold your wand level. Well done, Harry. You seem quite adept at defense against the dark arts. Just take it slow with your incantation, and ensure the tip of your wand is pointed outward as you finish the spell. Hermione, as expected of you, you learn swiftly. There are no issues, just practice more. Lucien observed the trio as they performed the disarming charm, correcting their shortcomings one by one. Each time they cast the spell, he focused intently on their movements, their wands, their magical energy circuits. In the center of Lucien's pupils, there were tiny vortices, slowly rotating. Their pitch-black hue slightly diffused into the surrounding area, deepening the already dark green of his eyes. Following the method of the Eye of Divination, Lucien had successfully altered his eyesight. At this moment, he could see the magical energy circuits of Harry and his friends in their entirety. Each time they cast a spell, the flow of magical energy became remarkably clear. Thus, by adjusting their movements and the rhythm of their incantations while observing their magical energy circuits, he could provide more precise guidance. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he quickened the swirling speed of the vortices in his pupils. Indeed, even with the same spell, the flow of magical energy varies among different individuals. However, the differences are not stark. Overall, they remain quite similar. Moreover, aside from the flow of magical energy, the wizard's own magical energy circuits exhibit distinct characteristics. Lucien meticulously compared the magical energy circuits of the trio. From his current perspective, the circuits resembled a grand tree, complete with roots, stems, and branches, even bearing clusters reminiscent of fruit. As they were all wizards, the general structure was undoubtedly similar, with all the essential elements present. Yet, when delving into the details, the differences became apparent. For instance, Harry's magical energy circuit exhibited the largest number of clusters, though most of their colors were rather dim, with only a few retaining a constant glow. Hermione's circuit contained the fewest clusters, yet had numerous slender branches. As for Ron, his clusters and branches were quite standard. If there was a distinguishing feature, it would be the broadness of his trunk. This was Lucien's first time employing the Eye of Divination to observe others, and he was still unfamiliar with the correlation between the characteristics of magical energy circuits and magical abilities. Indeed, the Weasley family's magic book documented knowledge regarding magical energy circuits. However, there was a discrepancy. The imagery of the magical energy circuits he observed was evidently different from what was recorded in the Weasley magic book. Lucien believed that neither the Eye of Divination nor the Weasley inheritance was at fault. Rather, the differences stemmed from distinct methods of observation. The knowledge from the Weasley family leaned more towards mastering and developing one's own magical energy circuits to enhance spellcasting abilities, employing a unique method of perceiving oneself through magical energy. However, it is certainly not akin to employing the Eye of Insight to observe such vivid and clear images. There is no need for haste. By seeking out additional subjects for observation and drawing comparisons, one is bound to discover correspondences and deduce patterns. After all, Hogwarts is replete with wizards of diverse ages. There are first-year students who have recently awakened to magic, adolescents in their developmental stages, and seasoned, even elderly, instructors. The reference samples are plentiful. Lucien chose to first observe the trio, comparing their current magical performances with their future growth as depicted in the original narrative. A somewhat rudimentary comparison suggests that the number of magical clusters should correlate with the amount of magical power, while the number and thickness of branches may relate to the precision of spellcasting. In the early stages, Hermione's magical prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Harry, both having had zero exposure prior to their enrollment. Hermione's strong aptitude for learning is one factor, yet as time progressed, Harry's magical abilities soared dramatically. The most plausible explanation lies in the disparity of their magical reserves, possibly intertwined with the efficiency of their magical output. The magical power of wizards increases with age, hence, the growth rate and potential will diverge significantly over time. After committing the trio's magical circuits to memory, Lucien focused inward. This is one of the subtle advantages of the Eye of Insight, allowing for a third-person perspective to comprehensively observe one's own state, thereby facilitating adjustments in spellcasting precision. Gazing at the magical circuits within himself, Lucien, despite having seen them upon first acquiring the Eye of Insight, felt a sense of wonder. Similar to Harry and the others, his magical circuit resembled a mighty tree. However, the number of connections and the intricacy of the branches had reached a remarkably complex level. According to Lucien's conjecture, if these represented the total magical capacity and casting precision, it would be understandable, for his magical power and various magical talents were indeed significant. Yet, what struck Lucien as most peculiar were the positions of the roots and trunk. While the roots of Harry and his companions were fixed, akin to those of a true tree, his own resembled soft, sinuous tendrils that writhed and swayed, as if greeting him. Moreover, upon closer inspection of the trunk's surface, he observed a chaotic array of what appeared to be eyes, ethereal and devoid of lashes. The most disconcerting aspect for Lucien was that when utilizing the Eye of Insight to examine his internal magical circuit, these eyes would collectively fix their gaze upon him. Even when he shifted his direction, the eyes followed suit. After several attempts, Lucien fell into contemplation, realizing that, merely based on the magical circuit, it seemed rather inhuman. "Lucien, has the color of your eyes changed?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in puzzlement as the trio concluded their practice. Lucien blinked, returning to the present. The swirling patterns in his eyes had vanished, revealing their normal dark green hue once more. Perhaps it was merely the lighting, he mused. Seeing Lucien's eyes return to their usual state, Hermione began to question whether she had been mistaken. "Ron, may I trouble you for a favor?" Upon hearing Lucien's words, Ron patted his chest and exclaimed, "No problem. What is the matter? May I borrow your pet, Speckles, for a while?" Ron scratched his head, his tone filled with confusion. "Well, that's fine, but Speckles, he enjoys sleeping, has a hearty appetite, and isn't particularly entertaining." As he spoke, Ron retrieved Speckles from his pocket, revealing the old, hairless mouse who was indeed fast asleep. Lucien chuckled softly. "It's all right. I merely wish to experience the joys of pet ownership." "Oh, by the way, Lucien, you don't have a pet yet, do you?" Lucien remained non-committal as he accepted Speckles from Ron and gently placed the creature into a small gourd. "What kind of pet are you considering, Lucien?" "The last time I visited the magical menagerie, I saw an adorable cat, a ginger Persian." Upon hearing Hermione's description, Lucien felt a sense of familiarity and quickly recalled. Was that cat truly cute?" It was indeed Ginger, a Persian, but its face seemed rather unfortunate, as if it had collided with a wall. Perhaps he was mistaken. Could it be that Hermione was referring to a different cat altogether? Chapter 102. "You're awake, Speckles," stuttered Malfoy. A hairless little mouse, missing a toe, stirred from its slumber. This time, it did not awaken in the confines of a school uniform pocket or beside a pillow. Upon opening its eyes, it did not behold a face crowned with Weasley red hair. "You're awake, Speckles." The mouse widened its eyes in surprise, staring at the handsome young man who was observing it with dark, penetrating eyes. Squeak. Speckles anxiously surveyed its surroundings, realizing it lay upon a silver metallic surface in an expansive area. Lucien's eyes, swirling with black vortices, scrutinized the mouse as it flexed its tiny paws. The Eye of Insight reveals no trace of magical circuits. So this is an animagus? In its animal form, it can conceal the distinctive traits of being a wizard, rendering it less detectable. Perhaps certain actions or stimuli must occur to expose its magical circuits. Lucien summoned his magical energy, intensifying the Eye of Insight, causing the vortex in his pupils to quicken. Sensing something amiss, Speckles glanced at Lucien, who was fixated upon it, and scurried to escape. However, Lucien had already waved his wand, causing barriers to rise around the metallic surface, effectively obstructing Speckles' escape route. The mouse hesitated, recognizing the young wizard before it. He was a friend of Ron's, someone it had first encountered on the train. At that time, Speckles recalled, it sensed something unusual about this boy and preferred to keep its distance. Yet, it had never anticipated waking from a normal nap only to find itself in Lucien's possession. Speckles turned its head, trying to appear like an ordinary mouse. After all, Lucien had not truly harmed it. Speckles assumed Ron had merely lent it to Lucien for a few days, after which it would be reclaimed. Just as Speckles prepared to find a corner to resume its slumber, Lucien cast a levitation charm, causing it to float into the air. Observing the struggling creature, Lucien furrowed his brow. Despite the influence of magic, there was still no sign of a magical circuit. He had fully activated the Eye of Enchantment, yet he failed to detect even the slightest flow of magical energy. Was this characteristic of all animagi, or was Peter Pettigrew particularly unique? After all, he was a disguised animagus for over a decade, potentially the one who had maintained his animal form the longest in this realm. How could an ordinary person endure such an extended period as a mere creature, a little mouse? In this regard, Peter Pettigrew exhibited remarkable courage. Could a coward, who fears for his life, summon the fortitude to survive? Would a sudden attack provoke the animagus to abandon his magical disguise, thereby revealing his magical circuit? If all else fails, perhaps he could consult Professor McGonagall regarding the magical issues pertaining to animagi. If only he could transform into a tabby cat, allowing him to examine the magical circuit directly. Yet, how presumptuous that would be. Professor, may I observe you in your feline form? This would indeed be less convenient than observing Peter or the little mouse. He returned to the table, producing some snacks for the mouse. After a moment's hesitation, the mouse, feeling that it would be odd not to eat, seized a piece of biscuit and began to nibble. As Lucien watched the mouse engage in its normal activities, he discerned no traces of magic. Suddenly, a tiny arc of electricity shot from the tip of his wand towards the mouse. With a squeak, the mouse leapt into the air, startled by the sudden jolt, though it was not painful. Nervously glancing around, it eventually feigned nonchalance, casting a casual look at Lucien. However, this glance revealed an unsettling sight. The boy was smiling. The mouse's heart raced. Could he be a sadistic tormentor of innocent creatures? What sort of friends did Ron associate with? Lucien noticed the fleeting surge of magical energy through those eyes, the momentary manifestation of a magical circuit. Indeed, a sudden magical stimulus could briefly reveal the circuit. Yet, it vanished too quickly. Would a sustained magical influence prolong the display of the circuit? The mouse was suddenly gripped by a chill, sensing an ominous event looming over it. An hour later, Lucien emerged from the gourd space, pleased with the outcome. If he maintained this pace, he could resolve the matter within half a month. He aimed to record the hidden magical circuits of animagi. A faint golden figure materialized beside Lucien. Liu Guang, you've returned. How was your discussion with Mr. Scamander? As Lucien conversed with the Qilin, he removed the satchel from around its neck, retrieving a letter and 2 copies of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. While these were common editions available in bookstores, upon opening the cover, he discovered the first page adorned with the signature of Newt Scamander himself. At last, the signed book is in hand, and the rewards for this semester's final examinations are prepared. Harry and his friends should be encouraged to study with greater diligence. Lucien tucked the book into his pocket and turned to the little Qilin, Luminous. Have you grown again? The young Qilin, still in its developmental phase, exhibited rapid growth, expanding in size each month. Perhaps, master, but I can alter my size, so the change is not particularly noticeable, Luminous replied. After a brief exchange with Luminous, Lucien made his way back to the vicinity of the hunting grounds. Today, he had arranged to dine with Hagrid and the others at the hut. However, as he approached the hut, Lucien noticed a shadowy figure lurking nearby. Have Yaya and Baya been taken out for a walk again? I haven't heard a bark to alert us. A boy with a light golden pompadour loitered in front of the hut, clutching a box under his arm. I checked the library and inquired with the Ravenclaws, who said they weren't in the common room. There are no classes today, so they are likely here. What brings you here, Malfoy? Lucien asked, startled by the sudden voice from behind. Malfoy clutched the box tightly. Ah, it's you, Lucien. Lucien regarded Malfoy, who was holding a large box, puzzled by his presence. The timing seemed off. Hagrid must have been reported by Malfoy for discovering the dragon egg. But that would have happened after Christmas. Now, they were merely approaching the Quidditch match. Malfoy stammered for a moment before finally raising the box to show Lucien. Averting his gaze. I came to apologize. I shouldn't have said you were unworthy to discuss pure blood matters, nor should I have belittled your heritage. As Malfoy's voice dwindled, he recalled his father's admonitions and persevered. This is a token of my apology. Would you be willing to accept it? Lucien couldn't help but chuckle at Malfoy's awkwardness, reminiscent of Quirrell's speech. After all, he was just a child. How many could genuinely apologize to others? Yet, this did not seem like a typical Malfoy action, at least not so soon. Could it be that someone is guiding him from behind the scenes? Lucien mused. If only Malfoy could be more candid, adopt a humbler stance, and shed his arrogance. Perhaps he could have forged a friendship with Harry, whom he both adored and despised, long ago. In an instant, Lucien's pupils swirled as he employed his magical eye to scrutinize Malfoy and the box he held. A potent surge of magic, yet it is not a living entity. It resembles. Lucien rapidly rifled through his memories, recalling the characteristics of items he had previously observed with his magical eye. It bore a striking similarity to the dragon heartstring he had received from Snape, emitting a faint, intense heat. There is more than one. Chapter 103. The Dragon Material Gift Pack. Does Malfoy have the honor of gaining your friendship? In front of Hagrid's hut, noticing Lucien's lack of response, Malfoy gritted his teeth and with a decisive snap, opened the box, revealing its contents. Inside were vials and jars, along with smaller, more exquisite silver boxes. And at the bottom, it appeared there was a book. These are the horns of the Romanian longhorn, the hide of the Swedish short-nosed dragon, and the scales of the Australian protein-eyed dragon. Malfoy adeptly introduced the names of these materials. Not only had his father imparted relevant information to him, but he himself was also an enthusiast of dragons, speaking of them with great familiarity. And this, Malfoy exerted effort to open the exquisite silver box. This is the complete heart of a Hungarian horntail. After hearing Malfoy's introduction, Lucien inquired, has your family established a dragon breeding ground? Prior to opening the box, Lucien had already glimpsed several pulsating magical signatures resembling the heartstrings of a fire dragon through his seer's eye. Thus, he surmised that Malfoy's so-called compensation package contained various materials from fire dragons. However, upon Malfoy's detailed explanation, he still felt a twinge of surprise. These materials represented the most precious parts of those fire dragons. For instance, the scales of the Australian protein-eyed dragon exhibited an enchanting rainbow hue. Whether as mere extravagant decoration or ground into powder for potions or alchemical endeavors, they held significant value. Among them, the most precious and rare was undoubtedly the heart of the Hungarian horntail, reputed to be the most perilous of fire dragons. To obtain its complete heart, Lucien glanced at the ornate silver box, within which the heart was remarkably preserved in excellent condition. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the one in Snape's office. Perhaps it was a gift from Malfoy's father, Lucius, to Snape. A dragon breeding ground, indeed. My family has investments in breeding grounds in England, Australia, and South America. As he spoke, Malfoy proudly lifted the corners of his mouth, intending to raise his chin further, but after reflecting on their previous interactions, he decided to temper his demeanor and restrained himself. Upon hearing Malfoy's response, Lucien understood. It was no wonder he could present such an array of materials. Typical wizards or families would find it challenging to amass such a collection in a short period. After all, he had seen in books that the Malfoy family crest featured the image of a fire dragon, likely a heritage industry of the family. Malfoy, there's no need for such grand gestures of apology, Lucien stated calmly, unaffected by the high value of Malfoy's gift, remaining steadfast in his demeanor. Moreover, he perceived the so-called conflict as merely a childish farce, of little concern to him. He hadn't anticipated that Malfoy would go to such lengths to apologize, let alone with such a lavish offering. No, it's not just an apology. Malfoy, a friend deserves such earnest treatment. Friend? Indeed, friend. There's an old Eastern saying, no fight, no acquaintance. Lucien gazed at Malfoy with mild astonishment, for the lad had pronounced the phrase in Chinese. Quite impressively. His pronunciation was remarkably standard, devoid of the peculiar intonations often heard from foreign speakers of the language. Lucien, I cherish the meaning of this phrase. Through encounters and duels, we can better understand one another and forge friendships. Lucien nodded gently, his tone softening slightly. Indeed, have you gained some understanding of Eastern culture? Sensing Lucien's change, Malfoy secretly acknowledged that his father's counsel was indeed correct. Lucien was genuinely fond of the East. In a letter from home, it was mentioned that Hogwarts kitchens had suddenly introduced a plethora of Eastern dishes, a suggestion from Lucien, who had guided the house elves in their preparation. Lucien's inquiry also reminded Malfoy of two additional pieces of advice from his father. The first emphasized that, despite the usual insistence on pride and face, it was ultimately to signify sincerity when one bowed. The second was to exhibit genuine honesty in the presence of the clever and the strong. There had been previous education on this matter at home. Yes, of course, I believe your interest in the East inspired such remarks. Malfoy's assertion caused Lucien's eyes to narrow slightly, finding it intriguing. The notion that Malfoy was interested in the East was certainly not without reason. The East, he reflected, was something he had previously revealed, particularly regarding the Chinese cuisine in the kitchen. This was not difficult to ascertain. One could simply ask a house elf. Yet, it was commendable that Malfoy took the effort to understand him. Perhaps it was not solely Malfoy's initiative. Could it be advice from the elders at home? Malfoy, is this your own thought? Or, it was my father's directive. As a governor, he is aware of matters at the school. He instructed me to befriend you, advising me to be sincere, humble, and genuine. Malfoy's straightforwardness left Lucien somewhat amused and perplexed. Was he shifting from awkwardness to another extreme? If you were entirely sincere and humble with everyone, you would have made friends long ago. With whom? Malfoy inquired, his gaze puzzled, unsure of whom Lucien referred to. Lucien merely shook his head, instead drawing out the book nestled beneath. This book, is it also an apology? This time, it was Malfoy who shook his head. No, this is my tuition fee. I heard from my father that Potter is studying potions under your guidance, and I wish to learn as well. After a moment's hesitation, Malfoy continued, moreover, I believe this could foster our friendship. You know that Harry is learning from me? Yes, it must have been from Snape, Lucien mused. Recognizing the strong rapport between Lucius and Snape, who was indeed aware of this matter, Lucien glanced once more at the words on the cover. Inspiration and divination. Related to divination, inspiration? Is it an instinct for fortune and misfortune, or something else? It does not seem to resemble the family's magical tomes. At least not those of the Malfoys. He chuckled softly, considering how such pureblood families prioritized luxury and dignity. Surely, the cover ought to be made of dragon hide. The words inscribed in gold dust, and the spine adorned with embellishments. It was likely a book acquired through family wealth. Its value certainly high if it could be placed alongside dragon materials. Lucien caressed the tome and posed one final question. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Upon hearing Lucien's words, Malfoy's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. He immediately replied, "Of course, Malfoy is always a friend to the strong. Lucien, may I have the honor of your friendship?" Malfoy no longer exhibited the same haughty demeanor as before. Instead, he adjusted his posture. In a letter, his father had emphasized, while it is indeed beneficial to befriend the strong, it is even better to cultivate relationships with those who will become strong in the future. When you encounter individuals you perceive as truly promising, invest in them as much as possible without fear of loss. The Malfoy family is not lacking in capital. At the conclusion of the letter, one phrase resonated with Malfoy: trust in your own discernment, and have faith in the vision that flows through the Malfoy bloodline. Lucien smiled slightly, thinking, this attitude. It is not so easy to be a fair-weather friend. It was evident that Lucius, the head of the Malfoy family, was adept at navigating both light and dark realms. Draco, too, proved to be worthy of his father's lineage. Well then, come in and join us for a meal. Chapter 104. This is Newt's signed book. Outside the Quidditch pitch, the day was set for a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Young wizards gathered in small groups, making their way toward the arena. "Lucien, is Malfoy going to study with us?" Ron inquired, rubbing his hands together and exhaling a puff of breath in the chilly air. Some time ago, during a meal at Hagrid's, primarily to enjoy Lucien's culinary skills, he was surprised to see Malfoy present. It astonished Ron and his friends to witness the loathsome Malfoy in that setting, and even more so to find him attending supplementary lessons with them. "Did he disrupt your studies?" "Well, not exactly. It was quite peaceful, just a bit unconventional." Ron scratched his head. He harbored a strong dislike for Malfoy, especially his arrogant demeanor. Yet, during their study sessions with Lucien, Malfoy had behaved rather well, devoid of any boastful remarks or actions, at least for the past few days. Lucien shook his head, casting a glance at the distant Quidditch match and the looming mountains. As November approached, the chill in the air intensified. The mountains were cloaked in a layer of ice and snow, and the young wizards donned gloves and scarves, wrapping themselves up warmly. "As long as it does not impede your studies, focus on your preparations. I have arranged an examination for you at the end of the term." Upon hearing Lucien's words, Ron remained unfazed, but Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly asked, "Lucien, what subjects will be examined?" "All of them. Charms, potions, transfiguration, and the history of magic, all first-year subjects, to ensure fairness among you." There will be written questions and practical magic exercises, and I will also include some additional questions from various sections. Lucien adjusted his Ravenclaw sky-blue scarf, retrieving a book from his pocket and waving it before Ron and Hermione. "This is the reward for the highest scorer in the final exam." Ron squinted at the title of the book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Although we intend to use it as a textbook in the future, Lucien immediately understood the meaning of Ron's excitement and tossed the book to him, urging him to examine the first page. Ron, somewhat perplexed, wondered why all books appeared the same. Wasn't it akin to the one he borrowed from Percy? The cover was merely the standard design from Leaky Cauldron, after all. Yet, he opened the cover, and his gaze fell upon the preface, particularly the signature inscribed above it, Newt Scamander. "Newt Scamander," Ron exclaimed, drawing curious glances from the surrounding young wizards. They could not fathom why he was suddenly so animated. Was not Newt Scamander a renowned expert on magical creatures? Why the outburst? Could it be a new release? Ron quickly covered his mouth and firmly closed the book. After a few seconds, he cautiously reopened it, confirming once more the authenticity of that signature. Suddenly, he recalled a book displayed under glass in Leaky Cauldron, a collector's edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, personally signed by Newt. It was said to be not for sale, and Ron remembered vividly an occasion when he accompanied his brothers to the bookstore, overhearing someone offer a substantial price for that signed copy. The owner, however, adamantly refused to sell, and the final bid had reached an astonishing amount. Ron distinctly remembered that it was enough to cover his pocket money for several hundred years, should he live that long. The rarity of signed copies by Newt was well known. They only appeared upon the release of new works. He had never heard of the esteemed magical creature expert holding any signing events, unlike Gilderoy Lockhart, who seemed to sign hundreds each week, much to Ron's bewilderment. Hermione, look, this seems to be genuine," Ron exclaimed excitedly, tapping her shoulder. Hermione, slightly annoyed, brushed his hand away and remarked, "It does resemble the handwriting on the collector's edition from Leaky Cauldron." Newt Scamander was indeed a celebrated figure, yet his signature. "Shoo," Ron interrupted her, glancing around to ensure no one else was eavesdropping. In a hushed tone, he insisted, "You've just begun your journey into magic. You wouldn't understand. Signed copies are exceedingly rare. Newt never holds signing events, unlike that Gilderoy Lockhart, who signs hundreds weekly. I cannot fathom why so many are enamored with him." Without waiting for Hermione's response, Ron's eyes sparkled as he turned to Lucien. "This must be authentic, right?" His voice trembled with excitement. He knew Lucien was not one to play pranks. Yet, disbelief lingered. After all, It was Newt Scamander, the greatest magical zoologist in the world. And Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was one of the best-selling books in the Wizarding World. Ron could scarcely imagine possessing such a signed edition. Upon hearing Ron's question, Lucien smiled slightly. Do you recall our conversation the night before Halloween? Ron's mind raced. And he finally pieced it together. The letter was sent to me by Newt Scamander. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell agape. Really? You truly have a connection with him? Lucien nodded. I mentioned it, but you did not believe me. It was not only Ron who was taken aback. Even Hermione expressed her surprise. Lucien, how did you come to be in contact with him? I thought you merely purchased that book. Hermione, being new to the world of magic, could only grasp a vague understanding of the renowned figures within it. Initially, she failed to comprehend the significance of possessing a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them signed by Newt himself. Given Lucien's apparent wealth, she had presumed he had simply acquired it through monetary means. To her astonishment, he was able to correspond directly with such a notable individual. Hermione understood well that having a connection with a prominent personage was indeed an extraordinary feat in the context of the Muggle world. It would be akin to Lucien claiming he had shared afternoon tea with Audrey Hepburn. Then, this book is truly a gift for me? Ron's face flushed with excitement. Completely oblivious to the biting cold, as he incredulously inquired. He recalled that the last time he had jokingly asked Lucien if he could procure a signed copy from Newt. To his utter disbelief, it had come to fruition. Glancing at Ron, Lucien smirked. Did you score 90 on the last monthly exam? This remark felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Ron's head, particularly in such frigid weather. Ron stammered. Almost. I nearly reached 90. 79 is quite close. However, if it was the highest score for the final exam, Ron furtively glanced at Hermione. When it came to grades, who could compete with her? Of course, excluding Lucien himself. Understanding Ron's apprehensions, Lucien chuckled softly and retrieved another book from his pocket. This one is for excellence, and this one is for improvement. Besides the top scorer, there is also recognition for the most progress. Upon hearing this, Ron's spirits soared. Then there is still hope. In this case, his only competitors were Harry and, well, Malfoy. The odds seemed favorable. With that, Ron cast aside any thoughts of studying alongside Malfoy. He was determined to learn and to advance. Lucien subtly nodded, affirming that diligent study was indeed the correct path. Now, hand me the book. Let us anticipate Harry's performance in Quidditch. Chapter 105, The Quidditch Match, Observing Voldemort's Spellcasting. As Lucien stepped through the entrance of the Quidditch pitch, he heard a booming voice call out, Lucien, you've arrived. Excuse me. Coming through, Hagrid said. His large hands clad in rabbit fur gloves waving as he approached Lucien and the others. He carefully navigated through the crowd, mindful of not colliding with the young witches and wizards. Lucien perceived Hagrid's kind-heartedness, though his concern seemed somewhat unnecessary. After witnessing Hagrid's imposing stature, everyone instinctively parted to create a path. Hey, today marks Harry's debut in Quidditch. It's truly something to look forward to. We have never witnessed Harry's training. Gryffindor is indeed very secretive. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Ron chimed in. Exactly. I heard from Fred and the others that Wood is treating Harry like a secret weapon, and he has been training diligently lately. Hagrid laughed heartily. That is splendid. Harry's performance today is bound to be remarkable. The quaffle was seized by Angelina Johnson, a Gryffindor girl who exhibited an exquisite chasing technique, as enchanting as her appearance. Jordan. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's call, Lee Jordan, the commentator, quickly apologized and corrected himself. However, even after being addressed by the professor, Jordan's commentary remained biased. For instance, when Gryffindor scored, he would exuberantly announce the news, while his tone would turn despondent with a hint of sighing whenever Slytherin scored. This fellow is quite amusing, Lucien mused. A mundane and entirely neutral commentary would not yield the same entertainment value as the current show. Due to Jordan's comedic antics, Lucien also took notice. There were quite a few female players on the Gryffindor team, particularly Angelina, who had performed remarkably as a chaser. However, whoosh. A bludger narrowly zipped past another female chaser from Gryffindor. The Slytherin beater who had struck the ball wore a sorrowful expression, as if lamenting why he hadn't aimed just a tad better. Lucien observed the beater's face. There was no tenderness, only a fierce desire for victory. Oh, this is the essence of equality in sports. Regardless of gender or appearance, once on the field, all are treated equally. Lucien's gaze intensified, allowing him to discern the player's details more clearly, a beneficial side effect of his eye of insight. It granted him the ability to observe distant targets with clarity. Indeed, the more he utilized this eye, the more convenient it became. Besides seeing through magical circuits, it also served as a telescope. Slightly shifting his focus, Lucien glanced towards the Gryffindor stands. Above Ron and his companions, a prominent banner had been unfurled, emblazoned with Potter for victory, accompanied by a grand depiction of a lion. Surrounding the banner were vibrant magical effects, making it quite conspicuous. Harry would surely feel delighted upon seeing the effort his friends had put forth for him. The biting wind howled, yet it could not dampen the spectators' enthusiasm or the players' vigor. The match had reached a fevered pitch. Given that Quidditch rules are relatively straightforward, various foul tactics emerged in abundance. Lucien recalled reading in a book that there are approximately 700 types of fouls in Quidditch, many of which could occur in a single match. One could only imagine the extent of the players' underhanded tactics during gameplay. Notably, the match with the highest number of fouls was a world-class game. Fortunately, fatalities in Quidditch are rare. Typically, injuries involve crushed jaws, broken limbs, or concussions. After all, with magic and potions at their disposal, such injuries are hardly a concern. Lucien began to grasp the situation. It was likely the presence of effective treatment methods that emboldened such reckless behavior. After all, with little risk of fatalities and merely the possibility of lingering disabilities, why not indulge? Athletes were meant to play with fervor, and spectators craved the thrill of bloodshed. Returning to the scene, it was evident that the players were simultaneously engaging in both combat and sport. Wow, these individuals are truly brutal, murmured Terry beside Lucien. Quidditch is indeed not suited for us. We would be better off focusing on our studies. Lucien couldn't help but chuckle at Terry's lament. It was no surprise that Ravenclaw's Quidditch team was the weakest among the four houses. It was a feat in itself to assemble a full squad. After all, there were few students in Eagle House, and most preferred the tranquility of study. No wonder players like Cho were constantly seeking new recruits upon their arrival. Look, what is happening with Harry Potter? Someone exclaimed, with even the timid among them beginning to scream. Harry, who had been diligently searching for the golden snitch, barely evaded a bludger, causing his broomstick to tremble violently. He then embarked on a series of perilous maneuvers, diving, ascending, twisting, and rolling, gripping the broomstick tightly. Harry struggled to avoid being thrown off. Seeing Harry engaged in such abnormal and dangerous antics, Ron felt a surge of alarm. What should we do? We must help Harry. Hermione, equally anxious, quickly seized Hagrid's binoculars to scrutinize Harry's unusual behavior. As she adjusted the binoculars, she caught sight of Snape. His lips were moving. He was casting a spell. Ron, momentarily taken aback by Hermione's revelation, questioned, "Wait, why is Snape cursing Harry? He hasn't been harsh with him lately." Hurriedly, Ron grabbed the binoculars to confirm Hermione's observation. Realizing that she was indeed correct, Snape was incessantly muttering incantations. What are we to do? Seeing that Ron was at a loss, Hermione gritted her teeth and pulled him toward the edge of the stands. "I will go to Snape and see if I can intervene. You must find Lucien. He surely has a plan." Meanwhile, Lucien, seated in the Ravenclaw stands, had already set his gaze upon the true puppet master behind the scenes. Quirrell, wrapped in a purple turban, feigned concern for Harry, appearing to care for the boy. Lucien commanded the black whirlpool within the eye of the seer to spin rapidly, nearly obscuring his original emerald gaze. Ah, so this is the nature of Tom's magical circuit. Under normal circumstances, Voldemort lay concealed deep within Quirrell's body and soul, his magical circuit completely hidden. This method of concealment was more sophisticated than that of an animagus. However, at this moment, Quirrell was not the one casting spells. It was Voldemort within him, relentlessly preparing dark curses to eliminate Harry. Once magic was invoked, Voldemort's magical circuit could no longer remain concealed. Fascinating, Lucien mused. Though Tom was left with merely his soul, the act of unleashing magic caused a transformation in the magical circuit within Quirrell. Is it not true that the magical circuit is intricately linked to the soul rather than the body? Moreover, the state of this magical circuit is indeed peculiar. Much like Voldemort himself, Lucien focused intently on the circuit at this moment. Typically, Voldemort would not readily employ magic, making this a rare opportunity for observation. Oh, so this is how the magic flows when casting that dark curse. If he were to imitate the movement of his own magic, could he possibly replicate it directly? Lucien was suddenly struck with the desire to experiment. Following the path of the magical flow, he urged the magic within himself to surge forth. Chapter 106. The Art of Magical Replication. Who is aiding Harry? Above the Quidditch pitch, Harry was being swept away by his broom. The Weasley twins were just about to approach him to bring him down when Harry's broom shot straight into the sky. The fierce cold wind battered against Harry's face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Just as he felt he might lose his grip and be flung off, the broom suddenly came to a halt, perfectly steady in midair. For a moment, Harry was at a loss. He clutched the handle tightly, fearing that the broom might dive down at any second. Yet, contrary to his fears, it remained suspended in place. As he attempted to regain control of the broom, Harry was thrilled to discover that he could maneuver it with ease once more. The wild sensation of riding a raging bull had vanished, and he and the broom were in perfect harmony again. Setting aside the earlier incident, Harry quickly refocused on the match. Perhaps it was due to his elevated position, or perhaps the broom had stopped at just the right moment. But Harry spotted a tiny golden glimmer flitting beneath one of the stands. An opportunity, Harry exclaimed softly in excitement as he dove straight towards the golden snitch. In the teacher's stand, Snape, who had been concentrating fiercely on countering the curse, suddenly furrowed his brow. Sensing a shift, was he relieved? Previously, he had to devote his entire focus to resisting the curse that had been placed upon Harry's broom, leaving him no room for distraction. He had been watching Harry intently, unwilling to let his guard down. However, just moments ago, Snape felt the force affecting Harry's broom dissipate. It seemed that his counter-curse was no longer necessary. Who had intervened to assist Harry? Dumbledore? Surely, he would not stand idly by while Harry was in danger. As for the true culprit behind the attempt on Harry's life, Snape abruptly turned to glance at Quirrell behind him. His normally cold, deep-set eyes now appeared even darker and more frigid as he fixed his gaze on Quirrell's face. Yet, to Snape's surprise, Quirrell wore an expression of concern. His lips pressed tightly together, revealing no signs of magical activity. In fact, upon noticing Snape's stare, Quirrell met his gaze and spoke up. Harry, that boy, what is happening? Is his broom malfunctioning? This statement caused Snape's eyes to narrow slightly. He had no faith in Quirrell. His instincts screamed that this man was up to no good. Yet, he could not act against Quirrell in front of so many witnesses. Damn it! Harry soared on his broomstick, rushing towards a section beneath the stands. As he drew closer, he realized it was the Ravenclaw section. The crowd swept past him, and Harry spotted Lucien, standing among the throng, waving enthusiastically, his lips moving as if encouraging him. While Harry could not hear Lucien's words, he could still sense the supportive energy emanating from his friend. Nodding gently toward Lucien, Harry leaned forward, continuing his pursuit of the elusive golden snitch that danced just ahead. After Harry had passed, Lucien remained fixated on Quirrell, or rather on the magical conduit within him that belonged to Tom. The path of magic flow during the casting of this dark curse was not overly complex. It seemed that Voldemort's existing power was limited, preventing him from wielding more formidable spells. The imitation appeared relatively effortless. Perhaps it was also due to his innate talent for dark magic, allowing him to absorb related knowledge swiftly. Another factor was the Eye of Insight. Since he could observe the magical circuits within a wizard, he could directly perceive how they manipulated their magic. By attempting to replicate this magical pathway, he could recreate the corresponding magical effects. It was indeed a commendable method for learning from others. Furthermore, it would prove useful in studying how an opponent casts spells. The incantation and wand movements could be feigned to mislead adversaries, but the internal flow of magic generally could not be so easily deceived. Lucien, we must assist Harry. A hurried voice suddenly interrupted Lucien's thoughts. He turned to see Ron, breathless and flushed, standing beside him, beads of sweat dotting his cheeks. It was evident he had run a considerable distance. After a few deep breaths to regain his composure, Ron prepared to explain the situation and seek ways to help Harry. We just saw Snape. However, before Ron could finish, a booming voice resonated across the arena by Merlin S. Beard. Harry has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins 170 points to 60. An overwhelming victory. This is nothing short of a miracle. Harry Potter is undoubtedly our Gryffindor's lucky star. This time, Professor McGonagall did not intervene to stop Jordan's exuberant commentary, for she herself was caught up in the excitement, waving her hands in jubilation as a devoted Quidditch fan. Nothing could bring her greater joy than witnessing her house team's triumph, especially since Harry was a player she had recommended for the team. Meanwhile, beneath the faculty seating area, Hermione hurriedly waved her wand, extinguishing the flames at its tip. She had almost resorted to incinerating Snape's robes. Jordan's cheers and commentary had timely prevented her from acting. Hermione exhaled softly, taking advantage of the audience's spirited discussions to quietly slip away. As she walked, she pondered how, in that brief moment, Harry had managed to seize the golden snitch. He must have escaped the influence of the curse. But hadn't he intervened? Could it be that Ron found Lucien faster? Was it from their side? After Hermione exited the Quidditch pitch, she discovered that Lucien and others were waiting for her, including Harry. Seeing Harry appear unscathed, Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her. Harry, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Harry scratched his head hesitantly and replied, Well, I didn't sustain any injuries. It's just that at that moment, the broom acted strangely, suddenly becoming uncontrollable, as if it were intent on throwing me off. However, Harry's tone shifted to one of confusion. The broom returned to normal without any sign of losing control. In a distant corner, Quirrell suddenly staggered and leaned against the wall. Master, we have failed this time. Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind, calm and devoid of anger or dissatisfaction. However, Quirrell did not dare to be negligent and cautiously replied, It must be that troublesome Severus assisting Harry, constantly thwarting your plans. He was indeed resisting at first, but the later force did not seem to be his doing. Voldemort paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps it was Dumbledore's intervention. That old fool. This matter has passed. Prepare yourself. It is time to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hearing Voldemort's command, Quirrell quickly assented. Yes, I will make the necessary preparations, Master. I shall procure the blood of the unicorn for you. Chapter 107. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, protested vehemently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Ron's assertion, Hagrid waved his hands dismissively, asserting that it was entirely implausible for Snape, a professor at Hogwarts, to engage in such actions. As he vociferously expressed his disbelief, he opened the door to his hut, inviting Lucien and the others to come in and warm themselves. Noticing Hagrid's skepticism towards Ron's claims, Hermione interjected, "But we truly saw it." Snape was fixated on Harry, his mouth moving incessantly, clearly casting a spell. "Hagrid, I read in a book that to cast a dark curse, one must maintain eye contact with the target, and Snape fits that description." Upon hearing the most earnest and meticulous witch, Hermione, express such a statement, Hagrid felt increasingly helpless. He spread his hands and posed a question. Then why would Snape target Harry? This inquiry left Ron and the others momentarily speechless. After a pause, Harry adjusted his glasses and awkwardly replied, "At the beginning of the school year, Snape did seem to have it in for me, but later." Harry cast a glance at Lucien, recalling how, after adopting Lucien's advice and consuming the vision-enhancing potion, he had removed his glasses during potions class. Harry felt that Snape's attitude towards him had undergone a complete transformation. Initially, Harry had been subjected to Snape's scornful jibes, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. However, later on, Snape merely questioned Harry frequently during class. With Lucien's continuous guidance and potions, Harry made rapid progress, often managing to answer Snape's inquiries with considerable accuracy. Ahem. It is quite manageable in class. However, while wandering the campus, if I happen to encounter Snape, his gaze upon me is invariably peculiar. Moreover, outside the confines of the classroom, he seems to relish finding various pretexts to deduct points from me. Lucien took a sip of the mead brewed by Hagrid, internally grumbling. "It is rather obvious. Apart from your eyes and your remarkable talent in potions, you resemble your mother in no other regard, be it your appearance or your mannerisms, as you are essentially a mirror image of your father." When not attending potions class, Harry still wears his spectacles, which not only obstruct Snape from discerning the depth of his gaze, but also evoke memories of James Potter, the man who humiliated Snape and stole Lily away from him. If Snape does not deduct points from Harry, from whom will he? Oh no, he would equally penalize all houses except Slytherin. However, he has never deducted points from his own house. Lucien glanced at Harry, and an abstract thought suddenly materialized in his mind. What if he could concoct a potion or spell to alter gender, allowing Harry to use it, and then have him dye his hair the same vibrant red as the Weasleys while removing his spectacles? I wonder if Snape could withstand such a transformation. Perhaps due to the change Lucien brought, Snape's antagonism towards Harry was not as pronounced. Although Harry and his companions harbored some suspicions about Snape, it did not weigh heavily on their minds. Even without mentioning the recent Quidditch events, it seems the school has encountered quite a number of peculiar happenings lately. How could a troll possibly infiltrate the school on Halloween Eve? Not to mention, there was an incident involving a three-headed dog in one of the rooms. Ron, did I not inform you that it is known as a Cerberus? Upon overhearing the trio's conversation, Hagrid looked up in astonishment. How do you know about Fluffy? Except for the leisurely sipping Lucien, Harry and his friends turned in unison towards Hagrid, asking, "Fluffy? That is my pet." Hagrid scratched his unruly hair and mumbled, "I acquired him from a Greek fellow. He is quite the adorable creature, currently borrowed by Dumbledore for guarding purposes." Adorable? That beast nearly bit off Harry's hand. Harry quickly pulled Ron close, firmly covering his mouth with his hand. This incident was known only to the four of them, and Harry was keen to keep it under wraps. "What? Harry, how could you? Let me see." Hagrid slammed his large mug onto the table, anxiously grasping Harry's arm, rolling up his sleeves to inspect. "Oh dear, why did you not mention it sooner? The Cerberus's teeth are cursed with dark magic. Fluffy is just a pup. It seems he is prone to accidental harm. I must have a word with Dumbledore, even if it concerns his dealings with Nicholas Flamel." Realizing mid-sentence that he had divulged something he ought not to have, Hagrid hurriedly closed his mouth. After examining both of Harry's arms, though they were slender and delicate, there were no wounds or scars to be found. As Hagrid settled back into his seat, a puzzled expression crossed his face. It was strange. There seemed to be nothing amiss. Previously, Dumbledore had inquired if Harry was injured, though he had not specified the circumstances. However, no one responded to Hagrid, prompting him to glance around, only to discover that several young wizards regarded him with curious eyes. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that it appeared Dumbledore had long been aware of his encounter with the three-headed dog. Ron cautiously nibbled on his rock cake, appearing somewhat bewildered yet clear-headed in the midst of the conversation. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but words eluded her momentarily. Lucien wore a bemused expression, as if caught between amusement and incredulity. Hagrid, it seemed, had been raised on a potion of truth. While one could entrust their life to him, secrets were an entirely different matter. It was evident that Dumbledore had assigned this task to Hagrid with the intention of allowing him to divulge information to Harry and his friends. Old Dumbledore certainly had a knack for precision. Who was Nicodemus? Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity and asked directly. prompting Harry and Ron to turn their attention to Hagrid in unison. And nothing, that's classified information, understand? Hagrid declared, taking a hefty swig from his large tea mug in an attempt to mask his discomfort. Regardless of how much Harry and the others pressed for answers, Hagrid merely nodded or shook his head in response, too apprehensive to utter another word. After some time of this back and forth, the trio could no longer contain their eagerness and suggested taking their leave, driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the truth. Lucien observed this scene with a barely perceptible smirk. Indeed, they were one step closer to the Philosopher's Stone. By the time they truly understood the significance of the stone, it would likely be after Christmas. At that juncture, he would seek an opportunity to mention it to Dumbledore. Hoping for an early encounter with the stone, Lucien lingered to chat with Hagrid for a while, and this time, Hagrid finally consented to share a few words. After Lucien departed from the hut, he did not return to the castle. Instead, he took a circuitous route toward the Forbidden Forest. Liuguang, the figure of the small Qilin, materialized beside Lucien. He gently tousled the increasingly thick mane on Liuguang's neck, whispering, "Take me to see Celine. The unicorn's due date is likely within the next 2 months." Chapter 108, The Unicorn's Gift. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, the light of the full moon bathed the ground in a silvery glow. Not long after Lucien and Liuguang arrived, an instinct compelled Lucien to turn his gaze in a specific direction. Activating the Eye of the Seer, he summoned a swirling black vortex within his pupils. He could barely catch a glimpse of the unicorn's form. Nonetheless, the unicorn's speed was astonishing, even with the enhanced dynamic vision provided by the eye. He could only perceive fleeting shadows as it galloped. Yet, this was a vast improvement compared to the past when the unicorns seemed to vanish like the wind. When the unicorn pair, Asterion and Celine, stood before him, Lucien nodded gently and retrieved a small crystal vial from his pocket. Upon uncapping the bottle, a single drop of Qilin essence was drawn forth and, with a flick of his wand, guided into Celine's mouth. As this transpired, Lucien pondered another matter: intuition. The tome on inspiration and divination provided by Malfoy contained, at its core, a method of meditation. First, one must employ the spells inscribed within to create an environment free from distractions, followed by the consumption of a specific potion. Maintaining a tranquil state of mind for over an hour is essential. According to the text, this meditative practice enhances intuition, bestowing the wizard with extraordinary insights. For instance, just moments ago, his intuition had indicated the direction from which Celine and her kin would approach. Indeed, the two unicorns had materialized precisely in that spot. However, Lucien's experimentation with this meditative technique had been brief, yielding subtle, albeit noticeable, effects. This intuition, or inspiration, could indeed be beneficial in subsequent divination practices. Furthermore, it seemed advantageous during the learning and research processes, allowing for a heightened state of contemplation. When confronting a problem or practicing magic, one might more readily conceive brilliant ideas and discover superior methods. "Nay," Celine softly whinnied, capturing Lucien's attention. "What is it?" he inquired. "Master," Celine conveyed, "I sense that in approximately 40 to 60 cycles of the moon, the child shall be born." Upon hearing Liuguang's translation, Lucien understood. It indicated roughly a month and a half to 2 months. However, it seemed that during that time frame, Tom would be needing his blood pack. It would be prudent to remind these unicorns. "Liuguang, please inform them that prior to the birth, they should endeavor to remain deep within the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, when the time comes, they must seek me out to relocate to a safer haven." Lucien felt it necessary to issue this warning, knowing that Voldemort would send Quirrell to hunt the unicorns, exploiting their blood to prolong his life. He had contemplated directly placing Celine and her kin within a gourd space until the danger had passed, yet the unicorn's inherent nature resisted confinement. They preferred the freedom to roam unrestrained. Since Liuguang's persuasion had proven ineffective, Lucien refrained from imposing his will upon them. Lucien activated the Eye of Insight to observe the magical circuits within the unicorns. It was undeniable that the magical pathways within magical creatures differed markedly from those of wizards. If one were to liken a wizard's magical circuit to a grand tree, the unicorns resembled a closed loop, a circular ring. Magic flowed ceaselessly within it. Whereas wizards only allowed their magic to flow when casting spells, the two systems were entirely dissimilar. Simultaneously, Lucien discerned a smaller circular circuit within Celine's abdomen, rhythmically expanding and contracting. This must be the developing unicorn fetus. He mused over whether magical creatures were born with such magical circuits, or if human wizards experienced a magical upheaval, awakening their powers before manifesting them. Lucien's thoughts drifted back to the 8-eyed giant spider and the moon-stricken beast he had previously observed. The magical circuits they possess are indeed peculiar and varied. It is no wonder that some spells cast by wizards have diminished effects on magical creatures. Furthermore, the art of transfiguration proves to be particularly challenging when it comes to transforming magical beings. The disparity in these magical circuits is simply immense. To develop a transfiguration technique for magical creatures, one must first address the issue of these circuits and establish a truly functional framework. Suddenly, as Lucien pondered these thoughts, he noticed a horned figure wavering before him. "Master," Astrian said, "it wishes to present you with a gift." The voice of Liuguang resonated directly in Lucien's mind, urging them to follow along. He allowed the little Qilin to carry him as they trailed behind the two unicorns. They arrived at a cave formed by trees, adorned with a layer of vegetation. A glance revealed that this must be the unicorn's lair. Astrian and Celine entered the cave together, only to emerge shortly thereafter, each holding something in their mouths. Astrian carried a tuft of hair, while Celine bore a long, spiral horn. "Master, this is their gift for you," Liuguang announced. Upon inspecting the items, Lucien quickly deduced their nature: the hair from a unicorn's tail and its horn. They wished to express their gratitude for the, treasure you provided. The translation continued, though Liuguang seemed slightly embarrassed. The treasure that Astrian and Celine referred to was, in fact, its own saliva. Nevertheless, Liuguang dutifully conveyed that this had helped their offspring grow stronger, destined to become a healthy and beautiful unicorn. Lucien nodded gently, finding no surprise in this explanation. The wisdom of unicorns is profound. Had it not been for the language barrier, they could surely communicate with humans. Lucien reached out to receive the unicorn tail hair and horn, both sparkling with a dusting of stardust. These were indeed valuable items, applicable in potions and alchemy, and both exceedingly rare. Moreover, the tail hair of a unicorn is one of the most sought-after materials for wand making, underscoring its esteemed reputation and utility. Lucien tucked them into his pocket, a splendid choice whether for personal use or trade. "Oh, master," Liuguang added. Astrian specifically mentioned that these were shed from its own body, as it did not wish to part with those belonging to its mate. Upon hearing this translation, Lucien couldn't help but twitch his lips. This unicorn certainly had a sense of humor. He observed Astrian affectionately nuzzle Celine's cheek, a gesture it had repeated numerous times that evening. Lucien shook his head, amused by the creature's affection for its partner. After bidding farewell to the two unicorns, Lucien and Liuguang teleported to an open glade. There, they encountered a group of moonlit beasts basking in the silvery glow, engaged in an enchanting and peculiar dance. Lucien chuckled softly and produced a white gourd. Several moonlit beasts leaped out in succession from the gourd's opening. The original assembly of moonlit beasts turned their curious gazes toward these unexpected visitors. In but a few fleeting seconds, the two began to dance beneath the moonlight. This was the social manner of the moonstruck beast, disregarding all else. They danced first and conversed later. Lucien gazed up at the radiant full moon. He produced a single leaf of mandrake and placed it in his mouth. Let the journey commence. The first step towards becoming an animagus. Chapter 109. The first step to becoming an animagus, with Dumbledore bearing the burden. In the moonlit forbidden forest, Lucien held the mandrake leaf within his mouth. With a flick of his wand, he uttered a simple charm, causing the leaf to adhere firmly to his palate. This was the inaugural step towards his metamorphosis into an animagus. From one full moon to the next, for an entire month, he must retain the mandrake leaf in his mouth, never swallowing or removing it. Should he falter, he would have to begin anew. To be candid, having something stuck to one's palate felt rather peculiar. Yet, at least he needn't worry about accidentally ingesting the leaf while eating or sleeping, nor did it significantly impede his ability to speak. Lucien contemplated the leaf in his mouth, recalling the subsequent steps. On the evening of the second full moon, he would extract the leaf and immerse it in a crystal vial filled with saliva, allowing it to bask in the purifying moonlight. He would then add a strand of his hair and a teaspoon of dew, followed by a pupa of the demiguise moth. Once all the ingredients were combined, the solution would be set aside in a serene, dark location, undisturbed until the next storm thundered through. After consulting with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and learning the intricate details of the animagus transformation, Lucien realized that beyond the innate talent and skill in transfiguration, luck played a pivotal role. For instance, on the night of the second full moon, the leaf must be illuminated by moonlight. Should the heavens conspire against him, obscuring the moon with clouds, he would need to procure another mandrake leaf and start afresh. However, after further inquiry, Dumbledore provided a solution that sounded straightforward. The key to this step was to ensure that the leaf was bathed in moonlight within 1 minute of its removal from his mouth. If the skies were indeed clouded, one could ride a broomstick to pierce through the clouds or ascend a sufficiently high mountain, where, with a stroke of good fortune, the moon might still be visible. After all, man can triumph over nature. Yet, Dumbledore hastened to add that soaring above the clouds necessitated exceptional flying skill and broom performance. Lucien understood Dumbledore's caution. He was advised not to embark on such a perilous endeavor without due consideration. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at the young Qilin, who was attempting to mimic the dance of the moonstruck beast. Flying and breaking through the clouds, nothing too daunting there. Had he not already endeavored to do so when the young Chelan first entered its growth phase? Broomsticks seemed rather trivial in comparison. Lucien pondered his forthcoming plans, realizing that the focus must now shift towards his journey as an animagus. Thanks to the assistance of the Chimera Manual, I have made remarkable progress in the realm of transfiguring living beings. On one hand, the manual contains a wealth of biological information, providing a solid foundation for related transformations. On the other hand, after successfully creating a genuine chimera, my understanding of biology has significantly deepened. Furthermore, I have been observing the remarkable creature, who has maintained its anima for over a decade. This experience has greatly enhanced my skills in transfiguration, proving beneficial for my future aspirations to become an animagus. I estimate that by the next full moon, when the mandrake leaves are ready to bask in the moonlight, I will have mastered the art of transforming living beings, thus completing all necessary preparations for becoming an animagus. In the headmaster's office, Severus Snape sat before Albus Dumbledore. Observing Dumbledore, who was already clad in pajamas and wearing a nightcap, Snape retrieved a vial from his pocket. This potion was intended for preventing tooth decay. Dumbledore, you could easily concoct such a simple potion yourself, Snape remarked. Dumbledore chuckled as he accepted the vial, uncapping it and swiftly consuming its contents. Oh, in the realm of potions, my research is rather limited, hardly comparable to that of the youngest master of potions, he replied. Snape scoffed, sensing that Dumbledore merely enjoyed delegating tasks. As for Dumbledore's claim of limited potion knowledge, only a fool or someone entirely unacquainted with magic would believe such a thing. As the greatest wizard of this century, Dumbledore possessed not only expertise, but also an affinity for the arcane arts. Unfazed by Snape's demeanor, Dumbledore waved his wand, summoning a platter of chocolate frogs and a jug of sweet fizzy water. Upon witnessing Dumbledore savoring the chocolate frogs and sipping the sparkling drink, Snape felt a flicker of annoyance. Frankly, every time he consumed a potion and then indulged in dessert, there was an unusual freshness to the experience. Severus, do give it a try, Dumbledore encouraged, nudging a chocolate frog towards Snape. However, Snape had no desire for such treats at this late hour, for he had important matters to discuss. Dumbledore, it would be best if you personally attended the next Quidditch match. Upon hearing Snape's words, Dumbledore took a sip of his fizzy water and replied in a calm manner. I understand that Harry's match was quite perilous, yet the outcome was favorable, was it not? But Snape's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Indeed, you can use magic to remotely monitor the situation. Thus, you should be aware of who is causing trouble and who seeks to endanger that boy's life. For instance, Quirinus Quirrell, would it not be so? Snape paused, leaning on the table, enunciating each word carefully. Are you aware of who is orchestrating his actions from behind the scenes? In response to Snape's inquiry, Dumbledore's demeanor remained remarkably composed. There is only one person in this world who desires Harry Potter's disappearance above all others, Voldemort. Upon hearing Dumbledore directly utter that name, Snape's expression shifted between shadows of uncertainty and contemplation. Perceiving Snape's reaction, Dumbledore set down his cup. Severus, there is no need for fear. If one cannot even utter his name yet, these words incited Snape's ire, causing him to rise abruptly. Yes, you fear not, for you are Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century. Yes, you are omnipotent. Yes, you do not fear Voldemort. So why do you not confront him directly? You were able to save Harry in time this instance, but what of the next? Initially, Dumbledore remained calm, having his own plans and justifications. However, upon hearing Snape's remark about saving Harry, a peculiar glint appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. Through magical surveillance of the tournament, Dumbledore had discerned who was aiding Harry. Yet, he had no intention of divulging this information to others. How could he explain that a young wizard named Lucien Glafton, a mere first-year student, was engaged in a magical duel with a formidable adult wizard? Thus, the burden of this incident would fall squarely upon Dumbledore's shoulders. In response to Snape's inquiries, Dumbledore maintained his silence. It was only natural for Snape to believe that he was the one who had intervened to save Harry. With each so-called heroic deed, an increasing number of individuals regarded him as the greatest wizard of the century. To many, Dumbledore was seen as all-powerful, capable of thwarting curses from afar, even without being present. Yet this time, he had indeed not intervened. Furthermore, Dumbledore suspected that not only Snape, but even Quirrell and those behind him, believed he had employed his profound magical prowess to intervene once again. Dumbledore's absence from the Quidditch pitch was intentional. He wished to observe Quirrell's actions. Would this former Ravenclaw graduate truly follow Voldemort's instructions without question, or would he struggle, resist, and seek assistance? The outcome had already been revealed to Dumbledore through his distant monitoring magic. Of course, he had made preparations in case Harry found himself in mortal peril. This greatest wizard of the century indeed possessed means to intervene. After all, Dumbledore aimed to refine Harry Potter through trials of life and death. But he did not wish for Harry to perish in vain. Harry's current abilities were insufficient. He needed to grow to approach the future foretold in prophecy. However, With the unexpected assistance from Lucien, Dumbledore found himself relieved of the necessity to intervene directly. At times, Dumbledore felt a sense of ennui. Many secrets remained unshareable. In this instance, others believed Harry's rescue was orchestrated by him, yet Dumbledore found it challenging to clarify the truth. Fortunately, he could engage directly with the involved party. Dumbledore began to look forward to their next afternoon tea, increasingly convinced that his conversations with young Lucien brought forth delightful surprises. For a centenarian who has endured so much, it is akin to ripples breaking the serene surface of a lake, infusing his otherwise revered and distant life with a touch of amusement. Severus, do not be overly agitated. The strength of one's abilities does not solely dictate the future, as foretold in the prophecy. However, upon uttering the term prophecy, Dumbledore's voice faltered, and Snape fell silent. The two maintained their silence for a considerable time. Eventually, Snape rose abruptly and turned to leave. With his back to Dumbledore, Snape's voice was soft yet heavy. The prophecy? The boy who lived? That was Lily's sacrifice for his protection. How could a 1-year-old child possibly defeat Voldemort? Hearing Snape's murmurs, Dumbledore sighed. I shall attend the upcoming Quidditch matches. After Dumbledore's statement, Snape paused momentarily before resuming his stride toward the door. I will deliver the potion again on the next full moon. On his way to the potions classroom, Malfoy suddenly sidled up to Lucien, glancing around to ensure no one was near. Lucien, may we discuss something? He inquired. I could offer you another spellbook, or we could negotiate other terms. I wish to learn something new. Lucien cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy. What? Are you regretting your studies in potions? No, you teach splendidly. I was merely wondering how Potter has progressed so rapidly. It turns out it was you. No, I mean, let's get serious. I want to learn that. As he spoke, Malfoy gestured with the hand not burdened with potion supplies, mimicking the event from Halloween Eve, the one you used to defeat the troll. Lucien comprehended that Malfoy was referring to the Chimera. It seemed that encounter had left a profound impression on the child. However, mastering such a subject would not be straightforward. Have you ever heard the saying, too much knowledge can lead to confusion? Malfoy nodded eagerly, yes. It means that pursuing too much at once can diminish the quality of learning. Very well, I understand. Noticing Malfoy's perceptive demeanor, Lucien elaborated. What you wish to learn falls under Transfiguration, a rather complex branch. It is not something that can be mastered in a single semester or even a year. Upon hearing this, Malfoy wore an expression of understanding. Got it. I will bring more spellbooks next year. I assure you it will be satisfactory. After all, knowledge is invaluable. However, Lucien found the boy's eagerness somewhat suspect. He had not intended to imply such a dynamic, as if he were extorting protection money from classmates. Shaking his head lightly, Lucien entered the potions classroom and took his seat. As the class bell rang, Snape began his questioning with fervor. Zabini, why must the snake's skin be soaked in mercury? Butter, at what time should the star moon flower be harvested, and by what method? Today, Snape's inquiries were more relentless than usual. A group of young wizards, both those called upon and those not, trembled like quails in the chill of winter. TSK, what has gotten into Snape? Who has provoked him this time? Harry is absent from this class. Why are the questions being posed so frequently, and some even exceed the first-year syllabus, with nearly a third of them being beyond the curriculum? Lucien, what constitutes high-quality unicorn hair? Its color must be pristine white, untouched by dust, and upon closer inspection, it sparkles with glimmers like stars, trailing a silver streak when waved. Ah, Ravenclaw earns an additional point. Once we enter the potion brewing segment, the true ordeal begins. Given the frigid weather, and the potions classroom being underground, the young wizards can only strive to huddle close to the warm cauldron. After harshly reprimanding the previous student for a blunder, Snape seamlessly glides to the next unfortunate soul. With a somber tone, he points out their errors, delivering remarks colder than the classroom temperature. Bast, the grinding requirement for rat spine is powder. Do you intend to snack on these conspicuous chunks? Doke, you should place the Didney root before the puffskein bladder. Your steps are even better than what I taught. Perhaps you should assume the role of potions master. Lucien meticulously concocts his potion, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. Even the Slytherin students are not spared from the venomous splatters. Today, the old bat is truly on edge. Indeed, the weather is quite cold. Gazing at the bubbling cauldron, the potion is nearing completion. Perhaps I should prepare some hot pot soon. Chapter 110, Conversations Around the Pot. The second step of Animagus. In the headmaster's office, Lucien and Dumbledore are seated at a round table. At the center lies a shallow cauldron, divided into two halves. One half holds a milky bone broth, while the other is filled with a vibrant red spicy soup. Lucien, why use a cauldron? Does it enhance the experience? Dumbledore muses. I struggle to comprehend the whims of youth. Oh, it's cooked. He retrieves a slice of beef, dips it into the bowl, and hastily pops it into his mouth. Oh, hot pot. I had the pleasure of tasting it several years ago in the East. It is indeed unforgettable. By the way, after you taught those house elves how to prepare Chinese cuisine, the students have taken quite a liking to it. Lucien slides slices of meat into the pot as he replies. Perhaps it is the variety and rich flavors of Eastern dishes. Dumbledore adjusts his glasses with the back of his hand, adding, and there are different ingredients and cooking methods for various seasons. It truly is profound. Hot pot is perfect for this time. Alas, the weather is growing colder. Attending Quidditch matches recently has been rather unfriendly for someone of my age. It would be much more comfortable, as it was during the first match, to hide beside a warm fireplace and watch from afar with magic. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucien continues to eat impassively. The old headmaster indeed possesses means of remote observation, extending beyond relying solely on ghosts and portraits as spies. TSK, what fascinating and wondrous magic has this wizard, who has lived for over a century, developed? Headmaster, your magical prowess is truly astonishing. When you witnessed Harry's performance, you must have found it quite thrilling, yes? Dumbledore nodded slightly, retrieving a shrimp dumpling. Indeed, it was unexpected that an incident would occur so suddenly. However, it is fortunate that Harry has your steadfast friendship to rely upon. Lucien picked out a slice of fish, maintaining a calm demeanor concerning Dumbledore's acknowledgement of his own involvement. With Dumbledore having brought it up, he could indeed employ magic to remotely monitor the situation at that time. Thus, discovering who was adversarial to Harry and who was aiding him would not be surprising either. A mere flick of the wrist. It would also serve as an opportunity to practice newly acquired spells. Moreover, Headmaster, under those circumstances, you could have directly intervened to protect Harry, couldn't you? In response to Lucien's inquiry, Dumbledore chuckled softly. Many tend to perceive me as omnipotent, believing I can accomplish various extraordinary feats. However, this time, you are correct. Dumbledore then winked at Lucien before swiftly retrieving a piece of lamb. He had indeed admitted it outright. After all, old Dumbledore's objective was to train Harry, and ensuring his safety was paramount. After all, this resilient boy must remain alive to confront Voldemort eventually. Headmaster, I have a question. In the process of becoming an animagus, is it necessary to wait for a thunderous storm, relying solely on time and fortune? Dumbledore set down his bowl, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Lucien, you wouldn't be contemplating conjuring a storm with magic, would you? Well, I have considered such an idea, Lucien replied earnestly. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle at his seriousness. This notion is indeed intriguing, yet the difficulty of its realization is substantial. While you might contend with an adult wizard in magical prowess, which is rather impressive, I must say, the scale of the storm required for animagus transformation is beyond the reach of even the most skilled wizard. Moreover, it is advisable not to interfere with magical energy. Lucien nodded thoughtfully, yet posed a rather peculiar question. What if one were to create a sufficiently large thunderstorm without using magic? This caught Dumbledore off guard. He had not anticipated Lucien's line of questioning. In ancient times, some muggles revered powerful wizards as deities, believing they possessed the might to alter the very fabric of reality. Yet, at its core, all of this stemmed from magic rather than nature itself. But Lucien suggested creating a natural phenomenon without employing magic? Before Dumbledore could respond, Lucien shifted the topic. Headmaster, do try this beef meatball. It's incredibly chewy. Seeing that Lucien had moved past that matter, Dumbledore engaged in light conversation. The Christmas season approaches once again. Lucien, what sort of Christmas gift do you look forward to? Without a moment's hesitation, Lucien replied, books. This answer did not surprise Dumbledore in the slightest. Ah, you truly are a little eagle with a passion for knowledge. People often gift me books. It happens every year. Yet sometimes, I find that warm woolen socks are quite delightful as well. Woolen socks? Indeed, in England, woolen socks also symbolize familial affection. This is generally a gift among family members. Lucien began to grasp the essence of his thoughts. Dumbledore, lauded by the world as the greatest wizard of the century. Stripping away those accolades, the glory inscribed on chocolate frog cards, Dumbledore is also an elderly man, one without the companionship of family. His only relative is reluctant to see him. His beloved resides in Nurmengard. Lucien suddenly recalled a saying, it is lonely at the top. Exceptional individuals, or those who achieve extraordinary feats, inevitably sacrifice much along the way, whether willingly or unwillingly. In mid-December, as he wandered through the forbidden forest, Lucien gazed up at the heavy clouds. The weather was unkind. A shimmering light appeared. Moments later, a golden beam shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Lucien rode upon the back of a small Chelan, enveloped in a translucent film, a spell he had casually cast upon himself to shield against the biting winds and cold. The shimmering flight was swift, and in mere breaths, he had left the thick clouds behind. Looking up at the luminous full moon, bathed in its cool light, Lucien retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket, filled with his own saliva. He took a leaf of mandrake from his mouth and submerged it into the vial. Lucien observed as a crescent white hue swiftly spread across the surface of the leaf. This step was successful. Next, he plucked a strand of dark golden hair and placed it into the vial, allowing the small Chelan to support it with a cloud of mist. He then produced a small jar containing dew, collected from a place untouched by sunlight or human presence for 7 days. Carefully, he scooped out precisely 1 spoonful with a silver teaspoon, adding the dew to the vial for thorough amalgamation. Lastly, Lucien extracted a pupa, entirely black, adorned with patterns resembling white skulls. This was the pupa of the Death's Head hawk moth. Once placed in the vial, the previously clear solution rapidly darkened. Within the black liquid, Lucien could still discern faintly glowing leaf veins. All was in order. He swiftly secured the vial in a small box lined with soft cotton. After closing the box, Lucien patted the back of the small Qilin. Phew, well done, Liu Guang, shall we return? Certainly, master. Lucien suddenly announced, Liu Guang, starting tomorrow, I shall teach you some meteorology. At these words, the small Qilin shivered slightly, but it was evident that it was not due to the cold. A sweet, childlike voice echoed in Lucien's mind, playfully protesting. Must we learn? Lucien caressed the Qilin's mane and chuckled softly. Not everything, just a specific segment. Once you complete this, I will grant you a month of vacation. This notion delighted Liu Guang. Master, is this what you refer to as a winter break? Indeed. Chapter 111. The Gentle Hagrid, Preparing for Christmas. In Hagrid's vegetable garden, Lucien drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, a small pit was excavated in the earth. He buried a sealed box containing vials within it, then waved his wand to restore the soil to its original state. Following this, Lucien summoned several stones, arranging them in an irregular formation atop the ground. He then cast a series of intricate magical traps. Lucien took a few biting cabbages from his gourd container and transplanted them nearby. Hagrid, could you please keep an eye on this area? Upon hearing Lucien's request, the half-giant standing nearby thumped his chest and boomed, rest assured. I will not allow it to be disturbed. Lucien solemnly nodded to Hagrid, expressing his gratitude. The mixed solution must be placed in a dark, quiet location until the thunderous storm arrives. Until then, the crystal vials must not be disturbed or exposed to sunlight, as the latter could lead to severe contamination and mutation. Lucien glanced at the spot where the vials were buried. It was unfortunate that they had to be buried in the earth. This was an essential step in interacting with nature, allowing the components of the solution to gradually merge and metamorphose, akin to waiting for seeds to sprout. Therefore, he could not simply transfer it to a seamless expansion container, which would have been much more convenient and secure. Lucien had also contemplated whether to bury it deep within the Forbidden Forest, where he could enlist the help of the shimmering light to keep watch. For there were few creatures in the forest that could contend with the little Qilin. However, he was reminded of Quirrell, or rather, the dark presence of Voldemort that resided within him. It was likely that he was preparing to hunt for unicorns. If fortune turned against him and he encountered Voldemort, it would pose a significant problem. After pondering this, Lucien concluded that Hagrid's location was indeed suitable. Apart from himself and a few others, few would venture here, especially with the holidays approaching, when there would be even fewer visitors. Moreover, Lucien did not intend to wait long, merely a span of 10 days or so. Hagrid was quite trustworthy. Dumbledore had entrusted his life to him. While keeping Hagrid's involvement a secret might be difficult, he was certainly reliable in his actions. Lucien, I've just thought of something, Hagrid said, looking up at the night sky. Even though today is the weekend, the young wizards shouldn't be wandering about at night, should they? Or perhaps they have already slipped out of the castle. Returning now would be inconvenient, Hagrid continued. Why not stay with me for the night? Lucien considered this. Wandering the Forbidden Forest had become a habitual affair for him. It was quite manageable to return home, as he could easily use the Qilin's apparition abilities. However, it was also perfectly normal to stay over at a friend's house occasionally. Is that a bother? Oh, no trouble at all. I'll tidy up a bit, Hagrid replied cheerfully, heading into his small hut, delighted to have a friend willing to spend the night. Once Hagrid returned, Lucien summoned the shimmering light. Looking at the now smaller Qilin, Lucien gently rubbed its forehead. While I have been away these past few days, please keep watch over the area for me. Of course, master, the Qilin replied. Do not pilfer Hagrid's food. I shall bring it to you. Very well, master. Lucien's eyes shimmered with a miniature whirlpool as he gazed at the small Qilin affectionately stroking his palm. There is no magical circuit. Inside the little cabin, Hagrid suddenly inquired. Lucien, would you care for a bedtime story? Taken aback by the unexpected suggestion, Lucien replied, a bedtime story? How gentle this half-giant is. I suppose I shan't squander such kindness. All right then. Hagrid rummaged through his belongings and produced a small booklet, which, in his hands, resembled more of a pamphlet than a book. Once upon a time, in the magical realm, there was a family. However, Lucien scarcely listened for a few minutes before Hagrid's narration abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of loud snoring. This left Lucien bemused, shaking his head as he flicked his wand to cast a soundproofing charm, extinguishing the light. With dawn's first light, Lucien rose early, facing the radiant sun. He pointed the tip of his wand at his heart, murmuring the incantation, Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus. This marked the third step of becoming an Animagus. During the waiting period for the storm to arrive, Each sunrise and sunset required him to point his wand at his heart and recite specific spells without fail. Good morning, Lucien. Good morning, Hagrid. Clad in his moleskin coat and beaverskin boots, with rabbit fur gloves adorning his hands, Hagrid dragged a fir tree he had felled from the forbidden forest, meant for the Christmas decorations. Lucien flicked his wand, causing the fir to levitate. Oh, thank you, Lucien. No need for thanks. The two made their way to Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering the Great Hall, they were greeted by Harry and Ron, who waved from their breakfast table. Lucien, good morning. Have you chosen to stay at school instead of going home? Christmas is a time for family reunions, and most students opt to return home. Unfortunately, Lucien had prior commitments coinciding with his animagus training. Yet, the distance for the Chelan's apparition was nothing short of vast. If time permitted, he could teleport back to surprise Aunt Penelope. For now, I shall not return. Oh right, Ron, here's Scabbers. Lucien retrieved a shedding rat from his pocket. As soon as Scabbers was placed on the table, he dashed straight into Ron's embrace, quickly seeking refuge in a pocket, wishing to avoid the sight of that demon clad in human skin. Chapter 112. Animagus, the constant form? No. So close. Two heart-wrenching cries echoed within the room of requirement. Lucien watched as Ron and Malfoy lamented, pounding their chests in anguish. Shaking his head, he handed 2 copies of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to Hermione and Harry, the former being the top scorer in the upcoming final exams. While the latter had earned the award for Most Improved, the 2 individuals received their respective awards and expressed their gratitude to Lucien. Harry opened the cover and saw Newt Scamander's autograph. He then glanced at the despondent expressions of Ron and Malfoy, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, Lucien, although Ron has spoken to me about Newt's stature and the worth of his signed book, isn't this a bit? Harry lowered his voice. Isn't it somewhat exaggerated, their reactions? Observing the two, Lucien found it amusing. It's nothing. They'll recover. Ron is focused on the book's economic value, while Malfoy is drawn to its prestigious worth. In fact, upon learning that the end-of-term prize was a signed book by Newt, Malfoy had privately approached Lucien, proposing an exchange for something else. Malfoy certainly did not care about the book's monetary value. He simply desired such a rare item. Ideally one of a kind in the world. Lucien understood well the tendencies of these pure-blood aristocrats. They were indifferent to the items themselves, relishing instead the superiority that ownership bestowed upon them. What they sought was the feeling of being above others. Hermione, cradling the book, radiated joy and satisfaction. She was unconcerned with any examination reward. Simply being first was a reward in itself. However, she would not refuse any accompanying gifts. Harry, obtaining Mr. Scamander's signed book in the magical realm is akin to sharing afternoon tea with Ms. Hepburn on our side. Upon hearing Hermione's analogy, Harry grasped the significance. Having never engaged with the magical world in his first 11 years, he was more familiar with the Muggle lifestyle. They were both renowned figures in their respective spheres, and Harry suddenly comprehended the value of the book in his possession. He held the book tightly, lost in thought. Hermione, now that you mention it, I wonder what it would be like to spend time with that lady. She is an elegant, well, also a kind and amiable lady, Lucien remarked while organizing their exam papers. This remark prompted Harry and Hermione to look at him simultaneously. Lucien, you don't mean to say you've actually had afternoon tea with Miss Hepburn, do you? Harry asked hesitantly, finding it somewhat absurd. Yet considering that Lucien could correspond with Newt Scamander and obtain his autograph, perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched after all. Lucien lifted his head, tidying the papers, and smiled softly at Harry. If you can maintain this performance next semester, I might take you along. This statement left Harry and Hermione utterly flabbergasted. The impact of this revelation was far greater than knowing Lucien could communicate with Newt. You really had tea with Hepburn. What does your family do? Lucien gathered the exam papers and walked toward the door. I'm in business. I have many acquaintances. During the summer break, you can come visit my home. It's quite spacious. On Christmas Eve, the leaden gray sky loomed cold and silent, as if wrapped in a damp, chilly woolen blanket. Lucien gently patted the little Chelan and encouraged it to proceed as I instructed. Off you go. The Chelan nodded faintly, transforming into a delicate streak of light, soaring straight into the thick clouds. Just as it vanished into the sea of clouds, dozens of crimson flames erupted from its very being, cascading outward like tendrils of fire torn from the sun, or like a torrent formed from molten meteorites. These flames did not burn chaotically. Rather, they danced and ascended around the Chelan's form as if imbued with life. Wherever the flames reached, the frigid air responded with a thunderous roar, rapidly heated and expanded, generating a formidable updraft. The previously stable atmosphere was utterly shredded by this relentless force. The clouds churned violently, as if a scalding stone had been plunged into an icy lake, boiling and roiling. Countless water vapor molecules were instantly vaporized by this thermal wave, condensing at unprecedented speed and scale into massive, mountain-like cumulonimbus clouds. The deluge began to fall. Lucien held his wand aloft, a transparent air umbrella enveloping his head. Through the shimmering curtain of raindrops, he gazed upward at the heavy clouds, observing the occasional flashes of light within. He recalled his earlier conversation with the system. The Qilin possesses no magical circuitry. Its power is unlike the magic of this world, correct? It resembles magic in form, but its essence is distinct. The Qilin does not belong to this realm. It is a mythical creature from another world. With this revelation, Lucien understood some of the Qilin's peculiar, unfettered phantasms and its ability to nullify magic with its antlers. This was why, during their previous discussion over Hot Pot, he had inquired of Dumbledore whether a storm devoid of magical influence could be feasible. What changes might unfold? Lucien lowered his gaze to a few stones scattered on the ground, a whirlpool forming in his eyes. Through the layers of earth in the box, he employed his magical eye to scrutinize the crystal vial, meticulously analyzing the fluctuations of magic within the solution. Boom! Within the clouds, the rising currents catalyzed by the flames surged wildly, ice crystals and raindrops colliding violently, unleashing terrifying charges. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved the darkened clouds. Almost immediately, the thunder roared, not as distant rumblings, but a tremendous explosion directly overhead. The crimson flames churned amidst the inky clouds, flickering and illuminating the roiling network of lightning within. The clash of extreme heat and bitter cold birthed gales and torrential rain. Thus, a tempest, rare for this season and entirely spawned by the power of mythical creatures, violently proclaimed its arrival, bearing the fury of thunder and lightning. It has begun. In the instant the first lightning bolt streaked across the sky and the thunder reverberated, Lucien witnessed the magic within the solution boiling vigorously. What once appeared as intertwined black and white threads fused seamlessly. Between the black and white, a vivid scarlet emerged. In the blink of an eye, the crimson completely engulfed the entirety, leaving no trace of black or white. As the flow of magic began to stabilize, Lucien waved his wand, effortlessly unearthing the soil to summon the box into his hands. Taking a deep breath, he gently opened the box, his gaze fixated on the crystalline vial within. Before him lay a precisely measured dose of blood-red potion. Lucien recalled the sensation of a second heartbeat when he touched his chest with the wand and recited the Animagus spell for the third time. Preparations were complete. Drinking this potion would seal his fate, leaving no path for retreat. In the next instant, a shimmering figure materialized beside him. Lucien shook off his thoughts and reached out to the small Qilin. The scenery around him shifted swiftly, revealing an open space surrounded by towering trees of the forbidden forest. Before Lucien could issue any instructions, a radiant golden flame erupted from the Qilin's surface, enveloping the entire clearing. Witnessing this, Lucien smiled softly and produced a small vial of dew from his pocket, allowing it to hover before the shimmering creature. He uncorked the crystalline vial, the blood-red potion swaying gently, and raised it towards the Qilin, uttering, "Merry Christmas. Cheers." In the clearing wrapped in golden flames, Lucien pointed the tip of his wand at his heart and recited the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. He then gulped down the blood-red potion in one swift motion. Almost instantaneously after the potion settled in his stomach, he was seized by intense pain and two distinct heartbeats, one belonging to him, and the other resonating from the incantation he recited daily. At this moment, both heartbeats grew alarmingly loud, echoing like drums in Lucien's ears. This was a standard procedure. There was nothing amiss. Next, he anticipated that a vision of the creature he was to transform into would emerge in his mind. It was too late to escape the promised change. Lucien endeavored to calm his thoughts, patiently awaiting the transformation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. However, apart from the excruciating pain and the two persistent heartbeats, he felt no other changes. No creature materialized in his mind. Logically, he should be envisioning an animal form that resonated with his wizardly essence. This step was beyond the wizard's control. At the moment the animal form appeared, the wizard would need to recall the method of transformation, a process requiring an extensive knowledge of transfiguration. Both talent and experience were indispensable. Yet, no creature manifested in Lucien's mind. The pain surged through him like relentless waves. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes were gradually shifting, the dark green expanding, creeping towards the whites of his eyes. The corners of his mouth unconsciously began to lift. No, no, no. Master, master, master. The Qilin's voice erupted in Lucien's mind, jolting him into a fleeting moment of clarity amid the agony. Lucien instinctively glanced at the shimmering creature, locking eyes with its crystal-clear gaze. My face. This mask. Reflected in the Qilin's eyes, Lucien beheld his visage obscured by a mask that was simultaneously half real and half phantasmagoric. The shape of the black-green mask twisted and morphed wildly, at times resembling a human, at others a bird, and then taking on the guise of a tiger or wolf. Loki's facelessness. Animagus, transformation, metamorphosis. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lucien's heart like a bolt of lightning. It echoed a phrase he had encountered upon acquiring the mask. The constant form is the limitation of mortals. For Loki, change is the essence of reality. Yes, change. Following that instinct, Lucien swiftly constructed a biological model in his mind, detailing every vein, muscle, and feather. In an instant, excruciating pain enveloped him once more, seemingly stemming from the very reshaping of each cell. Lucien heard the agonizing crack of his bones stretching, transforming, and reconstructing. His skin tore, yet no blood flowed. Instead, it was covered by a torrent of vibrant feathers shimmering with dark golden light. Lucien sensed his vision distorting, widening, as the hues of humanity were stripped away, replaced by an extraordinarily sharp, layered perception. With a piercing cry, his gaze soared, riding the currents of the residual storm, transforming into a dark golden flash that shot towards the clouds. The shimmering light grasped Lucien's wand, and beneath him, clouds billowed upward as he leapt into the sky, dancing in tandem with his master. In its eyes, the master had become a lone eagle adorned in golden plumage. Lucien felt the power of his wings as he swiftly dismissed the anomalies of his newfound animagus form. As he ascended to great heights, nearing the clouds, Lucien suddenly halted his wings. No, it was not yet finished. He vividly envisioned a human shape in his mind. Without hesitation, Lucien instantaneously reverted to his original form. Typically, a wizard newly transformed into an animagus would require time to acclimatize before returning to human shape. Yet Lucien transitioned directly from animal to human. Just as the shimmering light aimed to approach, ready to catch its falling master, there was no need for assistance. Nor did Lucien reclaim his wand. Instead, he envisioned another creature in his mind. This time, the being was smaller, more exquisite. At the very moment the biological model was completed, Lucien's form shifted once again. A butterfly, entirely a deep green with vibrant patterns upon its wings, materialized abruptly in midair. Flapping its delicate wings, Lucien deftly avoided the sporadic raindrops, gently descending from the sky. As he neared the Black Lake, a thick layer of ice loomed ahead. Lu Guang, help me melt a hole. It need not be large. Certainly, master. A slender flame of pure essence erupted from the mouth of the little Qilin, instantly melting through the ice to reveal the dark waters below. Lucien did not revert to human form, but instead constructed a new being. In an instant, the beautiful, petite butterfly transformed into a vibrant koi. With a splash, Lucien, now a swimming fish, dove through the ice hole and into the depths of the Black Lake. Upon witnessing his master vanish from sight, Lu Guang promptly shrank in size and plunged into the waters after him. However, once it submerged beneath the water, it encountered a short, stout, silvery gray fish with a large head, which was also staring at it. Observing this fish, which was entirely different from the one before, the little Qilin felt utterly perplexed and tentatively inquired, "Master, how have you transformed into this?" The large-headed fish released a bubble. "I was having too much fun earlier and forgot that the current temperature is quite low. The koi cannot endure it." "I see, master. Does that mean you are now an animagus?" The fish expelled another bubble and whimsically swam off in a particular direction. "Indeed. However, I differ somewhat from other animagi." Lucien reflected on the transformation process that began when he ingested the potion until he fully assumed his new form. Loki's facelessness, such a level of transfiguration talent was deemed extraordinary, bordering on the divine. At the moment of becoming an animagus, he truly manifested that ineffable mystery. The absence of a specific creature's image in his mind at that time was not due to failure, but rather because it was unnecessary. A typical animagus can only transform into one specific creature, becoming fixed in that form thereafter. Furthermore, wizards cannot choose what creature they transform into. The lack of choice is determined by one's inherent characteristics, revealing only the most suitable form. Through subsequent attempts, Lucien had already proven that his animagus form was free from such constraints, capricious and ever-changing. Perhaps I should also express gratitude for the book inspiration and divination that Malfoy gifted me. The methods within cultivated and enhanced my intuition, aiding me at that crucial moment, allowing me to recall the vital phrase. The constant form is the limitation of mortals. For Loki, change is the essence. Chapter 113. Home, Christmas Gifts. Grafton Manor. Penelope, draped in a robe, sat at her desk, one hand adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, while the other swiftly scribbled notes and signatures across numerous sheets of paper. In previous Christmas Eves, she would pause all her duties to devote her time solely to her nephew. Lucien, whom Penelope had practically raised, was regarded as her own child, as she had never married nor had offspring. However, in a recent letter, Lucien mentioned that he might not return for the holiday. Consequently, after ceremoniously observing Christmas Eve, Penelope resumed her work with diligence. She had been particularly busy, especially in the months following Lucien's return to school. Not only was she preoccupied with familial matters, but an impending storm in Eastern Europe was also instigating global shifts in power dynamics. Lucien had previously engaged her in casual discussions about the situation there, and their correspondence often touched upon it. Initially, Penelope did not pay much heed, but as events unfolded, she could almost foresee the magnitude of the storm. That colossal entity was indeed on the brink of disintegration. Hoot, accompanied by the echo of a call, a seemingly ordinary owl, entirely enveloped in gray-brown feathers, flew into the room. To this, Penelope had grown quite accustomed. She and Lucien communicated through these birds. She deftly opened a drawer and retrieved a box of treats specially prepared for these postal messengers. However, the owl did not immediately swoop down for the food in her hand, but instead perched on the table, tilting its head slightly as it gazed at her. Noticing that the owl had not delivered any letter or parcel, Penelope could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. You can't just be an ordinary owl, can you? She had become accustomed to these birds delivering letters from her nephew, so her first instinct was to regard this one as a unique messenger from the magical realm. Yet, could she be mistaken about this particular creature? Upon closer inspection, she noted that the owl's eyes exhibited a rare shade of deep green, reminiscent of her nephew's eye color after his awakening to magic. This piqued Penelope's interest, even sparking the thought of perhaps keeping this owl as her own. She wondered. How was young Lucien faring at that magical school? The little one had grown up, no longer yearning to return home for Christmas. Yes, this year Lucien had turned 11, and in a couple of years, she could help him seek a suitable bride from the Grafton family. For some inexplicable reason, the owl suddenly turned its head away, twisting it a full 180 degrees due to its species' peculiarities. Should she transform back? She had intended to use apparition to return home overnight, hoping to surprise her aunt. How had she inadvertently overheard such conversations? Moreover, wasn't little one a term one ceased to use after the age of 6? As Penelope mused over which young lady would be a fitting match for her nephew, she watched as the owl suddenly leapt from the table, its form shimmering midair. Lucien. Seeing her familiar nephew appear before her, transformed from an owl, Penelope gasped, dropping her pen onto the carpet. He still bore that charmingly handsome face, with his striking deep green eyes. His hair had grown longer. The once ear-length dark golden locks now cascaded past his chin. Just as Lucien was about to greet Aunt Penelope and wish her a Merry Christmas, words were still unspoken when she enveloped him in a warm embrace. After a brief moment, Lucien murmured, "Aunt, I'm 11 now, not 6 anymore." Penelope released Lucien but playfully pinched his cheek, smiling brightly. "When you were 6. You were my little one. Now that you're 11, shall we call you the big one?" "Well, if that pleases you," Lucien replied, a rare blush creeping across his cheeks. "Merry Christmas, Aunt." "Merry Christmas, Lucien." They made their way to the tea room, where the servants had prepared light refreshments and tea. Although the curious maid, Rosia, wondered when Master Lucien had returned, she refrained from prying, respecting her employer's silence. "Merry Christmas, Rosia." "Merry Christmas, Master Lucien." Subsequently, Lucien retrieved a tube of lipstick from his pocket, a magical version he had concocted using potion techniques. It was safe for consumption, lightweight, and resilient in color, suitable even for non-magical muggles. Loxia took the lipstick with both hands, quickly glancing at the hue beneath the translucent casing. She found the color rather ostentatious, not particularly convenient for her daily work. Nevertheless, Loxia felt a surge of joy. Her master had a charming tradition of bestowing small gifts upon them during festive occasions, and she anticipated using it while out with friends during her time off. In the next moment, Loxia could not help but blink in astonishment as the lipstick's color transformed into the very shade she had yearned for. Noticing Loxia's expression and the lipstick's change, Lucien smiled and inquired, "Do you prefer this shade?" Hearing her master's words, Loxia's cheeks flushed slightly, primarily due to her superior's realization that she seemed dissatisfied with the previous color. Of course, her embarrassment was mild. She was not afraid. Master Lucien would not chastise them for such trifles. This also led her to momentarily overlook the reason behind the lipstick's color change, attributing it merely to the whims of affluent individuals. Lucien gently waved his hand, signaling Loxia to disregard it and to take her leave. Once only the two of them remained in the tea room, Penelope could not suppress her curiosity. "Is that color-changing lipstick also magic? And what about your transformation from an owl to a human, similar to Professor McGonagall's visit? Is magic truly that wondrous?" Lucien nodded, explaining that the lipstick was an application of potions, a vast domain within the magical world. He elaborated that transforming into an animal was a form of transfiguration. The concepts of magic Lucien shared captivated Penelope's attention. For young witches and wizards, the realm of magical secrets certainly did not exclude guardians, as they needed to know where their children were educated and what they were learning. In households like Lucien's, with a multitude of servants, the confidentiality laws were relatively lenient. As long as they did not disclose the existence of magic to anyone outside their guardians, they could interact with certain magical items. Thus, Lucien gifted Loxia the enchanted lipstick, confident that his aunt would later brief Loxia on the pertinent matters. Moreover, one should not underestimate the modern populace's capacity for acceptance. Lucien surmised that Loxia would likely perceive the lipstick as a high-tech product, entirely oblivious to its magical origins, which might seem like something out of a fairy tale. After discussing school life with his aunt for a while, Lucien began to unpack gift boxes, each containing magical Christmas presents he had prepared for Aunt Penelope. As she beamed while unwrapping the gifts, Lucien stood by as a considerate guide, saying, "Aunt, when you're busy, you can brew a cup of this. It's invigorating. If you suffer from insomnia, just dissolve one of these. This one brightens the skin, although it seems you might not need it. Rest assured, Aunt. Everything I have prepared can be used normally, even without magic." As Penelope unwrapped her gifts, she suddenly tapped her forehead lightly, her brow furrowed. "Oh dear. I had no idea you were back. I sent your Christmas present via owl to the school. It's all right, Aunt. I'll be able to see it tomorrow when I return. By the way, could you perhaps divulge the nature of this surprise?" Penelope continued unwrapping the gift prepared by her nephew, her tone languid as she replied, "A contract. You do enjoy reading, don't you? I've established a library for you." Chapter 114, The Lucky Bird of Christmas. Hogwarts. Gryffindor Dormitory. Harry and Ron were exuberantly unwrapping their presents. As Harry tore into his gifts, he marveled, "I never expected to receive so many presents. I thought I wouldn't get any at all." The first gift he opened was from Hagrid, a rough-hewn flute. Harry surmised it must have been handcrafted by Hagrid himself. When he attempted to play it, it emitted a sound reminiscent of an owl's hoot. To his surprise, he also received a coin from his aunt and uncle, a 50-penny piece. Not too shabby, he mused. Cuckoo. Hearing this sound, Ron, who was busy unwrapping a large parcel, did not lift his gaze. "Harry, is Hagrid's flute really that entertaining? Let me give it a try." I haven't played it yet." In the next moment, the sound of flapping wings filled the room as an owl swooped in, dropping a gift box in front of each of them before settling on a bedside. Ignoring the familiar messenger, Harry and Ron simultaneously began to unwrap their newly arrived gifts. "It's from Lucien. I've received a broom repair kit." "How thoughtful of him," Harry exclaimed, eagerly exploring the tools, ready to test his Firebolt 2000. "Mine is a portable expandable lunchbox." Ron continued reading the introduction on the card. "Lucien made it himself. It retains heat for a long time. Wow. It has quite a bit of space. Now I won't have to worry about late-night snacks when I'm hungry," Ron said contentedly, placing the lunchbox down, a hint of envy in his voice. "Those Hufflepuffs are so fortunate. Their common room is right next to the kitchen. Sigh, they can eat whenever they please." "Harry, do you think if I weren't a Weasley, I might have been sorted in a Hufflepuff?" As Ron peeled back a corner of a bulging paper package, a wry smile crossed his face. "It's a sweater knitted by my mom, the distinctive Weasley style. Why is mine always maroon? This color is quite peculiar. Oh, by the way, Harry, my mom mentioned she knitted one for you too. And Lucien as well. I wonder if he will like it." The owl perched at the bedside shook its feathers. "Well, it's rather lovely and quite warm. Mrs. Molly's handiwork is exceptional." The owl, transformed from Lucien, turned its head to regard the sweater in Harry's hands. What a striking shade of green. Thankfully, it's not a fuzzy hat. Harry beamed with delight. This was the first time he had received a brand new piece of clothing from someone else, as he had previously only worn his cousin Dudley's hand-me-downs. He chewed on the handcrafted fudge gifted by Mrs. Molly, while simultaneously stuffing a chocolate frog sent by Hermione into his mouth. "Look, Ron, what is this?" Harry exclaimed as he unwrapped the last gift, a silvery liquid substance that slipped onto the floor. Could it really be? Ron picked it up in disbelief, unfolding it to reveal an invisibility cloak. Goodness, if someone were to gift me an invisibility cloak, I would gladly forego my meals for it. Prompted by Ron, Harry tried on the cloak. It truly vanished. As Harry dashed about, a note fell at his feet. "Your father left this for me before he passed. It is now yours to cherish. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." Harry stared blankly at the words, bewildered by the realization that this belonged to his father. The owl's eyes were also fixed on the invisibility cloak draped over Harry. Goodness, the Deathly Hallows have made an early appearance. It was said to be a gift from Death himself, granting the wearer permanent invisibility. This was far superior to the ordinary invisibility cloaks made from demiguise hair, which would lose their effectiveness over time and use, unlike the fleeting invisibility created by the disillusionment charm. With this garment in his possession, Harry was now poised to embark on the main quest to seek the Philosopher's Stone. Lucien narrowed his pupils, relying on the owl's exceptional vision to target an open chocolate frog box. "Come on, let us hasten our progress." With a flap of its wings, it soared toward the pile of chocolate frogs. "By Merlin's beard, this owl dares to pilfer our snacks. Stop it." Faced with the frantic attempts of the two children, Lucien could only shake his head in bemusement, deftly evading their flailing arms. It scattered the chocolate frogs, causing a card to flutter fortuitously into Harry's view. Subsequently, the two could only watch in astonishment as the owl snatched away a piece of chocolate frog. Ron stood agape, his mouth agog. "I must tell George and Fred. They simply won't believe this." Meanwhile, Harry instinctively caught the card that accompanied the chocolate frog. His gaze shifted to the figure depicted, Dumbledore, as his eyes traveled downward. He noted Dumbledore's renowned accomplishments, defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and collaborating with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Nicholas Flamel? Nicholas Flamel. Yes. Harry, wasn't he Hermione specifically urging us to continue our investigation into Flamel before the holidays? Ron picked up the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans gifted by Hermione, popped one into his mouth, chewed, and discreetly spat it out. Oh dear, no, Nicholas Flamel, look at this card. I knew that name sounded familiar, but I just couldn't place it. Harry shook Ron's shoulder, fervently thrusting the card toward his face. Finally deciphering the contents of the card, Ron exclaimed, Dumbledore. I already have several of those. By Merlin's woolen socks. Nicholas Flamel. Ron clutched the card tightly, his eyes fixated on the name, as if fearing it might vanish. In the next moment, Ron abruptly turned to Harry, exclaiming that the owl was their lucky bird. George had informed him that if one encountered a creature that could bring good fortune on Christmas Day, they should honor it by providing sustenance daily, ensuring a lifetime free from want and a continuous stream of good luck. Harry, we must locate that owl. Chapter 115, Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. The Mirror of Ariste. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Lucien sat leisurely at the long table, enjoying his breakfast. Only a handful of students remained, the majority having returned home for the Christmas holidays. With classes suspended, those who stayed were either languishing in bed or eagerly unwrapping their Christmas gifts. As Lucien prepared to take a spoonful of porridge, he heard someone urgently calling his name. Lucien, Lucien, splendid to see you here. Harry and Ron rushed to Lucien's side. Harry clutched a card depicting Dumbledore, anxious to present it to Lucien. Lucien, look. I realized why Nicholas Flamel sounded familiar. I must have seen it on a chocolate frog card. Lucien calmly accepted the card and glanced at it. Ah, quite astute. Your efforts have not been in vain. This provides an excellent opportunity to inform Harry about the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, allowing me to approach Dumbledore regarding the matter directly. I could attempt to interact with the stone in advance, using it to concoct potions and repay the loans from the Year of the Unicorn. You two are remarkable for discovering this clue on a chocolate frog, Lucien remarked, patting Harry's shoulder and praising the two boys. However, Harry waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, No, it was merely happenstance. It was the lucky bird that aided us. Upon hearing this, Lucien paused, spoon halfway to his mouth. What? A lucky bird? Oh, let me explain, Lucien. Ron interjected, unable to contain himself as he recounted their morning's encounter, detailing George's tale of the lucky bird. Lucien, I plan to head to the Ollery shortly. That owl might still be there. What do you say? If I obtain an endless supply of galleons, oh no. I mean good fortune, I shan't forget you. Seeing Ron's exuberance and eagerness to seek out the lucky bird, Lucien silently sipped his porridge, suddenly at a loss for words. George and Fred must have teased Ron quite a bit, yet how could Ron remain so credulous of those twin brothers? Wasn't it he who had assisted them, albeit in the guise of an owl? A lucky bird? Encountering a creature that bestows fortune on Christmas, merely by offering it sustenance, ensuring a lifetime of prosperity? The magical world, indeed, what legends could possibly hold any credibility? Wait, such tales of animals transforming to repay kindness. What are these animal spirits like foxes, clams, and snakes? Surely, they cannot be part of a collective of animagi. Lucien shook his head, dispelling the errant thoughts. I shall not attend. There are still some books I have yet to finish. Upon hearing this response, Harry and Ron were not at all surprised, as they had grown accustomed to Lucien's studious demeanor. Oh, by the way, Lucien, did you receive our Christmas gifts? Lucien nodded. He had already perused the offerings. Typically, classmates presented sweets or books, while a few professors exhibited greater creativity. There were transforming toys that could conjure various shapes, a packet of harmless magical plant seeds, a handwritten manuscript of ancient spells and potions recipes. To Lucien's astonishment, even Quirrell had sent him a Christmas gift, although it was merely an ordinary magical notebook. Its content was rather conventional, lacking any extraordinary elements or striking knowledge. Well, I shall take it with me for our chat, and perhaps seek old Dumbledore's insight. One can never be too cautious, especially if Quirrell or Tom has concealed any nefarious tricks within. Recently, Quirrell's lessons had increasingly leaned towards the darker aspects of magic. While he did not overtly speak of it, the implications were clear. It seemed he wished to entice Lucien into the study of dark arts, leading him down a treacherous path. This could potentially serve as leverage to ensnare him further in dark magic, thereby hindering his opposition to their schemes. However, Dumbledore was already cognizant of this situation. Speaking of which, Dumbledore had bestowed upon him a special permit, allowing access to numerous tomes in the restricted section, excluding only those of extreme danger and malevolence. Lucien had always found the classification of books in the restricted and regular sections rather illogical. Some tomes deemed forbidden were openly sold at the Leaky Cauldron, while texts detailing the preparation of Polyjuice Potion were accessible in the ordinary section for young wizards to peruse freely. Of course, Hagrid had also gifted Lucien a Christmas present, which he particularly cherished. Hagrid's gift consisted of a dozen bookmarks crafted from an assortment of materials, including the feathers of the Snidget, the soundless bird, and the tail hair of a unicorn. The craftsmanship was simple, yet conveyed Hagrid's heartfelt effort. Lucien understood that these materials were gathered by Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. What intrigued him most was a nearly transparent bookmark. To say it was transparent was not entirely accurate. It was visible, yet Lucien could not perceive it. This bookmark was fashioned from the tail feather of a thestral. Hagrid had emphasized its significance, fearing Lucien might overlook it. Thestrals are unique magical creatures, visible only to those who have witnessed death. Thus, they have long been regarded as omens of misfortune. Lucien had yet to witness the profound, indelible experience of human mortality. I have received your gifts, and I am truly fond of them. Indeed, Ron, the sweater that Annie knitted for me is truly exquisite. It is not only visually appealing, but also remarkably comfortable and warm. Please extend my gratitude to her. I shall pay her a visit during the summer holidays. As he spoke, Lucien lifted his robe, revealing a celestial blue sweater beneath, adorned with a prominent design at the chest. Upon seeing this garment, Ron could not help but display a flicker of envy. Why do your sweaters come in such delightful colors? He remarked. Hearing Ron's exclamation, Lucien smiled softly. By the way, speaking of Nicholas Flamel, I was just about to share this information with you. Lucien then produced a large, heavy, and tattered tome from his pocket. With a flourish of his wand, the pages began to flutter before settling on a specific page. Harry and Ron had grown accustomed to Lucien's propensity for pulling out an array of peculiar items from his pockets, and they leaned in to examine the book together. The Philosopher's Stone has the ability to transmute any metal into pure gold, and it can create the elixir of life, rendering the drinker immortal. The only surviving Philosopher's Stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year. Harry and Ron's eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed in unison, the Philosopher's Stone, pure gold, the elixir of life. He has lived for 665 years. A glance exchanged between Harry and Ron revealed their mutual shock and disbelief. Ron murmured, no wonder, no wonder. Hermione has been making us read a plethora of modern magical history. The sheer volume of related texts has left my head spinning. Indeed, Harry replied. How could someone from over 600 years ago be considered modern? Suddenly, an idea struck Harry. He was eager to visit the library in search of more information regarding Nicholas Flamel. The concept of the Philosopher's Stone was simply enchanting for a child, as it could turn stone into gold and grant immortality. However, Harry also felt that the ordinary book section might not contain the detailed accounts he sought. The invisibility cloak, he thought, recalling its presence. Meanwhile, in a corridor of Hogwarts, the moonlight was faint, barely illuminating the surroundings. Wrapped in the invisibility cloak, Harry wandered aimlessly, occasionally glancing over his shoulder to ensure that Filch or his cat, Mrs. Norris, had not suddenly appeared behind him. He had just stealthily ventured into the restricted section of the library, hoping to uncover more clues about Nicholas Flamel. Yet, upon opening the first book, it emitted a shrill scream. Oh dear, Harry thought, nearly deafened by the cacophony. This, of course, caught Filch's attention, as he happened to be patrolling nearby. Thus, Harry found himself engaged in a perilous game of hide-and-seek with the eager caretaker, intent on catching wayward young witches and wizards. After a series of twists and turns, he finally managed to temporarily evade Filch. However, in his panic, Harry lost his sense of direction. Gazing at the unfamiliar corridor, regret washed over him. This was his first genuine experience using the invisibility cloak, a precious relic left to him by his father. Harry contemplated that this time, this very first time, he would venture forth alone. Thus, he refrained from summoning Lucien and Ron, choosing instead the path of solitary adventure. Yet, this inaugural attempt elicited an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Harry mused that it would have been advantageous to have Lucien by his side, for he surely would have guided him along the correct route. He remained blissfully unaware that atop a stone pillar, a pair of emerald green eyes flickered in the shadows. Transformed into an owl, Lucien surveyed a specific area below. Oh, Harry's invisibility cloak indeed concealed the wearer's magical essence. Fortunately, when he had patted Harry on the shoulder during the day, he had left a subtle mark behind. The magic contained within it was not obscured by the cloak. It was evident that even while cloaked, one remained susceptible to magical influences. The cloak could not entirely impede all magical forces. Soon, Harry would likely step into a chamber and discover the fabled erased mirror. How fortuitous that would be. Perhaps old Dumbledore had been observing Harry all along, waiting for the opportune moment to surreptitiously place the mirror within the room before Harry's entrance. The swirling vortex within the owl's eyes continued to track the magical mark on Harry's shoulder. I wonder why you have chosen to meet here, Severus. Suddenly, Harry heard an exceedingly faint voice emanating from a corner of the corridor. The voice was familiar, particularly due to its stammering cadence. Cautiously, Harry approached, straining to discern the path ahead in the dim moonlight. You do not wish for me to become your adversary, do you, Quirrell? He immediately recognized the voice. It was Snape. He was all too familiar with it. During potions class, he had exchanged the most words with Snape, albeit in a question-and-answer format. I don't know you. You are well aware of my meaning. Your secrets, your schemes, I am awaiting them. But, I do not. Harry gradually inched closer, and soon he discerned the two figures engaged in conversation. Indeed, it was Snape, and the other was Quirrell, adorned with a purple turban. Harry observed Snape, threatening Quirrell. You should carefully consider whom you pledge your loyalty to. We shall converse further at another time. As Snape spoke, he suddenly turned, his dark, penetrating gaze fixated on a seemingly empty space. Realizing that Snape was looking in his direction, Harry hastily covered his mouth and nose, holding his breath as he slowly retreated. However, Snape extended a hand, almost grazing the fabric of Harry's cloak. Harry's heart raced as he leaned back with all his might. Suddenly, a piercing hoot echoed through the corridor. A plain owl emerged from the darkness, tracing an arc before landing squarely atop Quirrell's head. Ah, Quirrell gasped, clutching his purple turban tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Harry retreated several paces, distancing himself from Snape's outstretched hand. The owl then brushed past him, soaring onward into the night. Yet in that fleeting glance, Harry noticed the owl's eyes, which appeared to be an exceptionally rare shade of green. Within such a brief moment, he could not discern the precise hue, yet instinctively, he felt that this owl was perhaps the same one he had encountered that morning. At that moment, Harry was resolute in his belief, akin to Ron's, that it was indeed a bird of fortune. After walking a short distance, he unexpectedly came across Filch. Faced with the approaching figure of Filch, Harry had no choice but to veer into a nearby side corridor. There stood an ancient door, worn with age. However, Harry quickly observed a narrow crack in the door. Cautiously, he squeezed himself through, careful not to disturb the door itself. Fortunately, his small and slender frame allowed him to slip through just in time. He felt a twinge of gratitude that his poor diet at Aunt Petunia's had resulted in his diminutive stature, enabling him to evade Filch and avoid expulsion for breaching school regulations. Upon entering the room, Harry turned to survey the arrangement within. It resembled an abandoned classroom, filled with dust-covered desks and chairs. There was a mirror, a grand and opulent mirror that seemed entirely out of place in this setting. Before he could examine the intricacies of the mirror, he was startled by a shocking sight. In the reflection, he saw not only himself, but also a multitude of shadowy figures standing directly behind him. However, when he turned to look, he found nothing but emptiness. He was alone in the room. Bewildered, he gazed back at the mirror, this time mustering the courage to scrutinize it closely. He beheld a beautiful woman with flowing red hair. Her eyes, he thought, mirrored his own, identical in appearance. He also saw a tall, slender man with dark hair, wearing glasses, with a tuft of hair at the back of his head that resembled Harry's own. Other figures appeared as well, some sharing his eyes, others sharing his nose. Harry stared at these mysterious individuals, his mind racing with questions. Suddenly, after what seemed like an eternity, he was jolted back to reality by distant sounds and hurriedly left the room. Moments later, an owl flapped its wings and flew in. In midair, it transformed, and Lucien gently landed on the ground. He directed his gaze toward the mirror. Ah, not a speck of dust. How utterly incongruous with the surroundings, he mused. Dumbledore, at his age, still playing the role of nature's, oh no, the mirror's mover. Lucien's eyes fell upon an inscription etched at the top of the mirror. Well, a mirror is meant to reflect. It should be viewed in reverse. Thus it translates to, I do not reflect your face, but rather the desires of your heart. Lucien's gaze then shifted downward, searching the smooth surface of the mirror. To his surprise, his own reflection was conspicuously absent. Instead, there were constantly fluttering pages, a myriad of illusory, overlapping characters, incantations, and spells of varying brilliance and simplicity, alongside bubbling cauldrons. Lucien gazed intently into the mirror, catching sight of a particular mathematical problem, wherein the integration region was defined by a surface. The answer reflected in the mirror was incorrect. How uninteresting. Lucien shook his head, disappointed that even a simple math problem eluded him. The mirror of Ariste had proven to be rather lackluster in this regard. He had no intention of lingering before this enchanted mirror that merely revealed the desires of the observer's heart. He turned to leave. Suddenly, Lucien glanced up at a spot on the classroom ceiling and chuckled softly. Headmaster, how is my animagus transformation coming along? Chapter 116, Dumbledore's Little Magic, Immortality? In the small room housing the mirror of Ariste, a shadow suddenly materialized before Lucien, twisting like the flow of water in a toilet, swiftly transforming into a tall elder with silver hair and beard. Dumbledore regarded Lucien, whose face was adorned with a gentle smile, and sighed. Lucien, you truly possess keen insight to have discerned this minor spell. A minor spell? Well, I suppose it is small in scale. Lucien utilized his eye of divination, and even at its utmost capacity, He had spent considerable time observing the room before capturing a magical essence no larger than that of a mosquito. However, in terms of complexity, the magic Dumbledore employed for remote surveillance was indeed intricate. At first glance, Lucien perceived only a seemingly chaotic mass of magical energy. But upon closer examination, he recognized the interwoven structures of magical forces within. Some of the incantations were ones Lucien had only encountered in ancient spellbooks, and even then, he had grasped merely a fraction. Truly, he was the greatest wizard of the century. The magic he conjured was anything but mundane. Headmaster, I simply happened to be fortunate tonight. There was little humility in Lucien's tone, as he recalled how he had failed to detect Dumbledore's surveillance spell during the last Quidditch match. The venue had been vast, with throngs of spectators, and in such circumstances, locating a magical trace the size of a mosquito that was also in motion was beyond the refinement of the eye of divination. It was only due to the small size of the room, the absence of other magical interferences, and Dumbledore's procrastination in dispelling the spell that Lucien was able to make his discovery. Dumbledore shook his head. Luck? Few possess such fortune within this entire school. Moreover, Animagus. Lucien, do you recall that you are merely a first-year wizard? At this moment, Dumbledore felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He could accept that a young wizard might become an animagus while still in school. For years ago, several daring youths had attempted and succeeded in doing so. However, how young was Lucien? Dumbledore remembered that Harry's father, James Potter, and his companions had only endeavored to become animagi in their 5th year. The few young individuals, undoubtedly endowed with exceptional talent and fortuitous luck, have nonetheless accumulated several years of learning, establishing a solid foundation in the art of transfiguration. In stark contrast, the child before them is merely in his 1st year, having formally engaged with magic for only 6 months. Yet, he has already reached such a remarkable proficiency in transfiguration. Furthermore, Dumbledore has taken notice. Lucien, during his transformation between human and animal forms, did not wield a wand, a skill only a master animagus could command. But how long has it been since Lucien became an animagus? Dumbledore suspected it was only since that fateful Christmas Eve. Although he was visiting an old friend at the time and not present at Hogwarts, the accounts relayed by the ghosts later revealed that a grand storm had unexpectedly erupted that night. It was difficult for Dumbledore not to draw connections. Becoming an animagus requires a robust foundation in transfiguration as well as a fair share of luck. The most significant external factors that could impede success are the timing of the full moon coinciding with the moonlight illuminating the mandrake leaves, as thick cloud cover could lead to failure. Moreover, one must await the occurrence of a thunderous storm. This waiting period can extend for weeks or even months, which is not uncommon. A wizard plagued by misfortune could endure years of waiting without issue. But how long has Lucien truly waited? A month, perhaps? A rare confusion flickered in Dumbledore's bright blue eyes. He could not help but wonder, could it be that this young wizard possesses such extraordinary luck? As for artificially conjuring a storm, Dumbledore doubted that a novice wizard, having only touched magic for half a year, could achieve such a feat. Moreover, a magically induced storm would ultimately affect the animagus transformation ritual. However, Dumbledore had just observed Lucien's transformation process, which was remarkably smooth and natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Lucien, if you would be so kind, could you demonstrate the animagus transformation? Lucien nodded gently, skillfully conjuring the image of an owl in his mind. In an instant, his form transformed into an ordinary owl. Indeed, the more commonplace the animal, the stronger its ability to blend in. In the Muggle world, owls are not particularly common in certain regions. Yet, in the wizarding realm, owls have diligently served as messengers for countless generations. Aside from personal pets, owls are among the most familiar animals to wizards. Transforming into a conspicuous creature such as a crocodile, brown bear, or lion would make it inconvenient to blend seamlessly into a crowd. Thanks to Loki's unparalleled gift for transformation, Lucien's animagus form is not limited to a single animal. He can also make subtle adjustments to the external characteristics of a particular creature, such as patterns, eye color, or fur texture. This is unlike typical animagi, who often retain fixed traits upon transforming into an animal, much like Professor McGonagall, whose tabby cat form bears distinctive square patterns around her eyes. Upon witnessing Lucien's transformation into an owl, Dumbledore could not help but gently applaud, exclaiming, "Splendid! Lucien, your talent and proficiency in transfiguration are indeed extraordinary." The familiar hoot of the owl stirred a sense of amusement within Dumbledore, causing his eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, to narrow into crescent shapes. Lucien, the owl form truly suits you, perceptive and approachable on the outside, yet inherently a fierce predator. Lucien, in his owl guise, flapped his wings, momentarily taking flight before gently descending. Observing this spectacle brought a more pronounced smile to Dumbledore's face, as if a thought had crossed his mind. He remarked with a light-hearted chuckle, "Lucien, I trust that not all the Christmas gifts we received were delivered by you personally?" The owl's head turned in a complete circle before returning, nodding gently in affirmation. Well, having just become an animagus, I felt compelled to experiment, much like a child with a new toy. Besides, the gifts were not numerous, and compared to the diligent owl resting in the shed, my own tasks were hardly burdensome. During holidays, when letters and parcels abound, the owls in the shed must work tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Lucien then transformed back into his human form and inquired, "Headmaster, were you satisfied with the Christmas gift I presented?" Dumbledore stroked his long beard, his gaze softening. "The socks you gifted are wonderfully soft and warm. It has been years since I received such a delight. Moreover, that little contraption you sent is quite remarkable and thoroughly engaging." As he spoke, Dumbledore flipped his palm to reveal a peculiar mechanical device resembling a reclining spider, cradling a ball of yarn in its center, with slender legs weaving the yarn toward a pair of woolen socks. Dumbledore adjusted a button on the machine, noting such exquisite transfiguration, skillfully intertwined with the application of alchemy. "You truly grasp new concepts with remarkable speed." Lucien politely replied, "I owe much of this to the attentive guidance of all my professors, including yourself. There remains a vast expanse of knowledge I wish to explore in the realm of magic." Dumbledore chuckled in response. "Every teacher appreciates a diligent student. How about learning a small charm for remote observation?" Noticing the spark of excitement and joy in Lucien's eyes, Dumbledore added, "However, this charm has its limitations. Its complexity is one aspect, but it does not endure for long, nor can it maintain multiple observations simultaneously. Thus, it cannot be employed for constant surveillance of every nook and cranny." Dumbledore's words did not surprise Lucien. He understood that the more intricate and refined the magic, the greater the constraints. "When I utilize this charm, I can only focus on the most significant individuals and matters. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lucien nodded. "Indeed. Such as Harry and the Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered with surprise. "Ah, you are already aware of the existence of the Philosopher's Stone? Your progress is swifter than I anticipated." Lucien displayed an air of nonchalance as he retrieved a chocolate card from his pocket, presenting it to Dumbledore. He had first heard the name Nicolum from Hagrid, and coincidentally, upon encountering the contents of the card, he was once again reminded of that legendary alchemist. Recently, he had perused a book that chronicled the life of this remarkable figure, who had reached the venerable age of 665. Dumbledore listened intently as Lucien articulated his thoughts with clarity and coherence. Upon seeing his own likeness on the card, Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles and remarked with a hint of resignation, "I am aware that you and Hagrid share a close friendship. He is a trustworthy individual, a companion worthy of one's life. However, at times, certain matters must remain confidential." At Dumbledore's words, Lucien could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the great oaf Hagrid, who consumes truth serum as though it were water. "Headmaster, you intend for Hagrid to facilitate Harry's understanding of this matter, to introduce him to Nicolum, do you not?" Dumbledore sighed deeply, responding with a solemn tone, "Lucien, you are astute, perhaps excessively so. With a friend like you, Harry will undoubtedly find ease and comfort, and any challenges he encounters will be surmountable. Yet, there are occasions when one must confront difficulties independently in order to grow, would you not agree?" Lucien grasped the essence of Dumbledore's sentiment. It was all part of the Savior's training plan, designed to have Harry engage in a series of trials, continually opposing Voldemort. This would not only enhance the boy's magical prowess, but also cultivate the courage necessary to confront his arch-nemesis. According to the prophecy, only this boy, who had survived great peril, could truly vanquish Voldemort, a belief Dumbledore held with unwavering conviction. Thus, he had almost explicitly advised against excessive interference in Harry's development. However, Lucien recalled a few months prior, when he had encountered the centaur Firenze in the Forbidden Forest, who had remarked, "You will alter the trajectories of those around you." In this magical realm, prophecies are immutable, and individuals seemingly possess predetermined destinies. Yet, Firenze, the seer of the centaur tribe, had asserted that Lucien would indeed change the fates of those in his vicinity. If such alteration were possible, to what extent could he affect change? At least in the present moment, when considering solely Harry, it was evident that due to Lucien's tutoring, Harry had made significant progress in potions. Rather than waiting until he encountered the Half-Blood Prince's notes to excel, this transformation was undeniable and manifest. As for the future Savior's eventual confrontation with Voldemort, that remained to be seen. Further time was needed for clarity. Nevertheless, Lucien had seized upon a specific keyword in Dumbledore's discourse, easily. He could not concur with that assertion. Silently, Lucien extracted a test paper from his pocket, revealing Harry's final examination results. "Headmaster, would you care to see Harry's recent performance?" Dumbledore nodded, accepting the paper from Lucien's hand, genuinely curious about the outcomes of Harry's studies under Lucien's guidance. Dumbledore had long been aware that Lucien was assisting Harry with his studies, having also learned from Snape that Harry's progress in potions was quite remarkable. However, He was utterly in the dark regarding the specific subjects Harry was learning with Lucien. As he perused Harry's examination papers, Dumbledore's astonishment grew. Harry, does that child typically engage with such questions? Lucien shook his head. Not exactly. This is a final examination that covers a wide array of topics, including spells, magical history, and herbology, subjects typically encountered in the first year. I designed the questions myself. There was also a practical component, such as potion brewing, herb cultivation, or spellcasting. Generally, we focus primarily on potions. Upon hearing Lucien's explanation, Dumbledore could not help but wipe his forehead, realizing that the knowledge covered was indeed substantial. He refrained from voicing his thoughts that Lucien's curriculum seemed to surpass even the school's own syllabus. The breadth of knowledge across all subjects added up to a considerable amount. Well, the children are still quite young. Learning in a joyful manner is surely preferable, Dumbledore ventured, aware that he encouraged diligent study but also felt that it might be inappropriate to inundate Harry, a first-year student newly acquainted with magic, with such an abundance of knowledge. However, Lucien shook his head, his tone earnest. Headmaster, I am fond of an ancient Eastern proverb. If one does not strive in youth, one will only lament in old age. While young, one should learn as much as possible. Furthermore, observe these are Harry's results from previous assessments. Lucien produced several tests and assignments, presenting them to Dumbledore in chronological order. As Dumbledore examined the earliest papers, he nodded in approval. Indeed, Harry's improvement is quite evident. His aptitude is commendable, particularly in potions and defense against the dark arts. Lucien paused, then added, Harry has compensated me generously for his tuition. After his second year, I intend to formally teach him the intricacies of defense against the dark arts. Headmaster, I believe that practical experience is absolutely essential. Yet a solid theoretical foundation should be established concurrently, if not in advance. Dumbledore wholeheartedly agreed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Lucien, Harry is truly fortunate to have you as a friend. Have you considered remaining at Hogwarts after graduation? I believe you possess a natural talent for teaching, and your demeanor is quite fitting for the role. Lucien did not respond immediately to Dumbledore's suggestion. To be candid, teaching, especially at Hogwarts, was indeed an appealing prospect. It would allow one to educate students while simultaneously deepening one's own knowledge. However, he mused that he might first embark on a journey around the world after graduation. After all, one must not only read countless books, but also traverse vast distances. The world is replete with magical relics, and each region harbors its own unique wisdom. Oh, what a splendid world it is, he thought. Thank you for your recognition. Should I be fortunate enough to remain at Hogwarts after graduation, I will certainly give it serious consideration. Dumbledore nodded with a beaming smile, expressing his profound satisfaction with Lucien. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he reached into his pocket and withdrew something. Lucien observed as Dumbledore's palm slowly unfurled to reveal a translucent red gemstone. Lucien, he inquired, what are your thoughts on immortality? Chapter 117, The Philosopher's Stone? Bait. With his back turned to the mirror of Ariste, Lucien gazed at the gemstone in Dumbledore's hand. Contemplating the question posed to him, what are one's views on immortality? This translucent red gem must indeed be the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality? It is certainly alluring. However, the immortality conferred by the Philosopher's Stone is not the same as eternal youth. These two concepts are vastly different. As the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel had brewed elixirs of immortality that allowed him to live for over 6 centuries. Yet, his own aging had never ceased. The frail body of that elderly man was so fragile that a gentle handshake could result in broken bones. To be honest, Lucien himself harbored a longing for longevity. The longer one lives, the more one experiences and learns. This world is a tapestry of wonders, brimming with a vast ocean of knowledge. A single lifetime is far too brief. To reach the pinnacle in any field is a remarkable achievement. Even the most gifted individual can only grasp a limited amount of knowledge in their lifetime, although wizards enjoy a lifespan somewhat longer than that of muggles. With 100 years being quite common if one avoids folly, there are indeed a few exceptional individuals who live to 150 or even 200. But is that truly sufficient? Lucien shifted his gaze from the Philosopher's Stone and looked earnestly at Dumbledore. Headmaster, the notion of immortality is indeed enticing, as it would grant me more time to acquire knowledge. However, does the immortality derived from this Philosopher's Stone come with drawbacks? Dumbledore nodded appreciatively at Lucien's candor. You are both pure and honest. Would you like to learn about the principles behind the Philosopher's Stone? Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Lucien eagerly nodded in affirmation. The Philosopher's Stone is the pinnacle of alchemical creation. He was genuinely curious. Beyond the ability to transmute base metals into gold, how does the Philosopher's Stone facilitate immortality? The method by which the Philosopher's Stone grants immortality is through the enhancement of the soul, replenishing its vitality, and firmly anchoring it within the corporeal form. However, the Philosopher's Stone cannot restore life force. This is the so-called drawback. The soul, Lucien suddenly realized that in this magical realm, the soul is indeed a tangible entity, an insurmountable mountain that many wizards encounter in their pursuit of magic. If one were to speak of an individual deeply engrossed in the study of the soul, it would undoubtedly be Tom. By splitting his soul multiple times and fashioning them into Horcruxes, he achieved a form of quasi-immortality, capable of residing within another's body in a spectral form. Voldemort's desire for the Philosopher's Stone stemmed from his aspiration to reconstruct his physical form. However, according to Dumbledore's assertion, the reconstruction of a physical body should be unattainable. Yet, the Philosopher's Stone possesses the power to enhance the soul, replenishing its vitality, which remains immensely beneficial to Voldemort, currently in a state akin to that of a lingering spirit. Would Dumbledore, the sagacious old wizard, truly allow Voldemort to possess such a treasure as the Philosopher's Stone? Would he risk Voldemort's resurgence merely to test young Harry Potter? Lucien then cast his gaze upon the translucent Philosopher's Stone and suddenly inquired, "Headmaster, is this Philosopher's Stone genuine, or does it still retain its complete ability to grant immortality?" This question caused Dumbledore to squint slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, what prompts such an inquiry from you?" Lucien stroked his chin. Hesitating for a moment before responding, Harry and his friends suspect that someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I believe that the information accessible to a few young wizards could be acquired by those with ill intentions as well. I also heard from Harry that the stone is supposed to be kept in the room guarded by Fluffy, but Lucien recalled his previous experience, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. "You are aware that I visited Fluffy before, and there was nothing beneath that trapdoor. Yet now, others seem convinced that the stone resides there, which gives me the feeling of fishing." Noting Dumbledore's silence, Lucien continued, "Headmaster, I rather enjoy fishing, and I understand that while bait can be alluring, it will never truly satiate the fish." He gestured towards the Philosopher's Stone and stated, "Though I do not know who the fish is, I believe this is the bait." Following this declaration, Dumbledore remained silent, and the room was enveloped in stillness. After a while, Dumbledore sighed softly, a clever deduction. The energy of this Philosopher's Stone can indeed be utilized for transmutation and the brewing of relatively ordinary potions, but Dumbledore left his final thought unspoken, yet Lucien could surmise its implication. Indeed, this Philosopher's Stone could not fulfill Voldemort's desires. Old Dumbledore is quite the cunning fox. The stone is genuine, but the reconstruction of a physical body and the attainment of immortality? Poor Voldemort, chasing after something that is but a mirage. "Headmaster, may I borrow this Philosopher's Stone?" Lucien's direct request caught Dumbledore somewhat off guard. However, Dumbledore quickly regained his composure. Lucien was indeed an eager learner, possessing both talent and interest in alchemy, making his desire to engage with the Philosopher's Stone quite reasonable. Moreover, as events unfolded and their conversations deepened, Dumbledore found himself rather reassured by this little wizard who consistently surprised him. Yet, Dumbledore still posed a question, "Lucien, what do you intend to do with the Philosopher's Stone?" Lucien did not hesitate and replied straightforwardly, "I do not particularly need to transmute stone into gold. I am merely curious about the differences between potions crafted with the Philosopher's Stone and ordinary potions." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his face, acknowledging that curiosity indeed propels the pursuit of knowledge. "I am well aware of your proficiency in potions and alchemy, which far surpasses that of your peers, particularly when it comes to utilizing the Philosopher's Stone for potion making." Dumbledore paused, his fingers gently grasping the stone, and added, "This must be conducted under my supervision. Are you amenable to that? Furthermore, I trust you will maintain strict confidentiality regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's stipulations, Lucien felt no trepidation. His sole objective was to concoct a potion using the stone, thereby repaying the loan from the year of the Chelan. He had no intention of engaging in any nefarious activities. With a clear conscience, he mused that Dumbledore's personal oversight was indeed a privilege. After all, how many could boast such an advantage? Surely, if he encountered difficulties as a student, the headmaster would not turn a blind eye. Dumbledore was a polymath in the realm of magic, and his expertise in potions and alchemy was undoubtedly among the finest of the age. To receive your guidance is a profound honor. As Dumbledore and Lucien exited the room, preparing to part ways, Dumbledore suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Ah, Lucien, it is necessary to register as an animagus with the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, should an unregistered animagus be discovered, they would find themselves sentenced to Azkaban." Upon hearing this, Lucien could not suppress a smirk. Unregistered animagi? Surely, there must be many. Take Harry's father, James Potter, and his companions, who were unregistered animagi. There was also a certain reporter from the Daily Prophet, a woman well-versed in the essence of journalism, who could transform into a beetle. The truth is, the ability to conceal oneself as an animagus is quite formidable. Once transformed into an animal, conventional magical means are rendered ineffective in detecting them. Lucien recalled that only 7 animagi were officially registered with the ministry, one of whom was Professor McGonagall. Given her character and her role as a professor at Hogwarts, it was unlikely she would conceal her identity as an animagus. Lucien pondered the convenience of his own animagus transformation capabilities. Some witches and wizards might relish the opportunity to clandestinely follow others, observing their lives, or simply enjoy interacting with people in their animal form. Such individuals would certainly refrain from registering with the ministry. The aforementioned journalist exemplified this, using her beetle form's diminutive nature to infiltrate many places and uncover exclusive stories. Noticing Lucien's silence, Dumbledore lightened his tone, saying, "Of course, as long as one remains undetected, it does not constitute a violation." With a playful wink, Dumbledore further emphasized his point. Lucien couldn't help but reflect on how favorably the venerable headmaster regarded promising young individuals like himself, just as he had with Newt, James, and the future Harry. "If you wish to register, I can personally accompany you to the Ministry of Magic when the time comes. I have acquaintances within the ministry, which would make the process quite convenient." Albus Dumbledore's connections are indeed far-reaching. It is rather self-reminding to mention this. One could either boldly reveal their identity as an animagus to complete the registration or carefully conceal it from others, particularly from the ministry officials. In truth, it matters little, as one's animagus transformation is not limited to a single animal. One can transform into whatever they please. Even if a certain animal form is well known and specifically guarded against, one can simply adopt a different form. Take your time to consider this. You can let me know your decision when summer arrives. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucien responded, "Thank you for your understanding and tolerance." "Lucien, I discovered a truly magical mirror last night," Harry exclaimed. "Yes, indeed. Later, I went to see it with Harry, and I saw myself as the student council president and the Quidditch captain." Lucien, while having breakfast, listened to Harry and Ron excitedly recount their experiences from the previous night. "Lucien, would you like to join us to see it tonight?" Harry proposed. Before Lucien could respond, Ron opened his mouth, hesitating. Ron genuinely wished to advise Harry against taking risks again that evening, especially since they had narrowly avoided an encounter with Mrs. Norris the previous night. Yet, Ron understood Harry's desire to glimpse the thoughts of his family through that mirror. Seeing the stark contrast in reactions from Harry and Ron, Lucien was acutely aware. Ron merely witnessed the allure of ambition, yearning to stand out among his brothers, a childhood fascination that would soon fade. However, Harry was different. He saw family and longed for affection. This yearning could not be assuaged by a mere glance or two. Lucien shook his head. "No need. Just be cautious when you go. Keep safe." He had no intention of dissuading Harry from clinging to his beautiful illusions, for the boy had endured too much hardship. At least, within that mirror, he could feel the warmth of familial reunion. Moreover, Dumbledore would be there to guide him, ensuring he would not remain lost in that reverie. Holidays always seemed to pass swiftly. With the return of the young wizards to school, the castle was once again alive with activity. However, compared to the previous semester, the current students appeared busier than ever. Many were seen walking with books and notes piled high in their arms. The library was filled with diligent scholars, either poring over heavy tomes or fervently scribbling with quills on parchment. Among them, the upperclassmen comprised the vast majority. There was no escaping it. Fifth-year students faced examinations, and many seventh-year students were also preparing for their upcoming tests. The results of these examinations were closely linked to their future employability. Watching these industrious older students, Lucien was momentarily transported to memories of those in a past life, striving to excel in graduate school entrance exams or internships before university graduation. "You have discovered clues regarding Nicodemus and learned about the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione gazed at Harry and Ron in astonishment. After hearing their accounts, she found it utterly unbelievable. The young witch pondered how, after merely spending Christmas at home, the investigation had progressed so significantly. "Oh, you have no idea. On Christmas morning, Harry and I were fortunate enough to encounter that lucky bird." Hermione considered Ron's assertion rather far-fetched. An owl merely delivering a chocolate frog card was at best a coincidence. What nonsense was this about a lucky bird? However, before Hermione could retort, Harry eagerly nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it was the lucky bird. That night, I can assure you, I did not misidentify it. The owl that saved me is undoubtedly the same one from Christmas morning." Observing the resolute expressions of Harry and Ron, Hermione found it hard to believe that these two could uncover anything about Nicodemus and the Philosopher's Stone. "Our success is solely due to luck." The specific clues regarding Nicodemus and the Philosopher's Stone were gleaned from what Lucien read in a book. Upon hearing Harry's remark, Hermione nodded and glanced towards Lucien, who was engrossed in his reading, suddenly enlightened. This made sense, indeed. Chapter 118, Bloodied Quirrell. The Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Ahem, 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 very well. I have concluded the details of this spell, ahem. Quirrell's persistent coughing rendered his speech labored. His hand, covering his mouth, appeared gaunt, and his skin had grown even paler. Lucien, while gesturing with his wand to demonstrate the spell-casting posture, inquired with concern, "Professor, you seem unwell. Perhaps you should visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, or Professor Snape. His potions should—" "No, that won't be necessary. I shall recover in due time." Quirrell hastily waved his hand, swiftly changing the subject, clearly reluctant to dwell on his health issues. This curse, bloodied, can inflict numerous wounds upon the target's surface, and these wounds are difficult to heal. Ahem. Therefore, ahem. Do not use it on your classmates. After speaking, Quirrell offered a smile that was scarcely more appealing than a grimace. Lucien directed his wand towards the training dummy in the room, gently tracing a shape from the upper left corner, bloodied. With a swoosh, a dozen crimson blades shot forth from the tip of his wand, targeting the dummy's head, neck, and torso. Almost simultaneously, the sound of slicing echoed, as the surface of the dummy instantly bore multiple cuts of varying depths. The wounds sustained from the consecutive strikes were deeper, and the relatively frail neck was cleanly severed. Sizzle, sizzle. Lucien squinted, observing the red liquid flowing from the cuts, accompanied by a faint sound of corrosion on the dummy's surface. The power was commendable. The immediate lethality was sufficient, and it even possessed a degree of toxicity. Yet it seems somewhat lacking. It appears there is still room for improvement. Witnessing Lucien's demonstration, Quirrell could not help but nod, weakly praising. "Well done. Marvelous. Lucien, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Typically, those who are new to this spell can manage to conjure only 2 or 3 blood blades, but you, in your very first practice, have managed to summon a dozen with impeccable precision. Truly impressive. This is also a testament to your thorough instruction, Professor." Lucien politely responded, asserting that this was no flattery. Chilo's prowess among adult wizards is undoubtedly elite. Furthermore, his theoretical knowledge is remarkably solid, and when he elucidates concepts, he offers profound insights. However, Professor, I feel that this spell possesses certain unexplored potential. Lucien articulated his thoughts and hypotheses. Upon hearing Lucien's words, a smirk graced Chilo's lips. He was indeed correct. As a Ravenclaw endowed with exceptional gifts, Lucien harbors an almost instinctual drive for knowledge exploration. Chilo simplified this dark magic bestowed by the master, deliberately omitting certain elements to leave detectable flaws. Remarkably, Lucien, with his extraordinary aptitude for dark magic, identified these shortcomings and even proposed suggestions for enhancement, just as Chilo had anticipated. After the failed attempt to manipulate Lucien using a variant of the soul-sucking curse, which resulted in a counterattack, Voldemort instructed Chilo to alter his strategy, instead enticing Lucien to delve into dark magic, ideally ensnaring him deeper into this path. Once Lucien experiences the allure of dark magic, his desire to pursue deeper and more profound knowledge will inevitably lead him to discover who reigns at the pinnacle of this journey. Voldemort revels in the sensation of bending the wills of the gifted and powerful to his own, intending for Lucien to genuinely recognize his own strength and authority. Acting upon Voldemort's directives, Chilo indeed proceeded as such. He subtly interwove knowledge of dark magic into their regular tutoring sessions, gradually enticing Lucien. It was only recently that Chilo began to teach a relatively comprehensive form of dark magic. To his great astonishment, Lucien did not resist. His rapid progress in this realm of knowledge left Chilo utterly astounded. However, after several lessons, Chilo found himself in a quandary. Lucien was mastering the material far too quickly and effortlessly. With years of teaching experience and having been an exceptional Ravenclaw graduate himself, Chilo understood that knowledge acquired too easily often fails to leave a lasting impression. Only through rigorous contemplation and the exploration of challenging problems can students be inspired to engage in independent study. Chilo believed this to be especially true for a genius like Lucien. "Lucien, your inquiries are commendable. Maintaining a spirit of inquiry is a virtue of Ravenclaw. Your thoughts are indeed intriguing. Perhaps we could explore this magic further." Through discussions with Lucien, Chilo gently unveiled the true nature of the spell, striving to make Lucien feel that this was the result of his own diligent contemplation and research. As time passed slowly, a thought struck him. Yes, potions. This spell not only serves as a mere incantation, but can astonishingly be combined with potions. Lucien's eyes shimmered with genuine excitement. Such a complex form of magic is indeed rare. The magic itself is inherently precious. Yet what deserves greater emphasis is the innovative concept it embodies, the fusion of incantations and potions. Drawing inspiration from this magic, it is not inconceivable to develop further applications. Lucien extracted a small vial and cast the faint black liquid into the air, simultaneously waving his wand. However, this time, the wand's trajectory began from the lower right corner, concluding with a distinct curve, bloodied and chaotic. As the blood blade materialized from thin air, it astonishingly absorbed the potion, resulting in a dark hue within the blade. The practiced puppet, wounded in this endeavor, became tainted with the potion's properties, and numerous tiny fragments cascaded toward the ground, yet before they could touch the earth, they were entirely corroded. Witnessing this scene, Chilo's smile became increasingly pronounced. The potion's effect appeared rather fierce. Huh. A person who can carry such a potion is certainly not the model of a well-behaved child. Lucien, you are truly an astonishing little wizard. It is the first time I have collaborated with a student to explore new applications of magic. A look of profound satisfaction graced Chilo's face as he endeavored to appear amiable, albeit his emaciated visage betrayed a different story. Lucien also strove to project sincerity in his gaze, employing the dramatic techniques taught by his instructor. Infused with a touch of emotion as he spoke, "This is all thanks to your diligent instruction. Your teaching prowess is truly remarkable." While expressing commercial flattery, his mind was rife with sarcasm. Huh. Finally willing to impart the complete magic to me. No wonder I sensed deficiencies in this spell. It appears you were deliberately concealing a trick. Well, that is not entirely accurate. Chilo did indeed teach. First, he presented the incomplete version, then guided me towards the full one. Rather than teaching, the latter felt more like a gentle nudge towards understanding. It was akin to a collaborative endeavor between teacher and student, exploring and dissecting the intricacies of magic. Why would Chilo go to such lengths? Was it to make the learning process less straightforward? He could have simply taught at a slower pace. Was he intentionally creating obstacles for himself? Lucien glanced at Chilo, whose faint smile hinted at satisfaction. If this was a deliberate attempt to complicate the learning journey, then perhaps it was to engrave a deeper impression of this magic in his mind. Dark magic. TSK, how thoughtful. Resuming his magical practice, Lucien summoned a swirling vortex in his gaze, compressing it to its smallest form. During his inquiry, he swiftly utilized the eye of insight to scrutinize Chilo, observing the flow of magical energy within him. It had shifted. It was withering, twisting. Is this the consequence of Voldemort's possession? Reflecting on it, the magical energy flow observed during the Quidditch match, belonging to Voldemort, was indeed unique and peculiar, markedly different from that of other adult wizards. Dumbledore's flow was also distinct. Is this one of the reasons their powers far surpass those of ordinary individuals? As Lucien practiced with his wand, he inquired with a student's curiosity, "Professor, I recently came across the concept of magical circuits within a wizard's body in a book." Once Lucien departed the office, Quirrell appeared troubled and cautiously remarked, "Master, Lucien is asking about magical circuits, but my knowledge in this area is rather limited." A dark, gravelly voice resonated in Quirrell's mind. Of course, you wouldn't comprehend. For magical circuits are fundamental to a wizard's essence. I was right. That boy's thirst for knowledge is truly commendable. He is indeed a Ravenclaw. After a brief pause, the voice continued, "I shall bestow upon you some knowledge regarding magical circuits. Teach him a little. When Lucien discovers who has imparted the most profound and invaluable wisdom upon him this past year, he will understand whom to follow." Quirrell eagerly complied, yearning to swiftly fulfill his master's task, to assist Voldemort in regaining his corporeal form, thereby securing his own freedom of body and soul. Initially, the task was manageable. Yet as time progressed, Quirrell was horrified to realize that his body, his magic, and even his soul were gradually withering away. This process was utterly unstoppable. The arrangement he had made with Voldemort had diverged entirely from his expectations, leaving Quirrell in a state of uncertainty regarding his next steps. By the time he awakened to the reality of his predicament, his life and death were already subject to the will of the lingering soul within his mind. Thus, he hastened to ensure that Voldemort achieved his goals swiftly. Quirrell believed that the Dark Lord, who once inspired immense dread, would not care for his frail and mediocre form upon regaining his body, at which point he could finally break free. How goes the tracking of the two unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? At Voldemort's sudden inquiry, Quirrell involuntarily flinched and quickly responded, Soon, my master. One of them should be a female, currently in gestation." Excellent. Voldemort's voice inexplicably turned cold and piercing, causing Quirrell a moment of acute discomfort. "You have done well, Quirrell. The unborn unicorn possesses the purest and most pristine vitality. This will aid in restoring my power, the Philosopher's Stone. Once I reclaim my zenith, I shall appoint you as the Minister of Magic. Has this not been your lifelong ambition? Quirrell endured the pain and continued to acquiesce, indulging Voldemort's aspirations, all the while feeling a chilling dread within. Quirrell was acutely aware that consuming unicorn blood could replenish life force, allowing even those on the brink of death to persist. However, the price was a curse that would haunt the drinker for eternity. That half-alive state was scarcely better than death. Now, as Voldemort existed solely as a soul, he could not consume unicorn blood. Who, then, would drink it? As Lucien made his way to the library, a bright voice rang out. "Lucien, we have finally awaited your arrival." Turning, he beheld a golden-haired girl approaching from around the corner. "Daphne Greengrass, what brings her here? At the beginning of the last semester, we conversed a few times, but our communication dwindled thereafter. Why has she returned just after Christmas? Is she here to collect Christmas gifts?" "No, she hasn't given me any gifts either." "Greengrass, Is there something you wish to discuss? Lucien contemplated finding an excuse to depart swiftly, yet an inexplicable intuition compelled him to remain. Ever since experiencing the transformation into an animagus, Lucien has begun to regard the book Inspiration and Divination with increasing reverence. He has diligently practiced meditation as prescribed in the text, yielding notable results. Daphne ambled towards Lucien, her hands clasped behind her back. Lucien, you possess an admirable rapport with others, not only within your own house, but also among Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. You have acquaintances. Yet, I wonder, why do you interact solely with Malfoy within Slytherin? Upon hearing this unexpected inquiry, Lucien gazed at Daphne, momentarily perplexed by her thought process. It seemed evident that he simply preferred to distance himself from the troublesome Slytherins. Malfoy had willingly provided books and companionship, and his classroom demeanor had been relatively stable. As for his so-called popularity, it stemmed merely from assisting classmates in their studies, a commonplace occurrence. Perhaps he taught a tad more effectively, and they found his explanations agreeable. So why, then, had he not fostered any further interactions with Slytherin? Lucien recalled an incident during herbology when he was paired with a Slytherin student. The individual appeared flustered, and Professor Sprout had subtly suggested he lend assistance. Initially, Lucien was indifferent. Mutual aid among classmates was entirely normal. However, upon hearing Lucien's advice, that student, with muddy hands, adjusted his collar and proclaimed, "To serve Zabini is your honor." For a fleeting moment, Lucien was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a statement, prompting him to pause for an appropriate response. Consequently, in the second, Zabini found himself buried in the earth. Of course, due to his exemplary upbringing, Lucien extricated the lad from the soil despite Professor Sprout's astonished gaze. Ultimately, that class became one of the rare occasions where Lucien did not earn any merit points. Nevertheless, he also avoided any penalties. Professor Sprout later spoke to him gently, explaining that while plants could thrive in soil, humans were not as suited to such treatment. This incident left a lasting impression on Lucien. From that day forth, he resolutely decided against entangling himself with the Slytherins. In response to Daphne's inquiry, Lucien fell silent for several moments before quietly stating, "Do you understand how Slytherin interacts with others?" Daphne promptly nodded, replying with alacrity, "Indeed, I do. Arrogance, self-satisfaction, and superiority. They look down upon any wizard they perceive as weaker or poorer than themselves. The dignity and glory of pure blood surpass all, even that of muggle-borns and half-bloods." Listening to Daphne's incessant chatter, Lucien found himself increasingly perplexed by the workings of her mind. Wasn't she quite clear about her thoughts? However, as she spoke, Daphne suddenly paused, extending a finger towards herself, declaring, "I am well aware, for I am also like that." Lucien's gaze remained serene as he regarded the girl's candid demeanor. "So, what exactly are you attempting to convey?" Daphne offered a poised and elegant smile. "Lucien, I have learned from Draco to engage with you sincerely. I must not confront you with deception and falsehoods. Therefore," she revealed the hand that had been hidden behind her back, presenting the book she held before Lucien. Her eyes sparkling with mirth. "What do you think of my tuition, Professor Grafton?" Chapter 119, Daphne's Tuition, Pureblood. Upon hearing Daphne's words, Lucien raised an eyebrow. Tuition? She must have conversed with Malfoy and learned about his supplementary classes. Slytherin indeed posed its challenges, yet there was another narrative to be told. Moreover, the book she brandished was intriguing. Lucien observed the cover, which was predominantly purple, tinged with a subtle, indistinct gray. Hippogriff leather? This material was even more resilient than dragon hide. Bloodlines and talents. Bloodlines indeed. He recalled a peculiar trait of the Greengrass family. Throughout generations, all heads and heirs had been female, without exception. Furthermore, the descendants of Greengrass were predominantly female, with males being quite rare. Bloodlines. Could this be related? The emphasis on talent undoubtedly referred to various magical aptitudes. This tome appeared to explore the connection between bloodlines and talents, exuding immense value. However, Lucien's gaze descended, landing on the elegantly pinned inscription beneath the title, Greengrass. How had this child so boldly brought forth her family's spellbook? Thus far, he had only perused the magical texts of Potter and Weasley. Harry's situation was unique, while Ron's family had only lent a book after verifying his academic progress. Malfoy had gifted a spellbook, yet it was more of a collectible than a tome concerning familial heritage. Families like the Weasleys and Malfoys adhered to the norm, seldom permitting outsiders to peruse their ancestral spellbooks. Lucien firmly believed that the core magical texts of any family were safeguarded. Unless one held a wand to the forehead of a family heir, even the closest of friendships would not grant access to such tomes. Furthermore, even if such drastic measures were taken, success was not guaranteed. In the Muggle world, there existed families that, reliant on their artisan skills, would rather let their craft fade into obscurity than share it with outsiders, as it constituted their means of livelihood. In this magical realm, knowledge truly equated to power. It was akin to how no major nation would publicly disclose or share its advanced technologies, particularly in the realm of weaponry, with other countries. Not only will this assist others in arming themselves swiftly, but it may also expose one's own weaknesses and vulnerabilities. The consequences could range from mere discomfort to utter annihilation. Gringotts, what of this tome you possess? Are your family members aware of your intention to unveil it? In response to Lucien's inquiry, Daphne offered a gentle smile, asserting without a trace of hesitation, "Of course, my family is aware. Yes, my sister Astoria knows as well." Daphne silently added in her heart that her mother was indeed cognizant of her bringing the book to school. Academically, Daphne excelled, consistently holding herself to the standards befitting a family heir, which pleased her mother immensely. Her decision to bring the spellbook to school was an indication of her diligent studies. However, her mother was unaware that she intended to lend it to others. Daphne found no fault in this, for she understood well the Gringotts family's leniency towards their sons-in-law. If Draco could discern Lucien's potential, how could she not? During this past Christmas, Daphne engaged in a profound conversation with her mother regarding the true essence of so-called pure blood, heritage, and honor. Yet, this dialogue nearly shattered her long-held beliefs. Pure blood was defined as a lineage entirely devoid of Muggle or Muggle-born wizards, determined by the absence of Muggle ancestry in both parents and grandparents. This concept had been ingrained in Daphne since her earliest memories. However, during their Christmas Eve discussion, her mother revealed that her great-grandfather was a half-blood wizard. This revelation struck Daphne like a thunderbolt, fracturing her previously unwavering convictions. As she remained in stunned silence, her mother calmly remarked, "Do you truly believe that the so-called Sacred 28 could sustain the purity of blood through intermarriage across generations?" As Daphne matured, she had occasionally harbored doubts about the longevity of pure blood. Yet before she could voice her inquiries, her mother provided clarity. Most pure blood families, if traced back far enough, will invariably uncover ancestors who are half-blood wizards or even entirely Muggle. Only a select few families have relentlessly pursued pure lineage, and their members are often more fanatical, exhibiting peculiar appearances. The creator of the Registry of Pure Blood, Cantankerous Knot, sought to redefine purity because he was attempting to gain entry into the Wizengamot, the most prestigious assembly in the magical realm, predominantly composed of pure blood wizards, as has always been the case. After absorbing this information, Daphne murmured, "So, the insistence on so-called pure blood is merely for profit?" Her mother affectionately ruffled her hair, patiently responding, "It is for greater and more enduring benefits. Preserving the honor and reputation of pure blood has become an unspoken understanding and rule among us." Finally, Daphne recalled the most impactful words from their conversation. "Ultimately, it is strength and exceptional magical prowess that sustain a family." At that moment, no one dared to delve into the origins of your great-grandfather, for he was not only a master in the field of alchemy, but also a champion who had triumphed in the wizard dueling championships for 10 consecutive years. At this very moment, a glimmer of brightness flickered in Daphne's gaze as she looked at Lucien. She was well-versed in her family's history. Aside from firmly holding the position of director of the Department of Magical Transportation within the Ministry of Magic, her family wielded considerable power throughout the magical realm, ensuring the continuous prosperity of their status and wealth. The few instances of their family's rise to greatness could scarcely be separated from the contributions of the Gringotts family's son-in-law from that generation or the one preceding it. Upon observing Lucien's expression, Daphne had already surmised what he was hesitating about. "Lucien, it is true that this book is a magical tome from my family, but it certainly does not pertain to our core inheritance. Otherwise, I would not be able to take it away from the family so casually." Daphne smiled brightly, her tone exceedingly light. "The true essence of our family's legacy will never be revealed to outsiders. You should be well aware of that." Lucien nodded, his posture relaxing somewhat. Daphne silently added to herself, "Whether or not you remain an outsider in the future is another question entirely." Seeing Daphne extending the book towards him once more, Lucien prepared to reach out and accept it. Just as the tips of his fingers brushed against the magical tome, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Loan activated. Circuit Expansion Stone. Does the host wish to take out a loan? Chapter 120. Circuit Expansion Stone. You have returned. Lucien heard the voice of the system and quietly grasped the Bloodline and Talent book in his hands. As he opened its pages, he swiftly scanned the contents of the system panel. Loan. Circuit Expansion Stone. Monthly loan. Repayment deadline. 30 days. Loan details. A peculiar stone that can imprint the magical circuits of any magical creature, including wizards, for observation and experimentation. Loan task. Witness an impressive birth of life. What a remarkable item. The ability to imprint magical circuits will greatly facilitate his observations. Now that he had become an animagus, mastering Transfiguration perfectly required the development of new directions in that art. He had previously demonstrated an incomplete transfiguration of a magical creature when first handling a wand. Although the serpent bird had quickly disintegrated, it had at least provided a starting point, illuminating a path for Lucien. As he continued to delve deeper into the field of transfiguration, Lucien instinctively believed that transfiguring magical creatures was indeed feasible. Through practicing the meditative techniques of inspiration and divination, his insights sharpened, and his intuition grew ever stronger. Moreover, after becoming an animagus, he also experienced the profound intricacies of the transmutation talent bestowed by Loki's mask. It was in the advanced realms of transfiguration that one's true brilliance would be revealed. To realize the transformation of magical creatures, the issue of magical circuits must be addressed. The magical creatures, with their fantastical and varied circuits, differed vastly from those of wizards, each species presenting a unique pattern. Lucien had long been troubled by the fact that while the eye of divination was an excellent tool for observing magical circuits, it required specific subjects to be present, which was not always feasible. If this stone tablet can record a sufficiently large number of magical circuits and preserve them for an extended period, it would significantly enhance the efficiency of one's research on magical circuits. The consciousness communicated with the system. How many magical circuit samples can the circuit expansion tablet record simultaneously, and for how long can these records last? It can simultaneously record 10 million magical circuits, with a recording duration of 100 years. That is more than adequate. Considering the entire magical realm, there are only a limited number of wizards. Even when including those mystical creatures, it is uncertain if they could completely fill this stone tablet. The duration is also exceedingly ample, sufficient to document the lives of most wizards and magical creatures. Although the lifespan of wizards and certain magical beings often exceeds 100 years, it is essential to remember that some wizards engage in hazardous adventures, and some magical creatures revel in combat. However, what left Lucien somewhat perplexed was the task of witnessing the birth of a remarkable life. Was it that of a plant, an animal, a human, a wizard, or perhaps a magical creature? The birth of life, did it refer to the arrival of offspring? It must be impressive, nonetheless. Yet given that this was a monthly loan, the difficulty should remain within acceptable bounds. System, what specifically does the birth of life entail? It refers to the moment life fully enters the world, experiencing it in the form of a newborn. So it pertains to the birth of offspring? Are there any restrictions on the subject, such as being human or animal? It includes the birth of offspring. There are no restrictions. The key is to leave a lasting impression on the host. All right, I understand. I wish to borrow the circuit expansion tablet. Loan. The circuit expansion tablet, monthly loan, has been successfully applied for. Evaluation. The ambition of this tablet is to record an era. The item has been issued to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Lucien pulled his thoughts back, redirecting his attention to reality. Daphne had been observing him openly. Upon seeing the sparkle in Lucien's eyes as he perused the magical tome, a smile crept onto her lips. Draco's assertion proved accurate. Lucien's pursuit and thirst for knowledge surpassed that of others. Having something desired was sufficient. Daphne mused about her family's library. Fortunately, she possessed a plethora of books. Lucien, how long could this book serve as my tuition? Upon hearing Daphne's inquiry, Lucien contemplated momentarily before responding. I haven't examined it in detail yet, but it will certainly not be less than an entire year. Rest assured, I place great importance on reputation in this regard. Exchanging knowledge for knowledge is inherently a commendable endeavor. Lucien's words caused a slight curve to appear in Daphne's eyes. Splendid. The books at home should suffice to employ him for many years. So, Professor Grafton, when shall we commence our studies? Glancing at Daphne's smile and eager expression, Lucien felt a twinge of concern. This child seemed to perceive tutoring as a game. This was no mere hobby class. How had Malfoy described it to Daphne? Had he deliberately concealed the daily assignments, weekly tests, monthly examinations, or the final assessments each semester? Or perhaps Malfoy genuinely believed it was somewhat relaxed. Recently, Harry and his companions have been able to keep up with their studies. As for Malfoy, he indeed possesses the finest home education, at least with a solid foundation in magic. Very well, let us increase the intensity of their training. After all, there will be a major examination at Hogwarts this semester, so we might as well initiate their review in advance. In the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight cascaded over the ground, illuminating the scene where two unicorns frolicked joyously. Selenia could sense that she was nearing the time of her delivery. The fetus within her was nearly fully matured, and it was only a matter of time before it would behold the world. Following the instincts of unicorns, she galloped gracefully amidst the gentle breeze and moonlight, allowing her magic to flow freely along its circuits, gathering strength for the impending birth. Asterion carefully accompanied Selenia, amplifying his senses to guard against any potential dangers. However, this vigilance was somewhat unnecessary, as few creatures could trace the swift movements of the unicorns, let alone pose a threat to their safety. The shimmering silver horn of the unicorns was more than capable of breaking through numerous barriers and constraints, and combined with their remarkable speed, they had few adversaries. As they approached their nest, Asterion gradually relaxed his guard, preparing to slow down. Yet Selenia quickened her pace, letting out a clear, resonant whinny. Upon hearing this sound, a human-like joy flickered in Asterian's eyes, for the message conveyed through Selenia's call was clear. The child was about to be born. The familiar sight of the nest emerged before the two unicorns, prompting Selenia to whinny again, eager to rush in. Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread from the nest, enveloping both Selenia and Asterian in an instant. A cracking sound echoed near the horns of both unicorns, as ethereal fissures spread like a spider's web from their horns into the surrounding air. A low, weak voice slithered out from the dark corner of the nest, akin to a cold serpent whispering into the ears of the two unicorns. "Ah, you have returned." Chapter 121. Hunting Unicorns, Treading Fire. Asterian and Selenia found themselves ensnared near the nest. They summoned all their magical energy, their foreheads aglow with an increasingly brilliant silver light. Numerous transparent cracks began to form in the air, radiating from their horns, striving to envelop their bodies. Just a moment more, and they would break free from their confinement. Both unicorns turned their gaze towards the dark corner of the nest. Accompanying the chilling voice, a figure cloaked in a black robe with a hood emerged from the shadows. The figure lifted its head, revealing a silver-gray mask obscured by a faint, swirling darkness. Raising its right hand, a frail, pale palm grasped a wand, its tip aimed at Asterian. Crimson-black light surged from the wand, crackling with arcs of electricity as it swiftly converged at the tip. "Do not concern yourself with that male unicorn. I want the fetus within that female unicorn. I can sense that the pure and beautiful vitality has borne fruit. This moment is the most opportune for indulgence." Hearing the cacophonous and frenzied voices reverberating in his mind, Chilo gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain and redirected the tip of his wand towards a smaller unicorn, whose abdomen was conspicuously distended. In an instant, the sound of shattering porcelain pierced the air. Asterian broke free from its bindings with remarkable swiftness, and without hesitation, unleashed its full power, charging towards Chilo, who was ensconced in a black robe. The sharp, spiraled horn glimmered with a nearly tangible silver light, elongating its tip seemingly beyond measure. The horn of the unicorn contained a unique magical potency, rendering any inflicted wounds exceedingly difficult to heal. For a wizard of Chilo's stature, a mere piercing would essentially spell the end of the confrontation. Asterian aimed directly at the figure's chest, specifically targeting the heart. It sought a single, lethal strike. Yet, Chilo was utterly unprepared, lacking even the time to twitch his wand. The unicorn's sudden burst of speed was astonishing, especially in its furious state. The silvery brilliance at the horn's tip was poised to graze Chilo's robes. The earth surrounding Chilo abruptly softened, transforming into a dark, viscous mud that ensnared Asterian's hooves, causing it to sink as the substance writhed and clung to its form. Asterian's momentum was abruptly halted, as if time had been suspended. Only then did cold sweat begin to bead on Chilo's forehead. "Master, my lord, it has succeeded." "Haha, well done, Quirinus." "Indeed. It is the powerful magic you bestowed." Chilo trembled as he brushed his chest, striving to calm his erratic heartbeat. The spell employed to ensnare the unicorn was a rare and automatically triggering defensive dark magic taught to him by Voldemort. However, it required prior preparation, necessitating the dissection of 10 transformed lizard hearts and the crafting of a complex potion to anoint his body. During this time, Chilo had been either tracking the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest or preparing for this dark magic. Another crisp shatter echoed through the air. Selenia had also freed herself from her restraints. Yet before Selenia could take any action, Asterian, its mouth silenced by the mud, emitted a desperate, truncated whinny. It was urging Selenia to flee without concern for it. But Selenia hesitated not, nor did it need to choose. For countless withered yellow thorns erupted from the surrounding earth and trees, growing wildly towards the heavens, intertwining, entwining, and entangling. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a dome, excluding the Forbidden Forest and the moonlight. Now, only Selenia emitted a faint white glow, slightly dispelling the darkness. In that moment, Selenia was engulfed in panic. It was uncertain whether to attempt to rescue Asterian first or to break through the encircling thorns. Yet, Selenia did not contemplate directly eliminating the suddenly appearing wizard, fearing that the adversary might wield further means to ensnare Asterian. An array of emotions, anxiety, fear, and anger simultaneously surged within Selenia's heart. Suddenly, an intense pain radiated from her abdomen, causing the silvery glow surrounding her to momentarily dim. In that fleeting instant, a flicker of dark crimson lightning ignited behind her. Quirrell, with his wand poised, was compelled to unleash a spell. There was no more time to delay. The voice of Voldemort incessantly urged him within his mind. Quirrell desperately needed the blood of that unicorn fetus. Otherwise, at the current rate of his life force's depletion, he would succumb within a month. A faint crackle pierced Quirrell's ears, distinct from the electric arcs dancing upon his wand. It resembled the sound of flames consuming fuel. His peripheral vision caught sight of a small flame flickering in the darkness, its golden light illuminating the desiccated thorns. The moment Quirrell beheld that flame, there was an explosion. The entire thorny barrier was instantly engulfed by a brilliant golden fire. The sudden heat left Quirrell bewildered, causing the arcs of electricity from his wand to become erratic. Instinctively, he glanced towards the source of the fiery curtain. From the flames emerged a peculiar creature, its size comparable to that of a camel, its body covered in fine, pale golden scales that shimmered with a metallic luster in the firelight. A pair of short, white horns adorned its head, curving into sharp arcs. Its mane resembled molten gold, flowing gracefully in the heat. Those glassy, gem-like eyes sparkled, reflecting Quirrell's stunned expression. With each step it took, the surrounding heat intensified. I must have it. The queerness. The overwhelming, pure vitality radiating from the creature promised to restore him further. Voldemort's voice, now nearly a howl, echoed in Quirrell's mind, stabbing at his nerves like needles. As if to escape this pain, Quirrell flicked his wrist, and a dark red arc transformed into a piercing arrow, aimed directly at the bizarre creature. With a precise strike, the arrow hit its mark, sending faint currents of electricity across the pale golden scales. Yet, there was no further consequence. The dark magic that should have erupted into a massive ball of lightning did not even cause the creature to falter. Simultaneously, as the spell was cast, torrents of purifying fire erupted from the creature's body, morphing into a colossal golden fire dragon that surged toward the hooded figure from multiple angles. Quirrell had yet to comprehend what transpired before a chilling voice detonated in his mind. Waste. In an instant, Quirrell felt the reins of control over his body wrenched away. The eyes visible through the skull mask flared crimson, swirling black mist roiling around him. Just before being consumed by the fiery dragon, Quirrell's form twisted and vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself standing beside the restrained Asterion. With an elegant flick of his wand, torrents of viscous, silvery blood gushed forth from Asterion's neck. Meanwhile, within his altered magical circuits, a vast and malevolent power surged forth, bathed in the sanguine essence of unicorns, as it cascaded down his mask. Chilo refrained from indulging in its taste. He now possessed a superior alternative. Chapter 122, Blood. Within the arena shrouded in a blaze of crimson golden flames. Upon witnessing the grotesque and bloody gash upon Asterion's neck, Selene let forth a heart-wrenching wail of despair. A visceral pain surged through her abdomen, far more intense than before. Unable to withstand the agony, Selene collapsed to her knees, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed upon the feeble form of Asterion. From the wound, wreathed in ominous black smoke, silvery blood mingled with the mud and flowed incessantly. A piercing yet wrathful cry of Achillan suddenly reverberated, causing the surrounding flames to undulate like rolling waves. Upon hearing this sound, a smirk curled upon Chilo's lips, utterly unfazed. What a vibrant display of life. When did the magical realm become graced with such wondrous creatures? Yet, in response to him were merely a dozen crimson golden fire dragons, accompanied by slender tendrils of flames slithering from the fiery curtain, akin to serpents seeking to strike. Chilo exhibited no hint of trepidation. He effortlessly waved his wand. Akin to a masterful conductor, the air warped under the extreme heat, boiling violently. The crimson golden flames roared and surged from all directions. Inferno. Dozens of viscous flames, as thick as tar, erupted from the tip of Chilo's wand, instantly transforming into colossal serpents that collided fiercely with the fire dragons. The clash produced a cacophony of thunderous explosions, with sparks raining down like a tempest. Some slender fire serpents, having bypassed the barriers, surged toward Chilo. Shield of the Black Swirl. A swirling vortex, akin to a black hole that devoured light, forcibly twisted and absorbed the oncoming fire serpents. As the flames approached the vortex's edge, they emitted a piercing shriek, as though crushed and obliterated by an unseen force. Chilo merely engaged in a straightforward magical duel with the flames, refraining from employing spells like stasis or all spells in for direct confrontation. For he had discerned a curious phenomenon. These intensely high-temperature flames appeared devoid of magical essence. They resembled pure natural fire, conjured from the very fabric of the earth and sky. Thus, during a fleeting moment of respite from the crimson golden flames, the cautious Voldemort swiftly cast a stasis spell towards a relatively diminutive stream of fire. However, the scale of that flame remained unchanged. Intriguing, indeed. Voldemort mused that with his magical prowess and expertise, there should be no spell impervious to his stasis. The conclusion was evident. The peculiar creature wielding control over the flames possessed a power utterly devoid of magic. In that ephemeral pause, the shimmering figure abruptly vanished, the transition fluid and seamless. It then reappeared directly beside Asterion. Spit. A generous globule of crystalline saliva was expelled onto Asterion's wound. The previously twisted black smoke diminished significantly, and the gaping wound began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. The flow of blood was finally staunched. Indeed, Upon witnessing this scene, Voldemort was engulfed in a fervent ecstasy. Merely the spittle he expelled had the power to nullify the curses of dark magic and to heal injuries. That peculiar creature was indeed extraordinary. It was essential that he obtained it. Suddenly, a spurt of dark crimson blood erupted from Quirrell's mouth. Alas, such a feeble body. Ignoring the strain upon his physical form, Voldemort continued to extract every ounce of vitality and flesh from this vessel, temporarily transmuting it into formidable magical energy through dark sorcery. He recklessly commanded this energy to surge within, transforming it into dazzling displays of magic, bolts of black lightning, chilling ravens, and elusive flying blades. Quirrell himself was in a constant state of distortion, vanishing and reappearing in new locations. They had delved deep into the Forbidden Forest, where the restrictions of Hogwarts on apparition no longer applied. The sophisticated teleportation spells in Voldemort's hands were almost rendered as mere evasive maneuvers. Lu Guang was becoming increasingly flustered. Its combat experience was still woefully inadequate. Despite having practiced battle techniques with its master, facing such a dire situation proved to be insufficient, far from enough. That adversary was deliberately encroaching upon Celine, instilling a sense of trepidation in Lu Guang, which hesitated to apparate with the Styrian. Fearful that a fleeting moment of vulnerability would be seized by the opponent, its glass-like eyes sparkled, perpetually scanning for the enemy's position. Boom! Pure fire erupted from Lu Guang's being, as if it were limitless, transforming into a sea of flames. It endeavored to control the inferno to envelop Asterion and Celine. Just as Lu Guang prepared to resist with all its might, a void appeared within the fiery tempest, where Quirrell stood at the center, surrounded by flames crashing against him like waves, yet unable to draw near. Several vials were cast into the air by Quirrell, their multicolored liquids or crystals cascading down like confetti, leaving a trail of blood. As Quirrell uttered incantations and waved his wand, the scorching air seemed to momentarily crystallize. The potions merged and coalesced in the blink of an eye. 100 resplendent blood blades shot forth. Lu Guang's eyes widened in horror as it witnessed these blades hurtling towards Celine. Instinctively, Lu Guang prepared to apparate, yet its peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a vague, nearly transparent figure. Clang! Uft! The sound of metal clashing was swiftly followed by the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The translucent figure revealed its true form, Quirrell, cloaked and masked. In the center of the void, Quirrell began to dissipate like a shattered mirror. With a swift motion, he drew a pale green dagger, drawing forth a stream of golden-red blood from Lu Guang's abdomen. Pain radiated in Lu Guang's eyes. Ignoring the two wounded unicorns, Quirrell gazed greedily at the golden-red droplets of blood teeming with life. He refrained from employing the most lethal curse, Avada Kedavra, for he sought to capture this wondrous creature alive, aiming to restore himself to his former glory. As the battle reached a stalemate, Voldemort gradually altered his strategy. The body of Quirrell could no longer endure. The conflict needed to be resolved swiftly. Thus, Voldemort's true objective transformed into acquiring the corporeal essence of this creature. He was poised to seize the blood, ready to claim the greatest prize of the night. A sudden, intense heat enveloped Quirrell's face. Driven by excruciating pain, Lu Guang felt as if he had shattered some shackles, with flames of a rich, almost pure golden hue surging from his surface in all directions. Simultaneously, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. In the face of this unexpected eruption, Quirrell merely smiled dismissively and reached for a droplet of blood. His form swiftly twisted and vanished, his apparition's displacement occurring even faster than the arrival of the flames. However, the crystalline radiance in Lu Guang's eyes flared magnificently. Quirrell's form was instantaneously immobilized. Chapter 123, Scorching. The unicorn's offspring as Quirrell's fingertips grazed the golden-red droplet of blood, a searing sensation surged through his very soul, akin to being plunged into scalding water. Yet Voldemort remained unfazed. This pain was entirely bearable, whether from the numerous agonies endured during dark magical transformations or the excruciating torment of soul-splitting while creating Horcruxes. None compared to the intensity of this burning. Furthermore, Voldemort had previously endured the near soul-shattering agony of a rebounding killing curse, a suffering that eclipsed all earthly pain. Upon witnessing the creature's counterattack and the emergence of that golden flame, Quirrell instinctively employed apparition, confident in his speed of escape. Just as the golden flames were about to make contact, his form began to distort and blur. However, just as Quirrell was about to morph into a fleeting wisp of space and teleport to another corner, he was ensnared by an overwhelming, viscous sense of stasis. It was as if the fluid space had abruptly frozen into solid ice, rendering the fish unable to swim freely, trapped in place. This unprecedented experience left Quirrell momentarily unresponsive. In that fleeting pause, the tip of the flame seemed irresistibly drawn to the golden-red droplet of blood. In an instant, the droplet erupted violently. Using that blood as fuel, the golden fire expanded and elongated, seizing Quirrell's fingertips, then his palm, and finally his wrist. Pain. A wave of intense agony struck at Voldemort's soul. If the prior burning sensation was akin to boiling water, this golden fire was akin to lava. Yet this searing pain rivaled the torment of soul-rending, shattering Quirrell's sluggishness. With a flick of his wand, a formless blade shot forth. In a swift motion, his entire arm was severed at the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the golden flames had already consumed his forearm, advancing beyond his elbow, eager to continue their ascent. Quirrell pointed his wand, and the remaining, unburnt upper arm exploded, transforming into a gruesome tapestry of flesh that concealed his form. The eyes darted towards the female unicorn, its body marred with wounds. Kylo resolved to settle for a lesser prize, intending to seize the blood of the fetus as originally planned. The dark crimson liquid trickled from the corners of Kylo's eyes and nostrils, sapping the magic within him. Cursed be this wretched body. Without a moment's hesitation, Kylo transformed into a wisp of black smoke and ascended into the sky. He did not cast a single glance back at the female unicorn, nor did he consider the peril of acquiring the pure, fresh blood of the unicorn fetus. At his current state, and with his dwindling magical energy, lingering any longer would render his escape from that formidable creature exceedingly difficult. As the enemy fled, Liu Guang prepared to pursue, clouds forming beneath its feet. Yet, it halted abruptly. Flashing to the side of Selenia, summoning 2 orbs of flame, it applied them to its own wounds and then to Selenia's entire body. The flames retained their crimson gold hue, yet the golden tint grew more vibrant and intense. From the wound, at Liu Guang's midsection, a mixture of black mist and green vapor was expelled, which the flames promptly incinerated. Selenia, however, fared much worse, her body riddled with numerous cuts of varying depths, the deepest revealing the inner workings of her abdomen. Liu Guang spat 2 orbs of saliva, directing them into Selenia's mouth and abdomen. As vibrant, multicolored toxins erupted from Selenia's wounds, the saliva's healing properties began to mend her injuries, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. The toxic fluid could not be purified by the cleansing flames in a short span, relentlessly corroding Selenia's form. Liu Guang's gaze fell upon Selenia's abdomen, anxiety intensifying within its eyes. Selenia emitted a faint, agonized whimper. Understanding her plight, Liu Guang found itself at a loss for words regarding her offspring. It conjured a miniature cloud, capturing a droplet of golden red blood from its own wound and allowing it to drift into Selenia's abdomen. After once more observing the interior, Liu Guang attempted to reassure Selenia. It's all right, it's all right. Just wait a moment. Liu Guang summoned a torrent of purifying flames that surged forth, igniting the surrounding firewalls into a more fervent blaze, simultaneously sealing the skies above to create a fiery dome. In the next instant, Liu Guang's form vanished entirely. Mere seconds later, it reappeared, accompanied by a robed young wizard. Lucien, drawing forth his wand, listened intently as Liu Guang recounted the harrowing events that had just transpired. Though the ordeal lasted merely 3 to 5 minutes, its perilous nature was enough to leave one aghast. Lucien's expression darkened like the depths of water as he waved his wand, levitating the unconscious Astrian to Selenia's side. Such misfortune! The Forbidden Forest teemed with unicorns. Yet these were the ones Voldemort had set his sights upon. They should have been ensnared in his gourd, if not for Liu Guang's fortuitous encounter. Lucien turned to glance at the young Qilin, particularly noting the injury at its midsection. Master, I am unharmed. The wound is nearly healed. Master, please take a look at Selenia and her offspring, Lucien urged. He gently nodded and crouched beside Selenia, swiftly assessing her injuries. The wounds were grievous, stained with blood. Lucien immediately recognized the magic that had harmed Selenia. It was the dark magic that Chilo had taught him just days prior, a method that combined potions with curses. While simple lacerations could be easily treated, the true concern lay in the effects of the potions. Lucien summoned a vortex of darkness in his eyes, utilizing the Eye of Insight to analyze the residual potions at the wound site. The more he examined, the graver his expression became. It was not merely a mixture of various potions. It was a specific ratio and type that resulted in a more complex and troublesome compounded effect. Selenia's injuries were one aspect of the situation. However, Lucien also glanced at her abdomen. Through the gaping, deep cut, he could already discern the internal condition. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. There was still hope. The shimmering light indicated that a drop of Qilin blood had been used, temporarily stabilizing the fetus's condition. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire. Using more Qilin blood would be futile, as the fetus could not withstand such an overwhelming vitality. Moreover, given Selenia's current state, she could no longer deliver naturally. Human intervention was necessary. Unicorn assistance for delivery. Suddenly, Lucien extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, tapping it with his wand, causing several lines of text to materialize on its surface. He handed the paper to the shimmering light and continued to use magic to tend to Selenia and her unborn child. Shimmering light, find Mr. Newt. Chapter 124. Chilo's Choice. Newt arrives in a quaint wooden cabin in Dorset. Newt responded to his wife's call. Is it done? Yes, dear, I will be there shortly. He replied, waving his wand to quickly dry the water stains on his clothing. Recently, it was the mating season for water horses, and he had to keep a vigilant watch to prevent the creatures from causing chaos in their aquatic realm and affecting neighboring spaces. Mr. Newt. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Newt was surprised to see a pale golden figure materialize before him. Though taken aback by Shimmering Light's unannounced entrance, Newt smiled and said, "Oh, Shimmering Light. Has Lucien sent you again?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shimmering Light interrupted urgently, "Mr. Newt, the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest." As Shimmering Light summarized the situation, he handed Newt the paper that floated on the clouds. Realizing the gravity of the matter, Newt swiftly scanned the contents. Unicorn, imminent birth. Severe injuries, he murmured. He then lightly tapped his wand, causing a windbreaker to materialize and drape over his shoulders. A plain brown leather suitcase simultaneously flew into his hands. Instinctively, Newt prepared to use apparition to head towards the Forbidden Forest. However, Shimmering Light stepped forward, and together, they vanished from sight. A few minutes passed. A yawn echoed through the air. Newt, once you have dealt with the matter of the horse-like water creature, do retire early. Receiving no response, Tina rubbed her eyes and entered the living room, glancing at the empty space. Where could everyone be? In a cave somewhere within the Forbidden Forest. A flickering green flame faintly illuminated the dim surroundings. Quirrell, his expression devoid of emotion, waved his wand to staunch the flow of blood from his severed arm. He then peeled off the viscous silver substance clinging to his robes and mask, allowing it to coalesce into a blood orb suspended in midair. In the next moment, Quirrell's face contorted in agony. A hoarse scream, filled with torment, erupted from his throat. It was not merely the pain of his severed limb. The agony of flesh and blood being drained and transformed into magical energy tormented him as well. Quirrell felt as though his very soul was being twisted and torn apart. Slumped against the cave's stone wall, he gasped for breath. Drink it. The cold, indifferent voice of Voldemort resonated in Quirrell's mind. Upon hearing Voldemort's command, Quirrell clenched his teeth, gazing at the silver blood orb hovering before him. The viscous liquid, resembling mercury, felt like poison. Quirrell was acutely aware of the consequences of consuming unicorn blood. It could prolong his fractured existence, but at a dire cost, to become a cursed, half-living being. His head throbbed violently, and pain scattered his thoughts into disarray. Why? Why was he facing such horrors tonight? This meticulously plotted scheme had unraveled entirely. He had failed to acquire the blood of the unicorn fetus. In the presence of that strange creature, Voldemort had abruptly altered the plan, insisting on obtaining the creature's blood. Yet, what was the outcome? Quirrell sacrificed his own flesh and blood, propelling his already deteriorating life towards the precipice of despair, and the magical energy gained did not fulfill its intended purpose. He had not obtained the blood of that peculiar creature. No, even if he had, given the excruciating pain experienced during their encounter, it might not even be usable to aid Voldemort's recovery. Now, he was left with only the blood of the male unicorn, and Quirrell himself would still bear the curse. He had lost an arm, and his life truly resembled a candle flickering in the wind. If you do not drink, you will die tonight. Voldemort's voice remained apathetic, indifferent to Quirrell's thoughts or his very existence. Ultimately, Voldemort could simply switch to another body and devise a new plan. He had ventured too far down the path of immortality. With the existence of so many Horcruxes, who could truly kill him? Regardless of whether Quirrell's endeavor succeeded or failed, Voldemort had the luxury of time. But Quirrell could not afford to wait any longer. He faced a choice: to consume the unicorn blood before him and prolong his wretched life, or to allow this miserable existence to end in an unknown cave within the Forbidden Forest. Just as Quirrell stood in a state of bewildered hesitation, the green flame flickered out. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. A faint swallowing sound echoed within the cave. Beneath the golden flame's embrace, Lucien furrowed his brow tightly, extending delicate strands of magical energy with his wand. Lucien examined the injuries of Celine and her offspring, meticulously stitching the wounds while utilizing the life-giving properties of unicorn tears to expedite the healing process. Nearby, Astrian paced anxiously, his demeanor a reflection of his distress. Though his injuries were relatively mild, his throat slashed and considerable blood lost, he was not afflicted by dark magic or toxic potions, allowing him to regain mobility under the influence of the unicorn tears. Lowering his head, he gently nudged his wife's long horn, emitting a hoarse, mournful whinny. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lucien reflected that the crux of the matter lay with the potions. The complex toxins were exceedingly difficult to cleanse. Moreover, the fetus, aside from its physical injuries, faced complications within its magical circuit. The vitality contained within unicorn blood surpassed that of unicorn tears, yet it seemed ineffective in mending the magical pathways. As Lucien focused on treating the unicorn, He suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence and looked up to see the silhouette of a young unicorn accompanied by a tall, slender elder clad in a trench coat with curly hair. Upon the appearance of this stranger, Astrian instinctively raised his head, a soft glow igniting from his horn in a reflexive display of defense. Astrian, Lucien called out sharply, halting the unicorn while simultaneously conveying to him that this individual was there to assist. Astrian promptly extinguished the silver light from his horn and bowed his head respectfully to Newt. Newt, instead of addressing Lucien immediately, knelt beside Celine. Transforming his wand into a trumpet-like instrument, he placed the larger end against Celine's abdomen and the smaller end near her ear. After a brief moment of listening, Newt spoke urgently. The fetus has reached full term. Today may very well be the day of delivery. However, this unicorn-esque condition is far too dire for a normal birth. He pointed to the deep wound on Celine's abdomen, continuing. The issues with the fetus are even more severe. We cannot delay any longer. We must perform a cesarean section here. The mother and child require separate treatments. Lucien nodded, asking, what do you need me to do? Newt swiftly opened his briefcase, from which a workbench emerged, followed by an array of bottles and comprehensive potion-making tools. As he gathered several containers, pouring liquids and powders, some applied to Celine's abdomen, others administered orally, he instructed without looking up, please assist me in brewing several additional potions. The steps are as follows. Lucien committed Newt's requests to memory and promptly began processing the potion materials on the workbench. Mr. Newt, there are also issues with the magical circuit of the unicorn fetus. There is a noticeable rupture, Lucien noted. Hearing this, Newt's movements faltered momentarily, his expression tense. The repair of a magical circuit, I have never encountered such a situation. Chapter 125, The Art of Magical Weaving. Upon hearing Newt's words, Lucien felt a weight settle in his heart. Indeed, the intricacies of magical circuits were exceedingly complex and delicate, a subject not all wizards delved into. However, he had, to some extent, familiarized himself with knowledge pertaining to magical circuits in recent times. For instance, the magical tome from the Weasley family delves into the mastery and enhancement of a wizard's own magical circuits, primarily aimed at augmenting their spellcasting potency. Yet it remains largely ancillary in bolstering combat prowess, significantly diverging from the intricacies of magical creatures' energy pathways. Conversely, the volume titled Bloodlines and Talents by Greengrass explores the subject of magical circuits in greater depth. However, it primarily concerns the means by which one might, through potions and spells, enhance the likelihood of superior hereditary circuits from the moment of gestation, albeit the probability remains quite low. Nevertheless, it does ensure the healthy development of the fetus, which is indeed remarkable. Yet, the young unicorn is already fully formed and on the verge of birth, rendering the reference value of this knowledge rather limited. Ultimately, Lucien has gleaned some pertinent insights from Chilo, but regrettably, the time was too brief, and the grasp of the material was insufficient, lacking engagement with the core elements. During this period, Lucien has also utilized the eye of divination to observe a plethora of wizards and magical creatures' magical circuits, amassing a considerable collection of sample records. Alas, these disparate fragments of knowledge do not coalesce into a coherent system. It is utterly impossible to integrate them in the short term, let alone attempt to mend the damaged magical circuit of the young unicorn. Lucien furrowed his brow, simultaneously attending to the potions required by Newt while fervently searching his mind for feasible solutions. If all else fails, he might as well summon old Dumbledore. Even if the greatest wizard of this century is not omnipotent, he could still offer assistance. Ding. Loan triggered. Magical weaving technique. Annual loan. Would you like to proceed with the loan? The system's voice sent a shiver down Lucien's spine, yet his hands continued their work unabated. An annual loan? How curious that this highest tier of loan has been activated again. Upon hearing the loan title, Lucien instinctively felt it could be of great assistance to him at this juncture. The potion was nearing its final stages of brewing, and as he monitored its progress, he diverted some of his focus to review the loan details. Loan title, Magical Weaving Technique. Repayment period, 365 days. Loan content, an extraordinary skill set for transforming the magical circuits of magical creatures, encompassing various domains such as transfiguration, alchemy, potion making, and dark arts. Loan task, to nurture a fire dragon into the king of its kind. A wave of excitement surged within Lucien. Transforming magical circuits. If transformation is possible, then merely restoring the magical circuit to its original state should also be achievable. Such a succinct description. Yet, this is an annual loan. Its effects must be nothing short of astonishing. Lucien recalled the immense benefits derived from Loki's Faceless and the Qilin, whose impacts are self-evident. However, Lucien swiftly regained his composure. While annual loans are indeed valuable, the tasks they entail are often complex and laborious, with lengthy processes. For instance, the task of nurturing a fire dragon into the king of its kind. To nurture the king of a kind? Lucien engaged in direct communication with the system, What constitutes the king of a fire dragon clan? Does clan refer solely to a single species of fire dragon? The fire dragon is one of the most diverse magical creatures, with at least 10 clearly defined species, along with several rare hybrids, and even those that have interbred with other beings to produce variants like the earth dragon. Thus, Lucien sought to ascertain the precise nature of this group. Fire dragons only submit to the strong. Within a clan, the most powerful is deemed the king. A single species qualifies as a clan. Lucien comprehended that this entailed engaging in combat. He must cultivate an exceptionally powerful fire dragon, one capable of overpowering its kin. Moreover, what constitutes as his own cultivation? Primarily, this fire dragon must heed its host's guidance, for the host is responsible for providing a nurturing environment, sustenance, combat training, and companionship for no less than 6 months. In simpler terms, it requires a provision of food and shelter, as well as obedience and instruction in the art of battle. And a bond lasting at least 6 months. Is this not reminiscent of a Pokemon trainer? Under normal circumstances, this task would be exceedingly challenging. Taming a fire dragon from the outset to obey one's commands is no small feat, particularly if one aims to commence with a juvenile dragon, as mature fire dragons are typically set in their ways and resistant to training. However, Hagrid would soon possess an additional fire dragon. Oh no, rather a fire dragon egg. According to the original narrative, that little fire dragon would not remain for long before being sent away. Yet, he could rear it within the confines of his gourd space, thus remaining undetected. Furthermore, it was Malfoy who intended to report Hagrid's dragon-rearing activities. As for the likelihood of that brat reporting him, well, chuckle. Moreover, with his affinity for creatures and the assistance of the little Chelan, the prospect of taming a fire dragon from a young age seemed quite feasible. As for nurturing this fire dragon to become the king of its clan, teaching a dragon is akin to teaching a human. Who decrees that students must be human? Did not Liu Guang learn splendidly? System, I wish to borrow the magic weaving technique, annual loan. Lucien, aside from perceiving that this loan could aid in rescuing the little unicorn and finding the task's difficulty manageable, contemplated another point. Should the deadline arrive and the loan remain unpaid, the system would merely reclaim the borrowed items or knowledge. The effects and changes wrought by their use, however, would not be rectified by the system. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to attempt to save the little unicorn. With the system unimpeded, what else could he be but a host? Loan, magic weaving technique, annual loan, has been successfully applied for. Evaluation, a certain entity, quite fond of this art, once remarked. I merely wish for this world to host more intriguing creatures. A group of scoundrels dare to spread rumors that I am the progenitor of those beings, and they ought to be transformed into sheep. Upon witnessing the system's evaluation of the loan, Lucien barely had time to ponder. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. This overwhelming influx rendered him with a splitting headache, veins protruding on his forehead, and cold sweat streaming down his brow. Gripping his silence with great effort, Lucien trembled as he concluded the potion's brewing. The knowledge imparted was the most vast and intricate he had ever received. It encompassed a multitude of subjects, primarily focusing on transfiguration, potions, alchemy, and a complex array of spells and dark magic. After diligently organizing this knowledge, Lucien gained a clearer understanding of the tasks he needed to undertake. Firstly, it is essential to concoct a potion that will serve to soothe the magical creatures, pacifying their spirits and stabilizing the flow of magical energy within their bodies, thereby facilitating subsequent procedures. This potion must also employ alchemical methods, rendering it not purely a potion in the traditional sense. Lucien gently shook his aching head, contemplating something. He retrieved a sturdy card from his pocket, adorned with the signature of Albus Dumbledore. Liu Guang, please assist me in locating an individual. The location is. Lucien softly beckoned the little Chelan, handing it the special permit in his hand, assuring it that this would earn its trust. Hasten now. Once Liu Guang set off, Lucien picked up the potion from the workbench and approached, crouching beside him. Mr. Newt, here is the potion you require. Newt nodded, accepting the potion, opening it to inspect, and confirming its integrity. The potion is excellent and timely. The condition of this female unicorn is temporarily stable. We can proceed. Are you all right? You appear rather pale. Noticing Lucien's wan complexion and colorless lips, Newt furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the potion making had taken such a toll. Lucien waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. Mr. Newt, what do you need me to do? First and foremost, we must rescue Celine and the others. Chapter 126. Moonsoul Water. The ordeal is not yet over. Within the Forbidden Forest, the figure of Liu Guang materialized silently, accompanied by a tall, silver-haired elder attired in a deep purple nightgown, a matching nightcap atop his head. In less than half a second, a brilliant crimson flame erupted abruptly in midair. Following this, a magnificent scarlet bird soared forth, circling before gliding down above the recumbent unicorn. Drip, drip, 2 crystalline tears fell, landing respectively on the unicorn's forehead and abdomen. Fox. Both Lucien and Newt simultaneously glanced up at the unmistakable phoenix and caught sight of Dumbledore standing beside Liuguang. Yet, the three exchanged no words, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lucien and Newt continued their urgent task of performing a cesarean section on Celine. Dumbledore's expression was grave as he observed the extraordinary creature beside him. Swiftly processing the information relayed to him, the awakening of a centenarian by an unknown creature suddenly entering the headmaster's office was astonishing enough. However, the peculiar method of communication employed by this creature left him even more astounded. Upon seeing the special permit given to Lucien, Dumbledore reluctantly accepted the validity of the creature's claims. Shortly thereafter, the creature whisked him away from Hogwarts to the Forbidden Forest in a manner reminiscent of apparition. Unhindered by Hogwarts constraints, and even swifter than Fawkes. Now, confronted with the peculiar creature's master, Lucien, and his longtime friend, Newt, Dumbledore confirmed he was not dreaming. He hastened to the injured unicorn, producing his uniquely shaped old wand. Standing aside, Asterion remained calm this time, as Liuguang promptly elucidated the situation. Waves of magic emanated from the tip of the old wand, some aimed at discerning the unicorn's injuries, while others worked to eliminate distractions for Lucien and Newt. Dumbledore quickly grasped the current circumstances, correlating them with the account provided by the creature known as Liuguang. A radiant light danced within his bright blue eyes as he approached the workbench laden with various potion-making tools. With a flick of his wand, additional materials materialized upon the surface. Dumbledore deftly maneuvered his old wand, arranging the dazzling array of ingredients in an orderly fashion. He was now tasked with brewing a potion to detoxify the female unicorn. The complex potion's toxin proved troublesome, yet for Dumbledore, the title of Potion Master was merely superfluous, as his accolades were already abundant. Meanwhile, the tension-laden process of the cesarean section had traversed its most critical phase. Lucien discerned that his assistance was no longer requisite, as Newt alone could carry on. "Mr. Newt, I wish to prepare for the treatment of the young unicorn," Lucien stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Newt's hands continued their meticulous work, though a shadow of despondency clouded his downcast eyes. He was acutely aware of the dire situation concerning the soon-to-be-born unicorn. Their current efforts were primarily focused on preserving the life of the female unicorn named Selenia. The severance of the magical circuit would only subject the young unicorn to immense suffering, and as for restoration. However, sensing the resolve in Lucien's tone, Newt refrained from uttering the grim truth. Furthermore, he too harbored a desire to test fate, nurturing a flickering hope for the improbable. "Very well, you may proceed. I shall handle the rest," Newt replied. With this affirmation, Lucien promptly rose and made his way to the workbench. "Headmaster, I would like to borrow the Philosopher's Stone." Before Lucien could finish his request, the familiar translucent ruby appeared before him. "Do as you wish," Dumbledore encouraged, and Lucien grasped the stone, moving towards a nearby open space. He produced a small purple gourd, waved his wand, and summoned his workbench to hover nearby. Concurrently, he mentally outlined the general steps of the magical weaving technique. The first step involved merging alchemical and potion-making methods to concoct an elixir known as Moon Spirit Essence, primarily intended to soothe magical creatures, stabilize their souls, and secure their magical circuits. The second step pertained to a specific dark magic technique designed to tear apart the opponent's magical circuit. However, this could be omitted, as the young unicorn's magical circuit was already fractured, and his aim was restoration rather than transformation. The third step, the most crucial, entailed the meticulous application of Transfiguration, wherein the wizard would use his own magic to emulate a portion of the magical circuit within the magical creature, gradually guiding, altering, and shaping it. This process was exceedingly intricate and pivotal to success. The final step, the most time-consuming, necessitated the continuous application of diverse spells and potions to stabilize the newly formed circuit. Gazing up at the moon and basking in its cool luminescence, Lucien exhaled deeply, sensing the moon's satisfaction. "Let us commence." He placed the magical stone upon the surface, a pinnacle of alchemical creation, capable of not only expediting the potion brewing process, but also prolonging the inherent efficacy of the elixir. The alchemical method required for moon essence was intended to ensure the longevity of its effects. With the magical stone's assistance, many steps could be omitted, significantly conserving time. At this moment, time equated to life. Lucien summoned Asterion to his side. "I require your blood to save your child. This must be a voluntary act." Beside them, Liuguang translated Lucien's intent to Asterion, who nodded without hesitation. Observing this, Lucien gently traced his wand, creating an incision upon Asterion's chest, from which he collected the silvery, viscous blood in a jade plate. Utilizing the eye of magic to detect any curses present, Lucien sighed softly. The crafting of moon essence necessitated the blood of this extraordinary creature as a primary ingredient. It need not come from Asterion himself, as long as it was willingly offered. This was easily discernible with unicorns, Any forcibly obtained bodily materials would invariably bear varying degrees of curses, with those within the blood being the most potent. Once the blood reached an adequate quantity, Lucien staunched Astrian's bleeding and handed the jade plate to Liu Guang. Sir Hai, allowing the blood to be illuminated by the moonlight until azure spots manifest within it. Mind the temperature, do not let the blood freeze. Liu Guang conjured a cloud to cradle the jade plate and ascended into the heavens. Lucien turned to prepare the subsequent components while awaiting the blood to absorb sufficient moonlight. The intricate materials were sliced, prepared, and ground. For any missing elements, Lucien did not hesitate to request them from Dumbledore. Whatever he asked for, Dumbledore could provide. A faint, almost mosquito-like cry pierced Lucien's ears. He glanced towards Celine, where Newt cradled a golden foal. The newborn unicorn struggled to open its eyes, but could not. As Lucien managed the ingredients, he awaited the system's notification. The task of the loop expansion loan was to witness the birth of an unforgettable life. Yet, Lucien had not received the notification of loan repayment. This certainly qualified as unforgettable. However, he recalled the system's explanation for this task. The moment a life fully arrives in the world, engaging with it in the form of a newborn. The absence of the notification further indicated the unicorn's precarious condition, failing to meet the criteria for a birth. No, it is not over yet. The vortex in Lucien's gaze widened as he observed the magical circuits within the unicorn growing dimmer, yet still flickering with tenacity. Perhaps it was the blood of the Qilin. Perhaps the tears of a phoenix, or perhaps the unicorn's own indomitable will to survive. Lucien's movements remained methodical, yet they had reached their utmost speed. The task was not yet complete. Chapter 127, Circuit Repair, Loan Repayment. Within the moonlit forbidden forest, a small Qilin descended gracefully, enveloped in pale yellow clouds, and gently placed the jade dish onto Lucien's workbench. Master, is this acceptable? Upon hearing this, Lucien glanced at the jade dish. The surface of the silver-white blood within was now adorned with a series of azure circles, remarkably uniform in size, gently swaying in the liquid. Yes, very good. Lucien flicked his wand, precisely measuring 500 milliliters of blood, neither more nor less, before allowing it to soar into the cauldron. Adhering to the recipe's specifications, Lucien meticulously added each processed ingredient. Grasping the magical stone, Lucien took several deep breaths. Previously, under Dumbledore's supervision, he had practiced potion making with the magical stone, but those attempts had been incomplete. Glancing towards the small unicorn, he noticed that its magical circuit had dimmed further in the gaze of the Eye of Divination. With time running short, he had no choice but to utilize the magical stone. At times, he let the magical stone hover above the cauldron, transforming the fallen moonlight into a soft crimson glow that illuminated the solution. At other times, he plunged the magical stone directly into the cauldron, retrieving it promptly after a designated duration of tumultuous swirling in the solution, and occasionally, he placed the magical stone into the flames, altering the nature and color of the fire. Lucien assiduously concocted the moon soul water. Though pressed for time, he executed each step flawlessly. Having already saved time with the magical stone, he could not hasten the process further. Any misstep in potion making could significantly diminish its efficacy, or, in the worst case, turn a beneficial elixir into poison. As moments trickled away, a notification chimed. Ding. Qilin, annual loan, has been repaid. Hearing this, Lucien let out a profound sigh of relief. The task associated with the Qilin, annual loan, was to brew a potion using the magical stone. No specific potion type was mandated, but it had to be a complete and successful brew. It's done. Lucien observed the blue-white transparent liquid in the cauldron and, after a thorough inspection, confirmed it matched the recipe's description perfectly. He filled a vial with the moon's soul water and hastened to Newt's side. Newt was diligently caring for Celine and her offspring. Celine was faring well, being a mature unicorn, and, with various aids, had become stable. Only the complete eradication of the composite toxins remained. Though the potions Dumbledore was concocting were diverse and intricate, they were nearing completion. However, the situation with the small unicorn had grown increasingly dire. Its already faint cries had become intermittent. Mr. Scamander, let me take over. Lucien gently took the small unicorn from Newt's arms. Sensing its slightly lowered body temperature, Lucien wasted no time in administering the moon soul water into the unicorn's mouth. Do not fear, he murmured, softly patting the shivering creature, attempting to soothe its terror and anguish. It seems that the effects of the moon spirit water have begun to take hold. The little unicorn's body no longer trembles, and its previously erratic breathing gradually steadies. Indeed, the calming and soothing effects are manifesting. Lucien's eyes, swirling with intensity, quickened their pace as he meticulously observed the unicorn's magical circuitry. Ah, the circuitry has stabilized. It is time to proceed to the next step. Lucien raised his wand, directing the tip toward the area of the unicorn's back, near its waist. This was the point where the rupture in the magical circuit was most pronounced. A soft, pained whimper reached Lucien's ears, prompting him to glance at Celine. Celine strained to lift her neck, attempting to rise, which caused many of her wounds to split open, silver blood dripping steadily. Newt endeavored to soothe Celine, urging her to remain still to avoid aggravating her injuries, but to no avail. Ultimately, Celine struggled to her feet, gazing intently at Lucien, at her offspring. In her eyes, Lucien discerned a profoundly human plea and anxiety, prompting him to softly reassure her. "Do not worry, the child will be fine." This time, there was no need for the Lumos translation. Celine seemed to grasp Lucien's intent, her legs trembling uncontrollably, yet she remained quietly by his side. Just as Lucien prepared to act and advance in the magical weaving technique, Dumbledore had completed the necessary potion, approaching Celine. He cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Lucien before distributing a portion of the potion to Newt, elucidating its proper application. Observing Dumbledore and Newt working in tandem to heal Celine and alleviate her poison, Lucien felt a sense of relief regarding that matter. Lucien lifted his silver-black wand, conjuring threads of magical energy that extended from its tip, each as fine as a hair. The second step of the magical weaving technique typically involves disrupting the original magical circuitry of magical creatures, but Lucien deemed it unnecessary. His sole focus was to restore the unicorn's magical circuit. Next, he would infuse his own magic, camouflaging it as part of the circuit. Perhaps this would provide significant assistance in his endeavors with magical creature transfiguration. If he could mimic and disguise, who knows what else he might create. Lucien recalibrated his magic, causing the already hair-thin threads to split further at their ends, becoming even more delicate and intricate. Dumbledore, noticing this development, felt his beard tremble in astonishment at Lucien's progress. Though it seemed strangely fitting, as if this young man were destined to achieve remarkable feats, Lucien guided the magical threads to penetrate the unicorn's skin, weaving through the muscle fibers, approaching the now stabilized magical circuit. In its normal state, a unicorn's magical circuit resembles a closed circle, with magic flowing ceaselessly within. Yet, this little unicorn's magical circuit bore dark, fractured areas, akin to violently snapped strings on a lute. The flowing magic could not fully enter the subsequent circuit. Most of it dissipated slowly. Lucien held his breath, concentrating all his mental energy upon the magical threads, mimicking and disguising. This might seem fanciful to an ordinary wizard. However, Lucien's extraordinary talent for transformation magic was vividly displayed at this moment. Following the method of magical weaving, he first manipulated a single strand of magical thread, embarking on an intricate metamorphosis at the microscopic level. Lucien's magic twisted and restructured at the end of the thread, undergoing exquisite changes. Gradually, he simulated the unique, pure, and sacred fluctuations of unicorn magic. This was an exceedingly challenging task, akin to threading a needle amidst a tempest, demanding unimaginable precision and control. Beads of sweat formed on Lucien's forehead, and his arms trembled slightly in concentration. The transforming magical thread resembled a temporary chain, carefully linking the two endpoints of the fractured circuit. A faint trickle of unicorn magic cautiously flowed along this chain, akin to a babbling brook. The instant the magic successfully traversed to the other end of the circuit, a gleam of joy sparkled in Lucien's eyes. It was feasible. Subsequently, Lucien began to transform and simulate more strands of magic. Additional chains connected the two ends of the circuit, gradually forming a small riverbed. The dispersed magic within the little unicorn began to flow gently through this unfamiliar riverbed. With Lucien's continuous guidance and shaping, the flow of magic gradually swelled. Remarkably, it seemed as though the little unicorn's vitality was awakened by this movement, nourished and reinforced along the newly cleared channel. "Lu Guang, grant me another drop of blood." Upon hearing his master's call, Lu Guang did not hesitate. The wound on his abdomen had long since healed, and he gently bit the tip of his tongue, allowing a drop of golden red blood to be cradled by the clouds and presented before Lucien. Lucien extracted a thin strand from this drop of Qilin blood, which resembled a golden red thread, guiding it into the little unicorn's wound on its back. In an instant, Lucien beheld a slender magical circuit forming like a newly sprouted vine, flickering with a faint yet resolute pure light. Slowly retracting his magical thread, he noticed that the delicate circuit remained intact, and Lucien could not help but exhale in relief. He continued. After slight adjustments, Lucien began to repair the damages to the magical circuit in other areas. Progress accelerated considerably, as these damages were comparatively minor, and Lucien had grown more adept. As the moonlight shifted, Lucien's magic continued to deplete, nearing exhaustion. Ding! The circuit expansion tablet, monthly loan, has been repaid. Congratulations to the host for witnessing an impressive birth of life. Chapter 128. The Blessing of the Unicorn, Aurora. Hee hee. The gentle, short cry of the little unicorn echoed in the forbidden forest. Lucien sheathed his wand and cradled the little unicorn before Celine. The toxins in Celine's body had been largely cleared, and the healing of her wounds was visibly accelerating. Lowering her head, she gently licked her child. Tears of clarity welling from the corners of Celine's eyes. Lucien placed the little unicorn on the ground, where it steadied itself on its 4 legs, wobbling slightly before finally finding its footing. The little unicorn nestled against its mother, its pair of glistening, large eyes gazing intently at Lucien. The warmth of affection unmistakably evident within them. Selenia stood tall, yet gradually lowered her head, gently pressing the spiraled horn on her forehead against the back of Lucien's left hand. A faint silver luminescence emanated from the spiraled horn, coiling delicately around the surface of his hand. Subsequently, Selenia stepped back, clearing the way. Asterion approached, mirroring her actions. From his longer, straighter horn radiated an even more pronounced glow, transferring to Lucien's hand. The 2 auras intertwined, congealing and merging, ultimately transforming into a totem of a spiraled horn. This totem was exceedingly subtle, discernible only under the moonlight, exuding an indescribable essence of sanctity and tranquility, the blessing of the unicorn. Once this process concluded, Newt, who had been observing, murmured uncertainly. Hearing this, Lucien glanced at the pattern on the back of his hand, inquiring with curiosity, "Mr. Newt, what does the unicorn's blessing entail?" Dumbledore too awaited Newt's response. In the realm of magical creatures, this dear friend was akin to a living encyclopedia. Newt's gaze flitted between the design on Lucien's hand and the unicorn family, his tone imbued with relief and satisfaction. Unicorns rarely engaged with humans, and when they did, it was predominantly towards females, a tendency dictated by nature, save for exceptional circumstances. Newt regarded Lucien with a peculiar expression. Recalling that this young man had long since befriended the unicorns, even observing the signs of their gestation, presumably concerning Selenia. However, even if unicorns permitted humans to approach, they would never allow them to touch their horns. This was an absolute taboo. Should someone earn the unicorn's voluntary touch of the horn, they would receive a blessing, one of magical significance. The blessing was said to manifest in 3 distinct effects: the language of beasts, the purity aura, and the heart of healing. Newt paused momentarily, offering a brief elucidation. The language of beasts fosters a bond with animals, enabling seamless communication with them. The purity aura automatically repels impurities, preventing the attachment of dust, bloodstains, and such. It also confers greater resistance to curses and toxins than the average individual. The heart of healing enhances the efficacy of healing magic, while also improving the healing received by the individual. After hearing Newt's explanation, Lucien's mind began to race. The language of beasts overlapped somewhat with the affinity for creatures bestowed upon him as the Lord of Chelan. However, the prospect of unobstructed communication appealed greatly. Although he had the assistance of Luminous for translation or could communicate with animals upon transforming into his animagus form, he would soon need to nurture a fire dragon, and direct dialogue would undoubtedly be more convenient. The curse and toxin resistance granted by the purity aura would prove invaluable in the event of an unexpected encounter. It could afford him precious time to respond. Furthermore, the automatic repulsion of impurities implied that he might not need to concern himself with cleanliness, thus freeing up additional time for studying. Indeed, I shall give it a try. It may indeed prove to be a boon to my daily life. As for the heart of healing, its efficacy is notably amplified when applied to others as well as oneself, and its utility is manifold. The blessing of the unicorn is indeed commendable. Mr. Newt, may I attempt to experience the effects of the blessing? Truth be told, my curiosity is piqued, for I have only witnessed the unicorn's blessing firsthand, having previously encountered it solely in ancient texts. Lucien then turned his gaze to the unicorn family and softly inquired, "This child will require ongoing treatment. Might it accompany me for the time being? Rest assured, I shall care for it diligently." There was no need for Luminous to assist with translation, as Asterion and Celine comprehended Lucien's intent. Almost immediately, 2 consciousnesses began to communicate directly with him. "We are profoundly grateful for your assistance. It is you who has granted our child a new lease on life. Your willingness to continue her treatment is indeed her fortune." The sensation was reminiscent of communication with an animagus in animal form, albeit decidedly more efficient. At present, Lucien had merely initiated the restoration of the young unicorn's magical circuits, according to the principles of magical weaving. Further spells and potions would be necessary to stabilize the circuits truly. "By the way, may I ask you to bestow a name upon this child?" Upon hearing this request, Lucien felt no objection. Naming, what should it be? Lucien pondered what would carry a meaningful significance. A glimmer of light caught his eye, prompting him to instinctively look up, whereupon he beheld the soft hues of dawn breaking on the horizon. "Let us call her Aurora," he decided, symbolizing dawn and rebirth. Chapter 129. What year is Lucien in? Luminous is a Chelan. In the Forbidden Forest, as dawn approached, Lucien smiled and turned to the young unicorn. "What do you think of this name? Or would you prefer another?" I really like it," the young unicorn replied, still struggling to articulate her feelings due to her recent arrival into the world, yet she endeavored to express her joy. Aurora slowly approached, and Lucien stepped forward to prevent her from stumbling. Mimicking her parents, Aurora gently nudged her short horn against Lucien's hand. Although no radiant blessing emanated from her due to her tender age, her gesture filled Lucien's heart with immense happiness. Newt, this scene is truly beautiful, isn't it? Dumbledore remarked, observing the interaction between Lucien and the young unicorn while adjusting his glasses and wiping the corner of his eye. Indeed, the birth of life, the allure of new beginnings. Newt responded, gently caressing his palm. He had delivered many varieties of magical creatures, yet none had left such a profound impression as this evening's events. To personally witness the unicorn's cesarean section and see the young boy rescue a fragile life, accomplishing a feat that bordered on miraculous, was unparalleled. Now, having received the blessing of a unicorn, this was an exceedingly rare achievement, indeed, one seldom seen throughout history. Newt believed Lucien shared a deep connection with magical creatures. Perhaps he was truly suited for a profession related to them. Understanding his friend's sentiments, Dumbledore smiled and asked, "What? Do you wish for this child to succeed you in the future?" Newt, you may not be aware that Lucien possesses a remarkable aptitude for teaching. It's quite possible he might remain at the school in the future. Newt nodded, acknowledging that it would ultimately depend on Lucien's own desires. By the way, what employment inclinations did he express during the career guidance session in 5th grade? Newt's question momentarily perplexed Dumbledore, for he had no gift of foresight, unable to predict Lucien's aspirations for years hence. I am not certain, he replied, casting a glance at Dumbledore. Newt was surprised that he did not even seem to concern himself with the future ambitions of such an outstanding student as Lucien. He then turned his attention to Lucien, who was playfully engaging with a small unicorn. While Newt felt a tinge of regret that Lucien did not belong to Hufflepuff, after all, he believed Hogwarts to be the finest magical institution and Hufflepuff the best house. This did not diminish his admiration for the Ravenclaw student. Lucien was not only learned and knowledgeable, but also possessed a kind heart, capable of befriending magical creatures. He was undeniably handsome, and his age appeared age. Once the official matters were settled, Newt found himself with the leisure to scrutinize Lucien. This was their first face-to-face meeting, having previously communicated solely through letters. Newt had always assumed Lucien to be a 6th or 7th year student, as only those who had received several years of quality education at Hogwarts could seek his guidance on complex subjects, be it the nonverbal stretching charm or the behavioral data of magical creatures. Yet, upon closer inspection, Newt felt something was amiss. Lucien did not resemble a typical 16 or 17-year-old. At most, he looked Dumbledore. What year is Lucien in now? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, Newt, and Lucien were seated around a table adorned with a few small cakes. Oh, do sample them. A cup of red tea in the morning paired with sweet, delectable cake can dispel any fatigue, Dumbledore remarked leisurely after taking a sip of his tea, enriched with milk and sugar. At this, Lucien and Newt did not hesitate, acknowledging that after a long night's work, the intake of sugar would indeed soothe their bodies and minds. Observing the playful interaction between Fawkes and the shimmering light, Dumbledore's eyes crinkled with a smile as he said, Shimmering light, would you like to try? I highly recommend this lemon-flavored cake. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Shimmering light replied, using a small tuft of cloud to lift the lemon cake from the table to sample it delicately. Meanwhile, Fawkes, having followed Dumbledore for many years, showed no interest in the sweet treat, having grown weary of such indulgences. The ethereal voice resonating in Shimmering Light's mind left Dumbledore in awe. Lucien, I never anticipated you would possess such a remarkable pet. Frankly, I believe Shimmering Light's uniqueness rivals that of Fawkes. As he spoke, Dumbledore glanced at his old companion, the brilliant red bird, who was perched atop the pale yellow cloud created by Shimmering Light, even pecking at it with curiosity. By the way, what species is Shimmering Light? I do not recall encountering such a magical creature. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Lucien set down his spoon and, in a manner akin to what he had conveyed to Newt, candidly responded, the Qilin, Liu Guang, is indeed a Qilin. The answer evidently took Dumbledore by surprise. The mention of a Qilin evoked vivid memories for him, particularly of Grindelwald's attempt to control one in pursuit of his nefarious schemes, a plan ultimately thwarted by Newt and another true Qilin. Yet, Dumbledore found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the concept of a Qilin with the magnificent Liu Guang before him. Not only was there a stark disparity in appearance, Dumbledore's mental image of a Qilin resembled a larger deer, while Liu Guang exuded an ethereal grace, but also in abilities. Dumbledore was well aware that Qilins possessed the capacity to discern souls, differentiate between good and evil, and select the most suitable leaders. He himself had been chosen by a Qilin once, only to decline the mantle of leadership within the magical community at that time. However, the traits exhibited by Liu Guang, its ability to soar upon golden clouds, its evasion of Hogwarts restrictions through apparition, and its blood imbued with extraordinary vitality, rendered it difficult for Dumbledore to accept that Liu Guang conformed to his understanding of a Qilin. Indeed, Liu Guang diverged from the typical Qilin. Note: sipping his red tea, without milk or sugar, of course, elucidated to Dumbledore. This may represent a powerful, benevolent mutation. After all, there remains much we do not comprehend about magical creatures. Moreover, magic is wondrous. One can never predict what sorts of beings or miracles may emerge. He continued, Liu Guang's blood and saliva both harbor extraordinary vitality, which could easily provoke ill intentions from those with ulterior motives. Lucien felt a wave of gratitude as Newt vouched for Liu Guang as the most renowned magical creature expert. His endorsement carried significant weight. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his tone solemn as he reassured, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Hogwarts is a safe haven, with my presence. No harm shall befall Lucien or Liu Guang. Such a guarantee held substantial merit, given that it was uttered by the greatest and most powerful wizard of the age. Nevertheless, Lucien couldn't help but silently scoff. Indeed, everyone at Hogwarts was safe, except for that boy, Harry. Chapter 130, Newt's reaction, a desire to see the acromantula in the headmaster's office. Lucien and the two elder gentlemen engaged in tea and conversation. Regarding Liu Guang's existence, Lucien felt no longer compelled to conceal it as he had at the beginning of term. While he would not actively expose it, he also did not fear its discovery by others. The little Qilin's speed and distance in apparition were remarkable, impervious to any restrictions. Conversely, as Liu Guang had indicated, during its confrontation with the hooded figure, it awakened a capacity to solidify space in moments of peril. This ability allowed it to imprison the surrounding area, thereby preventing others from employing apparition, which relies on spatial movement. In essence, while the little Qilin could escape, its adversaries would be unable to pursue, trapped in their inability to flee. Lucien was acutely aware that Liu Guang's survival abilities had significantly improved. Moreover, the young Qilin, still in its growth phase, was rapidly increasing in both size and strength, changing almost monthly. Initially, its true size was comparable to that of a fine steed, but it had now grown to a stature not much smaller than that of a camel. The hardness of its scales and its magical resistance were also on the rise, and the maximum temperature of its pure fire continued to ascend. Through the conflict with Qilo, Liu Guang's pure fire experienced a breakthrough as well. Lucien estimated that if Liu Guang were to unleash its full potential, dealing with elite Aurors would pose no problem. The only variable would be how many Aurors it could confront simultaneously. As for the Aurors, they were already among the most distinguished of wizards. It is well known that a fire dragon is a treasure trove, yet how many wizards dare to hunt one? Furthermore, a fire dragon would not suddenly teleport away, nor would it ambush its foes at midnight to unleash its fiery wrath. Lucien, your method of healing the little unicorn, Aurora, was quite ingenious. Repairing the magical circuits is something I had never heard of before. Newt chuckled softly, gazing at Lucien's handsome, yet somewhat youthful visage, and sighed gently. What truly astonished me is your age, a first-year wizard. Upon learning that Lucien had only begun his studies 6 months prior, and that he hailed from a muggle family with no prior exposure to magic, even Dumbledore remarked that he had only commenced his formal education upon arriving at Hogwarts. Newt felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Dumbledore, however, offered him some comfort, stating that in the world of magic, nothing is truly surprising. It is perfectly normal for each generation to surpass the last. Yet, Dumbledore refrained from sharing additional details with Newt, such as the fact that this young wizard had already become an animagus, showcasing a level of transfiguration talent that was almost unbelievable. Moreover, in the matter of repairing magical circuits, Dumbledore perceived nuances that eluded Newt. It was evident that in the critical stages of repair, Lucien had employed transfiguration techniques. This was particularly astonishing, a wizard influencing the magical circuits of a magical creature with his own magic. It is known that many magical creatures possess a resistance to wizarding magic, and the inability to transfigure them stems from the differences and mutual exclusions of their magical circuits. However, Lucien's actions last night had, to some extent, shattered this rule. Dumbledore could only attribute this to the uniqueness of magic and the child's extraordinary talent. After all, unlike Muggle technology, the study and practice of magic by wizards does not strictly adhere to conventional principles. Sometimes, as long as the accumulation is sufficient, and the wizard's emotions and intentions are strong enough, it is entirely plausible to spontaneously develop new forms of magic. As for the specifics of how Lucien repaired the unicorn's magical circuits, both Dumbledore and Newt tacitly chose not to inquire. They had no desire to covet a child's secret. After conversing for a while longer, Lucien and Newt took their leave. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Newt turned to Lucien and said, "Could you do me a favor? Please let Liu Guang take us to the Forbidden Forest. I wish to explore that area." Indeed, one can traverse from the castle. However, the numerous students and teachers along the way pose a risk of recognition. After expressing this concern, Newt averted his gaze, revealing his discomfort with engaging strangers. Lucien understood this sentiment well, as he too was grappling with social anxiety. Although Newt had retired and secluded himself in recent years, it was not guaranteed that he would be recognized. Yet, should an ardent fan of Newt's happen upon him at Hogwarts and, in their excitement, call out, it would likely draw a crowd of students eager to see the beloved figure. The old man enjoyed a remarkable popularity among the children. Lucien recalled how, after rewarding his classmates with a signed book from Newt, Ron and Malfoy's motivation for study soared. Children from wizarding families particularly grasped the significance of Newt's legacy. With a mere gesture, Lucien summoned the little Chelan, and as its form materialized, it whisked both of them away from the corridor. They reappeared in the Forbidden Forest. A swift and seamless transition. Newt marveled at the brilliance of the apparition. The urgency of his arrival had left him unaware of the sensation. Lucien, the magical creature feeder you gifted me for Christmas is both intriguing and practical. Thank you. I'm pleased you like it. It's a little contraption I devised myself, and I find it quite convenient, Lucien replied. Newt nodded with a soft smile, acknowledging, indeed, there are times when one can become overwhelmed. By the way, would you mind if I inspected the seamless extension container you crafted? You mentioned in your letter that you care for some magical creatures. Lucien readily consented, retrieving a white gourd and ensuring the Chelan stood guard outside before entering with Newt. After a thorough examination, Newt offered Lucien several suggestions to enhance the seamless extension container. Upon confirming the health of the magical creatures Lucien was nurturing, such as the puffskein and the mooncalf, Newt felt a swell of satisfaction. This child had received the blessing of a unicorn, which would undoubtedly facilitate his interactions with these magical beings. Furthermore, Newt had witnessed Lucien's compassionate efforts in rescuing the little unicorn, allowing him to genuinely appreciate Lucien's suitability for the role of a magical creature protector. Perhaps having a box would make things more convenient, Newt remarked as they prepared to depart the gourd space. Oh right, I came to the Forbidden Forest also with a desire to observe the lair of the Acromantula. I've heard there is quite a sizable colony here. Chapter 131, The Healthy Aragog, Newt's Thoughts. In a hollow of the Forbidden Forest, Aragog, a creature the size of an elephant, patrolled his territory with steady strides. His once grayish-white exterior had gradually transformed into a deep purple, with the roots of his hair shifting from white to black. The 8 eyes of Aragog now glimmered with a distinct brightness, starkly contrasting the dullness of months past. A wave of hunger surged from within, prompting Aragog to shake his head in preparation for a hunt in the woods. Previously, it was the progeny who offered prey to it. But after regaining health and partially restoring its vision, Aragog resumed the pursuit of hunting himself. He relished the thrill of lurking and chasing, a surge of vitality coursing through his being. Aragog was no longer inclined to remain in that dim and tedious cave. How have you been lately, Aragog? A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind, and Aragog was not taken aback. Swiftly turning his massive form, he produced a rasping sound akin to metal scraping as his mandibles rubbed together. Thank you for your concern, Lucien. I have been feeling splendid. Every week or two, Aragog received a droplet of crystalline liquid from Lucien. Its nature was unknown to him, yet upon consumption, he felt a profound vigor blossoming within. Thus, Aragog's gratitude towards Lucien was sincere. After aging to the brink of decay, he gradually regained his former vitality and health. Such an irresistible experience is one that no creature can easily dismiss. Lucien nodded. That is good to hear. Based on Aragog's continued recovery, the prolonged use of unicorn saliva indeed seems to restore vitality. If it were unicorn blood, the effects would likely be even more pronounced. Indeed, a balance of coercion and reward is fitting. Following the initial display of force, providing benefits has rendered Aragog so docile. Naturally, it also stemmed from Aragog's considerable intellect, which allowed for communication with humans, coupled with a keen awareness of the situation. Nearby, Newt observed the immense, aged Acromantula. Based on its external features and size, Newt deduced that this 8-eyed giant spider had survived for at least 40 years. However, Aragog's demeanor surprised Newt. His movements were relatively agile, and his reactions were not sluggish. He appeared remarkably healthy for a creature of his age. According to Newt's experience, an Acromantula's physical condition typically begins to decline after the age of 30, and by 40, they should be quite decrepit and frail. Furthermore, Aragog's demeanor was notably mild, considering this species is notorious for its cruelty and ferocity, posing a danger to both wizards and magical creatures alike. Casting a glance at Lucien, Newt found himself further convinced of his thoughts upon witnessing even such a formidable creature exhibit goodwill towards the boy. Accompanied by Lucien, Newt engaged in a brief exchange with Aragog, discussing his typical range of activities, dietary preferences, and group size. Subsequently, under Aragog's guidance, they toured the territory of the Acromantula, where Newt observed individuals of various ages. This provided clarity as to why Lucien was able to document such detailed information about the Acromantula. Initially, Newt had been somewhat skeptical. How could a colony of Acromantula develop in the Forbidden Forest within just a few decades? Such a congregation of this magnitude was unprecedented even in Scotland. Upon completing their visit, Newt and Lucien departed the Hollow. While traversing the Forbidden Forest in search of other magical creatures, they engaged in casual conversation. Mr. Newt, what are your thoughts on these Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest? The growth has been remarkable, and the population has become exceedingly robust, perhaps overly so. Lucien comprehended Newt's implication. The peril posed by the Acromantula is significant, presenting a threat not only to other magical creatures, but to the ecosystem itself. Moreover, while Newt was unaware, Lucien was cognizant that these Acromantula originated from Aragog and its mate, both of whom Hagrid had released into the Forbidden Forest. They could be classified as an invasive species, disrupting the original ecology of the forest. So, you propose relocating the Acromantula to their native habitat? Newt nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head. For the sake of the local ecosystem, a relocation was indeed warranted, yet it would not be feasible to remove them all at once. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion on this matter. When Newt expressed his desire for Lucien to assist in monitoring the Acromantula population and aid in the subsequent relocation of the species, Lucien readily agreed. After all, he frequently visited Aragog to study the effects of unicorn horn on it, essentially already undertaking the role of an observer. Regarding the relocation of species, Lucien wholeheartedly supported the idea. He had previously adopted several Acromantula, not only for the ease of collecting their venom, but also with the intention of controlling their numbers to mitigate their expansion. Now that Newt shared this perspective, he felt inclined to lend a helping hand. Seeing Lucien's prompt agreement brought joy to Newt, who harbored his own little scheme to allow Lucien a glimpse into the realm of magical creature conservation, with the hope that he might continue this path after graduation. Newt had come to terms with the fact that Lucien was merely a first-year wizard, and thus recognized his potential more clearly. Dumbledore had remarked that Lucien would make a fine teacher, a notion Newt did not fully grasp. Yet he understood that Lucien was an irreplaceable talent in the field of magical creatures. Teaching is indeed commendable, but there are countless magical beings in need of assistance. Newt believed he had already made significant strides in advancing the magical creature protection legislation, yet it was imperative for successors to take on this responsibility. Mr. Scamander, I have heard that you care for a multitude of magical creatures. If it would not be too much trouble, may I have the privilege of observing them? I am quite fascinated by these magical beings. Newt's collection of magical creatures was astonishingly vast, and for Lucien to study the transformations of magical organisms, it would be beneficial to first observe and document a myriad of magical energy circuits. Besides the renowned magical creature expert before him, there was no one else in the world who could swiftly fulfill this criterion. Lucien reached into his pocket, grasping a small stone tablet, while a faint black vortex shimmered in his eyes. Upon hearing Lucien's request, Newt was elated. Interest was always a good omen. Of course, that would be no problem at all. Newt placed the box he had been holding on the ground and opened it with a satisfying click. Inside, a staircase unfurled. Newt stepped into the box first, then extended his hand to beckon Lucien. Oh, and let us bring Luminous along as well. It might find it intriguing too. Lucien initially intended for Liu Guang to remain outside, but since Newt had extended an invitation, he refrained from voicing any objections. Indeed, considering the size and rarity of a suitcase such as this, the creatures in this realm, be they beasts or magical animals, likely lacked the instinct to pick up such items. After all, they were not human. Lucien and Liu Guang stepped into the world within the suitcase, following Newt through a workshop cluttered with various instruments, herbs, and provisions. As they walked, the view suddenly opened up before them, revealing an expansive African savanna that unfolded in Lucien's sight. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the wild grasses to sway gracefully. Suddenly, a keen instinct rang alarm bells in Lucien's mind. He turned his gaze toward the source of danger. Atop a rocky outcrop lay a massive leopard, its body adorned with protruding spines, and the sacs around its neck rhythmically expanding and contracting. The previously languid and disinterested leopard seemed to have taken notice of the unfamiliar visitors, its obsidian eyes fixating on Lucien. Lucien narrowed his eyes, the whirlpool within them swirling with intensity. A venomous leopard. Chapter 132. The Venomous Leopard. Records of the Circuitous Stone Tablet. Newt's suitcase whirled. The venomous leopard approached with an elegant gait, its considerable bulk betraying no heaviness, moving with an almost silent grace. As the creature drew nearer, Lucien remained ever vigilant. This was a class of magical creature, arguably one of the most perilous in existence. Its mere breath could incite fatal maladies, capable of obliterating an entire village. Only 100 elite wizards, united in strength, stood a chance against the venomous leopard before him. Though Liu Guang sensed no malice from the creature, she inched closer to Lucien and Newt, poised to teleport away at the first sign of trouble. However, the venomous leopard did not close the distance further, but maintained a cautious separation, simultaneously halting the contraction of its neck sacs to prevent the release of its toxic gas. "Human, you smell delightful," a peculiar voice echoed in Lucien's consciousness. He quickly discerned that it was the venomous leopard communicating, as the blessing of the unicorn now permitted him to converse directly with animals. Nevertheless, the leopard's remark struck him as odd. He smelled good? Oh. He recalled that the dietary preferences of this magical creature included various toxins. Lucien retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing a potion, a highly toxic brew. Unscrewing the cap and shaking the vial, he inquired, "Is this what you mean?" "Yes, but there are other aromas as well." Lucien's understanding deepened. The leopard must have detected the scent of the poisons on him, implying it was drawn to the allure of a meal. Consequently, he produced several jars and vials, allowing the leopard to sniff each one. Yes, these are the scents," it affirmed. "Human, could you share these delicacies with me? I shall reward you with something of value." Lucien raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the leopard's straightforward nature. Pondering that these potions were of his own concoction, he began to toss them one by one to the venomous leopard. The leopard caught the poison with a single bite and expelled the container after consuming it. Observing Lucien methodically feeding the venomous leopard, Newt subtly nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. He hadn't anticipated that such a young boy, when confronted for the first time with the perilous creature, could maintain such composure without any exaggerated reaction. To engage with these magical beings, one must possess a temperament of remarkable calmness. Animals tend to be more sensitive. If a wizard exhibits erratic behavior, it may provoke the magical creature. Lucien's timely presentation of the poison was indicative of his understanding of the venomous leopard and his swift reflexes. Newt believed that Lucien had communicated with the leopard just moments prior. The blessing of the unicorn had bestowed upon him the ability to converse with beasts, a skill that proved invaluable in interactions with magical creatures. Once Lucien had finished administering the poison, the leopard licked its lips with evident satisfaction. It circled gracefully on the grass before squatting elegantly and expelling a purplish-brown feces adorned with barbs. "Here, I have given you something valuable. Please take it away." Lucien remained silent, suppressing the urge to glance at the feces, instead keeping his gaze fixed on the leopard. The dark whirlpools in his eyes continued to swirl, while one hand clasped the small slate in his pocket. The once smooth surface of the slate was now graced with a vivid depiction of the leopard, its intricate internal lines shimmering with arcane light as they continued to delineate, almost complete. After a few seconds, he felt a gentle vibration emanating from the slate in his hand. Lucien exhaled softly and blinked. All done, the magical circuit of the leopard has been recorded. This alone made the visit to Newt's box worthwhile. After all, the venomous leopard, being both dangerous and rare, was not something one encounters easily, let alone observe up close. The slate could capture magical circuits in two ways. One could either touch the target directly with the slate, maintaining contact for 5 seconds, or Lucien could wield the slate himself and observe the magical circuit with his eye of magic until the recording was complete. The duration for the second method varied with the complexity of the circuit. Simple ones could take merely 3 to 5 seconds, while more intricate ones could extend to several minutes. The venomous leopard belonged to the latter category, but Lucien found it impractical to approach such a hazardous creature with inherent poison, thus opting for the latter method. Noticing Lucien's hesitation, the leopard conveyed its confusion into Lucien's consciousness. "Human, do you not want it? The person beside you, who has been feeding me, always quietly collects the feces I bury. I assumed you all cherished it." Lucien's silence resonated profoundly. In truth, the feces of the venomous leopard were indeed precious. Although it consumed poison, the feces produced were the finest material for antidotes. It is only natural for Newt to gather such specimens. However, in the eyes of the Niffler, or rather in the realm of magical creatures, it is akin to someone stealing their droppings. Lucien suddenly felt that the ability to communicate directly with magical beings was akin to unlocking another grand portal. How intriguing. After departing from the Niffler's domain, Newt continued the tour with Lucien and Luminous. Along this journey, Lucien experienced firsthand the wonders of Newt's enchanted suitcase. For instance, a seemingly simple curtain or partition could delineate two distinct spaces where the differing environments remained undisturbed by one another. This is indeed the closely guarded secret of the Scamander family. It is remarkably impressive and incredibly convenient. Following Newt, Lucien encountered a myriad of magical creatures: the kelpie, the bowtruckle, the bird snake, the invisible beast, and the long-horned water snake. This miniature world encompassed nearly all varieties of magical creatures, most of which were absent from the Forbidden Forest. Lucien greatly enriched his knowledge, simultaneously expanding the records within the enchanted tablet. With so many new samples gathered, he had taken yet another step forward on the path of magical creature transformation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Lucien looked up to see a magnificent golden bird flickering in and out of the dark clouds. Could that be a thunderbird? Newt nodded. Indeed, it is an injured thunderbird. Once I heal its wounds, I shall return it to Arizona in North America. By the way, it should coincide with the summer break. Lucien, would you be interested in joining me? Lucien had no objections to Newt's invitation. To read extensively and travel far is indeed a vital means of acquiring knowledge. Abruptly, Lucien sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, feeling for the enchanted tablet. This time, instead of the cold, hard touch of the slate, he grasped something warm and fuzzy. Lucien gently pulled out the object, revealing a small, furry creature with a long snout. Ah, a Niffler. Chapter 133, Niffler Care Guide. He mused. Lucien held a diminutive creature resembling a mole. The little Niffler was busily pawing at its belly pouch, stuffing something inside. I truly apologize. Gingy is still young and full of curiosity, Newt chuckled awkwardly, taking the Niffler pup from Lucien's hands. With one hand gently grasping the Niffler's neck, Newt used the other to tickle its soft belly. Unable to withstand the tickling, the Niffler squirmed, emitting squeaks as treasures cascaded from its belly pouch. Lucien swiftly caught the enchanted tablet, noting that the surface now bore the Niffler's image and magical circuitry. Thankfully, he had discovered it in time. Gingy, this little fellow's fur color is quite rare, Lucien observed as treasures continued to tumble from Gingy. Typically, Nifflers sport black fur, along with shades of gray and pale blue, among other colors. Before them, the diminutive Niffler shimmered in a lustrous platinum hue, devoid of any blemishes, presenting an exceptionally charming sight. Newt cradled the creature named Niffling in his palms, yet the little fellow persistently yearned to leap down and gather the treasure strewn across the ground. Observing this, both Lucien and Newt couldn't help but chuckle, with the latter remarking, Niffling is the descendant of an old companion of mine. Its coat is indeed quite rare. In the wild, it would easily attract the attention of unscrupulous wizards, and given its frail constitution, I decided to keep it close. Lucien produced a gold galleon, waving it enticingly before Niffling, who was instantly captivated, extending its tiny paws in an attempt to seize it. Watching Lucien playfully tease the Niffler, Newt suddenly proposed, Lucien, would you like to try raising a Niffler? Are you referring to Niffling? Lucien inquired. Indeed, provided you are willing. Lucien contemplated Newt's suggestion briefly. Although he had meticulously documented numerous magical creatures' magical circuits in his records and amassed a plethora of samples, having one at his side would undoubtedly allow for the observation of further nuances. It appeared that Mr. Scamander placed considerable trust in him, offering a Niffler upon their very first meeting. Well, caring for a Niffler seems quite manageable, Lucien mused, ceasing his playful antics. He extended the galleon to Niffling, who promptly clasped the coin with its forepaws and stuffed it into its belly pouch. Nifflers are indeed adorable. Should I encounter any issues while tending to Niffling, I shall not hesitate to consult you. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Newt's face as he entrusted the little Niffler to Lucien. Cradling Niffling in his hands, Lucien began to extract galleons from his pockets, one by one, offering them to the eager creature. Naturally, the glimmering coins were met with unreserved acceptance. For each galleon presented, Niffling would promptly stow it away. Ah, but galleons are rather monotonous. I shall write to Aunt Penelope, requesting an assortment of more elaborate gold and silver jewels to be sent over. By the way, Mr. Scamander, if one wishes to raise and care for a fire dragon, what preparations and considerations are necessary? In response to Lucien's inquiry, Newt regarded it as a child's fanciful whimsy, understanding that fire dragons, being such fantastical creatures, possessed a strong element of myth. Among the magical creatures encountered by Muggles, fire dragons were perhaps the most frequently cited. Despite the efforts of wizards to cast oblivion charms on those Muggles who had glimpsed a fire dragon, a few always managed to slip through the cracks, rendering the legends of these creatures rather prevalent in the Muggle world. Newt considered Lucien's interest in magical creatures a positive sign and willingly shared his knowledge, casually stating, it is not permitted for wizards to raise fire dragons independently. However, working in a dragon sanctuary or similar establishment necessitates a deeper understanding of these magnificent beasts. For instance, the incubation of fire dragon eggs must occur within flames, and upon hatching, the newborn dragon must consume a flame, typically provided by its parents. If humans are involved, one can feed the hatchling a mixture of brandy and chicken blood every half hour to bolster its immunity. Of course, even when facing a newly hatched dragon, one should always don a fire protection charm, as those little creatures' breaths are potent enough to incinerate. In the face of Newt's generous imparting of knowledge, Lucien secretly noted every detail and piece of information. After all, he would soon be raising a fire dragon and needed to cultivate it into the king of its kind, thus repaying the loan for the magical weaving technique. It was imperative to start from the very beginning, ensuring the health and robust growth of the young fire dragon from birth. Newt's shared experiences were invaluable. Indeed, he could write to inquire further at a later time. There was also the possibility of asking Ron about his brother Charlie, who was already a dragon keeper and surely possessed unique insights in this regard. Establishing such connections would undoubtedly facilitate the conquest of other dragons in the future. Moreover, there was Malfoy, whose family owned a dragon breeding facility, Perhaps a preliminary visit could be arranged for better preparation. After discussing fire dragons, Lucien delved into the care methods for nifflers, which reassured Newt, who elaborated on their diet, nesting habits, and various other considerations. Oh, and Gingy had a peculiar hobby of gazing at the moon, particularly fond of the full moon. Lucien nodded in understanding, noting that he too had a moon calf, which would make for splendid companionship. A fascination with the moon. Perhaps it was the moon's shimmering allure that resonated with the niffler's instincts. How intriguing. Lucien scratched Gingy's belly, pleasantly surprised by its softness and warmth. The elder and the younger enjoyed a lively conversation, the hours slipping away unnoticed. Suddenly, Newt slapped his forehead, a look of panic crossing his face as he hurriedly packed his suitcase. Oh no, he had forgotten to inform Tina before leaving. He would need to rectify that upon his return. Lucien, I must take my leave now. See you during the summer break. The school bell rang, interrupting their exchange. Lucien sat in the defense against the Dark Arts classroom, observing Quirrell at the podium, continuing his stammering recitation. Quirrell's face remained pale, devoid of color. Yet he no longer appeared as emaciated as before. His voice had grown slightly louder. He wore black gloves on both hands. Though his peculiar appearance, a purple turban atop his head, coupled with a strong scent of garlic, did not attract much attention from the other students. However, Lucien noticed that Quirrell kept his right hand hanging by his side, primarily using his left hand to hold the textbook. Subtly activating his magical eye, he observed the intricate whirlpools of magic coursing through Quirrell's body. Oh, the depletion at the end of the magical circuit had ceased. Was this due to the unicorn blood? According to Liu Guang's recollections, Quirrell had been tainted with a considerable amount of Asterian's blood. It seemed he had chosen to drink it afterward. Yet, Lucien narrowed his eyes, recognizing that faint black mist was creeping along Quirrell's magical circuit, slowly advancing towards the heart. The curse from consuming unicorn blood was tormenting him, leaving him in a half-dead state. The magical circuit in his left hand was dim and fragile. Although black magic had allowed for the regeneration of his severed limb, limitations still persisted. Liu Guang had burned Quirrell's left hand, but unfortunately, Quirrell had cruelly chosen to sever his own arm to escape. Lucien gazed at the seemingly composed Quirrell, recalling a clandestine conversation he had with Dumbledore after Newt's departure. Dumbledore maintained his stance, believing that the situation remained under control, and wished for Harry to embark on his own journey of growth and adventure. Lucien understood that he could not sway him. After all, the prophecy indicated that the boy, who had narrowly escaped death, would ultimately vanquish Voldemort. However, Lucien remembered that he had been deemed by Firenze, the Centaur Oracle, as someone capable of altering the fates of others. Thus, how might he resolve the dilemma posed by Voldemort? Chapter 134. What could Quirrell possibly do? The library had surprisingly refreshed Hagrid. Seated in the defense against the Dark Arts classroom, Lucien appeared to be attentively listening to Quirrell's lecture, while internally he schemed on how to eliminate his master. Primarily, during Harry's second and third years, Voldemort had not truly resurrected. His tumultuous influence had not yet reached its zenith, merely causing disturbances within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. However, since that fateful year of the Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort had achieved his goal and returned, plunging the entire Wizarding World into chaos, making it increasingly untenable to remain at Hogwarts. Lucien's foremost objective was to acquire knowledge, and he harbored no desire for interruptions. Although he estimated that in a few years, his own strength would burgeon, allowing him to dispatch Voldemort's minions with a few well-placed spells, he pondered why he should wait for his adversary to regain full power. The notion of a decisive battle at the pinnacle of Hogwarts sounded thrilling, yet he preferred to maintain the serene and beautiful campus atmosphere and focus on his studies. As for how to utterly vanquish Voldemort, he needed to address the Horcruxes first. The process entailed separating the fragments of a soul from a body and sealing them within vessels. As long as the Horcruxes remained intact, no matter how grievously the Creator was harmed, they would not perish. A portion of the soul would remain unharmed, ensuring that even if the physical form was destroyed, the essence would not become a mere wraith, but instead retain the potential for resurrection. Thus, unless he identified and obliterated the Horcruxes beforehand, defeating Voldemort would ultimately be futile. Voldemort's Horcruxes were believed to total 7. No, given the current timeline, there should only be 6. The serpent, Nagini, had yet to be transformed into a Horcrux. To be prudent, he should first devise a plan to locate that snake. As for the other Horcruxes, Lucien rifled through his memory and soon identified them. Tom Riddle's diary, the Gaunt family ring, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket. And he cast a sidelong glance at Harry, seated diagonally in front of him, the Horcrux that even Voldemort himself was unaware of, Harry Potter. If possible, he resolved to commence the collection of those Horcruxes from the summer onward, striving to obliterate these points of resurrection before Voldemort's full revival, taking advantage of his adversary's vulnerabilities. To obliterate a Horcrux, there are only a few methods: the venom of a basilisk, fiendfire, or the Avada Kedavra curse. The Gryffindor sword, having absorbed basilisk venom, could also serve this purpose. However, both Fiendfire and the Killing Curse require a certain level of proficiency from the caster, whereas basilisk venom is far more straightforward. A mere touch to the Horcrux could spell its demise. While destroying other Horcruxes may seem manageable, the predicament concerning Harry remains. How can one eradicate the fragments of his soul without causing him harm? Is it feasible to let Harry perish momentarily before reviving him? The intricacies of resurrection weigh heavily in contemplation. As the final bell rang, Quirrell dashed from the classroom with an unprecedented urgency, akin to a student racing to the dining hall for a meal. Upon returning to his office, he collapsed into his chair. After a moment, Quirrell slowly removed the glove from his left hand, wincing in pain. The skin of his left hand appeared disturbingly translucent, revealing the writhing muscles and veins beneath. This arm had been reconstructed through the dark magic taught by Voldemort, a process both agonizing and malevolent, yet Quirrell had managed to endure. A mere trifling ailment. Once my corporeal form is restored, my formidable power shall easily mend you. Quirinus, serve me well and ascertain the nature of the protections surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. The Devil's Snare, Wizard's Chess, and the Flying Keys are already known to us. Understanding how to bypass that foolish three-headed dog would bring us closer to our goal. As Voldemort's whispers echoed in Quirrell's mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Yet what could he do? He had consumed unicorn blood, becoming a cursed wretch, lingering on the brink of existence. He could not defy Voldemort's commands. A mere thought from him could extinguish Quirrell's life. After a brief silence, Quirrell replied weakly, "Yes, master." In the library, Hagrid's rare presence towered among the rows of bookshelves. He could easily glimpse the titles on the highest shelves, though crouching to inspect the lower ones posed a slight challenge. With 2 fingers, he delicately extracted a book titled From Dragon Egg to Hell, smiling with delight, albeit suppressing his laughter. For nearby, Madame Pants was wielding a feather duster, meticulously watching Hagrid as if fearing that this half-giant might damage a book or topple a nearby shelf. Carefully, Hagrid turned and approached the checkout desk with several books in hand. "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hagrid hastily concealed the books behind his moleskin coat, glancing nervously at Harry and his companions. "Just browsing. What are you all doing here?" Ron replied with a sense of pride. "We've uncovered who Nicholas Flamel is and learned about the Philosopher's Stone." "Shoo!" Hagrid quickly interrupted, glancing around. Noticing that Madame Pants had moved to the checkout desk and that no one else was within earshot, he relaxed slightly. After giving a series of admonitions, Hagrid hurriedly left the library after registering with Mrs. Pants. He was oblivious to the hushed whispers of Harry and his friends. "What is Hagrid hiding behind his back? I didn't see it, but I could go have a look." Striding swiftly, Hagrid exited the castle and made his way to his cozy hut. Upon entering the warm, humid room, Hagrid noticed the young boy with dark golden hair tending to the fire. "Oh, thank you, Lucien. I appreciate your help with that." "Not a problem. Just a small effort," Lucien replied. Hagrid shrugged off his coat and laid several books on the small round table, eagerly glancing at the dark egg nestled in the hearth. "I wonder when the little one will hatch. I am so looking forward to it." He rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on the blackened dragon egg, oblivious to the flicker of a golden flame dancing among the orange logs. Chapter 135, Hatching the Dragon Egg, The Worrying Trio. Inside Hagrid's hut, Lucien was poking the logs in the fireplace with a fire poker to encourage a brighter blaze, but it was merely for show. According to Newt's teachings, the hatching of a dragon egg necessitates the continuous breathing of the mother dragon, exhaling warm gases and intermittent small bursts of dragon fire, the latter being crucial. The magical flames of a fire dragon are exceptionally hot and possess unique magical elements, providing ample nourishment for the hatching and development of the hatchling. While ordinary firewood might suffice to crack the shell, it would not support the later growth of the baby dragon. Thus, while Hagrid was away, Lucien had mixed a touch of purified fire into the logs, a flame akin to pure gold. This would surely provide the necessary temperature for the egg. Lucien had also ensured that the temperature of the purified flame was regulated, as advised by Newt, to prevent the hatching egg from becoming a roasted delicacy. As for the special magical elements contained in dragon fire, Lucien found it difficult to address. He certainly could not capture an adult fire dragon to assist with the hatching, for given the dragon's volatile temperament, it might very well regard the egg as a mere snack. However, intuition told Lucien that the purified fire of the mythical Qilin would likely have more wondrous effects. After several experiences, Lucien had come to trust his instincts, or rather, his unique inspiration. "Lucien, you've worked hard. Take a break and try my weasel sandwiches," Hagrid said as he placed tea and snacks on the round table and took the fire poker from Lucien. Observing the treats on the table, Lucien found them quintessentially Hagrid. He picked up a cup of tea and took a gentle sip, avoiding the weasel sandwiches, a rather dark culinary choice, and instead opted for a piece of rock cake, discreetly casting a few softening charms before taking a bite. Despite its formidable hardness, The rock cake was quite fragrant. By the way, Lucien, you mentioned that the hatching of a dragon egg requires high-temperature flames. What about this fireplace? No worries, I've mixed in magical flames. It may not compare to dragon fire, but it is certainly stronger than ordinary firewood. Hagrid clapped his hands joyfully upon hearing those words, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lucien, you truly are a good person." This remark rendered Lucien somewhat silent, as he secretly yearned to acquire the dragon egg from Hagrid. Although he certainly did not intend to obtain it without offering some form of compensation, he pondered how to broach the subject. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Hagrid hastily pushed the dragon egg towards the fireplace and hung a kettle above it. He then stood up to answer the door. Glancing at the kettle, Lucien noticed it contained not a drop of water. He shook his head and drew out his wand, casting a silent spell that filled the kettle with fresh water. "Oh, it's Harry. Come in." The trio entered Hagrid's hut, only to be greeted by an astonishing warmth. Despite it being spring, as the fireplace was still ablaze, sitting beside the hearth was the familiar figure of Lucien. After exchanging greetings, Harry and his friends took their seats, facing Hagrid, who presented them with weasel sandwiches. They wisely chose to politely decline. "Hagrid, let us get straight to the point. Besides Fluffy, what other protective enchantments guard the Philosopher's Stone?" No. I cannot divulge that information. You know far too much already," Hagrid exclaimed, shaking his head fervently in response to Harry's direct inquiry, before adding, "Of course, I don't know everything either, so I can't tell you anything." The three friends exchanged glances, while Lucien leisurely sipped his tea. Eventually, it was Hermione who spoke up. "Hagrid, what happens here that could possibly escape your notice? We merely wish to know who else devised the enchantments." Pausing briefly, Hermione sweetly flattered him. "Who else besides you could Dumbledore trust? Who else could assist him?" Seeing Hagrid beam with pride, Harry and Ron discreetly gave Hermione a thumbs up. Lucien also regarded Hermione with newfound respect. She truly was the intellectual cornerstone of the trio. This compliment struck a chord with Hagrid, who responded, "Ah, the little lady certainly knows how to charm with her words." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Well, it wouldn't hurt to share a bit. I borrowed Fluffy, and the other professors set up various magical measures." Hagrid took a few hearty sips of tea, reminiscing. "Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Quirrell, and Snape, of course. Oh, and Dumbledore himself has also established some related protections." The trio perked up at the mention of Professor Snape. "Oh, really? Snape too?" Hagrid replied with an expression of incredulity. "Of course. He is a professor at Hogwarts, after all. How could he possibly steal the Philosopher's Stone?" "Well, that eliminates your only suspect." While they were pondering who might try to steal the stone, Harry suddenly noticed something burning in the fireplace. "Is that a large black egg?" he asked, bewildered. Upon hearing Harry's question, Hagrid's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety as he fiddled with his beard. That is." Ron curiously approached for a closer look, while Hermione regarded the scene with utmost seriousness. "Hagrid, this creature is exceedingly dangerous. Its flames are truly terrifying." Hermione scanned the surroundings, noting, "You still reside in a wooden hut." This remark caused Hagrid to raise his chin, cheerfully responding, "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Lucien has already cast protection charms on my house and furniture to make them impervious to fire and water. Besides, I have read numerous books." As Hagrid busied himself retrieving a book, Hermione cast a suspicious glance at Lucien, contemplating how he had come to know about Hagrid's dragon egg. Lucien remained composed, sipping his tea, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. "Now, look here, the dragon egg must be placed in fire after it hatches. It requires a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. Can you imagine? A tiny creature needing so much alcohol." Hagrid continued, "I believe this egg contains a Norwegian ridgeback. Lucien informed me, and I later confirmed it in a book. My dream is to raise a fire dragon. Previously, I wished to have a 3-headed dog, and even earlier, an 8-eyed giant spider." Hagrid hummed a merry tune as he tended to the firewood. Despite Harry and his friends repeatedly urging Hagrid to consider the implications of raising a fire dragon, they found him steadfast in his plans for the egg and the potential hatchling. Noticing Lucien's silence, the trio gradually ceased discussing the matter. After a brief conversation, Harry and his friends took their leave. There was little choice. Recent events had become increasingly burdensome. They needed to protect the Philosopher's Stone from malevolent forces and maintain peace at Hogwarts, all while worrying about Hagrid's dragon. The weight of their concerns grew heavier with each passing day. Academic responsibilities loomed large, with the impending end-of-year examinations and a surge in assignments. Lucien had indicated that there would still be final exams, but fortunately, the content would align closely with their school curriculum, effectively serving as a preparatory review. Hermione was naturally pleased with this, but Harry and Ron felt the opposite. They distinctly recalled Lucien mentioning, "Recently, some students have reported that their workload is rather light. So we shall accelerate the pace." Though it seemed somewhat unfair, Harry and Ron's first instinct was to suspect Hermione of having made this comment. However, upon reflection, they realized that with Hermione's character, she would have voiced her concerns openly rather than privately confiding in Lucien. Both boys were confident that neither one of them was the cause of their increased academic burden. After all, they understood each other well enough to learn diligently alongside Lucien. But they would never request additional assignments themselves. The list of potential culprits narrowed to two. One was, of course, Malfoy. And the other was the newly joined classmate from Slytherin, Greengrass. Malfoy was undoubtedly the prime suspect, yet Harry and his friends remained baffled by his motives. Nevertheless, they had pinpointed their targets and resolved to uncover the traitor for the sake of their future stability. Chapter 136, Weeping Hagrid, Norbert. Inside the hut, only Lucien and Hagrid remained. Setting down his empty teacup, Lucien pondered for a moment before choosing to be forthright. Hagrid, I have an unusual request. I would like to ask for your assistance. Oh, what is it? Hagrid, with his back turned to Lucien, attempted to adjust the dragon egg, ensuring it lay more comfortably in the fire. Faced with Hagrid's straightforwardness, Lucien hesitated for a moment before continuing. If possible, could you allow me to raise this dragon egg? Hagrid did not respond immediately. The room was filled only with the crackling of burning wood and the bubbling of the kettle. After several minutes, Hagrid finally mumbled, Lucien, do you truly need it? Yes. Another pause ensued, and Hagrid's deep, rugged voice softened slightly. Then, you will take good care of it, won't you? However, before Lucien could reply, Hagrid continued to murmur, I know, Lucien, that you are a kind-hearted and intelligent individual, more knowledgeable than I am. Certainly capable of caring for it better. But, oh, my dream has always been to raise a fire dragon, and it is not every day that someone gifts me a dragon egg. That person was truly kind, even though he concealed his face from me. He treated me to numerous drinks and engaged in delightful conversations, from fire dragons to three-headed dogs. Oh, he must also be an aficionado of magical creatures. The more Hagrid spoke, the more bewildered Lucien became. Why was Hagrid crying? Moreover, the one who gifted the dragon egg must have been Chiaro. Wasn't he that blatantly leading the conversation? Lucien found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure how to comfort Hagrid. Lucien, you must treat it well. I had already decided to name that yet-to-be-born little one Nobber. Indeed, Harry and Hermione were right. I know that fire dragons grow swiftly and are difficult to conceal. But you possess that remarkable gourd-like container. Oh, you must frequently bring Nobber to visit me. As he spoke, Hagrid pulled out a dirty, rough handkerchief, wiping his tears before blowing his nose emphatically. Subsequently, donning thick baking gloves, Hagrid prepared to retrieve the dragon egg from the hearth to hand it to Lucien while turning his head away, seemingly unable to bear the sight of the egg any longer. Hagrid, I am still a first-year student and will be at Hogwarts for several more years. The way I said it made it seem as though I intended to flee with Nobber. In reality, you can easily see him often. While speaking, Lucien halted Hagrid's actions, saying, let the egg remain here. Once incubation begins, it cannot be interrupted. Hagrid immediately withdrew his hands, awkwardly patting his disheveled beard. Oh, I'm sorry. I truly did not know. Ah, Lucien, you certainly understand more. It is more fitting for you to care for Nobber. As he spoke, Hagrid's mood visibly sank again, prompting Lucien to reassure him. I have only learned from friends. I will certainly share everything I know if you wish to learn. In that case, when Nobber eventually has offspring, or if there are other dragon eggs and hatchlings, may I ask for your assistance in raising them? Hearing this, Hagrid's eyes brightened. Really? Could you let me care for one more? Lucien beamed in response. Of course, as long as you are willing. Hagrid nodded vigorously, undoubtedly enthusiastic. My dream is to raise a fire dragon, and if I could raise two. Observing Hagrid's relaxed and imaginative demeanor, Lucien quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. He needed to nurture a fire dragon to repay the debt incurred from the magical weaving technique, and it must be accompanied for at least 6 months. Additional time would be required to seek out other fire dragons. Indeed, Norbert was a Norwegian ridgeback, which meant conquering this breed to have it ascend as the king of its kind. In the future, whether encountering dragon eggs or hatchlings, the probability would be high, thus fulfilling Hagrid's wish. Hagrid was a good man, someone who would go to great lengths for his friends, and naturally, he would honor his promises. One morning, a faint cracking sound echoed within the small wooden cabin. Lucien and Hagrid crouched nearby, fixated on the black dragon egg nestled in the hearth. The once orange-yellow flames had now been entirely replaced by a brilliant golden hue. Accustomed to these magical flames, Hagrid suddenly slapped his forehead, hurriedly rising to his feet. He approached the table, retrieved a piece of paper, and began to write, simultaneously whistling to summon the owl outside. I must inform Harry and the others. Norbert is about to hatch. After explaining, Hagrid sent the letter off with the owl and then squatted beside Lucien, anxiously watching the egg amidst the golden flames. A slight crack had already appeared on its surface. Expecting Norbert to emerge soon, they were instead met with silence following the initial crack. As time passed, Hagrid grew increasingly anxious. Lucien, is this normal? It's been over an hour. Do not worry, the hatching of a fire dragon can take quite some time. For the Norwegian Ridgeback, from the first crack appearing to full emergence, it typically requires 4 to 8 hours, Lucien reassured him, gesturing gently for Hagrid to ease his nerves. This knowledge was gleaned from Newt, and additionally, Lucien was using his magical eye to observe the situation within the eggshell. The magical circuits within the hatchling appeared quite healthy, growing robustly. It seemed that the pure fire of the mythical Chelan had yielded excellent results. At least Norbert would not be at a disadvantage from the start. Coincidentally, with no classes for Ravenclaw that morning, Lucien remained vigilant by the dragon egg. A more pronounced sound emanated from within the shell. At that moment, a knock echoed through the cabin. Harry and his companions arrived simultaneously. Lucien noticed they were covered in dirt, evidently having just come from herbology class. Hagrid, along with the 4 young wizards, gathered around the dragon egg. Suddenly, with a harsh grinding sound, the eggshell cracked open. A small fire dragon flapped its wings as it emerged, its scales a deep black with faint golden hues. In contrast to its body, its wings were remarkably large, adorned with short, sharp spines. Hagrid reached out to stroke the little fire dragon's head, only to have his finger bitten sharply. He jumped up, his face pale. Harry, thinking he was in pain, was about to express concern when he heard Hagrid's trembling voice declare, "Someone is watching us from outside." Chapter 137. The little dragon seeks its mother. Someone is peeping outside. Upon hearing Hagrid's exclamation, Harry dashed out with the intent of pursuing and confronting the intruder. After a while, he returned, dejected. The person fled, looking rather like Malfoy. Ron said uneasily, "Do you think he might report Hagrid?" Lucien, who was preoccupied with concocting a blend of chicken blood and brandy, gently shook his head. Despite the fact that these students were receiving extra tutoring together, Malfoy had yet to forge a friendship with Harry. During their lessons, he would exhibit some restraint, but otherwise, he remained unchanged. Lucien found this of little concern, viewing it merely as a matter of juvenile social dynamics. In his small classroom, bullying and isolation were intolerable, yet beyond those walls, he felt no need to fret, as there were countless other academic matters to attend to. The long-standing rivalry between the Gryffindor and Slytherin houses was well known. It would only be when he ascended to the role of a professor or even headmaster at Hogwarts that he might consider addressing such issues. TSK. It was curious how Malfoy had learned of this, persistently trailing Harry. Such tenacity. He seemed eager to befriend Harry, yet was too awkward to approach him directly. Certainly, Malfoy's manner of forming friendships was, shall we say, rather peculiar. Lucien, what about Malfoy? Hermione gazed at Lucien with concern, believing that since Malfoy was also under Lucien's tutelage, he would be capable of managing the predicament. Stirring the brandy and chicken blood, Lucien waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'll have a word with him." While preparing the dragon's first meal, Lucien observed the ravenous little dragon, Norbert. A typical Norwegian Ridgeback would emerge from its shell completely black with no variations in its scales. However, Norbert displayed streaks of gold. Was this a result of being hatched with the aid of a Chelan's pure fire? The little creature appeared robust and healthy. A fine young dragon indeed. Watching it hatch again brought back fond memories, the last being during the time of the glimmer. As Lucien scrutinized Norbert, the little dragon fixed its large, orange eyes upon him, reflecting a blend of the innocent fear and curiosity unique to newborns, coupled with an inexplicable warmth. "All right, time to eat." Lucien placed the barrel beside Norbert, freeing one hand to draw his wand, pretending to wave it while uttering an incantation. A flame, nearly pure gold, floated gracefully from the fireplace, hovering steadily before Norbert. The mixture of chicken blood and brandy served merely as a supplementary food. A young dragon's first proper meal must be fire. Either mundane or magical flames would suffice, but naturally, the best would be the dragon fire provided by its parents. For now, Lucien would substitute it with the glimmer's pure fire, confident that the successful hatching warranted no issues. Norbert extended its long snout, sniffing as its white nostrils flared, inching closer to the golden flame. Without hesitation, Norbert gulped down the pure fire. A few moments later, a burp escaped. A gentle yet insistent burp escaped from Nobu's tiny mouth, accompanied by a few sparks that erupted from his nostrils. Observing this scene, Lucien released a sigh of relief. After instructing Liu Guang to lower the temperature of the purifying flames, he could finally provide sustenance for the little fire dragon. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to feeding it with magical flames, which would undoubtedly be less effective than dragon fire, placing Nobu at a disadvantage from the outset. Now, however, the flames of the divine beast Chelan were far superior to the breath of a dragon. After devouring his first meal, Nobu abruptly lifted his gaze towards the ceiling. Though he found nothing of interest, his attention quickly shifted back to the wine barrel beside Lucien, his eyes fixated on the liquid within. And unbidden tears began to stream from the corners of his mouth. Lucien, first filling a large bowl, brought it to Nobu's lips, who eagerly began to lick it up. Seeing the little fire dragon relish his meal brought a smile to Lucien's face, and he subsequently directed his gaze toward a particular beam overhead. "Liu Guang, now in a smaller form, poked its head out and exchanged a knowing wink with him. Master, after consuming the flames, I sense that I have established a unique connection with the little dragon. In truth, this feeling had been present since Nobu hatched, though it had not been distinctly apparent until now. A connection? Could it be due to the use of the Qilin-S flames to incubate Nobu, and then his subsequent consumption of the flames, thereby forging a bond? Was this a characteristic of the fire dragon, or a gift brought forth by Liu Guang? We can explore this further in due time. Nobu soon finished the bowl of chicken blood mixed with brandy, prompting Lucien to refill it. It was curious how such a diminutive creature could consume so copiously. After all, it was an entire barrel. Magic truly is wondrous. Lucien, may I have a turn feeding him? Hagrid, seated nearby, rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with longing. He understood that Nobu rightfully belonged to Lucien, who had provided the flames for incubation and had cared for him throughout. Thus, it was only fitting for Lucien to be the one to offer the first morsel of food. Yet, hadn't it already been the second and third bites? Lucien nodded in agreement, passing the bowl to Hagrid. As Hagrid approached with the bowl cradled in his hands, Nobu's gaze flitted between the bowl and Lucien. With a sudden flap of his wings, the little fire dragon leaped and glided to Lucien's feet, swiftly scrambling up onto his lap while chirping excitedly. Hagrid and Harry, of course, could not comprehend the sounds, interpreting them merely as playful antics. However, endowed with the blessing of the unicorn, Lucien clearly understood Nobu's sentiments. Mama, do you not want me anymore, Mama? I do not wish for others to feed me, Mama. Lucien had intended to embrace Nobu, but his outstretched hand froze midair. What did you just call me? Nana. Nobu gazed up at Lucien with his large, round eyes, extending his neck to nuzzle Lucien's suspended hand with the horn atop his head. Lucien felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had he inadvertently become a mother? In nature, the concept of a mother is inherent in the offspring, instinctively seeking their progenitor upon birth. Is it because I am the first creature the little fire dragon encountered and the first to provide its sustenance that it perceives me as its mother? Alternatively, perhaps there is a connection through the use of pure flames by Liu Guang to hatch the little fire dragon, and I, as Liu Guang's master, am tied to this aspect. However, in that case, the little fire dragon should seek Liu Guang instead. Cough, cough, I am not your mother. Nobu's mind was momentarily blank, gazing at Lucien in confusion. Then who was my mother? This question rendered Lucien momentarily speechless, as he too was unsure of how Chilo acquired the dragon egg. It was likely that he did not steal it directly from the fire dragon's mother, but rather procured it through illicit means. Well, never mind. You may as well consider me your mother, or better yet, your father. Nobu, though somewhat perplexed by Lucien's implication, understood that he was not being discarded. He shook his little head. All right, mother. I mean father. Mother. Chapter 138. A summer trip to the dragon farm. Harry pities Malfoy. In the classroom of the wish-granting room. As Harry and the others exited the room, Lucien retained Malfoy for a private conversation. What was the rush this morning? Faced with Lucien's direct inquiry, Malfoy stammered. Well, you see, Potter chased after me, so I ran away. Lucien slightly shook his head, dismissing the notion of pursuit. Enough about that. Let us watch the fire dragons together tonight. I recall you have a keen interest in such magical creatures. Lucien's unexpected recollection of Malfoy's interests left him astounded. The straightforward invitation caused Malfoy to scratch his head. I understand your meaning. I won't disclose this to anyone. Malfoy would never betray his friends. As Lucien organized the test papers, he internally mused, provided Malfoy's friends are sufficiently strong, of course. Do I need to pay? Upon hearing Malfoy's question, Lucien looked up at him in surprise. What? Noticing Lucien's peculiar expression, Malfoy quickly added, Oh, our dragon farm is open to the public, and visitors can pay to take photos with the fire dragons. So, I'm somewhat accustomed to it. Taking photos with fire dragons? Isn't that inviting disaster? After all, fire dragons are formidable magical creatures, posing an extreme danger. Only highly skilled wizards should approach them. Well, the Malfoy family owns several dragon farms. If possible, we should visit during the summer. It would also serve as a preliminary reconnaissance for Nobu, making it easier to conquer those spine dragons in the future. Draco, those fire dragons are real, not mere magical illusions? Malfoy thumped his chest confidently, declaring, Our family conducts business with utmost integrity. If we say they are fire dragons, then they are indeed fire dragons, and a crowd is clamoring to see them. Malfoy's response left Lucien momentarily speechless, reaffirming his belief in the adventurous spirit of wizards. Curiously, he inquired, So, have there been any incidents? After all, the creature known as the fire dragon is exceedingly perilous. To Malfoy's surprise, he shrugged and remarked, Indeed. There are nearly 2 or 3 incidents every month. Thus, we have introduced accompanying insurance services and subsequent treatments, all of which have garnered widespread satisfaction. Truly a comprehensive service. Draco, how many galleons would it cost to visit your dragon sanctuary? Oh, no. Malfoy shook his head vigorously. Just let me know in advance, and we shall go directly. Since Lucien had brought it up, Malfoy was well aware of the appropriate course of action. His father had taught him that only through mutual assistance could the bonds of friendship deepen and solidify. After dinner, within Hagrid's modest abode, Malfoy gazed with gleaming eyes at the little fire dragon on the table, even as it buried its head in a barrel, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Oh, this is a Norwegian ridgeback. It bears a striking resemblance to the Hungarian horntail, save for the absence of spines on its tail and the presence of a row of ridges along its back, which is the origin of its name. The most distinctive feature is its fondness for aquatic creatures. There have been sightings of it carrying away a baby whale. Regrettably, this dragon is quite combative, particularly towards its own kind, rendering it increasingly rare. Malfoy elaborated on the characteristics of the Norwegian ridgeback with the familiarity of an expert. Being able to observe a fire dragon at such close quarters filled him with exhilaration. Although his family owned a dragon sanctuary, every time he pleaded with his father to allow him to interact with those fire dragons, his father would refuse, citing concerns for his safety due to his tender age. After all, the family's provision of insurance and medical care was primarily for outsiders, who would jest with the safety of the family heir and cherished only son. Nonetheless, his father had promised prior to the start of the school year that he would take Malfoy to enjoy this experience during the summer vacation, which was why Malfoy felt confident in making assurances to Lucien. As he watched the adorable little fire dragon drinking chicken blood brandy, Malfoy instinctively reached out to pet it. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. The others quickly covered their ears. Malfoy hastily withdrew his hand, only to find a row of bloody punctures adorning the side of his palm, crimson droplets oozing forth. Meanwhile, Norbert bared his teeth, glaring fiercely at the audacious human who dared to encroach upon his territory. Malfoy's face turned pale as he clasped his injured hand. It's all right, it's all right. I did not intend to take your food, he reassured. Lucien gently stroked Norbert's head, and the creature began to purr contentedly, completely shedding its earlier fury. Oh, the texture of genuine dragon hide is truly exquisite. What sort of nonsense are those dragon hide gloves sold in Diagon Alley? They are likely crafted from inferior dragon leather. Authentic dragon hide gloves are exceedingly rare. Each new student must purchase a pair of dragon hide gloves upon enrollment, and they will certainly require replacement due to wear and tear. There are only so many fire dragons in the world. How could there possibly be enough? Genuine fire dragon materials are scarce. Many dragon blood products are diluted or mixed. Casting a sidelong glance at the pained Malfoy, Hagrid had refrained from offering prior warning. Intending to impart a lesson to these children, dangerous magical creatures should not be approached lightly. Such lessons are often best learned through experience. Lucien retracted his hand and produced a crystal vial from within his robes. He extended his hand forward, prompting Malfoy to assume that Lucien intended to assist him in healing. Thus, he obediently opened his palm. A drop of crystalline liquid fell, and Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace. It dawned on Malfoy that the teeth of the Norwegian ridgeback contained venom, which, while not necessarily fatal, could certainly cause swelling and pain for several days. The bite of a fire dragon was notoriously difficult to mend, yet that single drop of liquid seemed to possess miraculous properties. Considering Lucien's prowess and talent displayed during potion classes, Malfoy's speculation appeared increasingly plausible. Observing Malfoy's impulsiveness leading to a bite from Norbert, followed by Lucien's healing touch, Harry instinctively clenched his own hands. He recalled how he had been viciously bitten by the three-headed dog Fluffy, and the shared experience of being wounded by magical creatures stirred a flicker of sympathy within him for Malfoy, albeit a slight one. After finishing his blood-infused brandy, Norbert sprang onto Lucien's thigh, curling up and yawning. Lucien gently patted the little fire dragon's back, humming a soft lullaby as if he were soothing a baby to sleep. The onlookers could not help but envy Lucien. How could one be so intimately close to a fire dragon? Chapter 139, The Magical Creatures in Care. Lucien stepped into the gourd space. Norbert, who had been trailing behind Liu Guang, suddenly darted toward him, spreading his wings mid-flight and soaring into the air. Mama! The little fire dragon called out before diving straight into Lucien's embrace. Perhaps Papa is more fitting, Lucien mused as he cradled the little creature, akin to holding a large dog, with a tone of exasperation. Indeed, the fire dragon's growth was astonishingly rapid. In just a few days, Norbert had doubled in size. All right, Mama, Norbert chirped, still unable to shake his habits. Lucien sighed in resignation, acknowledging that perhaps due to Norbert's youth, the instincts of a fire dragon prevailed. Let it be, he thought, as it mattered little that others could not understand. Cradling Norbert, he conducted a thorough examination to ensure normal development. Unlike the numerous folds of skin present at birth, Norbert's wings had now grown wide and robust. The sheen of its scales was impressive, each one plump and intact, with the golden lines on its body becoming increasingly pronounced. Lucien softly called for Liu Guang, and soon a fist-sized orb of pure fire floated before Norbert, which it eagerly devoured. Having finished its main meal, it was time for supplementary food. As Lucien blended brandy with blood, he watched with a smile as Liu Guang played with Norbert. It was only during a recent checkup that he discovered Norbert was, in fact, a female Norwegian Ridgeback. However, female fire dragons typically grow larger than their male counterparts and tend to be more aggressive. Cultivating Norbert to become the queen of the Norwegian Ridgeback clan would be advantageous. Considering the rarity of the breed, the process of conquest would likely be neither overly complicated nor prolonged. Indeed, as previously articulated by Malfoy, the Norwegian Ridgeback is remarkably combative, particularly in the presence of its own kind. Its ferocity is akin to that of a poisonous horned beast during mating, where sheer strength has rendered it a rare species. After preparing a concoction of chicken blood and brandy, the little dragon swiftly devoured it, finishing with a satisfying burp and a small exhalation of dragon fire. The fire-breathing prowess of the Norwegian Ridgeback is notably advanced among dragons. Surveying the gourd space, which is quite expansive, Lucien noted that aside from Nabur, no other magical creatures were housed here. This was due to the dragon's strong territorial instincts. Cohabiting Nabur with other magical creatures would be akin to inviting a buffet for this young beast. Despite its recent birth, the little dragon's naturally robust physique and burgeoning fire breath posed a potential threat to gentler, weaker animals, necessitating a dedicated space for its habitation. As Lucien traversed the periphery of the space with his wand in hand, he followed Newt's earlier guidance to expand the area, enhancing Nabur's living conditions for greater comfort. Before departing, he conjured a few toys for Nabur to alleviate its boredom, as the previous toys had been thoroughly dismantled through play. Having left the little dragon's dwelling, Lucien ventured into another gourd space, which housed a more diverse array of creatures, predominantly harmless and amiable beings such as puffskeins and balloon birds. Approaching an unassuming tree, he noticed a small hollow at about the height of his chest. Bending slightly, he peered into the cavity. While the exterior of the tree appeared simple, the interior was adorned with an abundance of galleons, sickles, and nuts, with galleons being the most plentiful, casting a golden glow throughout the hollow. Nestled in a corner was a small, platinum-colored niffler, blissfully reclined and clutching a coin in each of its tiny forepaws, its belly rising and falling gently as it slumbered. The niffler's adorably comical demeanor elicited a smile from Lucien, who then withdrew several coins from his pocket and gently placed them into the hollow. A light scratch on the niffler's belly only caused it to clutch its coins tighter, remaining undisturbed. "In a few days, I shall provide you with more delightful treasures," Lucien whispered softly. He had already penned a letter to Aunt Penelope, requesting some jewelry and trinkets to be sent to the school, which should arrive soon. Nifflers are particularly fond of shiny, precious items, and a varied selection would be optimal. According to Newt, this is vital for the niffler's psychological well-being. Caring for a niffler certainly incurs a considerable expense, but fortunately, Lucien was well endowed financially. Suddenly, a gentle whinny reminiscent of a foal caught his attention, followed by a few nudges against his pant leg. Looking down, he found it was Aurora. Gently stroking her forehead, Lucien led the golden-hued unicorn to an open area. He produced berries washed in lake water and moonlight grass leaves to feed Aurora, preparing to activate his magical eye to observe the unicorn's magical energy pathways. Suddenly, Lucien noticed a pattern resembling wings on Aurora's scapula, the golden fur surface adorned with what appeared to be clouds upon closer inspection. A glance at the opposite side confirmed its presence there as well. It had not been there the day before. Neither Asterion nor Celine exhibited similar pattern markings on their bodies. Was this a mutation? A miniature whirlpool flickered in Lucien's eyes. With the enhancement of the Eye of Insight, he observed the alterations in Aurora's magical circuit. Typically, a unicorn's magical circuit resembles a nearly closed circle, and even after her restoration, Aurora retained this form. Now, however, her circuit exhibited undulations akin to gentle waves on a tranquil lake, albeit not prominently. After recalling the intricacies of the magical weaving technique, Lucien swiftly deduced that this constituted a benign circuit mutation. When truly transforming the circuits of magical creatures, some degree of mutation invariably occurs, bearing both positive and negative implications. Since Aurora had merely undergone restoration rather than a genuine transformation, the extent of her mutation remained mild. Fortunately, it was still a benign variation, which relieved Lucien's concerns. He estimated that by the summer holidays, the magical circuit would stabilize completely. At that time, the specific impacts of this mutation on Aurora could be discerned. Ideally, the magical weaving technique is applied during the growth phase of magical creatures, as their bodies are more robust and their circuits more malleable. Although juveniles possess significant plasticity, their tender nature renders them susceptible to greater risks. Following the incantations outlined in the magical weaving technique, Lucien performed a series of diverse spells on the little unicorn circuit. Finally, he retrieved 2 vials of potion, one to be applied to Aurora's surface, particularly along her back, and the other to be offered to her. "Don't worry, dear. Drinking this will help you recover more swiftly. However, the potion was indeed quite bitter. The little unicorn let out a gentle whinny. And Lucien understood her sentiment. Perhaps a lemon snow candy afterward? With a flourish, he produced a yellow hard candy wrapped in transparent paper from his palm, its surface dusted with pristine white powder. Aurora gazed at the candy in Lucien's hand, timidly calling out a few times. "Can I have another, that brown chocolate frog?" Realizing she meant the chocolate frog, Lucien promptly took out a box of them, refraining from opening the lid to prevent the froggy from escaping. Aurora's eyes brightened, and she obediently drank the potion from the vial. Subsequently, Lucien fed her the lemon snow candy and the chocolate frog in succession. To his surprise, the unicorn had quite a penchant for sweets, perhaps sharing a common interest with old Dumbledore. Chapter 140. Whom will Lucien gift the accessories? A glimpse at the Magic Stone trials? The Great Hall. Although mealtime was approaching, the number of students remained sparse. This semester's finals included significant year-end examinations, and the students had long been immersed in the ocean of study, unable to extricate themselves, especially for the 5th and 6th graders. They are required to prepare for examinations that could significantly influence the trajectory of their future lives. It is rumored that some seniors have succumbed to severe anxiety, necessitating a visit to Madame Pomfrey for a calming draft. Fear not, for you have all been diligently studying. The end-of-year examinations will pose no challenge. Lucien reassured the few students he was tutoring, signaling to them not to fret excessively. This marked the first formal examination since arriving at Hogwarts, and whether it was Harry and his friends or Draco and Daphne, all exhibited varying degrees of tension. Suddenly, an owl soared gracefully over the long table, delivering a parcel with precision right in front of Lucien. With a gentle wave of his wand, the parcel unwrapped itself, and Lucien surmised it was a gift from Aunt Penelope. Upon opening it, he discovered a refined black box filled with an array of exquisite jewelry, necklaces, rings, and brooches. He unfolded the accompanying letter. "Dear Lucien, these are the jewels you require. I specifically selected styles favored by young ladies. Time was rather tight, so I couldn't customize them. Should your friends have preferences, please let me know in your next letter." After reading the first line, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Lucien's eyes. Did his aunt perhaps misunderstand his intentions? He had no desire to gift these treasures. They were meant for a creature named Gigi. Lucien glanced once more at the contents of the box and noted that most pieces indeed leaned towards a feminine design, delicately crafted and far from ostentatious. Gold and silver adorned the collection, with diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires aplenty. The variety was certainly sufficient. The little fellow Gigi would likely adore them. Others around him took notice of the parcel, but upon realizing it contained a trove of jewelry, Harry, Ron, and Draco quickly diverted their gazes, showing little interest. Ron pondered briefly about the monetary value of the items, yet his unfamiliarity with Muggle currency conversion led him to return to his plate of braised chicken wings. In contrast, Hermione and Daphne were intrigued. They discreetly observed, stealing glances at Lucien's profile and then at the treasures within the box. They recognized that many of the pieces were distinctly feminine, seemingly intended for young girls, sparking a mutual curiosity about whom Lucien might be gifting them. After all, they seemed ill-suited for his personal use. Ultimately, Lucien merely closed the box and tucked it into his pocket, leaving Hermione and Daphne contemplating how to glean information from him. Suddenly, a brilliant scarlet fireball flickered in midair. Fawkes emerged from within, emitting a clear, melodious call. Lucien understood his intent and nodded lightly. "I have time now." With that affirmation, Fawkes hovered above Lucien, flames igniting once more as they both vanished in a swirl of magic. In a mere breath, Lucien found himself once again in the familiar confines of the headmaster's office. "Good afternoon, headmaster," he greeted. "Good afternoon, Lucien," Dumbledore replied leisurely. Once Lucien had settled at the table, "As the examinations approach, your studies must be quite demanding. There have been developments at the Ministry of Magic as well. Fudge has been seeking my assistance of late." As Lucien listened to Dumbledore's idle chatter, he realized that the grand spectacle of the year was drawing near. After the impending end-of-year examinations, Dumbledore would likely take a temporary leave from Hogwarts. At that juncture, Quirrell and Tom could commence their machinations, pursuing the goal for which they had toiled all year, the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore continued, "However, there are numerous matters within Hogwarts that require attention. I am, after all, an old man, and my energy is somewhat waning." Lucien understood the underlying message and smiled faintly. "Headmaster, how may I alleviate your burdens?" Suddenly, a translucent red gemstone materialized upon the table. Dumbledore stroked his beard, gesturing towards the Philosopher's Stone with a tone of exasperation. Though it no longer possesses the power of immortality, there are always those who wish to make an attempt to seize it. Hence I must keep it within the utmost safety of Hogwarts. Of course, I have tasked the professors with establishing numerous challenges to further ensure the stone's security. At this, Lucien stifled a smirk. They had set up the preliminary challenges for the prize, only to place the prize itself at the very end. Regrettably, it was a prize that had long since expired. Moreover, the safety of Hogwarts stemmed largely from Dumbledore himself. As for a Hogwarts without Dumbledore, a vibrant scarlet feather, tipped with a hint of gold, was presented before Lucien. He accepted the feather from Fawkes, glancing inquiringly at Dumbledore. Lucien, this is a tail feather from Fawkes. Once ignited, Fawkes will instantly transport me back. Upon observing the phoenix's feather, Lucien comprehended its purpose, to summon aid in the event of an unexpected occurrence. Indeed, to allow Quirrell and the others to genuinely initiate their schemes, Dumbledore would likely refrain from employing any magical surveillance, lest he alarm the snake in the grass. It was evident that Dumbledore felt secure, knowing that Harry bore the magic of love, rendering Voldemort incapable of harming him. Another reason was that the energy contained within the Philosopher's Stone was insufficient to resurrect Voldemort. Thus, in retrospect, it seemed that Voldemort's efforts would neither succeed in killing Harry nor in restoring his own power with the stone. A fruitless endeavor, indeed. By the way, Lucien, would you be interested in examining those challenges? They are the handiwork of our esteemed professors, and you may find enjoyment in the process of unraveling them. Chapter 141, The Trials of the Professors. On the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, within a certain chamber, lay a rather bored, three-headed dog. Its massive, fearsome heads were in various states of alertness. Some gazed around, while others feigned slumber. With a gentle creak, the wooden door to the room swung open. The three heads of the Cerberus lifted in unison, gazing towards the open door. Initially poised to snarl and bark, the creature instead began to wag its tail upon catching a whiff of the scent wafting from outside. As Dumbledore entered the room with Lucien, the three mouths of the beast barked in unison, before it scampered joyfully towards them. The central head leaned forward, seemingly awaiting a gentle touch. Witnessing this scene, Dumbledore chuckled. It appears that Cerberus has taken quite a liking to you. Lucien, with a generous spirit, extended his hand to scratch the creature's scalp, remarking, I suppose I have always been favored by animals, especially now that I have the blessing of a unicorn. He then produced 3 roasted lamb legs, which were deftly caught mid-air by the beast's enormous jaws. Cerberus settled onto the ground, its 3 heads swaying gently as it savored the delectable morsels. Dumbledore and Lucien approached the trapdoor, which lifted automatically. Lucien peered into the dark abyss below, only to be met with the faint sound of something slithering through the underbrush. Reminiscent of a serpent, the darkness was impenetrable, prompting Lucien to quietly activate his Eye of Insight. Instantly, his vision was filled with a sprawling mass of intertwined black and green vines, which writhed like colossal serpents, coiling tightly together. What had once appeared empty was now ensnared in a web of devil's snare. This magical plant possessed formidable constricting capabilities, capable of restraining even the mightiest of creatures for a time. However, its vulnerabilities were equally apparent. It feared light and fire. Ordinary beasts or common magical creatures would struggle to produce illumination or flames, but for a wizard, such feats were trivial. The simplest of illumination spells was typically taught to novice wizards in their very first charms class. Professor Sprout, the one who devised this challenge, is indeed considerate. As long as one can identify the devil's snare, passage is easily achieved. A shimmering light flickered as the tip of Lucien's wand conjured a small orb of light. This orb detached from his wand, swelling in size and brilliance as it descended into the opening, forcing the serpentine vines to retreat and revealing a substantial gap. Transforming into an owl, Lucien soared downwards. As he neared the ground, he seamlessly shifted back into human form and landed gracefully. He glanced upward at the retreating tendrils of the devil's snare. At this height, the plant could serve as a cushion. The kind-hearted head of Hufflepuff had certainly considered this well. Quite simple, wouldn't you say? Dumbledore inquired, having appeared beside him unannounced. Lucien nodded in agreement, indeed. As long as one can recognize the devil's snare and recall its aversion to light and fire. Just days prior, in a review class, Professor Sprout had specifically mentioned this plant, noting it was within the scope of the exam. The knowledge had been laid out before them. Together, they traversed the corridor, arriving at the final chamber. The sound of fluttering wings filled the air as a multitude of jewel-like birds flitted about the room. Lucien focused intently and realized that those were not small birds at all, but rather a collection of keys adorned with wings. It was a trial set by Professor Flitwick. He approached the heavy wooden door on the opposite side of the room and examined the keyhole, memorizing its shape and size. Although he noticed the flying broomsticks in the corner, Lucien chose not to use them. Instead, he transformed once more into an owl. Without the aid of the Eye of Newt, his keen dynamic vision as an owl enabled him to pinpoint his objective, a large silver key with sky-blue wings. With a few agile flaps of his wings, Lucien swiftly seized the key, successfully navigating the challenge set by his headmaster. At Lucien's adept transformation into an animagus, Dumbledore couldn't help but gently applaud, murmuring a word of praise. Upon entering the next chamber, the previously dark environment suddenly illuminated, revealing a vast chessboard with towering black and white pieces, each 2 to 3 meters high. It was Professor McGonagall's Wizard's Chess Challenge. After surveying the arrangement of the pieces, Lucien shook his head at Dumbledore. Headmaster, this challenge typically requires teamwork. Dumbledore, intrigued, inquired, are you suggesting an alternative solution? Lucien flicked his wand, declaring, it's quite simple for the black pieces to win. A more forceful approach would be to shatter all the white pieces. Or alternatively, as he spoke, he tapped his wand, and the original white pieces astonishingly morphed into their black counterparts. Or I could simply transform all the white pieces into black ones, leaving only black pieces on the board. Dumbledore's lips twitched beneath his beard. These pieces had been transfigured by McGonagall herself, sturdy and stable. Normally, a young wizard of Lucien's age would find it impossible to obliterate the pieces with a spell or to layer transfiguration upon transfiguration. Yet Lucien could accomplish it. You have pinpointed the fundamental solution, Lucien. Your magical prowess aligns splendidly with your insight. As they proceeded to the next challenge, Lucien caught a whiff of a familiar foul odor before even entering the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a giant troll, even larger than the one encountered during Christmas. Did Quirrell have such a penchant for trolls? Noticing the eagerness of the young boy beside him, Dumbledore recalled an event from Halloween and adjusted his glasses, clearing his throat. I believe we can forego attempting the troll challenge, shall we? Lucien nodded, casting a somewhat regretful glance at the troll, who seemed to sense an inexplicable chill. He felt that these challenges were a tad too simplistic and could benefit from some enhancement. Perhaps incorporating some Chinese chomping cabbages into the devil's snare or adding mechanisms to the flying keys would elevate the difficulty. As for the troll, why not experiment with magical weaving techniques? He could now modify the circuit of magical creatures. Practicing on this troll might prove beneficial. Although modifying an adult specimen could be cumbersome, it would suffice if long-term stability was not a priority. After all, Harry and his friends would need to confront the troll directly. Quirrell would pave the way. Lucien followed Dumbledore into the next room. As Lucien crossed the threshold, violet and black flames erupted from the doors behind and opposite him. He ambled to the center of the room, where a table displayed 7 uniquely shaped vials, alongside a parchment inscribed with the following: 2 among us can assist you. 1 propels you forward, the other aids your return. 2 are nettle wine. 3 are poisons. Allow me to share a few clues. The poisons must be situated to the left of the wine. The vials at both ends contain different substances, yet neither will facilitate your advance. The vials vary in size, but neither giants nor dwarfs can be death's emissaries. The second from the left and the second from the right appear dissimilar, yet they are indeed identical. Upon reading the riddle, Lucien could not help but scoff. The trial set by Snape, though labeled as potions, was merely a logical conundrum. The devil's snare relied on Hermione, the flying keys on Harry, wizard's chess on Ron, and the troll, well, that was dependent on Quirrell. This potion trial too would hinge on Hermione's intellect. Such clear delineation of roles. Chapter 142, Year-End Examinations, Vacation. Vacation? In the chamber housing the potions, Lucien gazed at the 7 vials, contemplated briefly, and then pointed to the smallest vial, which he believed would allow passage through the black flames. He then indicated the vial on the far right, which would facilitate a return through the violet flames. Lucien subsequently identified the remaining potions as poison or wine. Dumbledore applauded, exclaiming, your resolution was swift. To be candid, logical reasoning is a skill many wizards lack. No need to consume the potions. Brewing them is no simple task for Professor Snape. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore made both flames vanish. He then stepped into the final chamber. Unsurprisingly, Lucien beheld the mirror of Erist. Retrieving Fawkes's tail feather from his pocket, Lucien inquired, Headmaster, you do not expect me to follow Harry and the others all the way to this ultimate trial, do you? Dumbledore nodded gently. I shall impart a minor spell to grant you a superior perspective. Producing a silver bracelet adorned with sapphires, Dumbledore adorned his wrist, then drew forth the Elder Wand. Reciting a lengthy incantation, Lucien observed as Dumbledore approached the mirror of Erist. Upon touching the mirror's surface with the bracelet-clad hand, ripples emanated forth, and Dumbledore vanished within the mirror. Lucien raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ah, so this is the so-called minor spell? How many spells has old Dumbledore developed in his spare time? He mused. That bracelet should be an alchemical artifact, enhanced by intricate enchantments. Once again, he would glean small tricks from Dumbledore. The Hogwarts library was indeed a tangible repository of knowledge, but this eminent wizard was a veritable treasure trove of wisdom. After demonstrating the spell, Dumbledore emerged from the mirror of Erist, ready to instruct Lucien in this minor enchantment. Thus, time officially ushered in the examination week. The academic examinations for each subject progressed in an orderly fashion. Students were required to utilize standardized examination quills, which served as a charm to deter them from the path of dishonesty. Breathe. Remain calm. Ron repeatedly encouraged himself before entering the examination room. Observing this, Lucien offered a comforting remark. There's nothing to worry about. The final test I designed was splendidly answered by all of you. This year-end examination is merely one test. Just perform as you normally would. Ron felt a slight easing of his anxiety, recalling the diligent efforts he had put forth during this period. After enduring weekly assessments, monthly exams, and the recent final test assigned by Lucien, his tension unexpectedly subsided considerably. In addition to the written assessments, there were practical examinations in subjects such as Transfiguration and potions. Professor Flitwick required them to manipulate a pineapple to perform a tap dance, with full marks awarded for successfully dancing across a desk. Professor McGonagall demanded that they transform a mouse into a snuffbox, grading based on the intricacy of the snuffbox produced. When Lucien Grafton heard Professor McGonagall call his name, he stepped into the examination room. Upon seeing Lucien, McGonagall smiled. This should pose no challenge for you. But Dumbledore mentioned you might surprise me. McGonagall found herself at a loss as to what further demonstration Lucien could present, having already witnessed his intricate and sophisticated fusion transfiguration. In the next moment, McGonagall realized what the so-called surprise entailed. The handsome young man vanished, replaced by an owl with wings slightly outstretched. As she gazed at this seemingly ordinary owl, so common within the school, McGonagall's gaze became fixed, and her hand holding the scoring board momentarily froze. Lucien had anticipated McGonagall's reaction. Until now, only Dumbledore was aware of his status as an animagus, and after some reflection, he had discussed with Dumbledore the plan to register with the Ministry of Magic during the summer. Thus, it was a fortuitous opportunity to showcase his achievement to McGonagall in advance. Since his animagus form had yet to solidify, he could change freely. The thought of attracting the Ministry's attention due to an unauthorized animagus transformation was troublesome. It could lead to immediate expulsion from Hogwarts and assignment to Azkaban. He had not yet experienced enough of this school year, with countless books left unread and a wealth of knowledge awaiting him. Speaking of which, this summer would be quite busy. There were numerous tasks to undertake: visiting a dragon sanctuary to observe fire dragons and scout the area, releasing Thunderbird with Newt in North America, accompanying Dumbledore to the Ministry of Magic, and of course, paying a visit to the Weasley household. Having effortlessly achieved full marks, Lucien exited the examination room. As the next candidate entered, he engaged in casual conversation with Harry and the others. Seamus Finnegan. An exclamation filled with anger and a hint of terror echoed from within the examination room, unmistakably belonging to Professor McGonagall. This name, surely it belonged to that Gryffindor troublemaker. What had he done to provoke such a reaction from McGonagall? Lucien glanced toward the examination room door, curiosity piqued. After a few minutes, Seamus emerged with a woeful expression, his nose twitching. After a round of inquiries, Harry was able to reconstruct the truth. It was quite straightforward. Seamus had inadvertently blown up his rat. Following this minor incident, the group resumed their journey to the next examination. Potions class required the brewing of a forgetfulness potion. This task was not particularly challenging if one disregarded Snape's ever-present, ominous invigilating presence. It was rumored that some students, overwhelmed by anxiety, had instinctively tested the effects of their own potions. However, had it not been for Snape's intervention, an entire cauldron of potion would likely have been consumed by one such student. The final subject was History of Magic, where merely answering questions such as who invented the self-stirring cauldron would grant liberation. After enduring a semester of trials, they would be free to enjoy a week of leisure before the announcement of their results and the subsequent summer break. Phew. It feels even easier than the questions Lucien posed. Ron beamed as he exited the examination hall. Hermione, however, was engaged in a discussion with Lucien about their answers, visibly distressed upon discovering she had erred on a minor question. Meanwhile, Harry remained silent, clutching his forehead, as the lightning-shaped scar burned with acute pain. Chapter 143, The Adventure of Quirrell begins. By the Black Lake, a massive squid lounged in the shallow waters, basking in the warm sunlight. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were playfully tugging at the squid's tentacles, which merely swayed lazily in response, indifferent to their audacity. However, Harry, passing by the lakeside, had no inclination to join in. He rubbed his forehead in a futile attempt to alleviate the throbbing pain of his scar. Harry, don't fret too much about the exam results. Lucien has taught us so much, we'll surely pass. Ron's words of comfort did little to ease Harry's anxiety. He shook his head vigorously. No, I'm thinking about the Sorcerer's Stone. A flurry of owls swooped toward the castle, carrying envelopes and parcels. Upon witnessing this, Harry surmised that it was likely correspondence from the parents of young wizards inquiring about the holiday schedule. He was uncertain whether Aunt Petunia would write to ask, but it was Hagrid who frequently sent him letters. Hagrid, the dragon egg. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Harry as he recalled something he had overlooked. He sprang to his feet and raced toward the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Ron and Hermione followed suit. Slow down, Harry. Why are you in such a rush? As he sprinted, Harry hurriedly explained, It's the dragon egg. Hagrid adores fire dragons. Why would someone deliver a dragon egg to him? It's too coincidental. The trio dashed toward Hagrid's hut, arriving just in time to see him seated outside, gently playing a tune on his flute, albeit off-key. Hagrid, you. After conversing with Hagrid, Harry quickly realized that someone had already discovered a way to bypass the barriers surrounding the Sorcerer's Stone. The situation had become perilous. I must find Dumbledore. Ron, Hermione, one of you needs to inform Lucien about the situation. We require his assistance. Late at night, the little wizards, having indulged in relaxation and merriment, had largely succumbed to fatigue and taken their rest. The ancient castle fell into an atmosphere of tranquility. In a dimly lit corridor, Quirrell, draped in a purple robe and adorned with a long scarf, walked in silence. Today, Dumbledore had been urgently summoned to London, for the Ministry of Magic required his attention on pressing matters. With the conclusion of the year-end examinations, it was a night when both students and professors were particularly at ease. Quirrell recognized this as the opportune moment. Voldemort was also urging him to act swiftly. As he traversed the castle, Quirrell recalled the information regarding the obstacles he had painstakingly gathered from various professors. He had expended considerable effort and time to acquire sufficient intelligence, all aimed at a swift resolution, securing the Philosopher's Stone, departing Hogwarts, and then allowing the dark presence within him, Voldemort, to resurrect, thereby granting him a corporeal form and restoring his freedom. Soon, Quirrell arrived at a corridor on the 4th floor, his gaze fixed upon a dilapidated wooden door. Pausing before it, he closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. There was no turning back now. Since encountering Voldemort in the dark forest of Albania, Quirrell had been left with no alternative. Go forth, my loyal servant, and procure the Philosopher's Stone for me. Whispers echoed within Quirrell's mind, once again urging him to hasten his actions. He sighed silently, retrieving a harp from his robes and brandishing his wand. The harp expanded, its strings beginning to resonate autonomously, producing a cascade of enchanting melodies. Observing the harp in its melodic performance, Quirrell felt a twinge of despair. He had not anticipated that the fearsome three-headed dog would succumb to slumber merely upon hearing music. Even more astonishing was the ease with which Hagrid had divulged information after a few drinks. Quirrell experienced a pang of regret for having squandered his savings on acquiring a dragon egg merely to extract intelligence. After a brief wait, as the unmistakable sound of snoring filled the room, Quirrell opened the wooden door and stepped inside. The three-headed dog was indeed asleep, its 3 large heads drooping to the ground, drooling as it slumbered. Quirrell carelessly tossed the harp into a corner and waved his wand, moving the beast aside to reveal a trapdoor on the floor. Lifting the door, he beheld the writhing serpent-like vines beneath. The Devil's Snare. Professor Sprout was, as ever, benevolent and kind. Quirrell refrained from casting light or igniting flames and simply leaped onto the Devil's Snare, seizing the opportunity for a ready-made cushion. Upon landing, he did not take the time to scrutinize his surroundings, oblivious to the round object ensconced within the Devil's Snare. A flicker of luminescence erupted, and the Devil's Snare gradually released Quirrell, allowing him to descend to the ground below. As his feet touched the earth, he heard the sound of hard objects colliding, seemingly falling alongside him. Pointing his wand at the ground to illuminate the area, he discerned a scattering of round, yellow-green cabbages strewn about, continuing to drop from above as the Devil's Snare retracted. Initially, Quirrell was taken aback. The intelligence he had gathered made no mention of any cabbages. The earliest fallen cabbage seems to have been awakened, its surface cracking open, revealing 2 rows of pitch-black teeth that creaked ominously, emitting a chilling light. As an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw, Chilo was quite adept in herbology and instantly recognized these cabbages. No, to hell with cabbages. This is the man-eating kale. Chilo hastily donned a layer of protection, but in his haste, it was insufficiently thick and sturdy. The man-eating kale viciously crushed the shield surrounding him and struck his left hand with a brutal force. With a tearing sound, the sleeve, along with a large portion of flesh, was ripped away by the kale. Had Chilo not been experienced and quick to retract his hand, he would have bid farewell to his left hand once more. Damn it, not again, the left hand. Chilo unleashed a series of fire spells, the most effective means to combat the man-eating kale. His strategy was sound, yet the number of cabbages proved overwhelming. Moreover, the fiercer the flames blazed, the more rapidly the Devil's Snare constricted, resulting in an even greater number of man-eating kales cascading down. Ultimately, Chilo paid the price of wounds to his left hand and right calf, his robes tattered, yet he managed to eliminate all the man-eating kales. Limping into the corridor, he made his way to the next chamber. Chilo gritted his teeth against the pain, gasping for breath. How had Professor Sprout come to this? Hiding man-eating kales within the Devil's Snare? He dismissed the physical agony. The Philosopher's Stone was within reach. Once revived, restoring his health would be effortless. Voldemort's whispers echoed once more, igniting a surge of impatience within Chilo, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Next came Professor Flitwick's trial. He was once my headmaster, and I knew him well. I believed in his words. This challenge would surely not be difficult. Chapter 144. Chilo, my colleagues are sabotaging me. Upon entering the room with the flying keys, Chilo exhaled in relief upon seeing the small winged keys. Indeed, it was as Professor Flitwick had described. Chilo knew his headmaster well. He was undoubtedly a man of integrity, having shared tea and enjoyed little cowboy dance cakes during his school days. Grabbing a broomstick at random, Chilo searched for a key resembling the shape of the keyhole on the door. He quickly identified a silver key with sky blue wings. Though not particularly skilled in Quidditch, Chilo's flying abilities were adequate, and after a bit of maneuvering, he successfully caught the key. Just as he prepared to land and unlock the door, a voice, accompanied by a mechanical whirring, suddenly emanated from the key in his hand. He stared intently at the key, which had sprouted a mouth at its handle, reciting a question. What? To Chilo's recollection, Professor Flitwick had not mentioned needing to answer questions. 3, 2. The key began to count down, prompting Chilo to scramble through his memories, trying to recall the history of magic he had studied in school. 1. Bang. A blue-white mist exploded from the surface of the key, splattering Chilo's face. Immediately after, Chilo felt the key slip from his grasp. Hero wiped his face vigorously, doubting whether Professor Flitwick had deceived him as well. There was no time to linger. He needed to swiftly locate the correct key. The slightly irate voice of Voldemort echoed, urging Hero to hasten. Hero first recalled the question, confirming the identity of the fairy commander. Only then did he continue his quest for the elusive key. Once again, he soared through the room, capturing the key with renewed confidence, ready to respond. What does the Peruvian viper tooth feast upon? He began. The fairy commander is suddenly. Hero froze mid-sentence, bewildered. Wait. Why had the question changed? He had misidentified the key. 3, 2. Hold on. Bang. The familiar blue and white swirled across his face, igniting a surge of frustration within him. So what if it changed? Did they really think he couldn't answer? Did they understand the caliber of a Ravenclaw student? Without needing Voldemort's prodding, Hero took flight, diving towards the key adorned with sky blue wings. This time, he dismissed the previous question from his mind. It was futile to dwell on it. Instead, he focused on preparing for the new query. Having grown somewhat adept at seizing the key, Hero awaited its question. What do you obtain when you mix moonstone powder with the blood of a horned toad? 3, 2. Air mucus, which can be used to brew an underwater breathing potion. Upon hearing Hero's answer, the mouth on the key's surface snapped shut. Huh, that wasn't so difficult after all. Professor Flitwick's test indeed bore the hallmark of Ravenclaw's ingenuity. Hero reminisced about his school days, recalling the times he had to answer the riddle of the bronze door each time he entered the Ravenclaw common room. With confidence, he inserted the key into the door's keyhole and twisted it gently. Yet, the key remained utterly still. Hero was taken aback. This couldn't be right. Suppose you arrive at a crossroads, one path leading to the village of honesty and the other to the village of lies. A villager stands at the junction, and you may only ask him one question. What should you ask to find the way to the village of honesty? A voice, interlaced with the sound of mechanical gears, yet resonating more powerfully, rang out. Hero stared blankly at the grand door before him, which not only gaped wide with a massive mouth, but also revealed a brass-colored eye, fixating intently upon him. 3, 2. Hero anxiously sought an answer. But time was slipping away. 1. Fool. The door uttered this remark, then spewed forth icy water mixed with shards of ice, drenching Hero completely. He couldn't help but sneeze. Ah! Once more, the competitive spirit of Ravenclaw became unbearable, and Hero shouted in anger, his eyes ablaze. Ultimately, Hero proved that the Sorting Hat's decision to place him in Ravenclaw was indeed correct. After Hero departed, the mouth of the key and the door's gaping maw and eye vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Upon entering the next room, he beheld a chessboard and enlarged wizard's chess pieces. Hero was already aware of the underlying trickery. It would require the cooperation and sacrifice of many to succeed. However, there was no necessity for him to act thus. With merely a layer of transfiguration, he could still accomplish his task. All he needed to do was transform the white pieces into black ones. Quirrell gently tapped his wand, directing it casually toward a particular piece. He waited for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The piece resumed its original form. Fool, do you not realize that these pieces have been ensnared in dozens of layers of transfiguration? Truly remarkable. Such mastery of transfiguration is indeed rare in this world. Voldemort's voice echoed, assisting Quirrell in identifying the issue while generously bestowing high praise upon the methods employed in this challenge. Quirrell merely listened with deference. During his school days, McGonagall had already been a professor, and he had naturally experienced her formidable presence. Now, his respect for Professor McGonagall intensified further. Destroying these pieces outright would be futile. Ordinary magic would prove ineffective, as they were fortified with powerful defensive enchantments. Alchemical techniques, indeed. Use the dark magic I have taught you, quickly. Upon hearing Voldemort's imperious command, Quirrell gritted his teeth and tore a piece of flesh from his already injured left arm, casting it onto the chessboard. He waved his wand, uttering an obscure, low incantation. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. Meanwhile, Harry had gathered Ron and Hermione, preparing to slip out of the common room. You plan to go out again? A voice from the corner of the room made the trio's hearts race. Neville emerged from behind a chair, standing resolutely before Harry and the others. If you get caught again, Gryffindor will be in trouble. I must prevent you. With that, Neville raised his chubby little fists, declaring, "Come on, let us have a duel. We truly have urgent matters to attend to." Neville, move aside. I will not. Suddenly, Hermione raised her wand, saying, I'm terribly sorry, Neville. Petrificus totalis. Neville's arms snapped to his sides, and he fell rigidly to the floor. The trio hurriedly exited the common room. To their astonishment, Dumbledore was absent, and they had been unable to locate Lucius. We three, Ron murmured as they walked, but Harry quickly interrupted him, saying, Now, it is only we who can protect the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, Lucius has taught us some basic dark magic defenses. We can manage. After Quirrell sacrificed a portion of his left arm's flesh, he finally shattered those chess pieces. As he passed through the room, he paid no heed to the pieces slowly regenerating. It no longer mattered. The next challenge was one of his own design, a mere troll. Although his colleagues had betrayed him, he would not betray himself. Furthermore, Quirrell had secretly embedded a curse within the troll's head, capable of annihilating it with a mere flick of his wand. He cast a bubble charm over its mouth and nose, filtering out the noxious odors. Quirrell kicked open the great door and raised his wand, prepared for a swift resolution. Cackling echoed in the room as a creature lurking in the shadows gradually emerged. Quirrell's gaze sharpened, and he nearly lost his grip on his wand. What is that? Where's my troll? Chapter 145. Where did the giant go? What did you see in the mirror of Ariste? A deep thud resonated through the chamber before Chilo, as a vast shadow seemed to gain weight abruptly. Accompanied by heavy footfalls, a grotesque creature materialized from the darkness of the corner. It bore a humanoid semblance, with disproportionately elongated limbs, its arms nearly touching the ground. Its body resembled a moving fortress, nearly grazing the ceiling that soared 7 or 8 meters high. The creature's slate-gray skin was encased in a thick layer of ice armor, fissured patterns revealing an eerie azure hue beneath. Twisted ice crystal horns adorned its head, refracting a glimmer in the dim light, while its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Chilo. Chilo's wand trembled in his grasp. No, it was impossible. He whispered hoarsely, his voice quaking with shock and dread. Typically, a giant would stand around 4 meters tall. The one Chilo had set at the checkpoint was slightly larger, yet it certainly did not exceed 5 meters. The creature before him dwarfed the giants entirely, rivaling even the most robust pure-blood giants. Furthermore, giants could not wield magic, relying solely on their grotesque brute strength in combat. Yet this aberrant being was enveloped in menacing ice armor, and as it moved, a thick frost spread around it. Chilo was bewildered as to where the giant he had prepared had vanished, attempting to activate the prearranged measures. A faint plume of azure smoke wafted from the back of the towering creature's head, accompanied by a soft sound. Chilo's pupils dilated as realization dawned. This creature was indeed the giant he had placed at the checkpoint. But how had the power of the curse diminished so significantly? Had someone tampered with his dark magic? Though he suffered no physical harm, it seemed to have provoked the creature's ire. With a series of unsettling crackles, it twisted its neck, and its massive feet surged forward, closing the distance to Chilo in mere strides. Ice rapidly coalesced in its grasp, swiftly forming a hefty spiked club. Chilo instinctively prepared to retreat. Bang! The door behind him slammed shut on its own accord. With no other option, Chilo was forced to leap sideways. The chilling wolf-tooth club, imbued with piercing frost, narrowly grazed his scarf as it descended with tremendous force. A thunderous crash echoed through the room. Just as Chilo readied to create distance and strike the bizarre creature from afar with magic, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his back and the back of his thigh. The source was the icy spikes that erupted upon the collision of the club and the ground, 2 of which fortuitously embedded themselves in Chilo's back and right leg. Useless. The voice of Voldemort, colder than ice itself, reverberated in Chilo's mind. He then felt a disconcerting loss of control over his body. It was as if his flesh and blood had vanished into thin air, leaving him looking significantly emaciated. A surge of frenzied, malevolent power erupted forth. Magic was at his disposal. He needed to act swiftly. Voldemort's voice gradually faded, as he intended to reserve his strength for the final confrontation. Still uncertain of what cunning tricks that old schemer Dumbledore had prepared. Thanks to you, Hermione, for recognizing the devil's snare in time, Harry exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with relief. During a recent herbology class, Professor Sprout had conducted a thorough review. Hermione flicked the flames at the tip of her wand, extinguishing them. All right, let us proceed swiftly. Upon entering the next chamber, they were greeted by a multitude of vibrant, jewel-like birds flitting about. Phew, that startled me. With that noise, I thought it was a dragon or a ghost, but it's just birds, Ron remarked, patting his chest in relief. No, those are not birds. They are keys, Harry exclaimed, simultaneously scanning the other corners of the room. He soon spotted several flying broomsticks. Ron examined the lock, speculating. The key is large, likely silver, perhaps resembling a doorknob. The trio swiftly mounted their broomsticks, and under the guidance of Harry, the youngest seeker of the century, they ultimately cornered the large key adorned with sky-blue wings. Got it, Harry declared triumphantly as he descended before the grand door, inserting the key into the lock and twisting it. With a resounding click, the door swung open. That wasn't too difficult. Let's push forward. We can handle this. Quirrell staggered into the final chamber, bidding farewell to his left arm once more, his right leg battered and stiff in its movements. Cough, cough. Achoo. Coughs and sneezes alternated from Quirrell's lips. Who disturbed my troll? He muttered, nearly collapsing to the ground, lost in confusion and resentment. Do not dwell on the current pain. Hope is just ahead. Voldemort's voice, infused with a hint of surprise and excitement, urged him on. Quickly, approach that mirror. Quirrell lifted his gaze to behold a mirror standing majestically in the center of the room. Limping forward, he scrutinized the exquisite mirror. It was tall, nearly reaching the ceiling, with an opulent golden frame supported by claw-like feet. Noticing an inscription at the top, Quirrell squinted, trying to clarify his vision. Eris, Stella. Suddenly, he observed a transformation in his reflection. His formerly gaunt and emaciated figure appeared strong and upright, the pallor of his face now flushed with color. The long scarf he wore had vanished, replaced by a cascade of lush, flowing black hair. A dark, misty shadow detached itself from his head, swiftly soaring away. Then, in the mirror, Quirrell found himself holding a book, the scene shifting to a serene study illuminated by soft light, accompanied by the occasional sound of pages turning. Captivated by the sight, Quirrell stared vacantly, instinctively extending his remaining right hand toward the mirror's surface. A solitary, inexplicable tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Quirinus, what do you see? A chilling voice echoed in his mind, causing Quirrell to shudder and regain his senses. Yes, I am still a cripple. My mind still harbors an evil soul, and I have yet to attain liberation. Master, I have seen it. I have seen myself acquiring the Philosopher's Stone and presenting it to you. I, under your protection, shall become the Minister of Magic. Quirrell refrained from revealing the true nature of his vision and instead conjured an image that Voldemort would surely appreciate. Oh, splendid. But where is the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort's indifferent voice pierced through Quirrell's nerves. Cold sweat trickled down Quirrell's forehead as he stifled coughs and sneezes, too fearful to respond. Voldemort paid him no mind, instead pondering the challenge before them. The stone must be within that mirror, but how to retrieve it? Visible yet intangible. Time passed, though its measure was lost. Suddenly, the door to the chamber burst open. I will protect the Philosopher's Stone and thwart you. Harry, dust clinging to his robes, charged in, his expression one of righteous determination. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here? Chapter 146. The Philosopher's Stone in the Pocket, the Man in the Mirror. Harry gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. Although the man appeared somewhat disheveled, Harry recognized him as the seemingly harmless Professor Quirrell. Despite his stuttering speech, lackluster teaching methods, and the persistent odor of garlic that clung to him, Harry had always regarded Quirrell as a good man, even if he was often dismissed by students. Quirrell diligently attended class on time and never extended lessons unnecessarily. Harry recalled a previous encounter where he had seen Quirrell being threatened by Snape. In contrast, Snape seemed to embody the true villainy. Shouldn't it be Snape who was here? Are you attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Harry gazed incredulously at Quirrell, struggling to reconcile the stammering professor with the mastermind scheming for the stone. Quirrell, however, had no desire to answer. After witnessing the visions within the mirror, he found himself lost in a daydream of that future. Would those visions come to fruition? Severus certainly does not appear virtuous, flitting about like a great bat, obscuring the truth. Who would concern themselves with a stuttering, timid Quirrell? A sharp, discordant voice echoed in Harry's ears. Yet he clearly saw that Quirrell had not parted his lips. What a pity, that Quidditch match without Dumbledore, the opportunity to eliminate you, TSK. Yet it was still that old fool. Harry stared in shock at Quirrell, realizing that he was the true culprit. Yet, he was perplexed, for Quirrell's lips remained sealed. Yet the words penetrated his ears. Simultaneously, Harry felt the searing pain of his forehead scar intensify. As the voice persisted, the burning sensation became almost tangible. Let me see him, see this, great, unkillable boy. Each word was articulated with disdain and hatred, yet beneath it lay a flicker of fear. Quirrell obediently turned. Slowly unwrapping the purple turban, his gaze fixed upon the mirror. He beheld once more the serene image of himself, healthy and refined, perusing books in a study. As Harry's pupils constricted gradually, the excruciating pain radiating from his scar compelled him to clench his fists in response to Quirrell's movements. When the turban fell to the ground, what was once the back of his head revealed a face as pale as chalk. This visage appeared to have been scorched by fire. its features blurred and grotesquely distorted like wax. The whites of the eyes were nearly saturated with blood, a vivid crimson, beneath which lay elongated nostrils resembling those of a serpent. Harry Potter. Unfettered by the turban's obstruction, the voice slithered into Harry's ear like a whisper. When we last met, you were but an infant. Oh, you were so tiny, so very tiny. Your father and mother, brave yet feeble in their resistance. One hand pressed against his forehead. Tears, whether of sorrow or pain, dripped steadily down his face. V. Voldemort. Yes, indeed, praise my illustrious name. Ha ha ha. Surrender the Philosopher's Stone to me. The maniacal laughter that erupted from Voldemort's lips tormented Harry's eardrums. Go, my child, Quirrell. That boy surely knows the whereabouts of the stone. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Quirrell summoned ropes that bound Harry tightly, ensnaring him completely. Casting a lingering glance at the reflection in the mirror, Quirrell sighed almost imperceptibly before turning his attention back to Harry. Harry, resistance is futile. As Quirrell prepared to stride toward Harry, intent on extracting the location of the stone, a commanding voice halted his advance, Voldemort's voice. Voldemort's scarlet eyes widened, fixing an unwavering gaze upon the mirror. What did he see? In the reflection stood a figure with their back turned to him. Clad in robes, with dark golden hair cascading casually over their shoulders, the figure stood at a workbench, hands deftly manipulating various potion ingredients, chopping and grinding them before methodically adding them to a cauldron. The flames beneath it flickered in unusual colors, shifting and occasionally swirling into a blend of hues that enveloped the cauldron's base. Though Voldemort did not recognize this silhouette, it stirred a faint sense of familiarity within him. Just as he began to ponder, he noticed the figure abruptly cease their actions. Then, with a flick of their wrist, the flames instantaneously reverted to a mundane orange-yellow hue. Upon that pristine hand lay a gem, a translucent red stone. Voldemort's pupils dilated sharply, his face quivering. The Philosopher's Stone. Manipulating Quirrell's body, he retreated awkwardly. Yet Voldemort's face quickly inched closer to the mirror's surface. His gaze was rife with greed and yearning, fixated upon the gem. The figure in the mirror nonchalantly tucked the Philosopher's Stone into their pocket, as if it were merely an ordinary trinket. As Quirrell assumed a bizarre posture before the mirror of Ariste, Harry struggled fiercely against the ropes. However, the bonds were too constricting, causing him to tumble to the hard floor. Ignoring the pain, Harry writhed and maneuvered, resolutely refusing to bow before Voldemort. He must devise a way to seize the Philosopher's Stone before Voldemort can enact his sinister plot. He needs to buy time, holding on until Professor Dumbledore returns, so he can witness Voldemort's defeat with his own eyes. As Harry moved, he was suddenly compelled to glance at Quirrell, catching a glimpse of a corner of the mirror. In the reflection, he too was lying on the ground, bound in ropes. Yet, in an instant, those bindings dissolved, and he stood up swiftly, his expression shifting from fear and anxiety to one of delight. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket and retrieved a semi-transparent red stone. He winked at the Harry on the floor before placing the stone back into his pocket. In that fleeting moment, Harry felt a newfound weight in his own pocket. The sensation on his thigh, paired with the earlier image, sparked a realization in Harry's mind. He had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, striving to calm his racing heart. Harry quickly gathered his thoughts. His immediate task was to conceal it. Voldemort surely had no inkling that the Philosopher's Stone had suddenly appeared in his pocket. So as long as he endured and hid the stone, he could hold out for Dumbledore's rescue. Harry gently adjusted his posture, pressing the pocket containing the Philosopher's Stone against his body. Just as he felt the stone's presence, a light chuckle emerged from the mirror of Ariste. This sound seemed to resonate from a great distance, audible only to Voldemort and Quirrell, who were pressed against the mirror's surface. Voldemort observed the figure in the mirror extinguishing the flames and methodically pouring the potion from the cauldron into a crystal vial. Good evening. Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. The figure finally turned, its emerald eyes locking onto Voldemort's, a charming smile gracing its lips. In that moment, Voldemort finally discerned the source of that familiar sensation, Lucien Greystone. Chapter 147. The Temptation of Voldemort. Lucien Greystone. Upon seeing the visage in the mirror, Voldemort uttered the name with a ghostly whisper. To be frank, he had not anticipated encountering that face tonight. As his thoughts swirled, Voldemort composed his words. Lucien. This is our formal introduction. I am the enigma known as the Dark Lord, a title you have surely heard whispered among many. A twisted sense of pride and satisfaction marred Voldemort's terrifying visage, as if he awaited Lucien's astonished submission. However, Lucien remained unperturbed, casually placing the vial of potion on the table, which caught Voldemort's attention. After all, Voldemort had witnessed Lucien create this potion using the Philosopher's Stone. He sought the stone for the elixir of life, to restore his corporeal form. Voldemort believed that his year-long pursuit would come to fruition tonight. Reflecting further, he concluded that Lucien would be quite manageable. A gifted child, one unopposed to dark magic. A seeker of knowledge, he was precisely the kind of learned and powerful mentor that Lucien needed. Lucien, after me, you shall be the finest student at Hogwarts. Your innate talents are truly remarkable, yet how much knowledge can you truly acquire at Hogwarts? Have you ventured into the restricted section? That is where the true treasures lie. Upon hearing this, Lucien's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Indeed, there are countless invaluable tomes within the restricted section, and in the span of a year, one can hardly explore them all. I wonder if I can still borrow books during the summer break. Perhaps I shall inquire with Professor Dumbledore before the holiday. Noticing Lucien's reaction, Voldemort believed he had successfully swayed him. Whenever knowledge is mentioned, Lucien is invariably drawn in, through their interactions over the past year. Voldemort has confirmed that Lucien is a quintessential Ravenclaw, a fervent seeker of knowledge and wisdom. Alas, that obstinate old fool Dumbledore forbids students from accessing such knowledge, from attempting the truly formidable dark arts. Do you think he protects you? No, he merely fears that a talent like yours may one day surpass him, just as he once guarded against me. Voldemort's tone rose, imbued with a seductive allure, both probing Lucien's inner defenses and venting his own past grievances. Listening to Voldemort's impassioned oration, Lucien almost felt compelled to applaud. It is no wonder that he garnered a multitude of followers during his student days, later amassing a legion of devoted acolytes. How remarkable! Even without magic, Tom could thrive solely through his eloquence. He would be well suited as a merchant or politician, and undoubtedly, his next rhetoric would involve grand promises. But I am willing to share my lifelong knowledge with you. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, allow me to be resurrected. And once I obtain the secret of immortality, I shall grant you eternal life alongside me. We shall share knowledge and glory together. Upon hearing these words, Quirrell could not suppress a sigh. He had fallen prey to Voldemort's seduction in the Forbidden Forest. Knowledge, glory. How could a Ravenclaw, a gifted wizard, refuse such an offer? Yet, upon hearing this, Lucien's lips twitched in amusement. What a preposterous notion. Lucien could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, the one defeated by a mere infant. Your promises hold little weight. Lucien's words echoed from the mirror, casting a shadow over Voldemort's countenance. Defeated by an infant. How could the great Voldemort have lost to Harry Potter? The extremities of his fractured soul ignited with fury and malice as he seized control of Quirrell's body, forcefully brandishing his wand. Swish! A dark arrow, entwined in mist, hurtled toward Harry, its tip aimed directly at his heart. However, the anticipated scream did not resound. Master! Quirrell gasped, for he witnessed an extraordinary creature suddenly materialize before Harry, adorned in pale golden scales, with ivory horns and crystalline eyes. It was the very being that had once protected the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest and had burned away Quirrell's arm. Quirrell's head turned, while Voldemort's gaze remained fixed ahead, locked onto the peculiar creature standing guard before Harry. Ha! Splendid! How delightful! Lucien, you have truly astonished me. Voldemort had not anticipated that the creature he encountered in the Forbidden Forest would appear here, its inexplicable vitality etched in his memory. And he was taken aback by the bountiful rewards of the night. Lucien, with your talents, do not squander your time at Hogwarts. Come with me, Voldemort proclaimed confidently, twisting his neck. However, as he turned back to the mirror, his words faltered. The reflection had become blank. Lucien had vanished, the pedestal had disappeared, and the potions upon it were gone. In the next instant, the entire mirror dissolved. A flash of red filled Voldemort's vision. Yet, Voldemort was no Quirrell. The disparity in their combat experiences and reaction speeds was vast. The tip of his wand shot forth a dazzling blue-purple lightning, colliding fiercely with the red spell. The sound of crackling energy erupted from the point of magical collision. Silencing charm. Voldemort's crimson eyes fixed upon Lucien, who stood opposing him. Casting spells silently in your first year. Impressive. Your potential is indeed remarkable. In an instant, he seized Quirrell's body, unleashing a surge of dark, formidable magic. Breaking the stalemate of their magical confrontation, Voldemort effortlessly released arcs of electricity, frost, and toxic mist, all of which Lucien deftly negated. Voldemort, far from being irate, nodded lightly, a smile of appreciation gracing his features. Well done. This year's defense against the dark arts lessons were not in vain. One must remain calm and composed in battle. Much of Voldemort's focus remained on that peculiar creature, the earlier clash in the Forbidden Forest still vivid in his mind, particularly the creature's ability to negate apparition. However, they were now within Hogwarts Castle, where apparition was inherently impossible. Voldemort merely remained vigilant against a potential ambush from the creature, while simultaneously continuing to manipulate Lucien with his words. Lucien, of all the spells and knowledge you've acquired, how much do you think Quirrell taught you? And how much did I impart? You ought to express your gratitude for your progress and growth. After unleashing dozens of spells in rapid succession, Lucien exhaled, signaling that he was warmed up. With a click, he activated the brass pocket watch in his left hand, its form shifting to reveal a finely crafted revolver that he gripped with confidence. bullets automatically loading into the chamber. Raising the firearm and aiming at Voldemort, he declared, "The wicked dark wizard dares to masquerade as my esteemed professor." Chapter 148, The Wrath of Voldemort and Transfiguration. Upon witnessing Lucien brandish a Muggle weapon, Voldemort scoffed. His early experiences had familiarized him with Muggle life, and he was well aware of the power of handguns. Voldemort knew he had no need to evade or seek cover. He merely surrounded himself with layers of iron armor for protection and formidable barriers. Even if Lucien conjured more potent Muggle firearms, they would not penetrate his shield, merely wasting magical energy. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Voldemort's mouth as he prepared to teach Lucien a lesson. Given one's innate talent, one ought to diligently explore the profound mysteries of magic, rather than regress to the mundane technologies of Muggles. Voldemort, intending to subdue Lucien, sought to reveal the chasm that lay between them. Suddenly, a gunshot resounded, shattering the silence of the room. A series of illusory cracks echoed almost simultaneously. Voldemort's smile had yet to fully form when an icy alarm abruptly sounded. A faint pain surged through him, and he was enveloped in a dense cloud of black mist, obscuring the scene within. With Lucien's call, a cascade of purifying flames ignited from the surface of the small Chelan, swiftly engulfing the entire room. As the black mist dissipated, Voldemort's form became visible, revealing a significant wound on his left chest, exposing a pulsing heart within. He fixed his gaze upon Lucien, particularly the revolver gripped firmly in his hand, its dark muzzle ominously pointed. "Lucien, you truly are full of surprises. Is this alchemy?" "No, it seems not. It can penetrate and dismantle magical shields instantaneously. Fascinating." Unfazed by his injuries, Voldemort had grown accustomed to such pain, for this was not his own body. He glanced at the workbench behind Lucien, where crystal vials containing potions lay. Lucien marveled at Voldemort's response. After all, he was nearly the Dark Lord of England, extraordinary in the realm of dark magic and self-preservation. However, amidst his admiration, his actions remained unceasing, one hand wielding the wand, the other steadying the gun. Voldemort exerted tremendous pressure on the body of Quirrell, causing its flesh to wither further. The horrific wound on his torso bled not a single drop, as Voldemort transformed it entirely via dark magic. In exchange for this sacrifice, he gained a fleeting yet immense surge of magical power. Within a sea of crimson and gold flames, amidst the air distorted by heat, dazzling spells danced freely. After finding that transfigured objects were ineffective in intercepting the bullets, Voldemort focused intently on evading them. Yet the pressure he exerted upon Lucien became increasingly palpable. In his reckless surge of magical energy, Voldemort's spells grew more varied, seamlessly intertwining. Rather than mere combat, it resembled conducting a grand symphony. The spells became notes, crafting a graceful composition under Voldemort's wand. Many of the incantations were unfamiliar to Lucien, who remained steadfast in his defensive maneuvers. Voldemort was a seasoned sorcerer, possessing a combat system uniquely his own. For him, spells perhaps became limitations. Nonetheless, Lucien recognized the invaluable learning opportunity presented. Previously, Quirrell had merely relayed Voldemort's teachings, but this unyielding practical instruction was indeed rare. There were no enemies here, merely instructors. At this moment, Voldemort embodied the role of a stringent teacher, unveiling his combat philosophy to Lucien. "Lucien, you are quite astute. You must discern that the knowledge I impart has long encompassed dark magic. Those dark arts are genuinely powerful. The world shuns them solely out of fear of their might. However, that hypocritical old man Dumbledore would never permit a first-year wizard to engage with such matters." Voldemort eagerly anticipated the expression of fear and tension to flicker across Lucien's face, like a serpent poised to strike at the slightest hint of vulnerability. Yet, it did not come. Lucien remained composed, responding to Voldemort solely with a flurry of spells and a barrage of bullets. Observing this, Voldemort's words turned sharp and mocking. A noble wizard resorting to the use of Muggle weaponry. How utterly disgraceful. Lucien dismissed it with indifference, recognizing it as mere banter. Who couldn't engage in that? Just the other day, he had seen a medal in the trophy room, inscribed with a name. "Oh, Tom Riddle. Sounds quite like a Muggle name, doesn't it?" Instantly, Voldemort fell silent. In the next moment, a flash of green light erupted. Avada Kedavra! In the face of Voldemort's furious strike, Lucien deftly evaded the lethal curse. At that very moment of his maneuver, a plume of black mist surged forth, snatching the crystal vial from the table. Lucien, witnessing this, flicked his wand, casting various spells, yet all were skillfully evaded by the serpentine mist. The black fog, entwining the vial, returned to Voldemort. Gazing at the potion, Voldemort could not suppress a laugh. "Lucien, you are still too young." Observing Voldemort's delight, Lucien shook his head. "Are you not concerned it might be poison? I possess my own means of detection, and this potion is imbued with vibrant life and magic." Voldemort uncorked the vial, inhaling its essence, and became enraptured, What normal person would go to such lengths to concoct a poison with the Philosopher's Stone? Child, you are quite naive. Watching Voldemort drain the potion, Lucien merely pointed his wand at the workbench. The shimmering glow of transfiguration enveloped the table. What once required a mere instant of transformation now unfolded with excruciating slowness. Magic surged within, reshaping and condensing. As Voldemort felt the potion's effects taking hold, he observed Lucien's actions and, in a buoyant mood, remarked, "Lucien, I have heard of your considerable talent in transfiguration, but you must understand. While transfiguration and white magic are indeed wondrous, they will always pale in comparison to the might of dark magic. Your aptitude for dark magic is exceptional, and have you not tasted its allure? The dark arts I have taught you, you wield with remarkable finesse. Why do you continue to reject it?" Voldemort mused leisurely. Yet time slipped away. It seemed he had not felt the potion's effects as he expected. Voldemort was certain he had witnessed Lucien concocting the elixir with the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, he noticed a newfound clarity in his nasal passages. The body of Quirrell had been afflicted by a chill in earlier trials. Yet the previously obstructed nostrils now felt at ease. "I noticed Professor Quirrell sneezing earlier, so I brewed a potion for nasal congestion. Although you consumed it, it hardly matters. The Philosopher's Stone truly simplifies potion making, saving time and prolonging the effects of the elixir. Perhaps this body will remain free from colds and congestion for an entire year." Voldemort remained stunned, contemplating the creation of such a potion with the Philosopher's Stone. A profound, unutterable fury surged from the depths of his shattered soul. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a thunderous roar of a dragon suddenly resonated. Lucien heard the system notification and broke into a relieved smile. Ding! Loki's faceless loan has been repaid. Chapter 149. Transfiguration of Magical Creatures, Harry the Flyer. As the brilliance of the transfiguration spell faded, Voldemort's expression froze. An adult Norwegian ridgeback materialized out of thin air, the original platform forcibly restructured and imbued with life. The spines along the dragon's back sliced through the searing air, and as its pitch-black wings unfurled, they cast a vast shadow, releasing a faint scent of sulfur from its white snout. Voldemort's crimson pupils suddenly contracted. This was impossible. He had witnessed advanced transfiguration before, but this was a transformation into a magical creature? Due to the differences in magical circuits and mutual repulsion, wizards could not replicate the circuits of magical beasts, thus rendering the transfiguration of magical creatures unattainable. Those who dared to traverse this forbidden domain either conjured grotesque aberrations or transformed themselves into monsters. How could such a taboo transfiguration emerge from the hands of a mere novice? Lucien reached out to caress the dragon's skin, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Hearing the system prompt reinforced Lucien's belief in his success. In order to repay Loki's faceless loan, mastery of transfiguration was imperative. Beyond the existing knowledge of transfiguration, a new direction needed to be developed. Lucien's submission was the transfiguration of magical creatures. The towering obstacle preventing wizards from entering this realm was the magical circuit. Previously repairing the unicorn's magical circuit allowed him to take a genuine step forward on this path. With that first step, the direction became visible. A year of learning and accumulation had allowed the seeds of talent to sprout, take root, grow, and ultimately bear fruit. "Lucien, have you forgotten my teachings regarding the repulsion of magical circuits?" Voldemort's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Transforming into a Norwegian ridgeback? Merely superficial. Any transfigured creation, no matter how lifelike, could never truly replicate the bloodline-derived magical circuits. However, in the next moment, Voldemort's pupils dilated in shock. The colossal dragon opened its immense jaws, and instead of the conventional flames, countless ethereal runes swirled and coalesced as if alive. In an instant, a breath not merely of fire but of a dark crimson essence erupted, entwining the shattered runes, resembling molten lava as it surged toward Voldemort. The air was instantly drained, and wherever the dragon's breath passed, even Voldemort's protective spells began to unravel. "Lucien, what should I do now?" Harry, having been brought to Lucien's side, found the ropes binding him had been burned away. Observing the magical display between Lucien and Voldemort, Harry felt out of place. Yet he sensed that remaining passive was not an option, prompting him to inquire. Lucien waved his wand, casting several seamless extension spells that expanded the room exponentially, allowing the transformed fire dragon to engage in a dance of combat with Voldemort. Ah, how delightful it is to witness such a spectacle of beasts. It is no wonder that some aspire to become masters of creature training. Upon hearing Harry's inquiry, Lucien glanced at him. Noting that the boy was merely dusted with some dirt from rolling on the ground, his glasses slightly askew, but otherwise unharmed. The evening's experiment was nearing completion, having assessed his magical prowess and accomplished the transfiguration of magical creatures. "All right, remain still," Lucien instructed, prompting Harry to instinctively straighten his posture. He then observed as Lucien pointed his wand at him, casting the Iron Head charm. Pain dissipated, armor shielded him, and 2 points of attraction were established. As Lucien recited the final incantation, a glimmer of light adhered to Harry's chest, and with a flick of his wand, the other end of the light shot directly towards Voldemort. At that moment, Voldemort had just seized an opening in the fire dragon's defense. After all, it was merely a magical creature, still lacking in intelligence despite its transformation. He was preparing to unleash a fatal curse when a glowing emblem suddenly affixed itself to his chest. Harry ascend. With a soft utterance of the spell, Harry soared into the air, enveloped in a golden, purifying flame that imparted only warmth to him. Under Lucien's guidance, Harry assumed a Superman-like pose, charging straight at Voldemort, the golden flames billowing like a cloak behind him. Voldemort, bewildered, instinctively attempted to evade Harry's approach, just a hair's breadth away. Voldemort's face was on the verge of colliding with Harry's fist. Yet, as he prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, the glow on his chest suddenly flared brightly. Harry's trajectory shifted unexpectedly, and under Lucien's control, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Voldemort tumbling to the ground. A cry of agony erupted from Voldemort as smoke curled from his chest, and red blisters surfaced on his exposed skin. The searing pain emanating from his very soul rendered him momentarily defenseless. In the next instant, Harry pressed his body against Voldemort's, a gentle radiance emanating from him. For Voldemort, this was akin to torture. The fiery cloak enveloped both. Harry remained unscathed, while Voldemort endured the torment of flames akin to being submerged in lava. Struggling to wield his wand and unleash magic, he was left bloodied and battered. With a swift motion, a crimson blade shot forth from Lucien's wand, severing Voldemort's hand. Voldemort turned to Lucien, his gaze filled with malice. "You dare use the magic I taught you against me?" Lucien regarded Voldemort with calm composure, a semblance of retribution for Celine and her kin. A chilling, malevolent wind swept through the room, momentarily quelling the heat. Voldemort ignited Quirrell's soul with a curse, crafting a fleeting opportunity for his escape. A chilling black mist emerged from Quirrell's mind, rapidly ascending towards the ceiling. Lucien symbolically intervened, knowing that he could not truly leave Voldemort without first destroying the Horcrux. After breaking through a layer of purifying flames, the dark mist became slightly less dense, vanishing directly into the stone wall. Lucien approached Harry and Quirrell, as the flames parted to create a path. With a flick of his wand, he separated the two. Harry appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness due to the clash with Voldemort's soul. Quirrell, on the other hand, exhibited increasingly shallow breaths, his chest movements growing tranquil. Yet, his expression bore a certain bewilderment, his gaze unfocused. Quirrell struggled to shift his line of sight towards Lucien, his lips moving. After being possessed by Voldemort, he had harbored ill intentions and committed wrongful acts. However, it was only after Voldemort's soul departed that Quirrell awakened from his stupor. Truly realizing what he had endured and the choices he had made, he opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but ultimately, only a single phrase emerged. "What bad luck. I shouldn't have ventured into that forest." Chapter 150. Poor Quirrell, the magic of love. Quirrell's final murmurs left Lucien in silence. Indeed, he was truly a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Had Quirrell not ventured into that dark forest, had he not encountered Voldemort, had he not been beguiled by him, he might have continued as a professor at Hogwarts, delving deeper into the realm of magic, continually pursuing knowledge as a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The black vortex in Lucien's eyes slowly rotated, fixating on Quirrell's shattered magical circuits. Quirrell's feeble state indicated that both his life force and soul were nearing their end. Lucien observed the fading light in Quirrell's eyes, shaking his head gently. At Lucien's behest, the golden flames enveloped Quirrell's body, purifying his broken form and soul. "Thank you." A faint, almost hallucinatory voice emanated from the burning, purifying fire, as if expressing gratitude to Lucien for alleviating his suffering. From his pocket, he withdrew a phoenix feather, allowing it to ignite in the purifying flames and turn to ash. Within mere moments, a brilliant red flame erupted in midair. A tall wizard with silver hair and beard appeared beside Lucien, his bright blue eyes scanning the surroundings through half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore took in the disarray of the room, noticing Harry unconscious on the floor and the unstable, contorted form of the fire dragon. The dragon's presence momentarily stunned Dumbledore, who took a moment to regain his composure. "Let us first take Harry to the infirmary." Lucien concurred with Dumbledore's suggestion. After tidying the scene slightly, Fawkes transported the three of them directly to the infirmary. As Lucien opened his eyes, he saw a woman in a white hat and coat delicately maneuvering her wand beside the bed, gently reassuring, "It's all right. Your friend just suffered a head injury and will be fine soon." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." Ron lay with his eyes tightly shut on the bed, while Hermione conversed with Madame Pomfrey regarding Ron's condition. Upon noticing the arrival of Dumbledore and his companions, the two turned simultaneously. "By Merlin's beard, has yet another student been injured?" Dumbledore, as the headmaster, ought to ensure the safety of the students, particularly with a nefarious dark wizard infiltrating the school. The previously amiable Madame Pomfrey's expression grew cold upon seeing Dumbledore and the unconscious Harry floating beside him, and she promptly reproached Dumbledore without mercy. "Poppy, my apologies. This is my oversight. I shall entrust Harry to you for now." Even before Dumbledore could elaborate, Madame Pomfrey had already waved her wand, gently placing Harry on the bed next to Ron. Hermione was about to speak to Lucien when Dumbledore whisked him out of the infirmary. Once they were sufficiently distanced from the infirmary, Dumbledore stroked his beard and remarked, "Madame Pomfrey is an exemplary and dedicated healer. She insists on strict adherence to protocol during treatment, and I am no exception." However, before Lucien could respond, Professor McGonagall approached from around the corner. "Dumbledore, you have finally returned. I heard from Longbottom that Harry and his friends went to protect the Philosopher's Stone, which is simply..." Professor McGonagall, having found her anchor, looked at Dumbledore with perplexity. Dumbledore nodded. "Harry and his friends acted rightly and bravely. We owe them our gratitude." He cast a sidelong glance at Lucien and continued. "The children indeed safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell's sinister machinations." Upon hearing that name, shock filled McGonagall's eyes. "Quirrell? How could it be him? And what of Harry and the others? Were they harmed?" She inquired urgently. "Do not worry, Minerva, Madame Pomfrey is already attending to them." Yet, Dumbledore's reassurances did little to ease McGonagall's anxiety, prompting her to hasten her steps toward the infirmary. She noticed Lucien standing beside Dumbledore, but, observing that he appeared unharmed and his robes were clean and tidy, instinctively did not associate him with the incident. After giving Lucien a brief nod, she hurried off to the infirmary. Dumbledore led Lucien to the headmaster's office, where the starlight had begun to wane, filtering in sporadically through the windows. "Lucien, this shall indeed be a night to remember." Dumbledore refrained from conjuring beverages or sweets this time, instead folding his hands and quietly observing Lucien. Indeed, witnessing Voldemort in person is truly unforgettable. Upon hearing Lucien utter Voldemort's name so casually, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. There are few wizards in the magical world who dare to speak his name openly." Lucien replied with a nonchalant tone, "It's merely a name, isn't it?" Dumbledore nodded gently, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Indeed, just a name." Yet many remain perplexed and continue to harbor fear. Tom Riddle, Voldemort's former name, was once a student at Hogwarts. "Lucien, before you, he was the most outstanding pupil." Lucien, showing a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Tom? Is that also Voldemort's name?" "Indeed, Tom. Tom Riddle is the original name of Voldemort, inherited from his father." Lucien inquired further, "I previously encountered a medal in the trophy room, a special contribution award, awarded to Tom Riddle." Dumbledore glanced once more at the dimly lit night sky and sighed. Yes, that very Tom Riddle. He despised his lineage. Thus he altered his name in a bid to entirely sever ties with his past. His talents were remarkable, his eloquence extraordinary, and he possessed an undeniable charm, which garnered him a group of companions, or rather, followers. Alas, the path Tom subsequently chose. Lucien listened intently to Dumbledore's recollections, finding in them a reasonable justification for his knowledge of Voldemort's true identity and history. Tom excelled in the art of persuasion, adept at exploiting the desires and yearnings of others, skillfully maneuvering them to serve his own ends. Having recounted Tom's tale, Dumbledore spoke with utmost seriousness. "Lucien, I am grateful for your assistance and involvement in thwarting Tom's nefarious schemes. Ultimately, it was Harry who played a pivotal role in vanquishing Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort." Lucien silently added to himself, "Harry exerted effort, while I merely followed Harry, which seems quite reasonable." Headmaster, the manner in which Harry defeated Voldemort was truly unique. Mere contact inflicted grave harm. What exactly was that? Lucien displayed a curiosity befitting his character, coupled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Dumbledore, without withholding any information, replied candidly, "It was love, the magic of love." Chapter 151. The Knight's Deed Bookmark, The Absence of Harry. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lucien continued to ponder the magic of love. The narrative of Harry Potter's triumph over Voldemort is widely circulated. The world reveres Harry as the boy who lived, the legendary figure who defeated the Dark Lord. Yet the truth reveals that Harry's mother, Lily Evans, sacrificed her life and invoked a protective spell born from her love for Harry. It was this spell that shielded Harry, rebounding Voldemort's lethal curse. Consequently, not only could Voldemort not harm Harry, but upon contact, he would suffer severe repercussions. Dumbledore concluded with a profound statement. "Love is the greatest magic in this world. It has wrought countless miracles and birthed infinite possibilities." Lucien firmly believed this. At the time, Voldemort was at the zenith of his power, and aside from beings like Dumbledore, few could stand against him. Yet Lily succeeded. She did not vanquish the infamous Dark Lord as a wizard. Rather, she protected her child as a mother. Love is perhaps something Voldemort could never comprehend. Tom Riddle's very existence was perhaps a mistake, a product of a potion. How could he ever fathom love? Lucien seated himself at the desk and withdrew a book, gently turning the pages until he reached one marked by a bookmark. A dark bookmark lay quietly nestled between the pages, its feathers appearing sparse and ethereal. This was one of the bookmarks gifted by Hagrid, crafted from the tail feathers of a night steed. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive the nightmare. Lucien twirled the nightmare bookmark between his fingers. Its touch was icy. Now I, too, can see the nightmare. The following morning, Lucien sat in the hall, enjoying breakfast. At this hour, there were few young wizards around, most still indulging in slumber, with the pressures of academia behind them and summer vacation on the horizon. This week was the most joyous and relaxing for the young wizards. However, there were a few exceptions. We all wish to secure the Quidditch trophy for Gryffindor. But with Harry absent, finding a seeker is proving quite challenging. The Weasley twins exchanged banter, attempting to alleviate Wood's agitation. Despite the exams being over, the Quidditch final loomed ahead. Thus, Wood led the team into fervent practice. With Harry's inclusion this year, Gryffindor was finally inching closer to reclaiming the Quidditch championship, a title they had long been deprived of. Yet, Harry fell ill at the most critical moment. No, we must still strive to our utmost, extracting every last ounce of potential. As Lucien sipped his red bean porridge, he cast a glance towards the Weasley twins. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was known for his fervent passion for the sport, often rousing players at dawn to discuss strategies and engage in practice. He was stern, both with his teammates and himself. Observing the redness in Wood's eyes, Lucien subtly shook his head. This brother was indeed unfortunate. After exchanging a few words, Wood gathered his teammates and prepared to head to the Quidditch pitch for training. As they departed, Fred and George spotted Lucien, wanting to say something, but ultimately just offering a lackluster greeting before dragging their brooms away. "Good morning, Lucien." Lucien lifted his head, which had just bowed, to see a dark-haired girl seated across from him. "Good morning, Chio. Are you also off to practice Quidditch?" Indeed, just like during their usual training, Chio had her hair tied back in a practical high ponytail. Perhaps having just concluded an early practice, a few beads of sweat lingered on her forehead. "Lucien, you seem a bit more relaxed today," Chio remarked, gazing at the younger student. This did not surprise Lucien. Over the past year at Hogwarts, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge and had completed 2 arduous, time-consuming year-long loans, which had indeed alleviated some of his burdens. Although he still had one more year-long project in magical weaving, which involved nurturing Norbert into the clan's Dragon King, it was still in its foundational stages. Perhaps it was the post-exam relief that made him feel so unencumbered? Lucien's musings caused Chio to stifle a laugh. "Haha, Lucien. Your words sound just like someone discussing student loans. By the way, you'll be in second year next term. Have you considered trying out for the Quidditch team?" "Quidditch? I feel that watching others play is far more entertaining. By the way, how many times has Chio recommended Quidditch to me?" This senior clearly had a profound love for the sport. "There is a fleeting nostalgia reminiscent of my university days, particularly encountering a senior promoting card applications. Ah, senior. I shall reconsider next semester. I wish you success in your competition." Lucien had previously visited the infirmary to check on Harry and Ron. Ron had awakened and was relishing his medicinal meal, while Harry remained in a state of unconsciousness, likely affected by his encounter with Voldemort, which may have impacted his very soul. As for the possibility of Lucien inadvertently causing Harry's predicament during his time as a seeker, Lucien felt quite assured, having equipped the boy with the Ironhead charm for comprehensive protection. During Harry's days of unconsciousness, the Quidditch finals finally concluded. Positions such as chasers and beaters were manageable. Their absence merely weakened the defense and offense. However, the role of the seeker was crucial. Capturing the golden snitch would earn 150 points, often sealing the match's fate. Without their own seeker, the opposing team seeker could focus entirely on locating and catching the snitch. Consequently, in the match against Ravenclaw, Gryffindor suffered a rather dismal defeat, once again missing the championship title. Nonetheless, this was but a minor news item. What truly captivated everyone's attention was a significant event. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, was rumored to covet Hogwarts treasures. A dark wizard had infiltrated the school. It had been long suspected, based on my observations, that Quirrell was not quite right. "Huh. When was it that you were ever awake during a defense against the dark arts class?" "Alas, it seems our school's defense against the dark arts classes are indeed cursed." Who could argue? Since my enrollment, not a single professor had lasted a full year. Such discussions were rampant throughout the school, and Lucien heard them multiple times each day. Besides the young wizard's insatiable curiosity and penchant for gossip, one might speculate that Dumbledore was subtly promoting these notions. Although Harry was merely a first-year student, Dumbledore had already begun to cultivate his image. Not only was he nurturing Harry's courage and confidence, but he was also reinforcing his identity as the prophesied savior. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted Lucien's musings, followed by Ron's voice. "Lucien, I've finally found you. Harry wants to see you." Chapter 152. A fulfilling summer for Harry. Who will claim the House Cup? Inside the infirmary, perhaps due to Hermione and Ron's previous visits, Madame Pomfrey had permitted Lucien to enter. 5 minutes, no more. The patient needs rest. Of course, thank you, madam. Lucien stepped into the infirmary, where only Harry remained. Although a few individuals had been brought in from the earlier Quidditch match, minor injuries like broken arms and legs were swiftly treated by Madame Pomfrey. Upon seeing Lucien, Harry waved. Though mindful of Madame Pomfrey's instructions, he refrained from speaking loudly. Ron mentioned you needed to see me? Lucien retrieved a chocolate frog from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Thank you. Upon receiving the chocolate frog, Harry hesitated before finally speaking. Previously, Headmaster Dumbledore and I had an extensive conversation. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, and Nicholas Flamel and his wife will ultimately pass on, as death is merely another grand adventure. Lucien, however, maintained a skeptical stance regarding this assertion. The Philosopher's Stone that Nicholas had entrusted to Dumbledore was no longer in its complete form and could no longer be used to concoct the elixir of life. This served as an opportune announcement to the world. The stone has been obliterated. Consequently, those who coveted Nicholas and the stone would gradually relinquish their desires. Perhaps Nicholas merely seized this opportunity to extricate himself? If one stone could be forged, why not a second? The headmaster stated that Voldemort had not truly perished. He remained in hiding, biding his time. My father and mother both fell victim to Voldemort. The reason I survived was due to my mother's love. Harry's voice grew softer, eventually catching in his throat. When he learned the truth from Dumbledore, he felt sorrowful, but the overwhelming information made it difficult to process. As he reflected in solitude, his sadness deepened. Harry had no recollections of his parents. He had been raised by his aunt, living as an invisible child loathed by many. Upon entering the magical world, he was suddenly surrounded by individuals who revered and cherished him, leaving him feeling both bewildered and elated. Yet now, Harry comprehended that this renown was a legacy forged by his mother and father. Lucien, I believe Dumbledore wishes for me to confront Voldemort with courage. But Harry lowered his gaze, recalling the night he faced Voldemort, utterly powerless against his might. In stark contrast, Lucien had wielded various spells, effortlessly employing astonishing transfiguration to contend with Voldemort. Lucien's composed demeanor left a profound impression on Harry. As the sole witness to that fateful encounter, he understood precisely who had thwarted Quirrell's scheme and prevented Voldemort's resurgence. The memory of his own helplessness clenched Harry's fists. Lucien, I wish to grow stronger. I yearn to learn more magic. I desire the power to confront Voldemort. Upon hearing Harry's desire for knowledge, Lucien smiled, a look of deep satisfaction crossing his face. His prepared words of comfort were rendered unnecessary, yet it was indeed preferable this way. No counsel from others could surpass the depth of personal understanding. Regardless, the aspiration to learn was undoubtedly a positive endeavor. Indeed, knowledge is abundant. Harry, you possess the courage. Now it is time for continuous learning and accumulation. Next semester, we can officially commence remedial classes in defense against the dark arts and practical combat. Although young wizards cannot use magic outside school, the summer should not be squandered. We can first visit Diagon Alley to procure some preparatory materials. As Lucien's grand plans unfolded, a hint of rigidity crept into Harry's expression. While he was thrilled about the prospect of practical instruction next semester, the subsequent comprehensive plan for summer study indeed sent a shiver down his spine. During the summer break, I have some matters to attend to, so I may not be able to frequently check on your progress. After the school term begins, we can arrange a preliminary examination. Harry, reflecting on his earlier bold declarations, steeled himself to listen on, sensing that this summer would indeed be quite fulfilling. After a moment, he recalled something. Lucien, about my home situation, my aunt and the others, they are quite averse to my involvement with magic, so when the time comes, Upon hearing this, Lucien waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. I will visit your home during my summer break to explain the situation. Education should be the foremost priority for every family. After a pause, Lucien casually inquired, by the way, what is the name of the company your uncle works for? A few days later, the hall was filled to capacity, bustling with the excitement reminiscent of an opening ceremony. Students were either discussing the prospects of this year's House Cup or eagerly planning their summer activities. Green and silver decorations adorned the hall, and a large banner depicting a serpent hung behind the main seating area. This was the emblem of Slytherin. The long table of the Serpent House had already erupted in cheers, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. In light of this historic moment, the young Slytherins were exuberant. What a thrill! During my years at school, Slytherin has consistently claimed the House Cup. Indeed, this honor rightfully belongs to us. The Lions are truly no match for us. Without Harry's support, their Quidditch championship has slipped through their fingers. Speaking of which, it was thanks to the Quidditch championship points that we managed to surpass Ravenclaw. This term, the Eagle House has been formidable. Indeed, even so, our lead over Ravenclaw is quite limited. I've heard they have a first-year student who has accrued a significant number of points. Lucien, seated at the Ravenclaw table, was somewhat indifferent to the outcome of the House Cup. After all, it was a collective honor, and when attributed to an individual, it seemed rather trivial. Simultaneously, most of the Ravenclaw students displayed a calm demeanor, unperturbed by their near miss at the House Cup. Through his observations over the year, Lucien discerned that Ravenclaw was perhaps the least united among the four houses. The young eagles, in their pursuit of knowledge and pride and wisdom, were largely absorbed in their own explorations and quests for understanding. In this light, the eagle as their emblem was indeed fitting. How could eagles flock together for warmth? Ding! A crisp sound resonated as Dumbledore set down his spoon and goblet, his resonant voice filling the hall. Another year has passed. Before we indulge in the feast, I kindly ask everyone to lend an ear to the musings of an old man. Chapter 153, The Ups and Downs of Points, Ravenclaw? In the hall, Dumbledore delivered the end-of-year summary. Once again, it has been a remarkable year. To conclude, let us witness the awarding of the House Cup. With the scores as follows: 4th place, Gryffindor, with 255 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 358 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 410 points. 1st place, Slytherin, with 415 points. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the Slytherin long table. The young serpents excitedly pounded the table, raising their goblets high in celebration of this year's triumph, rejoicing in the honor of a 7-time championship. The victory, however, was precarious, as Ravenclaw trailed them by a mere 5 points. With a few strategic additions from fellow students, their score could have easily surged. Nevertheless, Slytherin had successfully defended their title. Slytherin had performed admirably. After commending them, Dumbledore continued, however, several recent events must also be taken into account. This statement momentarily halted Slytherin's jubilant cheers, an ominous feeling swelling within their hearts. I trust you have heard of the incidents from a few days ago, where some students exhibited remarkable courage and intellect. Therefore, there are additional points to be awarded. Let me see. Tension flickered in the eyes of Slytherin students, while some astute individuals from other houses seemed to have an inkling. Discreetly casting glances toward the Gryffindor long table, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Firstly, Mr. Ron Weasley. He executed the most spectacular chess match Hogwarts has seen in years. And for that, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, nearly matching his hair, and soon overshadowed it, resembling a vibrant carrot. Instantly, Gryffindor erupted in cheers, nearly shaking the very ceiling. Ron is my brother, my youngest sibling. He triumphed at Professor McGonagall's chessboard, Percy boasted, brimming with pride for his brother. Once the commotion subsided, Dumbledore announced, secondly, Miss Hermione Granger. She maintained her composure amidst the flames, demonstrating keen reasoning and logic. I award Gryffindor another 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, seemingly unaccustomed to such grand accolades. Yet the young lions were delighted, with some nearly leaping onto the long table, brandishing their wands in anticipation of an impromptu performance. That was a full 100 points. Thirdly, Harry Potter. He displayed unwavering bravery and courage, for which I bestow an additional 60 points to Gryffindor. The moment Dumbledore finished, the uproar from Gryffindor was deafening. A total of 160 points had been awarded. It's a tie, shouted a Gryffindor student. The others quickly realized. Indeed, with 255 points plus 160 points, they were now equal with first-place Slytherin. Just 1 point. Even an additional point would suffice. This was the sentiment shared by all Gryffindors. If they could just secure 1 more point, they would claim this year's House Cup. Dumbledore raised a hand to signal for silence. At this moment, many Slytherin faces had darkened. How could a year's worth of effort be so swiftly erased? Yet these were the scores decreed by the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore's decision was beyond question by any young serpent. Losing to the reckless lions of Gryffindor is the most intolerable defeat for Slytherin. If only Ravenclaw had emerged victorious, or even Hufflepuff, it would have been more acceptable. There are myriad forms of courage. It requires bravery to confront an adversary, and it equally demands valor to stand firm before friends. Hence, I shall award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. In that moment, the cheers from Gryffindor reached a crescendo. Neville, in disbelief, clutched the cup, seemingly overwhelmed. Yet his classmates surrounded him, showering him with praise that left the boy momentarily speechless. Harry, too, applauded Neville and offered his congratulations, though he did not exhibit the same fervor as the others. Instead, his gaze drifted towards the Ravenclaw table, where he caught sight of Lucien smiling gently and clapping softly. Subsequently, Harry glanced back at the head table, sensing that the event was not yet concluded, and Dumbledore smiled back at him. Finally, Dumbledore elongated his final words, causing a palpable tension to envelop the room once more. Is it not over? A young wizard, employing both wit and magic, has engaged in a duel with dark forces. He has safeguarded the treasures of the school and fostered the growth of his peers, achieving remarkable feats. Therefore, I shall award him 100 points. Instantly, the hall fell into an odd silence. 100 points? Who has earned this accolade? Whichever house claims this score will undoubtedly secure the house cup. Dumbledore turned towards the Ravenclaw table, his expression one of warmth. I wish to congratulate Lucien Grafton for earning this 100 points for Ravenclaw. Applause erupted immediately from the Gryffindor table, initiated by Harry. Harry felt genuine joy. As a witness, he understood better than anyone the excellence Lucien had displayed that night. As the first to join Lucien for extra lessons, he was acutely aware of the assistance Lucien had provided him. Soon after, applause resonated from the professors at the head table. Every professor who had taught Lucien recognized the boy's talent and diligence, having witnessed countless surprises throughout the year. Even the typically aloof Snape revealed a rare smile, his eyes reflecting appreciation for such a gifted yet humble student. He often lamented why Lucien was not a Slytherin. Had Lucien been sorted into Slytherin, no amount of points awarded by Snape would seem excessive, and no one could accuse him of favoritism. Under such circumstances, the House Cup would likely belong to Slytherin throughout Lucien's years at school. Undoubtedly, the most elated of all was Professor Flitwick, his small hands clapping with fervor, entirely disregarding the tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Such is the rarity of Ravenclaw winning the House Cup, even in Quidditch, a significant point-earning event. Ravenclaw has always been at a disadvantage due to their smaller numbers, resulting in fewer opportunities to score. Fortunately, Ravenclaw students are the least troublesome, thus incurring minimal point deductions, often finishing in second or third place. This year, with Lucien's presence, Ravenclaw has maintained a steady momentum, ultimately triumphing. Phileas, just as at the beginning of the term, I must once again extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Ravenclaw has gained a remarkable student. Professor McGonagall raised her glass in celebration, and Professor Flitwick quickly followed suit, gently clinking his cup against hers. Thank you, Minerva. Ravenclaw is indeed fortunate to have Lucien. Chapter 154. Lucien's tutoring class achieves great success, and the summer vacation begins. The decorations here may require a slight transformation. Dumbledore took out his wand and gave it a gentle tap. The green and silver of the hall abruptly transformed into the blue and bronze that symbolize wisdom. The coiling Slytherin serpent was concealed, replaced by a majestic Ravenclaw eagle soaring into the air. This enormous eagle, though ethereal, displayed remarkably defined feathers, lending it a striking realism. As the eagle glided over the heads of the attendees, it ascended toward the starry ceiling, gradually vanishing into the vast sea of stars. After showcasing his magic, Dumbledore winked at Lucien before returning to his central seat at the head table. At that moment, Ravenclaw erupted in joyful cheers, albeit with considerably less volume than Gryffindor had moments earlier. With their smaller numbers, predominantly consisting of girls, they couldn't muster a thunderous roar. Nevertheless, the necessary praise and enthusiasm were abundant, though they did not actively pursue the House Cup, who would refuse the honor once it was within reach. Heavens! They actually won the House Cup this year, all thanks to Lucien. Not to mention the 100 points. Even the regular contributions were impressive. Lucien has worked so diligently. This past year must have been exhausting for him. Come here, let the senior give you a hug. Hey, what are you doing up front? Let go of my roommate. After politely chatting with his classmates, Lucien deftly extricated himself from their embrace. Congratulations, superstar. Autumn, who had been standing nearby without joining the throng, raised her goblet and teased Lucien with a gentle smile. Lucien picked up a cup from the table and clinked it lightly with Autumn's, engaging in a brief conversation about their summer plans. Simultaneously, glances from the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables were directed toward them. Hermione and Daphne pretended to eat, while discreetly observing Ravenclaw's side. They silently arrived at the same conclusion. Lucien seemed quite precarious among Ravenclaw. Apart from Ravenclaw, the other three houses rejoiced, offering their congratulations and praise. Hufflepuff, naturally, had no direct involvement with the House Cup, instead focusing on the delectable offerings at today's feast. The school dining hall had introduced a variety of new dishes, not only delicious but also diverse, said to be inspired by Eastern cuisine. After inquiring, the enthusiastic Hufflepuffs learned that these were taught to the house elves by Lucien. In essence, Lucien had secured a benefit for the Badgers. During classes, when grouped with Ravenclaw, many students received assistance from Lucien, naturally enhancing their fondness for this academically gifted and culinary-savvy peer. Some Badgers even jested that had Lucien been sorted into Hufflepuff, their culinary repertoire might have soared to new heights. Strangely, Slytherin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at Ravenclaw's victory. Had the margin been merely a few points, Slytherin might have grumbled in discontent, but with a 100-point difference, what could be said? As long as Gryffindor did not triumph, it sufficed. Meanwhile, Gryffindor, the house likely to harbor lingering resentment, nonetheless radiated joy. Though they did not claim the House Cup, they had bested Slytherin this year. Numerous little lions raised their goblets in a toast towards the Slytherin table. Truly commendable rivals, yet alas, we are just a tad stronger. The little snakes, upon hearing this, felt as though they had swallowed a slug, responding with either disdainful huffs or silence, resolutely ignoring the lions. Gryffindor, accustomed to their opponent's demeanor, recognized this as a sign of their rival's embarrassment, which only fueled their merriment further. On the final day, the young wizards had long since packed their belongings, their wardrobes seemingly emptied and everything stowed away in suitcases. The exam scores for all subjects were concurrently announced. Lucien, unsurprisingly, claimed the top position in his year. The second place was held by the diligent Miss Granger, who gazed wistfully at the rankings, muttering, "Just a fraction more, just a fraction. If only I hadn't added that extra gram of fluxweed powder during potions." Ignoring Hermione's lamentations, Ron excitedly shook Harry's shoulder, exclaiming, Look, I made it into the top 10. Mum won't scold me now. Phew, that's a relief. I used to dread the day I'd see Fred and George getting lectured for their grades." Harry, feeling a bit dizzy from the shaking, finally freed himself from Ron's grip. Look, we're all here, and besides." Harry gestured towards the Slytherin group, where Malfoy and Greengrass were also present. Before Ron could voice his opinion, two voices chimed in unison from behind him. "Ronnie, we heard everything you just said." Thus, Ron was unceremoniously whisked away by the Weasley twins. Lucien surveyed the results with great satisfaction. Indeed, everyone worked hard, and the results are remarkable. It's splendid to help others experience the joy of learning and the delight of acquiring knowledge. He pondered whether Harry's request for summer study sessions would inspire others to follow suit. Once again, he boarded the Hogwarts Express, this time not as a newcomer filled with wonder and curiosity about magic. Time flew by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Alas, we cannot use magic during the holidays. I was looking forward to continuing my practice, Hermione sighed, gazing longingly at the swiftly retreating verdant countryside outside the window. Before departing, the young wizard received a notification from the school, cautioning them against the use of magic during the holidays. It was stated that a tracking charm had been implanted within their wands by the Ministry of Magic, capable of monitoring magical activities in the vicinity. Ron waved his hand dismissively, swallowing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Percy had informed me that it was relatively easy to circumvent this restriction. As long as an adult wizard is nearby, any magical activity could be attributed to them. Lucien once again felt the inconveniences faced by Muggle-born wizards. As purebloods and half-bloods enjoyed the protection of their parents and could freely practice magic during the holidays, while those born to Muggle families were left to endure the restrictions. Although they could visit Diagon Alley, a hub for wizards, to evade the Ministry's scrutiny, few young wizards could afford to reside there consistently, not to mention the expenses. Muggle parents were also understandably apprehensive. Consequently, once the holiday ended, the gap in magical proficiency would undoubtedly widen. "You all can come to my house to play. You can use magic however you wish." Ron enthusiastically extended the invitation. The group then exchanged contact details and home addresses, facilitating communication via owls or in-person meetings. The train gradually slowed down, finally arriving at platform 9 3/4. Lucien, carrying his suitcase, disembarked from the Hogwarts Express. The much-anticipated summer vacation was about to commence. Chapter 155, The Act of Niffler. At platform 9 3/4, there was no need to rush. Patience was key. A gaunt, elderly guard stood by the wall pillar, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time to avoid raising suspicions among Muggles. Lucien patiently queued with his suitcase in hand. Although there was a charm similar to the Obliviate spell in effect near the pillar, causing passing Muggles to overlook the small wizards and their parents, it became ineffective when the numbers increased. Lucien turned his head to observe his fellow classmates, all of whom had removed their robes and donned Muggle attire. However, the presence of owls, kept in cages, remained conspicuous and peculiar. While 1 or 2 might be acceptable as a child's unique fondness for pets, the owl had become the most popular magical pet in recent years, with nearly half of the Hogwarts students owning one. The sight of a group of children suddenly emerging, laden with luggage and accompanied by owls, an uncommon creature in the Muggle world, would undoubtedly provoke a reaction from the Muggles. The placement of the Hogwarts Express within a Muggle train station, concealing platform 9 3/4 amidst the gaps, certainly added an enchanting touch, but it was quite impractical for large-scale travel. Suddenly, Lucien felt a stir in his pocket and caught a glimpse of a small platinum-colored paw emerging. He quickly reached in to cover it, lowering his voice. "Just wait a moment. I'll get you more little toys when we get home." Perhaps due to the innate abilities of its kind, the Niffler always managed to slip through various gaps and spaces. As it grew, Ginge became increasingly lively. This was not its first escape. Lucien also discovered that as long as he provided Gingy with shiny treasures such as gold and silver jewelry, this little creature would settle down for a while, first redecorating its cozy abode before embarking on a new adventure. Upon returning home, acquiring these treasures would be much easier, sparing Aunt Penelope the trouble of sending them, thanks to the blessing of the unicorn, which bestowed upon him the ability to communicate with animals. Gingy could comprehend Lucien's intentions and obediently withdrew its little paws. "Ah, Lucien, have you acquired a pet?" Hermione inquired curiously. having noticed the furry little paw protruding from Lucien's pocket. Hee, a friend gifted it to me. It's still a youngling. Lucien replied just as it was their turn to step outside. Harry and Ron, who had exited before them, were already waiting. And Lucien quickly recognized the Weasley family by their distinctive red hair. Grafton, it is a pleasure to meet you. You truly are a handsome young lad. A warm-hearted lady beside Ron smiled at Lucien with great enthusiasm. Lucien returned her polite smile. Mrs. Weasley, please feel free to call me Lucien. Thank you for the lovely sweater. It is both comfortable and quite charming. Ah, I'm delighted you like it, Lucien. Ron often mentions you in his letters. I truly appreciate your support for this child. You must come visit us during the summer. Lucien could sense the sincerity and kindness emanating from Mrs. Weasley. He had already decided to visit over the summer, as Ron was diligently studying and had achieved remarkable grades that term. Thank you for your invitation. I shall certainly pay a visit during the summer. Before Mrs. Weasley could respond, Ron excitedly pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. He eagerly unfolded it and presented it to his mother. Mom, it's all thanks to Lucien's teaching that I was able to achieve this score. Fred and George even gifted me a toilet seat as a memento. Mrs. Weasley chuckled at the first part of his statement, but her smile faltered upon hearing the latter. Just then, she caught sight of the twins, who were sauntering out from behind a pillar, sharing a laugh. Observing this scene, Lucien couldn't help but smirk. He anticipated that Ron possessed a touch of mischief, cleverly teasing his brothers. It seemed he was quite accustomed to their pranks and had finally seized an opportunity to turn the tables, showcasing the camaraderie amongst siblings. Suddenly, Lucien felt a stir in his pocket and looked down to see Gingy peering out with great interest, fixated on a passing woman, particularly on the necklace around her neck, the earrings adorning her ears, and the ring on her finger. Gently pressing Gingy back down, Lucien couldn't help but marvel at the myriad of temptations within the Muggle world. At school, everyone was merely students, and as wizards, jewelry and adornments were seldom worn. However, at this bustling train station, with its abundance of pocket watches, necklaces, and bracelets, it must be overwhelming for Gingy to behold. Lucien also noticed a little girl nestled beside Mrs. Weasley. She was wide-eyed, mouth agape, glancing between Lucien's pocket and his face. The young girl possessed enchanting brown eyes and a cascade of thick, fiery red hair, adorned with charming freckles that added to her allure. Ginny Weasley. Lucien offered her a gentle smile and subtly gestured with his finger for silence. Ginny felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, pursed her lips, and nodded at Lucien, as if vowing to keep his secret. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with the Weasley family, they parted ways. As Harry departed, he couldn't suppress a soft sigh. His joyful and fulfilling school life had reached a pause, especially upon seeing the purplish-red visage of Uncle Vernon, alongside the anxious figures of Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Harry, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Lucien called out to Harry before heading in another direction, where Rosea awaited him. Ah, goodbye, Harry waved at Lucien. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon contemplated urging Harry to hurry, unwilling to waste any more time on his conversations with friends. However, upon reflecting that Harry had spent a year at that peculiar school for wizards and had likely befriended odd individuals, he chose to remain silent, finding even one more word to utter to this group burdensome. Trailing behind his aunt and uncle, Harry couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation at Lucien's promise to visit him. He delighted at the thought of his friend coming over during the holidays, but also feared that his friend might discover the less-than-ideal living conditions he endured. Yet, Harry puzzled over why Lucien inquired about Uncle Vernon's workplace. Hurry up, came Uncle Vernon's irritable voice. Do you want us to waste an entire day waiting for you? Harry grimaced at the annoyance in his uncle's tone, pondering that since his relatives were unaware of his magic prohibition, it might be amusing to frighten Dudley a little. He hoped this summer wouldn't be too dull. Chapter 156, Nurmengard. The summer sun poured its light over the European continent. Yet, a fortress perched atop a desolate mountain peak rejected such illumination. It stood like a gravestone, rendering the winds in the area silent and forlorn. Suddenly, a tall elder appeared without a sound, his silver hair and beard tousled by the sea breeze. Dumbledore gazed at the ancient stronghold of Nurmengard, one of the most infamous prisons in the magical realm. Unlike the overcrowded Azkaban, it housed only a single inmate, Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had stirred the tempest of Europe. No, according to Grindelwald himself, he did not consider himself a dark wizard. If he had to describe himself, he would merely be an idealist pursuing power for his kindred. His followers, those saints, firmly believed they were on a grand path following Grindelwald. Dumbledore disregarded the magical barriers surrounding him and stepped directly through the transparent veil. He walked deliberately toward the fortress, his bright blue eyes concealed behind half-moon spectacles. Upon reaching the dilapidated entrance, Dumbledore looked up at the words engraved above. The once clear and profound lettering had become blurred after decades of weathering. Yet, Dumbledore did not need to see clearly to recite the phrase, for the greater good. Alas, Dumbledore sighed and stepped into the ancient castle. The elderly guard at the entrance seemed oblivious to Dumbledore's presence, continuing his monotonous vigil. Unlike Azkaban, which was patrolled by terrifying Dementors, Nurmengard was merely attended by a few aged guardians. Why not employ wizards? It was because, back when Grindelwald was imprisoned in America, he managed to manipulate the Aurors guarding him solely through eloquence. This was under the condition of frequent rotations, yet in just a few days of interaction, one Auror willingly sacrificed his life for Grindelwald. Ultimately, whether the guards were old sentinels or skilled wizards made little difference. If the true intention of the inmate was to escape, even dozens of elite Aurors would be futile. However, Grindelwald was acutely aware that regardless of a temporary departure, he would ultimately have to confront Dumbledore. What imprisoned him was not the law, nor magical barriers. Ascending the staircase, Dumbledore was enveloped by the sounds of decaying stone and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of dust from bygone aspirations. The solitary cell at the tower's peak stood ajar. An elder stood with his back to Dumbledore, gazing out of a narrow window, his gaunt figure resembling a dulled sword, straight yet devoid of brilliance. Once resplendent golden hair now lay in ashen disarray, and a voice that once could sway all of Europe had grown hoarse. "Since Christmas, you haven't written. I thought you were out of parchment," he remarked. Dumbledore did not approach, but remained in the center of the cell. "I've been preoccupied recently. But now that summer break has arrived, I find myself with a bit more ease." Grindelwald still did not turn, replying in a flat tone. "It must be for that boy who survived. Indeed, that child needs to grow, to face Voldemort," Dumbledore softly recounted, seemingly unconcerned whether Grindelwald was interested in his musings. Yet, Grindelwald did not interrupt, but listened intently. "As I mentioned, a new Ravenclaw student possesses remarkable talents, perhaps the most exceptional in Hogwarts history. He has a magical pet, a Chelan." Finally, Grindelwald turned to face him. His face, etched with shadows, revealed a pair of strikingly different eyes, one a vivid blue, the other a more muted hue. This peculiar gaze was capable of glimpsing fragments of the future, albeit not in their entirety, yet it did not hinder Grindelwald from being a born seer. "A Chelan?" he mused, far too familiar with such magical creatures. He once sought to commandeer the wizarding world through a Chelan, only to be thwarted by a well-meaning Hufflepuff. Noticing Grindelwald's interest, Dumbledore ceased to stand and instead settled at a rickety wooden table. He picked up a damp pile of cockroaches from the surface and, indifferent, crunched them between his teeth. "You remain unchanged, still fond of such cheap confections," Grindelwald observed casually from his seat at the table. "Oh, they serve as a reminder that amidst life's complexities, there are still simple joys to savor," Dumbledore replied with a hint of nostalgia. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured a pot of red tea and several plates of pristine pastries on the table, freshly brought from the Honey Duke. Grindelwald, who had already lifted his teacup, nonetheless reached for a lemon sugar bonbon, meticulously peeling back the wrapper. The two fell into an unexpected silence, quietly savoring what appeared to be the most ordinary of afternoon teas. The master of the Chelan, was the magical world on the brink of welcoming a new leader? A true leader? Grindelwald took a sip of his tea and chuckled softly. Yet, he observed Dumbledore shake his head, only to nod gently afterward. Understanding the man before him well, Grindelwald was genuinely astonished. This implied that even Dumbledore was uncertain. Was the young wizard named Lucien Glafeuton truly so exceptional? Grindelwald found himself intrigued. Lucien's Chelan was vastly different from the ones we were accustomed to. Dumbledore had vaguely described the wondrous manifestations of its shimmering light, yet did not fully elucidate the astonishing vitality contained in Chelan's saliva and blood. A magical creature's expert had suggested that it belonged to a mutation, a particularly unique and potent one. The corners of Grindelwald's mouth twitched behind his teacup. A magical creature's expert? Who could that possibly be? If not one mentioned by Dumbledore himself. That child was merely in his first year and had already become an animagus, excelling in transfiguration beyond conventional understanding. He had also managed to transform magical creatures, although I did not witness the entire process. My senses could not be mistaken. It was a thorough reproduction of the magical circuit in Transfiguration, not mere appearance, but a true fire dragon. Grindelwald paused, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. He placed his trust in Dumbledore, in his strength and wisdom. Dumbledore would not misjudge. While it was indeed remarkable to be an animagus, the transformation of magical creatures was another matter entirely. Grindelwald understood what genius was. He himself was undoubtedly a genius, as was Dumbledore across from him. Yet, could the performance of this boy named Lucien truly be described merely as genius? Grindelwald gazed into the rippling red tea, a glimmer of light flashing in his unique eyes.